The sunset was falling over the trees. A bloody body was lying on the ground. The grass near the body was covered in blood, and everything the protagonist saw was the color of blood. He stood with wide open and frightened eyes. A grown man was lying in front of him, and he thought that the only thing left here was death. One of his clansmen was leaning against a tree, and the guy did not understand why all this blood was spilled. A bloody sword was stuck into the ground. The protagonist, whose shoulder was, looked back at the weapon. He looked again at the man whose arm was torn off. The protagonist remembered the fatal blow to his school leader. Then in his memories of killing a young student who entered our path. The arm was cut off and his comrade. The man clenched his teeth until the blood came. He squeezed his knee with his hand, thinking about the fact that all his comrades were dead. There were dozens of bloody bodies lying on the field, and this was the last squad of suicide bombers, consisting of representatives of the elite of the world of Murim, represented by the 9 great schools of martial arts. The clash between them and Chongma eventually led to the complete destruction of all life. Blood was running down the chin of the protagonist, and he wondered who was to blame for all this. A man was sitting on a mountain of corpses, and the guy decided that all this was because of the demon who descended from the heavens, the founder of Meijo, whose demonic followers painted the world in bloody color. In the lotus position, Chongma, the demon founder of the demonic sect, was sitting. The man opened his mouth with a sigh and said about the Huashan school. The protagonist grimaced, hearing words of pity from his enemy. Leaning on his knee, he decided to get up. The young man straightened up. Blood immediately flew out of his mouth with a cough, and he heard that if he got out of here alive, he would be able to enjoy the triumphant victory for the rest of his life. But it seemed that this was the end for them. The guy grabbed the trembling leg, demanded that his enemy be silent. Dead people lay around in the clearing, when the protagonist heard that he could be proud of himself, since thanks to the incredible help of these people, his sword still caught up with the demon. Chongma extended his hand forward and said that he recognized the enemy's swordsmanship with his name, since his opponent was the greatest of all Huashan followers. The protagonist grabbed the sword still sticking out of his shoulder. He pulled the weapon out with force. The guy looked at the enemy furiously and demanded that he be silent. He pushed off the ground and rushed forward. The demon's eyes were glowing scarlet. He thought it was a pity. It was like he had 4 more days, he would reveal his true identity, which corresponds to the name Chongma. The protagonist ran across the clearing to the mountain of corpses. While the demon thought about what must be, this is his fate, after which he said that the follower of Huashan must remember something. He calmly looked at the enemy in front of him, after which he said that this is not the end. The protagonist ran forward with all his might, not paying attention to the fact that he was stepping on someone's hand, when he heard that the demon would return again. Chongma's eyes blazed with scarlet fire. He said that when this happens, the whole world will humbly bow before Mado. The sword in the guy's hand began to glow. He ran, furiously looking forward. The guy swept his sword, listening to the fact that no one can stop the coming of the demon. The weapon cut the demon's neck, and a bright light pierced the enemy's body. Chongma's head separated from his body with a surprised expression. Finally, it fell to the ground. The demon's head rolled down the mountain of corpses. The protagonist took a step forward. He stood among the dead bodies, thinking that the war was over. The boy was breathing heavily, sweat was running down his cheek. He thought that the inevitable death was approaching him too. He looked ahead, where the dawn was breaking, and wondered what would happen to the Huashan school now. The protagonist turned around. He looked at the headless body of the demon, and thought that the bones of all the Huashan followers were now buried in this place. The young old people were all killed. The sword was stuck in the ground. The boy thought that only weak children were left alive. The protagonist looked back and wondered if the lives of the Huashan followers were a meaningless sacrifice. His hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at the dawn sky and thought that he could have saved at least one life if he had offered a little more effort, but it all seemed meaningless to him. Many broken weapons were sticking out of the ground. The protagonist fell on the corpses, once again deciding that all this was meaningless, since plum blossoms sooner or later fall off. He exhaled heavily, looking ahead. A cloud of steam escaped from his mouth. The guy's face froze into a stone mask when he thought that he was the 13th disciple of the great Huashan school, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world. His name was the Noble Blade of the Plum Blossom Kiamayan. The protagonist thought about the decapitated body of the enemy and that after killing Kiama, who plunged the whole world into chaos, he plunged into eternal sleep on top of a mountain made of the heads of 1,000 demons. The night illuminated this mountain, and these were the last few lines that the protagonist would leave to this world. A small child was lying in a cradle made of straw. 2 men were bending over him. An old man picked him up. Many students from the school were training on the playground. The protagonist was training, holding a wooden sword in front of him. His senior student called out to the boy with an angry expression, and the protagonist thought that his life was flashing before his eyes. He stood calmly in front of the teacher, who reproached him that the boy was first and foremost a Taoist, only then a warrior, and he should understand that strength without Tao is just violence. Then, still young, Chongmyan lowered his head and thought that his teacher was grumbling again, because at that time he was simply bored, and he was a follower of Huashan, but failed to fully follow the teachings, because in fact he was just a narcissistic fool who received undeserved praise only for his outstanding innate talent. The protagonist's body sank into the consecrated petals. He did not understand why he was so blind, did not realize that everything he received thanks to Huashan. An image of a teacher flashed in his head, asking if he regretted it. Without opening his eyes, Qianmayan thought that he regretted it all. He remembered his dead friend, and thought that if he had taken his studies more seriously, and if he had become a little stronger, perhaps he could have changed this terrible end. Something was smoking above the clearing. The image of the teacher and the protagonist had said with a smile that there was no need to regret, because this is Huashan. The protagonist thought about the school when he heard the teacher's voice, that no matter what happened, Huashan's school would continue to exist. A sudden pain pierced the protagonist's body. Screams were heard in the miserable hut. The guy covered himself with his hands from the attacker, think that it was Qianma. Covering himself with his hands, the boy looked at his offender. A shabby boy stood in front of him and said that it was time to stop raving, after which he scolded the protagonist for sleeping here, calling him a poor scum. Carefully, despite the interlocutor, Chunmian heard that everyone else went to beg, and he was sprawled here, so the guy did not understand what was happening here. The protagonist looked at the beggar, who was twirling a stick in his hands, and understood that he was now threatening him. Chunmian waved his hand and told the boy to listen to him, since he did not understand a damn thing what was going on, so first let him stop waving the stick, to which his interlocutor was indignant at such treatment. He smiled broadly. The unfamiliar guy burst out laughing, while the protagonist did not understand what was happening here. He frowned, thinking that he was the noble sword of the plum blossom Qianmayan, so he did not understand what this fashionable ragamuffin was doing. The stranger swung his stick and promised that the protagonist would die today, while he was thinking that he needed to teach this guy a lesson in good manners, and now he would block this blow with a club. The protagonist put his hand forward. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Not only did the stick not stop, but it also rushed towards his head, since the guy did not reach. Qianmayan looked forward in fear and did not understand why his arms were so short. How could they even be so short? Could he not block the blow? The stranger hit the guy on the head with the stick. His eyebrows furrowed as he cursed. The beggar continued to knock down the protagonist, shouting that he did not understand what was happening here, so he would now explain everything clearly. At that moment, another child entered the shack, while the ragamuffin was shouting that if the protagonist had gone crazy, then now he would finally lose his mind, because the club would set all his brains straight. The new boy looked at what was happening in fear. Cries for help were heard in the shack. The boy left, decided that he would come back later. Chunmian wiped his blood. He sat by the pond and cursed his offender, muttering that he hadn't even gotten such a beating at school. The boy remembered the poor man and thought that if he met that poor bastard from Gabang again, who would grind the little boy into dust. His feet were still in the cool water. The protagonist stared into the water. He looked at his reflection and did not understand who he was. The protagonist began to feel his face and think that he did not understand what was happening here. Could this really be reincarnation, which is said in Buddhism? Watching him with interest, Qianmayan looked back when he was called. He removed his hands from his face and realized that in front of him stood the guy who ran away after seeing him being beaten, but he asked if the protagonist was okay. The boy looked at the protagonist cautiously and said that their leader was always like this, but today he got carried away. Qianmayan raised a finger and said that he only had one. Then he held up 2 fingers and corrected himself that he had 2 questions. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor seriously. The boy frowned in confusion. They stood opposite each other and were silent. Chunmian frowned warily and asked if he was a beggar. The interlocutor calmly looked at him and explained that it was easy to tell just by looking at his clothes. The protagonist squatted down and began to curse himself for being a beggar. The protagonist raised 2 fingers again and said that he had a second question. He looked skeptically at his interlocutor when he heard if he knew who Chunma was, after which he replied that he thought the protagonist was okay after being beaten, but apparently not very much. Near the lake, the protagonist's indignation sounded about whether they could answer him normally. The unfamiliar boy folded her arms across her chest. He looked at the sky and said that he knew who Chunma was. Qianmayan looked attentively at the interlocutor, who said that these were demons, the founder of Meijo, who died 100 years ago. The protagonist was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in surprise. Birds fluttered in the trees when the guy exclaimed about the past 100 years. He grabbed the stranger by the jacket and began to ask if it had really been 100 years since his enemy died. He pulled the ragged man's face closer to him and asked if he was lying to him. The protagonist frowned. He let go of his interlocutor. Qianmayan looked forward devastated, thinking that the fact that 100 years had passed was madness, and then why was he reborn immediately after death? The protagonist continued to stare blankly. He felt as if he was left all alone in the world, Why was everything so confusing? The stranger clutched his shirt and asked if his interlocutor was okay. He simply looked at his hand, thinking about his school. The beggar boy raised an eyebrow in surprise when he heard the question of what happened to Huashan. Qianmayan was taken aback when he heard the question of what Huashan was. His eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist pointed at the boy and asked if he was a beggar, to which he answered in the affirmative. The protagonist frowned and said that if his interlocutor was ragged, it meant that he belonged to the Gabung school, but he did not know one of the 9 great martial arts schools, Huashan, and how could this be possible? However, the boy stared at the interlocutor in surprise and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Qianmayan thought about the map and heard that there were 9 great martial arts schools, namely Shaolin, Wudang, Danken, Kongtong, Chongmeng, Amei, Kulin, Gabung, Zhongnan, Hainem. The protagonist stood with his mouth open in surprise and listened to the story about how the 9 martial arts schools did not have Huashan. The guy thought about the symbol of his school and repeated that the 9 martial arts schools did not have his school. He frowned and did not understand why this was so. Chongmian grabbed the interlocutor by the shirt again. He began to shake the guy and say that these Hainem villagers from the island joined the 9 martial arts. But this was not the most important thing, because he was interested in why the 9 martial arts schools now did not have Huashan. The beggar boy tried to remember this school. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise when he heard that if he thought about it, it turned out that his interlocutor had heard that there was such a place in Shanxi province. The protagonist stopped shaking the guy and said that Huashan was located on the territory of Shanxi province, after which he asked if he knew anything about this place. But he replied that he had not heard that Huashan was in the 9 martial arts schools. Hanging on the shirt, the beggar thought. Qianmayan froze when he heard that this school was destroyed. He frowned as his thoughts raced through his head. He remembered his school and thought about how one of the 3 most famous schools in the world along with Wudang and the great Nangong clan was destroyed. He let the boy in. The beggar boy fell to the ground. Qianmayan opened his mouth in surprise. The beggar boy bruised his head. He looked up at the protagonist, who said that he would not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. The boy clenched his fist. He stubbornly looked ahead and said that he was going to mount Huashan. The beggar boy looked at him thoughtfully. He rubbed his head and called the protagonist a psycho, after which he told him to go away and go beg for alms if he did not want to get beaten up again. Chunmian put his index finger forward and said that now he would ask a couple more questions, so he needed to be answered. He touched his chest and asked about his body. The guy looked sternly ahead and asked what the name of the owner of this body was. The beggar boy, getting to his feet, tiredly said that he was a beggar, and where would he get a name, so he could call himself whatever he wanted, but his name was Chosam. Stretching the skin on his face, the main character said that a suitable name for a beggar, after which he asked about age, and heard that the poor do not know their age. The protagonist waved his hand and said that now she asks his interlocutor to introduce himself, and say the name of the one who beat him. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist heard that his interlocutor's name was Kuchil, and speaking his name was John Pal. Chunmian seriously looked ahead and promised that he would repay the favor twice as much, and the insult tenfold. The boy looked at the interlocutor indifferently, listening to the fact that he needed to remember the name Chunmian from Huashan, and when they met again, he would definitely open this guy for his kindness. Turning around, the protagonist walked away. The beggar boy watched him silently. The protagonist turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The beggar squinted when he heard the question, in which direction is Mount Huashan from Shanxi? Birds flew up above the trees. Chongmian ran forward. His face was red, he himself thought that he should run, and in his past life he had not even ridden such a slow vehicle as a horse. The boy's cheeks puffed out from tension. The protagonist fell to the ground, about to stop, that he was going to die now. He lay face down on the ground, thinking about how he had only run a short distance, and was already exhausted, and that was it. That was all in the suffocated body of this child, so he didn't understand how he would get to Shanxi with such a body. The boy imagined his tombstone, and thought that it was absurd if he died on the way before he could even catch a glimpse of Shanxi province. Still lying on the ground, the protagonist young, how would he get there? He smiled awkwardly, thinking that it was time for Qianmayan's brilliant plan. The protagonist stood up, trying to catch his breath, as he simply needed to gain physical fitness for martial arts. Smiling enthusiastically, the protagonist thought that a commoner could not even imagine how amazing this opportunity was, and even someone who had reached the top might regret it one day. Qianmayan remembered how she was resting on a tree and thought that she regretted that she had not spent enough time on the basics when she was young. He remembered how the teacher dragged him along the ground and regretted that when Saiyang told him to train, he was too lazy to even pretend. The guy remembered that he was caught drinking alcohol hidden by his elders. He smiled, and then decided that he did not regret the last point after all. Qianmayan that passed the trees, thinking that he would try again. The guy's feet stepped on the thick grass while he thought that first of all he needed to find a place where he could avoid external stimuli. Putting himself near one of the trees, he realized that this place would be suitable. The protagonist sat down on the ground. He sat in the gilded one and thought about where to start, since his mind stored a lot of theoretical knowledge about advanced martial arts techniques. The leaves tore off the tree as the boy thought about his and Huashan school's techniques. Its history is all that is stored in his head, and he knows a dozen different breathing techniques for cultivating chi, if not limited to the Huashan school, then twice as many. The wind rustled in the leaves of the trees. A small leaf fell past the protagonist, who decided to master other techniques. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking about the principle of 6 interactions. The boy did not remember the textbook with the inscription Lu He's breathing technique. The man handed the book to his customer, and the protagonist thought that books about Lu He can be bought at the street market for 5 hun. The coins fell into the seller's palm, and the protagonist asked why he needed to learn a technique that was sold for next to nothing. He exhaled heavily, thinking that this technique was not some kind of cheap thing. Chongmyan remembered her school and thought that Lu He was studied as an introductory course to the Huashan teachings, and every newcomer who entered Huashan began his path with the technique of 6 interactions. The protagonist's hand was filled with strength. He thought that although this technique did not increase the strength of the student exponentially, it completely cleansed his body. It was a basic technique. The guy thought about a tall building and that there was no need to rush in this matter, since in the end, the tower of ability that he was about to build should become beautiful in its grandeur. The young man's vein was filled with blue auras. He thought that now he needed to cleanse the chi energy of this body a little more. The light through the veins reached the protagonist's neck. He thought that this feeling was similar to sifting out displaced threads from a giant piece of fabric. Blue drops hung in space. The energy was now going along the tree trunk, and the guy thought that now there was a complete cleansing of unstable energy, so collect all the purified energy in the dantian. A ball of light lit up inside the protagonist's body. Its light became stable. Chongmyan waved his hands with a smile and thought that he had succeeded, since the dantian would become the foundation and conductor that would open a new world before him. His legs were tired and he thought that he was small, but full of energy. He was rolling like a snowball, and this was a stormy stream that no one in the world could stop, so he wondered if he could now run to Huashan. Chongmyan took the first step forward, and he fell again, as he seemed to have used up all his energy. Lying face down in the grass, he thought that Lu He was of no use, as he wanted to use his energy right now. Suddenly, the image of his teacher seemed to appear in the sky and call out to him. The teacher pointed at him and said that he always forgot to use his brain before doing anything, and it was annoying. An exclamation was heard from above the seemingly calm mountains, that at this rate the protagonist would never reach the mountain. People were strolling through the market. 2 men ran into an alley. They stopped near another man resting. He opened his eyes when he was addressed as an elder. One of the men pointed to the side and said that there was a vagabond over there intercepting their alms, and he was a small child, so all the coins were thrown to him. The elder woman tore herself away from the wall. He slowly started to get up, saying that then it would be worth making his life difficult. His subordinates agreed with this with a smile. They approached the protagonist from behind. The protagonist, chewing a bun, heard someone call him. He did not stop. The guy continued to eat, even when they started calling him names. Finally, the protagonist returned to the men. Continuing to chew, he asked what they wanted. The elder took a step forward and asked how he talks to elders. The man began to warm up his fists and say that he does not know who gave the guy permission to beg here, but since he is still young, then let him. But he must give what is in his hand, and everything he collected today, and only then can he leave. Kianmayan froze and looked back. Then he looked at the bun in his hand. The men began to warm up. When the protagonist asked why take away the bitten food, do beggars really have no conscience at all? The protagonist rose to his feet, shaking off the crumbs. He began to warm up, surprising his new enemies. Then he threw his fist forward. Chongmyan warmed up her hand and looked at it in surprise. He turned around and muttered that his dantian had not yet recovered, but he thought that this would be enough. The protagonist turned to his offenders and said that now he understood how to control this body, and he was too lazy to mess with enemies, so he suggested attacking everyone at once. The elder began to tremble with rage when he heard that his opponent was not in the best shape now, so he would not be able to be properly. He expressed the hope that the man would not mind if they were slightly drunk, so the elder cursed. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and ordered his subordinates to attack. One of the guys rushed like this. However, his fist immediately missed the protagonist's head. Chongmyan dodged the blow. The hand clenched into a fist. The next moment, he punched the attacker in the jaw. His opponents froze, looking at their defeated comrade in surprise. The protagonist's fist was smoking. The protagonist looked angrily at his opponents and said that he was the noble blade of the great Huashan school's plum blossom. Curses rang out over the roofs of the alleys. The beaten men were kneeling in front of the protagonist. He sat leaning against the wall and asked to address the beggar as Lord, to which they corrected him to Great Beggar. The protagonist was indignant that he was still called a beggar. He dusted off his hands. Kianmayan looked at the beaten men and asked if there was a quick way to get to Shangxi. The elder looked at the boy in surprise and said that he was asking such strange things. He leaned forward and explained that if they knew such information, they would live like beggars, so they needed to ask something else. Chunmian said with a smile that everything was clear to him, and that it seemed they had misunderstood each other. He threw his head back laughing, and the tramps immediately joined in his laughter. The next moment, the protagonist grabbed the elder by the shirt. He brought his face close to his opponent's, and warned him in case they met again that when he asked a question, his opponent must give him a clear answer by any means necessary if he did not want to die. The elder's face immediately became frightened. The beggars jumped to their feet and began to run away. The mountains were drowning in fog. All before the man's authority, he looked at the sky through the window with a smile. Janmun turned around when someone called him. Turning away from the window, the man heard Unam come to him. The door to the room opened. Unam looked closely at the teacher and said that nothing special had happened, but a child was asking to meet him. Janmun, surprised, approached his subordinate and asked again about the child. Chunmian folded his hands in a welcoming gesture. He smiled and greeted the head teacher, introducing himself and expressing his desire to join Huashan. Janmun watched the boy closely, repeating after him that he wanted to join Huashan. He turned to his assistant and asked if he had told the child that they were not accepting new students, to which Unam replied that he had tried to stop him, but that he had strongly requested to meet. Both men turned to look at the protagonist, who was still folded in a welcoming gesture. Chunmian was smiling. Despite his stretched smile, the boy was actually furious, and to find out the reason, one had to travel back a few moments. The stick hit the ground. Chunmian, leaning on the staff, muttered that he had finally arrived. In front of the boy were the steps leading to Mount Huashan. He grimaced in displeasure, thinking that the shortcut that these beggars showed him didn't help much, but in the end he managed to get there on his own. The staff lifted off the ground. Leaning on it, the protagonist decided to go to the top. He climbed the steps. His feet stepped on the crooked ground. The protagonist was breathing heavily, but he wanted to do it, no matter what it cost him. Chunmian caught on a ledge of a rock. He held a stick in his hands when the stones rolled down. The stones fell, but the protagonist continued to climb up. He looked down in fear, thinking that nothing is impossible if there is willpower. The protagonist forcibly squeezed the staff in his hands. He reached for the next stone, thinking that it would burn Mount Hua. Finally, Chunmian climbed the rock. He looked up. The protagonist disappointedly waved his hands and asked where she went. It turned out that the wooden sign was missing from the school. The protagonist grabbed his hair and remembered how Sa-young wiped it every morning, so she did not know where it could have disappeared to. At the gate to the school, a guy exclaimed that this could drive one crazy. The gate opened. The man asked who had come there. The protagonist looked at the man who entered in fear. Wuna stared at the guy in surprise. Well, he opened the door and asked if he had come or if the protagonist was alone, after which he asked how he managed to climb the mountain alone. Kianmayan looked at the man with wide eyes and said that he wanted to ask something. Wuna looked at the guy with interest and heard the question of whether he was a Huashan Taoist. With a smile, the protagonist heard that this was indeed the case, which meant that the school had not yet fallen apart. He perked up when he was invited to come in. Near the roof of the school, it was said that they were currently not accepting strangers, but it was unlikely that the boy was able to go down the mountain, and it was not right to leave those who came to Huashan on the street. Unam waved his hand and said that it was very cold here at night. Kianmayan opened his mouth in surprise. Let's go to the training ground. He thought about why it was covered with earth, and where the blue jasper coating was damaged, to which the Taoist, who noticed his condition, asked what was wrong. The protagonist smiled at the hospitable host, thinking that he should be calm. Since these were just stones, they probably needed money, so they sold them, and said out loud that they had an excellent sight. Sweat flowed down the protagonist's face. Stairs, the guy thought where they were Delhi Golden Palace. He opened his mouth in irritation. Pointing his finger at the missing palace, Kianmayan asked why the place looked a little empty, and whether there was really nothing there to begin with. Unam looked up and said that it was indeed noticeable, since there used to be a palace there, and the protagonist thought to himself that he knew, so he was asking where it was. He touched his chin and said that the guest was too young for this story. He frowned, saying that he was ashamed to even remember it, since his honor expressed this. Upset, he looked forward, saying that what is dead cannot die. Unam looked at the guest and asked what he said, but the boy lay down and waved. I will explain that the man only heard it. The Taoist, with his hands behind his back, asked the boy to follow him, as he had something to do, and then he thought to himself that in fact such schools are not guilty of anything, on the contrary, they are trying with all their might to save the dying school. He took a few steps forward. Unam and Chongmian were standing in front of the Jade Palace. The Taoist, reaching for the door handle, said that Huashan is a mountain of Taoism, so it is necessary to observe some customs. They went out to the Jade Palace to get an audience. The protagonist looked ahead disappointed. Everything was lost in the lottery. He thought about the golden candlestick that the emperor gave to the monk Hao Daotong. Then he began to think about the scroll written by the monk and the golden tomb. The protagonist looked around, so when the painting that was here, and they disappeared. He took a step towards the altar, his expression was frightened. Chongmyun began waving his arms and asking if there had been a flower there before. He looked back at Unam and asked where the flower had gone, to which the Taoist asked how the boy knew about it. He scratched his chin and thought. The protagonist, with eyes wide open in surprise, heard that there was such a flower, it seemed, a strange plum made of white metal. Unam smiled and explained that they had sold it. The protagonist's expression immediately became devastated. He heard that this flower was of no use anywhere, and was an eyesore, standing out from the general decor, and the merchant offered a good amount for it. They sold it. Chongmyun immediately fell to his knees. He remembered Sayoung and said that the Huashan was destroyed. The protagonist remembered the white plums, the relic of Huashan, like the sword of the celestial, does not shine like gold, does not shine like silver, since it was a small relic that carries the pure waters of Huashan, and they sold it. Unam immediately rushed to the fallen guy, asking if he was okay, and he thought that he needed to sort out this mess as quickly as possible. The protagonist was pushing the floor with his hand. He began to bow to Osu and ask him to let him meet with Janmun. Qianmayan bowed with all her might and said that he wanted to enter the Huashan school. At present, the protagonist stood in front of the teachers, when Janmun would at all the station about his performance at the school. The protagonist looked closely at the man, listening to the question of whether he knew what the Huashan school was, so she confirmed it. He frowned and thought that the main one would not accept a stranger so easily, but he already had a prepared plan. The guy smiled smugly. The protagonist introduced Chungjin, who went missing during the war. Chongmyun came up with a legend where Chungjin fell from a mountain. A lumberjack passing by noticed him. The traveler decided to patch the guy up, but they were too deep early, so he had to stay. And in gratitude for saving him before the OS, he accepted the lumberjack as a student, teaching him Huashan techniques, and he, Chongmyun, then with this lumberjack. The protagonist smiled contentedly. He schematically imagined the system of relations between him and the teacher and thought that the main advantage was that he could regulate his distribution. If this lumberjack was his grandfather, then he was on the same level as Janmun, so it would be a mind-blowing plan. But it was unlikely that he would distribute such a young man to his place. Chunmian frowned and thought about whether he could start refusing or asking about the reasons for admission. However, the old woman sighed and said that she was accepting a guest. The protagonist looked at the teacher in surprise. He opened his mouth and asked to repeat, to which Janmun said with a smile that she would accept the guy if he wanted it so much. Unam looked at the elder and reminded him of what he had said, but the man said that he had changed his mind since fate was such an unpredictable thing. Chunmian continued to stand with his mouth open, thinking that the elder could show at least a little distrust of the stranger. Janmun took a step forward to meet the protagonist and said that, be that as it may, this guy was familiar with their school, that's why he came all this way. He smiled. As they say, do not drive away a bird that took shelter from the rain under a roof, and share food with an animal that came to a cave on a frosty night, and they have nothing precious to drive away soap. Unam bowed, listened to the fact that he should give the boy shelter and prepare the initiation rite, to which he said that he would do it right away. The protagonist frowned and was dissatisfied. He schematically imagined how the relationship line falls down due to the distribution. Chongmyun looked at the symbol of his school. He was dressed in the uniform of third-generation students, did not understand why this was happening to him. The guy looked around the room and wondered where he was. It seemed like this room was used to receive guests. He went out into the corridor, thinking that he did not understand that this place is now used for temporary residence of those who have not yet undergone enlightenment, since Huashan did not use such a concept of distribution. After that, the Taoist shared accommodation with the abbot. The protagonist schematically imagined the distribution of rooms. He closed the door and thought that in any case, it seems that someone should live here. Chongmyun stopped abruptly when he was asked who he was. The guy looked back sideways. In front of him stood an older student asking who the main character was that he was climbing into someone else's room, after which she called him a thief. In the corridor, students began to gather, asking what happened. The guy who stopped the main character said that this little guy was snooping around in his room. One of the students looked at the others and asked what was going on in the corridor. It turned out that it was their teacher, who said that the training was not over yet, they had already started a mess here. The students bowed and sincerely apologized to the master. Finally, the master saw Qianmayan and asked who he was, but that the guy introduced himself. The man frowned and said that he must be new to the White Plum Blossom house. Turning away from the guy, the teacher said that it was late and he should rest, after which she reminded him that he must definitely come to training. The main character looked at the backs of the students and heard that the others were ordered to go downstairs. The guy who stopped him looked back at him with a start when he addressed him again. The student frowned and said that he would deal with Chunmian later, and promised that the protagonist would get a good beating from him. Finally, the protagonist was left alone in the hallway, thinking that since these students were his little successors, he would pay special attention to them. The protagonist stared ahead with an unseeing gaze. He gloated, thinking that although his definition of paying attention was different from the usual, this was already the student's problem. The moon rose above the school. The guy who had recently bullied the protagonist smiled and ordered him to take something off. Chunmian looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment, and asked again what he needed to take off. The student put his hands on his hips and demanded that his interlocutor not pretend to be a fool, and that he should take off his clothes. He smiled and said that this is how men get closer, and the protagonist should dance naked while being beaten, and wouldn't that strengthen the bond between him and the older students? The protagonist frowned, "Listen, and then, if he understood everything, you should undress quickly." Chunmian opened her mouth and said that he only had one question. The protagonist leaned slightly to the side and asked where advisor Unam was, to which he received the answer that the advisor did not study after the first half of the day. The student looked at his interlocutor with disdain and said that this boy would not shut up, and he changed his mind, so they would begin an edifying beating. He frowned when he heard someone call him. Chunmian stared at the boy and demanded that he grit his teeth. He really did not want to ask something again, but then he received a fist in the face. The blow was very strong. An explosion was heard somewhere under the roof. The other students looked up in surprise. It turned out that the senior student was the one weighing in the air. Chunmian looked at the fist with a smile and said that the edifying beating had begun. The senior students huddled together in fear. The birds flew away over the roof. Senior Jong stood behind the main character. The other students were kneeling while the protagonist was saying that they needed to put more effort into the massage, and this was only for them because this guy was the eldest here, who promised to do everything he could. Elder Ghoul also bowed. Chunmian waved his hand and asked him to come to him. The protagonist looked at Ghoul and said that he didn't know everything about what was happening in Huashan now, so he had a number of questions, to which he heard that the guy would answer anything. Chunmian thought about the school's Dan and asked what happened to the Heavenly Golden Palace. Did the students know why Huashan was in such a mess? Ghoul hesitated. The protagonist's eyes widened with desire when he heard if he had heard anything about the holy sword of the plum blossom. The disciple introduced the protagonist's past body and said that according to the elders, the plum blossom holy sword played a major role in the victory over Chunma. But immediately after that, the heavenly demon sect went berserk and broke into Shongyan. Ghoul introduced the warriors and said that for some reason they reached Huashan and burned it down, and because of the damage they did then, they still have not returned to their former glory. The protagonist stared at the interlocutor in surprise and realized that this meant that the reason why Huashan fell into decline was himself. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He thought about the roof of knowledge and there, that he hated his life. The sun had long since risen above the house when it sounded that the Tai Flumox sword technique has no Taoist foundations. Without them it is extremely weak. Kiamayan chewed on the cookie and listened to the other man say that he didn't think there would be any problems even if they got rid of the Huashan technique. The protagonist replied with a smile that this sword technique was terrible, it wasn't worth paying attention to, so they should probably throw it away, to which he heard the answer that although it would cause some problems, since it was their ancestors' technique, so that the children wouldn't be interested in it, why don't they just take it out of the library? Sayoung turned to his student. The building resounded that it sounded good, so they would do that. Cherry blossom petals fell from the tree. The protagonist continued stuffing his mouth when he heard that there was something else they needed to talk about. Sayoung sat across from him and said that he hadn't called the guy over just for this question today. The man smiled and said that he thought it was time for his interlocutor to have his own students, and then asked how he would train them. Kianmayan froze for a moment. He squeezed the cookie in his fist. Sayoung looked at her interlocutor in surprise and heard that there was nothing to think about. The guy extended his hand forward and said that for starters he would simply beat them, and when they were on the verge of life and death, they would surpass themselves. Silence reigned in the house, and after that Sayoung never offered him any more disciples. The protagonist closed his eyes. Suddenly he looked back, as someone called him. The protagonist was lying on a wooden bench and asked not to be addressed so formally, after which he was told that advisor Annam called him to the training ground and said that they must be at today's training. The disciples were standing on the training ground. The teacher, frowning, shouted for them to prepare their blades and the disciples swung their blades. The teacher frowned furiously again and again demanded that they swing their blades. The disciples lowered their wooden swords. Unam and Chunmian watched them from the side. The protagonist prayed in surprise. He watched the teacher and asked what kind of sword technique this was. The Taoist looked closely at the students and said that this technique, which the elder practices, is called the ball balance technique. The guy continued to swing his sword furiously when it was said that this technique is the basis of Huashan. Chunmian grimaced in surprise and thought that this is the basis for the Hua Mountain technique, and why they are doing this, since it only hinders the children from becoming stronger, and this is the same as the teacher alphabet through a difficult book. The protagonist took a few steps towards the students. He walked past the rows of children and thought that this technique will only help them advance half a step, that is, it gives practically nothing. He took a few more steps and thought that they will not get anything good from this technique. The senior disciple began to swing his sword again. The protagonist thought that even if so, their technique was wrong. He looked at the sky. There were petals falling, and the protagonist thought that he only needed to look at this beautiful blue sky. It was so clear and ordinary, so similar to the greatness of Huashan. Chongmian continued to watch the petals and thought that he didn't even know where to start. Suddenly he turned to the senior and called him. The guy nervously stared at the protagonist, listening to what they were taught here, besides this sword technique. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor indifferently, listened to what after learning the sword balance technique, they learned the technique of the Sage of the Seven Swords, and after that they learned the last technique of the House of Plum Blossoms and learned the sword technique of a small price. The protagonist exhaled heavily. The flowers were fluttering on the branch when it was announced that after all this, the students would be eligible to learn the secret wand technique. The senior student gripped her sword tighter and explained that this was the Taya Flumox sword technique. The protagonist remembered Sayang, who said that this technique had no Taoist basis and was extremely weak. Then the protagonist, continuing to chew, said that this sword technique was not very useful, so perhaps it should be thrown away. After all, they agreed on this. His expression became depressed. The protagonist continued to stand with his mouth open, thinking about the fact that the technique they were learning was the Taya Flumox sword technique, and what happened to the 24 Plum Blossom Ball technique. One of the students noticed that the boys were chatting, so it was necessary for them to come up here right away. Night fell on the building. Ghoul turned around when he was called. Kianmayan, waving his arms, asked not to address him formally. He calmly looked at the interlocutor and asked if he could ask the senior student for a favor. The guy scratched his head as if by hand and heard that he should ask everyone to gather in front of the White Plum Blossom house tomorrow at 5 a.m. The young man removed his hand from his head and heard that he should listen carefully to what he was about to say. Kianmayan stood in front of the guy and said that they needed to prepare 5 items for each. Deep night fell over the school. Ghoul awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he really should prepare all this. The protagonist smiled and asked if he could handle it, to which the guy replied that he could rely on him. Ghoul turned in the other direction and heard that the protagonist liked his enthusiasm, and now he could go. Kianmayan calmly looked at the senior student who was leaving. His eyes expressed concern, and the guy himself thought that the current school has no techniques, no wealth, no talents. No wonder it collapsed so easily. The guy schematically imagined the symbols of wealth, technique and talent. Then he schematically imagined a person and thought that the only thing he can help with is talent, and the current students are third-rate. They do not look talented. The protagonist looked after the departing ghoul, and for a moment he doubted, since it is known that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He continued to look after the departing senior student. The protagonist's face was expressionless. He thought that educating useless seniors would be his first goal. The senior students left the building. They looked indignantly in front of them, muttering, "What kind of junior makes his seniors come whenever he wants?" Ghoul, warming up, heard a question about whether his comrade was telling the truth, and he thought that apparently these guys were not with them last night. The guy turned around indignantly when he heard that the junior in question was the one who spoke. Chunmian was playing surrounded by senior students. The guy looked at him in surprise. The protagonist calmly looked at him and listened to him about why he was forcing his seniors to get ready so early. How dare he? The protagonist sighed heavily. Chunmian suddenly smiled, turning to the senior. He started pointing at the entrances to the house and started saying that he was very sorry and that his elders probably misunderstood him. The protagonist started pushing the indignant guy towards the house, apologizing at the same time and muttering, "Why don't they chat in the boarding house?" Several elders entered the boarding house. The protagonist followed them. The doors closed. What a quiet moment it was. Ghoul and John looked at the boarding house silently. Suddenly the building started shaking a little. Ghoul looked up worriedly. The building started shaking even more. Suddenly the doors swung open and the elder students tumbled out of the boarding house. They lined up in front of the protagonist, who asked everyone to be a little quieter, otherwise they would wake up the master. He took a step forward. The protagonist folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that there would be training every morning at this time. The mountains were illuminated by the dawn sun. The sun began to penetrate through the windows. The teacher stood up in bed. He looked out the window and thought irritably that the students had not come to greet him in the morning, and everyone in the house was still asleep. She put her feet on the floor. The men began to get dressed and thought that it was still worth remembering that they had a new one. The teacher was fastening his armlets and thought that they were all tired after the initiation ceremony or something like that. He came out of his room. The teacher was walking down the street and thought that he was teaching the students a good lesson, even if he thought so. If Ghoul suddenly seemed like an angry beast, Zhang should not have let him overdo it. The teacher looked ahead in surprise. Exhausted students were lying on the training ground. The master looked at the tired students and did not understand why everyone was so half-dead. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek when he asked what was going on here. The older students looked at each other and did not dare to tell him. The master frowned and wondered what the reason was that they were not telling him. ghoul walked exhausted with a sword on his back. Behind him stood Chungmayan with improvised weights on his back. He looked closely at the stones tied with ropes. The protagonist sat down. His cheeks puffed out from the strain. The protagonist was shaking from the strain. Crumbs were falling from the stones. Chungmayan straightened up and counted to 10,085. The exhausted-looking child noticed the man in front of him. He looked at the master and greeted him without putting down the projectile with boulders. The elder looked at the size of the stones, assessing their weight and the condition of the boy. The hero's legs were shaking, as the master noticed, simply from standing, because the boy was so exhausted. The man shouted loudly to the other students to quickly bring the boy some water, but the latter grabbed the projectile in one hand, scratched his head and modestly asked not to worry. The boy greedily drank the water, spilling a little when he received the cup of life-giving moisture. He was distracted with interest when the master asked him to tell them what had happened. They looked at the training field, where many students were lying exhausted, some begging for salvation, and some unconscious. The boy easily assured them that there was nothing special here. Laughing, he waved his hand and said that this was morning exercise, and they had decided to do it together every day, starting from today. But because it was the first day, the guys had overdone it a little. The master looked back at the other students, wondering if they were full of energy, and they, at that moment, shook their heads. A nun and the protagonist looked expectantly at the nervous guys. The master looked at the boy again, wondering if the boys were here because they were afraid of this child. He looked at the boys rubbing their sore muscles and was indignant. How dare they call themselves disciples of the Huashan sect, and yet be afraid of a newbie? The man coughed into his fist and decided to reprimand the boy. The master shouted at the surprised boy, drinking water, how dare he? After all, there is a strict set of rules in the White Plum Blossom House. The elder asked the boy with all seriousness, who told him that he can sacrifice sleep for the sake of training. Shanyan was stunned, standing in front of such a serious teacher, with a cup in his hands. He looked at the master with a clear gaze, smiled and promised to stop. A nun raised an eyebrow in confusion, looking at the child. This was not the answer he expected. He flared his nostrils and widened his eyes, deciding to press the point that the boy was threatening his elders. The boy looked trustingly at his interlocutor with a clear gaze. The master, standing in front of the uncomprehending boy, brushed off his thoughts, covering his face, and decided that such an approach would not show the other students in the best light. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers, deciding that the third-grade students already looked like complete idiots since they were learning from a newbie, and he himself looked like the biggest idiot because he was teaching them. The master was torn away from his thoughts when he heard the request for 1 month. The joyful boy asked to give them just 1 month for training. He enthusiastically guaranteed that the master would see the result in a month. The boy looked at the elders, who were slowly getting ready, getting to their feet, and continued about how he valued and respected his elders, because despite the hardships of training, not one of them complained. The hero joyfully shouted to his comrades, asking if he was right, to which they, stumbling, confirmed his words. The master turned his head to look at the boy and thought that he probably meant that none of them would dare to complain. The man looked at the boy with a bright smile and wondered where he came from, came and dominated the third graders so that he could use his authority to teach others. Chunmian smiled at the master's question about why he was suggesting that they train every morning, since it would be difficult for him. The boy turned around and told all the students that they could become stronger by learning from the master, but they could speed up the process by putting in effort. Turning to the mentor, he continued, explaining the wisdom of sacrificing some of their sleep time for training. The master, with his hands behind his back, realized why the boy thought that training should be given more attention. He looked at the protagonist, with the students rising in the background, and asked what was most important. The boy cheerfully answered, naming politeness first. The master listened carefully to the boy's words, how he would perceive the words of an elder as the will of heaven. A nun looked at him in surprise, realizing that the boy was not looking down on his elders, but was being polite for the greater good. The master smiled, realizing that he had the perfect student in front of him. The man turned decisively to the crowd of exhausted students. The boys looked up at the master. He loudly declared that he was extremely impressed by the students' determination to take part in the morning training. The man declared to the indignant crowd that they would definitely achieve unprecedented results if they continued to try so hard. One of the students began to ask the master to save him, but stopped. The man quickly ran away, leaving the exhausted boys calling out to him and stretching out their hands after him. Meanwhile, the protagonist stretched his arms, and the students shouted a last plea for help to the master. Smiling, the protagonist asked the elders if he wanted to talk in the boarding house, because he didn't think he was going to kill them or anything like that. The disciples froze tensely and looked at the guy. On the training ground, he joyfully shouted, calling his dear elders to dialogue, but they, frightened, only let out a cry of fatigue. A few days later, the guy was calmly meditating in the room, surrounded by his energy. His body was shining, and he knew that this still small and weak dantian, despite its size, gave him a sense of peace. The guy continued his meditation. Over the past time he learned the morals of Huashan. The House of White Plum Blossoms, as the hero thought, was more of a dormitory. This happened due to the lack of people to conclude a contract between a disciple and a master. He remembered the three masters, because the leader of the sect and his lineage, which meant the relationship between the master and the disciple, throwing aside their personalities. In the opinion of the hero, they are weaklings. The images of the masters in the guy's mind scratched their heads, because their strength was not comparable to the Huashan sect, the time of the hero himself. The protagonist imagined the crowd of disciples and concluded that, based on the conclusion about the strength of the masters, the disciples were even weaker, and he realized that most of the third-grade disciples had joined the sect only to establish connections. Continuing his meditation, the boy wondered if there was a difference now. He opened his eyes, declaring to himself and the world that the great Qianmayan, who he was here. The boy stood up, leaning on his knee, his feet firmly planted on the mat. He stood up straight and decided that becoming a great sect was an achievable dream. In the dining hall, the disciples gathered to eat lunch. One of the boy's hands were shaking so much that he could not hold the food with his chopsticks. From the pain, both the food and the chopsticks flew out of his hands. An exhausted boy, surrounded by boys like him, was indignant, saying that they should not train so much that they could not even eat properly. The student turned to the elder, whose name was Ghoul, to talk to the newcomer, because the poor guy could not use chopsticks for 3 days, due to training. Ghoul closed his eyes and exhaled. The students were surprised to hear from the elder that they talked too much. The boy put the chopsticks on the table. He looked at the boys, asking if their elder looked like an errand boy. The students looked at the elder in surprise, and only Zhang continued to eat, and Ghoul continued, saying that the newcomer did not avoid or hide from the indignant one. Why did he not come and say everything in person? The boy stood up, leaning his palms on the table. He asked the elder, who was Zhang, for a conversation, and he agreed. The warm glow of the house illuminated the dark surroundings, from the open doors. The boys walked deeper into the plum orchard. Zhang asked his friend if he had a good rest, to which he shook his head. Ghoul thoughtfully raised his gaze to the sky, asking the elder a question. Zhang answered the boy, when asked what he thought of Huashan, by saying that this question was very difficult. Ghoul turned his head to the elder, saying that as soon as he returned to his hometown, everything would end for him here, but his friend had a different situation. Zhang nodded, agreeing with his friend's words that he planned to spend his whole life in the Huashan sect. The boys stood for a few moments in thoughtful silence. Ghoul lowered his eyes and shared the thought that he thought the Huashan sect had come to an end. The elder advised him to show respect, because he should not say this with such a simple face. The younger continued raising his face. He changed his mind. He imagined the face of a newcomer, because after Qianmayan appeared, everything changed. The boy recalled the grueling training and said that after the training, despite the violence of the process, he realized that he had never brought himself to such a state. But in comparison, he remembered the newcomer, loaded with 2 huge boulders, and how he pretended not to be tired at all when his loads were much greater. Ghoul rested his palms on his hips and said that he wanted to be able to do the same. He moved his leg to turn around. Turning his head, he looked at the interlocutor. With readiness, he informed the elder that he wanted to try his best to become a master of such a level that the whole world would know. Zhang smiled in response. The branches of the plum tree hung above them. Zhang replied that he shared his friend's thoughts. Chunmian, meanwhile, watched this entire inspiring conversation from the branches of that plum tree. He leaned back, settling himself more comfortably, and said contentedly that the two were ready. The guy exhaled in thought, because Angam also easily agreed, but he still had tasks. He had already relaxed, as a voice nearby insistently demanded that the sect leader come out. The guy narrowed his eyes in confusion. They were aggressively pounding on the sect gates, demanding that they open them immediately. The gates swung open and a crowd of people appeared on the threshold, led by loud men, who demanded that the sect leader come out. Without waiting for a reaction, the indignant crowd with torches entered the sect territory, continuing to demand the leader. The men met an obstacle in the form of a stuttering master and Taoist, fearfully explaining to the crowd that such actions were unacceptable here. Chongmian, watching from the branches of a plum tree, wondered how these guys broke through the Huashan gates and what was going on. The men shouted to the masters that they had waited too long, and there was no more time. They demanded that their money be returned, which shocked the guy in the tree who was watching the situation. Sitting on the tree, he wondered how these guys even got into this situation. The men, standing near the entrance, shouted that the leader was not ashamed, because he was just hiding and not coming out. The old man appeared at the door when they called him again. All the merchants looked at him. A guy peeked out from behind their backs. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked what brought them so late at night and to such a remote place. The hero, looking at him, understood that there was no need to doubt, because this was indeed the head of the Huashan sect. Looking at the old man, the young man thought that his every movement and words exuded a thin layer of aura. He also glanced at his legs. The merchants, looking at him, shouted a question about why he was trying to pretend to be calm, and the protagonist thought that he was simply trying to act calm. The leader raised his hand to his face. Opening his mouth, the owner asked how the leader was doing. The old man replied that he did not expect that the owner of the Kong Pavilion himself would visit here. The latter laughed, and noted that he was a little embarrassed to visit for such a reason. Smiling, the owner said that he did not want to climb this mountain again, but many people asked him to do so. Bowing his head, the old man listened to the words of the guests that he should perfectly understand what all these people want, because the time frames they had agreed on earlier had long since expired. Khan looked at the head of the school and explained that they had already tried to understand the situation, and if they had followed the contract, they should have added half of it to the contract amount by now. But the Huashan sect had saved their lives many times, and so they were trying to be as gentle as possible with the old man. Opening his mouth, the owner set a deadline of 7 days and noted that if he did not make it within that time, they would confiscate the Huashan sect temple, when suddenly someone hiccuped. All the merchants turned around. The young man, with his mouth closed, listened to someone say that they allowed a child to hear such a thing. The roof of the temple appeared and someone asked if they were merchants from Wam Prefecture. One of the comrades raised his hand and answered affirmatively. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. Looking away, the student realized that it was unclear what the boy would do to him, and therefore he should stay away. Ghoul, with his mouth slightly open, asked if Wam Prefecture was the name of that village under the mountain, and his comrade answered in the affirmative and added that he remembered this from the time when he traded with his father. The disciple, looking at his comrade, asked if this meant that the sect borrowed money from merchants, and the latter replied that he did not know about this. Turning around, he also added that he knew about the owner of the Kong Pavilion. With his mouth open, the guy said that he was the owner of the Tehua Pavilion in Wam Prefecture, and that he owned the largest pavilion in that place, and also participated in many events, being a rich merchant. The hero, looking at them, asked if the man was the owner of the Tehua Pavilion. The disciple's mouth suddenly fell open. The guy, stretching his neck, listened to his friend's cries that he needed to calm down, and the latter asked if they really told him to calm down. The protagonist, with his mouth open, remembered that this pavilion actually belonged to the sect. Suddenly, the youth grabbed one of his comrades by the clothes. With his mouth wide open, the hero shouted a question about whether this merchant really owned that pavilion and whether he was trying to confiscate the Huashan sect temple just because they lent them money, and his comrade answered in the affirmative. After letting him go, the boy thought that something didn't add up in this matter. Standing in front of his comrades, the protagonist thought that it was very strange that the first one who wanted to lend money to the sect was Kong. Bowing his head, the youth realized that all of this was planned. Turning away, the hero called out to his comrades. Ghoul, with his mouth slightly open, listened to the protagonist's question about whether he remembered what they had talked about earlier, and also the request for him to bring this thing, but the disciple did not understand. Frowning, the boy reminded him what they were talking about. As he ran away, his comrade shouted that he would bring it right away. Holding it in his hands, his comrade asked him what he was going to do with it. Taking off his clothes, the hero said that there is a proverb in Buddhist literature. Putting on these clothes, the guy said that this proverb says that one must kill the Buddha and kill one's ancestor if one happens to meet the Buddha. Adjusting his sleeves, the protagonist also added that if one happens to meet one's ancestor, one must also kill him. Turning his leg, the guy explained that in order to reach a high level of Tao, one must violate the path of Tao itself. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy shouted that he was going in search of the true path, and his two comrades shouted a question about where he was going all dressed up, because was he really going to leave the temple? The hero jumped over the wall when they shouted that he was crazy. A city was visible in the distance. A tall tower also appeared. The merchants, sitting at the table, were talking about how the leader of the sect seemed very puzzled because they had given him one last chance. One of the men, raising his hand, asked if the sect knew how much they already owed them, adding that this debt had already exceeded 100,000 yang. The second man, looking at the owner, asked if it was true that the old man was surprised that Khan had come with them. Smiling, the owner said that although he was a merchant looking for profit, he was very sorry that he had to do this to them. After all, their relationship had been going on for generations. The merchant, looking at him, noted that he had already done everything possible and asked how many concessions had already been made to this school, and therefore everyone would praise how generous the owner was. Khan, taking the glass in his hand, noted that he hoped so. As he drank the alcohol, the man realized that all of his comrades were extremely carefree, and it was amazing that they could live such simpletons. Putting the cup down on the table, the merchant realized that the strength of the Huashan sect was not something to be looked down upon. Imagining the gates of this school, Kong knew that its true strength did not lie in its fighting power, but rather in its history. As he extended his chopsticks toward the chicken, the man thought that there was no one in Shaanxi province who did not have a connection with Huashan. As Kong tore the skin off the duck, he realized that the sect had become very weak at the moment. He grinned as he thought that they had become as soft as a duck whose skin was torn by the pressure of the chopsticks. The other man turned his head and asked what the leader would do with the Manhwa temple, and whether he would confiscate it, since it would be extremely difficult to sell. Smiling, the advisor asked why they did not take something else from them. The owner closed his eyes and explained that the value of the temple was much higher than he could imagine. While putting food to his mouth, Kong said that although the school looked old at first glance, it was definitely worth it, but the other man said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The owner bit his chopsticks and thought about how stupid his subordinates were. Putting them down on the table, the man explained that he couldn't tell him directly. Opening his eyes, Kong said that they could use Huashan's enemies to their advantage, because couldn't they imagine how many sects would want to have such an opportunity to spend a large sum of money to restore the temple and destroy the Huashan sect. The merchants listened with their mouths open as the head told them that they shouldn't worry, because each of them would get money anyway. One of them jumped up and shouted that the owner was really very insightful. While pouring alcohol, someone shouted that everything was fine and they should just raise their glasses to the owner of the pavilion. They all raised their drinks in the air. The man, walking down the street, said that he felt just fine. Staggering, the advisor thought that if they could get money out of the sect, then this amount would last him for the rest of his life, because the owner of the pavilion was extremely meticulous when it came to money. A cloudy sky appeared when the merchant said that he felt fine and the moon was very bright, and immediately asked himself where the moon was, but assumed that it was just a new moon that night. Continuing to walk down the street, the man noted that he should walk along the main streets more often at such a time. Suddenly, he opened one eye. A blurry silhouette appeared in front of him. The merchant opened both eyes. The protagonist was standing there. The young man, with his eyes wide open, ordered him to stop. Rubbing his cheek, the advisor thought that this man looked like a robber from a drawing, who was also very small. Looking at him, the man tried to understand if robbers really wore clothes like that, and if they even said that they were robbers. Crossing his arms over his chest, the merchant asked if the unknown man was a robber. The guy, looking ahead, explained that he was not interested in money and only needed answers to some questions, because in that case he would leave safe and sound. Standing in front of him, the advisor noted that it was not that he did not want to answer, but he actually had little choice. Suddenly, someone flashed past him when he was talking about how he currently had many friends with him. Several fighters appeared around the man when he was talking about how they did not let him walk alone. Frowning, the hero realized that this was a group of high-class bodyguards. One of them, looking at the man, asked if they should kill the robber. The merchant said that they should still listen to him, and therefore they should catch him without depriving him of the opportunity to speak. Turning away, the advisor thought that he did not really like scenes of violence. He closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, the man thought that apparently his bodyguards overdid it. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. Turning around, the merchant asked that they really were not told that the robber should be left to speak. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The hero was holding the last fighter. Throwing the body away, the young man noted that people really should listen to what they are told and added that there are those who do not. Calling the merchant with his hand, the guy told him to come closer. Standing in front of him, the protagonist explained that if he answered his questions, he would leave unharmed and asked if he understood the conditions. The man answered affirmatively. Suddenly the hero grabbed him by the clothes, saying that it was wonderful. Clenching his fist tightly, the young man explained that if he had answered his questions the first time, he would not have had to touch him, but he himself decided to resist. Swinging his fist, the fighter asked him not to worry, because it would be done so that he would at least be able to speak. The man's face was all bruised when he said that everything had turned out that way. The hero, swinging his fist, asked if he could say everything like a human being, and the advisor shouted that he would say everything as it is. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man asked if it was true that the Huashan sect had borrowed more than 100,000 yang, and he answered affirmatively. The guy closed his eyes. The man put his hands out in front of him when the fighter called out to him. Pointing his finger, the protagonist noted that if he now fleeced the merchant blind, he would not have 100, let alone 10,000. The young man frowned and asked if he still claimed that they had lent the nearly collapsed Huashan school 100,000 yang. The man raised his finger and explained that it was all about interest, because they were lending at a high interest rate, and if the loan was not repaid, the interest would continue to rise. The young man closed his eyes and listened to him say that after that, the principal loan seemed insignificant compared to the interest. The protagonist hit him again, asking if he was proud of it. The man was lying on the ground when the protagonist asked him if he owned a cotton shop, to which he answered in the affirmative. Raising his head, the advisor listened to the young man's question about when he had managed to buy the shop. Looking at him, the young man listened to his answer that the cotton shop had belonged to his family since time immemorial, but the young man understood that this simply could not be true. Having imagined the city before, the boy knew that this shop was one of the sect's enterprises and also all the profitable enterprises in this place belonged to Huashan, and thanks to the sect, Huayin was able to grow to the level of a county, because before it was a forgotten village. While beating the man, the protagonist thought that the management of this shop was transferred to trusted people, but when Huashan fell into decline, they most likely took over the business. The young man suddenly turned around when he heard someone calling out to him. Someone stood up, saying that he had cowardly attacked them from behind. The man, holding the hilt of the sword, shouted that judging by his skill, He was not a simple warrior and asked who he was. Opening his mouth wide, the bodyguard introduced himself and said that the young man should be familiar with this name. After letting go of the man, the guy apologized for his poor knowledge and asked what would happen if the opponent found out the fighter's identity. Standing in front of him, the guard shouted that he needed to know who would die from his sword, while the hero noted that he had recently fainted from one blow. Frowning, the swordsman thought about what an upstart this man was. He began to take his sword out of its sheath. Immediately after, the opponent rushed to attack, shouting for the young man to defend himself. Jongbin, gritting his teeth, flew at the guy. Standing in front of him, the protagonist understood that there was clearly an influential family behind him, but his skill, strength, and speed were stupid to compare with the guy. The hero's blade lay on the ground when he thought that he might be weaker than the enemy. His sword was already flying into his hand when the guy thought that speed and strength are not yet an indicator of power. Immediately after, the hero repelled the enemy's attack. Suddenly, the man's mouth opened in surprise. Holding the opponent's blade, the young man knew that they had a huge difference in experience, but the hero still had the memories of the noble plum blossom blade. Frowning, the protagonist knew that if he was not strong enough, he should just use the enemy's strength. Suddenly, the enemy flew back. Immediately after, the hero turned the blade slightly. The young man swung his sword to strike. Suddenly, some petals began to appear near his face. The man's mouth was wide open in surprise when the fighter said that he should study more and come back later. The guy passed through his enemy, using 24 palms of the plum blossom sword. The sword was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the weapon began to rise in the guy's hand when he said that the enemy should know his place. The young man turned around when he heard a cry that this simply could not be. Looking at the advisor, the protagonist realized that he had completely forgotten about this person, and he should not have shown his style like that. The merchant opened one eye when the hero thought that perhaps he recognized him, because the guy even drew a bud and he should have guessed. With his mouth slightly open, the man said that it was a polished, and at the same time exciting technique, which speaks of an excellent level of skill, and added that the most important thing was that he managed to catch a barely perceptible note of freshness. The guy, looking back, could not understand where he caught the freshness, and realized that this would not work at all. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked if the young man from Zhongnan had arrived. They silently looked at each other. The hero, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was true. A cloudy sky appeared when the merchant said that he would answer all the fighters' questions. Some mountains were visible. 2 people were standing in front of the door. Ghoul, biting his nail, asked his comrade where the young man could be now. The latter asked him to calm down. Looking at him, the guy exclaimed. Then John explained that the hero was not some kind of fool. Opening his mouth, the student also noted that he would return before it was too late. Looking at the door, he also added that the main thing was that no harm happened to him. Some sounds came from behind the door. It began to open. The young man, opening it, asked if everything was okay. Ghoul closed the door behind him. Zhang, looking at him, noted that they should ask this and inquired if everything went well. Putting on his clothes, the protagonist said that they just had a heart-to-heart talk and also noted that he was even given money for the trip. The young man adjusted his sleeve. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked if the fighter from Zhongnan had arrived. The guy, adjusting his belt, understood that he was not exposed and therefore everything went well, but also realized that he was a little sad about it. The hero looked down and thought that no matter how great the plum blossom sword style was, it was no longer the symbol of Huashan, but Zhongsan, who had spent his entire life in Huayin, still did not recognize their sect even after seeing this style. His comrade looked at him and asked him why he had left the school. The young man smiled and said that children did not need to know such things. Ghoul, standing in front of him, said that the boy was also a child, but he replied that it did not matter and asked him to gather the others, because it was time for training. His comrade opened his mouth and asked if it was necessary today. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked him to listen. Clenching his fist, the boy said that no matter the rain, snow, or wind, from today onwards they should not miss a single training session, and even if everything was covered with snow, even if there was a severe frost, and even if Huashan collapsed, they still should not give themselves a rest. Ghoul, smiling, said that he would gather everyone now and realized that he was extremely determined. The young man, sitting in front of him, explained that he himself would not train, because he still had things to do. Zhang, with his mouth slightly open, noted that only the younger one could conduct the training. Turning his head, the student also added that if he expected productivity from all of them, then it would be better for him to conduct it himself, and the protagonist agreed. Leaving, the comrade also asked if he would conduct the training, and the hero answered affirmatively. The guy lay down on the bed. Opening his eyes, the young man tried to understand what he should do now. Remembering those merchants, the protagonist realized that the former trustees had taken over the entire business. Also remembering the school on fire, he realized that when the Mahas broke into Huashan, the fire consumed the entire accounting, which was the only proof of ownership of Huashan, and if all this had survived, then nothing would have happened. Imagining how he would attack the merchants, the young man assumed that he should simply break in and deal with them all. The hero was still lying on the bed, realizing that he couldn't do this, because otherwise everyone would think that Huashan had incited the child to commit a crime and therefore needed some kind of loophole. Closing his eyes, the protagonist knew that he needed a solution in which the sect would not pay the merchant's debts, namely, proof that all the enterprises originally belonged to Huashan. Raising his leg, the guy tried to figure out where he could find such proof. The hero grabbed his head with his hands. Memories of the elder making some notes appeared in his head. He also remembered that whenever he came to him, he would immediately hide that thin book. The young man's eyes suddenly opened. Opening his mouth, the hero thought about that book. Jumping up, the protagonist realized that this only meant that the ledger was kept somewhere else. The protagonist opened his mouth and realized that there were an infinite number of enterprises in Huashan's domain, and all the information about them could not fit on just a couple of pages. Imagining a certain corridor, the guy realized that all this must be stored in a secret storage facility, which only the head had access to. Imagining the head's house, the hero knew that this storage facility was only mentioned in a couple of rumors, but it must exist and was most likely located in the head's house. Grabbing his head, the protagonist also realized that the head's house remained in the same place. Imagining this place, the young man thought that the storage facility should be located next to the house, and at the same time not be conspicuous, and most likely it was a hill behind the house. Smiling, the guy realized that it must be in the ground, and if the storage facility was placed inside the hill, then no one would be able to guess about its existence, unless this place was a ghost. Opening his mouth, the hero realized that an unscheduled treasure hunt was beginning. Immediately after, the fighter opened the window. Jumping out of the house, the young man knew that he would have to open the hiding place and mentally ask the great leader to understand the situation, and also realized that he should try to revive Huashan first. Landing on the wall, the hero decided to immediately give the ledger to the leader if he managed to get hold of it. A certain stick was lying on his shoulder. Smiling, the boy jumped off the wall. A bright flash appeared among the mountains. The young man, sitting on the ground, shouted that he would not die like this for long. Being in the forest, the hero realized that even if it was a small hill, a mountain is a mountain, and searching such a place is not an easy task. The boy looked down. Blue energy permeated his body. Something began to appear in his hands. Immediately after, the young man lowered his hands to the ground. A bright beam passed through the ground when the hero thought that if the energy collided with a large empty space, then this place would be a storage. Having imagined this mountain, the protagonist understood that he did not know the location of this storage at all. But even so, there could not be a cavity in the ground for another reason. Having fallen to the ground, the guy said that he was going to die now and realized that this place was not here. The young man was still lying on the ground. A bright flash lit up the mountains again, when the hero shouted that he would still try again. Suddenly, a bright flash reached a certain area. The guy's eyes opened wider. The glow was still coming from his hands. Suddenly it disappeared. Taking the tool in his hands, the hero realized that he had managed to find this place. Swinging the pickaxe, the protagonist knew that now he just needed to dig up this storage. Hitting the tool on the ground, the young man understood that if he managed to see this place, then everything would be fine. Below was some kind of brick floor. The protagonist gaped, trying to figure out if the roof was made of ordinary stone, since the Huashan ledger and other valuables were supposed to be kept there. The young man lifted one of the bricks with his hand. Immediately after, the hero looked inside the room. There was a corridor, and the boy realized that he had found a place that led to the dungeon. Suddenly, someone's foot appeared there. The protagonist's eyes widened. The leader was walking there. Looking at him, the hero realized that he had known about the existence of this place after all. Suddenly, the old man stopped. The man put his hand on the wall in front of him. The boy's eyes were still wide open. Looking at the old man, the hero assumed that this cracked wall was the entrance to the dungeon. The leader's hand trembled as the boy tried to understand what he was doing. The old man bowed his head. The young man, looking at him, understood that he was not trying to do anything with her. The man was still standing in front of the wall when the boy realized that he simply could not do anything. Imagining the entrance to the school, the hero thought that Huashan was falling apart, and this could not be avoided, and because of this, ignorance was flourishing, the state was falling into decline, and therefore managing the school in such a situation simply led to a dead end. Looking down, the protagonist understood that the headman was seeing Huashan, to which he had dedicated his entire life, collapsing, and he was interested in what his heart was feeling. His hand was still shaking when the young man thought that the headman could not share this with anyone, because he was the kind of person who should become a support for his students. The old man bowed his head when the young man realized that in this place the headman was left alone with his pain and sadness. The sun appeared from behind the mountains. Light was seeping through a hole in the ceiling. The hero jumped down. He was in the middle of this long corridor. Peering into the darkness, the young man understood that his guilt was great. Suddenly, the boy turned around, realizing that it was not too late. Looking at the door behind him, the protagonist understood that he first needed to open this damned door. The young man placed his hand on it. The energy from his body went straight to the door. It came straight from his hand. Suddenly, the boy's eyes opened wider. Looking up, the hero realized that the wall reflected his energy. Looking at the wall, the protagonist realized that this was eternal iron, which was as thick as an arm, and remembered that this was the most valuable metal, which was even more expensive than gold, but this dungeon was made of it. Keeping his hand on the door, the boy understood that only the strongest fighters could destroy such a door, and now he understood why the leader did not even have the courage to try to open it. Light penetrated the corridor through the hole, when the young man realized that the problem was that he could not cut this door either. Standing in front of it, Kianmayan thought that his elder did not have the skill to cut the eternal iron, and if this is a door, and the elder calmly entered inside, then there is a way to open it, and realized that he just needs to know it. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. The guy reached out with his hands to the door. Putting them on the barrier, the young man noticed this drawing on the door. Touching it, the hero realized that these are not drawings, but lines from a sword. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that this is the style of the plum blossom sword, 24 palms, because the trace of the sword is very similar to this style. Looking at the traces, the guy understood that this is the skill of the bamboo leaf, which is the secret of the art of the plum blossom sword, and this is the prince of 6 interactions, and therefore everything begins to come together, since perhaps this is the key that will help him open the door. Exhaling, the hero knew that there will be several stages here. Imagining fencing with this style, the protagonist thought that only by combining the bamboo mastery, 6 interactions and 24 palms, a fighter would be able to reveal the true power of the plum blossom sword style, which was the way to open the door. Looking at the center, the hero realized that he had figured out the activation method, but he still had some problem. Tilting his head, the young man did not know how to do this. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy understood that if this were in his previous body, there would be no problems. But now he has the body of an ordinary teenager. Although the technique is preserved in his memory, he has the ability to reproduce it, but this body does not have enough energy to implement all the stages at once. Clutching his head, the young man said that he did not want to do this at all, realizing that this was his last exit. Immediately after, the hero put his hand on his stomach. Something began to glow in that place when the protagonist thought that it would take him about a month to recover. This cloud of energy began to grow. Suddenly, a purple aura began to emanate from it. The entire corridor was illuminated by its light. When the young man thought that this was the circulation of natural chi, the force that maintains life in a person from birth, in other words, it is simply life energy. Frowning, the hero knew that using this energy, he must be prepared to pay a high price for it, but in this situation, he had no other choice. His chi took on a bright pink hue. His blade also took on such a glow. Gritting his teeth, the guy knew that he only needed to do this once, and he just needed to endure it. Wiping the blood from his face, the hero tried to figure out if he would succeed and immediately realized that he should succeed, despite the fact that he had to be reborn in a body that he had not yet gotten used to. Immediately after, the guy put his leg out. Quickly moving forward, the young man realized that he would not have a second chance. Immediately after, the hero swung his blade. Blood sprayed out of his mouth again. Holding the sword in his hand, the protagonist realized that he was doing everything too slowly and that his body and mind were already at their limit. The guy squeezed the handle of the blade with force. After that, the hero pulled his leg back. The young man made 4 quick strikes, moving from 6 interactions to bamboo mastery. Immediately after, he made 4 more attacks, moving to the technique of 24 plum blossom palms, trying not to break the connection for a second. The protagonist quickly spun, making strikes. Bright beams went straight to the drawing on the wall. Blood splashed out of the guy's mouth again. The drawing on the wall took on a pink glow. Blood splashes were visible on the floor. Wiping his mouth, the young man tried to understand if it worked. Looking at the resulting drawing, the hero understood that even if this door did not open like that, it would be a complete collapse for him. All the hollows were filled with glow. The guy was still sitting in front of this door. Suddenly, the hero turned around and immediately looked in the other direction. A small crack appeared. A small opening appeared in front of the young man. The protagonist smiled widely and realized that the door had opened. Blood spurted out of his mouth again. Drops of it were running down the door. The hero was breathing heavily. Kneeling down, the boy realized that he would have to recover for at least another 2 months after this, and realized that he was having an extremely difficult time reviving his school. After that, the hero began to rise. He stood in front of the door. The boy wiped the blood from his face with his finger. Opening his mouth, the boy said that it was time to see what the elder had been hiding so diligently. The protagonist began to open the door in front of him. It began to open wider and wider. The door opened completely. Looking into the room, the boy did not understand why there were only 3 bookcases, because it seemed to him that there would be more. Looking to the side, the boy remembered that only the best of the best could afford a huge storage made of eternal iron. Taking one of the books in his hand, the hero noted that the elder complained every day that he had no money, despite the fact that he spent everything here. The guy turned the book over in his hand. Suddenly, his mouth fell open. Opening it, the protagonist shouted that he had managed to find the Huashan ledger. Looking at the symbols on the pages, the guy said that in addition to the original in the finance and economics pavilion, the elder also made a copy. Reaching out for the rest of the books, the young man understood that now all those damned merchants would come to an end. Many books were lying in his clothes. Looking at the cabinet, the hero wondered if there was really nothing here except paper. Putting his hand to his side, the protagonist understood that it would be good if the elder hid the bribes, because now they would come in handy, since he would have the opportunity to eat, drink to his heart's content, and eventually create the basis for the revival of the sect. Taking another book, the hero wondered what else the elder could have expected and what he kept in the second cabinet. Opening it, the young man read about a certain secret technique and wondered if it was practiced anywhere. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Holding the open book in his hands, he realized that these were not current teachings. Standing in front of the bookshelf, the young man realized that these were forgotten teachings, almost lost by the school. Remembering the elder head, the hero thought that it was probably difficult for him to destroy even teachings that were not supposed to be passed on to the next generation. Closing the book, the protagonist realized that he hid them here in case they had a bad influence on Huashan in the future. Standing in front of the shelf, the boy thought that if the first cabinet proved that the elder had faithfully fulfilled his duty as the head of Huashan, then the second one contained his worries and love for this school. Holding the book in his hands, the hero knew that the elder should not worry, because the hero would do everything to make the school the same. Frowning, the boy realized that the school should rise even higher than it was in the past. Then he turned his head to the side. Looking at the third cabinet, the young man noticed that there was only one package. The hero took it in his hands. Opening his mouth, the protagonist read that this document was personally signed by the head. Looking at the document, the young man read that if someone happens to read this text, it means that he has been approved by the head of the new generation, and also read that sometimes one line on paper contains more than 100 words spoken out loud. Standing in the middle of the repository, the young man read that the head expresses his will in this letter. The man wrote on the piece of paper that being the head of Huashan does not mean keeping the school in a tight rein, and if the reader is the successor, then he should already know about this. Looking at the paper, the head wrote that those who really lead the school are its students, children who strive to become better. The man remembered his students and wrote that the head only acts as a guide, that he protects them, helping the students to realize their potential. The school appeared and the head wrote that he wanted the reader to not worry about how to manage this place after becoming the head, because Huashan is Huashan, it is a spirit, an energy that no one has the power to tame and push around at will. The man remembered how he stood with his back turned and wrote that even in decline, even experiencing a new heyday, Huashan continues to exist. The head turned around. There was a smile on his face and the young man read that in order for the aspirations of the school, carefully protected by the ancestors, not to fade away and for the school to continue to exist for many years, they educate successors and pass on their will to them, and he, as the eldest and previous head, will have to shoulder this heavy burden on the shoulders of the successor. The guy looked at this document. Immediately after, the hero folded it back, saying that this old man really loves meaningless talk. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist realized that he had not gotten what he had hoped for, but what he had should be enough. Turning around, the guy knew that the most important thing was that he had managed to get the ledger. Leaving the room, the young man realized that with the help of this ledger, he would be able to return all the business that belonged to Huashan. Turning around abruptly, the hero thought about the structure of the storage facility. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked himself if the structure of this place aroused some suspicions in him. Imagining the previous head, the young man understood that he was too fastidious and meticulous, because even the kerosene lamps were symmetrical so that the light evenly flooded his room. Looking at the third cabinet, the guy realized that only this cabinet was completely empty. The hero put his hand on one of the shelves. Suddenly, the young man grabbed it with his hands. Picking it up, the protagonist knew that there should definitely be something in it. The guy lowered the furniture to the floor. In the previous place of the cabinet, there was a hole. The hero looked into this place. Opening his mouth wide, he realized that he had found a secret hole. Looking there, the hero knew that there must be something there. The guy jumped down. Suddenly his eyes opened even wider. Gold lay in front and the young man realized that he had managed to find tempting gold bars, tightly stacked on top of each other. He also noticed weapons and realized that he had managed to find precious swords, neatly arranged by the wall. Sitting on the floor, the hero realized that he had found a mountain of wealth and secret techniques unknown to him. Taking the jewelry in his hands, the guy laughed. The sky appeared and the cry of the young man was heard about how he had become a rich man. The headman's house was visible. The man exhaled. Standing in front of the window, the old man understood that the morning had come and this day would bring joy to someone, but for him the day would be full of despair. Hyunjong closed his eyes and remembered that there were only 5 days left of the time that the owner of Kong had given him. The door to his house appeared. The man suddenly turned around when he heard his name being called. Opening the door, the old man asked what had happened. The assistant, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he would tell him more about it on the way, since he himself needed to see it. The old man, looking at him, asked where he needed to go and added that since he said that the matter was really urgent, then it was okay to go there without details. The two of them jumped. They ran through the forest. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened wider. The leader jumped over the fallen students. Continuing to run, the man asked what had happened to the poor children, and the assistant explained that they were just training on their own in the morning. They stopped when Ngam said that they had arrived. The protagonist was sitting there. Suddenly, he looked to the side when he was called. The assistant, with his mouth wide open, called the boy and asked where he was. The young man, standing to the side, asked them to come to him. With his mouth wide open, the leader shouted a question about what had happened here. An exhausted boy stood in front of him. Pointing somewhere, the hero explained that he should look there, because it was an extremely important matter, while the old man said something about how the student's condition was more important to him. Looking somewhere, the leader tried to understand what was being discussed that was so important. There was something too bright in front of him. The light flooded his face. The same thing happened to the young man. There lay a bag of gold and other things, when the hero said that he had found it by accident. The man, turning around, shouted a question about how this was even possible, while the young man said that he had most likely overdone it with training, and then the leader sent him to rest. Sweat was running down the old man's face. His gaze was directed at the gold. Trembling, the old man understood that the books were more important than all this. The man stretched out his hands towards them, realizing that it was the accounting of the enterprises of the great Huashan clan in Huayin. Suddenly the man pulled his hand away. Squinting, the head knew that if he opened the book carelessly, he could accidentally tear it, and then he would not be able to close his eyes until his death. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. The old man reached out his hand to the book again. Immediately after, the man opened it. His eyes were wide open. Suddenly, his head flew back. Immediately after, the man fell to the ground and the assistant tried to call out to him. The man opened his eyes slightly. Jumping out of bed, Hyunjong shouted that there were 7 postulates of the wild plum sword. The old man was sitting on it. The headman's house appeared and his shouts were heard asking if something had happened to the box, and the assistant answered in the affirmative, and then the old man asked to call him the head of the finance department. The man was holding a book in his hands. The financier, smiling, said that these were all originals. The chief, sitting in front of him, asked if this was true, and the subordinate answered in the affirmative and added that he had even checked the authenticity of the property rights. With his mouth open, the man said that these were all government certificates that could serve as evidence. The chief looked at him when he said that they could return all of Huayin's enterprises, including Taiha Tower, right now, and all of these treasures would easily cover the debt of 100,000 yang. The old man bowed his head, realizing that he was only hearing good news now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Remembering the protagonist earlier, the chief realized that no one expected that one child who wanted to change their hearts would raise the school from its knees. Starkey suddenly clenched his fists. Rising from his chair, the man realized that if the ledger was real, then he needed to call someone. Raising his hand, Hyunjong shouted that everyone listed in the ledger of Huayin's enterprises should come. Mountains appeared. The merchants were going up and someone behind them asked them not to push. The owner turned around and said that there was only a little bit left to Huashan, and the others should just be patient. The advisor, going up, understood that as soon as he got the money, he would forget about this terrible place. With his mouth slightly open, the man knew that he could not even look at this place anymore. One of the merchants, walking behind, asked why the chief had suddenly called them up the mountain, and the second asked whether he had really prepared their money. The leader, standing in front, noted that 100,000 niang was hardly a small amount. With his mouth slightly open, he assumed that the chief simply wanted to ask for help, since he had nowhere to get that much money. Remembering the entrance to the school, Khan also noted that there was no point in begging on the day of reckoning, and therefore the old man called them in advance. There were 2 merchants standing in front of the advisor, and one of them was saying that the leader had ordered them to come simply to beg for help, and that the man had never met such shameless debtors in his life, while the other said that even though he had problems with his debt, the old man was still the leader of a great school, and so there was no point in speaking so rudely about him. With his mouth open, the man hoped that they would not simply be left without money. They were still climbing higher, when the advisor thought that the mere appearance of a man from Zhongnan meant that they also had plans for the Huashan estate, and also remembered that his share would be equal to 5,000 niangs, on which he would be able to live his entire life, denying himself nothing, and he would no longer have to engage in trade. They all stood in front of the entrance. The owner raised his head, realizing that they all shared similar feelings. The merchants were breathing heavily and the leader realized that they were all overcome with bitter thoughts about the legacy of Huashan, because the one that had stood guard over Huayin for centuries would be cut off by his hands. The advisor also looked up when Kong realized that if they did not make concessions to the leader today, the school would not last even 7 days. But they still climbed the mountain to shake out the debt that was swollen like cotton soaked in water. A grin appeared on his face. Someone came out to them. The assistant bowed and greeted everyone. They were still standing in front of the entrance when the man said that the leader was already waiting for them. The old man was looking somewhere. All the merchants were standing in front of his house. The leader bowed and greeted him. With his hands behind his back, the leader noted that they had to go through such a dangerous path to get here. The old man closed his eyes and listened to them say that they had a lot of work to do, but the leader must have more, and so they had to come. Then Hyunjong said that it must have been hard for them to climb the mountain and offered them some tea. They all stood there with their heads bowed. Raising his head slightly, the leader apologized for his impudence and added that they would prefer to solve pressing issues rather than idle pleasure. The old man looked at them silently. Opening his mouth, he said that he had acted selfishly. Squinting, Khan listened to him say that he had truly gathered them all here in order to tell them about Huashan's position. They all stood there as the old man said that he had been searching for a long time, trying to find, seizing any opportunity to pay them off. Exhaling, the owner listened to him say that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to repay the debt on time. The man still stood in front of him. Smiling, the fat man noted that they had given him enough time and that they also needed to live on something, so they could not delay this date any longer. He paused, his mouth slightly open. The old man, looking at him, explained that he would not be able to return all the money, but he could pay off part of the debt. Holding his hands in front of him, the leader asked if there was anyone present who was willing to wait a little longer. Bowing, Hyunjong asked them to help the school. The merchants silently looked at him. The advisor's eyes widened. The leader still stood with his head bowed. The hero looked at them from behind. Propping his head on his hand, the young man noted that this was probably what the old man had decided to do. Looking at them, the protagonist still did not understand his motives. Looking at him, the boy assumed that he was doing this in order to push them into the underworld or perhaps wanted to show mercy. Continuing to look forward, the boy knew that Hyunjong was not as simple as he seemed. The entrance to Huashan's territory appeared as the young man thought about how secrecy was an essential trait for the leader of an entire clan. A weapon rack appeared and the young man realized that even if there were followers living here, the true nature of Huashan was that it was still a nameless clan. Lying on the roof, the hero realized that this was why the leader must be able to handle profits and losses. The man looked down as the boy tried to figure out if he was overcome by anger. The owner, smiling, reminded him that they had already said that they could no longer delay the payment date, because even last time it was a problem. Suddenly, his mouth fell open as the old man said that this time he was asking not only Khan. Squinting, the leader noted that Huashan's debt was 100,000 yang and each of those present should receive a different amount. Opening his mouth, the old man explained that he was asking those who were willing to delay their payment date. All the merchants' eyes widened in surprise. The owner frowned, realizing that this was just a pathetic trick. The chief, looking at them, listened to the question of whether he would be able to pay off the debt immediately to those who could not make a concession. Standing in front of them, the old man noted that maybe the Huashan school was not the same as in the old days, but this did not mean that no one would lend them a helping hand, and although he had not managed to collect 100,000, part had already been prepared, and the chief added that this was precisely why he was turning to them with a request, because the school would definitely pay everyone who understood their situation today. The owner, with his mouth open, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. With his eyes widened, the advisor asked if he would thank him if the date was postponed. The man looked at the chief when he answered affirmatively. Raising his hand, the advisor asked the old man to answer honestly, because they understood that the Huashan school could collapse even tomorrow. Some of the merchants started to talk when the advisor said that they could trust and postpone the payment date. The rest also talked with their mouths wide open, while the man asked if this meant that they might be left without money at all. Frowning, the advisor asked on what basis they could trust the school. The old man exhaled. Immediately after, he opened his eyes. The man's eyes widened after the leader asked if the name and history of Huashan were not enough for them. Suddenly, the owner smiled. Opening his mouth wide, the fat man began to laugh. The young man continued to look at them. Opening his mouth wide, the owner continued to laugh and asked if he was pressing too hard. The old man looked at him. Opening his mouth slightly, the leader asked if this was really pressure and explained that in that case, he would ask a counter question. Opening his mouth wide, Hyunjong asked what Huashan meant to them, because did the name and history of this place have no value for them? The school had appeared earlier, and the old man asked who among them would take the name Huashan lightly, and who would call the history of this school meaningless. Introducing the city in the past, the leader also said that this place was currently in decline, but Huashan had always been inextricably linked with Huayin and shared its soul and energy with the merchants. Looking away, the messenger listened to his words that the old man wanted each of them to think again about what this place meant to them while standing here. The owner also closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, the man said that he had a certain suggestion. The leader of the group pointed his finger to the side. Pointing to a place nearby, Khan suggested that everyone who wanted to postpone the payment date should go to the other side. Stamping his foot, the man also added that those who did not agree and wanted to receive the money today should stay where they were. Turning around, the owner also noted that the responsibility for this decision would lie solely with them. Squinting, Khan added that they shouldn't expect the trade alliance to come to their defense if they were suddenly left without money. Opening his mouth, the leader explained that it was time to make a choice. The merchants looked away. So did the others. They all stood in place. A smile appeared on the man's face. Spreading his arms, the fat man said that no one was going to postpone the date. Suddenly, someone took a step. The advisor walked away from them. The owner, watching him go, called out to him. The leader was also watching this man. Opening his mouth, Khan shouted a question about what his comrade was thinking. Opening his mouth, the ward asked him not to make such a face, because he already knew that this was the act of a traitor. Squinting, the owner looked at him. Looking at him, the advisor noted that Khan was not from Hawaiian after all. The man looked down and explained that he had settled in this place as a son-in-law, and so he did not understand what Huashan meant to Hawaiian. A child appeared. His father pointed to the mountain, and the advisor told him that they had all grown up on it, and told him about this school, and everyone said that he could become a great master if he could join this school. The child looked at the mountain. The child grew up. He still looked at the mountain, and the man explained that even after learning that he did not have the talent to enter it, he had to grow up surrounded by stories about this place, how Huashan stood guard over the world and Shangxi. Squinting, the owner asked why he suddenly decided to talk about this. Looking down, the man explained that his father and grandfather were also raised like this, and that this place is so proud. Looking at the others, the advisor noted that after receiving the money, they would simply leave here and it would be very useful to them somewhere in Hangzhou, and added that he himself had spent his entire life on these lands. Squinting, the fat man asked if this was the only reason for refusing such a large sum of money. Looking at the man, the owner said that he would regret it. Sweat ran down the man's face as he thought about how, while climbing the mountain, he had only thought about how he would receive the money and live in luxury. Clenching his fist tightly, the advisor realized that he was saying such a thing for no reason at all. Standing at a distance from the others, the merchant also added that he was still able to feed himself. Opening his mouth, the man explained that even if he did not receive the money, he would still be able to live, perhaps regretting that he had not taken it then. Looking at the chapter, the advisor also noted that if he were to tear Huashan apart brick by brick, he would regret it until his death, surrounded by useless money. Looking at the rest of the group, the man said that he did not want such a life. Raising his hand, the owner explained that he could do as he wanted and nothing would change because of him alone. Suddenly, the fat man looked to the side when someone asked why the man was alone. Several more merchants were crossing to the other side. Behind the advisor, there were 4 more people. The leader's mouth fell open. The leader looked at them. Immediately after, the old man bowed his head. Looking at them, the leader noted that he was pleased to know that there were still those who revered Huashan. The advisor turned around when the leader asked the assistant to bring something. Unam put a box on the ground. It contained books. Gritting his teeth, the owner realized that it was the ledger of Hawaiian County. The leader, looking at the fat man, noted that since ancient times, the school had been kind to all of them. Opening his mouth, the old man said that they had repaid Huashan with betrayal. Sweat appeared on Kong's face. The leader stamped his foot and shouted that based on these documents, Huashan would confiscate all the businesses they managed. Standing in front of them, he also shouted that all the property they had acquired would also be confiscated. The merchants raised their hands and shouted out a question about what this all meant. Looking at them, the old man explained that it was as he had said. The owner, holding the book in his hands, noted that this joke had gone too far. Opening his mouth, the leader said that it was unfortunate that the owner of such a great school as Huashan looked like a joker in his eyes. Slamming the book shut, the man asked him to wait. Holding the book in his hands, Kong noted that they could not know for sure whether this was true or not. The old man, with his hands behind his back, asked him if he wanted to accuse Huashan of forging material evidence, and he replied that he could simply have been misled by this fake ledger. The leader looked at him silently. He closed his eyes and noted that there might be some sense in what he had said. The roof of a house appeared and the old man's request for the assistant to call the head of the finance pavilion was heard. Henan was rubbing his beard. Squinting, the director said that the veracity of the ledger required a thorough investigation. The merchants raised their hands and shouted that it was true and they needed to confirm everything. Suddenly, the man turned around. He turned his leg and began to say something. Henan grinned and explained that, having foreseen such doubts, he had sent half of the ledger to the Hawaiian government 2 days ago and that they were now being confirmed as authentic. The owner's mouth opened wide. Imagining the city, Khan realized that if the officials began a thorough investigation of the enterprise during their absence, and since all the merchants were currently at Huashan School, They simply would not be able to fight back, and the main goal was to lure them out of the city. His mouth was still wide open. Looking at the books, the leader knew that 2 days would be enough to check all the ledgers. Clenching his fists, the fat man realized that the documents in the box had already been checked. Gritting his teeth, Khan realized that the government army was already waiting at the foot of the mountain, ready to confiscate them. The old man looked at them, when suddenly someone called out to him. Opening his mouth wide, the leader shouted at them to moderate their ardor, since they had no right to open their mouths. With his hands behind his back, Hyunjong said that they had pushed away the outstretched hand of a close friend who had fallen into trouble. They all lowered their eyes when the old man said that they had even stabbed such a friend in the back, and therefore were no longer worthy of being called friends. Looking at them, the leader told them to go back, since everything would end as soon as they returned to Huayin. Gritting his teeth, Khan listened to him say that he had originally planned to confiscate everything without leaving anything behind, but for their hard work, they would be allowed to take 1 cart of goods. Frowning, the owner said that he would not remain in debt. Immediately after, the man turned around. He began to walk away. All the merchants looked after him. The advisor turned around, listening to the leader's words about how they had not lost their humanity until the last moment. Looking at them, the old man said that their enterprises would also belong to Huashan and that would not change, and that the school would also return everything that was lost. Closing his eyes, Hyunjong noted that he would allow them to continue to manage the enterprises on the ground and make a profit. Looking at them, the old man also suggested that they discuss their future cooperation and asked them to go inside. The advisor, looking down, understood that this was clearly better than depending on the owner of Khan, but in an instant, he had to turn from the owner to the deputy. The man closed his eyes. The mountain appeared when the merchant was trying to understand what his grandfather had done. The young man, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about what cart the man was talking about and also shouted that he was a simpleton. Having jumped, the hero continued to shout a question about who allowed him to throw away Huashan's property. The cart was moving along the road. They were merchants. One of them was frowning. Imagining those guards, the man remembered that when they came down from the mountain, the enterprises were already occupied by government troops, and they were extremely unfriendly, and if not for the request of the head, they would have already been taken away by the convoy. Looking at the owner, the merchant understood that everything would have been fine if they had not listened to this man. With his mouth wide open, the man asked what they should do now. Khan did not turn around when his comrade continued to say that all this happened only because they trusted the owner. The fat man squinted and asked if he had accused him. The man behind him replied in the negative. Kong placed the handles on the ground. Raising his hand, the leader asked him not to talk nonsense, and added that they just needed to find shelter from the rain for now, and asked if he really thought the ledger was genuine. Open-mouthed, Kong said that it was a fake and that the chief had simply slipped them a counterfeit. Another merchant standing behind him asked if the government had confirmed its authenticity, and added that he had sneaked a look at the document, and its contents were true. Spreading his arms, the former owner explained that they had all conspired with the chief to divide the property between them. Frowning, the fat man said that they needed to go to Luoyang first. Clenching his fist tightly, the leader explained that if these bastards were pressuring them with their power, then they just needed to find a way to deal with them. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them and said that this was nonsense. The hero stood before them. The man looked at him and asked if he had said that, and the boy asked if he saw anyone else there. Squinting, Khan tried to understand why this man was dressed as a robber in broad daylight, and assumed that he was an old man. Waving his hand, the owner asked if he had set his sights on their property, and told him to get out of here if he did not want to lose his life. The boy's hand appeared and he shouted that he was not going to rob them, but simply take what was rightfully his. Squinting, Khan tried to understand what he meant. Opening his mouth, the man asked if he was from the Huashan school. Suddenly, someone flew over the carts as the fat man was saying that he was about to give someone from that school a beating. Many people began to appear. One of them had an extremely serious face. The bodyguards rushed to the attack. They all flew at the student. The boy looked up. Suddenly, the hero jumped. Immediately after, the boy found himself in front of one of the opponents. The hero attacked him with the hilt of his sword. He hit the second opponent in the jaw. The third one got hit in the back of the head. The protagonist attacked everyone with lightning speed. Letting go of the blade, the boy said that he apparently did not know. The fat man, with his mouth open, listened to the boy's words about how, for a long time, anyone who did not listen to him did not return with their legs intact. Squinting, Khan assumed that there were still masters left in Huashan. Some bodyguards rose to their feet when the owner ordered them to leave. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he did not understand why someone like the boy was hiding within four walls, because if he were at the forefront, Huashan would not have sunk to the bottom. Standing in place, Khan noted that he had chosen an extremely unfortunate time. Some energy appeared in front of the boy when the owner said that he would die by his hand and his dead body would be a message for the chief. An aura began to appear around the merchant when he said that the old man must be very upset if such a disciple died by Khan's hand. The man rushed to attack. The youth, looking at him, explained that he knew that he was not at all so simple and did not look like an ordinary owner of a farmstead in a provincial county. The boy pulled the sword in its sheath, saying that he would not touch the enemy's mouth. The man had already jumped to attack. An explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The man put both hands on the ground. The man remained in the same position for some time. Khan, looking straight ahead, thought that even a tiger would put all his strength into catching a rabbit. The stranger in the mask was getting closer and closer. The youth looked at the owner of the pavilion in front of him. The protagonist, stopping, thought that the man looked like he was about to fall asleep. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Chunmian thought that he would erase this expression in an instant. The hero rushed into battle. The student was very surprised. A second later, they were already a meter away from each other. The enemy touched the weapon with his fist. Magic rushed through the fist. The enemy was frightened by what happened. Looking at the man, the protagonist mentally explained his actions, that he blocked the charged fist, and the energy gushed back. Throwing the weapon back over his shoulder, the student advised him to stop, because he slowed down a lot. Khan got angry when he heard the phrase that his fingers would explode if there were a couple more such blows. Magic energy began to accumulate in the pavilion owner's leg. A moment later, he made a turn with his leg. The swordsman's next action was to attack. Something exploded in front of the enemy. The protagonist appeared behind the enemy. The hero touched the weapon with his hand again. A charge of energy passed through his hand again. Looking at his opponent, Chunmian said that, as he said, the fingers would suffer first. The dark-haired man fell to his knees. The man looked at the protruding veins on his hand. Grabbing his hand, Khan thought that the masked stranger was not strong or fast at all, but only looked like he could beat 10 people. The next thing the guy did was turn around. Having made another blow, the man realized that he still couldn't do anything to him, because even though he was constantly hesitating, he was choosing the perfect moment, moving in the right direction and at the right distance. Grinning, he continued to think that there was nothing superfluous in the enemy's movements. The protagonist leaned back to avoid the blow. The enemy took a step forward. Looking at the stranger, the owner of the pavilion thought that he couldn't even imagine how strong he was. Standing not far from the enemy, the young man muttered that things wouldn't work out like this. Scratching his neck, the swordsman continued that he wanted to frolic a little longer, but his strength was already leaving him. Opening his mouth, the opponent asked how it was that someone like him had never announced himself. The two guys stood in silence for a few seconds. The weapons hit the ground. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the guy asked what would happen if he found out. Closing his eyes, the hero heard the question of whether he really expected an answer to his question, because those who are only good at chatting live in some kind of illusions. Taking a step forward, the protagonist continued that he should rather ask, adding that the interlocutor was too skilled in combat to be a simple pavilion owner, and asked whether such a master was really content with managing a pavilion. Closing his eyes, the opponent explained that there was no law that prohibited masters from managing pavilions. Standing opposite, the student said that although there was no such law, such a master had many other ways to make money. The swordsman put his palm forward and said that they could close the topic of conversation. Slightly squinting his eyes, the student also added that it was not a conspiracy and was not planned, but simply a personal initiative, since he did not follow anyone's orders, and asked if this was what the man wanted to say. Clenching his hands into fists, the interlocutor replied that everything said was true. Putting his index finger forward, Chongmian said that now there would be a riddle. Pointing his finger at the guy, the protagonist asked what he should do to find out information from such a scoundrel. The fighter clenched his fist. Standing with his fist outstretched, the stranger himself answered his question that for this you need to beat him. The opponent was surprised. Holding a weapon in one hand, the protagonist asked what is the point of shaking someone who will not answer anyway. Taking a step forward, he also added that it would be a waste of nerves. Running forward, the student shouted at him not to say anything, because he would just beat him until he was satisfied. Looking at the approaching man, Khan thought about the fact that he was aiming at his right knee. Standing still, the master wondered what he could do to stop him at such speed. The stranger swung his arm to strike. Opening his mouth in pain, the owner of the pavilion did not understand why he had hit his shoulder if the stranger was aiming at his knee. The opponent frowned in pain. The student swung his arm for the next strike. Raising his hand, the dark-haired man thought that this time the blow would definitely hit the head. The antagonist saw the weapon in front of his face. The fighter approached the enemy's face. The hero tensed up even more. A second later, the dark-haired man grabbed his throat. Frowning, he thought about the fact that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Looking at the blurry image of the masked stranger, Khan thought about the fact that he had never been able to dodge. Several magical blows passed over the body of the pavilion owner. Throwing his head back, the opponent thought that at this rate he would really die. The student of the school looked at the man's face. The swordsman's pupils turned red. With the next movement, the young man took the sword out of its sheath. The man became even more scared. Bending over in pain, Khan thought that he did not want to die under any circumstances. The protagonist took a step forward. A moment later, the guy swung his weapon. Out of fear, the dark-haired man put his hand forward in front of him. Blue magic hit the area. Smoke was visible through the treetops. The antagonist put his hand forward. The man tried to gather magical energy in his hand. He frowned when he heard the question about the palm of the Lord of Tai. Squatting down, Chongmian addressed his interlocutor. Staring intently into his face, the stranger asked if the opponent was from the Zhongnan school. In the same position, the young man said that it was a surprise that the owner of the pavilion, who was shaking off debts from Huashan, skillfully wielded Zhongnan techniques. Raising his hand, Khan heard the question of whether the Zhongnan school had sent him. Frightened, the man thought that he should have endured even if his throat was cut. Biting his lower lip, he thought that this was a fatal mistake. Remembering the last swing of the sword, the hero thought that if he had not been caught by surprise, he would not have lost his head and would not have used the palm of the Lord of Tai. And if this was all planned, it is difficult to imagine how insightful the enemy is. Watching his interlocutor, the swordsman asked if he would continue to remain silent. Raising himself from the ground, the ninja said that this is also not bad, this is loyalty, and such an outcome is also good. Standing nearby, the protagonist thought that there had been hostility between the school and Huashan for a long time, which is why the relationship never worked out. But even so, one cannot help but admit that the Zhongnan school rightfully occupies a place among the 9 great schools. Rubbing his neck, the guy also thought that a powerful school would not solve matters in such a way. Looking at the enemy, the stranger thought that he did not know much and was unlikely to be useful. It was enough to just know that the matter was related to Zhongnan. Slightly grinning, the fighter cursed at someone. Standing with a weapon in his hand, he said that the previous murim, although not trustworthy, did not act so lowly and asked whether people from the 9 great schools were now competing in wealth. The dark-haired man closed his eyes. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the master asked if this was the best outcome for Huashan. The fat man frowned and shouted that Huashan had no more hope. The master frowned even more and continued that having lost the school's secret technique, Huashan would never be the same again. The only question was whether it would collapse now or stand for a little longer. The student was surprised to hear the phrase that a school that had lost its masters could only die. Putting his hand forward, Khan asked if he really couldn't understand. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the student asked who told him that Huashan had lost its technique. Swinging his sword, the young man asked if all the chatterboxes had such bad logic. It would have been better to say that they would crush Huashan by force, while the interlocutor was thinking that the 2 schools had a lot in common with each other, and even the sword styles were similar. 2 swords flew through the air. The man lay face down. A memory of the hero standing on a pile of people, thinking that if 2 great schools with similar systems were located next to each other, one of them would definitely have a hard time. The treetops were visible, while Khan shouted that he was not from Zhongnan and asked what nonsense. His eyes widened. Putting the blade to the opponent's face, the stranger said that in gratitude for the technique, he would show something interesting. The fat man raised his head higher. Frightened, the man heard a phrase about how it would be funny if he found out. Standing with an outstretched hand with a sword, the protagonist also added that it would be a shame if he did not find out. Looking intently into the eyes, he continued that he should convey everything down to the smallest detail to the people who sent him. The hero looked at the blade in front of him. The master twisted his face in fear. The image of the weapon began to clone. The enemy put his hands in front of him to protect himself. He lowered his head, thinking about how a man could raise such a strong wind with just his sword swings. Hiding his face behind his hands, the opponent did not understand why the swords did not touch his body and wondered what he was trying to do. The fighter looked up, hearing the phrase that when plum blossoms bloom in the snow, they emit the thickest aroma. Swinging his sword to strike, the ninja continued that it might be winter, but the age of Huashan had not yet come to an end. The interlocutor stood with his back turned. The protagonist took a few steps. The dark-haired man continued to stand in a defensive posture. The next second, he looked up in fear. Then he lowered his hands. After which the owner of the pavilion opened his eyes wider. Kianmayan again held the sword in front of him. Standing among the falling petals, the man heard the phrase that plum blossoms would soon decorate the entire mountain. Raising his head up, the master wondered what he was seeing now. Watching the petals, he realized that thousands of plum blossoms were showering his head. The enemy opened his mouth. He frowned. A moment later, the rival frowned even more. Standing among the rain of fallen blossoms, the antagonist realized that this was an illusion. Khan knelt down. The protagonist put the sword in its sheath. The hero fell to the ground. The young man began to cough up blood. Adjusting the mask on his face, he thought that he would definitely die like this, because his strength was still not enough. Closing his eyes, the swordsman realized that for him in the past, this was a trifle. But now he swung his sword and all his strength left him. The student turned his head. Then he saw a man behind a tree. The hiding man peeked out from behind the tree. Putting his hand forward, Chongmian told him to come here. Opposite the stranger stood 4 men. The masked man crossed his arms over his chest and asked whom he should beat before leaving. All 4 looked away in different directions. Watching, the protagonist asked who would leave just like that then. Everyone raised their hands at once, shouting that they must leave. The dark-haired man closed his eyes. The lovers ran away. Continuing to stand in place, the mentor immediately ordered everyone to stop. One of the guys turned his head slightly. Menacingly looking at the fleeing ones, the fighter asked if they were completely stupid. Pointing his finger at the carts, he also asked how he would push the carts alone. While the treetops were appearing again, the student said that everyone should report how much the property in his cart was worth, after which the men began to talk about how many niangs each had. Clenching his hands into fists, one of the guys asked if it was really important now. The protagonist closed his eyes. A second later, the master suddenly opened his eyes. Standing in front of the interlocutors, the young man said that now one of them would go to the nearest bank and bring the money, and if he saw that they had signed the receipt, he would definitely hit them. The man, surprised, thought about the fact that for the first time in his life he had met such a person. Raising his hand, the fair-haired man asked what to do if the one who went to the bank ran away. Smiling, the ninja asked what would happen if he ran away. Looking at the four guys, the swordsman asked if they had anything left besides the seized property. Standing straight, the masked man did not hear the answer, after which he asked if it would not be better to return than to get at least the interest. One of the standing people raised his hand. Frowning, the student heard the question of what would happen if someone reported to the government. The mentor used a technique. The birds flew away because of the noise. The man was frightened by what he saw. Lowering his head down, the protagonist explained that in that case it would be better for him to never return and just in case, run to the edge of the continent. Looking at the main one in surprise, all four thought that it was not even worth thinking about running away. As the tops of the trees appeared, the commander gave the order to move forward. The guy inhaled the smell of banknotes. The dark-haired man held a stack of bills in his hands. Chongmyun rushed to run towards the brick building. The next moment, the swordsman jumped higher than this building. There were stones in the river. The boy took off his clothes. Ghoul was wringing out his cloak, water was dripping down. He turned to face his comrades, who were very tired due to their long training. The student smiled and thought that they had changed a lot. The boys were also washing their clothes, while Ghoul was thinking that they had become real students. Suddenly, Zhang approached him and asked why he was smiling. The student turned away. They looked at their comrades, and he said that he thought that they really were followers of the school now. Ghoul looked down and added that it must be a strange thing. He turned around when Zhang denied it. The dark-haired boy smiled and admitted that he had thought the same thing. Ghoul closed his eyes and laughed happily, thinking that he did not expect to train so hard. Then the disciples jumped towards the mountain, before they would go down to complete the minimum quota and then come back up. But lately something had changed. The Taoist smiled as the wind blew through his hair. Ghoul ran forward. There was a slight smile on his face, and he assumed that the protagonist was to blame for everything. A dense forest was visible. There were mountains in the distance, and the disciple thought that no one knew whether Qianmayan would remain an ordinary guy or turn the entire existence of Huashan upside down. The youth ran quickly. His comrades appeared behind him. In front of the building, workers were carrying loads, shouting loudly. They were hauling wood. Others were carrying sacks on their backs. The disciples entered the area. The Taoist raised his hand, ordering the workers where to take the materials. Suddenly, the junior mentor turned around when Zhang called him. The young man approached him and asked what was going on. Unam turned around. He put his hands behind his back and explained that they were laborers. The man looked away and added that they had decided to take the chance and do a major renovation. Ghoul stood next to his comrade while the junior mentor said that their houses were in a bad state of disrepair. The roof of the building was visible. The disciple opened his mouth in shock when the mentor asked why they were standing. Unam looked at them and told them to help the workers, who were already tired. Ghoul opened his mouth in bewilderment, and Zhang shuddered and shouted that he was ready to carry out the order. The mentor pointed his hand to the side, and the boys ran in that direction. The building was brightly lit. There was a roasted chicken on the table. The students gaped in shock at the meat. Someone's mouth began to drool. A young man blushed with joy and shouted that it was a gift from above. The young men surrounded the table, shouting loudly in admiration. They raised their chopsticks up. Perhaps the changes that Qianmayan had given them would come much sooner. The moon was shining in the sky. A young man held a folded uniform in his hand, saying that the renovation had started too suddenly. Ghoul and Zhang walked forward, saying that there was even meat on the table, and that the students had been given 2 sets of new clothes. The student looked at his friend in bewilderment. The dark-haired Taoist smiled, and Ghoul asked what he was thinking about. They approached the door, and Zhang laughingly replied that money was very good. A large gate was visible, and he added that he was also pleasantly surprised. There were materials on the floor, and the boy said that even though they had money, he didn't think the elders would start changing things right away. The students walked through the grounds, and Zhang asked if they had willingly endured poverty. He remembered the smile on the teacher's face, and said that it was the first time he had seen such an expression on his face. The sky was dark, and Ghoul asked his comrade what would happen now. They approached the building, and the Taoist replied that Huashan was changing at the speed of light, so they needed to be prepared for anything. The young man adjusted the uniform in his hands. There was a pink pattern on it. The elder student turned to his partner and added that not all of the changes would be positive. He remembered the secret documents in the box and mentioned them. The protagonist approached the chest, happy that it contained gold bars. Ghoul walked ahead of his comrade, asking why Qianmayan did this, and he assumed that it was so that others would find out. The student smiled when Zhang said that it was clear that Huashan's school was changing. He looked at his friend and added that they could not avoid change, so the students needed to be determined and prepared for it. The Taoist imagined the protagonist in the middle of the wind and said that if they acted rashly, they could be blown away by the hurricane that this boy had raised. They opened the doors and Ghoul smiled and told the elder not to worry. Then he asked with a serious face about Qianmayan, who had not been seen since early morning. The boy looked at the Taoist, who assumed that the protagonist was in the headman's house. There was a small building near the mountains. There were people sitting at a table, and Henyan said that for such a feat, the boy would naturally receive a reward. He smiled and added that Huashan would prepare a reward, and that was why he had called the boy here. Qianmayan looked away and the old man asked if he wanted something. He imagined a huge bag of gold and suggested that the protagonist was upset about parting with all that treasure, and they could spare the money if needed. Hunyan raised his eyebrows in surprise when the boy replied that he did not need riches. His cheeks flushed with joy and he thought that the protagonist was following the path of Taoism, although it was not so easy to curb one's greed. The boy turned away and thought that his storage was already full of treasures. There was a teapot on the table, and the leader said that then he could let the boy in on the secret techniques earlier than he was supposed to. The old man widened his eyes in surprise at being refused again and asked if Qianmayan thought the school's technique was pointless. The boy looked at him and replied that it was not worth breaking the queue that the adults had set. Then he sighed and thought that this was a lie and that he should be the one giving lessons to the old man. The protagonist presented the books and thought that there was still much to teach the Taoists, and it had to be done somehow unnoticed. He rested his head on his hand and thought that he shouldn't worry about it at all. The light was on in the house, and the protagonist thought that he could give him Huashan, which only left a name. The leader smiled when the youth opened his mouth, as if he had decided something. He placed his hand on his chest and asked Henning to let him go down to Huayin whenever he needed. He thought that with a larger range of movement, there would be more opportunities. He looked at the old man and added that he felt that he could not develop when he trained in a confined space day and night. The leader crossed his arms when the youth said that he would be able to discover new boundaries and achieve better results if he could move freely at any time. Henning closed his eyes and replied that he understood the protagonist's intentions, but that this was against the discipline of Huashan. The youth looked away, and the old man added that he had done a worthy deed, but it might cause discontent among the other disciples. They sat at the table and Henyan asked if there was anything else, and Qianmayan didn't know what else he could want if they wouldn't even let him into Huayin. He then touched his hair. The boy leaned over and said that his body was in a very sorry state. The protagonist smiled and added that the doctor said that his natural qi circulation was disrupted. The leader looked at him and said that he had heard about it. The boy put his hand on his chest and asked if he could get some healing pills. They sat opposite each other, and he explained that they were for the restoration of the body. The Taoist turned around when Henyan called them. Qianmayan's cheeks turned red with joy. The old man drank from the cup. He then placed it on the table and said that he officially allowed the protagonist to go down to Huayin. The men nodded, and the boy looked at the leader with bewilderment. The old man stood up and said that the boy couldn't go outside Huayin. He then pushed the protagonist outside and said that he couldn't escape responsibility if he screwed up. The doors closed and the young man looked at it, dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide in anger and thought that he had asked him in a humane way. He imagined the head's face and thought that there was no medicine that would kill him. The man put his hand on the door. He turned around and asked what his subordinates thought. One of them looked at the old man and said that the protagonist was a follower of Taoism. They sat down at the table and Hunyan said that the boy's words sounded wise despite his young age. He remembered the protagonist's smiling face and said that he was a little rude at times, but his age was worth considering. The Taoist looked down and the head thought that when he talked to Qianmayan, he didn't feel like he was talking to a child. He imagined the boy radiating a bright light and thought that he did not have the childishness that all children have. The leader imagined a bright silhouette in front of the protagonist and came to the conclusion that he emitted the aura of a Taoist. He looked at Hyun Sang and asked him what he thought about it. The man touched his head and said that he did not know how to read people. They stood in a circle. The Taoist frowned and said that the boy did not look like a child at all. Woodham raised his eyebrows and thought that he was not the only one who thought so. Hyun Sang extended his hand forward and said that he knew that this is what smart children look like, or those who have had a hard time in life. He imagined Qianmayan and said that such children are simply more serious than their peers, but the protagonist also has the speech and behavior of a mature man. Hunyan raised his eyebrows and asked if the boy was unclean, and the Taoist replied that he did not mean that. The old man closed his eyes and said that he understood. He turned around and added that he had heard the thoughts of his subordinates, but they would not attach much importance to it for now because he was still a child. The leader looked straight ahead and concluded that they were not using people, but guiding them, and if the protagonist was a diamond in the rough, then they would help him reach his potential. The Taoists nodded and agreed with him. Henning looked at Unam and asked how the construction work was going. The man imagined workers cutting wood and said that due to the steep mountainous terrain, it was difficult to bring in additional materials. A worker was processing wood, and the Taoists said that they would make up for the shortage by cutting down the forest in the area, but it would take a long time. The leader stroked his beard, looking down. Unam sweated in fear when Henning asked if he was worried about the appearance of the school in the first place. The Taoist denied it. The leader looked away and said that the Huashan schools should be reborn. The tiles were half laid and the old man added that a person expresses his determination through his new clothes and his actions, and this applies to the school itself. Unam bowed and said that the old man's thoughts were correct. Hengyong turned to Hyunsen and said that he needed to explain the new teachings to the students as soon as possible. He presented the books and added that there could be no carelessness, because the fate of Huashan depended on how the students mastered the new techniques. The Taoist made a polite gesture and replied that he would not tolerate carelessness. They stood at the door and Hengyong said that he could only trust his subordinates. The Taoist closed his eyes. He sweated and thought that the 100-year-old secret teachings looked as new. He presented an open book and thought that he had not noticed it at first, but in some places there were even traces of ink, as if they had written in a hurry. The man shook his head and decided that he was thinking too much, and the contents looked like the original. He looked down and guessed that someone was helping Huashan while hiding their identity. The protagonist walked towards the forest, shouting loudly in anger at the old man who did not give him the pill. He sat down on the ground and said that he even copied the teachings. The young man wrote letters on the paper, shouting that not even a beggar would come to this school. Chunmian imagined the headmaster's face and thought that not only did they lose their money, but they also lost the recipes for all the elixirs. He stood up, thinking that this was one big headache. A purple light appeared around the guy, and he thought that he knew that he should prepare for serious consequences. He hit his forehead and thought that the problem was that everything turned out much worse. The protagonist stood in the middle of the field, deciding that he would freeze and die in 6 months because he was not getting better. The guy imagined the silhouette of a student and thought that it was too risky for a child to stop training for 6 months because the body grows and changes. The chi was shining brightly in his body, and the young man thought that this was the most favorable time to form internal energy, and if this was missed, there would be no second chance. The protagonist frowned and decided that he had to find a way. He imagined pills, which were one way to restore the circulation of natural chi. Then he imagined 2 disciples sharing energy, which was the second way. The Taoist imagined a pill falling to the floor and thought that there had been many of them in the past. He picked up the pill. The boy remembered how he used to eat them to cure a hangover. The young man looked down and thought that he should take this now. He raised his hands and thought that in the past he would secretly get drunk and then take pills and feel better. Suddenly, Kian Mayan's eyes widened. He was covered in sweat and his mouth wide open, as if he had realized something. He was standing next to a forest. The disciple ran forward quickly. He ran past the trees. The sky was dark, and the protagonist thought that a bad head could also be useful. The moon was shining in the sky. The boy stopped, looking up. There was a huge obstacle in front of him. It was Duanchang Cliff, the highest and most dangerous point of the mountain, and in the middle of the cliff there was a place that the boy was looking for. A cave was visible, and the protagonist thought that in all of Huashan, only he knew about this secret place. He crossed his arms and thought that training was prohibited on the cliff, but thanks to this, there was no better place to hide from the eyes of the leader. The Taoist's cheeks turned red as he remembered how he had often hidden meat there and slept when the elder was not looking. The young man stood motionless, not understanding how the elder had not killed him for this. He clenched his fists and thought that it did not matter now. Standing in front of the cliff, he decided that he needed to go up. Chunmian turned around and thought that in the past he could have gotten there in 2 jumps, but with this body, he would never crawl. He ran in the opposite direction from the cliff. The boy was holding a rope in his hand. It was dragging behind him along the ground. The protagonist stood at the edge of the cliff, deciding to go down. He looked into the abyss and thought that this was 10 times more dangerous. He clenched his fist and shouted that he had already died once, so he would die a second time. He sat on the ground, saying that he really did not want to die a second time. The rope was tied around a tree. The student held on to the cliff, shouting that saving the school was too difficult. He touched the ledge with his foot and thought that training on the cliff was prohibited not only because of its height. He stepped on a stone and thought that Duanchang Cliff was named so for a reason. Its name means steep cliff. He went down, thinking that he had nothing to hold on to. His foot slipped. The youth began to fall down. He opened his mouth in shock. This cliff was unusually smooth. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. A bright flash was visible above. He thought that he would definitely die. Suddenly, the rope tightened, and the protagonist flew up. He floated in the air, thinking that the most important thing for a person is preparation. He approached the cliff. His hands began to emit blue energy. He pressed his palms to the cliff. His bones cracked. The protagonist held on with one hand, sighing from the effort. He gritted his teeth and thought that his bones broke as easily as if they were reeds. He sweated and looked to the side. The boy was hanging on a cliff. He saw the entrance to his hideout. Kianmayan looked to the side and thought that he needed to get there. Then he kicked off with his foot. The rope tightened. The student quickly jumped to the side. He grabbed the rope with his hand. Then he rushed forward. Suddenly, the rope snapped with a loud crack. The boy looked up. Then he fell down, screaming that he did not expect this. He grabbed the cliff, activating chi. The bones in his fingers cracked. Then he fell down. The protagonist fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The rope was falling down. It suddenly tightened. The boy was hanging on the rope near the entrance to the cave. There was a bottomless abyss below him. The boy grabbed the cliff. He raised himself up on his elbows, shouting that the noble blade was a lunatic. There was fog near the cliff. The youth approached the cave and said that he had only practiced martial arts on the mountain. He was sweating, remembering that it was he who had created this shelter in his past life. There was something hidden by a cloth inside, and the protagonist thought that he had entered the cave, although he almost died. He took the cloth. Then he threw it aside, and dust rose into the air. There was a mattress and a table on the floor. The disciple smiled, seeing even a ball of light there. It illuminated the surroundings. There was a chest in the cave. Kianmayan opened it. Inside was a box. He took out the item and thought that he had definitely hidden the plum blossom pills here, which would help him heal. There was a bright pink light inside the box. Suddenly, a sharp wind blew, and the Taoist frowned in shock. He imagined the trees around him and thought that the air immediately smelled of plum blossoms. There were bright pills inside. The protagonist took them, smiling widely with joy. He imagined the displeased face of the elder leader, and thought that he did not hide the most precious ones after all. The youth sat on the mattress and decided that he needed to fully heal first. He took the medicine with trembling fingers. Then he swallowed it, closing his eyes. The object moved deep into his body. Then the shell dissolved. The pill was shining brightly inside the protagonist's body. He sat on the mattress while his body was being healed. He curled his lips and thought that he could not be distracted. His body was radiating pink energy. Kianmayan gritted his teeth and thought that he could not let the effect of the snow plum leave his body. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist, trying to hold it. A pink glow was visible. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this would not help in restoring the natural chi. He imagined two sources of light and thought that no matter how proud the school was of its snow plum pills, there was too much impurity in it to be absorbed. He pressed his lips tightly and thought that he would have to sift out most of the energy to filter the chi. The pill emitted a bright light while he thought that he had a long way to go to create the most perfect foundation. The energy was pink. The protagonist thought that the choice was not easy, but haste would only harm. He imagined the crystals and decided that he would only keep the purest energy. His eyes were closed, and he thought that only this small shard remained. The crystals shone brightly and the protagonist thought that he would use all his strength to control them. The objects entered the dantian. The sphere was covered with cracks and Kianmayan thought that he would direct the energy deep down to the core of the natural chi. The crystal approached the core. Then the shard entered the crack. A bright light was visible. The chi core was shining dazzlingly. A stream of air came out of the cave, and there was a blue spark inside. Bright lightning was visible. They were inside the shelter. The ball fell to the floor. The guy rose into the air, emitting a bright light. He gritted his teeth, sweating. Then he opened his eyes wide, frowning. The Taoist opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly. The protagonist raised his head up, hovering in the air. His hands were shaking with tension. Then he clenched his fists. A bright blue light was burning in the cave. The disciple closed his eyes. Then he opened them, his hair rising up. His bones were being restored. His eyes widened in shock, and he thought that they had become stronger. The protagonist looked at his hands and thought that he did not expect the pill to have such a strong effect. Sweat was pouring down his skin, and he thought that it was still not enough, because the remaining toxins in his body were spreading throughout his body. There was a school symbol on his shirt, and it felt like something was stretching his cells and veins. Kianmayan's eyes widened, not understanding why his heart was beating so fast. He furrowed his brows, and a yellow lightning bolt appeared on his head. The boy imagined the waves, and thought that the energy that was gushing from the Xia Dantian had broken through the Zhong Dantian. The energy inside his body was shining brightly, and he had lost control of it. The protagonist raised his hand, and thought that he should stop the flow. He grabbed the fabric of his uniform, gritting his teeth. Then he furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide. The youth flew back, remembering the words of the man from the past. The bearded man smiled when the protagonist said that the warrior would take control and suppress, and the Taoist would leave everything as it is. There were glares from the sun on the river. The waterfall was bubbling, while the elder said that in this world, logic does not decide everything. There was a pink sky above the forest, and the man told the student to leave everything as it was and let everything flow. He stood on the edge of a cliff, saying that people were also nature. The boy let go of his chest, deciding to trust the current. He hung in the air, his body radiating blue light. Circles appeared under the student's feet, like water. He looked up in surprise. In front of him was something that resembled long tree roots. Chongmian walked forward, thinking about Shang Dantian. The student was walking on water, he understood this intuitively. He clenched his hands into fists, and thought that the wall with cracks was the entrance to Shang Dantian. The boy placed his hand on the wall. He closed his eyes. The crack shone brightly, he felt that there was a powerful vibration behind the wall. There were waves inside, and the boy thought that it was only a matter of time before they broke through the Shang Dantian. He put his hand on the surface and thought that everything was much more dangerous than he thought, and if he did not push the wall apart, it would simply collapse, but if he did, he would be swept away by the wave. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He imagined a waterfall and remembered the words of the teacher about trusting the flow. The water flowed forward. The young man thought that it would only overflow its banks if he tried to block it. A bright light appeared in front of the student's hand. Then this light spread to the entire wall. The water flowed under his feet, and he thought that this had once seemed nonsense to him. The boy looked up. The water was flowing out of a huge hole, and Qianmayan thought that after 100 years he had learned the essence of the teaching. All the chakras in his body were shining brightly. An orange sun shone in the sky. The student opened one eye. He was floating in the air inside the cave. Then he fell to the floor, screaming loudly. He looked around, not understanding why he was in the air. The young man stretched his hand forward. He looked at it. The protagonist remembered the bright light in front of him. He clenched his fist and thought that all his vital points had fully opened. Looking at his palm, the Taoist thought that even a young body could endure this, although he could have lost his mind or died. He remembered his mentor and thought that he had avoided the tragedy only thanks to him. The guy stood up and came to the conclusion that it was worth it. He clenched his fist. A smile appeared on his face as he thought that his internal energy had increased. The Taoist stood in the middle of the cave. Birds were flying in the sky, and he came to the conclusion that he only needed to die once to realize this. He walked forward and thought that the words of the elder, which seemed like sheer nonsense, now had a different meaning. He remembered the smile on his master's face. The wind blew the hair of Qianmayan, who was only a swordsman, not a Taoist. He walked out of the cave and thought that the essence of the Huashan school was to follow the way of the sword and Taoism, but he personally never considered himself a Taoist. The disciple scratched the back of his head and wondered if someone like him could revive Huashan. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The yellow sky was above him, and he decided that he should try any means necessary. He opened the box and thought that these pills were useless to him now. He smiled and thought that they could have a great effect on others after all. The Taoist stood by the cave, deciding that it was time to go back. Suddenly, he ran into the cave. Then he came back. There were bottles of alcohol hanging from his belt. Qianmayan licked his lips when he thought about how 100-year-old liquor would taste. He stood by the cave, thinking that the school had changed a lot, but only this place retained its original appearance. The boy turned around and thought that he was back in the old days when he was inside. He imagined the smiling teacher he missed. The student bent his knees and decided that he should come here more often. Then he jumped high into the air. The protagonist was heading towards the cliff. He landed on the surface. Then he pushed off again and rushed upward. A satisfied smile was on his face. The student jumped from side to side, climbing closer to the top. He pressed his foot against the rock. Then he pushed off and found himself in the air. The protagonist turned around. There was a bright sun behind him. He jumped down. Then he shook off his clothes and thought that his body had become surprisingly light. The Taoist turned around and thought that this was not bad. Then he closed his eyes and breathed in the fresh air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and frowned. There were trees on the rock, and he screamed loudly that he smelled a stench. Soon, night fell in the school. The students opened the door of the training ground, wanting to quickly fall asleep. Going out into the yard, some tried to figure out how much longer they would have to do this. Rubbing his shoulder, the guy said that this young man had been acting strange lately. Introducing Chunmian, the student said that he looked like he was going to die soon. His interlocutor, after thinking about it, said that, come to think of it, he hadn't even been to training lately. One of the students in front heard his comrades discussing Chunmian. The boys looked at him sharply when he said that many were saying that the boy had a chi distortion, that he was looking thinner and emaciated every day, that Chunmian was skipping training because he was unwell. All the students turned around when they heard his words. Looking at the gate, one of them asked if they could skip training then. The boy narrowed his eyes and looked at his comrade. His friend was sweating and nervous, asking if there was another reason why they were following him without complaint. Imagining Chunyoung's evil image, his friend said that it was because they would lose even if they all attacked him together. However, the protagonist was weak and sick now. The crowd standing in the courtyard began to think about rebellion. Ghoul, standing to the side, listened as many discussed the possibility of rebellion. Zhang smiled and said to leave these fools behind. He sighed and said that they would soon have to face reality. The school gate opened. Zhang and Ghoul turned around. A bright light came through the gate. The protagonist stepped inside the school. His face became elastic again. The students' mouths dropped open in shock. Qianmayan's face was shining. He was completely healthy. The students froze, realizing that they would die if they attacked now. The protagonist parted his lips. Standing in front of the crowd, he said that as a teacher, he was extremely guilty towards them. Because he was feeling unwell, he could only skip their training. Bowing his head, he said that a teacher felt a deep responsibility. The boys nervously raised their hands, saying that it was okay, because anything could happen, and they really didn't mind. Clenching his fist, the young man said that even without him, they trained hard, it was entirely his fault. He raised his eyelids and said that mistakes cannot be undone, but they can be corrected, and since training was not enough, they will simply increase them. Chunyan pointed behind him. Pointing to the huge mountain behind him, he said to run. The students froze, puzzled. The protagonist, smiling, said that they will run a race, the half that arrives late will run again. Zhang immediately rushed forward. Ghoul ran after him, saying that he did not even say a word to him. The students could only watch the two running. One of the students ran forward, saying that they should run faster. If they are late, they will run again. All the students gaped in horror. A moment later, all the students rushed forward. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the smoke, said that his smart guys dared to think about rebellion. The young man smiled. He liked their rebellious spirit, because before they could only obey without complaint. The boy frowned sharply, saying that before expressing dissatisfaction, it is worth considering that the worst thing is to have no ability. Looking at the running boys, Chunyan said that in order for a warrior to have the right to vote, he must first have ability, and second, ability. When the crowd had already started to climb the mountain, the protagonist said that he would cultivate their ability. The young man raised his head, saying that in the thousands of years of murim history, countless warriors alone achieved the title of the strongest in the world. Remembering himself and his comrades in the past, he said that if among the followers of the school there is only one who is worthy of the calling, he will not be able to glorify the name of the entire school. Imagining all the students, he said that in order to revive the school, everyone must become stronger. Raising his head again, Chunyan said that he will make the name of Huashan thunder louder than in the past. Thus, he was left alone in the entire school. Looking up at the sky, he shouted, saying that the very last one would go without food today. Soon the sun began to rise. A crowd of students were lying in the yard. Ghoul was breathing heavily, lying on the ground. Sweating profusely, he raised his head and turned it. He saw Zhang getting up. Even after such training, he was able to stand on his feet and was now wiping away his sweat. Ghoul, getting up, finally realized why he was recognized as the eldest. It was not about his abilities. The guy involuntarily opened his mouth, saying that Zhang had an unwavering willpower. The eldest student himself was shaking, standing on his feet. A huge boulder fell into the yard. The protagonist, holding the boulders in his hands, told them to give him their sandbags. Not seeing anyone get up, Qianmayan asked why they were all lying down. Did they really make a mountain out of a molehill? Ghoul, looking at the guy, called him a monster. The protagonist squinted and said that the current generation was weak. But in his time it wasn't like that, and Zhang, standing behind him, was taken aback, saying that he himself was the youngest of them. Throwing down the boulders, Chunyan said that they would stop there for now, that they should eat, and that they would continue training after lunch. Throwing away the sandbags, he said that if he found out that they were slacking, he would increase the load tenfold. Approaching the gate, he ordered that they clean up here. Many, looking at the mountains, called the young man a bastard. All the students were having breakfast at the table. Zhang, looking at his comrades, asked why they weren't eating. One of them, raising his head, said that he couldn't eat, that he would throw up if he ate. The guy, looking back, called the older student. His comrade stood up, asking if he thought they were training too hard. Zhang's own hands were shaking. Looking at his shaking hand, he heard the students saying that this was too much, that they could really die at this rate, that their hands were shaking so much that they couldn't eat. Barely lifting his chopstick, the young man thought about it and asked Ghoul what he thought about it. The guy who brought the meat to his mouth thought about it. He involuntarily stared at the piece of meat and thinking, said that with each passing day the training was getting tougher and the body might not be able to withstand such loads. The students nodded, agreeing with him. Ghoul, looking at Zhang in front of him, asked if a person wasn't like iron. With blows the iron only became stronger. Closing his eyes and imagining Chunyan, the guy said that this idiot was unlikely to be unaware of such a truth. Raising his eyelids, he said that for starters they should hold out for a little while. If over time nothing changed, then they would try to talk. John nodded. The students, seeing this, were happy and smiled. Opening his lips, he said that he would not remain silent if that day came. Ghoul fell on the bed. He sighed and closed his eyes. Lying on the bed, he said that as soon as he woke up, he would have to go to training again, and at this rate, his body would not be able to withstand it first. The boy opened his eyes. He had previously thought that he could endure even the harshest conditions, but now it was unclear if he could endure it any longer. Soon his eyes closed. Someone woke the boy up, forcing him to open his eyes. The protagonist, smiling, asked to be quiet. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that he had gotten it with difficulty, but he would give it to him. Standing up, Ghoul looked at his hand in confusion. His eyes widened in shock. In Chunmyeon's palm lay a pill. The protagonist put his finger to his lips. Ghoul, in shock, asked where he got such wealth. Would he not use it himself? The boy froze when Chunmyeon said that he needed it more. Smiling widely, the protagonist said to keep all this a secret from the others. Sitting behind Ghoul, the boy said that he would transfer energy to him when he swallowed the pill. The young man closed his eyes and mentally said that he was now ashamed to admit that he considered him a real devil. The protagonist put his hand on his back. His chest of pills was empty. Kiyomayan knew that if he gave water to a thirsty man, he would be grateful to him forever. Grinning widely, the boy mentally suggested to his elders that they have some fun. And so the night came. The next morning, the students were training hard with the sword. Each of them swung the sword without complaint. The teacher, looking at them, realized that something had changed. He involuntarily parted his lips, realizing that the boy's sword technique had become stable, and they were doing the same lunges. The students lunged at the same time. Looking closely at the tip of the sword, the man said that the sharpness of the movements and the confidence had changed. There was power in every step. The body held its balance. The tip of the sword gained weight. It was incredible that it was possible in such a short period of time. The crowd of students lunged at the same time. The teacher couldn't help but remember how Chunmyeon asked him to give them only a month. Smiling widely, the young man said that he would show him the result. The man frowned, deciding that it was because of the morning training. His eyes widened. He turned his attention to the boy in the middle of the crowd. The teacher swallowed. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that their swords had not lost their life. He was pleased to see that their eyes reflected the passion of training. The students stopped and looked up in surprise. Smiling widely, the teacher said that he was thinking about passing on the Tai Miss blade technique to them in advance after they completed learning the previous ones. The crowd of students in front of him began to murmur. They began to exchange glances and talk. The boys smiled widely, enjoying what was happening. The master himself also smiled, mentally saying that having received a reward for his efforts, the recipient would try even harder. If the circle of virtue was not broken, the students would grow up to be worthy swordsmen. The old man entered the training ground. All the students looked at Hyunjong when he called on Gam. Stepping aside with the old man, the man asked what made him come here personally. Hyunjong, bowing his head, said that they had a problem. Handing over a book, he told him to check the last page of the 6 interactions sword technique. Ungam immediately began to leaf through the book. His eyes widened at what he saw. He screamed, raising his head. On the pages of the book was written a message or advice. Looking at the training students, one could understand that it was not the fault of the descendants that the Huashan teachings changed with development. The teachings must endlessly change and improve. The students lunged. The principle of the 6 interactions contained in the book was the foundation and skeleton of Huashan. Changing them would be like turning the soul of the technique inside out. Now Ungam and the old man understood that the founder had asked them to remember this inviolable truth. The man froze with the book in his hands. He opened his mouth and froze. The 6 interactions were the foundation, they were mountains. Like a sword in his hands, they supported Huashan for many years. Each teaching began from the moment the principle of the 6 interactions was mastered. Swinging the blade, the student created ripples. Ungam, with his mouth open, asked why they should hold on to this. Although the era had changed, the principle of the 6 interactions was very slow to master. It was for this reason that they created the blade of the true principle. The old man closed his eyes. Nodding, he said that this was precisely why he came to listen to his opinion. Looking at the disciples' training, Hyunjong said that Huashan had decided to abandon the 6 interactions and use the blade of the true principle as a basis. But the words of the ancestors were very important. Ungam looked at the pages of the book. The man frowned. He knew that the words of the elders were a guide for descendants, a trodden path. Holding the book in his hands, the man did not know how one could go against the will that was written so clearly. The old man, smiling, told Ungam that he was the one who taught the children, and he could not ignore the opinion of the one who stood at the origins. The master frowned and thought. Looking again at the pages of the book, he was trying to decide whether to follow tradition or choose change. Ungam glanced at the disciples behind him. Then he looked at the blossoming tree. The master froze, standing in front of the leader. Bowing his head, he told the leader that he had created the blade of true principle because Huashan's days were numbered. They could not afford to delay in training their followers. The disciples lunged in unison. The tablet on the gate earlier could fall at any moment. Frowning, Ungam said that he would ask the elder. Bowing his head, the man asked if he could now see into Huashan's future. Hyunjang froze. Looking at the mountain, the old man thought. Compared to before, the situation had improved greatly, but due to the weight of problems, they had only managed to resolve the money issue with difficulty. Narrowing his eyes, Hyunjang said that the question was not an easy one. He could not give a clear answer. Ungam raised his head. Covering his head with his hands, he said that he was against it. The old man parted his lips, asking why he objected. He turned around. Looking at the training ground behind him, he said that it was not that simple, because the true principal blade and the 6 interactions had the same origins, but their teachings were completely different. The 6 interactions teaching was slow and arduous, but had a solid foundation, while the true principal blade disciples advanced quite quickly. Turning his head, the master said that he had already imparted the foundation of combat to them. If they were to give up everything and teach them the 6 interactions, it might not yield results. The old man stared at the man intently as he said that in order to excel in the 6 interactions, one needed to be steady on one's feet and have serious intentions. Hyunjang couldn't help but look at the disciples. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking what he had just said. The man half turned and looked puzzled. Ungam shuddered and opened his mouth. The man turned around abruptly. He saw the disciples firmly stepping on the ground. Each one was swinging his sword diligently, showing the seriousness of their intentions. Hyunjang smiled, saying that the training had not been in vain. Ungam scratched the back of his head, knowing that it was not his merit. The mentor turned his head. He noticed a boy picking his nose. He closed his eyes, lazing around right in the middle of training. Turning to the leader, the mentor asked for some time. He had to ask one child something. Kian Mayan shuddered all over when he was called. He looked at one of the Sehiyuan buildings. When he approached the elders, Ungam asked him what was better, walking slowly to the very top or running fast to get instant results. The protagonist raised his head and thought. He extended a finger, pointing to the sky, saying that he would certainly choose the path to the very top. The 2 elders in front of him froze. Ungam, frowning, asked why he chose this. The boy, lowering his hand, said that he chose this because it was Huashan. The old man raised his eyebrows, surprised. In the youth in front of him, he saw an unwavering confidence in Huashan. A piece of the lost past sounded from the mouth of the junior. His eyes did not close. The protagonist parted his lips, saying that the second option was suitable for an ordinary school, but not Huashan. In order to regain the former glory and make the name of the school thunder throughout the world, they should not put up with reality. The senior standing in front of the youth froze. With his mouth open, Hyunjang mentally said that he gave an answer, having guessed the hidden meaning in Ungam's words. Slightly leaning over, he asked if he wanted to say that they should not put up with Huashan. The seniors exchanged glances. Looking at the roof, Hyunjang told the student to return to his place. After that, both mentors watched the youth leave. Ungam sighed, saying that he even felt ashamed. The old man, looking closely after the boy, said that he could not even imagine that a child could say such a thing. The boy who was leaving was the hope of the school. Ungam, who was standing near the head, said that these could only be empty words of a boy. Turning his head, he said that this boy also might not bend to reality precisely because he was young. The protagonist himself created the earth, the foundation beneath himself. The mentor, smiling, said that he did not want to feel ashamed in front of this boy. Now the teachers, looking at the disciples, understood the truth. This short dialogue instantly turned into a huge snowball and determined the choice. The old man closed his eyes, realizing that this was not a trivial matter. Looking at the mountain, he said that the path that Huashan would take needed time. Putting his hands behind his back, the leader told the teacher to listen to him carefully. Opening his lips, Hyunjang ordered in the name of the leader of Huashan. The man froze, surprised. Turning to Ungam, the old man said that from now on, they would not change the basic technique of Huashan from the blade of the true principle to the 6 interactions. Bowing his head, the old man said that this was not only about the 6 interactions, they must reconsider all the teachings of Huashan. His role as the master of the Salted Plum Pavilion was more important than ever. Ungam bowed his head, accepting the order. Both of them standing under the pavilion understood that the school could not remain in limbo. Everyone who goes by the name Huashan must strive to become the best, everyone who passes through this gate. This is the duty and calling of the followers of the school, those who bear the crest. Huashan was the mountains. The old man turned his head. Looking at the departing Chunmyeong, he said that these children are the future of the school. Maybe this will not happen while he is alive, but these children do not give up yet. Hyunjang turned towards the students. Looking at the sky, he said that their school has a chance to regain its former glory. The protagonist, walking among the crowd, called the old man a fool. Squinting, he mentally asked how he could ask him such a thing. Hitting his chest, the young man tried to contain his anger. He put food in these old men's mouths, and now they are still asking how to chew. Opening his eyes, he said that these losers can't do anything properly. The young man slapped his face and said that he was sure that this time too everything would go wrong. Clutching his hair, he said that in any case they should visit Huayin again. Probably the factories were in complete chaos now. He was going to visit the city. All the students looked at Chongmian when he said that without him his school would not have returned anything. The flowers on the tree bloomed. In a long series of hardships, peace and tranquility came to Huashan. The biggest problem that tormented the school was solved. Techniques and money were found. It seemed that the happy laughter under this sky should not subside, but the fate of the school was different. The protagonist sweated and could barely contain himself. The market in the city was in a terrible state. The protagonist, sitting next to the young man, said that he heard that he was the youngest son of a famous merchant. Opening his lips, he asked if he was the heir to the entire continent, or something. Ghoul looked at him sadly and said that he was from a family of small merchants. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he was still right in noticing what was going on around him. At first it seemed like he was just an arrogant rich kid, but over time he realized that there was great talent hidden within him. Squinting, the guy told him to forget everything he had said. Both of them turned around abruptly, hearing screams. Looking at the disgruntled people behind him, the protagonist asked what he thought the fuss was about. Remembering the couple of merchants, Ghoul said that it was because of the people who were originally in charge of the yard. Although they were swindlers, they definitely had authority, so when they left, many of the workers also quit. Qian Maying's face twisted. He didn't understand what kind of authority swindlers could have. He couldn't help but imagine a chain of people when Ghoul said that they had no authority, but impeccable relationships with schools, authorities, and influential families. If you pay attention, everyone who quit was either their relatives or family members. The guy parted his lips and asked, so they had a problem with the staff. Bowing his head, the young man said that this was just one of the problems. He couldn't help but shift his gaze. Looking at the elders of Huashan, he said that the biggest problem was that the elders did not know how to run a business. After examining the market, the protagonist said that it turned out that the current Huashan was not able to support business. At this time, the disciple scolded his comrade for serving the wrong tea and mixing up the orders. The protagonist and Ghoul couldn't help but look at the two arguing guys. Opening his mouth, the senior disciple said that management was not an easy matter. You need to carefully approach the selection of products and raw materials before buying. It was because of the wrong purchase of tea that the two guys were now arguing. By frivolously choosing high-quality ingredients, one could not expect a large profit. And by using cheap products, many lost guests, who were unhappy with the quality of ordinary tea. If you hire entrepreneurs, unable to cope on your own, they will take all the money, leaving the workers penniless, while they themselves get rich. The protagonist, bulging his eyes, asked if it was really too late to learn everything. Ghoul turned around, telling him to try to force 40-year-old men to learn himself. Sighing and bowing his head, the guy said that this was not all. They would have problems even when selecting products. What did he think would happen to a simple-minded Taoist, who knew nothing about the material world, if he came to buy the goods? The protagonist involuntarily imagined this, saying that they would simply take all his money. Ghoul responded by saying that they would not just take the money, they would strip you naked and gnaw your bones, which made Qian Mayan involuntarily imagine himself and his comrades as beggars. Closing his eyes, the young man said that this was a mistake. It was clear from the start that nothing would work out. The protagonist involuntarily looked at the elder. He raised his head, looking at the sky. Qian Mayan imagined his master, finally realizing his greatness. The boy closed his eyes, realizing that under the leader, all business went well. He exhaled like a bull, deciding to do everything himself. Opening his eyes, the young man asked what they should do then. Ghoul yelled at him, asking why he was even listening. Bowing his head again, the elder disciple said that if he had the talent to find a solution, he would have already taken over the family business, and was sitting on a mountain of money. Even his father could not figure this out. Raising his head, he said that there was no solution. Looking at the streets of the city, Ghoul said that to manage such enterprises, at least a competent merchant who understands good goods is needed. They do not have such a person. Involuntarily imagining an old man, Ghoul said that if Mr. Huang could do this, there would be nothing to worry about. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked what he was doing. Turning his head, Ghoul said that Mr. Huang was a merchant. The old man was one of the most influential merchants who acted impartially. Under his control not only the goods of Shanghai, but also Yunnan and the Western Edge. After thinking, the senior disciple said that Huang had sponsored Huashan for a long time. Only with his help they somehow continued to stay afloat. The protagonist, sitting next to him, asked why he looked after them. Whether he was a disciple, what was the point? Ghoul frowned, barely holding back his anger. Chunmian, having broken the broom, asked what kind of expression he had on his face. Did he really want to train? The young man immediately turned away, saying that he didn't want anything. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he had heard that he was funding several other places besides Huashan. Raising his eyelids, the young man said that in any case, there were no serious problems with him. He gave various advice and provided all kinds of support. Standing up, The protagonist asked what the problem was then. They could just go to the old man and ask for help. Chunmian froze when Ghoul sharply objected. Raising his hand, the young man said that Mr. Huang had been bedridden for a year due to illness. There were even rumors that he never regained consciousness. The protagonist sat back down. He turned around abruptly, hearing someone looking for him. The young man stood up with Ghoul. They both bowed, greeting the mentor. Wunam opened his mouth and told Changmian to go to the main pavilion. The boy shuddered all over, asking if he was sure that he really needed to go to the house on the side of a steep mountain, where even birds could not fly. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that there were many elders here who were much stronger than him, but he was the youngest, his legs were short, and his health was weak. Wunam parted his lips and said that he was also the most idle. Changmian laughed and said that he had swept the yard a little. Looking at the broken broom, the boy asked for what errand. Wunam handed over the letter, saying that he needed to give it to the head or to the finance pavilion. It was an urgent matter, it was better not to delay, because the letter was from the Milky Way Trade Guild. Ghoul opened his mouth when he heard his words. He immediately whispered in Qianmayan's ear that it was the guild of that same Mr. Huang. The protagonist's eyes widened. He immediately took the letter. Frowning, the young man said that he would deliver it as soon as possible. Soon, Qianmayan was already running among the mountains. Suddenly, he stopped. The guy looked back. Then he took out the letter. Looking at the letter in his hand, he assumed that if Mr. Huang was in bad shape, then the letter was sent by his subordinate. Qianmayan looked at the envelope. He looked closely at the seal. The protagonist licked his lips, asking who wouldn't want to read a letter that had fallen into his hands. His master's face would have twisted in anger. He often scolded the young man for this prank. The boy turned the envelope over. On the back was written, "Personally delivered to the head." Concentrating chi in his finger, Chunmian said that if the head received an urgent message from the lying down master, it meant that something had happened to him. The boy's chi passed through the seal. He immediately unfolded the envelope. Reading the lines, he decided to skip the greetings. Chunmian, standing in the middle of the mountains, realized that the letter was written by the son, due to his father's deteriorating health. The boy raised his eyebrows when he read that the symptoms of the old man's illness had changed. His pulse was jumping like crazy, his body was turning red. Huang was unconscious and could not move. In addition, there was a black mark on the bridge of his nose. The protagonist recalled the demon's terrifying gaze after reading the letter. Renowned doctors from Zhongyuan were invited to observe the progress of Huang's illness, each checking his pulse. But none of the doctors could make an accurate diagnosis. Clinging to his last hope, the son began writing and sending letters to his loved ones. Sealing the letter, the son hoped that at least one of the heads, having learned the symptoms of the disease, would inform him about it. Having put a seal, the son was sure that he would give a huge reward to anyone who shared information that could improve his father's condition. Thus, the seal of the trade guild was put on an ordinary letter. The son looked at the letter sternly, and with some hope. The protagonist, having read the letter in his hand, cursed. Frowning, he said that ordinary doctors could not cure this. Muha, or devil's flower, outwardly the symptoms were similar to poisoning with a strong poison, but the accumulated energy in the forehead gave everything away. The only treatment prescribed to the patient was to neutralize the poison with needles. The boy's pupils had shrunk. The reason he couldn't calm down was because the symptoms of the devil flower were caused by the demonic sect's special technique. The protagonist couldn't help but imagine Chongma. His demonic eyes were terrifying. Chongyang gritted his teeth in anger. Clenching the letter in his hand, he tried to hold back his anger. He had previously thought that he had almost exterminated everyone in the Shawandishan Basin, but it turned out that their legacy was still alive. The boy glanced at the mountains. The problem was not only that the demonic Taoists were alive, he had a feeling that something was being planned in Zhongyuan, that a whole army was being amassed. The boy raised an eyebrow. Clenching his jaw, he realized that these bastards harbored hatred for Huashan. The protagonist spread his arms out and shouted, asking why his school always got hit. Out of the 1,000 people of Zhongyuan on the huge map, it was necessary to cause a fuss by affecting Mr. Huang. Chongmayan frowned. Looking at the letter again, he said that it would not do. Reading the text, he said that it was difficult to say that it was Manhwa based on the contents of the letter alone. Standing still, the protagonist decided to see for himself. His eyes turned into coins from anticipation. According to Ghoul, the guild had too much money. Imagining their crest, the boy asked how much would be a huge reward in their opinion, and besides, during the 100-year absence, the wars between the demonic sect and Zhongyuan no longer appeared, so few people knew about the devil's flower. The protagonist sealed the envelope with his chi. Recalling the battlefield, he said that those who could recognize the symptoms had died at the hands of Chongma that day in the Shawandishan Basin. Returning the seals to their original state, the youth said that the world was unpredictable. Frowning, Chongmian supposed that some of them could have survived, and one of them could have received the letter. The veins on his forehead bulged. The boy rushed away, telling himself not to even think about it. No impudent person would dare take away his food, meaning, intercept the patient. Chongyan ran at a tremendous speed. His eyes turned into coins again when he said that for moral reasons, he should be the one to decide. Jumping up, Chongyan said that he would eat everything himself. Soon night fell. The students, climbing the mountain, tried to understand why they could not simply rent an inn. John was breathing heavily. He turned his head when he heard a scream. Ghoul ran towards him and shouted. John narrowed his eyes, trying to understand why this boy was becoming more and more impudent every day, what made him run so carelessly. Soon Ghoul ran up to the elder. He opened his mouth wide, saying that they had a misfortune. The head disciple frowned, realizing that he was talking about Chunyan. Both of them immediately ran to the school. Ghoul slid the door open. Looking around Chunyan's room, they did not find him. John frowned and asked where this bastard managed to run off to. Pointing to the letter, Ghoul said that he should take a look at this. The head disciple took the letter. His body trembled with anger. This brat left, asking to hide his departure for a couple of days. John gritted his teeth. He was furious. Ghoul looked at the elder with fear and asked what they should do. Having calmed down, the boy said that he should first tell the boys to keep quiet. The older student objected, saying that it could backfire if they found out about everything. Clenching the paper, Zhang said that if they told everything now, the effect would be the same. Looking at his trembling hand, the leading student said that they would hide the fact of his absence by any means necessary. Then he frowned, realizing that if only they had not been looking for him today, the elders would not care about the youngest student of the third generation. Ghoul, frowning, asked what they should do if they were discovered. He turned his head sharply when the elder said that it should not concern him. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he was worried about something else. Turning his head, he said that he was worried about what Kianmayan was doing that would make him absent for several days. Both sweated and tensed, realizing that the boy would cause a stir again. The events take us to a dense forest. The protagonist flew over the tree like an arrow. He landed on a branch. Then he immediately jumped forward. The boy moved at a tremendous speed. The boy jumped from tree to tree. Only for a moment he landed on a branch. A moment later he bounced back, gaining height again. This time the boy jumped high. He had to slide along the ground to stop. Sweat was pouring down his face. Putting his hands on his hips, Kianmayan decided to take a rest. Having covered a distance of 300 li in one go, the boy was already at his limit. The mountains were long gone. Raising his head, Kianmayan asked himself what he was like in the past. In the past, he could cross an entire mountain with one step. He jumped across wide rivers in 2 jumps. Bending over, the boy said that he would not refuse a glass of cold water. Kianmayan wiped his sweat, saying that he had not been here for a long time. The boy turned his attention to the city. The bright lights of the city at night illuminated the streets. A boy stood on the edge of a cliff, looking out over Xi'an. Kianmayan smiled widely and said that many things had happened here. He had once been drinking sake. Kianmayan wiped the sake from his lips, saying that it was just right. As he walked down the street, the boy said that this was a great area to drink and have fun, away from the eyes of an elder. As he passed people, he said that he was a little tipsy. Suddenly, the shoulders of 2 boys collided. The gourd fell from the boy's hand. He immediately turned his head. A moment later, the gourd fell. The swordsman who had collided with Kianmayan asked him if he thought he should apologize for pushing a man. Rubbing his shoulder, he said that he had already wondered where the smell of sour plum came from, and it turned out that it was another bastard from Huashan. The protagonist suddenly became serious, looking at the guy. Sake began to flow out of the vessel. Chongyan's hair hid his eyes, then he demanded that the gourd be raised. The guys in front of him were taken aback. One of them grinned. Raising his hand, he said that they were all the same from Huashan, it would seem, one of the 9 great schools, and the students do not even know basic politeness. And yet for such behavior he should have been beaten and chased away like a dog. The speaker's partner grinned, saying that he still continues to go to Xi'an, and judging by the sour smell, they do not teach anything at all in Huashan. Another student of the school grinned. Raising his hand, the guy said that the great Zhongnan schools should teach him a lesson. Chongyan's hair no longer hid his eyes. He stepped over his gourd. A moment later he tossed it. The guy raised his head. At that moment, the protagonist moved through them. The youth's body trembled. His companion also trembled. The leader of the group fell over backwards. Chongyan caught his gourd. He rushed away, striking the disciples of the other school. His fist glowed with chi. Huashan and Zhongnan could almost be called sworn enemies. The disciples of Zhongnan began to fall. The protagonist turned over the gourd, realizing that there was no sake left inside. The great schools that were neighbors to each other could not initially have good relations. They had much in common. Their schools followed the same dogmas, learned the art of fencing and so on, so they competed even in small things, clashing with each other. At the moment when the question was raised about who was stronger, there was nothing left but to draw a blade and clash. It was a question of honor. So it happened that when meeting the followers of Zhongnan, the students of Huashan felt only hostility. Of course, they tried not to appear in Xi'an, in this city. However, this did not concern the grinning Chongmayan. For him, Xian was one of the places where he could properly rest, without being seen by the elder. However, he could not visit here often, otherwise he would be discovered by more experienced cultivators. He was often pestered, but he himself never attacked Zhongnan with his fists. While he was eating, the guys from the school could come up to him. Soon they would fall to the ground. The guys always found him first and attacked him in a crowd, but they always lost. A huge crowd could be left lying right on the square. And yet it was worth giving credit to at least their fortitude. They always came back again even after their limbs were broken. For this reason, there were frequent explosions in the city. It was the fortitude that made Zhongnan a name. Their crest proudly fluttered. The protagonist's hair flew in the wind, touching his crest, realizing that something would definitely happen if they crossed paths. Smiling, the guy said that nothing serious would happen. Running forward, he said that there were no longer those who looked for him in the past. The doctor tried to feel Huang's pulse. He carefully placed his hand on the bed. Turning his head, he told Zhongyi that the old man had a serious case. The old man closed his eyes. Raising his eyelids, he asked if he meant to say that even the masters of the Tang clan, nicknamed the Poison Suppressor, could not cure his father. The man looked at the sick man and said that their clan, of course, understood poisons best, but the master's illness was not caused by poisoning. Looking at his father's face, Zhongyi cried out. Raising his hand, he asked how, with such symptoms, it could not be poison. The doctor answered, saying that despite the similarity of symptoms, it was clearly not poisoning. Zhongyi froze with his mouth open. He abruptly grabbed the man's hand. Shaking him, he hysterically asked what kind of illness this was then. He suddenly froze, realizing something. Zhongyi let go of the doctor. While rubbing his wrist, he apologized, saying that he knew that this was not his path, but he was so upset that he could not hold back. Soon the doctor left the room, asking for forgiveness for his helplessness. The door closed. Sitting next to his father, the man did not know what to do. With each passing day his father was getting worse. Even the huge amount of money did not help them. Zhongyi clenched his fist until it trembled. Looking at his father's face, he said that he had worked hard all his life for the poor, and now he would die of an unknown disease, having spent a whole year in suffering. The man could not hold back his tears. The fate of his loved one was too cruel. He turned around abruptly when someone called out to him. The man, opening the door, announced his entrance. A moment later he entered. The person who entered was a stately man, the son of the elder of Zhongnan. Frowning, he told Zhongyi that he had to give in. The only way to save the Huang chief was through Daodi. The man frowned at the guest's words. With his back to Kamak, he said that he understood what he was saying, but he didn't want to resort to such things for now. Narrowing his eyes, Kamak said that it was rare for the chief of the great Zhongnan to personally offer to perform the ritual. How could he not understand that he was only granted such an honor because of the chief? Bowing his head, Zhongyi said that his letters had not yet received all the responses. He would make a decision once he received them. The man gritted his teeth, saying that this was pointless. Zhongyi's face twisted in anger, but he could not say anything. He closed his eyes. As he stood up, the man mentally said that the reason why he had to endure this and turn a deaf ear was simple. It was because Kamak was the son of the Zhongnan chief. Zhongyi stood up and turned around. Zhongnan was famous as one of the 9 great schools in the past, but recently its name and crest rose as a synonym for invincible power. Several generations passed, and it was able to rise to the title of the best fencing school in the world. Looking closely at the crest on its chest, Zhongyi understood that Zhongnan had a strong influence on Xian since ancient times. If the elder himself gave advice, he, not even the head of the merchant guild, but only the successor, had no right to reject it. Therefore, he now silently looked at the man behind him. He clenched his fist, understanding that this elder would again demand a huge amount of money as a fee for the ceremony. Zhongyi did not mind the money. He was ready to give all his property if only it could save his father. But if they were really sure that it would save his father, they would not ask for payment in advance of the ceremony. His money would simply fall into oblivion. The elder's eyes flashed as he told Zhongyi that he was being unreasonable. Looking at the sick man on the bed, he said that even renowned doctors had failed to cure the illness. Suddenly, both of them turned their heads sharply, hearing a scream. The servant bowed, saying that a man from Huashan was looking for him. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise, taken aback. He had sent a letter to Huashan last. At best it should have just arrived, but the school had already sent a man. Kamak's face twisted in anger. He asked if this was the Huashan that had collapsed. Raising his hand, he asked who they thought they were. Putting his hand on Zhongyi's shoulder, he said that it was a waste of time. He did not need to see these worthless people. Zhongyi glanced at the hand on his shoulder. Looking behind him, Kamak said that he had contacted them himself, and now he could not throw them out so easily. The man froze. He removed his hand from the merchant's shoulder. Walking with the servant, Zhongyi asked where the gentlemen who had arrived from Huashan were. The servant replied that they were at the gate. Looking up at the sky, the man scolded the servant, saying that he had left the guests who had come from far away to languish at the gate. Had he really lost all his skills? Zhongni pulled the rings of the gate. Soon the door opened. He immediately bowed, apologizing for his ignorance, and introduced himself. Without raising his head, Zhongni apologized for the servant's behavior. Looking closely, the man saw only a pair of legs. His eyes widened, these legs were too small. He involuntarily raised his head. The protagonist was picking his ear. Zhongni froze, looking at the youth, and asked where his companions were. The protagonist lowered his hand and said that he had arrived alone. Zhongni's eyebrows rose in shock. Chunmian chuckled and said that he knew a way to cure Mr. Huang, but he also wanted to check what their large reward in the letter meant. The merchant frowned and was taken aback. The pair froze, looking at each other at the gate. The protagonist grinned, looking at his victim. Kimak, his mouth open, laughed loudly. Approaching Zhongni, he said that he had already told him that there was no point in even meeting with the scoundrels from Huashan. Straightening up, he said that they did not know anything, but they did not want to stay on the sidelines. They themselves were ashamed to be seen, so they sent the youth. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise when he said that he had heard that the head of Huashan was an honorable man, but he used such a stupid trick. The boy sighed. He folded his hands in a greeting. Bowing, he said that he was a little late in greeting. Bowing his head and introducing himself, the young man said that he had carefully studied his letter. Raising his head, he said that he had come here immediately because he had some guesses about the symptoms mentioned in the letter. Zhongni's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the young man in front of him, he asked if he really had a guess about his father's illness. Qianmayan replied that it was indeed so. The man clenched his fist. The boy was the first to say so. Shaking his entire body, he realized that they had been visited by countless doctors and craftsmen, but none of them had brought up the symptoms before examining his father. He pursed his lips. Kimak stepped forward. Passing the merchant, he told the young man that he should be ashamed of himself for deceiving people like that. Looking at the young leader, the elder said not to listen to Qianmayan. They should go back inside and not waste time. He abruptly turned his gaze to the young man. The protagonist put his hands behind his back. Raising his eyebrows and being displeased, he asked who he was, and why he kept calling him a youth. The elder was taken aback and froze. Pointing at himself, he asked if he really was telling him that. The boy answered, saying that here, except for him, no one called him that. Kimak, angry, shouted, saying that he was too impudent, since he couldn't even discern Zhongnan's form. Qianmayan picked his ear. Blowing on his finger, he said that he spoke as if he knew, so he decided that he was some kind of official. Shifting his gaze, the boy said that he saw that he knew the way to cure the head of Huang. The elder narrowed his eyes. Raising his hand, he said that Chief Huang had fallen ill because he had strayed from the path of Taoism. Extending his finger, he said that the only way to cure the illness was Daodi, which would dispel the gaze of heaven. The protagonist smiled and said that then it would be better to call a shaman or someone from the Kunlun school, since they were experts in this. Raising his hand, Chongyan said that everyone knew that both Huashan and Zhongnan were half-lay people, so it would be better to call a real Taoist for the ritual. Turning his head and looking at Zoni, the young man said that since they had decided, it would be better to find a better place, where the expenses were lower. The merchant was taken aback. He froze, realizing the truth of the young man's words. Kimak, in a rage, sharply shouted, asking if his chief had really taught him to laugh at his elders like that. Seeing the futility of his words, the man clenched his teeth. Sharply pointing at the youth, he asked Zhongni if he was really going to stand there silently. He should quickly throw this impudent fellow. The merchant sighed and closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he said that this was not Zhongnan, but the Milky Way, and it was up to him to decide how to receive the guests of the trading guild. Kimak clenched his jaw in anger again. Looking at Chongmayan, Zhongni said that he would ask him a few questions. Frowning, the man told the boy that he had already said that he had a hunch about his father's illness. Now he should tell him more about it. The boy, opening his mouth, said that he had heard that Chief Huang often went on trading expeditions, and he was sure that he had been on one of them near the Shawandishan Basin. These were mountains shrouded in fog. Smiling, the boy asked if he was right. Zhongni frowned deeply. He puzzled the young man in front of him by saying that there had been no such expedition. The young man raised his hands and asked how that could be. He waved his arms and said that he must have been attacked at the very least. The merchant countered by saying that his father had never been attacked in the past 5 years. Zhongni narrowed his eyes, his hopes of curing his father vanishing. Kimak's laughter could be heard throughout the estate. Pointing at Qianmayan, he said that he had already told him that it was not worth even wasting his time. Zhongni closed his eyes, listening to the elder mock the young man. Raising his eyelids, the man told Qianmayan that he hoped that he would understand, that he understood his desire to help, but his father's illness was too serious and any mistake could lead to worsening. The gates began to close. The merchant standing outside the gate told the protagonist to go back and thank the leader of Huashan for his trouble. The protagonist's mouth dropped open and he froze in shock. He frowned sharply. The boy pushed the gate with his hand. Opening his mouth, he said that the old man's entire body turned red and cold. Zhongyi frowned at his words. Qianmayan continued, saying that if he pressed with his hand, the red qi would change to white, and then turn red again. Before the old man lost his mind, there was a strong chill, as if there was an ice cave around him. Black qi accumulated not only on the bridge of his nose, but also on the crown and back of his head. Zhongyi grabbed the rings of the gate. He abruptly opened the gate, asking the boy how he knew about all this. Qianmayan, smiling broadly, asked if he should continue. Bowing, the man said that he would see him out. Kimak, who was standing next to him, objected, saying that the guy was simply listing the symptoms characteristic of Ain's surge. Zhongyi, closing his eyes, asked if he meant that during Ain's surge, black qi accumulates on the crown and back of the head. Raising his eyelids, he asked why, if he knew so much, he could not cure his father. Kimak froze with his mouth open. Straightening up, the man said that he would no longer allow them to interfere without reason, and if they continued, they would officially move against Zhongnan. The protagonist chuckled. The elder turned and walked away. The events take us to the mansion. Qianmayan removed the sheet. He stood in front of the sick old man. The youth, examining the old man's body, realized that the condition was worse than he thought. Running his fingers over his chest, he said that the symptoms definitely corresponded to the devil's flower, although the execution of the technique was lame. Straightening up, he said that if the blow had been dealt by a master, at his age, the old man would not have lasted a whole year. Qianmayan raised his hand. He poured his qi into Huang's body. His qi slowly ate away the dark qi inside his body. When he closed his eyes, Zhongyi asked him if he was unable to do it. Raising his eyelids, the boy said that the treatment would not be that difficult. The merchant, looking away, said that he knew it, he could not do it. A moment later, his whole body shuddered in shock. The protagonist, turning his head, said that there was nothing difficult in the treatment, he had taken some measures so that he would not die. Huang's face slowly turned white. The accumulation of qi on his forehead disappeared. Zhongyi's whole body trembled, he was shocked. The young man standing next to him said that for a full recovery it would take time and some preparations would need to be made. The man turned his head and asked what exactly he needed to prepare. Chunmian looked at the ceiling. Widely admiring, he said that he wouldn't mind breakfast. Soon, all the bowls of food were emptied. The protagonist was stuffing food into his mouth. Zhongyi, who was sitting opposite him, asked him what preparation he was talking about. Chunmian swallowed the meat. Smiling widely, he said that the treatment took a lot of energy, so it was important to eat well, and besides, their local chef was an excellent cook. Zhongyi narrowed his eyes at the young man. He frowned, mentally saying that, looking at what had happened, it was hard not to believe him. Biting into a piece of chicken, the guy said that treating his father was not a matter of primary importance. First of all, they needed to find the reason why he had fallen ill. Raising a leg, he said that therefore he would ask a few questions. After chewing everything, the young man asked who was closest to his father. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he needed someone who had been observing the leader's surroundings, who would accompany him from his bedroom to the expedition, or someone who would never be suspected of anything, except for him, of course. Raising his eyebrows, the merchant asked why he was asking this, and he answered by saying that it was necessary for treatment. The man crossed his arms and thought. Raising his head, he said that he had no idea, because his father had too many assistants. Imagining 5 people, he said that there were at least 5 people who matched his description. The protagonist bit off a piece of meat, saying that it would be difficult to find. Only the bone remained untouched by the boy. The man parted his lips and asked what he was looking for after all. Chewing, Qianmayan thought for a moment, and said that he himself should understand this. Zhongyi, opposite the boy, froze when he said that, judging by the details, it was not someone from the outside who harmed the leader. Pointing his chopsticks at the man, he said that it looked like it was his own doing. The merchant jumped up, demanding that he watch his expressions. He frowned, saying that all the members of the merchant guild were like family to each other. Having spent their lives together with the Milky Way, they all deeply respected their father. The young man put down his chopsticks, saying that if that was the case, it would be easier for them. Zhongyi in front of him froze when the boy said that it would be good if there was no one to suspect. Picking his teeth, he said not to worry, because the investigation would show everything. Judging from the condition, the one who used the demonic technique ineptly constantly poured in demonic qi, so an especially thick dark qi had accumulated in his hand. Running his hand over the old man's chest, Qianmayan realized that it had no effect at first, but he had worked tirelessly for a long time. Now, picking his teeth, he thought of a plan. Zhongyi parted his lips and asked how he was going to conduct this investigation. The boy replied that it had already begun since they had started talking in this room. All he could do was watch. The man froze, looking at the boy at the table. Chongmayan smiled and said that the fun would soon begin, then he asked if he could ask him for something. Zhongyi put his hand on his chest and said that he would do whatever he wanted. The boy grabbed the neck of the bottle. Grinning widely, he asked for a bottle of drink. Kimak clenched his fist as he sat at the table. He involuntarily broke his chopsticks. His hand trembled as he said that not only had the child of Huashan entered Xian with all the honors, but he was also called the same as that unkillable bastard. Kimok's eyes lit up. He remembered the noble blade of the plum blossom. Songbik opened his mouth and asked who he was. The man slammed the table. He raised his hand and shouted, saying that such a noble title did not suit this little brat. Songbik sighed. He knew that as soon as he mentioned Huashan, the elder would immediately lose his temper. It had been 100 years since the plum blossom style was buried, but it was still on everyone's lips. The boy couldn't help but imagine the swordsman, trying to understand how great this man was. The elder frowned, saying that he couldn't help but worry, because this young man had raised the whole village on its ears, promising to cure the chief. He couldn't help but remember the smirking scoundrel. Songbik, who was sitting next to him, asked if it was possible, and he replied that people were already talking about improvements. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The youth frowned, understanding everything. The support of the Huang chief was invaluable. If this child could cure him, then the Huang chief would not be able to simply turn away from Huashan, who had saved his life, and would once again go to the gates of this school. Bowing his head, the disciple realized that the old man would most likely throw all his efforts into helping the school. Shifting his gaze, he decided to stop this. Opening his mouth, Songbik asked the elder if they could just kick the youth out since he was causing so much trouble. Smiling, he said that if he personally intervened, it would be bad for Chongmaying, but they, the second-generation disciples, could also help. No one would have any questions if the second-generation Zhongnan disciple and the third-generation Huashan disciple crossed swords. The elder bowed his head and thoughtfully asked if there would be talk of them oppressing children. The disciple sitting next to him said that everyone knew that Zhongnan and Huashan had long exchanged experiences in combat. He glanced at his sword and said that there would be no problem if they accidentally clashed and went a little overboard during the demonstration fight. Songbik chuckled and said that they had the Zhonghua assembly coming up, so that would be a good excuse. Kimok tapped his finger on the table. Frowning, he said that he heard him, but he could not give his consent. Songbik was surprised and stopped smiling when the elder said that Kianmayan was a third-generation disciple after all, and that hurting this child or challenging him to a duel would damage the school's prestige. The disciple suddenly chuckled. Grabbing his sword, he said that he would take note that he did not insist on it. The boy stood up. Bowing, the young man said that it would be fine if one of the disciples made a mistake and would accept the appropriate punishment. Kimok smiled, saying that he would personally punish whoever touched this child. Songbik smiled, knowing that he was promised a great reward. Soon they left the palace. The door closed. Kimok, drinking tea, understood that it was natural for the disciples to look at Huashan as a laughingstock. At the time of their birth, Huashan's affairs were already going downhill. Putting his cup on the table, he said that in his youth, Huashan was not a school that Zhongnan could subjugate. If the attack of the demonic sect had not undermined Huashan, up until now, Zhongnan would not have been able to bypass it. Only the war and the bloodshed helped them. The elder frowned and said that they couldn't go back to those times. No matter how you looked at it, Chongmyang had left Huashan and walked all the way to Zhongnan, so it was safe to say that they were going back to their roots. The cup was all cracked. Kimok frowned deeply and said that he should talk to the head once the matter was settled. The two disciples walked out of the palace. Koi, who was walking behind, asked what he planned to do with the child. The young man, who was walking slightly ahead, said that they would just beat him up. Looking into the distance, the young man mentally said that although he didn't like treating the child so carelessly, nothing good could come of someone like the elder getting into a fight with the young man. Koi, passing by the pond, asked if Huashan really sent the boy alone. What were they even thinking? Songbik answered by saying that each school has different circumstances. There is a reason for that. The two disciples walked towards Zoni's mansion while exchanging words. Stopping, Songbik said not to forget that now they need to help the elder. Koi turned around. The boy grinned and said that they don't even have to look for anyone. A young man was passing right in front of him. The protagonist whistled, saying that the weather was really nice. He turned his gaze when someone greeted him. Songbik stood up like a soldier. Clasping his hands in a greeting gesture, he said that he was happy to meet a disciple of Huashan. Raising his head, he introduced himself. The protagonist nodded to him. Smiling nervously, Songbik asked where he was going. The boy answered by saying that he needed to see the headman. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to check if there was any improvement. The Zhongnan disciple narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that neither the elders nor the famous doctors could cure the head. How could a child do it? Looking closely at the youth's face, he decided that this Chongmayan was unclean. He smiled, asking if he could spare him a minute. The protagonist replied by saying that he could do it. Looking at the palace, the boy asked what he needed. Songbik answered by saying that since ancient times, Zhongnan and Huashan exchanged combat experience, improving their skills. Even now, the Zhonghua meeting is held periodically to exchange knowledge. Chongmayan, opening his mouth, said that he did not know about this, because he recently joined the school. Songbik narrowed his eyes. Touching the hilt, He said that this is exactly what he expected. Looking at the young man in front of him, he mentally said that if the boy had ever attended a meeting, he would not have answered so rudely, and with his head held high. Sunbeak glanced at the arch, saying that experiencing the Huashan sword style would greatly help his training. The protagonist's eyes widened, he understood everything. A strong wind blew. Smiling, the boy asked Qianmayan if he would deign to show him the technique of the great Huashan. The smile did not leave his lips. While the strong wind blew, Sunbeak thought about how to make the boy accept his offer. The protagonist opened his mouth. His face twisted in displeasure, as he asked if he was really being asked to fight. Sunbeak, opening his mouth in amazement, confirmed it. He involuntarily sweated, saying that they would not fight, but exchange knowledge. Chunmian, who stood in front of the boy, said that this was a challenge to fight, but he should not be nervous, he would always accept a challenge to fight. Sunbeak froze in surprise. The protagonist in front of him bowed his head, saying that he should not regret his challenge later. Leaves from the trees floated in the air. 2 students from different schools stood on the training ground. Holding his blade, Sunbeak asked his opponent to state his rank. Chunmian put his hands behind his back and said that he did not have a rank. Parting his lips, the boy said that he would give advice to such a young child. The protagonist in front of him was puzzled when the boy said that he must think that he did nothing wrong, but the world does not judge only by who is right and who is wrong. Chunmian narrowed his eyes. Opening his mouth, Sunbeak said that he should return to Huashan before he incurred more wrath. The boy's eyes widened when the boy asked him if they were going to fight. Qianmayan surprised the boys in front of him by saying that the Zhongnan disciples seemed to only compete in idle talk, and yet they were the ones who called for a fight first. Koei clenched his fist, very angry. His comrade raised his hand, telling him to calm down. Sunbeak realized with a tight grip on his sword that the insolent man clearly had no manners. The Zhongnan disciple's entire face tensed up, and he really wanted to kill the boy. Untying the sword from his belt, he decided to start the fight. He extended his arms in front of him, greeting his opponent. Sunbeak scowled, calling for the Huashan Qianmayan disciple to draw his sword. The boy almost fell over when the protagonist asked for a moment. Raising his head, he asked what else he wanted. Chunmian pointed at Koei and said that he told him that. The student pointed at himself in disbelief. The protagonist extended his hand. Smiling, he asked to borrow his sword. The boys froze. The very first thing everyone was taught in sword schools was not to lend their precious sword to someone else. One of them shouted, asking how a student of a sword school could not have a sword. Chunmian sighed, saying that he never imagined that they wanted to fight him. Turning around, the young man said that if they did not want to, then he would find something to swing. Koei objected when Sunbeak in front of him demanded to lend his sword. He slightly turned his head, asking if he really wanted to hear Zhongnan reproached for attacking defenseless students. The protagonist turned around. He raised his head and saw a sword flying at him. Qianmayan grabbed it and thanked Koei. Then he slung the sword over his shoulder. The boy turned around and said that it was time for them to begin. Sunbeak in front of him asked if he would draw his sword. Qianmayan replied by saying that he did not intend to kill anyone. Disciple Zhongnan sighed. As soon as he spoke to this boy, he had lost all his upbringing. The protagonist looked at Sunbeak with surprised eyes. The swordsman clutched his sword tightly, realizing that this young man would not understand anything unless he was told directly. His eyes lit up when he said that it was too late to expect mercy from him. Qianmayan frowned and said that he should hurry up, otherwise the day would pass. Sunbeak shifted his sword from one hand to the other. He drew the sword back. The ground gave way under his feet. A moment later, he rushed forward. Qianmayan's hair was ruffled by a gust of wind. His opponent raised his sword to strike. The protagonist blocked his sword with his own. A moment later, he stepped back from the force of the blow. The boy stared at his opponent in surprise. He broke through the tile with his step. Sunbeak rushed towards Qianmayan again. The protagonist barely managed to block his attack. His eyes widened in shock. Powerful gusts of wind spread across the training ground. A huge amount of smoke rose up. Koei, who was standing to the side, said that the elder was very angry. He saw Qianmayan retreating, parrying another attack. Looking closely at the youth who was gritting his teeth, Koei said that he had hit the elder too hard. 2 gusts of wind collided. Koei thought that Qianmayan looked like he was holding up well, holding back the elder's attacks, but most likely the kid was already dying. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy mentally said that the elder could have finished him off a long time ago if he wanted, but then rumors would spread that they were bullying children. The youth thought that his friend, gritting his teeth, greatly restraining his strength and speed to simply block him without striking, was giving him a valuable lesson. Sunbeak gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. He rushed forward. His blade cut through the air. Qianmayan clenched his jaw. A moment later, a blast of wind was heard. The protagonist slid back. His sword was smoking from the blocked attack. Sunbeak was breathing heavily. Looking at the youth in front of him, he said that his attack was blocked again. The youth frowned as he looked at his opponent. Thinking about it, The Zhongnan disciple remembered his first dash. The youth placed the sword in the place where it would strike and simply waited. Sweating profusely, Sungbik mentally said that it was impossible to calculate the trajectory of the sword unless you penetrated his thoughts. Rushing forward, the disciple was sure that the youth was still too small and weak. The air parted in front of him. The protagonist held the sword out in front of him. Sungbik frowned. He stepped sharply on the tile and dented it. The boy struck from above downwards. The boy moved his leg to the side. A moment later, he turned his body, dodging the attack. By doing so, he easily deflected the opponent's attack. Sungbik turned his gaze to his opponent, realizing that all of his strikes had been stopped. Chongmayan jumped back. He distanced himself from his opponent. The boy raised his head, shocked. His sword technique, recognized as the best in all of Zhongnan, was so easily blocked. He gritted his teeth. Qi itself flowed into his hand. Chongmayan's eyes widened at the sight. The wind swirled around the boy. He began to pour qi into the sword with both hands. His eyes flashed brightly, and his face twisted in anger. Streams of wind rushed towards the boy. He sharply turned his head. The boy lowered the sword, continuing to pour mana into it. His pupil flashed brightly. A moment later, he was in front of Qianmaying. Koi, terrified, screamed, telling him to stop. Sungbik's eyes widened. He immediately dispersed the qi in his hands. A moment later, he delivered a normal blow to Qianmaying's sword. For a moment, everyone froze. Sungbik opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Just a little more, and he would have really killed the boy. Suddenly, the boy's body bent. A moment later, his body was thrown back. He crashed into the wall with a roar. Blood burst out of his mouth. Sungbik froze with wide eyes. Koi was terrified. His pupils shrank. The boy fell to the ground. Small streams of wind spread from his body. Blood poured out of his mouth. Sungbik sweated and panicked. Sungbik lowered his sword when the shadow dissipated. Suddenly, he flinched when someone called out to him. Koi ran up to his comrade and asked what happened to the child. The boy looked at him in amazement, and tried to justify himself. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The swordsman sat down next to the protagonist and lifted him up. There were traces of blood on his chin. The student thought that he had definitely tamed his inner strength. In memory, blue energy flashed in his hands. The next moment, his sword crashed into Qianmayan's weapon. A powerful blow threw him back, and his body crashed into the wall. The warrior remembered that even the most powerful blows did not leave a scratch on him, and wondered if he could have been thrown back by a sword devoid of inner strength. Blood gushed out of the boy's mouth. The fighter looked at it in fear. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Looking at the fountain of blood, the swordsman was surprised that this was even possible. Koi asked what they should do now. Sungbik's eyes turned white as he realized that everything that had happened was his own mistake. Shoni stepped forward. The boy's eyes widened in fear. His friend looked back when he saw someone enter the training field. The warrior pursed his lips tensely. The man opened his mouth in anger and asked what was going on. The heroes were on opposite sides of the spacious courtyard. The doctor narrowed his eyes and said that the protagonist was in critical condition. He pulled back Chongmaying's eyelid and ordered his assistant to quickly move him to another place. The heroes carried the boy away from the battlefield. The warrior frowned and wondered what excuse could help him. The scabbard lay in a pool of blood. There were many abrasions on it. Sungbik realized that in such a situation, even Zhuge Liang's grandfather would not be able to do anything. The old man lowered his head and asked how it was possible to send an assassin to his ward. The master approached the pool of blood and stated that he believed the followers of the Zhongnan school had a conscience. Zhongli looked at his reflection and was outraged that they were doing something like this right in front of him. The man frowned menacingly and looked away. The old man looked at the youth and stated that he would never forget what happened today. The disciple's mouth dropped open in shock when he was ordered to leave the guild today. The warrior flinched when someone asked what all the fuss was about. A bead of sweat ran down the fighter's cheek. Kimak approached him and asked what just happened here. The mentor raised his eyebrows in shock. There was a pool of blood on the ground. The wooden fence was destroyed. Representatives of different schools were standing next to him. The teacher angrily clenched his teeth and mentally called his disciple a fool. The man raised his hand and assumed that some kind of accident had occurred here. The old man's mouth dropped open when asked if an assassination attempt could be called that. The master frowned sternly and explained that just now, the child who was treating his father had almost died at the hands of the disciples of an influential school. The master's eyes widened and he said that an accident meant there was no hidden intention. Songbik's mouth dropped open and he shouted that this was not the case and explained that he had not crossed the line. The master furiously knit his brows and asked if the problem was not that he had used too much force. The young man's eyes widened when Zhongyi asked what the reason was for the Zhongnan disciple to raise his sword against the child from Huashan in the first place. Standing in front of a pool of blood, the man reminded him that sparring was when two opponents of equal strength met in a duel to exchange martial knowledge. The protagonist folded his hands behind his back, The old man asked if they were sparring with a child who had lived half as long as them. The student put his hand to his chest as the master protested that this was the vaunted valor of Zhongnan. With his mouth wide open, the teacher decided to be brief and ordered the warrior to gather his students and leave the guild that very day. Kimok pursed his lips in displeasure as the mentor stated that he spoke on behalf of the heir of the Milky Way Guild and the acting leader. The man lowered the corners of his lips and agreed to his terms. The old man turned his head as the leader of Zhongnan said that they wished the leader of Huang a speedy recovery with all their hearts. The master took a step forward. Zoni silently walked past the scoundrel. He sternly knitted his brows and whispered that from the outside, everything looked completely different. The teacher angrily clenched his teeth, but said nothing. The heroes went their separate ways. Kovi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Songbik looked down in disappointment and thought. The boy closed his eyes and wanted to say something. The young man looked back when the mentor said that they would soon return to the main mountain. Giving his student a stern look, Kimok explained that before returning to the mountain, he would have to stay here to beg the master for forgiveness by any means. The warrior raised his eyebrows in confusion. The fighter bit his lower lip in anger, but quickly agreed. White clouds floated across the sky. Standing in front of the bed, Jabak reported that the protagonist's meridians were in complete disarray, so the current situation was very dangerous. Nearby there was a vat of bloody water. The Taoist added that the doctor was currently trying to restore the meridians, but could not guarantee a complete recovery. Qian Mayan was unconscious. Zhongyi asked if his life was out of danger. The man assumed that it was. Looking at the child, the old man was glad that at least he was not in any danger. The master asked when he would wake up. The adept turned to him and replied that it would take at least 2 or 3 days. The teacher closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The mentor looked closely at the student and hoped that during this time he would not get worse. The boy was lying on a pillow with his eyes closed. Zoni remembered how the boy treated his father's hand and realized that this was the only person who could improve his condition. Huang's face seemed to be cracking. The man realized that the protagonist might be his last hope for salvation. Sungbik furrowed his brows in determination. The old man thought about attacking him and knocking him unconscious. The master lowered his head and decided that they would not dare to do this if they had an ounce of respect for the guild and his father. The teacher clenched his fist and realized that Zhongnan had crossed all boundaries. Zabak looked away and asked if this child could really cure the leader. Standing in front of the bed, the Taoist explained that he did not want to harbor empty hopes. The master turned his head and said that none of the countless doctors could tell what illness his father had, but the young swordsman did not even need to examine him. Qian Mayan opened his mouth wide and shouted that Huang's entire body was red-hot and cold. Zhongyi's eyes widened in shock. The adept looked down when the man said that he had seen with his own eyes how his father had improved. Raising his eyebrows, the old man said that he would not succumb to blind faith and suggested that the heavens themselves had come to his aid. Standing in a small room, the master asked his comrade to spare no expense to ensure that the child's recovery was smooth. The full moon shone in the sky at night. Footsteps were heard outside the door. Someone opened it. The stranger stepped into the room. The hooded man looked at the boy. The boy was fast asleep on his bed. The stranger raised 2 fingers and said that he did not hate him at all. His fingers caught fire. The villain asked the child to consider this payment for interfering in his affairs. The villain swung his hand. The next moment he struck. However, his fingers cut into the pillow. The man opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist's eyes widened. A grin appeared on his face. Qian Mayan grabbed his opponent by the wrist. The boy sat up from the bed. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that he had caught his enemy. The attacker's fingers continued to burn. The stranger clenched his teeth angrily and swung his claws. The child somersaulted in the air and dodged the blow. The student pushed off the enemy's back. The warrior landed on his feet behind him. The stranger bared his teeth furiously. Suddenly, a red glow appeared near his cloak. The villain turned around and swung his hand again. He released a ball of powerful energy forward. The protagonist jumped into the air and dodged the attack. Black smoke appeared in the man's hand. The attacker clenched his teeth and shouted that he had caught the enemy. The stranger swung another attack and offered to see if he could dodge in the air. A large amount of energy burst from his hand. The protagonist kicked it aside with his foot. The stranger opened his mouth in shock. Chunmian landed on his feet and put his hand on the ground. The entire room was destroyed. The boy assumed that his opponent had not understood something. The boy removed his hand and said that no one had caught him. Zhongyi burst into the room. The man looked around in horror when he heard his footsteps. The school representatives were standing at the threshold. The child smiled broadly and said that they had caught the intruder. The old man frowned menacingly and asked what was going on here. Light illuminated the face of a frightened Zabak. The student picked up a piece of cloth from the ground. The warrior tied his long hair with it. The protagonist approached the exit of the room. Chunmian turned around and explained that he knew that the villain would appear on his own. The master said that he did not doubt his words. The Taoist clenched his fist. The teacher called it unexpected that the villain was the one who was trusted the most. The adept frowned and asked how they managed to figure him out. The boy smiled and replied that he had no idea who the villain was and that he had thought that someone would definitely come to kill the one who was treating Huang. The disciple looked at him in surprise and said nothing. Zabak asked what would have happened if he had not come, and the boy folded his hands behind his back and said that he had no other choice. The child presented his dead body and asked if the villain would have missed the chance to kill him and blame it on Shongnan. The man frowned furiously and assumed that they had agreed with Shongnan in advance, but the disciple immediately denied this. The warrior raised his hand and explained that those children had simply decided to tease him at the right time. Opening his mouth wide, the Taoist asked about his internal injuries and stated that, according to the doctor, the injury was so serious that even the meridians were in complete disarray. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked him not to ask such obvious questions and said that there was nothing difficult in deceiving one simple doctor. Chunmian smiled and decided that his enemy could wait, was satisfying his curiosity. The boy confidently knitted his brows and said that the villain who was going to kill the leader had fallen into a trap. The adept grinned slyly. Standing in front of the crater from the explosion, he laughed loudly. The heroes watched him in amazement. The novice opened his mouth wide and said that his attempt to kill a child in no way proves his involvement in the assassination attempt on Huang. The villain hoped that the master would not believe him, since his words lacked logic. Zhongyi frowned in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Zabak spread his arms and explained that he would never do such a thing, because the leader treated him very well. The master frowned tensely when the man suggested that he too suspected him of the assassination attempt, and asked why his comrade hid his martial arts and tried to kill the young swordsman. The Taoist raised his hand and asked if the child had bewitched him. The adept opened his mouth in anger and asked how the boy could do something that even the most famous doctors could not do. The teacher frowned angrily and said that he simply needed to convince him, and then that would be enough to resolve the situation. Standing in front of him, the disciple said that the one who was bewitched would never listen to others. The scoundrel pointed at the disciple and explained that killing him was the only way to bring the master to his senses. The protagonist opened his mouth in displeasure and mimicked him, asking how much longer they would have to listen to his excuses. Jabak's eyes widened in surprise and asked what this meant. Qianmayan took a step forward. His fist was enveloped in a blue aura. The boy lunged forward and offered to end it all with one blow. The man swung his sharp claws. At that moment, the boy was too close and was attacked. A red spot appeared on his hand. The child landed on one knee. The student raised his hand above his head and attracted the attention of everyone present. His palm also turned red. Zhongyi looked at him in shock. Looking back, the warrior said that this was called the cinnabar hand of the monster, and explained that such a mark leaves red marks on a person's body and kills him in a matter of hours. The Taoist looked at his hand in fear. The protagonist said that he was not in danger, but an ordinary person could die from such a thing. The adept opened his mouth in surprise when Chunmian added that an ordinary old man who was not trained in martial arts could become a victim. The boy smiled broadly and said that he would believe in the villain's innocence if there was someone else next to the leader who could continuously inject the energy of the cinnabar hand into his body. The teacher opened his mouth furiously and ordered his subordinates to seize the manager at once. The guards rushed into battle. The mentor gave them permission to kill the villain if he resisted. The novice raised his fiery hands and cursed him. Zabak frowned angrily and shouted that he would have succeeded if not for this guy. At this time, Songbik was sitting on the steps of the stairs. In memory, Kimak sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked him to stay here to beg the master for forgiveness by any means necessary. The young man lowered his head and decided that this looked more like a punishment than an order. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the school courtyard. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise. With one blow, the man destroyed the wall of the building. The hands of the Taoist were burning with an ominous aura. The smoke enveloped the heroes who remained untouched. The protagonist said that what was happening was only spoiling his mood. Standing in the white haze, Qianmayan asked if they had really managed to uncover everything, and expressed confidence that the villain had serious reasons for attempting to assassinate the leader. When the dust cleared, the boy narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to quickly knock the villain down and end it all because he wanted to sleep. The disciple frowned angrily and was outraged by his self-confidence. The disciple spread his arms and asked if the child really meant that he would be able to withstand the true power of the cinnabar hand. The boy raised his eyebrows and explained that he was not talking about himself. The disciple looked back. Zoni also turned around. Songbik was approaching them from afar. The youth froze in place when the protagonist said that the hero from Zhongnan had arrived just in time to defeat the villain. The warrior approached the ruined building. Qianmayan assumed that he came to save them. The swordsman pointed at himself and asked why he would do that. The boy pouted in confusion. The old man frowned menacingly. Suddenly, the fighter raised his eyebrows in surprise and realized everything. Holding the scabbard in his hands, Songbik thought that this could be a great chance to correct his mistake. The young man tensely pursed his lips. The student grabbed the hilt of the sword and decided to seize this opportunity. He made a sharp dash forward and shouted that the villain's opponent would be the Zhongnan's sword. The warrior rushed past the boy. The protagonist smiled confidently. The fighters entered the battle. Chongmin leaned forward slightly and said that they had dealt with one matter. Zoni asked if that was all. Jabak struck with his fist. The boy explained that a man from a famous clan cannot fall at the hands of someone who has not really mastered the martial art. The old man asked what this meant. The boy showed him his hand. The red spot diminished. The child said that the villain had actually studied the monster's cinnabar hand, but lied about his skill level. The master looked at his palm in amazement and asked if he really was an ordinary swordsman. The student looked at him with a puzzled look. The warrior pointed at himself and called himself the most skilled swordsman in the world. During the fight, the protagonist sat on the steps. Kianmayan opened his mouth wide and yawned. The boy squinted and looked at the sky. A real battle was unfolding behind him. Looking back, the boy asked why they had been fighting for several hours, and suggested that he should have beaten the villain himself. Jabak collapsed on his back. Sungbeek stood in front of him with a sword in his hands. The youth looked back and tried to say something. Covered in sweat and bruises, the student declared that the villain had been defeated. Zhongyi raised his eyebrows sternly and praised him, saying that he would not forget Zhongnan's help. The swordsman fell to the floor and thanked him. The child folded his hands behind his back and was glad that it was over. The old man raised his eyebrows and wondered how he should react to what had happened. The protagonist smiled. The master was surprised that he had managed to solve a problem that had been going on for a year and 2 days, and wondered if the solution was really that simple. Behind the Taoist was his dark personality. The mentor wondered why no one had even guessed about the existence of the traitor until now. The teacher imagined the elder behind Kianmayan and felt as if there was an old wise master hidden within him. Zhongyi looked at the boy and asked why the manager had attempted to kill his father. The boy's eyes widened when the man wanted to know his guess. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise when the student replied that he did not know his motives. The master asked if he hadn't guessed anything. The child opened his mouth wide and confirmed it. The swordsman smiled broadly and explained that he only needed to solve the problem and get a reward, and that searching for the essence was not his concern. The protagonist clasped his thumb and forefinger and hoped that the school had prepared a worthy reward for him. The teacher confirmed it. The master raised his eyebrows and noticed that his young friend had forgotten something. Jabak was lying on the rubble. Zoni said that nothing had been resolved yet, because no one had asked the student to catch the villain. Standing next to his ward, the man explained that all he needed was to get his father back on his feet. The old man opened his eyes wide and asked if he could do it. Kianmayan smiled confidently. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he could do it. The master extended his hand. He looked at the child and promised to support Huashan and even throw all the forces of the merchant guild if necessary. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The student grabbed the master's hand. The teacher smiled and said that it was not such a great thing. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and asked if this was a joke. The warrior frowned furiously and suggested that he should be the one to pay back, not Huashan. Zhongyi narrowed his eyes tensely when the protagonist asked where the justice was, and realized that his madness was many times stronger than he thought. Sitting on the chair, Chongmin realized that all he had to do was get his head up on his feet, and then his business here would be over. In front of him was a sick bed. The boy was glad that he had managed to throw difficulties at the guys from Zhongnan. The boy frowned and thought that he still had one problem. Huang's body was covered in red spots. The child realized that he had no self-confidence. The disciple pursed his lips and realized that he didn't know whether he could fully help the old man or not. The warrior stood up from his chair and remembered that he was not a noble plum blossom blade. Standing in front of the bed, the swordsman thought that one careless move could cause a surge of demonic chi, which would lead to the death of the leader. The protagonist took his hand and decided to try to help him anyway. Kianmayan closed his eyes and hoped that no one would hate him if something went wrong. A blue aura enveloped his hands. Energy flowed into the man's body. The boy turned into a spirit. He touched the ground with his foot. In front of him was a wall of demonic energy. The boy frowned tensely. Demonic chi wriggled above his head. It turned out that it took the form of black snakes. The reptile opened its mouth and hissed. The monsters moved towards the intruder. The student noticed that they filled the entire space here. The warrior summoned a weapon and expressed uncertainty that his energy would be enough to disperse this chi. A sword appeared in his hand. The monsters rushed to attack. They surrounded the swordsman from all sides. The protagonist gritted his teeth and swung his blade. With one blow, he managed to cut off the heads of several snakes. The red spots on Huang's hand began to recede. The protagonist held it with his eyes closed. Kianmayan took a fighting stance and thought that he would succeed. There was a gaping hole in the wall of demonic chi. The snakes pounced on the boy. He immediately killed them with a swing of his sword and realized that out of all the meridians, the demonic chi chose only those through which virtue circulated. The boy struck again and decided that if it were not for the obsession with virtue, the accumulated energy would be 10 times stronger. The red spot on the old man's chest disappeared. the disciple realized that everything was much simpler. The man was lying unconscious on the bed. The warrior realized that now everything depended on how long he could hold out. The swordsman delivered a chopping blow. A bright flash of light ground the snakes into powder. Pieces of their flesh fell to the ground. The protagonist asked the leader to be patient a little longer. Chongmyun smiled broadly and promised to finish everything at once. The monster bared its fangs. The snakes intertwined into one ball. They pulled their heads in the same direction. The clusters of monsters retreated away from the boy. The reptiles wriggled. The boy realized that they were trying to escape. The disciple lowered his gaze and asked where they were going. Suddenly, the child looked at the master. The veins on his forehead swelled. The warrior realized that all the demonic chi had flowed into his head. The swordsman gritted his teeth and thought that he would have to be much more careful now, because one thoughtless attack could cause hemorrhaging. Forehead Huan pouted. The protagonist decided that he couldn't retreat, because otherwise the infection would spread throughout his body again. The old man frowned tensely. Kianmayan realized that he didn't have time to think. The boy pursed his lips and thought that he was trapped. His hands began to glow. A drop of blue energy went to the man's head. The boy decided to at least try to help him. He put his hand on the leader's forehead. The disciple's eyes widened. His body began to turn red. The child shouted that he would give the demonic chi a place to escape himself. His purple hand began to tremble. Bright lightning pierced his body. The warrior threw his head back and gritted his teeth. A powerful wave of energy pierced his chest. The swordsman fell to one knee. His body trembled. The protagonist scratched the floor and declared that he would never faint over such a trifle. Kianmayan frowned menacingly, and thought that his pride would not allow the noble plum blossom blade to faint. The world before his eyes began to swim. The boy's eyes turned bloodshot. The boy clenched his fist and realized that he would die if this happened. A bright flash appeared in his stomach. It illuminated his clothes. The student realized that his new body might not be able to withstand this. The child took a step forward. The warrior determinedly knitted his brows and decided to end it all at once. Thousands of snakes looked at him with their red eyes. The monsters rushed forward, baring their fangs. The swordsman jumped into the air to dodge the attacks. The protagonist stepped on a reptile. He ran forward along its long body. Kianmayan jumped and dashed forward. A thin, bright trail appeared in the darkness. One swing of the sword cut the wall of flesh in half. The boy looked away in fear. The snake closed its jaws and swallowed him. Suddenly, cuts appeared on its body. Several powerful blows cut the monster into small pieces. The boy swung his sword and looked back. The student narrowed his eyes and wondered how this happened. The child landed on his feet, the remains of the monster falling behind him. Other snakes approached him from behind. The warrior felt their speed increase. The swordsman turned around and chopped off the heads of the enemies. The snakes rushed further. The protagonist looked to the side and realized that he could not follow their movements. Many monsters fell on him at once. A bright flash illuminated the space. Several powerful blows destroyed the reptiles. Chongmyun frowned tensely and began to breathe heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Looking at the monsters, the boy realized that this was a completely different level compared to when they were in Huang's body. The snake opened its mouth. The boy concluded that the demonic chi began to desperately resist when it realized that it had nowhere else to retreat. The student looked up and thought that he would have to retreat if the fight dragged on and his energy ran out. The veins on the child's face stood out. The warrior jumped back to avoid the blow. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth to grab him. The reptile bit his side. It managed to lift the swordsman high into the air. The protagonist clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand. He swung the blade. Suddenly, another snake attacked him, and Kianmayan dropped the weapon. The sword fell down. The monsters devoured the defenseless boy. The boy clenched his teeth and thought that this would be the end for him. His blade disappeared into thin air. Surrounded by snakes, the student decided that there was little he could do in such a situation. The child squeezed his eyes tightly shut. He opened his eyes wide and realized that there was only one option left. The warrior clenched his fist and thought that he wanted to avoid this. The swordsman clenched his second fist and realized that one mistake would deprive him of both his body and his mind. A white haze appeared around him. Waves of energy flowed away from the snakes. The protagonist remembered that there was only one way to destroy all the demonic chi in the body at once. Streams of aura swept over the monsters. Chongmyun had to fill every cell of his body with energy from the dantian. The reptiles tried to get close to the light rays. They opened their mouths and let go of the boy. A bright explosion destroyed their heads. The boy opened his bloodshot eyes wide. Many flashes appeared all over his body. The student angrily clenched his teeth, trying to cope with the incredible pain. The child opened his mouth wide and felt his body crumble. Red spots came off his hands along with his skin. Demonic chi evaporated from his fingers. The crimson aura left the warrior's body. The swordsman collapsed to the floor. White smoke came from him. Drops of sweat flowed down the protagonist's cheeks. Chongmyun squinted. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. He clutched his chest. The boy leaned on his hand and raised himself. The student frowned and said that he actually thought it was the end. Clutching his robe, the child resolved to never do it again. Huang was lying on the bed. The warrior concluded that this was not the kind of demonic chi that his level could withstand. The man opened his eyes. The swordsman looked at him in surprise. The old man turned his head and asked who he was. The protagonist smiled, but the leader could barely see him. Standing next to the bed, Chunmian asked if he was okay. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy raised his eyebrows and called himself a celestial. Clouds were floating in the sky. Huang assumed that he had died and gone to hell after all. A bird was sitting on a tree branch. At that moment, it flew away. The sun was shining on the guild. After the old man regained consciousness, the Milky Way quickly put its affairs in order. Jabak sat on the ground. Without the help of the disciple, the villain would have been able to carry out his plan and get his hands on all the property of the guild. Standing before the leader, the villain confessed that he was the son of his competitor, and made up a heart-rending story that was impossible to listen to without tears. The warrior scratched his ear. The swordsman blew on his finger and decided that crimes still had to be paid for. The caravan went through the forest. The main character was interested in where the Taoist got her cinnabar hand. A dead merchant lay on the forest path. It turned out that the disciple took his secret teachings from him during a trading campaign. Chongmian rolled his eyes in displeasure and called his story too boring. The boy imagined the Dark Army and decided that if this was the work of a demonic sect, they would not sit silently. There was a tree growing next to the building. The boy concluded that this situation was resolved well. While sitting at the dinner table, the student realized that he had become a benefactor of the Milky Way Guild, which is why they began to treat him like an honored guest. The warrior took a sip from the bottle. There were many delicious dishes on the table. The protagonist greedily stuffed his cheeks with food. Behind the door next to him, Zhongyi's voice was heard, trying to convince his father that he needed bed rest. Huang opened the door and said that he was full of strength, even more than before his illness. Chunmian turned when the heroes entered the hall. The man sternly knitted his eyebrows and called out to him. The boy smiled and said that they had already met when the leader had just woken up. The boy scratched the back of his head and assumed that the old man did not recognize him because he had overeaten. The master silently raised his eyebrows and thought about how his guest had doubled in size in just 3 days. The student asked if they had any errands for him. The guild leader raised his fist to his mouth. Huang looked forward sternly and hoped that the swordsman would fulfill his request. Mr. Huang lowered his head. He bowed and greeted the protagonist. He lay in a bow and said that Chunmian saved his life, and therefore he will never repay his favor. The protagonist continued to eat and asked the merchant to get up. Huang looked at the floor and said that Zhongyi told him everything that happened, and therefore he does not even know if there is a way in the world to repay for saving his life, and therefore he wants to try everything in his power. Chunmian silently looked at him, and the man said that he wanted to repay the favor, and therefore, if the benefactor wants something, he can tell him about it without embarrassment. The merchant raised his head. The protagonist told him to stop, because the Taoist cannot take payment for saving a life. Besides, if the leader finds out, he will be in trouble, because the protagonist rushed here without his permission. Huang looked at him in surprise and asked if he had come here without the chief's permission. The old man's eyes widened in surprise when Qianmayan said that the matter was urgent, and that he had no time to ask for permission. Mr. Huang lowered his head again and said that in that case, he owed him even more repayment, and therefore would not tell the chief. The protagonist immediately smiled and asked if the old man promised not to tell the chief. The merchant raised his head and promised so. The protagonist took out a book. The young man tapped his head and said that he, too, became more forgetful as he got older, so he wrote everything down before coming. The old man looked at him and asked what exactly the young man had written down before coming. The protagonist opened the book and said that he would now look at what he wanted. Huang's eyes widened in surprise. Qianmayan blushed and smiled. He opened his mouth wide and said that he would now begin. After a while, sunset came. Zhongyi stood in the room with his father while his father was talking about how hard it was to believe, but his body was so light, as if he had really been cured. Zhongyi silently looked at the old man, who said that he felt like he had become 10 years younger. The merchant looked questioningly at his son, who noticed the old man's eccentricity. Huang lowered his head and asked what he was talking about. Mr. Huang looked at the glass, and Zhongyi told him that he had not come just to check on the old man's recovery and allay his worries. Zhongyi lowered his head, and the old man asked him to get to the point. Huang raised one eyebrow when the man suddenly called him the leader. He lowered his head and said that he had heard that the old man had ordered the arrangement with Shuangnan to be limited, and had promised a huge reward to Huashan. Zhongyi frowned. He presented the crest and said that Shuangnan was the ruler of Xi'an and an influential school in Shanxi, and therefore it was too dangerous to cooperate with Huashan, which was so far away and also in great decline. The old man picked up the glass. Zhongyi said that of course Huang felt grateful. The man took a sip. His son continued to say that he had promised them too much of a reward, no matter how you look at it, and in his opinion it was too dangerous to strengthen ties with Huashan while cooperating with Zhongnan. The merchant put the glass on the table. Zhongyi asked him to think about his decision and at least maintain the previous terms of the contract with Zhongnan. The old man looked at his reflection in the glass. The man raised his eyebrows excitedly when Mr. Huang asked him what the main duty of a merchant was. Zhongyi lowered his head and began to think. Then he silently looked at his father. The old man watched him silently as he explained that a merchant's main duty was to conduct business on the right path and to create sound trade policies. The man frowned and added that he also needed to develop himself and contribute to the country and the world. Saliva flew out of his mouth. Huang laughed out loud. Mr. Huang looked at his son and said that his mouth was greased because it sounded plausible. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that there was no need to brag in front of him because he knew Zhongyi as well as he did. The merchant took the coin in his hands and said that a merchant's main duty was to earn money, and sometimes a merchant strives to earn money even if he transgresses the law and moral standards. He held the coin between his fingers, saying that he must use the money he earned if he wanted to follow the right path, and if he wanted to help others, he would have to help with this very money. The old man looked at his son through the hole in the coin and declared that there was no room for either feelings or virtue in a merchant's business. Mr. Huang looked at his son and said that there is only efficiency. A drop of sweat rolled down Zhongyi's cheek. The old man squinted at him as the man asked in a daze if he was really going to benefit from the crumbling Huashan. Zhongyi frowned, and Mr. Huang asked if he had forgotten how he had expanded the merchant guild. There was a bright aura around the old man. He looked at the coin and said that one should find value in what others overlook or consider unworthy and invest in it. He presented a crest and said that it could be a school or another merchant guild. Zhongyi also presented a crest and mentally said that his father had thus turned the Milky Way into the best merchant guild in Shangxi. The man extended his hand and said that he still did not see a reason to invest in Huashan. The old man silently took a sip of tea. He remembered the appearance of the protagonist and asked if Zhongyi had not seen it himself. The man silently looked at his father. Mr. Huang closed his eyes and said that the current Huashan was not comparable to Zhuangnan. He looked at his reflection and continued to say that, however, if his thoughts were correct and Huashan rose up and they could establish good relations with them again, the benefits would be so great that they had never dreamed of. Zhongyi looked at his father's shining eyes, dumbfounded. The man opened his mouth and said that in that case, he did not understand even more. He stretched out his hand and exclaimed that this meant that if they fell, they would follow them and suffer great losses, and no matter how much he thought, there was no guarantee that Huashan would grow to such an extent. The old man slightly opened his mouth and said that Zhongyi was talking nonsense. The man looked at his father dumbfoundedly as he spoke about how a merchant is not someone who will just wait for a foundation to succeed, they must create that foundation themselves. Mr. Huang put his hand on the table and said that he was not waiting for Huashan to rise from his knees. The old man stood up from his chair. He put his hands behind his back and said that he would make it happen himself. He remembered the appearance of the main character and said that he had lived his whole life as a merchant and had met countless great merchants and craftsmen along the way. But this child was the only one who could confuse him and make him admire him. He had thrown money around the world trying to find a python, when it turned out that he had a dragon right under his nose preparing to ascend. The old man stood up next to his son and said that this could not be understood by simple thinking. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to try to figure it out, but to just follow orders, and in time he would understand everything himself. Mr. Huang imagined the protagonist in chains and said that if the treasures promised today were not erased from the boy's memory, and were chained to them with shackles that could not be broken, the merchant guild would not suffer any losses. The merchant raised his eyebrows and said that if this would bind them into a strong friendship for life, then, on the contrary, they had gotten off with little bloodshed. Zhongyi looked at his father and asked if it was true that they had gotten off with little bloodshed. The old man looked at him calmly. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and told the truth that it had cost 5 times more than he had planned. He clenched his fist and called the protagonist a clever snake. Zhongyi smiled slightly. The man looked at his father and said that he saw that he had already firmly decided everything. Huang smiled when Zhongyi said that if the old man thought so, he would trust him. The man lowered his head and said that his heart, however, was still tormented by doubts. He clenched his fist and added that he would try to do everything with his own hands to overcome this mistrust. He frowned and said that he was raising Huashan. The old man looked at him silently. The yellow sky illuminated the building. Mr. Huang said that he had not heard such pleasant words for a long time. The action shifts and we see a small pond. The protagonist lay down on the floor and mentally said that he was sure that the merchant had ulterior motives. He crossed his legs and thought that no one would pay such a huge price just out of gratitude. The protagonist lay and thought that, after all, whatever the merchant wanted, it did not concern him. Kiamayan smiled and mentally said that he could just not do it. The young man looked at the yellow sky and thought that if he were a real child, he would feel responsible, But, unfortunately, life had already battered him pretty badly. Suddenly, someone started walking towards him. The protagonist noticed it. Songbeak stood over him. They were standing alone in the square. The protagonist asked what was wrong. The young man held out a wooden sword. Kianmayan looked at him in surprise, and he said that he had no immoral intentions. Songbeak frowned and said that if the protagonist allowed it, he would like to exchange skills with him again. He held out a wooden sword and said that he was offering it in all seriousness. Songbeak extended his hand and said that he already knew that Kianmayan had lured him into a trap in order to figure out what happened, but since it worked, he could understand. The protagonist stood up and asked him what Songbeak was saying that was strange, since he didn't know about any trap. The man looked at him silently. The protagonist asked if they weren't the ones who were going to set him up. The young man smiled. Songbeak asked if that was why he decided not to hold a grudge against him. Disciple Zhongnan looked at the protagonist in silence, and the protagonist asked how this related to the exchange of combat experience. The disciple held out his sword and said that no matter whether he was disgraced or put in a precarious position by the protagonist, and even if he was just a toy in his hands, it did not matter, because everything happened only because of his ignorance. Songbeak frowned and said that what really bothered him was their fight. The protagonist's reflection was visible in his eyes. The man said that he still could not understand what happened at that moment. Kianmayan looked away and asked if that was why he wanted to fight again. The protagonist lay down and looked at him, and Songbeak said that although it was hard to believe, he knew that the protagonist's skill was higher than his. He just wanted to know what happened. The protagonist looked at him and thought that Songbeak knew that he was manipulating and was still offering to fight. The man was still handing the wooden sword to the protagonist while he was thinking that it didn't look like he was just looking for a fight, and therefore this was quite an interesting reaction. Kianmayan smiled and asked if he was afraid that he would regret it. However, the disciple of Zhongnan only smiled. He handed over the sword and exclaimed that he agreed to this too. The action moves to the arena. The young men are standing opposite each other. Songbeak frowned in anticipation of the fight. Kianmayan stood with his sword over his shoulder, and the disciple of Zhongnan at that moment thought about the kid standing in front of him who was 10 years younger than him. The disciple handed over the sword. He thought about the principle of division. He, as a disciple of the second generation, can take a child from the third generation as his disciple. However, his hand was shaking violently. Sweat was pouring down his face. He was shaking all over, but he couldn't figure out where the pressure was coming from. The protagonist was emitting a blue aura. Songbeak mentally said that it was as if he was about to clash swords with the leader. He frowned in worry. He felt a terrifying aura coming from the protagonist, so he wondered if such power was coming from this child or if it was just an illusion to create an overwhelming aura. He frowned and said that he had to personally confirm it. Chongmaying raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that his opponent had good intuition. The disciple of Zhongnan was trembling. Even if the protagonist did not pose any threat on the outside, Songbeak could not stop trembling, as if he was facing a tiger, and therefore it made him nervous. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that good intuition allows you to see more than what is visible to the eye and can develop potential. He smiled and said that Songbeak would become a great man. The disciple grinned at him, and the protagonist was only thinking that through intense training, Songbeak would leave his peers far behind, and therefore Kianmayan would not be surprised if this youth was hailed as the best swordsman of Zhongnan in the future. The protagonist smiled and wondered if he should give his opponent a few lessons. He extended his hand. Kianmayan waved his hand and told Songbeak to attack. The Zhongnan disciple gripped the sword tightly. He then began to swing the sword in a circle, creating illusions. A moment later, his sword began to shine. He lowered his head pathetically. The protagonist stood in front of him and wondered since when the sword of illusions was practiced in Zhongnan. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, because Songbeak warned him to be careful. He swung the sword and shouted that he learned his weak points. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would use everything he had from the start. However, the protagonist saw the real sword among all the illusions. A moment later, Songbeak struck. Then another strike. He began to strike repeatedly, shouting that he was attacking him with a new Zhongnan fighting technique. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he frowned and insulted his opponent. Songbeak immediately jumped up. He ran towards the protagonist. For some reason, Chongmaying was furious. A moment later, the opponent was defeated and the sword broke from the blow. The Zhongnan disciple was already unconscious in the air. He almost fell to the ground, but the protagonist ran towards him, intending to do something else. Suddenly, he grabbed his clothes. Blood was pouring out of the Zhongnan disciple's mouth. Chongmaying held him with one hand. The protagonist frowned and called him trash. His eyes glowed with anger. He asked where Songbeak learned this. The protagonist was still holding him. The disciple Zhongnan did not understand what it meant. Chunmian clenched his fist. He held the youth by his clothes and thought that this style was familiar to him. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. He remembered those movements and mentally said that this style was familiar to him like no one else. He imagined a plum blossom and said that this is one of the formations of the plum blossom sword palm technique, a whirlwind of plum blossom petals. They stood on the arena. The protagonist thought that the 24 palms of the plum blossom sword technique was lost even to Huashan. Chunmian became furious because he could not understand why such a scoundrel would use this technique. Sungbeek was breathing heavily, he almost lost consciousness. His hand was shaking violently from fear. He opened his eyes and mentally said that the difference between them was too great. The protagonist was surrounded by a red aura, and he wondered where this feeling of fear came from, as if he had met an evil spirit. He rolled his eyes and began to lose consciousness. Sungbeek finally lost consciousness, wondering if he was really going to die like this. The sky continued to turn yellow, and it was almost night. After a while, the youth was lying unconscious in another place. He opened his eyes with difficulty. His body was bandaged, and he himself was almost completely fine. The disciple stood up. He looked at his hand in surprise. In front of him was Kianmayan, who said that he had managed to calm the raging internal energy, and besides, the disciple's wounds would also heal quickly. Sungbeek opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what had happened. The protagonist slowly turned around and asked if this was really the new Zhongnan style. The disciple frowned in excitement when he was asked about this 12 snowflake style. Sweat ran down his face. He stood up and said hesitantly that it was so. However, the veins on the protagonist's face were bulging with anger. He frowned, thinking that after committing such a lowly act, they were sure that Huashan would not know anyway, since there was no one left who remembered the 24 palms of the plum blossom sword. Kianmayan gritted his teeth and mentally said that this was clearly a mockery of Huashan. He lowered his head and asked who was learning this style. Sungbeek replied that all the second-generation disciples were learning it. The protagonist turned around and asked if that meant that the first and second-generation disciples and the leader knew the style. The disciple looked at him and said that he heard that the leaders had never learned it. The protagonist was still frowning with anger. Sungbeek said that now only the first and second generations have mastered this style. Kianmayan exhaled upon hearing this. He imagined the hierarchy and thought that if the 12 snowflake style was invented by one of the heads, then naturally the style would be passed on to those below, starting with the first generation disciples. He clenched his fist. The protagonist bared his teeth in anger, because he realized that the last one to master this style was still alive and in Zhongnan. A village was burning. The protagonist recalled the past and said that there was no need to find out what happened then. The corpse of a warrior lay on the ground. Kianmayan remembered that when the demonic sect captured Huashan, most of Huashan was destroyed, and the rest, who were in a daze, were finished off on Shiwandishan. The disciples of Huashan fought against the enemies. A fire was burning behind them. One of the disciples closed his eyes in fear, the rest were mostly small children. Suddenly, a man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he needed to help Huashan and stop the demon sect. The young disciple turned around. He saw a glimmer of blue aura in the sky. It was the heroes of Zhongnan. The protagonist lowered his eyes and thought that he had guessed this, because the Jianghu would definitely condemn him if he simply watched the demon sect destroy the neighboring school. He presented the book of Huashan teachings that someone stole while pretending to be a virtuous person. The protagonist saw the Huashan crest in the fire and began to doubt that Huashan being burned was the work of a demonic sect. Chongmyang remembered the field littered with corpses, so he said that 100 years ago, they gave their lives to protect the Jianghu from danger. He presented the Zhongnan crest and said that these worthless people, in response to Huashan's mercy, repaid her as enemies. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that even if someone was blinded by greed and made a mistake, it was the duty of the school to correct it, but they dared to present it as a new technique, even giving it a new name, as if to mock Huashan. Songbeek looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to the student. He turned around and urged him not to practice this technique. Sungbeek raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why he couldn't practice it. Kianmayan immediately hit him on the head and yelled that he shouldn't practice it if he said that. They both fell silent. Then the protagonist said that with this teaching, he wouldn't be able to achieve success. Sungbeek held his head and didn't understand why. The protagonist looked down at him and thought that he wanted to beat him to death, because he was from Zhongnan. The protagonist bared his teeth in displeasure, because he knew that he couldn't harm the student who taught him about the 12 snowflakes technique. Sungbeek opened his eyes in surprise, because the protagonist said that the Zhongnan martial art is based on laying down the foundation, layer by layer. Then the protagonist frowned and said that the basis is the art of fencing, so mastering it can be difficult and slow, but the more he hones it, the stronger he becomes. This is the essence of the Zhongnan martial art. Sungbeek grabbed his neck. Kianmayan said that the 12 snowflakes technique is not like that, and therefore he should forget about it if he wants to succeed like the Zhongnan sword. The protagonist stood next to the bed and said that the steps of this technique are confused and the formations change chaotically. It does not suit Zhongnan. The student silently looked at him. The protagonist also silently looked at him. However, after a moment, Sungbeek frowned in bewilderment, not understanding what the interlocutor was talking about. Qianmayan looked at him through his fingers and wondered if the Zhongnan student did not know the basics of fencing of his school and why he had to explain it to him. Sung Beek continued to look at him with a frown of bewilderment, and the protagonist wondered why they would even covet such an unpredictable technique. Suddenly, he lowered his head and remembered something. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, because he assumed that the reason could be in him. Sung Beek looked at the protagonist with his mouth open. Qianmayan frowned. This thought that flashed through his head caught him. He looked at his hand. He remembered his terrifying appearance, and thought that by chasing the Zhongnan students like mice, he himself encouraged them to do this. The protagonist imagined the appearance of the students of this school and began to think about the fact that, as one of the 9 strongest schools, Zhongnan was confident in the power of its sword. But suddenly the protagonist appeared, smashing them all, and therefore their confidence in their power diminished. The young man clutched his head and thought that if he were in Zhongnan's place, he would have increased the school's swordsmanship. But for them, in the end, it is not the martial art itself that is important, but the power it can bestow. He opened his eyes and wondered if Songbeek had done something like this without even suspecting anything. Songbeek silently looked at his hand, and Qianmayan thought that nothing would happen if he found out, because he was not the one who started all this. The protagonist took a step to the side. He passed by the bed and said that he was leaving. The disciple extended his hand and asked him not to leave. The protagonist stood with his back to him. He asked the disciple to forget everything he had said, because no one could force his own path on him. The protagonist turned around a little and said that advice could only help, but Songbeek had to make the decision himself, and the instructions of his leader and his words were limited to this. The disciple of Zhongnan looked at the protagonist in surprise, because the latter said that Songbeek should find a solution for himself, what he should do to become stronger. The disciple frowned. He immediately got up from the bed. The youth followed the protagonist. Then he hit his fist on his palm. Songbeek bowed and thanked him for his instructions. Qianmayan smiled and exhaled. Then he waved his hand and opened the door. He walked out, closing the door behind him. The disciple was still bowing. Then he lowered his hands and began to feel something strange. The youth looked ahead and said that it was as if he really met a celestial being. The protagonist stood near the entrance. He frowned, thinking that he would go to Zhongnan right now and raze it to the ground. He remembered the image of his leader and mentally told him that these worthless people not only did not repay the kindness, but also acted like the worst scoundrels, and therefore he did not know whether he should tolerate it. But the leader asked him what he could do even if he did not tolerate it. Qianmayan lowered his head and said that this would not do. The protagonist frowned and said that he needed to gain strength even faster. He clenched his fist, thinking that in the Jianghu, only the words of strong people were heeded. The protagonist looked at the sky and said that they had touched the wrong person, and therefore he would make them pay at all costs for touching Huashan without knowing mercy. The sun was visible behind the mountains, but night was already approaching. The action moves to the territory of the Huashan school. Someone nervously tapped their foot. Gul was biting his fingernails, saying that Qianmayan was not the type to get into trouble. Zhang clutched a piece of paper and exclaimed that he was sure that there was a huge reason why the protagonist could not return for 7 days. Gul looked ahead, saying that these circumstances must sound so convincing that the mentor would believe it, absolutely, and nothing else. Gul looked at his comrade and said that the mentor Ungam said that the headmaster called him again, and therefore this could lead to big problems. Ungam, meanwhile, was sitting in the conference room. Hainyang was angrily shouting that a third-generation student had been absent without permission for a week, which was unacceptable. Also in front of them was Hyunjan, who listened to Hainyang shouting that this could not be kept silent, since Huashan had barely formed the foundation. Hyunsan raised his head and asked the teacher to calm down, since they did not know for sure if the child was in trouble. The teacher extended his hand and said that even if the protagonist was in trouble, he could come and tell the elders himself so that they wouldn't have to figure it out themselves. Hyunsan looked at him and said that the protagonist might have sprained his ankle. The man looked at the leader and asked if he thought they should comb the mountain, and Hyunjang said that they shouldn't rule out that possibility. Hyunin extended his hand and asked why the leader would even give a third-generation disciple the right to freely visit Huayin, but the leader said that there was a good reason. Hyunin immediately slammed the table and exclaimed that any reason could be found. The teacher stood up and exclaimed that he should have consulted the rules before looking for reasons. He frowned angrily and continued shouting that this matter would shake the foundation of Huashan, since it was wrong to give special rights to children, especially since he was not even from the 2nd generation, but from the 3rd. Hyunjang closed his eyes silently. Then he opened his eyes and said that it was time to end it. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise. He sat back down at the table and apologized, admitting that he had crossed the line. The man then took a deep breath. Hyunjang looked down and wondered if he had been wrong about this child. He remembered his appearance, and mentally said that the Qianmayan he remembered would not have caused trouble. Ungam entered the conversation and said that he would gather a search party of students, and they would comb Huashan and Huayin and find the protagonist. Suddenly, everyone turned around when someone shouted that the protagonist had returned. The leader opened the door and opened his mouth wide. His eyes widened in surprise. Kianmayan had come back to the school. They immediately ran towards him, wondering if he was safe. Unam stood still, and the leader ran past him, saying that he should check for himself. However, Hyunin extended his hand and asked him to wait for a moment. The leader turned around and asked what was wrong. The old man extended his hand and said that he understood that Hyunjang treasured this child. The leader looked at him in surprise and asked what he was trying to say. Hyunin frowned and asked the leader not to ruin the child with his thoughtless concern, since retribution according to merit is an effective way to manage a school, but it will also encourage a person to grow quickly. Hyunjang smiled silently as the old man continued to say that even if a child made a mistake and did not receive the appropriate punishment, he would not realize what he had done wrong, and therefore it should not be forgotten that the more the headman cared for his child, the stricter he should be. Hyunjang breathed a sigh of relief. A drop of sweat rolled down the old man's cheek when the headman said that he knew about it. The headman looked at him and asked him not to worry, because he wanted to see this child grow up more than anyone, and therefore if he was not hurt, he would go into seclusion for half a month. Hyunjang's eyes widened, because Ungam interrupted him, saying that this would not do. Ungam appeared from behind and said that Kianmayan had disobeyed the order and did not return, and this was a serious offense, and therefore he should be locked in the repentance corps for at least half a year. The headman extended his hand and said that the boy was only a third-generation disciple, but Ungam said that if he were a second-generation disciple, the punishment would be even harsher. The man frowned and urged the headman to give the protagonist a punishment commensurate with the severity of his offense, otherwise Ungam would punish the boy himself. A drop of sweat rolled down the old man's cheek and he asked if the others thought the same. All three elders confirmed this. The old man closed his eyes. Then, he silently looked forward. Unam silently looked at the headman. Then, he closed his eyes and lowered his head. He looked at the elders and wondered what made the protagonist disobey. The door to the school opened and Kianmayan walked in. He looked forward with wide eyes. The headman and the other elders stood in front of him. Hyunjang silently looked at the protagonist. The boy bowed and greeted him. The old man silently watched him and then addressed him by name. The protagonist raised his head with a smile. The leader stood in front of him and asked him the reason for leaving the main mountain, and Kianmayan replied that the situation was urgent. Hyunyong opened his mouth wide and started shouting that he would get a huge beating if he did not give a clear explanation. The leader looked at him and calmly asked him to explain, and added that if his explanation was not convincing enough, they would have to punish him. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. Suddenly, they all turned around because they heard someone asking them not to be angry. Hyunyong raised his eyebrows in shock. A man in a yellow robe stepped onto the school grounds. Mr. Huang appeared in front of them and asked them not to blame this child. He then smiled and asked if they were doing well. Hyunjang happily ran to meet him. He approached the merchant and said that he had only received a letter about the old man's illness a week ago, so he did not understand how he was able to come here. Huang smiled and said that it was all thanks to the young swordsman. Chief Hyunjang opened his mouth in surprise, because the merchant said that Chamyang saved a life, and therefore did not want them to be too angry at him. Hyunjang turned around in shock, and Huang said that the young swordsman saved him and the entire Milky Way merchant guild. The protagonist smiled and shrugged. After a while, they were sitting in the office. Hyunjang wanted to know more about how the boy cured Chief Huang's illness. Chamyang raised his hands and said that there is such a thing as the grass yuan. It looks like mugwort, but is very poisonous. The protagonist sat in front of the old man and talked about being homeless. He remembered the appearance of the deceased tramp and said that there were tramps who mistook it for edible, after which poisoning occurred. According to the protagonist, once poisoned, a person becomes ill for a long time and eventually dies. The protagonist remembered how he treated that tramp, and therefore said that neutralizing the effect of the yuan herb is much easier than it seems, since it is enough to give crushed radish. Besides, even doctors cannot find a way to cure, but if you eat crushed radish, a person will immediately recover. All the elders sat at the table and listened to him. Kianmayan continued the story. According to him, the symptoms were too similar, so he decided to try, and the old man immediately recovered. Hyunsen extended his hand and said that he heard something similar. According to him, many believed that poisoning was involved. The young man smiled secretly, thinking that he had personally experienced this during the war, and that it had nothing to do with the monster's cinnabar hand. But no one cared because both he and Chief Huang had told the same story, so the main thing was that it sounded plausible. Ungam crossed his arms and said that of course the young man could not return then. The chief turned around, and Ungam said that if this was true, then Kianmayan deserved a reward, not punishment. Unnam also intervened in the conversation and exclaimed that this was not right. The man frowned and said that although the protagonist had behaved righteously, disobeying the chief and leaving the mountain was a great offense. The old man looked at him silently, and Unnam said that this could not be ignored. The chief raised his eyebrows with interest. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's face, because Hyunjang asked if his punishment was really more important than a person's life. The old man closed his eyes and asked if he should praise a disciple who would leave a man to die and return in time. Hunan frowned, and the leader said that Huashan was following the righteous path. Hyun-san watched silently. The old man continued to wonder what could be more important than helping and saving a man. He turned around and asked a rhetorical question about whether his pathetic instruction was more important than establishing a relationship. Wonam opened his mouth excitedly and admitted that he had been rash. Then, he closed his eyes in shame. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and he knew that it was enough. Wonam looked at the other elders, thinking that he had tried his luck first and angered the leader. After that, the other elders would no longer be able to discuss the protagonist's misdeed. The old man had his back to him, and Unam thought that he should have said this so as not to undermine the opinions of others and make them not ask the protagonist about the misdeed anymore, but his intentions were probably revealed. Hyunjong stood up from his chair. Kian-mayan was still kneeling. He raised his head and responded to the leader's address. The old man patted him and said that he had done a great job. The protagonist smiled, but was furious because he was much younger than him. The yellowing sun illuminated the roof of the building. After a while, the leader Huang sat at the table and talked about how he and the merchant guild were indebted to Huashan. He looked at the protagonist and said that, to be honest, the young swordsman Kian-mayan helped him, but he decided to attribute all the credit to Huashan. The old man closed his eyes and said that he wanted to make an investment to repay Huashan for her favor. Henning opened his mouth in shock and let out a loud cry. Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes and clarified that he wanted to support them, since investments imply a return, but support can be accepted for free. Hyunjong widened his eyes and said that they were already grateful for everything he had given to Huashan. The old merchant looked at him and said that he would not have come here personally with his entire family if he had planned to stop there. He narrowed his eyes and said that now he wanted to bet everything he had on Huashan. The leader raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Huang continued to say that since he had already brought the guild members, they should thoroughly discuss what Huashan needed and what the guild could give them. Hyunjong closed his eyes and thanked him. Then he looked at the protagonist and said that he was bringing happiness to Huashan by helping a nobleman and glorifying the name of the school. The old man blushed and said that the protagonist's virtue knew no bounds. The other elders left the room as Chief Hyunjong declared that the finance pavilion chief and Unam should stay. Hyun-sen slapped the protagonist on the back and shouted that he had done well. Kian-mayan turned around and said that he had not done anything remarkable, but the elder replied that it was indeed remarkable. He walked away with his hands behind his back and said that it was commendable that the youth had saved a man, and Chief Huang at that. Suddenly, the youth turned around because someone had called out to him. Unjiam looked at his disciple silently. He stood in front of him and said that he knew that he had done a good deed, but it was thoughtless of him, especially to leave Huashan without saying a word. Kian-mayan lowered his head and said that the disciple had been in too much of a hurry, and could not have thought of it. He looked at the mentor from under his brows while Ungam was saying that it was true that he had disobeyed the leader's order, but he couldn't hide behind the excuse that he had no choice every time. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened, noticing something. A faint grin appeared on the mentor's face. He immediately ran to the side and wished that the protagonist would always be focused. The protagonist turned around and looked after him, narrowing his eyes. Kian-mayan looked at the two elders and thought that everything happened because he came, not because of luck. And so the protagonist stood alone in the courtyard and thought that he was going to raise Huashan from its knees. The protagonist raised his head. A slight smile appeared on his face. He saw the image of his elder and mentally said that now he would have to sweat too. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the sky where the clouds were floating. The most influential members of the settlement were sitting in the main building. Mr. Huang looked at those present and said that he would take over the management of Huang's enterprises, and henceforth Huashan would no longer have to worry about money, but he had two conditions. Hearing this, Hyunjong raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked for the conditions. The old man pointed his index finger and said that the first condition was that they should not save the money they earned, but spend it on the development of Huashan. The headmaster of the school looked at the merchant intently and replied that he completely agreed with this condition, since Huashan was not at the level where it was currently able to accumulate savings. Then Mr. Huang held up a second finger and said that his second condition was to give privileges to Kian-mayan, a third-generation disciple. Hearing this, Hyunjong folded his arms and said to himself that privileges were a rather vague word. Closing his eyes, he added that Kian-mayan was already enjoying rights that exceeded those of third-generation disciples, and then asked himself what other special privileges there could be. Hyun-sen then looked at the old man and asked how about letting the protagonist master the techniques and secret teachings of the school that he had discovered in advance. Imagining several notebooks in his head, he clarified that he meant the sword of fallen petals and the sword of 7 plums, but that they would only be able to give him the right to master them after they themselves had finished learning them. Upon receiving this proposal, the headmaster raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that it sounded good. But as soon as he said this, Henan frowned angrily and said, "No way." Everyone present turned their gaze to the old man, who folded his arms in displeasure. Hen Zhang looked at the dissatisfied man and asked what was wrong again. Why was he dissatisfied again? To which he asked in response, "What kind of reward is this, since sometimes it cannot even be called one?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Henin fixed his narrowed eyes on him and added that the guy was already busy mastering the martial art, after which he asked how the additional workload could be considered a reward, since it was more like a punishment, and it would take no time to arrange a massacre. At the same second, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted loudly that this was not considered a reward. Pointing his hand at the head of the school, he continued to shout that they couldn't just throw away what they already had, no expense was allowed, adding that only something that would be a shame to part with could be considered a worthy reward, after which he asked if those present understood what he was talking about. After receiving such a question, everyone inside silently looked at the screaming old man. Hyunjong narrowed his eyes and asked himself what he was doing all of a sudden, adding that he remembered how he insisted on punishment at the last meeting. When suddenly Hyunyong jumped up from his seat and shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if this was a common thing, adding that because this child saved head Huang, Huashan received money. Drool flew from his mouth in all directions, and he continued to shout that they received enormous support, and head Huang even pledged to take over the management of the enterprises, and all for free. The head of the school silently listened to his comrade and looked at the flying Drool. He kept his eyes on him, saying to himself that he understood everything now. He looked at the furious head of the finance pavilion and said to himself that the finance pavilion was the place that was responsible for Huashan's livelihood. This building stood apart from the others. During all this time the finance pavilion could only be described by one word, and that word was hell. Every day, Hen sat inside, and his subordinates ran around him, asking him every now and then where else he could get money, what was the best way to save money, and reporting that there was no end to the demands for payment of overdue bills. With huge bruises under his eyes, he looked at the ceiling and said that he didn't care, because they were already broke. The main gate was covered with cracks, and the headmaster wondered how rewarding it was to manage the finances of a school that was on the verge of destruction, adding that at least the fact that Huashan had been able to hold on until now was entirely due to the head of the finance pavilion, and he had the right to do so. Thinking about this, the old man exhaled heavily and added that all this time, Hyunyong had been holding on steadfastly, dreaming of only one thing, for Huashan to receive so much money that even after monthly expenses, there would still be something left over, and now this moment had arrived, and that was why he was so moved by Qianmayan, who was the reason for this situation. Thinking about this, Hyunjong continued to look at the head of finance, who was waving his hands and shouting. Finally, he imagined the protagonist, who shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Leaving his memories, the old man looked away as Henan shouted that he should be rewarded properly, and then this boy would definitely earn more feats, and said that feats are not earned. At the same moment, the head of finance slammed his palm on the table and added that this boy was the god of wealth, because after receiving a proper reward, he would often leave school and earn a few more feats. His face was distorted in a grimace of rage as he continued to shout, asking if he had any idea how much money he had earned this time, adding that unlike those rice beetles who were unable to earn even coins, this boy, this wonderful boy. His face suddenly turned red with anger, and he continued to shout, asking if he understood what he was talking about. Suddenly, Hensen grabbed him with his arms. And while the head of finance was shouting that the boy should be given a big reward, the man carried him out of the building. A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Everyone was staring at one spot, when suddenly Hyunjong said that he hoped they would understand everything, since he had experienced many difficulties, to which his comrades replied that they understood everything, but the head of the finance pavilion was right. Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unam spread his hand to the side and said that the main character should be properly rewarded, and also, from his reward, the other students would understand that Huashan rewards according to merit. When the head of the school asked what would be the best reward for the boy, the man slightly raised his eyebrows and replied that since this child loved to go down from Huashan, why not make him responsible for communication with the Milky Way Guild? Hyunjong listened attentively to his comrade and asked if he remembered correctly that it was called a messenger, but he was not sure if it could be considered a reward, to which he explained that Mr. Huang valued the protagonist very much, so he would be received with honors every time. Hearing this, the old man nodded slowly and said that it would definitely be so, after which he asked how about giving him the plum blossom sword in advance. After all, this technique is the symbol of Huashan, or giving him permission to freely visit the library. The three remaining glanced at each other and thought about the decision. When suddenly the head of the financial department opened the door and shouted at the top of his lungs that they should just give him money, adding that they all irritated him, because there was nothing to even think about here, the main thing is that there is money. As soon as he shouted this, Hyunsan immediately covered his mouth with his hand. After that, the door slammed shut. The head of the school silently looked towards the closed door and said to himself that he could not shake the feeling that the further he went, the stranger Huashan was becoming. A steep mountain rose high into the sky, At the top was the protagonist with Mr. Huang. Looking at the settlement, the boy said that the old man had become an excellent actor. Hearing this, the merchant looked at his interlocutor and asked if they were now in the same boat. Kianmayan looked back at his interlocutor and asked who he was to get into the same boat with him, since he had only been lucky enough to save his life, and now he should talk to the leader, to which the old man replied that he had no desire to be in the same boat with Huashan. After hearing this, surprise appeared in the boy's eyes. Mr. Huang did not take his eyes off his savior, and explained that he was not interested in Huashan if he was not in it. Hearing this, the protagonist chuckled and said that he seemed to be overestimating him. The merchant looked at the settlement. After a short pause, he raised his head and said that he had lived his whole life as a merchant and intended to remain one until his last breath, and as a merchant he had one main weapon: he saw right through people. Chongmyun looked at his interlocutor again. The old man looked back and said that if his eyes were deceiving him, he would have already failed, and even if he considered everything that had happened as simple luck, someday he would definitely fail, and in that case there was nothing to lament or regret. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and asked that if his eyes did not fail him, wouldn't only good things await the Milky Way Guild and Huashan? As soon as the protagonist heard this, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a short pause, he raised his hand to his face and replied that he would agree with this. Putting his hand behind his back, he asked him not to say words in the spirit of one boat anymore, because he did not like them at all. Closing his eyes, he explained that those who throw around loud words will definitely stab you in the back. Opening his eyes, the guy looked tensely into the distance, and said to himself that from now on he did not like such phrases. He suddenly remembered how he walked forward with Sayang and the rest of his comrades. They were surrounded by those who praised them and shed tears for them when they volunteered to save the entire world. The protagonist looked at them with surprise in his eyes. However, none of them extended a helping hand. Everyone only shouted and got angry. Leaving his memories, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the old man, who said that he also did not like such words. He looked into the distance and added that the merchant could get off the boat at any time. Slightly turning to the guy, the merchant said that, however, there was no reason to leave the common goal, because if two people take up the oars, it would be faster. Hearing this, Kianmayan raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a short pause, he turned away and said that this was true, because in any case, there was nothing wrong with it. Hearing this answer, Mr. Huang lowered his gaze and said to himself that this helped him to be sure that they had similar views, and something told him that helping and supporting Huashan would bring profit to the guild, but this was more likely if cooperation with this child was maintained, because in his head Huashan was already rising from its knees, as if he was sure that Huashan would definitely be revived, and this was an amazing faith in his own strength. Thinking about this, the old man looked at the boy who was looking far into the distance. After these thoughts, he directed his gaze in the same direction. The settlement was calm, and clouds were floating in the sky, when suddenly the merchant said that the Milky Way Guild would throw all its forces into supporting Huashan, after which he asked the boy if he understood what this meant. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and asked if he understood correctly that now they would become enemies in the eyes of Zhongnan, to which the old man replied that this was true. After a short pause, Kianmaya knitted his brows and asked him not to say that he was expecting payment for something that was not even asked of him, as it was quite shameless. Hearing this, the old man closed his eyes and said that he was not expecting payment, as he only wanted the young swordsman to know about it. The boy smiled broadly and said, "Of course." After these words they laughed. In the depths of their souls they both looked at each other with contempt, and the old man said to himself that this snake was unusually quick-witted, and the main character asked himself whether this merchant really thought to the marrow of his bones to fool him. But on the outside they giggled sweetly, looking at each other. But suddenly silence reigned in the mountains, after which the old man turned to the boy. He slightly turned his body towards him and said that he was simply amazing, and given to him, another one of his age could not be found in the whole world. The main character looked at his interlocutor emotionlessly and said to himself that the point was not that there was no one like him among his peers. In principle there would not be another one like him in the whole world, because where else could he find someone who died and came back to life? But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the merchant said that he should hide his identity better, because the world is a scary place. Drawing a picture in his mind of people coming out of the flames and attacking, he said that ghosts and evil spirits are everywhere, and in most places, evil is rampant, pushing people to do vile things for the sake of profit alone. As he said this, the old man imagined two men, one of whom sold the soul of the other for a handful of gold coins. Mr. Huang also imagined dirty hands reaching out to the main character, and said that as soon as the young swordsman showed himself, there would be crowds of those who would try to get closer and pounce. Hearing this, the boy chuckled. Smiling widely, he said that the old man overestimated him, because he was just an ordinary boy. Hearing these words, the merchant smiled imperceptibly. After a short pause, he bowed and said that it was time for him to go. Having said this, Mr. Huang began to leave, but suddenly the protagonist stopped him. With a wide smile on his face, he looked at the old man and said that he needed him to find out something, and then asked if it was possible. After some time, the merchant was going down the stairs. He was leaving the Huashan settlement. Having stopped, the merchant looked at Chongmyong, who was still standing on the top of the mountain. Without taking his eyes off him, he said to himself that the guy was a real monster, and although he could not see what was going on in his head, it was difficult to even say whether he was really a child, as it looked on the outside. The protagonist silently looked at his home settlement. The old man suddenly looked back. He looked at the Huashan settlement, and said to himself that the name Dragon Swamp would also suit him. In his mind, the merchant imagined the boy standing on the water and thought that he was the first to know that such a dragon lived in the unremarkable Huashan Lake, and if only he used this information correctly, the Milky Way Guild could become the best in the world. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked if the conversation had gone well. Zhongyi stared at his father. Suddenly, the old man turned away and said that he had changed his mind again. The protagonist lowered his gaze. The merchant stared at the boy and added that they would have a lot more work to do. After a short pause, he began to leave, saying that it was time to go, because they needed to prepare the foundation. The son quickly walked after his father. Mr. Huang approached the palanquin. In one movement, he sat inside. After that, the old man and his servants left the settlement. The protagonist looked at them from the side and said to himself that the old ginger was sharper, adding that dealing with him was completely different than with Hyunjan and the other elders of Huashan. He kept his eyes on the palanquin, saying to himself that the world of trade was constantly raging with feuds, and someone who had to survive all his life would hardly be like the Taoists. These thoughts made the guy exhale heavily and add that in any case, they had eliminated the biggest obstacle to the revival of Huan, poverty, so now there was no point in wasting time insulting Zhongnan. After all, if Zhongnan had forgotten about her foundations and set her sights on others, then Huashan would have completely lost them. After these thoughts, the protagonist looked up at the sky. Closing his eyes, he continued to think. After a short pause, he opened his eyes and said to himself that the time had come to focus on studying martial arts. There were many people walking along the streets. The influence and strength of the Milky Way Trade Guild was truly amazing, because they instantly stabilized the crumbling business in Huayin, which was beyond Huashan's power even with the mobilization of all students. People were buying things in the shops. There were people sitting at every table in the snack bars, showing themselves to be skilled traders. They filled the place with noise again, and it only took them a couple of days. Thanks to this, even the head of the finance pavilion did not lose his blissful smile. He walked along the streets, and those present there looked at him. Stability finally came to Huashan after many decades. Night fell. Time in Huashan dragged on measuredly and calmly. Like a quiet flow of water, training was underway in front of the main building, although not everyone was doing it. All the students were in the main square. They were doing push-ups with stones on their backs. Sweat poured down their faces like a river, and all their muscles trembled. The main character was sitting on one of the stones and telling the guys to do another push-up, to which they screamed with their last strength that he said that this was the last repetition, adding that it would not be long before they died like this. The guy folded his arms across his chest and said that no one had died yet. Suddenly, he slumped down. The guy underneath him was trying his best to do a push-up. Looking at this, Chumyun smiled contentedly. Ghoul was using all his strength to push his body up. After a few seconds, he was able to do a push-up. Opposite him was Zhong. He smiled at his comrade through his fatigue. After such training, the protagonist punched his palm and shouted that every day at dawn they would all train their bodies together, while saying to himself that at first, when he had just started his morning training, he would be overcome by many doubts, because he was afraid that simply hardening the body would not bring any results. All the students looked tensely at their teacher. Drawing in his head the masters of fencing, the guy said to himself, since the Huashan fencing technique is based on the speed of the fickle sword and the sword of illusions, simple training to increase physical strength could only become an obstacle to mastering the sword. However, to his surprise, as soon as they had hardened their bodies, their sword strikes became twice as sharp and fast. Their hands gripped the hilts of their wooden swords tightly. John launched powerful attacks. All the students with stones on their backs ran through the forest, and the changes were visible on their faces. As time went by, they enjoyed the training more and more. Before, everyone was looking forward to the end of the training at dawn, but now there were those who even stayed late on purpose. The students with weights in the form of buckets quickly ran up the stairs, after which they challenged each other to run to the top and back again before breakfast, and competed for first place. It got to the point that the sun was rising over the horizon. They had all changed, but something still worried him. The guys' bodies were filled with strong muscles. They strained their biceps and laughed contentedly about it. The guys showed off and shouted that all this was thanks to training, and now they wanted more boulders. John looked at them from the side and wondered if this was a school or a gangster's den, then told them to clean up the place and come back, adding that they should eat first, and then go to morning training. The guys turned around and replied that they would quickly do everything. John turned to Ghoul and asked if Kianmayan had shown up today. The guy looked at his comrade and replied that he had rarely been seen at training lately, and he had not been there today either. Hearing this, John closed his eyes and said that this was to be expected, since he had stopped showing up during training ever since they started training voluntarily. But even so, he did not sleep in, but on the contrary, he always got up earlier than everyone else. After saying this, he remembered how, having entered his room early in the morning, he saw that the bed was empty, after which he asked where he was running off to. Ghoul raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he wasn't at the Milky Way Guild, since he had been coming there often since Huashan had calmed down. He carried a bag full of stones on his shoulder, and added that to be honest, the main character was the busiest in Huashan. The lights were bright in the building. Ghoul suddenly turned to the elder and asked if he could feel the difference, how much stronger they had become, to which the elder turned around and said that he didn't even know. Without taking his eyes off his comrade, he explained that strength was a relative thing, and to know how much stronger he had become, he needed criteria for judging, and since all the seniors had become stronger together, it would be difficult to judge the difference. But with the appearance of Chunmian, they had become about twice as strong. Hearing this, the boy frowned in disappointment and asked if it was really only twice as strong, to which Zhang asked him to leave the bag alone, after which he added that in any case, he did not know, since twice was not an entirely accurate answer either, but he could definitely say that he was able to defeat 3 of his past selves. Ghoul listened attentively to the senior, without taking his eyes off him, when he suddenly said that this was still not enough. Hearing this, Zhang raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy suddenly frowned and said that he himself knew there was a meeting coming up. He tightly squeezed the handle of the bag in his hand and added that they must become stronger, many times stronger. Zhang silently looked at his comrade, when suddenly a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, it became even wider, and he said that he understood everything, adding that as soon as the protagonists returned, they would ask for more work. Dark clouds floated across the sky. Kianmayan opened his eyes. Then he slowly sat down on the bed. After that, he yawned deeply. A few minutes later, the guy was walking through the forest. Holding the sword behind his back, he said to himself that even if this was all for the sake of becoming stronger, why did he have to run away from the guys every morning? The protagonist rose higher and higher, adding that this training was not even part of his obligations, and all he came to while swinging the sword to death was only reducing the disharmony between the body and spirit, and the method was extremely simple and ignorant. The moon illuminated his path with its light. The strong wind was bending the treetops, and the guy was saying to himself that they were using the sword fusion technique, where a person becomes one with their weapon, and now his sword had achieved perfect harmony with his previous physical body. He suddenly pushed off the ground. Jumping up the cliff, the protagonist was saying to himself that accordingly, even if it looked passable on the outside, he could not bring the technique to perfection as it had been in the past, and the awkward imitation had already caused him to experience a side effect. In other words, if he wanted to increase his strength, he had to train endlessly and quickly become one with the sword. Having said this, Chongmayan jumped to the top and added that the problem was that he could not train in front of everyone, otherwise, if he trained at full strength, it would turn the entire Huashan upside down. Having climbed to the very top, the boy continued moving forward, saying that if he wanted to do something, he had to do it himself, and that was why, as soon as it was light, he climbed the mountain peak of fallen leaves, trained with the sword, and came down every morning. But suddenly, surprise appeared in Kianmayan's eyes at what he saw. In the distance, someone was swinging a sword, and the boy, looking at this, wondered if there was really someone here besides him at such an early hour. The person who was training had long hair. The swings of the sword left a bright trace behind them. The sword moved with such speed that its blade dazzled the eyes. After another blow, the girl stopped. The protagonist watched her from the side and wondered if this was really a beautiful maiden under the moon. He looked at her while she stood with her sword drawn out, and said to himself that she was gentle but strong, bright but graceful, and this sword dance looked soft but had no money, like a plum blossom. With his eyes wide with surprise, Chongmian looked at the girl and added that in the maiden's sword dance under the moon, he saw the technique of the past Huashan, and it seemed to him that no one remembered it except him. The girl continued to train with the sword again, and the protagonist said to himself that the ancient art of Huashan fencing, which it seemed that no one else would be able to see, was unfolding before his eyes right now. Smiling broadly, he added that the question was not what technique she had mastered, but what meaning was embedded in the sword. But before he could finish speaking, the girl's eyes lit up. At that very second, she rushed towards him and screaming loudly, asking who was there, she attacked. Her sword whistled past the protagonist's head. The girl was standing right in front of him. The guy's expression immediately changed, and he said to himself that now his mood was terrible, because he revealed his presence to the child, and there was no trace left of the great swordsman. The stranger burned him with her gaze and asked who he was, adding that she had never seen him. Frowning, the protagonist said to himself that he wanted to ask her who she was at all, but first, it seemed that she was a disciple of Huashan. Looking closely, he saw the emblem of his settlement on her kimono. But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes. The guy could not take his eyes off the girl's face, saying to himself that she was capable of charming men. He continued to sit with the sword at his neck, saying to himself that in his past life he had lived for more than 50 years and had traveled all over Jianghu, but during all his many travels he had rarely met such beauties, and if he were really a boy now, not even 20, he would have stood rooted to the spot. After these thoughts, Chong Myong folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that she was beautiful. But at that very second, the girl made a sharp movement with her sword and ordered him to answer who he was. The sharp blade left a wound on the guy's neck, and then he answered that he was wearing the Huashan school uniform. Hearing this, the stranger raised her eyebrows in surprise. She slowly moved the sword away from the protagonist's neck. Then the guy pointed his finger at the emblem of his settlement. Seeing this, the girl said that she had never seen him before, after which she asked if he was really a third-generation disciple, to which he firmly replied that this was so. The stranger did not lower the sword and said that third-generation disciples are forbidden to go outside the gate after sunset, to which Kiamayan raised his eyebrows and replied that he had permission from the head. They looked at each other, and the stranger continued to ask, "Really from the head, really for a third-generation disciple?" To which the guy firmly answered, "Yes." The girl, frowning in displeasure, exclaimed that this was a lie. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, the guy stared at his interlocutor and replied that she could go and check herself, after which he asked if a disciple would lie, hiding behind the name of the head. Then he removed the blade from his neck with 2 fingers and said that it was terribly sharp. With a sharp movement of her hand, the girl removed the sword from the guy's throat. Black clouds floated across the night sky. Putting the sword in its sheath, the stranger said that strangers were forbidden to see her training. The protagonist clutched the wound on his neck and replied that until yesterday this was his training ground, and she had appeared out of nowhere, and was now making him feel guilty, after which he asked what he should say to that, to which she replied that he should have left immediately as soon as he noticed her. Chongmian kept his eyes on the girl, saying that a stranger was bowing in the vicinity of Huashan. Of course he had to check it out, after which he asked if that was not what he was saying. Hearing this, the stranger frowned with displeasure. Seeing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if she was really angry. The girl bit her lips in anger, when suddenly she turned away abruptly, and the protagonist realized that she was not strong in verbal altercations. Her sword was sharpened properly, which cannot be said about her tongue, because with such a face, she hardly often had to quarrel. The stranger silently looked into the distance. Suddenly, she turned to the guy and asked his name, to which he immediately answered. Hearing the name, she asked in surprise if he had already received a middle name, to which the protagonist raised his eyebrows and answered no, his name is Chunmian. After which the stranger asked if his real name was Chunmian, although now it was the turn of the third-generation students to inherit the surname Chan. The guy removed his hand from his neck and answered yes, after which he added that of course his middle name would also be Chunmian. After hearing this, some surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows, realizing everything. Raising her hand to her chin, the stranger quietly said that this was logical, and the protagonist realized that she was definitely stupid. While he was thinking about this, the girl closed her eyes. After a short pause, she opened them and looked at the guy. Without taking her eyes off him, she firmly said that her name was Isol, she was a second-generation student, and if he was of the young generation, then she was his shirgu. Hearing this, Kianmayan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if it would be someone from the Baek generation, adding that of course the order of inheritance of the family name was Yung, Myung, Hyun, Un, Baek, and naturally the Un generation was followed by the Baek generation. After saying this, he imagined an arrow that moved in a circle, starting with the Yung family name and ending with the Baek family name. Focusing on the end of the arrow with the Baek family name, Chongmayan said to himself that he had not met anyone from Baek's generation since he returned to Huashan, and it seemed natural to him that Huashan had skipped a generation due to the hard times. But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the girl asked if that was all. Introduction, Isol added, causing the protagonist to become slightly angry and said to himself if this was serious, adding that being small was a crime. Deep down, he was very angry, but on the outside, he folded his arms and said that he was glad to meet Shirgu. The protagonist suddenly saw the sun rising over the horizon, and said to himself that it was time for her to go already, since it was starting to get light, and she should stop coveting someone else's training spot and stalling for time. As if she heard him, the girl began to leave, saying that she would check with the leader if he was telling the truth. As she left, she added that if he lied, he should prepare for the consequences. The protagonist watched her leave out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Isol looked at him in the same way. Turning away, she quietly said that he was a strange child. Hearing this, the guy narrowed his eyes and asked who. Was it really him? The protagonist wondered, continuing to watch the girl leave. As the sun rose, it painted the sky in brighter colors, and Kianmayan said to himself that he should look for another place to train. The sun brightly illuminated the cafeteria building. Inside, one of the students exhaled heavily. After him, the second student exhaled heavily. Turning around, the protagonist saw that the third student had also exhaled heavily, and he wondered what was wrong. He saw how each of his comrades were sitting with their heads down, and he said to himself that such a gloomy atmosphere had not been seen since he turned the salted plum pavilion upside down a few months ago. Turning to John, he asked him what his mood was, to which he replied that his sure shoe had returned. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was the Beck generation, and what was wrong with the Beck generation. John immediately frowned and said that he should not call the elders the Beck generation, because if they heard, they might scold him severely. Him or them? Kiamayan asked in surprise, to which his comrade, putting down his chopsticks, replied that it was worth thinking about. After that, he slightly lowered his head and said that in any case, they left Huashan for a while to go to a closed training, because the training places in Huashan are not properly equipped, so there was no place to conduct a large-scale secluded training. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what was wrong with the other boys. Did all the elders have a nasty character and bully the younger ones? To which Zhang replied that the elders do not beat people like some. Hearing this, Chongmian asked who some were, to which his comrade, turning away, quietly told him to forget about it. Then Gul intervened in the conversation and said that it was all because of the Huazhong meeting, after which the boy turned his gaze to his comrade and asked what kind of meeting this was. Was it really a meeting for the end of flowering? Gul closed his eyes and quietly replied that it was not about that. Then suddenly he abruptly opened his eyes and said, "This is the Huashan and Zhongnan meeting. Every 2 years Huashan and Zhongnan get together to hold his competition to compare achievements." Hearing this, the protagonist folded his arms and said that he thought he had heard of this before. Zhang looked up at the guy and said that it was originally held once every 5 years to strengthen friendship. But gradually everything changed and it turned into a duel called the exchange of experience between the second and third generation. Opening his eyes, he added that he was not sure if it should be called a duel. Then suddenly the guy who was sitting at the same table with them said that usually they were just beaten up, and the back injury from 2 years ago still haunts him. Hearing this, the protagonist abruptly turned to the side. The students stirred, they began to talk among themselves, asking each other how to survive this again, adding that if they got it badly, the elders would have to wear iron masks on their faces again, and then the atmosphere would become pure hell. After hearing this, Chongmian lowered his head and asked if it was true that the teachers could not personally engage in combat because things would get serious. So only the second and third generation disciples participated in the competition, and during this time they were simply beaten. John lowered his head in shame and replied that it was true, and that was why the elders said that they did not want to experience this hell anymore, and went into closed training, and now they have returned. In other words, it is time for the Huazhong meeting. Hearing this, the protagonist, without raising his head, asked if this was true. Suddenly, his face distorted into a grimace of joy, and he asked if this meant that they were waiting for a demonstration fight with Zhongnan. He tightly clutched his chopsticks in his hand and said to himself that this did not happen in his time, but now this friendly duel is organized in order to expose the weakness of Huashan. Suddenly, the chopsticks broke, and Chongmian wondered if they were trying to show that Huashan had become soft. His hand shook with tension as he said in his head that despite all the chaos in Huashan, he couldn't stand to see his comrades being beaten by others. With these thoughts, he raised his head and asked if these seniors had returned from closed training and could now win, to which Zhang replied that going into closed training to prepare for a fight itself indicated a disadvantageous environment, and no matter how high the level, it was difficult to say that they would win. After saying this, he imagined a whole crowd of second-generation seniors. After listening to his comrade, the protagonist stood up and said that he was right. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he said that then they should win too. After saying these words, the guy turned around and asked the guys if they were willing to do anything to win, even if they had to drink poison or break their arms and legs. One of the students turned around to look at the protagonist. The others turned around after him. Chong Myong's eyes filled with anger, and he shouted with all his might that of course they would even die to defeat the bastards of Zhongnan and restore the good name of Huashan. Raising his fist above his head, he added that they should not worry, for he would lead them to victory and turn Zhongnan High School into a bloody stain. Birds were flying in the clear sky. The sun was shining brightly on the buildings of Huashan settlement, and a voice could be heard from the main building, announcing that the second-generation disciples were returning. Some had already arrived in Huayin, and the rest were already on their way to the county. There was no one at the entrance of the main building. Inside, Unam was standing, his brows furrowed in excitement, and asked why the Huazhong meeting, which was scheduled for another 6 months, had been moved forward. The old man put the glass of drink on the table and said that there was news from Zhongnan. They wanted to hold the meeting earlier this time, to which the man asked if it was really so that they could not postpone the meeting. The leader closed his eyes and quietly replied that it was difficult. Hearing this, Unam also closed his eyes. After a short pause, he opened them and said that Huashan was now in good spirits. All matters had been resolved, and at least they could live without worrying about food, which was a significant change compared to the past months. The two looked at each other, and the leader of the school replied that he was right. Without moving from his place, Unam suddenly said that they were not a real martial school after all. He did not take his eyes off the old man, adding that although they had managed to find new martial teachings that they were actively mastering, it was too early to talk about the results, and even if they had managed to achieve something, it was still not enough to compete with Zhongnan. The man's eyes showed excitement and worry as he said that if the outcome of the meeting were to be the same as before, he was afraid that Huashan, who had just regained hope, and the children, having suffered defeat, would decide that they were incapable of anything. As he spoke, the man introduced the protagonist, Zhang, Gul, and the rest of the children. The old man lowered his head slightly and asked if he really thought that he did not understand. Raising his head to his interlocutor, he asked whether the students would regain hope if they avoided the meeting, and whether he thought that they would instead decide that even their own leader did not believe in them. Unam raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied in confusion that he had not thought about that. But before he could finish speaking, the head of the school, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, said that he himself knew that it would be difficult to get good results, because Zhongnan had gone so far ahead that they could no longer catch up with them. But there was nothing shameful in losing. What could you do if you lost? Even after putting in all your efforts, you would just have to try harder. There was kindness in the old man's eyes, with which he said that avoiding a battle so as not to lose was another matter. It was absolutely unacceptable to do so. Such an action would only cause more anger for the sake of some momentary peace. After listening to the leader's point of view, Unam lowered his gaze and said that he had been thinking too narrowly, after which the old man said that the children had suffered a lot, so they needed to set the table and open the alcohol. It was getting on for the evening, and the man said that everything would be ready now. The door to the main building closed. Hyunjang was left alone. He slowly walked to the window. Opening the shutters, the old man looked up. Beautiful red flowers grew on the branches of the tree, and his head said to himself that his heart felt like it was being pierced by thorns. Holding his hands behind his back, he added that it hurt every time he breathed, and it seemed that someday the thorns would pierce deeper, and his breathing would stop altogether. After these thoughts, he silently lowered his head. Fog wandered in the high mountains. At this time, there was no one in the training ground, and a voice could be heard from the building where the students lived, asking if they could defeat Zhongnan, to which he was not answered right now. Gul put his hands on his hips and said that they had become much stronger, to which the protagonist replied that it was true, they had become stronger. Creating a small distance between his palms, he added that they had become stronger by about this much. After that, a dead silence hung in the room, and the guy's friends stared at him. After a short pause, Kinmayan chuckled and said that he was just joking, not that much. At the same second, he made the distance between his palms a few millimeters larger and said that they had become stronger by about this much. Seeing this, Gul hit himself in the chest and screamed loudly, asking what the difference was, because they almost died while training, and they only became a little stronger. How is this even possible? Because his body feels that. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist chuckled and said that a few months wouldn't make a difference, because if an acorn grew 3 times bigger, would it be comparable to an oak tree? After that, the guy's expression changed. Chongmyong folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that the growth of the third-generation disciples was truly frightening. They had never shown such a speed of development before, but they were still far from the third generation of old Huashan, and they couldn't even compare with Zhongnan. Zhang and Gul lowered their heads in disappointment. The protagonist stared at them, saying to himself that if Zhongnan's abilities remained at the same level, then no one from the third generation could defeat them now. Fixing his attention on Gul, who was angrily examining the floor, he thought that maybe only he could handle it, because there was a chance that he would win if he met a suitable opponent. Then Chunyan turned his gaze to Zhang, who had a drop of cold sweat running down his face, and added that if he was lucky with his opponent, he could also win, and it turned out that they only had 2, and the rest were pointless to compare. After a short pause, Gul frowned and asked how they could win. The guy raised his eyebrows and immediately answered, of course, by becoming stronger. Hearing this, Zhang spread his arms out to the sides and said that at best there was half a month left until the meeting, and they could not defeat the opponent after several months of training, after which he asked how they could then catch up with Zhongnan in just 2 weeks. But suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes when the protagonist said that this was exactly why he was asking them. Smiling widely, Chunyan asked if they were ready to die. Night had fallen, a bright moon was floating in the sky. The students gathered at the training ground and asked each other if he had really changed the format of the training, but why did he always gather them in the middle of the night, adding that it seemed to them or if it would become more difficult than before, but the results were obvious, so maybe it was better. When suddenly they heard the voice of the protagonist, who asked if everyone had gathered, and they turned sharply in his direction. Chongmyan was staring at everyone present. Zhang came out to him and answered that everyone was here, as he had asked, after which he asked what kind of training awaited them today. But before he could finish speaking, the guy hit the ground with a wooden sword. Then he grabbed the handle of a real sword. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled the weapon out of its sheath. Seeing this, each of the students was very surprised. They looked at their teacher and asked each other if it was true that this was not a real sword, but what he had planned this time. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and asked if they really wanted to learn about a new way of training, adding that it was all nonsense, nothing special, just. Having said this, he threw the sword over his shoulder. Suddenly, madness appeared in his eyes, and he finished saying that he would have to try to die once. The guys, scared, began to back away, asking him if he was crazy, what was he saying, and someone even said that he had already decided that he would do it today. When suddenly the guy lowered his sword with a whistle and said that he would rather die than watch. His eyes were full of fury and anger, with which he shouted how they would lose to the bastards from Zhongnan. He continued to say without moving from the spot, that the elders can win, but they must win too, and therefore he will make it happen. Ghoul, frightened, stretched out his arms and said in a shaking voice that if so, he would go to the end, no matter what the training was, and then asked what his words began with. What did it mean to try to die? Chunmian closed his eyes and told him to come out to him. Shock appeared in the boy's eyes from what he heard. He immediately turned to look at Zhang, who immediately turned away from him. Then Ghoul turned to look at the students who turned away from him. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes, and he, gritting his teeth, said to himself that they did not have a drop of love for their comrades. After being ordered to come again, the boy came forward. He stopped a few steps away from the protagonist, who asked him if he said that he wanted to become stronger. A drop of cold sweat ran down Ghoul's face, and he answered that he said that he did. Chunmian looked at his comrade and said that he knew it would sound a little strange, but they were already strong enough. Raising his eyebrows, he added that all the training had not been in vain, to which Ghoul asked if he had not told them that they were not equal to Zhongnan. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist replied that this was true, after which he was asked whether they had become stronger or not. The guy suddenly drew an image of Sungbeak in his head and said to himself that if he was considered strong, then their abilities remained at about the same level as in the past, which meant that Ghoul could compete for victory, and Zhang would need luck. Thinking about this, the protagonist looked at his comrades. Focusing on the other students, he added that all of them, the third-generation students, would never win unless fate decreed it, but even with the help of fate, they would not be able to defeat Zhongnan. Changmayan, thinking about this, continued to look at all of his students. The light was shining from the windows of the building, when suddenly the guy said that in fact, they could not defeat Zhongnan not because of their weakness, it was because even after strengthening their bodies, they continued to do the same things. Hearing this, Ghoul raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the same things meant, what was wrong with what they were doing now, and then the protagonist asked him why he learned fencing. Confusion appeared in the guy's eyes. While he was thinking about the answer, the protagonist imagined a man sitting on the water in front of a ball statue, and said to himself that Huashan had already formed an answer, to subdue the body with the sword and finally achieve immortality in Taoism. The sword is just a tool for training that will help you enter the path of truth. But this guy is unlikely to want to give such an answer. Leaving his imagination, Changmian continued to look at his comrade. Confusedly knitting his eyebrows, Ghoul answered, in order to defeat the enemy. Having received such an answer, the protagonist laughed and said that this was a typical answer of a follower of the dark path, which does not suit a Taoist at all, but he liked it, while saying to himself that it was worth simply giving an obvious answer. Everyone present listened attentively and looked at their teacher, who said that this was so, but only half, it was all for the sake of victory. Then he put out his sword and asked what in this case should be done to win with the help of a sword. Ghoul looked at the blade extended towards him and asked if it was really to become stronger, to which the protagonist firmly answered, right. Without lowering the weapon, he continued to say that he would win if he was stronger than the enemy, however. At the same second, he sharply turned the blade of the sword and added that this carried a slightly different meaning. Ghoul looked at his comrade with confusion in his eyes and said that this was somehow not very clear. Then Changmyang threw him a sword with his left hand and said that everything was simple. Ghoul caught the wooden sword, after which his teacher said that they would have a duel right now. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what. Putting one hand behind his back, the protagonist ordered him to use all the tricks he could, and he would only parry. Holding the sword with both hands, Ghoul asked if he would really just parry, to which he replied yes. Hearing this, the boy looked down at the wooden sword. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek while he said to himself that he knew that he would never defeat him, but if he were to simply defend himself, then it might be a different story. After thinking this, he firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then the boy abruptly changed the position of his leg. Eventually, he got into a fighting stance. Before starting, Ghoul frowned and asked if he would really use a real sword, to which the protagonist firmly replied, yes. Hearing this, Ghoul wanted to say something else, but his teacher interrupted him with a laugh. Cold sweat poured down the boy's face, and he asked in confusion, is it true that he will not cut him? Then Chunmian looked at him and told him to stop. Ghoul could not move from the spot, asking himself why he was mumbling, not giving a clear answer. Let him just say that he will not cut. Is it true that he did not have anything in mind? The boy's eyes filled with discontent, after which he asked if he could begin. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Without lowering his sword, he asked if he was so confident in himself, to which he replied, of course, after his deadly training. Suddenly, Chunmian's eyes appeared surprised at what he saw. His comrade's left hand trembled with fear. From this, a smile appeared on the boy's face, and he said to himself, wonderful. Suddenly, Ghoul shouted loudly that he was starting, and in that same second, he took off. In an instant, he was above his opponent. Flying towards him, he remembered all those moments when the protagonist made him look humiliated, after which he shouted, nothing personal. Using the fallen flower sword technique, Ghoul launched a powerful attack. Dodging, the protagonist frowned tensely and said to himself that in my opinion, this is actually very personal, after which he asked himself what he had done wrong to him. The guy's eyes were burning with excess rage. Suddenly, Ghoul's leg was enveloped in magical energy. He used the 7-star step to quickly approach his opponent. After closing the distance, he used the fallen flower sword technique again. Kianmayan smiled contentedly upon seeing this, and said to himself that the guy closed the increasing distance with the 7-star step technique and finished the attack with the fallen flower sword. This guy is definitely talented. He saw some beak in him and added that if we were to evaluate only his abilities, he was not inferior to him at all, so there was room for confidence, however. The protagonist easily escaped the opponent's attack. Ghoul continued to swing his sword. Everyone present watched him carefully. One of the guys leaned over to Zhang and said that even though the elder Ghoul was attacking one-sidedly, wasn't he doing better than they expected? Zhang watched the fight carefully, answering that it was a little visible, because despite the one-sided attack, he was unable to touch even a hair of the protagonist. Kianmayan easily dodged any attack from his opponent. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhang's face, and he said to himself that this did not look like some special stepping technique, he was simply retreating step by step, and this was enough to elude all of Ghoul's attacks. The protagonist simply moved his legs. Moving his body, he also dodged the quick vertical blows. Frowning, Zhang said to himself that he felt as if his comrade's sword was fluttering in a dance, deliberately avoiding his opponent. But could he say that he had understood all of his movements? After all, it had been several months since Chongmyong came to Huashan. But this was the first time he saw him fight with someone, and now all he did was dodge without making a single strike in response. But he could still feel how big the difference in their levels was. Each of the students could not take their eyes off such a battle. Without any emotion on his face, the protagonist continued to dodge. Zhang narrowed his eyes and wondered until what point he could see his movements. At this time, Ghoul launched a powerful horizontal attack. But his opponent was already 10 meters away from him. Breathing heavily, the guy said to himself, just 1 inch, the attack missed by just 1 inch. He recalled how the protagonist easily dodged by tilting his body to the left. Then he tilted his body to the opposite side, also dodging. Kianmayan dodged the horizontal attack by leaning back. Leaving his memories, Ghoul stopped and said to himself that the teacher, as if he knew where the sword would strike, simply nodded his head and dodged all of his attacks. He gripped the hilt of the sword with a trembling hand, adding that it was hopeless. He tried to death, so he thought he had become stronger. Sweat poured down his face and body while he wondered if this was all the progress he had made. He felt as if there was only darkness around him. His hands and sword trembled while Ghoul said that this couldn't be. And while he was repeating this, Zhang saw a bright glow. Rage filled Ghoul's eyes, and he screamed loudly that this couldn't be. The blade of his sword was wrapped in powerful magical energy. As soon as he saw this, he realized that he had used the sword chi. In that same second, the guy got into a fighting stance. Without thinking twice, he jumped up. Ghoul launched the strongest attack he had ever launched. The shockwave from such a blow reached the wall of the settlement. Everyone present opened their mouths in shock from what they saw. A huge furrow remained in the ground. A huge dent remained in the wall after such a blow. Columns of dust rose into the sky. At this time, the protagonist raised his sword behind his head. An angry Ghoul looked at his opponent. The blade of the sword glistened in the bright light of the moon. With empty eyes, Kianmayan looked at the guy and said that he was finished. In that same second, he attacked. The thinnest blade of the sword flew straight at Ghoul's face. But suddenly the blade stopped right in front of Ghoul's face. The momentum from this attack spread for several meters around them. The earth shook from it. Dust flew in all directions. The blade was right next to the guy's forehead. Suddenly, Ghoul fell to the ground. He was shaking with fear. The protagonist at this time threw the sword over his shoulder and asked, well, did he feel the taste of death? The guy lowered his head in fear, and suddenly screamed that he was a damn puppy. Hearing such a reaction, Chunmian smiled widely. Holding one hand behind his back, he told him to rest. Then he turned around sharply and told the next one to come out to him. The students recoiled in fear. Zhang began to look around, saying that it seemed like they were calling Zhanghak, to which he replied that it seemed like they were calling him. The protagonist turned completely to them and told them to think carefully, after which he asked if they really thought that they would be able to avoid this. Hearing this, Zhang narrowed his eyes tensely. Suddenly, their teacher's eyes lit up and he said that if they did not come out, he would come himself. At that very moment, he rushed into the attack with a loud cry. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, and screams were heard throughout the settlement. After some time, each of the students was defeated, and the protagonist asked Ghoul why he could not parry, because he had warned him in advance that he was attacking, why he could not resist the obvious. The guy clenched his teeth from what he heard. Unable to restrain himself, he began to shake, and he screamed with all his might that he was simply too fast, so fast and strong that he did not even have time to think about parrying the blow, but even a 3-year-old child would understand this. Having received such an answer, the protagonist opened his mouth and said that he sees, they know everything perfectly well, after which he asked why they do not do it then. Hearing this, Ghoul raised his eyebrows in surprise. A second later, his teacher raised the sword above his head. Immediately after that, he launched an attack through the air. A powerful impulse spread out for several meters around the strike, and the protagonist asked if it was true that it was easy. Ghoul looked at the blade of the sword and asked if it was the same technique he had seen, to which he firmly replied that it was. Spreading his arms in different directions, the guy said in confusion that he looked much faster, then asked if he hadn't slowed down, to which Kianmayan replied that the sword that fell on his head and the sword that he was watching from the side could not be perceived the same. He looked closely at his student and added that in other words, it was the most basic strike that anyone could repeat if they tempered their body as well as their elders. Then he tapped his foot on the ground and said that first of all, the position of the legs is first and foremost. You need to watch the stability of your legs so that your body does not shake. After that, the main character swung and added that after this force is transmitted to the fingertips and mixed with the internal one. Without finishing, he made the same strike, creating a powerful impulse. Squeezing the hilt of the sword in his hand, the guy finished by saying that this is a strike. Ghoul looked at the blade of his teacher's sword in shock. He could not take his eyes off it, saying to himself that he could not say that this was some kind of outstanding technique, or speed invisible to the eye, because he only quickly and decisively lowered the sword in a straight line without a single unnecessary movement. Having said this, the guy remembered how a few seconds ago his sparring partner repeated this attack. When suddenly Zhang rose and said that now he understood what he was trying to say. Sitting on the ground, he said that it was better not to try did not know how to chase the ornate steps, because for their current ones, techniques that combine with a heart and body are most suitable. The protagonist looked at his comrade out of the corner of his eye and added that they must have the determination to kill the enemy with one blow. They must be prepared for the fact that they will not be able to swing the sword twice, because if they do not kill at once, they will die themselves. Hearing this, Zhang closed his eyes and said to himself, this is what he showed them day after day. After these words, he continued to look at his teacher, saying to himself that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times, because there is a huge difference between experiencing a sword on your own skin, when it is performed to kill with one blow, or knowing about it only by hearsay. Looking at his defeated comrades, he added that if the guys themselves had not now experienced how the sword of Chamyang falls on their heads, understanding would have been much more difficult for them. After these thoughts, Zhang looked at his comrade and said that they were only Huashan students, after which he asked if, as students, they should not defeat the opponent with the fencing technique of their school. The protagonist listened to his student in silence, then asked him in response what the first formation of the sword of 6 interactions was. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhang's face, and he answered in confusion that it was a chopping blow. Minchin burned the guy with his gaze, asking, and the sword of 6 interactions is not included in the Huashan techniques, adding that the principle of 6 interactions is the basis and skeleton of Huashan. Everything in Huashan begins with the principle of 6 interactions and ends with it. While he was saying this, the students began to slowly rise. During the words of their teacher, more and more guys stood up. When suddenly the guy thrust the sword into the ground and said, however, despite his students, the teacher said that they had not even mastered the 6 interactions. What kind of sword of fallen leaves? What steps of the family of stars? Dust in the eyes. Frowning, he turned to the boys and told them to remember that it was useless to master other techniques until they mastered the 6 interactions. Clutching the sword handle tightly in his hand, the protagonist added that a building without a foundation would collapse from a light breeze, since all Huashan fencing techniques were based on the principle of the 6 interactions, and the elders first needed to perfect what they already had. Hearing this, the boys nodded silently. Ghoul suddenly rose to his feet and said that he understood what his words about the importance of the 6 interactions meant. The boy's foot firmly rested on the ground. But unexpectedly for everyone, he lowered his head in disappointment and said that they were not him, and to tell the truth, only in his hands of all those present did the sword of the 6 interactions acquire such power. Ghoul clenched his fist tightly and added that it might sound stupid to him, but they didn't need strength in the future, but the kind that would wipe the noses of the idiots from Zhongnan right now. After saying these words, he looked up at his teacher and said that he wanted to ask him if they did as he said, Would they at least be able to avoid the huge shame of losing? Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Kianmayan, on the other hand, looked at his student without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. When suddenly he grabbed him by the chest and said that he was going to hit him on the head, to which he screamed in horror, asking why, what did he do? But suddenly surprise appeared in his eyes when the protagonist said, asking if he was really saying that they would lose to Zhongnan, adding that such a person does not deserve the right to live. The protagonist's eyes filled with anger, and he shouted with all his might, asking where it was seen that the Huashan disciples lost to the losers from Zhongnan, adding that he told them that he would lead them to victory. Without letting go of the disciple, he continued to shout that there would be no honorable defeats, because victory in battle was their everything. Leaning towards the guy, Chongyan shouted even louder that even if they had to bite into his pants with their teeth or throw dirt in his eyes, they only wanted victory. Throwing Ghoul to the ground, he asked, fearfully adding that they should not make him laugh. How could someone who had bandaged their throats on the battlefield talk about cowardice? The disciples looked at their teacher in shock. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly, continuing to shout that they would use any means necessary to win, and first of all, he would knock all this filthy spirit out of them. At the same moment, he turned to the others and ordered them to quickly take up wooden swords in their hands, because they would start with 10,000 slashes. All the students were on the training ground, and when they heard about the teacher's order, they asked in shock if it was really 10,000, to which he asked them when they wanted to die, after losing or right now. Many years ago, there were cookies in a small plate, and a male voice said that if the elder Kianmayan did not take a student, then his swordsmanship would not be passed on to the next generation. The man spread his arms out to the sides and added that his technique was too valuable to lose it like that, to which the head replied that he was also very worried about it. Sahang exhaled heavily and added that, however, as a person, he could never entrust him with a student, because becoming his student was akin to a terrible punishment, after which he asked for what sins the children should receive it. He lowered his head and added that this guy was the type to say that even a dog would stand on its front paws if beaten to death, so he couldn't let someone who only wore a human mask do it. Opening his eyes, the leader finished saying that if his interlocutor was following the path of Taoism, then there was no point in saying no, and the protagonist behind him asked if it was okay that he was standing behind him. Turning around, the man asked if he had really been with them all this time. Leaving his memories, Kianmayan rolled his eyes and said to himself that just remembering this immediately spoiled his mood, adding that he was just trying to raise them to be worthy, and it was the same as teaching a child to walk. Thinking about this, he walked up the mountain. The protagonist suddenly remembered holding one of the children's hands, and said to himself that this was a little different from personally moving their legs to show them how to take their first steps. Leaving this memory, the boy exhaled heavily and said to himself that if he wanted to do something, it would be better to do it himself, because he did not need the blossom that would fade with his death. He had to revive the soul of Huashan so that it would be just as strong even if he disappeared. Thinking about this, he moved deeper into the forest. The treetops bent under the strong wind. The branches crunched under Kianmayan's feet, and he said to himself that the blossom is beautiful with flower petals, but fleeting, but the soul is like a root, although it does not appear on the surface, it maintains life in the tree. But even if he understands everything, it is just in words. Having finished his thoughts, he stopped. The protagonist stood in his former training place. Looking around, he asked himself if it was true that this girl would not come here again, adding that she might be obsessed with training, but she would hardly stick her nose into the mountain at the beginning of the hour of the ox. With these thoughts, he looked at his reflection in the blade of the sword. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy pulled the sword out of its sheath. Then he changed the position of his legs. Thus, he took a fighting stance. Furrowing his brows, Kianmayan said to himself that he must quickly become better, not for the sake of returning to his former self, but because this will not be enough. Thinking about this, he closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them and saw a glow ahead. In front of him, a sky demon was flying in the sky, which the protagonist was unable to defeat, and if those who climbed the massif back then had not weakened it with their combined efforts, he would never have been able to compete with it. Kianmayan's eyes were burning brightly with a red fire. Lowering his head, the guy said to himself that he was quite a great swordsman, because he could not defeat a single sky demon alone, and then asked himself what if he could defeat it with his own strength. He tightly clenched his hand into a fist. But as soon as he opened his hand, Chongmayan saw that his palm was covered in blood, and said that then maybe no one would have died. As he said this, he remembered the leader who was frowning. Then he remembered the other disciples and teachers who were looking at the sky. That day, the protagonist was sitting on a tree branch and drinking alcohol. Maybe everyone would have returned safely and continued their calm and orderly lives. And none of this would have happened if only he had been stronger. As he was thinking about this, the heavenly demon made a movement with his hand. At that moment, his magical attacks burst out from behind his back. They rushed towards Chongmayan, who was saying to himself that there was no guarantee that someone like the heavenly demon would not appear again, And maybe the one who attacked Jianghu again would be even more terrifying, so in order to protect Huashan from this danger, he must become even stronger, stronger than everyone in this world, stronger than his past self, and stronger than the heavenly demon. Qianma's magical attack was getting closer. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes, full of determination and fearlessness. With quick swings of his sword, he destroyed his opponent's attack. The sky demon extended his hand again. Clumps of magical energy attacked again. Seeing them, Qianmayan jumped up. He rose to the level of his opponent. In rage, he gritted his teeth. With burning eyes, the sky demon looked at the guy. The next second, Qianmayan destroyed his opponent with one swift and powerful blow. The sky demon was cut in half. In a bright pink light, his image disappeared. The protagonist was left alone in the air, saying to himself that the sky demon's martial teachings destroyed everything he believed in, as if ridiculing his confidence that he could achieve anything if he followed the path of virtue. A few seconds later, he landed neatly on the ground. Rose petals began to fall from the sky. The guy said to himself that all he could do was step beyond the boundaries of what was possible. All this time, Isol was watching him from the side. The girl was standing behind a thick tree trunk. With eyes burning with surprise, she looked at the petals falling from the sky. Looking at the sword in his hand, the protagonist said to himself that he must find his own style that will allow him to go beyond his capabilities and lead to new beginnings. Frowning tensely, he said to himself that it seemed like he was about to grab hold of it, but it was still a long way off. Thinking about this, the guy closed his eyes. He continued to hold the sword in his hand, adding that it was not only the invention of a new style, but also the development of a new level. Opening his eyes, he added that it was not an easy task. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the girl's face in front of his face. Isol was staring at him intently and wanted to ask something. But suddenly the protagonist screamed loudly and jumped back a few meters. The girl slowly straightened up, and the guy recognized not the same girl he had met just recently. With eyes filled with horror, he looked at her and wondered how she was able to get so close to him without being seen, and even though he was lost in thought, he couldn't help but notice the presence of a person, both last time and this time, without leaving any traces. Isol looked at Qianmayan silently. They looked at each other, and the guy said to himself that if he thought about it, he still felt her presence rather vaguely. And then he asked himself who she was. Maybe she had mastered the art of hired killers. Frowning in displeasure, he wondered how to settle this now and how much she had managed to see. But as soon as the guy asked himself this, the girl opened her mouth and said plum blossom. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that she had seen everything, which meant he needed to act naturally, as if nothing had happened, so he slowly moved his sword. Isol grabbed her sword at the same second. Frowning tensely, she asked if he would really kill the witness. Hearing this, the guy winced and asked what he meant by kill, if she had really gone crazy. But as soon as he realized what he had said, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand. For a few seconds, they looked at each other in complete silence. Sweat appeared on Qianmayan's face, and he said to himself that this was not entirely natural, which meant that there was only one way. At that very second, he sheathed his sword. Then he hit his palm with his fist. Finally, he smiled widely and said that he had to take his leave. Hearing this, the girl extended her hand towards him and asked him to stop. But as soon as she said this, the protagonist pushed himself back. He left behind a low wall of dust. Less than a second later, Isol was left alone in the clearing. She still had not managed to lower her hand. Lowering it, she quietly said plum blossom. At this time, Qianmayan quickly ran downstairs, saying to himself that she scared him very much. He did not stop for a second, adding that this time there was only one witness, so no one would believe her. But they say that 3 people make a tiger, and even if several people tell a lie, it is perceived as the truth, so he should be more careful when the Beck generation returns. While he was thinking about this, he frowned tensely. When the guy suddenly braked abruptly. Stopping, he remembered that he still had business before they returned. After saying this, the protagonist looked to the side and said to himself that he first needed to do this, and then go back to Huashan. After thinking these thoughts, he ran in the other direction. Morning came, and many people were walking along the busy street. Many people came into the snack bar, and from inside, the protagonist's voice was heard, asking for a bottle of drink, and a cold one. He was sitting at one of the tables. After emptying a small glass, the guy said, "Here it is." Then he took the dish given to him with his chopsticks and said that he should try it, while saying to himself that until now, since the drink from the cave had ended, he had almost returned to normal life, but he needed to actively use the privileges given by the head. With these thoughts, he threw a piece of meat into his mouth and said that it was very tasty. At the same time, he drank a new portion of drink and said that the head told him to let everything flow as it should, after which he asked himself why he forbade him to do this so often, because it was a hassle to get out to have a glass. After drinking it all to the bottom, he happily said, "Damn Taoists." Drops of alcohol flew from his glass. Suddenly, Sahang appeared in front of Qianman, who said discontentedly that he was also a Taoist. Hearing this, the guy grinned. Pouring himself some more alcohol, he said that it was a completely different matter. After all, he was already over 100 years old. Having said this, he put the bottle on the table. The protagonist looked at his reflection and added that the taste of this drink was completely different from before, and the alcohol that he drank in secret from him was the most delicious. After these words, the guy brought the glass to his mouth. The next second, he drank it all to the bottom. Putting the empty vessel on the table, he said to himself that it was funny, because in his life he had never felt the need for anyone to sit opposite him in a pub, and now what? Having eaten, the protagonist added that if only the elders saw how he was sitting here alone, they would laugh at him. These gentlemen were always like that, after which he asked himself what difference it made that they were called Taoists and saints. In fact, they were ordinary old men who liked to joke. Chongmyan sat at the table alone, while everyone else in the establishment was not alone. The boy with a blush on his cheeks looked at his reflection and asked if it was true that there were no such things there. As soon as he said this, he drank it all in one gulp. Putting the empty cup on the table, he said that this one went down well. The blush on his cheeks grew brighter and brighter, and the boy continued to say why he should ascend, because this is a paradise, after which he asked if he needed anything else. Looking at the empty cup, he firmly said that he would not leave here, and let the elders be happy in their own place. At this time, 3 people in black capes approached the establishment. The door inside opened. The strangers entered and said that they would finally eat normal food, and someone said that he could no longer eat because of these fasting pills. All 3 sat down at a table not far from the main character. Kianmayan looked at them out of the corner of his eye while they talked among themselves. Taking a closer look at them, the guy realized that they were wearing school uniforms and looked to be around 30 years old. Suddenly, he noticed a plum blossom symbol on the chest of one of them, and realized that they were the Beck generation. After drinking another cup of alcohol, the protagonist said to himself that contacting them would only lead to a headache, so he needed to quickly finish eating and leave here. Suddenly, one of the guys put his hands on the table and asked what about Sister Isel, since they decided to meet in Huan, to which he was told that, apparently, she went to Huashan earlier, since she doesn't listen to anyone, which means the teachers already know that they have arrived. The guy sitting opposite him smiled broadly, and replied that there was nothing to worry about, since everyone knows that Sister Isel is a little special. Their third comrade waved to the owner and asked him to bring a few portions of the most delicious thing that was available today, and some drinks. The protagonist continued to watch them out of the corner of his eye, saying to himself that they had barely reached the 2nd generation and the first thing they did upon returning was go straight to a pub in the center of Huayin. He frowned with displeasure, adding that even if the school was a complete mess, this should not be allowed, because when he was their age, whenever he was caught, he would stare at the walls of the Cave of Remorse for a week and only knew how to wave his sword. As a friend, Kianmayan focused his attention on the guy in the middle, and realized that he was probably the oldest of them. One of the guys spilled alcohol among the 3 and told them to sort it out, because they all tried hard. The girl who was among them smiled warmly and said that there was no one who worked harder than him, and they only followed him. Hearing this, the elder smiled. He looked at his friends with kindness in his eyes and thanked them for these words. As soon as the protagonist saw his appearance, shock appeared in his eyes and he realized that the guy was handsome, saying in his head that even he, being a man, could feel his charm, because next to him there was such an atmosphere as if he was a noble man from legends who came down to earth. At this time, the guys took apart the drinks. The elder said that who else but him should know that they tried the hardest, because he personally bought these drinks, so they should not be embarrassed, but should drink to their heart's content, but just not get too drunk. Hearing this, the protagonist continued to chew on the snacks, saying to himself that the school had gone downhill. Suddenly, his ear caught a question about how much they had improved their abilities. The girl looked at the elder and asked if they would be able to achieve good results at the Huazhong meeting, because they had spent so much effort. The boy placed his empty cup on the table and replied that he didn't really know. He lowered his gaze and added that Chongnan was strong and they were fully worthy of being the first of the 9 great schools. Without raising his head, he continued to say that although they belonged to the 9 great schools in the past, to tell the truth, there was an insurmountable difference between them and Zhongnan, but this was only reputation, and reputation and ability did not necessarily have to be proportionate. As soon as he said this, the boy from his team raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was no fear or doubt in the elder's eyes as he said that although they had lost at the last meeting, he did not see such a big difference. Showing his injured hands, he asked if they hadn't progressed in their training, looking at how far they had come, adding that they had endured this difficult secluded training, hadn't given themselves a second's slack, had worked to the limit, and effort would never betray, so now he thought they would be able to confidently engage Zhongnan. As he spoke, his comrades looked at his hand. Hearing these words, his comrade looked up at him and asked, "Zhongnan?" The elder raised a cup full of alcohol and asked in return, had Zhongnan been Zhongnan from the beginning, and Huashan was Huashan? Smiling widely, he added that nothing was certain, adding that if they devoted themselves to it with all their might, forgetting about fatigue, They would eventually be able to surpass Zhongnan and become the strongest. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Right after that, he turned around to look at the boys, who turned around to look at him. Kianmayan looked at the Beck generation with confusion. The elder looked straight at him in surprise. Suddenly, the protagonist started waving his chopsticks, asking if he really got a bug. At that moment, the elder frowned with displeasure. Cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he wondered if he really didn't fall for it, but he played it perfectly. The elder put the cup on the table and turned to him. Rising to his feet, he asked who he would be, since he didn't remember seeing him in Wayne. The elder looked down at Kianmayan and asked him to state his name and clan. The protagonist frowned tensely and wondered if he really got into trouble. The protagonist silently exchanged glances with the elders. One of them suddenly frowned and wondered who this boy was, because he had felt a slight sense of discomfort when he entered the pub, and now he understood where this feeling came from. Thinking about this, he glared at the protagonist and added that it was all because of him. Kianmayan looked at them out of the corner of his eye. The elder suddenly noticed that the boy, who had barely turned 15, had ordered expensive food and was drinking alcohol, and said to himself that as far as he could remember, none of the rich officials and merchants in Huaying had sons who spent their leisure time alone like this, at least none his age. The sun was shining brightly outside, and there was no one around. The elder continued to ask himself who the hell he was, and the protagonist waved his chopsticks and said that he was just passing by, so they should not worry and should just continue their meal. The elder, hearing this, relaxed and asked if he was passing by, adding that this could also happen. Having said this, he picked up a stool. Walking towards the protagonist, the elder asked why they did not introduce themselves to each other, since their meeting was nothing other than fate. Having said this, he slammed the stool down on the floor. Then he sat down carefully on it. Extending his hand, the elder introduced himself that his name was Baekchan, and he was a second-generation disciple of the great Huashan. The protagonist turned away from him, and wondered why he was clinging to him, and he could not even beat him up. With these thoughts, he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said that he did not have a suitable name to call him. Hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes and asked why he hid his face during the conversation, since gentlemen of noble blood did not do such things. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face from what he heard, and he asked himself what kind of noble gentleman from Taoist, adding that if so, then let him go to the officials. With these thoughts, he rose to his feet. Covering his face with his hand, Kianmayan said that it was time for him to go. After these words, he passed by his interlocutor. Suddenly, Baekchan turned to him, and the protagonist stopped. Slightly lowering his head, the elder said that he would like to talk to him a little more, to which he replied that he did not have the habit of chatting with men. But suddenly Baekchan turned around with burning eyes. His hand was filled with magical energy, and he screamed, asking himself where he went. But the protagonist easily dodged his grip. Wishing them good work, the guy flew out of the building. The elder raised his eyebrows in shock at what he saw. Looking at his hand, he wondered if he had dodged it without even seeing China's palm. Suddenly, his girlfriend turned to him and asked why he had let go when he had caught it. Baekchan pulled his hand back to himself. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, he replied that he had thought it was not proper for a Taoist to bully little children, to which she replied that it was just like him. Shifting his gaze, the elder quietly said that it was true, that was why he had done it. He looked at the empty entrance to the establishment, and added that it must have been a mistake. At this time, lush clouds floated across the blue sky, and the protagonist's voice was heard among the rocks, saying that the Beck generation would be a real pain in the ass. He sucked on the bottle of alcohol and said to himself that one of the reasons why life on Huashan had been peaceful until recently was the huge age difference between the Un generation and the Qion generation, because for a new recruit who had just joined the service, the most frightening person was not the general or the emperor, but the one who was older. After these thoughts, Kianmayan looked into the bottle and said sadly that he had already finished it all, although he still had a lot of room to get drunk. He continued moving forward, saying to himself that he shouldn't have laughed, and it was a pity that he hadn't managed to finish the drink. Having drawn an image of the elder in his head, he asked himself how he could have resisted after hearing the nonsense about improving his skills. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist added that they wanted to seize Zhongnan, and they themselves weren't even fit to hold a candle to Julyu. All they knew was how to wag their tongues. Waving his hand, the boy said that the elder tried to use his Chi palm. After that, he put his hands behind his back and added that it was worth seeing that he called this nonsense a Chi palm. What a shame! This shocked him even more than his first meeting with the third-generation disciples. Drawing an image of his friends in his head, Kianmayan asked himself how far the third generation could advance in studying martial teachings, adding that even with decent teachings, everything depends on time, but with the second-generation disciples, it's a different story. Introducing Baekchan and Isol, the protagonist finished by saying that the third generation is at the level of polishing the basics, but the second is at the stage of intensive training to hone their skills. These thoughts made him wince and said to himself that this was a complete headache. Looking at the empty bottle of alcohol, he added that there was no point in wasting time on such nonsense. After these words, Chunmian put the bottle on the ground. As he left, he wondered since when did such things make him feel responsible. Evening came and the sky turned warm. A guy entered Ghoul's room and said that all the third-generation students were ordered to gather in the square for training. Their senior classmates had returned, to which he replied that he understood everything and would be leaving soon. Ghoul tightened his belt tightly. When suddenly, raising his eyebrows, he asked if the protagonist had returned. The door to Chunmian's room was open. There was a shoe lying right in front of the entrance. The guy's hand was on the bed. Without even having time to change his clothes, the protagonist fell asleep as soon as he entered the room. Seeing him, Ghoul covered his nose with his hand and shouted that he smelled really bad of fumes, after which he asked if he was really drunk. The guy started shaking his teacher. But when he didn't wake up, he stopped. Suddenly, Ghoul frowned with displeasure. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly for him to get up quickly. But before he could finish speaking, Chunmian jumped up, causing the guy to turn away in fear, saying that today was a beautiful day. Looking at his comrade, the main character asked what he wanted to say before, to which he answered in a shaking voice, nothing. A second later, Chunmian stretched and said that he lay down to rest and dozed off, to which his comrade asked himself if he really thought he dozed off, because he fell down without his back legs. Ghoul covered his nose with his hand again and said that their elders had returned and that everyone had been ordered to gather in honor of this, so he had to wash up quickly because he smelled strongly of alcohol. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist covered his nose with his hand. Suddenly, steam started pouring out of his ears. It filled the entire room in a matter of seconds. Seeing this, Ghoul raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if the smell of alcohol had really disappeared. At that very moment, he saw a black silhouette in front of him. Chunmian came out to him and said as if nothing had happened, he would also say alcohol, adding that such nonsense did not suit a noble Taoist. Leaving his room, he called his comrade to follow him, otherwise the elder would give him a spanking if they were late. Black clouds floated across the evening sky. The two of them went out to the training ground, and the protagonist asked why they had to greet the second generation who had returned, to which his comrade replied that they needed to greet them. After all, they had returned after going through difficult, secluded training. Hearing this, Chunmian exhaled heavily and said to himself, difficult, you can't get up. Squinting, he added, if they sat for 6 months in the cave of remorse, where even the light doesn't penetrate, where the only edible thing is moss, and all you can do is fencing, then they would be able to say that they had completed the training, but they swallowed pills, waved a sword a little, and after that they had the audacity to drink alcohol and say how difficult it was in seclusion. Having said this, the guy remembered the elders sitting in the pub. Ghoul suddenly approached him and said that this time the elders sharpened their knives and said that this time they would wipe Shongnan's nose by any means necessary, and even the leader was generous, providing support for their training. Putting up his index finger, he added that the main character should also be more modest, because the elder Baekchan was quite strict. If he continued to behave as usual, then he would not seem to get enough. Hearing this, Chunmian grinned and said yes, of course. Hearing such a reaction, Ghoul spread his arms out to the sides and said that he assures that he will get it very badly. While they were talking among themselves, they managed to reach the entrance to the settlement, where everyone else was already. John turned around and asked if they had already arrived, to which Ghoul replied yes. And as soon as they approached, they raised their eyebrows in surprise, because they said that the second generation disciples had arrived, which meant it was time to open the gates. The main gates slowly opened. The elders appeared behind them. Seeing them, the leader smiled warmly. The students began to applaud and say that even their gait had changed. Only the main character looked at them without any emotion on his face. The elders passed by them with smiles on their faces. As a friend, Chunmian raised his eyebrows and said to himself that his eyesight had not failed him, because he really was a handsome man. His gaze was fixed on Baekchan. Without taking his eyes off him, the guy added that in the past, everyone had also been buzzing about his noble appearance, but he surpassed that. Closing his eyes, he said that as soon as he dressed up and went out into the village, there would be whole lines of virgins, like delicate flowers. But before the main character could finish speaking, the former leader of the village appeared behind him and whispered in his ear about conscience, to which he replied that he should not interfere right now. When suddenly Baekchan noticed him. Stopping, he raised his eyebrows questioningly. Suddenly, he went off the path. The elder walked straight to the main character. Seeing him, Chunmian raised his eyebrows in surprise. But unexpectedly for him, Baekchan raised his hand at the level of his face. He was clutching his kimono in his hand. Seeing this, the guy drew his eyebrows together in displeasure. The elder silently looked at the younger. Suddenly, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, and he asked if they had recently become acquainted. After hearing this, the main character's eyes filled with anger. Baekchan burned him with his gaze and called him brother. Looking into his eyes, Chunmian asked himself what was wrong with this bastard. Maybe he should really beat him up. With each passing second, his eyes were filled with more and more hatred and anger. Without lowering his hand, the elder said that, judging by his look, he knew him. The protagonist continued to frown and replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Hearing this, Baekchan lowered his hand and asked if that was so. He suddenly smiled and added that it was very strange since he was like an old acquaintance to him, and then asked when he had joined the school. Jong, who was standing next to him, raised his eyebrows and replied that this child had started studying during his absence on Mount Huashan, and not much time had passed, so they could not have crossed paths with him. Hearing this, the elder calmed down and quietly said that they had become too close for such a short period of time. All the students stared at Baekchan, who said that it was very good when older students took care of the younger ones, and then asked the protagonist if that was true. Kianmayan did not take his angry gaze off the elder. The boy suddenly smiled broadly and said that he thought that fate itself had brought them together, and although they had never met, it was as if he had known him for a long time, and then asked what his name was. Kunmayan, the protagonist, answered quietly without raising his head. Baekchan looked at the boy with kindness in his eyes, and then said his name. Suddenly, a man came out of the main building and shouted that they were already waiting for him, and then asked how much time they could waste on empty chatter. The elder began to leave, telling the younger one at last that they would not see each other often in the future, so he should remember his name. The students watched Baekchan go. The protagonist looked after him with displeasure in his eyes. Suddenly, Jong came up to him and asked if he had already met the elder, to which he firmly answered, no. Having received such an answer, the boy silently raised his head. He looked at the back of the elder and said that he was considered the most outstanding talent in Huashan. He was considered the one who would revive the crumbling school. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his comrades in surprise and asked if he was really the most outstanding talent, while saying to himself that he had often heard this when he was little, although he was quickly called by another name. He recalled how the previous leader grabbed his lips and said that he only used his mouth for drinking and cursing, just like a goby fish. Leaving his memories, he asked if the most talented person in Huashan wasn't Ghoul, which made the guy raise his eyebrows in shock upon hearing this. A blush immediately appeared on his face, and he put his finger to his mouth, asking him to shut up, because someone might hear it, to which the protagonist asked in surprise, why were you so nervous? Then Ghoul lowered his head and replied that the elder Baekchan was someone he would not even dare compare himself to. Hearing this, Kianmayan wrinkled his face and said that this was the beauty of the feeling of defeat, it made people so humble. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the elder and said to himself that he was a crane among a flock of chickens, and this was true, because if you did not think about it, it would be considered praise, but words can also take on the opposite meaning. Baekchan slowly walked to the headman's house. The protagonist imagined the elder standing in the center of his comrades, and said to himself that a crane in a flock of cranes was a normal phenomenon, but when a crane wedged itself into a flock of chickens, it looked completely unnatural, and in most cases it became a flaw. Baekchan carefully looked behind himself. He was the only one of his comrades who stepped forward. After a few seconds he stopped. Baekchan was standing at the head of all his comrades. Suddenly, Isel appeared out of nowhere. She ran up to the guys from the second generation and stood next to them. A second later, she straightened up, taking on a proud look. Seeing her, the protagonist said to himself that she was also from the Baek generation, but then where did she get you? He did not take his eyes off her, asking himself, could she have told him everything about him? After all, only one day had passed. When suddenly Ghoul, smiling widely, asked if he also could not tear his eyes away from the eldest, he understood him. After all, the first time is always like this, she is too beautiful. Hearing this, Chunmian looked at his comrade with disgust and asked what he was talking about. The guy looked at Isel with kindness in his eyes and answered that he could not even dream of her. After all, she was already in love with the elder Baekchan. The protagonist, and even Jong covered their ears at what they heard, and Ghoul, seeing this, cried out in embarrassment, asking if he had said something wrong, adding that he was sure that the two of them would never meet someone like her, because everyone knew that she was the most beautiful in Shangxi. Suddenly, Chong Yong exhaled heavily and said that he was the most talented in Huashan, then he said she was the most beautiful in Shangxi, and if someone else listened to this, they would decide that everything in Shangxi was completely sad. Then, putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, he added that if he had spent time training instead of getting involved in other people's relationships, he would have already made himself a swordsman, to which he, lowering his head, asked not to press on a sore spot. Suddenly, the elder hit his palm with his fist. Browsing, Baekchan greeted the leader. All of his comrades also punched their palms. They extended their arms and greeted the leader loudly. Hyunjong looked at the boys with kindness in his eyes and said that they had all worked hard, and then asked if it was true that the training had been hard. Without relaxing, the elder replied that it was not so at all, since the leader had spent so much effort supporting them, and then asked how they could complain about the difficulties. The old man did not take his eyes off them, asking if there had been any improvement. Without letting his hands drop, Baekchan replied that they had only realized that no matter how hard they worked, there would be no end to the sword, but the training had allowed them to achieve minor success. Hearing this, the leader turned to the head of the finance pavilion and asked if he thought it would be worthwhile to throw a feast in honor of the children who had completed the hard training. Hyunjong frowned in displeasure and quietly said that it was not even a merit to throw a feast. But when the headmaster addressed him again, he pointed his finger at the dining room and said that they would do so, since they were already setting the table, and then asked if they wanted to go in. As he left, he grumbled discontentedly that if he had known how much suffering it cost, he would not have spent it so frivolously. The headmaster watched him go and said to himself that after what happened to the Milky Way Guild, he continued to mutter strange things under his breath. After a short pause, he turned to Unam and asked him to help the children relax after hard work. Then the old man addressed the protagonist, causing him to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Standing tens of meters away from him, Hyunjong asked the boy to come into his house for a minute, since he had something to talk to him, to which he asked discontentedly, "Really again?" As soon as Baekhyun heard this, he froze in surprise. With anger in his eyes, he turned around and asked himself discontentedly, did he really say to the head again? The old man held his hand to his mouth and asked the protagonist if there were sweets. He would take a look, to which he replied, "Okay." The elder watched from the side as the younger ran up to the head. Without taking his eyes off, he asked the elder where this child came from. The protagonist walked next to the old man. Ungam approached Baekhyun and answered that it was better for him not to think about him, because his nerves would be safer. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he added, "Especially him." After these words, the elder left, and the boy asked himself if this was really the Hwashan he knew. Clouds floated across the evening sky. There was roast meat on the table in the dining room. Baekhyun looked at the chicken in shock and asked where the hell they got the money from. His comrade turned to him and replied that during the year that they were gone, the pavilions and even the decor of the refectory had undergone major changes. At first he felt a bit awkward, but it was so clean and tidy. Maybe while they were gone, the god of wealth had not descended from heaven, and judging by the children's reactions, that was true. Baekhyun, listening to his comrade, turned back. He looked at the table where the third-generation students were sitting, asking each other if they would really not eat meat anymore, or if they would eat something else, like fish. The elder frowned in shock at what he heard and asked himself what was wrong with the whole school, if they were really tired of meat. He saw the children leisurely eating the chicken and wondered if it was possible to hear anything more unbecoming of Hwashan, because the Hwashan he knew could rival Gabong for the title of the poorest school in the world, and even Gabong was not as poor as Hwashan. His classmates were drinking alcohol. Baekhyun looked at this in shock and added that the students of Gabong were just beggars. They themselves did not suffer from poverty, but for Hwashan to suddenly go and get rich. While he was wondering about this, the elder looked at him and asked what was the matter. Was the food not to his taste? To which he replied that it was not that. The boy looked at Ungam with a puzzled face and said that he could not understand what was happening at all, then asked what happened while they were gone. The elder, hearing this, closed his eyes and said that they did not think about them at all. After opening them, he added that it was quite a long story and they would find out everything in time, but he would only say that Hwashan had acquired one lucky charm. Hearing this, Baekhyun raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of lucky charm. Well, as soon as he asked this, one of the students kicked down the door. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground with a loud stomp. Everyone present turned to look at him in surprise. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Baekhyun's face at what he saw. The protagonist stood in the aisle with his head down. Steam came out of his mouth in anger. He loudly stomped on the floor as he walked forward. The protagonist angrily passed by all the students. He quickly walked to his seat. A second later, the guy sat down opposite his comrades. The seniors continued to look at him in surprise. Silence hung in the entire cafeteria, while the other third-generation students did not pay any attention to it. Baekhyun raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered what was going on. Why none of the third-generation disciples asked what this junior was doing. Jong looked at the protagonist in silence. Next to him sat Gul, who had no surprise in his eyes. Looking at the elder and Jem, Baekhyun wondered why even he, who attached great importance to politeness, did not say a word, as if this situation was something natural. Suddenly, with surprise in his eyes, he looked away. The guy focused his attention on the protagonist and wondered if he could really bend the entire third generation to his will, adding that besides, the strongest of the third generation and the most capable of them, Gul, were sitting next to him. The guys looked at their friend in silence. Suddenly, the elder imagined Kianmayan smiling ominously, and said to himself that in other words, he was in the middle between moral duty and authority. Suddenly, he frowned angrily and wondered what trick he had used to get everyone under his thumb. And while he was thinking about it, John smiled and asked the protagonist what had made him so angry again. The guy raised his head angrily and replied that he had been ordered to go to the Milky Way Guild. Lowering his head, he asked discontentedly if he was some kind of carrier pigeon, adding that he was tired of it. The guys, hearing this, laughed, and John said that he liked it at first, to which the latter replied that it was only the first couple of times. Closing his eyes, the guy added that at least it was good that they were only sending him to the Hawaiian branch, because if they had sent him to Xi'an, he would have really died. Baekchan stared at him with displeasure, saying to himself that he didn't know what kind of method he had used, but all the third-generation disciples were dancing to his tune. While the boys were talking among themselves, the elder was glaring at them and saying to himself that Zhang was naturally very respectful of his elders, so he thought he would bow his head even if he didn't push too hard, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Frowning, he realized that he needed to find the right time so that. But before he could finish speaking, one of his comrades turned to him and asked if he wasn't eating. The elder's plate was empty, to which he answered correctly. Reaching for the fried chicken, he added that he should eat. Suddenly, Baekchan stopped. Looking at his comrade, he asked where the teacher sister Isel was. The boy looked behind him and replied that he didn't even know, because she had walked with them to the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Baekchan frowned in displeasure. Looking at his comrade, he asked if he shouldn't look for her, since there was a person missing from the place where the elders could let go of their thoughts, and they could eat as if nothing had happened. The second-generation disciples looked at the elder with surprise in their eyes. After a short pause, one of them, without looking away, replied that no one could find her, since he himself knew that if she didn't want to come herself, no one could find her. The guy sitting next to him turned his head and replied in confusion that it was true, since it was a waste of time. Baekchan's eyes quickly filled with discontent at such words. His comrade exhaled heavily and said to himself that he was fair in other respects, but as soon as it came to his little sister, he became hopeless. After a short pause, he put his chopsticks on the table and said to himself that he was full. Suddenly, a man entered the dining room. He walked forward quickly. Hearing the footsteps, Baekchan turned around in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes showed joy at what he saw. Isel entered the dining room. The elder immediately raised his hand and called her. But the girl first turned to one side. Then she looked to the other side. Stopping, Isel looked away from her comrades. After a short pause, she continued walking, and the elder continued calling her. But when he saw that the girl had passed by, he raised his eyebrows in shock. Isel confidently walked towards the table where the third-generation students were sitting. She stopped next to the protagonist. Feeling her approach, the guy turned around in surprise. The girl was standing right behind him, asking if she could sit next to him. As soon as her comrades heard this, they jumped up from their seats and shouted, asking if she had really spoken to the guy when she had last started a conversation. Kianmayan silently looked at the familiar face. After a short pause, he turned away and firmly replied, "No." Hearing this, Isel raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked to talk to her. The guy began to wave it off, answering that he would not, because he had no desire to talk to her, adding that she should leave. Each of the second-generation students could not contain their emotions. Gul, who was sitting opposite, looked at his friend in shock and asked what kind of situation this was, because no one in Huashan had ever had a friendly conversation with an elder, but she was the first to talk to him. The guy could not take his eyes off the beautiful girl. Cold sweat poured down his face. Isel asked to talk to her at least for a short time, to which the main character, looking at her out of the corner of his eye, answered discontentedly that he would not go. The girl did not take her eyes off him, saying that it was true, just for a short time. Kianmayan raised one eyebrow and said that he wouldn't go, and that was it, since they had nothing to talk about, and then asked if she didn't understand the words. Without moving from her place, the girl said that she had something to say, to which he asked with displeasure if he could just eat. Hearing this, Isel fell silent. A second later, to the protagonist's surprise, she sat down next to him. Closing her eyes, she said that she would just wait for him to eat. Seeing this, the guy frowned with displeasure and exclaimed that he had already told her that he wouldn't go anywhere, that he had a lot to do, so she should look for someone else. Looking at the interlocutor, Isel replied that she came specifically for him. When suddenly, they turned around and saw that all the second-generation students had crowded around them. Hearing a loud cough, some of them turned around. The rest turned around after them. Everyone present looked at Baekchan, who was sitting in his seat, in surprise. After a few seconds, he stood up. Then he turned around. Frowning, the elder asked the protagonist if he remembered correctly that his name was Kianmayan. The boy tensely knitted his brows and replied that it was true. Baekchan stared at him and said that from what he had heard, he often visited Xi'an on behalf of the leader, and he understood that he was getting tired. Having said this, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. At this time, Isel pointed at herself questioningly. The protagonist suddenly raised his eyebrows and told the girl to apologize quickly, because the elder was scolding her for being distracted by personal matters during the celebration of the return of the second generation. Hearing this, Isel bowed her head to the elder and asked for her forgiveness, to which he waved his hands negatively and said that this was not what he meant. Then Kianmayan waved his hand and told the girl that she should apologize not to him, but to the seniors, because she made a mistake right in front of them. Isel immediately bowed her head to the seniors and asked for their forgiveness, adding that she was too narrow-minded. Ungam laughed and said that it was all nonsense and there was nothing wrong with it, and Baekhyun silently lowered his head. In anger, he left scratches on the table with his nails. The protagonist looked at this with a smirk on his face and wondered if he should stop him. Jong rested his hands on the table and congratulated all the seniors on their return, because they did a great job. Gul raised his fist and added after his comrade that today was simply a wonderful day, and since even the eldest Isol was here, it was time to start the celebration. After that, they laughed and began to eat the food. But the eldest suddenly exhaled heavily. Without turning around to look at the protagonist, he asked if he remembered his name correctly. Gul knew that they might be in trouble, so he looked at his comrade and asked him to just keep quiet just once, to be polite. Kianmayan looked at the elder silently. After a short pause, he opened his mouth and said that they had come a long way. It must have been very difficult. But unexpectedly for everyone, he waved his hand to the side and added that considering that he kept clinging to the same thing, why didn't he go and rest if he was so tired? Hearing this, the elder, without raising his head, said that he would ask him only one thing. With anger in his eyes, he looked at the boy and asked if it was true that they hadn't seen each other today, adding that it would be better for him to answer honestly. Receiving such a question, the boy smiled widely and said that he had already said that it was the first time he saw him, after which he asked if he had really been fooled. Receiving such an answer, Baekhyun furrowed his brows in anger and asked, "Is that so?" Suddenly, he hit his fist into his palm and said to himself that he did not want to go to extremes, but if he was not put in his place, he would look like a laughing stock. Bowing his head to the elder, he turned to the mentor, saying that one question was bothering him. The man looked at the boy in surprise and asked what kind of question. Without lowering his hand, the elder said that as far as he knew, third-generation disciples were forbidden to leave Huashan without a special assignment, and civilian clothes instead of a uniform were out of the question. But today in the afternoon he saw a disciple in Hawaiian walking around without a uniform. Ungam silently looked at Baekhyun, listening to him. The elder suddenly looked to the side and finished saying that it was this child. Realizing that someone had complained about him, Kianmayan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The mentor, hearing this, frowned in displeasure and asked, "Really?" The elder man furrowed his brows and replied that it was true, that it was a terrible precedent, and that he could therefore instruct him to investigate his movements today. But to his surprise, Ungam opened his mouth and said that it was nothing to worry about. Hearing this, the boy raised his head in surprise and asked what again. The mentor continued eating, answering that everything was fine. Hearing this again, the elder rubbed his ears and wondered if there was something wrong with them, adding that he was constantly haunted by auditory hallucinations. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and asked himself if the mentor, who was always so demanding of the rules, had turned a blind eye to a third-generation student who had violated discipline, if it had really seemed that way to him. Closing his eyes, the man explained that this child was allowed to leave the school gates without permission from the older generation. As soon as the boy heard this, surprise appeared in his eyes and he asked in confusion what did he mean without permission, who in the end could give such rights to a third-generation disciple. Raising his head, Ungam replied that the headmaster ordered it, and then asked if something was wrong. Baekhyun rested his fist on his palm and asked if this was true. Silence fell in the dining room, and everyone present looked at the mentor and the elder. Suddenly, a loud chomping sound was heard, causing Baekhyun to turn around. The protagonist was greedily eating chicken. Everyone immediately turned to look at him while he was saying that the meat was a little tough. Veins appeared on the elder's face from anger. Suddenly, the head of the finance department entered the dining room. Holding his hands behind his back, he walked forward. He stopped and thoughtfully looked around. The elder immediately turned to look at him. He frowned in displeasure and said to himself that since this was the case, he would go to the very end, and no more concessions. With these thoughts, he stood up from his seat. The boy walked confidently towards the old man. After a few seconds, he stopped in front of him. Folding his hands, the elder greeted the elder. Then the head of the finance department waved his hand and said that there was no need for any formalities, since he came to check on them and saw that they were all having fun. Then he looked at Ungam and asked him to keep a good eye on everyone and not to overdo it. Then suddenly Baekhyun said that he had a report for him, which caused the old man's eyes to become surprised, after which he asked what was the matter. The elder looked at the old man from under his brows. After a short pause, he opened his mouth and said that he was embarrassed to say this, but today he saw a third-generation disciple drinking at the Wayne Inn. As soon as Henyang heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes and asked what. His face suddenly twisted into a grimace of rage, and he shouted, asking, "Drinking?" The old man's gaze burned into the boy, shouting, continuing to ask, third-generation disciple and drinking, whether he was sure he was not mistaken, and which of the disciples he saw. With his brows furrowed, Baekhyun replied that it was absolutely true, he denied it all, but he clearly saw it with his own eyes. After saying this, he smirked and said to himself that the protagonist would not hate him, since he was the one who started this provocation. After thinking these thoughts, the elder looked to the side and said that child named Kianmayan was sitting there. The protagonist continued eating, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Upon seeing him, the head immediately calmed down, after which he asked if it was Kianmayan. Baekchan smiled and confidently replied that it was true, he saw him drinking. But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the old man asked, "So what?" Raising one eyebrow, the head of the finance department asked the same question again, "So what?" The elder raised his hands in confusion and replied that he had just said that the third-generation disciple was drinking alone in Huayin, and that was a crime. Cold sweat appeared on his face when the old man asked him if he was making the rules of Huashan, to which he replied no. Hunan frowned angrily and asked if the rules he mentioned prohibited drinking outside the school, and anyway, he could drink a little, what's wrong with that? Surprise and shock were expressed on the guy's face, who did not understand what was happening. The elder waved his hand from side to side and continued shouting that there were a lot of parasites who could not even pay for their own food, and the guy who fed them all decided to buy himself a drink with his own money, after which he asked if he really thought that he had become an elder, and now he could find fault with little things. The protagonist continued to eat chicken. The old man's face turned red, and he pointed his finger at Baekchan, shouting, asking him if after this he still called himself an elder, called himself the second generation. He swung his sword and added that all they knew was how to swing their swords and eat food. What was there to be proud of? They were simply a disgrace. The second-generation disciples turned around in surprise at the head of the finance departments, who continued to shout that they were only eating meat with the money the disciple had earned, and if this disciple decided to drink a little of the saved-up penny, couldn't they endure it, and would immediately come running to gossip? Beads of cold sweat appeared on the faces of each of the disciples. Drool flew from Henan's mouth in all directions, and he continued to shout for them to stop eating then, because they had done nothing to deserve the meat. But at that very second, someone grabbed his face. Henson covered the old man's mouth with his hand and happily said that he had finally found his favorite disciples. After that, he and the head of the finance department went to a place where there were no children. The elder one continued to stand in the place where he had been scolded. Hearing the smacking sound, he turned in his direction. All the second-generation disciples crowded around the protagonist. The boy with full cheeks was actively chewing. Surprise appeared in Baekchan's eyes, and he wondered what the hell was going on here. It was still evening outside. A male voice was heard from the building where the second-generation disciples lived, asking if this wasn't too strange. He meant that not only the head, but also Elder Hunyang and Elder Unjem. The elder was drinking from a cup covered in cracks. Next to him stood a comrade, who, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if he didn't feel it. All the elder generation was taking care of the child. Closing his eyes, Baekchan added that it was the same with his sister. She didn't really talk to them either, and now he saw her for the first time trying to talk to someone so actively, and it wasn't their first date together. Saying this, he remembered how the girl approached the protagonist. Leaving his memories, the elder turned to Baekchan, who frowned in worry and asked what was going on. Looking at him, Baekchan told him to stop being angry in vain. Hearing this, the boy lowered his gaze. After a short pause, he answered without moving from his place that he would do so, adding that he had not thought about it, and yet it was unfair. The elder picked up the teapot. While he was pouring the brew into his cup, his companion said that they had been struggling for a year, and not only had they not been received, but some kid had monopolized all the elder's favor. Baekchan put the teapot back and replied that the time when they received favor had already passed. He looked at the table, while his companion asked if he understood that this was not what he meant. Picking up the cup, he answered that he knew everything, while simultaneously saying to himself that he knew everything perfectly well. The problem was not in favor at all. With these thoughts, Baekchan sipped some of the hot brew. Holding the cup to his mouth, he added that he had a very vague sense that he had even taken over power, because the Huashan they had seen before they went into seclusion looked completely different. Putting the cup down on the table, the elder said to himself that he remembered the old dishes, the flimsy buildings, like this teacup with its rims chipped from frequent use. Everything in Huashan had been worn out by time, and the only hope of reviving the dilapidated Huashan was the second generation. Having said this, he imagined himself in a bright light with his friends, and added that the one who had inspired her the most was he. But in just 1 year, the gates of the school had changed too much. The boy looked at the steam coming out of his cup and added, so much so that the changes were confusing him, because he thought that these worn-out things had their own charm. But when he looked at them again, he began to think that they were shabby. Thinking about this, the elder began to twist the glass in his hand. The crack that was on the cup suddenly began to grow, and Baekchan continued to say to himself that he did not know what this bastard did to gain the patronage of the elders. But the current Huashan was still his school, so he should be the only one that everyone in Huashan could rely on, and the one who would once again find a ray of light for the school. Thinking about this, he frowned. Suddenly, his comrade knitted his eyebrows and asked if he would just leave him alone. At least they should give him a good scolding, because if he left things like this, Huashan would turn upside down again. The elder continued to look at the glass in his hand. After a short pause, he put it on the table and asked Baekchan to calm down, because he certainly couldn't say that he didn't want the same, but first of all, he needed to know one thing. Hearing this, the boy's eyes showed surprise and he asked him to know what. Closing his eyes, Baekchun replied that there was always a beginning and an end to a destiny, and then asked if he didn't need to first find out why the elder was covering up this child like that. Without taking his eyes off the elder, Baeksang asked if he knew a way to do this. A man was walking down the hallway. Baekchun turned his gaze to the side and replied, yes, that's who he was coming. A black silhouette appeared behind the door, and the elder allowed him to enter. The door immediately opened. The boy who entered immediately hit his palm with his fist. Zhang bowed his head and greeted the elders. Seeing him, Baekchun smiled contentedly and asked him to come to him faster. Baekchun poured him some tea, saying that the boy had done a great job accompanying the teachers as a senior disciple while he was away. Zhang nodded, saying that he was only fulfilling his duties as a disciple of Huashan. The senior placed the teapot on the table, saying that from what he could see, something unusual was happening to the school right now. He looked up, adding that it was all because of one child. Zhang became flustered, sweat dripping down his face, asking if he was talking about Qianmayan. Baekchun continued to hold the handle of the teapot without saying a word. Zhang bowed, asking for forgiveness, as it was his fault that he had failed to handle the student as a senior, and if the senior had been angered by this, he could punish him. Without raising his head, Baekchun ordered him to tell him everything that had happened while he was away, and after listening to him, he would decide what to do next. The boy lowered his head, confused. In the room, he approached the bed, saying that the elder had called him to meet alone. The protagonist exhaled heavily, giving him permission to go. Zhang put his hand forward, asking the boy if it was okay if Baekchun asked him to tell him everything that had happened. He froze in shock when he heard a positive answer. The boy pursed his lips in worry, thinking that Qianmayan's monosyllabic answer was making him anxious, and it would be much calmer if he told him what to do. The boy looked at the hot tea in his mug, thinking naturally that he should report everything to his elder, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was betraying Qianmayan. He exhaled heavily through his mouth. It took the boy a few seconds to gather his strength to speak. Zhang turned his head to the side, saying that he should start the story from the moment Qianmayan first entered Huashan. After a while of talking, there was a pause between them and they looked at each other. Baekchun's face was covered in sweat. He placed his hand on the table, asking if this child had found the treasures and combat teachings of the previous generation, to which Zhang nodded. The elder continued to look at him, asking if he had not only found the ledger and paid off all the debts of the school, but also seized the enterprises, to which he received a positive answer. Baekchun's eyes widened, asking what was most important. Qianmayan had cured the head of the Milky Way Merchant Guild, and in return, the guild had agreed to finance Huashan. The boy narrowed his eyes, firmly answering, yes. The elder looked at him with his mouth wide open in surprise. He thoughtfully turned away, then said that the boy could go. Zhang nodded to him as a farewell. He immediately stood up from the table. Walking outside, he closed the door behind him. Baekchun continued to look away in bewilderment. Baeksun approached him closer with a frightened expression. He looked at the elder, asking if what he had said earlier meant that this boy had single-handedly relieved Huashan of all of her headaches. A drop of sweat trickled down Baekchun's face from excitement, and he replied that he now understood why the elders were protecting him. Without raising his head, he added that the problem did not end with just making an achievement, and since the protagonist had contacted the trading guild, the boy's status would increase every time Huashan earned money under their leadership. He pursed his lips in horror. Thinking about it, it seemed to him that even the leader looked at the boy differently. Baeksang clenched his hand into a fist, confused. He looked up at the elder, asking if he looked at it from another perspective, perhaps his feat was not so great. He clenched his hand into a fist, asking if Huashan was not a martial school. The boy extended his hand, adding that it was simply unheard of for a martial school to favor a student who had earned money, and how could it have happened if everything hadn't gone wrong in Huashan? The elder glared at him, telling him to be careful with his words. He frowned, asking if the student was blaming his elders and teachers for this. Baeksang hung his head in disappointment, replying that he had no such intention. Baekchun looked away, saying that there was some truth in the student's words, to which Baeksang widened his eyes in surprise. Baekchun nodded, saying that he was right, since Huashan was a martial school. He angrily picked up the mug, saying that no matter how much money was earned, this was a martial school, not a trade guild, and in the end, only the martial training was important. The boy took a sip of his drink, adding that the Huadong meeting was approaching. The elder placed his hands on the table, saying that when the elders realized that it was approaching, they would no longer have time to worry about the Cheon generation. He emptied his cup, saying that first of all, they needed to concentrate on their martial training, and in just a little while, they would have no choice but to return to their roots. Baeksang looked at him with fear. He clenched his fist, asking if it wasn't just them that were participating in the meeting, but also the third generation. The boy smiled, shouting that in that case, it wasn't just them that needed to be tempered, and then asked if they shouldn't protect the third generation from disgrace. The elder nodded, asking him to continue. Baeksang became embarrassed, saying that if they were only worried about themselves, it would be right to focus on training, but as elders, they couldn't only worry about their own generation. He came closer, asking with a smirk, "How about personally observing the third generation's martial arts training?" He spread his arms out to the sides, waiting for an answer. Baekhyun exhaled, telling his student to keep it up. He smiled, saying that Baeksang was the one who cared and protected the school more than anyone else. The elder suddenly narrowed his eyes, thinking that it would not be enough to simply lure the elder's attention. The image of the protagonist popped into his head, and the boy thought that if things were left like this, the Cheon generation would definitely rise up, but before that, he should explain to them. Baekhyun hit the table with a trembling hand, continuing his thoughts about who their adults were, and why they should bow their heads to them. The boy grinned, saying that he hoped Kianmayan had martial arts skills as well. His nose immediately wrinkled, and he added that otherwise, the protagonist would have a hard time. The sun was shining above the school building. Kianmayan continued to lie on the bed. John looked at him, realizing that the boy was sleeping. He breathed out in relief, thinking that he had been worried for nothing. The main character was tossing and turning in his sleep, muttering something under his breath, when suddenly the elder smiled from him, asking in his head where his dignity had gone. Ghoul turned back, asking how it went. John sat down on the bed, answering that the elder made him tell everything that this boy had done up until now. Ghoul turned to him, asking, "Did he really just tell everything as it was and go back?" To which the boy pursed his lips, answering, "What was it?" The student raised his eyebrows in anticipation of an answer, to which the elder breathed out, answering, "Nothing." He lowered his head down in disappointment, asking what was the point of hiding something. Ghoul continued to look at him, asking how Baekhyun reacted. John looked at the sleeping Kianmayan, answering, "It's obvious how." He narrowed his eyes, thinking that the main character was crazy. Lost in thought, the guy asked who would dare to inconvenience not just the elder, but the mentor in the first place. Jong closed his eyes, thinking that the elder Baekhyun was not strict with the third generation at all, and now it was known what would happen to them, since the relationship had deteriorated so much. Ghoul closed his eyes, upset, saying that they would only be hit by a stray arrow in vain. Both guys simultaneously exhaled heavily. Jong turned his head to the side, saying that one way or another, everyone had guessed about it since they heard about the return of the elders. He looked at Ghoul, asking him to gather the guys and tell them to be more careful from tomorrow, nothing special, but it was better not to give reasons to find fault with, to which the guy immediately got out of bed, answering that he understood. He confidently headed for the exit. Suddenly, he stopped at the door. Ghoul turned to the elder, addressing him. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was just curious. Without changing his expression, he asked who would win if the elder Baekhyun and Kianmayan met in a duel. Jong immediately excitedly imagined the fight, asking the guy not to talk nonsense, and do as he was told. As he left, Ghoul rolled his eyes in displeasure. Jong looked after him, thinking that this guy was also in trouble, because now he was treating him like a neighbor's elder. The guy sighed heavily. He carefully turned his gaze to the side. Looking at the main character, he thought that he was sleeping like a log, not even knowing what he had done. Jong pursed his lips. He looked out the window, saying that it was time for Hwashan to forget about peace. The man looked into the mug of tea, saying that everything was exactly as the head said, because the second and third generation disciples now have a rather strange relationship compared to the past. The leader looked at the petals in the drink, thoughtfully answering, "Probably." Hyunjong took a sip of tea, thinking that this would have happened sooner or later anyway. He introduced Jong and Isol, thinking that the age difference between the second and third generation students was too small now. After all, the youngest second generation student was a girl almost the same age as the eldest of the third generation. The old man looked at the school, thinking that maybe they were not in the best shape, but their school was still one of the most respected. They tried to be more selective in recruiting students, but the financial problems became more significant, and it became difficult to regulate the applicants, and in the end they began to take children from families that supported them. The leader introduced the students, thinking that if the age difference between the second and third generation was large, then they would not perceive each other as rivals, but if the difference was 10 years or less, then hostility was inevitable. He looked down into his mug, wondering if they were in too much of a hurry. Hyunjong looked at the man and asked, "What does he mean by that? The third generation disciples who couldn't stand up to the second generation have changed." Ungam nodded, answering that way. The leader looked down, thinking that his worries were still turning into reality, and today's differences would serve to change the key figure. He looked at his reflection in the drink. Jong and Ghoul appeared in the reflection, and the leader thought, when they were the core of the third class, they were ordinary students of Hwashan High School. Noticing the reflection of the protagonist, the old man thought, but after starting to communicate with Kianmayan, they began to develop and do more. Ungam lowered his head down in disappointment, saying that it was all because he could not cope. Hyunjong looked at him with a smile, answering that it was not his fault. The leader introduced the White Hall, saying that the man was the one who promised to make it a separate building, and above all, They created it because they foresaw this problem when they began accepting third-generation students earlier than they should have. The old man looked at him, adding that they wanted to separate the second-generation students so that they would watch the first class while training with their peers, and since the third generation had nothing to learn from the second generation, it was okay for them to grow up separately. Ungam looked at the leader worriedly, asking what he intended to do now. Hyunjong took a sip of his tea, answering that people were like that, and it wouldn't hurt for them to bump into each other every now and then. Looking up, he asked if it wouldn't pass eventually. The man frowned, saying that they were their students, and if something happened and a big fight broke out, the leader looked at him with a smile. Narrowing his eyes, he asked him to trust them, since Baekshun wasn't the hot-tempered type. Hearing that name, Ungam pursed his lips. The old man smiled, asking if the man didn't think so, while Ungam's mouth fell open, thinking that Hyunjong wasn't seeing the whole picture. He introduced the main character, thinking that the problem was him. The man turned his head to look at the head, thinking that moreover, he paid a lot of attention to Kianmayan, although he had never taught him himself, so he saw this boy as a lucky star that had fallen on their school. The old man looked into the man's eyes, asking if Baekshun wasn't a polite and responsible child, although he was angry because of his hurt pride, but he didn't think that the boy was the one who would let the relationship between the second and third generations get worse. Narrowing his eyes, he added that the boy would resolve everything and there was no need to worry, while Ungam picked up the mug, mockingly answering, "Of course." He took a sip of his drink. Looking out the window, the man thought that things were bad. It was a clear day outside. The students were lying tiredly on the ground. They looked at the coach, asking for mercy, because they were not able to even move. The protagonist looked at everyone, shouting that with each new blow, iron only becomes stronger, and people become stronger when they are strained. He widened his eyes, adding that moss does not grow on those who are beaten, while everyone looked at him in bewilderment, thinking that moss does not grow on people at all. Loud footsteps were heard from behind. The elder entered the training field, menacingly asking, "Who said that they can lie down during training?" The students immediately looked at them. The man passed by the students, saying that they came to check on them because they were worried, and they were right, because without supervision, they slack off. Kianmayan frowned in bewilderment. The man looked at the students, asking if they really think they can rest when the Huashan School and South Valley meeting is approaching. He frowned and added that after training, the students should clean up and make sure that their school was spotless. As they were leaving, the seniors said that this was their punishment for slacking off. They confidently walked out of the training ground. The students froze in their seats, asking what that was, and it seemed that they said something about cleaning. Ghoul looked ahead in shock, wondering in his head why the seniors would suddenly show up. He heard a question from behind him asking what was wrong with them, and turned his gaze. The protagonist folded his hands behind his back, asking if they had eaten something bad. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head to the side. Kianmayan looked at Ghoul, confused, asking what he was looking at. The boy frowned, wondering if this idiot even had a conscience. The doors to the room were tightly closed. The boy walked forward under the command that he should not bend his knees and keep step when walking. He turned around, hearing that he had to ask permission before going out to get a drink of water. The boy stopped abruptly in his tracks. Ghoul put his hands on his hips, saying how annoying it was. He looked up at the elder, saying that he was used to being beaten, but he couldn't stand this kind of torture, and he didn't think their elders were like that. John frowned, saying that it looked like they were going to bully them by bringing back the old rules. Ghoul spread his arms out in displeasure, saying that there used to be a rule that students at Huashan High School should never let go of their swords, and then asked if that meant they had to take their swords with them to the bathroom, to lunch, and while they were sleeping. He closed his eyes, adding that they scolded everyone, even when only one person made a mistake. The boy looked at the elder, asking if he thought they should do something about it, to which Zhang folded his arms, and after a short pause, asked what they could do. The student was indignant, saying that they were going too far, and did not even hide the fact that they were humiliating them, and they could not allow the seniors to continue to treat the students like this, to which Zhang let out a heavy sigh. He turned his gaze to the side. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked if they should do something about it, to which Kianmayan frowned, asking what to do. Without turning away, Zhang said that they were talking about the seniors. After all, isn't it obvious what they want? To which the protagonist looked at the ceiling. The senior pointed his hand at the guy, saying that he knew him, so he did not force him to bow to them, but if he just did what they wanted. Frowning, Kianmayan interrupted him discontentedly, asking what they wanted. Zhang put his palms forward, smirking, answering that he had expressed himself incorrectly. The protagonist suddenly interrupted him again. He got up from the bed, putting his hands on his knees, saying that he had a better solution, according to what the elder suggested. The guy confidently walked forward, adding that this would solve everything, when suddenly Zhang became wary, asking what they were talking about. The protagonist quickly walked to the door. Opening it, he answered with a smile that he would simply beat up the elders. The corridor was completely packed with people. Zhang's face changed, loudly shouting for everyone to grab the guy. Kianmayan's eyes immediately lit up with a bright light. He began to quickly run away under the shouts of the elder, so that they would not let him leave. Everyone sharply clenched their teeth, hearing that if they did not cope, they would die. At that very second, a fast run was heard. The protagonist quickly flew past them all. One of the elders fell face down on the floor. The guy running in front loudly shouted that Kianmayan was too fast, and they would not succeed if they tried to catch up with him like this. Someone tried to jump in front of the student, blocking his path. The elder squeezed his hands tightly, having managed to grab the guy. The protagonist confidently bent down to the floor. He confidently dodged the guys trying to grab him. His eyes continued to burn brightly. In front of his face, he could see the doors. They swung open suddenly, and the elders ran inside, shouting. The elders confidently grabbed Chunmian by the hands. One of them began to cling tightly to him, shouting for everyone to grab him. The elders jumped forward in a huge crowd. One of the guys grabbed the protagonist by the leg. Without thinking twice, the others began to try to grab the other. At the last moment, the guy jumped up. Ghoul was menacingly approaching the protagonist. He jumped from above, hitting the guy face first on the floor. Chunmian raised his head, starting to shout to let him go. Ghoul turned back, shouting for no one to listen, and no matter what happened, he must not be let go. The protagonist tried to get out, shouting that the crazy bastards were doing something that they didn't even welcome 1,000 years ago. Trying to get up, he started shaking his legs. The guy wanted to stand on his hands, when suddenly a scream was heard asking to hold him tighter. Ghoul grabbed Kianmayan by the shoulders, shouting that if he hit the elder, he would be expelled from the school. Zhang came closer, saying that he understood the protagonist's feelings, but he shouldn't do it now. He clenched his hands into fists, adding that there was not much time left until the meeting of Huashan's school and the South Valley. Kianmayan's nose was steaming with anger, when suddenly the elder asked him to judge for himself that the elder Baekchan would respect the second-generation students. When suddenly he asked if he could not fight after the protagonist beat him, then what would he do? Chongmin looked at him furiously, answering that he meant to beat him so that he would still be able to fight, because that was his specialty. To which the elder exhaled heavily, thinking that of course he knew this, because he had already felt it himself many times. Zhang narrowed his eyes and said that even so, he couldn't let the protagonist do this. Did he really think that the elders would have any pride left if he beat them? Kianmayan clenched his teeth in anger. Zhang clenched his fists, asking him to refrain, and although it was hard for them now, it was better than being humiliated by those idiots from the South Valley. The protagonist looked up, saying that it would be better if the guy let it go. Zhang closed his eyes, saying that the conference between Huashan's school and the South Valley was a very important event. Kianmayan's gaze suddenly became calmer. He lowered his gaze and exhaled. Ghoul turned to look at Zhang from behind, who nodded positively. The guy immediately slowly let go of Kianmayan, who was lying on the floor. Everyone else did the same, stepping back. The protagonist looked back, asking if he really needed to wait until the conference with the South Valley, to which the elder nodded, answering yes, until it was over. The boy sat down on the floor, answering okay, he would listen since he saw the elder's efforts. Zhang closed his teary eyes, thinking that he was so grateful that he was about to cry. Suddenly, he heard a voice, coming to his senses. The protagonist pointed his finger back, asking what if they wanted to fight him, to which Zhang shook his head, answering that he didn't think that would happen. He closed his eyes, adding if that happened, the boy could do whatever he wanted since he wouldn't know what to do anyway. Kianmayan smiled, asking really? His eyes sparkled again, and he said fine. Silhouettes were visible on the edge of the cliff. Baekson heard the question of how it went, then he knitted his eyebrows, answering that surprisingly, he reacted completely calmly. Looking at the elder, he added that his face clearly showed anger, but he did not show any resistance, and did not even say anything that could cause problems. Baekchan looked ahead, thinking that this was contrary to his assumptions, and he thought that the boy would immediately flare up if he was slightly offended. Squinting, he thought that if the protagonist got angry, then it could well be equated to rebellion, and then he would teach him a lesson so that he would not even have the courage to go against the elders. The elder imagined a calm boy, thinking that he was holding himself back well. Without turning around, Baekchan asked if they had pressed too hard, to which Baeksang raised his eyebrows, answering that any harder would have been too much. Without turning away, he added that if they had pressed harder, they too could have gotten into trouble, in terms of right and wrong. The elder continued to look ahead thoughtfully, wondering if Kianmayan was not such a thoughtless troublemaker. Turning his head back, he asked what about the other third-generation disciples, to which Baeksang replied that they had seen them briefly, but other than the strange training, nothing special. The boy extended his hand, saying that they could not wait any longer. Moving closer, he added that it was unknown when the teachers would express their dissatisfaction, and the Huazhong meeting was just around the corner, so it was time for them to start preparing for it as well. Baekchan turned away, saying that he knew, and the water had boiled enough, so it was time to pour the porridge. Baeksang looked at his back with interest. The elder smiled, saying that the boy knew that the Cheon generation disciples had always been good guys. Lost in his memories of Gul and Zhang, he said that before they went into closed training, they were all naive children. Looking at the boys now, Baeksang asked who would have thought that everything would change so much in just a year. He turned his gaze back, adding that they say that you become like the people you hang out with, and in fact, there is no need to punish all the children of Cheon's generation. The image of the main character popped up in his mind, and the elder said that the problem was only with this child. Baeksang continued to look at him, asking what the elder thought of doing. Baekchan turned back, answering that the only thing they should do now was follow the laws of Huashan. Narrowing his eyes, he added that they needed to take good care of the precious Qianmayan. He looked at the school building, saying that although he was a little impudent, he would become a worthy swordsman. The elder fiddled with his hand, adding that however, the problem was in the method. Without turning around, he said that if possible, he would not like to use harsh methods, but unfortunately, they did not have time for that, so there was nothing to be done, while Baeksang watched him with a smile. He stopped, saying that sometimes the rod was necessary, to which the student nodded, saying that one day they would definitely understand the deep meaning that the elder put into it. Baekchan smiled, answering, "So it will happen." He smirked, saying that even if it was painful now. In the dark night, only the bright moon was shining outside. There was no light visible in the building. The exit door suddenly swung open slightly. The protagonist carefully looked out. After looking around, he asked if there was really anyone. Noticing the empty street, the guy quickly ran away with a weapon in his hands. After a while, he stopped, saying that one does not return to the same place. Chunmian walked through the forest, saying that even though he had been caught twice, there definitely wouldn't be a third time, and then asked who would get caught 3 times for the same thing. He exhaled heavily, saying, and yet he had to avoid some green youth. How did he end up like this? The protagonist remembered Baekchan, saying that he had come up with some non-existent rules and was training people with them, and if he wanted to do something, he had to do it himself. Squinting, the guy thought that he would like to turn everything upside down. A memory of Zhang asking him for something surfaced before him. Moving further through the forest, the guy thought that these were strange things, but lately his consciousness often superimposed the leader's face on Zhang's face. He imagined the two of them, thinking that it wasn't their faces that were similar, but their expressions, that pained expression every time Chunmian did something, and surprisingly, it could cause a feeling of guilt. The protagonist looked up. He put his hands behind his back, saying that he would be patient until the Huazhong meeting was over. He remembered his elders, saying that he wanted to beat up the Baek generation, but he wanted the heads of the bastards from Zongmamor. After a while, he stopped in place. After looking around, the guy said that this place would do. He grabbed the weapon with both hands. The protagonist began to carefully take the sword out of the case. Suddenly, a quiet rustling sound was heard behind him. The guy turned around and began to peer. Qianmayan froze in place, his eyes widening. He began to turn his head in different directions, fearfully asking if there was anyone. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that he couldn't even relax. He immediately remembered Isol, thinking that he couldn't do anything because she clung to him like a leech. Qianmayan remembered that the girl always kept her distance when he was with others from the Cheon generation. The guy remembered that when he was alone, she would appear out of nowhere and pester him with conversations, and if he had at least felt her presence, he could have avoided the meeting in advance. A silhouette of a girl appeared in the fog in the middle of the forest. Her eyes were shining brightly, and Qianmayan wondered if she was a ghost. The guy smiled, saying that he had never seen them in his 80 years of life. He began to take out his sword, thinking that sometimes there were people whose presence was vaguely felt due to a weak sense of qi, although it was especially difficult to recognize her. Isol suddenly called out to the guy in the reflection of the sword. The protagonist's pupils sharply decreased in fear. A bright moon was visible above the gorge. Qianmayan turned around, angrily shouting for her to at least show signs of life, because his soul almost sank into his heels. The girl continued to look straight at him. She pointed her finger at herself, saying that she was the guy's older sister. Pointing at the frightened protagonist, the girl continued that he was her junior. Chunmian frowned. Continuing to hold his hand outstretched, Isol said about manners towards elders. The protagonist got angry, asking why she was following him. Isol was surprised, asking, "Following?" when suddenly the guy corrected himself, saying, "You are following." He closed his eyes in shame, thinking that if the leader saw him now, he would burst into laughter, because a girl who was not even old enough to be a granddaughter points out his ignorance. Life is futile. Chunmian exhaled heavily. He looked menacingly forward from under his brows. Looking into the girl's eyes, he thought, so what if she was beautiful on the outside, because it was impossible to guess what was inside her. Isol noticed a sword in his hands, which made the guy tense up. The girl narrowed her eyes, saying that this was a sword that makes the plum blossom. Chunmian's expression changed. He scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that he didn't understand what she was talking about. The protagonist looked at the girl, saying that he didn't know what she was imagining, But he didn't have it, so she shouldn't waste his time. Isol interrupted him, asking him to teach her. The guy's eyes widened in shock. He froze at what he heard. Kian ducked down and asked what she said. Isol frowned, telling him to teach her the sword that makes a plum blossom. The protagonist continued to look at her in confusion, wondering if this was the reason the girl was following him around. He looked at the sword in her hands, thinking that he thought she would ask where the guy learned a technique that didn't belong to Huashan and pester him about using some kind of witchcraft. Kian raised his hand, asking if she knew. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, saying no, that's not right. He said he didn't understand what the girl was talking about. Isol's face showed anger, and she said she would tell the teachers everything. The protagonist smiled, telling her to tell him if she wanted to, but he wasn't sure they would believe her. The girl continued to look at him menacingly. After a short pause, she said that she would even tell the headmaster. Chunmian began to shake his head mockingly, answering that she should do as she wishes. He looked ahead coldly, asking in his head whether they would believe that a youth who had not spent even half a year in school was making plum blossoms bloom with a sword, showering them on the sky. The guy proudly put the sword behind his back, saying that the elder one herself said that she was the mentor sister. Pointing his finger at her, the protagonist repeated that she was the elder. Turning his finger towards himself, Chunmian added that he was the younger one. So what could a student teach a mentor, because on the contrary, it was she who should teach him. Isol pouted angrily. She grabbed the sword tightly, still asking to teach her. She frowned, shouting that there were no elders or youngers in teaching. The protagonist rolled his eyes in displeasure. He grabbed his head, saying that he didn't know what the elder saw, but that she had just dreamed it. The boy looked up at her, adding, or was it an illusion, and if not, then it could have been a dream due to fatigue, since he didn't understand what she was talking about at all. So it would be better for them to end it here and for her to leave. Isol lowered her head, after a short pause, saying that she couldn't be mistaken. She grabbed her sword even tighter, saying that she had seen this before. Kian thoughtfully raised his hand to his head. At that moment, his gaze changed. Lost in thought, the boy thought that the sword that makes the plum blossom is the technique of the blossoming sword. Among the countless techniques that exist in Huashan, there are only a few that do not simply imitate the images of a blossoming plum, but can make it blossom for real. He knew that the plum blossom sword technique was not recorded in books of teachings, but was passed down orally, and unlike techniques that ordinary disciples could learn, this technique could only be inherited by reaching the position of an elder. However, that day, all the elders of Huashan fell on the top of Shuandishan mountain, and the sword was stuck in the ground. It was covered in scarlet blood, and no one could think of destroying the Huashan school, so they could not even leave any records. With a trembling hand, Chongmyong began to squeeze the weapon tightly, thinking that Isol was saying that she saw the blossom sword on someone else besides him. Wrinkles appeared on his nose from anger. Surprise appeared on the girl's face. Veins appeared on the protagonist's forehead from anger, and he menacingly asked how she was related to the Zhongnan school. They looked at each other with an awkward pause. Isol asked again, perplexed, the name of the school. The protagonist's sword flashed brightly. He slowly began to take it out. The girl leaned over slightly, asking why Zhongnan. Looking at her head, Chongmyun wondered if she was pretending. The girl's expression was surprised. The guy frowned even more, thinking that this foolish girl would hardly be able to act so perfectly, right down to the expression that knew nothing. He exhaled heavily, thinking that on the other hand, in Zhongnan, she could see the 12 snowflakes technique, and it was unlikely that anyone there could reproduce the plum blossom sword. The protagonist put the weapon back, thinking that it could only be realized to its full power together with Nigong Huashan. Chongmyun looked up at her, saying that according to her, she had already seen something like this. But what did it mean? Isol looked down, hearing the question of where and when. Without raising her head, the girl answered after a short pause that she had seen it in the past. She looked up at the guy, adding, a long, long time ago. Her expression changed to pitiful, and she asked him to teach her again. Closing his eyes, Chunmian replied that he really didn't understand what she was talking about, when suddenly Isol squeezed the weapon in her hand tightly, saying, okay. The protagonist's eyes widened, wondering if she had really agreed. He looked at her face lowered down, wondering if she had finally given up. At that very moment, she abruptly grabbed the hilt of the sword. The girl confidently began to bear the weapon, saying that she had no choice then. Strong anger appeared in her eyes. Isol threw the protective cover of the sword on the ground, answering that according to the guy, he would not teach her. The protagonist looked at her with confusion, asking if she was crazy. The guy looked at her angry expression, shouting that he would not teach him, but why did she draw her sword? Without changing her expression, she replied that he was right. At the same time, she abruptly moved her leg behind her. Pointing the sword forward, the girl said that he was her junior. The girl ducked, shouting that she should take up his training. Kian smirked, thinking that now it was clear why the students of Beck's generation were not close to her, because she was crazy. Narrowing her eyes, Isol shouted that she was attacking. She instantly made a sharp dash forward. At the last second, the protagonist managed to duck from the sword. Noticing this, the girl frowned in displeasure. The guy looked at the raised sword in horror. Isol began to quickly spin it in a circle. Kianmayan gritted his teeth in fear, thinking that her sword was quite sharp. His pupils sharply decreased when he thought that Isol decided to cut him. The girl jumped to the side, and the guy asked in confusion, which mentor would raise a real sword against a junior. An angry Isol looked at him, answering that he was stronger than her. She landed softly on the ground. In a second, the girl was next to Kianmayan with a sharp sword. Isol quickly threw the sword from one hand to the other. Noticing this, the protagonist thought that this was the same as he saw last time. He quickly began to dodge the attacks, thinking that she was confusing him with the fast and flexible, like an illusion, way of the sword. In a second, she threw the sword again. Grasping the hilt tightly, the girl directed a furious look at her opponent. Suddenly, she slightly grazed his head with the sword. The protagonist grabbed his sword in his hand, thinking that naturally, neither the disciples of the Cheon generation, nor even the Ungam sword was capable of this. The guy noticed the girl bending down to the ground, thinking that she was using a style that appealed to the very origins of Huashan. Chongmayan gritted his teeth when he heard her scream. The sword quickly passed the guy's face. Some of his cut hair appeared in the air. The guy noticed this in horror in the reflection of the sword. He jumped back sharply from the blow coming towards him, asking if she had really gone crazy, since he would have died if he had not dodged. Isol seemed to be very short of breath from fatigue. She threateningly knitted her eyebrows, shouting that he couldn't help but dodge. Jumping up, she shouted that she was attacking again. The protagonist held out his sword in front of him as a defense, thinking that if the girl had no connection with Zhongnan, then one wrong move with the sword and he would be branded an immoral person for harming the elder. He gritted his teeth hard, thinking that he needed to restrain her, only fighting back so as not to injure her. Isol sat down a little. Her eyes lit up brightly. The girl started spinning around quickly with the sword in her hands. After a few seconds, she began to stop carefully. Kianmayan jumped to the side, asking in fear what kind of woman was trying to kill him. Isol was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, shouting, "What kind of elder would attempt to kill a child, and did she even have a head on her shoulders?" Suddenly, his eyes grew bigger. Looking closely at the girl, he wondered if her gaze was a little unfocused. Kianmayan lowered the corners of her lips, thinking that she was also intoxicated by the sword. The guy took a step back, thinking that Isol had fallen into self-forgetfulness by spreading her murderous desire left and right. He looked at her hand, thinking that she was trying to find her way with the sword by entering a trance. The girl quickly ran forward, and the protagonist thought that if he carelessly disturbed people in such a state, it would hinder the breakthrough, and in the worst case, they would go crazy. Kianmayan dodged her attacks, thinking that the others would not even think of interfering and retreated as quickly as possible. But despite the fast speed, there were many errors in her continuous attack. Looking at the next attack, he thought that he should strike at a greater angle. Stopping the attack with his sword, he thought that it was correct. Isol thoughtfully looked at her sword thrown up. She opened her mouth in surprise. After sliding on the ground, her feet stopped. The girl stood in one place, confused. The protagonist looked at her from the side, thinking that she had entered a state of breakthrough during the battle. Trying not to blink, the guy thought that only Chagall could be called the most capable swordsman in Huashan, but he could not compare to her. The girl froze in place without moving. Having come to her senses, she directed an angry look forward. Pushing off, Isol quickly rushed to attack. Kianmayan looked forward in shock, thinking that her speed was excellent. Dodging another blow, the guy thought that she should hold her hand higher. A sharp sword quickly rushed past his face. Rounding his eyes from shock, the protagonist thought that this would be enough power to cut someone's throat. Isol frowned, preparing for the blow. The guy put his sword forward, thinking that this time she hit too low, and he needed to hit it a little higher. Blocking another blow, he thought that this time it was higher. Stopping the blow with his sword again, Kianmayan thought that he shouldn't hit here. Slightly tilting his head down, he thought that he should hit like this. The girl confidently jumped up. Someone was watching them from the edge of the cliff. Baekchan clenched his hands into fists. Kianmayan and Isol silently looked at each other. Without taking his eyes off her, the guy thought that it seemed to have gotten better, but it was only temporary. He heard her loud breathing, thinking that judging by her condition, she was sinking deeper into oblivion. Baekchan took a deep breath through his nose with all his might. Looking down, he menacingly asked the main character what he was doing now. The guy looked up with a puzzled look. He recognized the guy as Baekchan, asking where he came from. The elder confidently grabbed the hilt of the sword. Without thinking, he abruptly tore off the sheath. The boy pushed off the edge of the cliff with all his might. With the brightly glowing sword in his hands, he confidently flew down. Frowning, the elder called the protagonist a bastard as he flew. Kianmayan's pupils narrowed in shock. His nose suddenly wrinkled with anger. He also pushed off the ground with all his might. The boy was quickly approaching his opponent. His legs suddenly began to glow brightly. The protagonist kicked the elder's sword with all his might. A strong stream of energy scattered everywhere. The protagonist's legs suddenly bent. Baekhyun looked at this in surprise. Kianmayan's expression remained menacing. With all his might, he suddenly pushed his opponent away from himself. The elder fell to the ground at great speed. The protagonist landed softly after him. Swirling sand rose up above the elder's body. Kianmayan sighed heavily, thinking that it was dangerous to use the sword's chi like this. Suddenly he came to his senses. Turning around, the guy remembered that Isol was there. Trying to see her from behind the raised sand, he thought that the moment of immersion in self-forgetfulness was incredibly desirable and valuable for a Taoist. The protagonist carefully ran up to her, wondering if she had suddenly woken up because of the noise. Kianmayan noticed the emptiness in her eyes, asking in surprise that she hadn't woken up. He pursed his lip, thinking that it was impenetrable. The guy exhaled in relief, realizing that this was even fortunate. Kianmayan looked around, thinking that if she had suddenly woken up because of the recent conflict, she would regret it her whole life. Baekhyun rose to his feet, menacingly asking the guy what he was doing. He grabbed his sword tightly, asking if the protagonist didn't know how important the moment of self-forgetfulness was for a Taoist. The elder clenched his fist tightly, saying that it was true that he didn't like the boy, but he never thought that he was so petty as to disturb the elder in her state of self-forgetfulness. Kianmayan looked at him coldly, asking if a knowledgeable person would draw a sword to attack, which surprised Baekhyun. The protagonist pointed his finger at the girl, asking if the precious elder was hurt, what would Baekhyun do? The elder frowned, shouting if only the boy didn't counterattack. Kianmayan raised his eyebrows, asking if he was really suggesting that they die. They began to look at each other silently. The protagonist rolled his eyes, wondering in his head if the Baek generation was only made up of psychos, since usually the majority of people are sane, and only psychos are mixed in occasionally, but it seemed that in the Baek generation, it was just the opposite. Baekhyun began to look forward menacingly. He frowned, shouting that he had no intention of killing the guy. Kianmayan began to count off his fingers one by one, listing, release the killing aura, use sword chi, did everything that could be done. The elder's face changed, thinking, just like that bastard said, he had definitely released the killing aura and used sword chi. He immediately remembered their clash in the air. The guy looked at the untouched Kianmayan, asking in his mind how he could have remained safe and sound without a single scratch. His nose wrinkled with rage as he said that he would no longer ask what the guy was doing. The protagonist had been looking at him attentively at the time. The elder grabbed his weapon tightly, adding that now Kianmayan should immediately lower his sword and retreat, otherwise. He pointed the sword forward, continuing that he would have to stand against him not as a mentor, but as a Taoist. The protagonist became interested, asking if it was true, and then thought that in this case, he would only be grateful. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Isol continued to stand motionless, while Kianmayan thought that if he adjusted it a little more, it would be something very grand. Without taking his eyes off the girl, the guy thought that the moment of breakthrough was very precious. Someone spends their entire life waiting for it, and the fact that he was there and could guide her could be considered a fate that does not come twice. Turning back, the protagonist thought, how suddenly a strange pest appeared. With his eyes closed, he exhaled heavily. The guy coldly looked ahead, thinking that it was a shame to miss the skill that would contribute to the revival of Huashan, but it seemed that she had already gotten off the boat. His pupils suddenly narrowed. The protagonist looked at Baekhyun, thinking that beating up the bastard who made him miss the boat was another matter. Kianmayan placed his hands on his hips, asking if everything would be okay. The elder grinned, when suddenly the boy shook his head, saying that he didn't mean that, he was just impulsive. With his eyes closed, he exhaled, saying that he was worried. Looking up, he said that this was his mentor, and if the mentor clashed with the younger, then he could say goodbye to his good name. Baekhyun took a step forward, asking if it looked like he was looking for a good name by going this far, and the boy was very wrong if he thought that he would be protected by mentors or elders deep in these mountains. He smirked, adding that he would definitely receive his punishment later, but now there was no one who could hide the younger from him. Kianmayan hummed thoughtfully, saying that he hadn't heard such manly words for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his index finger, saying that he had a better way, so he asked if the mentor would like to listen. Baekhyun looked at him incredulously, asking what kind of trick he was trying to pull. Still holding his finger, the protagonist replied that he simply wanted them to swear to each other that no one in the entire world would know about the fight that was happening here. Smiling, he added that this meant that even if he got punched, it would not reach the mentors, and he, like the elder, would also act like a real man. The elder listened to him attentively. Frowning with disdain, he wondered what the boy was planning. He pointed his finger at his opponent, saying that he seemed to be trying to dodge, and he would not let this go so easily. Kianmayan waved his hands, answering, no. He placed his hand on his hip, saying that he did not mean that, but that they would forget about the mentors, students, and the school, and just settle this once and for all. Baekhyun's expression remained unchanged. The protagonist smiled, adding, without any consequences, and then asked if it wouldn't be better for both of them. Leaning on one leg, the boy said that it didn't matter how much he suffered because the elders wouldn't hear a word from him, and if he did blab, he would do whatever the elder ordered, but of course, the same went for him. Baekhyun pursed his lips in disbelief. Lifting the corner of his lips, Kianmayan asked, "So what?" The elder nodded, saying, "He's coming," and wow, the boy could act like a man. He looked at the younger's grin, saying, if he wanted to, he could swear and no one would know what happened here. The protagonist smiled, asking if he swears. Baekhyun smiled back, saying that the protagonist should too, which he then did. The elder pulled out his sword, saying, then there would be no consequences. He raised his hand up, adding that in this equal fight, he is not his mentor, and the boy is not his junior, and also with this fight, he will get rid of all the hostility towards the student. Chunmyeon smiled, asking, equal fight. Looking at the senior, he wondered what kind of nonsense. Kicking the ground with all his might, the protagonist asked who told him that this was an equal fight. Steam was released from his nose, and he shouted sarcastically that the opponent was finished. The senior's face showed great bewilderment. He looked at the approaching student, thinking that not even half a year had passed since he joined the school. Baekhyun raised his sword in front of him, shouting that the junior had really gone crazy. Stopping, the protagonist firmly answered, no. A drop of sweat ran down the face of the excited Baekhyun, and he asked, what did you mean, no? Chunmyeon's gaze became insane, and he replied that he was not the crazy one here, but his opponent. His finger snapped, and he said that only a crazy person would dare to touch him. The elder's teeth began to grind, and he thought that this bastard was until the very end. He confidently swung the glowing sword forward, shouting that he would send the student to the next world. The guy immediately brought the weapon behind his back. Baekhyun began to swing it in different directions. In an instant, he sharply cut the stone lying on the ground in half. The noise of his swings was heard in the air. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that his opponent had a crude technique. At that moment, the elder firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword with his other hand. Baekhyun made a dash towards the protagonist, who stood unwaveringly in place. Chunmyeon looked at the face of the angry opponent, thinking that his clumsy steps forming the technique resembled the righteous path of Zhongnan. The air suddenly rose up above him, and the guy thought of Sungbi copying the Huashan technique. Raising his head up, the protagonist wondered. Did the opponent really decide to follow the Zhongnan path? He rolled his eyes, thinking what a loser. Baekhyun swung, shouting that today he would correct the guy's habits. The protagonist managed to sharply dodge the attack. He carefully watched the opponent's movements. With all his might, clenching his hand into a fist, Chunmyeon said that his habits. Putting his fist behind his back, he added, no one has yet. His hand lit up, and the guy continued, failed to correct. The blow confidently flew towards the attacker Baekhyun. He looked in horror at the attack next to his face. At great speed, the fist flew into his nose. Frowning with anger, Chunmyeon heard a crack. The elder's body immediately moved away from him for some distance. At great speed, the guy flew to the side. With a loud explosion, he crashed into a stone slab. Throwing his head back, Baekhyun began to cough up blood. The protagonist did not take his eyes off him. Baekhyun's body stopped in midair for a moment. A few seconds later, he fell face down on the ground, exhausted. His body trembled, and he struggled to get up. Kianmayan kicked the ground, ordering his opponent to get up. The elder was breathing heavily, and then asked how. The protagonist recalled how the boy was advancing on him and asked if he had arbitrarily changed the steps of a technique designed for changes, and thought that there would be no weak spots. Without raising his head, Baekhyun asked why no one could find this blind spot, to which the boy narrowed his eyes, answering because all his opponents were similar to him. Baekhyun bit his lower lip with all his might. Trying to get up, his weakened body involuntarily swayed. Chunmyeon continued to look at him, asking if the opponent had really gotten up. The elder looked forward with a drooping gaze, asking if his technique was wrong. Chunmyeon continued to stand still, answering that the elder had just gotten a little bit ahead, but only a little bit, but his juniors would quickly overtake him. Baekhyun got angry, asking how he could know that if he had barely gotten in, causing the boy to sigh heavily. The protagonist looked at the boy wiping the blood from his nose, thinking that he was making the same mistakes as Songbik. Squinting, he thought that someone like him was no exception, because even 100 years ago, something like this had happened countless times, and he just couldn't recognize what results the changes would lead to. Looking forward from under his brows, the student thought that from the height of his experience of his breakthroughs, he was beginning to see the situation. The protagonist took a step forward, saying that Baekhyun should thank Huashan for being her student. The guy began to knead his crunching wrists, adding that if he had his way, he would beat the elder to death with his fists, but since he was Huashan's favorite student. Looking up, Chunmyeon continued, he would beat him, and at the same time help him with his progress. With wild eyes, he began to take out his sword, asking not to worry, because he would use it instead of his fist. The guy abruptly waved his hand to the side, saying that someone would say that the main purpose of the Huashan sword is its resemblance to a plum blossom. He came closer to his opponent, adding, "But only those who do not understand Huashan techniques say this, because the Huashan sword does not imitate a plum blossom at all." Suddenly, he raised his index finger up. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked him to forget, because his opponent would not understand his words, to which the elder frowned in bewilderment. Chongmyan held out the sword with a smile, saying that it would be easier to explain in practice. His trembling hand continued to pull the weapon forward. Baekchan, his nose red from the blow, watched what was happening. A dark silhouette suddenly began to rise above him. The elder's pupils narrowed in horror in an instant. The protagonist quickly struck the sword in all places at once. Before Baekchan could react, the guy suddenly struck him in the leg. Saliva flew out of the guy's mouth from the strong and unexpected pain. Kianmayan immediately hit him sharply in the shoulder, and then with all his strength, in the wrist. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist confidently hit the opponent in the lower back, knee and ankle. Baekchan writhed in pain, throwing the sword far away. Swinging, the protagonist hit him in the shoulder again. The elder immediately fell to the ground exhausted. Many lines of mana flashed past him. Kianmayan tightly grabbed the sword in his hand. He slowly approached the exhausted opponent. Baekchan raised his gaze to him in horror. A sly smile was visible on the face of the main character. With his eyes shining, he suddenly laughed maliciously. Drops of sweat began to flow down the elder's frightened face. Swinging, the student loudly shouted about a blow to the head. Having received a strong blow, Baekchan's eyes glazed over. Suddenly, the guy raised his weapon high up again. Having shouted, he began to deliver several more blows to the opponent's head. Saliva flowed from the mouth of the weakened elder. Kianmayan's finishing blow was very strong and aggressive. He continued to hold the sword to the ground. The beaten Baekchan threw his head back. The bandage on his head loosened and came undone. It slowly flew to the side. Having fallen to the ground without strength, the elder wondered why the student said about hitting 5 times, but hit 6. The white bandage was still lying on the ground. Baekchan's body lay in the shadows of the cave. He exhaled heavily. His gaze began to return to normal. The guy's entire face was covered in blood. The guy's eyes were blurry. The protagonist leaned forward with a smile, asking if the mentor had woken up. The guy gritted his teeth in fear from surprise. He stepped back, hitting his head hard on the rock. Chunmian jumped in front of him, asking what he was so surprised about. The elder gently stroked the back of his head. His eyes sparkled, and he realized that he had lost. He looked at the proud student, thinking, so terrible that it was even embarrassing to question whose victory. Gathering his strength, the mentor sighed heavily. Without looking up, he said that he wanted to ask the younger one. Baekchan looked forward, asking how the student could become so strong. The protagonist's expression changed abruptly from surprise. He looked at the wounded opponent, thinking that even having experienced such an unthinkable situation, he was able to accept reality quite quickly, and he was the one who was ready to live on his pride alone. Chunmian slowly approached him. Squatting down, he replied that it was not his strength. The boy poked his finger at the elder's shoulder, adding that he was too weak. Baekchan frowned, asking if he was weak. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist nodded positively. The elder's face changed, ordering him not to look down on him. Suddenly, he unexpectedly grabbed his heart with his hand. Lowering his head, he began to breathe tremblingly. Baekchan raised his angry gaze forward. Still clutching his heart, the boy said that he was the elder of the Baek generation and the best master, and someday he would become the head of Huashan and raise it from its knees. The protagonist looked at him with big eyes, asking if this could be considered proof that the elder was not weak. Kianmayan pointed his finger at him. With a crazy look, he looked into the eyes of his opponent, saying that he was a frog in a well. Introducing Baekchan as an animal, the boy explained that these words suited him perfectly, because he was a huge frog, stuffing his belly at the bottom of a narrow well that other frogs would not even think of going into. The elder placed his hand on his chest, asking sharply if he was really a frog. He lowered his head and began to whine. The protagonist looked at him, asking if Baekchan knew that Huashan was doomed. After a short pause, the boy exhaled and answered that he did. Without raising his head, he asked if he had put in a lot of effort for this, since he was going to revive Huashan by any means necessary, while Kianmayan looked at him with interest. He frowned, asking what effort, since in his opinion, the elder had done nothing at all. Lost in his memories, the protagonist said that Baekchan had locked himself in seclusion with his students, playing house, and on the way back they had a glass to refresh themselves. Kianmayan remembered when the elders came to them for training, saying that before this meeting Huazhong was just a short time ago, and the elder decided to train the younger ones, after which he asked if he was really talking about these efforts. Grinning, the student said that he did not understand what Baekchan's efforts were, but doing whatever she wanted and spending the remaining time usefully was not an effort, and for him, efforts were when the time for his desires was reduced. He looked into the eyes of Baekchan, who was listening attentively, saying that he had not tried at all, but simply decided to become a king in a small state called Huashan, because he had no one to compete with, and there was no one from above who would criticize him. Still squatting, the protagonist asked if Shongnan was the only enemy he had ever truly fought, since there were many students in Jianghu among the second generation who were stronger than him. And did Baekchan think that by getting a little ahead he had immediately become a strong man? He tilted his head slightly to the side and added that it was not he who was strong, but the elder who was weak. The guy looked menacingly at the student. His nose wrinkled with anger. He looked at the guy from under his brows and asked if he really wanted to say that there were many more students in other schools who were stronger than him. Chong Mayan was surprised and replied that of course he was the strongest. Baekchan's expression was perplexed. The protagonist looked him in the eyes, saying that this was not why he won, because now the elder would not be able to defeat even Zhongnan, and of course, there was no way to compare him to Shaolin, Wudong, and the Namgung family, so it would not be that difficult to put him on his shoulder blades, even if it was not him. Baekchan was clutching his sweater tightly in anger. The elder lowered his angry gaze down. Without raising his head, he replied that he knew this, which surprised the protagonist. The guy bared his teeth, saying that he knew all this. His eye sockets turned red. Kianmayan's pupils narrowed when he heard from the elder that nothing would change, because as a student of the Wudong school and the Namgung family, he could only take what he had and try his best. The protagonist hit him on the head with his sword, replying that he was not trying at all. The student knelt down in front of him, saying that he was not making any effort, that he had chosen the wrong direction, and then asked if he really thought that if he worked hard, everyone could become a master. Pointing his finger to the side, the protagonist told him to go and beat the scarecrow, and he would beat it for 500 years, and then maybe he would understand something. Baekchan looked at the ground, confused. He looked up, asking if the student knew the right direction. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that at least he knew better than him. They looked into each other's eyes, and the elder asked if the boy could make him stronger. Kianmayan exhaled with a smile on his face. Nodding, he replied that of course he could. Baekchan tensely pursed his lips. He pressed his hand to the ground. Raising it, he said that in that case. Pounding his fist into his palm, the boy asked to make him stronger. Frowning, he confidently said that he would follow everything the younger ordered to do. Baekchan leaned on the ground to get up. As the boy stood up, he had an idea. Folding his hands in petition, the elder asked the protagonist to make him stronger. He frowned and looked the protagonist in the eyes, saying that he would do everything he told him. Sitting on his knees in front of the protagonist, he was even ready to learn from the younger. If only he could become stronger, the boy was ready to call the hero an older brother. Kianmayan, looking at him in surprise, firmly answered that he did not want to. Sitting in shelter under a cliff, Baekchan was surprised. The protagonist repeated that he did not have such a desire, and the wounded boy asked why. Frowning, he asked if everything the protagonist said was not to show the way. Kianmayan looked at him in surprise and said that it was too tiring. The boys looked into each other's eyes, and no one dared to speak. The protagonist stood up and said that the elder seemed to have misunderstood something. Baekchan looked at him in surprise when he heard that they were not finished yet. Fear appeared in the young man's eyes when Kianmayan said that humans have a very selfish trait. The protagonist released his sword and said that Baekchan did not think about what he had done at all, and, having come up with some kind of agreement with himself, decided that he had already fully repaid for his actions. Cold sweat came down the young man's face when he heard that he had repaid for what he had done. It was quite enough for the training of the third-generation disciples. Kianmayan smirked, because there was more. The protagonist raised his sword and said that the retribution the boy had in front of him for exposing him and himself would not end there. The young man's eyes burned with a scarlet flame when he shouted that he had convinced the boy. Looking at the afraid Baekchan, the protagonist said that the elder had not yet fully realized. Even now, judging by his expression, it was clear that he still did not understand how this happened. Continuing to raise the sword over the trembling boy, the protagonist told him not to worry, because the night is long, and today he will let him figure everything out thoroughly. Chunmian looked at the scrap of clothing on the ground and offered to figure out why the elder was so weak. Looking at the sword, he asked why his style was wrong. The protagonist clenched the sword in his fist. Looking into Baekchan's eyes, which looked with concern, the hero said to figure out why he cannot be touched. With glowing red eyes, Chunmian attacked the enemy. The battle was heard throughout the forest. Having finished, the protagonist stretched. He fell to the ground and began to laugh carefree. Closing his eyes and exhaling, he was glad that the problem was solved. The protagonist jumped up and continued to sit on the ground. The boy turned around. Baekchan's beaten body was lying by the cliff, and Kianmayan thought that he was pretending. Continuing to look at the older student, the hero thought that he had beaten him up thoroughly, but not so much as to harm his body, so he had fallen down a little unconscious and would get back on his feet, and the fact that it hurt was no longer his concern. The young man exhaled and thought that he had simply beaten the man unconscious, and he immediately felt so much better. His thoughts were interrupted and his brows furrowed. Isol appeared in front of his face. The protagonist's frightened scream was heard throughout the area. Kianmayan grabbed his heart and shouted for the girl to show signs of life. Iso looked at the protagonist in surprise and said that she had shown signs of life, and the protagonist asked when. The girl pointed her finger somewhere behind the protagonist, who frowned at her. She pointed to Baekshun's body and said that she showed signs of life when the protagonist was beating the guy. The protagonist turned to Isol and looked at her in surprise. The young man asked if she saw everything, and the girl replied that not much. They looked at each other incredulously. Cold sweat came down Isol's face, and she asked if he would kill the witness, but Kianmayan was not going to do that. Looking at her with distrust, he said that this was too much. The protagonist looked at the girl's head. Isol smoothed her hair and asked why the guy was looking at her head. The girl was scared when Kianmayan, scratching his chin, said that if you hit the back of your head hard, you can lose your memories. Isol looked away and said that she forgot everything. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if it was true. Without looking at him, the girl with sweat running down her face repeated herself, and the protagonist thought that stupidity was an instinct for survival. They were sitting in front of each other when Isol asked to learn how to handle a sword, and the protagonist thought that it was starting again. Exhaling, Kianmayan thought that since she even saw how he joyfully beat up Baekshun, it would be difficult to just get away from her. Without saying a word, the protagonist looked into the girl's eyes. Isol was surprised when she asked why she wanted to learn it. The second-generation disciple looked away and said that she could not tell the reason. Kianmayan was surprised when she said that she absolutely had to master this style. Continuing to look at the girl, the hero thought that she just wanted to learn because of the beauty of the plum blossom. The protagonist asked her again, and Isol nodded. Kianmayan looked at her again with distrust. Sitting in the middle of the forest, he said that the girl did not need to ask. This style originally belonged to Huashan. Isol found nothing to say when the protagonist told her to wait to master the style on her own. The protagonist was dumbfounded when the student said that he was no longer in Huashan. Frowning, he thought that the girl determined that he used the plum blossom sword technique. Looking at Isol, he agreed with her words. Kianmayan said that the style will return soon when they are ready, and the second-generation student asked again in surprise. The protagonist stood up from the ground. The girl did not take her eyes off him. The protagonist stretched his hand up, raising 2 fingers, in which a blue light flashed. The guy ran his fingers through the air, leaving a blue streak. The next moment, he sped up and there were more lines. Isol watched with bated breath. The stripes reflected in her eyes, and she thought that this was the way of the moon's sword. She remembered herself holding the sword that she had spent the most time on the base and sharpening. Continuing to look at Kianmayan, she thought that after all, it was a little different from her sword. Watching the protagonist's fingers, she saw that the difference was not just at the level of movement, but as if at a fundamental level. The girl watched her comrade's actions as if fascinated, after which she asked if this was the moon's sword and received an affirmative answer. With the last movement of his hand, Kianmayan drew through the air. All the lines disappeared, and the protagonist asked if the second-generation student understood everything. Isol shook her head negatively and stated that she did not understand at all. Looking ahead, she said that she only knew what the guy was talking about. Kianmayan listened in surprise to the girl whose task was to achieve this, because if she did not rise to a certain level, she would not be able to master it. The protagonist sighed with a grin, thinking that her head was thinking well when he heard that now she should hone her skills and first master the basics. Isol looked at the protagonist, who stated that she understood everything correctly. The guy said with a smile that in return he would never teach her if she told anyone about what happened, and the second-generation student agreed. Kianmayan called her smart, and Isol, looking at him, frowned. The protagonist clenched the sword in his hand, and the girl, frowning, said that she was the eldest, and the guy was the youngest. Putting his hand on her head, he patted her and repeated that she was smart. The protagonist walked on, and Isol frowned and twitched. Chunmian stopped and wanted to add one more thing. Looking at Baekshun's beaten body, he ordered the girl to throw it into the room, because if he left it here, people would definitely start gossiping about it. The protagonist left, leaving Isol alone. The second-generation student did not answer. Looking ahead, she thought of the plum blossom. The girl closed her eyes. In her memories, she found the image of her father, who promised to definitely bring back this style. The man looked ahead and said that he would return to Huashan someday and take responsibility for his mistake. The father extended his hand to his daughter, offering to go with him, and said that there was no place more beautiful than Huashan. Isol opened her eyes, interrupting the moment of memories. She rose from the ground. Walking forward, she decided that she must learn. She turned around, frowning, deciding to learn by any means necessary. Chunmian walked in the direction of home. Gul and Zhang turned around in surprise when they heard the doors opening. Looking at the protagonist, they were glad that he had returned, and the latter asked why they were not sleeping and whether they had gotten used to training. Gul frowned and said that it was not that, but because there was a noise, the protagonist asked again. Kianmayan listened in surprise as his classmates said that the seniors came to the White Plum Pavilion because of the missing senior Baektion. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought why they came here. They probably decided that someone from the White Plum Pavilion had kidnapped him. Looking ahead, the guy thought that this was clever, and if he had guessed about it earlier, it would have been much easier. With a displeased look, the protagonist said that now everyone is suspected left and right, and Zhang smiled, glad that Kianmayan was not involved. But the protagonist interrupted him and said that he was involved. Looking at the surprised faces of his comrades, he thought, why are their faces so sour? Because they should be happy. The guys were standing opposite each other, when Zhang asked if the protagonist was with the elder Baektion. The young man looked away and frowned, hoping that this was not what he was thinking, and the surprised protagonist asked what he was thinking. Nervously, Zhang said that this, of course, could not be, because Chunyan knows how to think, and would never do such a thing. Frowning, the guy said that if he suddenly beat the elder or punched him in the face, as he said last time. The protagonist, scratching his chin, interrupted his comrade and asked how one is different from the other, and Ghoul, closing his eyes, said that a punch in the face usually adds points. Chunyan waved off the guys, saying that he is not a child. Zhang exhaled and said that this elder believed in the protagonist, and even if he was a complete psycho, he would never hit the elder. With an innocent look, Chunyan said that he did not just hit him, but beat him like a dog. Zhang said with a smile that the elder and Baektion always looked like a dog, but stopped. He looked at the protagonist in surprise, realizing what he said. His face turned white with horror. From the house, Zhang's screams were heard, accusing Chunyan of being crazy. The young man pulled the protagonist by the collar, shouting, "Is there a limit to his madness? How could he beat up his elder? Does he not know how great the sin of disrespect is?" The protagonist kicked Zhang with his foot. Adjusting his suit, the boy said that he took care of everything in order to avoid consequences, ordering him to calm down. Zhang, with tears in his eyes, thought that the protagonist was a bastard who did this despite everything. The protagonist watched from the side as Ghoul calmed down Zhang, who covered his face with his hands and said that no matter how crazy the protagonist was, he should be able to control his actions at least a little, because there are basic boundaries that should not be crossed. But it seemed that he did not care about them from the very beginning. Chunyan frowned and did not know what to say when Zhang asked what the elder said and whether he could even speak. The youth turned around in disbelief when he heard that Baektion asked to make him stronger. The man turned to Ghoul and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The classmate, scratching the back of his head, said that it made some sense and they were the same. The comrade, frowning, said that after all, he was their elder and they were his younger brothers. Silence reigned. Zhang looked at Chunyan again and asked what his answer was, whether he agreed. The protagonist said that he did not agree and beat him, and the boys asked why. They were surprised when they heard the protagonist's answer, who did not feel satisfied, so he decided to just beat the elder until he felt better. Passing by the dumbfounded boys, the protagonist told them to stop filling their heads with all sorts of garbage and go to bed, because in the morning they themselves will understand everything. Zhang watched the protagonist leave. Looking after him with distrust, he wondered if he really beat the elder. Looking at Ghoul, he asked if this was a joke, and the latter realized something about Kianmayan. Raising his finger up and frowning, the young man said that the protagonist never lies or talks empty words. Zhang, white with fear, said what a great discovery this is. With each passing second, his classmate turned white before his eyes, realizing that the monstrous protagonist defeated even the elder. Looking at the courtyard, he asked what Huashan was turning into. Morning had come. Zhang and Ghoul came out into the courtyard. Looking at the empty gate, they put their hands on their chests. Zhang closed his eyes and wondered why they hadn't shown up yet. The boy looked at the gate again, thinking that now was the time to come and torment them. The scene from yesterday appeared before his eyes, where Kianmayan claimed to have taken care of everything so as to avoid consequences, and Zhang wondered if this was true. Frowning, the boy had no idea what kind of care for everything was, but it looked like everything could be resolved now. He knitted his brows even tighter, thinking that beating up his seniors could smooth over the differences with them. Ghoul distracted him from his thoughts, asking why it was somehow quiet today. Surprised, the boy turned to Zhang and asked if Kianmayan had really defeated the elder Baektion. The fellow student, without opening his eyes, said that the protagonist would not lie, otherwise it would not be so quiet here. Zhang turned around in surprise at his comrade, who concluded that Kianmayan was stronger than the elder Baektion. Zhang asked why the guy was asking again, since the answer was obvious. He did not know what to answer when Ghoul asked how his confrontation with Zhongnan would end. Frowning, the comrade asked if the protagonist could defeat them too, since he had not only defeated the elder, but it had been a real beating. Zhang exhaled when Ghoul said that if Chongyang took part in the upcoming duel between Huanshan and Zhongnan. Zhang interrupted him and asked what would change if he defeated them, and Ghoul said with surprise that it would bring about a big change. The disciples stood in front of the White Plum Hall when Zhang said that the appearance of a martial artist in the sect was a real reason to celebrate. But in their case, just one master would not change the situation much. The youth, turning around, said that they would also receive some share of the glory. Ghoul found nothing to say when the comrade said that if it happened that Chongyang suddenly disappeared, Huashan would immediately return to its original state. Looking at the gate, he continued, saying that if they really wanted to revive the sect, they couldn't just rely on Qianmayan's strength, they had to become stronger themselves. The disciples looked at each other, and Zhang asked, wouldn't the true revival of Huashan happen when no one dared to look down on our disciples? Ghoul thought about his words, frowning. Zhang smiled when the other disciple told him that he was right. Still not moving, the young man continued to say that, as his friend had said, he was also interested in the upcoming meeting between Huashan and Zhongnan. He was sure that this time it would be different. Ghoul asked what he meant. An image of Qianmayan appeared in front of his eyes, who would supposedly become a hero who would bring about changes to Huashan, but it was possible that he would turn out to be a dictator who wanted to take over their small sect. The students' conversation was interrupted by Qianmayan's scream, asking someone to get lost. The protagonist ran away, screaming that he had nothing to teach. Iso ran after them, screaming about the blade of the Maiden of You. The girl attacked the protagonist from the air, who screamed for her to ask the mentor to teach her, and Iso said that the blade of the Maiden of You is a female technique of ball control. The mentor has no experience in wielding it. Continuing to run, Qianmayan was outraged that, in her opinion, he looked like a woman. Iso did not give up, asking to teach her. The students watched them from the side, and Ghoul asked if the elder Iso was always so talkative. Looking at the sky, Zhang suggested to start morning training, and his friend agreed. Two people appeared on the cliff, looking down. One of the guys watched as Iso chased after Qianmayan, who screamed for her to leave. Baeksang turned to his older brother with a surprised expression, asking if he would really leave things as they were. The disciple turned to the elder and said that the protagonist did not seem to have any remorse. Would it not be more useful to punish him somehow? Baekchan frowned and asked again, looking towards Baeksang. The latter looked at the elder in surprise when he asked if he should punish him. Baekchan turned away and told him to forget, and the disciple was confused. Baekchan grabbed his side and thought that he could not admit that he had been defeated. Frowning, he thought that the more he looked at Qianmayan, the more absurd the situation seemed. He wondered how it was possible to beat a person so badly without leaving any external marks. He looked at the protagonist with hatred. The friend asked why he forbade them to teach a lesson to the third-generation disciples, not understanding Baekchan's intentions. The elder closed his eyes and thought that the intention was no longer necessary. In front of him appeared the image of a laughing Qianmayan with shining eyes. The man opened his eyes and frowned, thinking that he simply did not want to be beaten again. Looking at Baeksan, he said that there was not much time left until the conference, and only now did he realize how short-sighted he had been. The boys looked at each other when Baekchan said that they would still have time to teach the disciples a lesson, but the meeting of Huashan and Zhongnan was an important event that only took place once a year, and Huashan's current situation and its reputation were no less important than internal affairs. The second-generation disciple exhaled when he heard that. Given how important the upcoming conference was, Baekchan was determined to focus all his attention on it. Baeksang turned to his friend who was holding his side and said that it made sense, and the elder added that in the end, the enemies were not their disciples, but the Zhongnan sect. The comrade thought about it when Baekchan asked if he had forgotten why they had been training in isolation from the outside world. The elder closed his eyes when Baeksang said that he was right, and seemed to have lost his mind for a moment, but Baekchan thought that the only one who had lost his mind here was him. Looking at his fellow disciple, he thought that in any case, it was good that he believed his words, because if he had said something about how he had started everything and now decided to retreat, the elder would not have been able to answer. Looking at his comrade, he thanked him for understanding. Looking ahead, Baekchan said to put off the disciples' business for later, and now to put all his efforts into making the sect meeting go perfectly. The elder gave the order to the second-generation disciples to solidify their skills one last time and think about them well, and Baeksan nodded in understanding. Baekchan watched his comrade, who ran off to carry out his order. The guy exhaled. Looking somewhere into the distance, he thought that once the competition was over, they would not remember the minor problems with the third-generation disciples. Looking at Qianmayan running away from Isiol, he thought that by then everyone would have captured the incredible scene. Watching the enraged protagonist, he decided that not only they would be surprised, Zhongnan would be much more confused. Baekchan frowned and decided that he would do what was required, although his plans were slightly confused by Qianmayan. But for 2 years now, his goal has been to prove himself in the eyes of Huashan and Zhongnan. The youth frowned. The image of the man appeared before his eyes, and he thought that considering the kind of people who would be participating this year, he did not have any time to spare. Baekchan clenched his fist. He turned around. The youth left the area, deciding that he would definitely prove his worth. Flower petals fell over the cup and it was announced that people from Zhongnan would be arriving today. The drink was poured into the second cup when they asked if all the preparations were complete, to which they answered in the affirmative. Ungam calmly looked ahead, saying that there were no problems during the preparations for receiving the guests. Janmun looked at the table and thought that compared to previous years, when they were short of food, the training ground was dilapidated, it seemed that this time they would be able to give them a proper reception. The man took the cup in his hands and said that the more he thought about it, the more amazed he was at how great a service that boy, Kianmayan, had rendered them. Ungam closed his eyes and heard that it was not only about how well they ate and lived, but also about the honor of Huashan. He took a sip of the drink. Janmun looked at the interlocutor intently, and asked how he liked the tea. The master smiled and said that this time the taste was much richer. He felt that his body would become light because the tea leaves were dried for a long time, but it is believed that the leaves of the plum blossom have a much richer taste if dried correctly. Janmun put the cup on the table and said that people only came to this after many decades. He looked at the tea leaves in the pot, and said that it reminded him of their situation. Janmun frowned a little and explained that he had been struggling to keep the sect afloat, even though he made noises about how he wanted to restore Huashan to its former glory, but in reality he was struggling to maintain its already shabby state. Ungam looked at the teacher questioningly, and heard that they had been going through hardships for a long time, but that they had finally had their chance. Janmun picked up the cup again and said that sometimes it was right to just hold on and bide your time, rather than torment yourself with elaborate plans and strategies. The master glanced at the table and thought that they were not the only ones who felt better. His teacher sat with his head down as the man thought that sometimes it seemed to him that his head thought their current state was ideal, but people tended to move towards improvement until death. Since the leader was on the path, yes, the man was sure that he would also try to become better until the end of his days. Janmun sipped tea from the cup. Ungam looked at the teacher with a slight smile, and thought that he was truly a worthy leader of the sect. The teacher looked closely at his student and heard that in order to regain its former glory, Huashan needed its leader, but what he answered that fortunately, so far everything was heading in this direction. The students were training on the grounds, when it was said that in any case, this was not his merit, all thanks to the efforts of their students. Ungam frowned and asked what did not his merit mean. Janmun placed the bowl on the table and said that he was well aware of his shortcomings. The men sat opposite each other when it was said that if Huashan had not been rejected, he would have become its leader, and if his elder brothers had not left him, he would still be reading the scriptures of Taoism. The master frowned even more and said that by leaving Huashan, those people admitted that they were unworthy of being part of it. Janmun sat at the table with a good-natured expression and listened that only he was their true leader. His eyes smiled. The wind rustled between the leaves when the question was asked how the second-generation disciples were doing, to which he was told that they had just finished training and were now resting. Ungam frowned. Janmun looked at his subordinate, who admitted that he was a little nervous. The man frowned when it was said that their disciples might not be able to defeat the disciples of Shongnan. He extended the cup towards himself. Listen, his subordinate sincerely wants to believe in them, but everyone already knows everything perfectly well. Janmun silently sipped the drink. Unam's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard about the third-generation disciples. The two men were sitting opposite each other when the elder asked if they would not be attending the upcoming conference. How were their preparations going? To which the answer was that they seemed to be working very hard. The master stared ahead with an unseeing gaze and thought that in all honesty, this was putting it very mildly. Janmun looked at him with interest when it was said that the children had only recently joined the sect. Unam's eyebrows rose in surprise when he was asked to imagine that a huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned, not knowing what to answer. His teacher grabbed the teapot and began to say that he needed to overcome it at any cost. The tea was pouring into the cup when it was said that there would be another path. His subordinate would simply go around the mountain, or if he had a lot of time, he could climb it, stopping occasionally to rest. But what if both of these options were unavailable and he needed to cross the city? Unam looked at the table silently. Finally, Janmun listened with a slight grin to the answer that this mountain would have to be crossed, to which he said that this meant that he would not gain any experience either, so why not just choose a smaller mountain next time? Water splashed in the cup. The teapot was placed on the table, and the main one said that the meeting of Huashan and Zhongnan originally had the purpose of sharing experience, and it was not so important who would win and who would be defeated. The master frowned at the teacher and listened to what was more important was who could use the experience gained and become stronger. He frowned. The main school heard that he was right. Janmun smiled slightly and said that their guests had come a long way, so they should make sure that their reception was in the best possible way. Unam looked at the other person seriously and said that since Mr. Huang from the Milky Way Trade Guild had offered to help them, there should be no problems. Janmun raised his cup to his mouth and heard his subordinate worry that Shongnan might start to get cocky at the conference. He looked at his subordinate bowing and said that he should try not to think about it, as he was sure that everything would go well. A request was heard in the house to allow them to take their leave, as the master wanted to make a final check of all the preparations. The corridor was quiet. Janmun was left alone in the room. The guest's cup began to smoke, as the tea was untouched. He looked at the two petals in the cup and thought that victory or defeat was not so important. Janmun hung his head sullenly and thought that as a Taoist, he had lied so blatantly that it meant nothing. The man looked at the book and thought that the difference between the past and the present was that they now had records of the 7 plum blossom sword technique. He drank from the cup again, thinking that this was not enough to restore Huashan to its former glory. Janmun put the cup down on the table. His face was reflected in the eye of the water, and he thought that if only they had the plum blossom sword technique. The man exhaled heavily, calling on his ancestors. He straightened his back and decided that they needed help. A tall tower was bathed in sunlight. People were walking along the city streets. Someone put his hand to his forehead and looked at the sky. The mountain towered over the man. The youth turned around and said that Huashan was indeed one of the 10 great sects in the past. Sohun turned his body and said that their village was too small and dilapidated for such a great sect. His interlocutor smiled and said that such a village only had a chance to exist because there was a great sect here. Jimrian adjusted the strap of his bag and said that this sect was incredibly powerful, so much so that they managed to develop the village to the point where ordinary travelers could come to this village and stay here forever. Sohun looked at the interlocutor indifferently and said that he understood. He turned away, asking if they had not lost their power, and he saw no point in holding this event. The youth continued to look away, asking why compete with those who were obviously weaker and it would be much wiser to practice ourselves. Jimrian frowned and expressed confidence that the sect elder had his reasons for this, so he should try to be careful with his words. Sohun turned back to the boy and said that he knew it. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Sungbeek was walking behind them when it was said that this conference did have some meaning after all, and it would be great to avenge that humiliated boy. Sungbeek stared ahead as he walked forward. Sohun looked at him in disappointment as the boy had no reaction at all. The youth looked at how the student lowered his head and thought that after that incident, he had become completely quiet, and it was boring. He took a step forward, saying that they would finally be able to avenge the humiliation they suffered from them. Sungbeek looked at the backs of her comrades. Then, his gaze moved to the sky. A mountain also towered in front of him. His hand trembled as the boy thought about how he had come here with carefree thoughts last time. Songbeek remembered the protagonist, and thought that now he was haunted by thoughts of that person. He frowned. The guy again imagined the image of the protagonist, and thought that right now they were going straight to the tiger's den. Over the mountains, a voice sounded that given the mountainous terrain, what were they even thinking when they built the Taoist temple in such a place? The camp was set up on one of the ledges of the cliff, when someone said that this is why Huashan fell apart. Sohun held the thief's trumpet and heard, does this not mean that they decided to move away from the image of an ordinary Taoist temple and embarked on the path of unity with nature? Jimrian, leaning on the cliff, said that it was quite logical that studying Taoist scriptures and cultivating themselves, they chose a place that is not so easy for outsiders to get into. Sohun exhaled heavily and replied that half of this temple are laymen. His interlocutor smiled and heard that the guy would have understood, at least he would be a shaman. One of the students sat down on the ground and said that having spent so much effort to get up here, they should at least feel that it was not in vain, but they will again be baked with these roots of herbs and placed in a half-ruined pavilion. The guy exhaled heavily and said that he did not even dare to dream of good children. At least they would give him a place where he could sleep. Kebun was more suitable for an overnight stay. Jimrian looked at the student who turned to him, who asked if it was time to stop attending this useless meeting, since they only had to drag themselves so far in vain, and this was beneficial only to one loser from Huashan. He smiled and said that he knew that everyone was unhappy with this, but they should try to control themselves, because they knew very well what feelings their mentors had for Huashan. The young man grimaced and said that he couldn't understand it at all. Jimrian squinted at his interlocutor, who asked why he was clinging so strongly to a school that had long since fallen apart. Some of the students turned around when he said that there must be no need to worry, that Huashan possessed an unknown, hidden power. One of the students laughed at this suggestion. He stepped forward and said that if they had the power, they would have long ago regained their former position. Didn't their ruin, which had dragged on for almost 100 years, indicate that this was the place for them? The young man continued to smile and asked what would happen to a school that had not reached its prime, because it was no longer important. One of the students turned to him and agreed, since most likely, in another 100 years, they would reach their limit. The students were talking while sitting on a ledge of rock that the school, which was not developing at all, was too basic to exchange combat experience with them. In the crowd of students, they began to say that they did not believe that this was one of the 9 great schools. They were worried that they would ruin their reputation. The young man narrowed his eyes when he heard that Huashan should not be belittled so much. Songbeek silently leaned his back against the wall. He turned to the students and said that one wrong step, and they would have to experience unprecedented shame. Silence reigned among the students. Someone chuckled. Sohun looked mockingly at the boy and asked that it would really be like the elder. He took a step forward and said that I also have nothing to worry about, since unlike Songbeek, the other students will not give Huashan a reason to be proud. Songbeek frowned, listened to the fact that on the contrary, they will destroy even what the boy left. Sohun continued to smile, listen in there, that you can't be careless, after which she asked what difference this would make, After all, they are from Huashan. Songbeak exhaled heavily. I told his fellow disciple to do as he knows, but they will have to pay for their carelessness themselves. He frowned at the ringing. The students turned around when it sounded that there was no mistake in his words. Someone was approaching with heavy steps. Sama walked forward sullenly. He left some of his students behind, then passed by Jimrian and Sohan. The man took a few more steps. Stopping, he suggested that everyone take a break. Sama looked ahead sullenly, saying that the students had already forgotten the story from the Milky Way Trading Guild. Jimrian bowed and said that they remembered. The elder turned to the disciples and said that they had been disgraced by the collapse of the school. Did they not know how much this had angered the headmaster? Songbeak lowered his head, listening to them say that they had already suffered enough disgrace from Huashan. In order to achieve the title of the best, Shongnan would one day have to fight a second-rate school like Ashane. The man squinted and flew around the disciples and said that with this Zhonghua meeting, their head was going to put an end to the relationship with Huashan. The elder grimaced, saying that if any of them were careless for even a second and let the students of the opposing schools disgrace themselves again, he would never forgive them. A drop of sweat ran down the glass-used cheek. Sama stood with his hands crossed behind his back, saying that a general who has been on the battlefield does not regret the consequences, and when a lion hunts a rabbit, he will use all his strength. The man stepped forward and said that this Zhonghua meeting was not just to bend Huashan, this time they must trample their will. He looked sideways at the disciples and ordered them to remember all this. The young men standing in the group said that they would remember this. Above the mountain, sacred to the sun, sounded that since everyone had rested, they must continue moving, as they must be until Huashan's elbows were all bitten by anticipation. The Zhongnan disciples made their way through the mountains. They walked forward tirelessly. Finally, they appeared at the school gate. The man stopped. The disciples approached the gate. Sohan, sweating, said, "Why is the gate looking neater compared to last time?" Jimrian squinted and thought that he knew that the Merchant Guild sponsored Huashan, but it was only recently. He looked at the roof and thought that in such a short time they had solved all the financial problems, and even restored the temple gate. The guy raised his head and looked at the missing sign. "I don't understand how this is possible." His gaze was attracted by something behind him when it was said that they got finances. They first subjugated the gate, since this is the first thing that outsiders see. Sama approached the students, saying that it looks like they found someone to beg for money from. The man passed by his subordinates and asked them not to worry about anything, since you can change the gate, but the essence of it will not change. He stepped forward and said that this act does not suit them. The gate swung open. A man appeared behind them. He came out in front of the guests from Zhongnan. A cloud of a couple grinned around the people. The man who greeted the guests greeted them, saying that they had spent a lot of effort to come such a long way. Hyun-sen folded his hands in a greeting gesture and introduced himself, saying that they had met before. Sama looked at the host haughtily, saying that he was glad to see them. Hyun-sen froze when he heard the question of why the leader had not come out to greet them. The man turned around and said that the leader was inside now. Sama rolled his eyes haughtily. Hyun-sen frowned, saying that the guests had come from far away. The leader had not even shown his nose. He grimaced, thinking about ordering the elder to come out at the head. This was impudence and beyond all bounds. The guest looked haughtily at the interlocutor when he thought that judging by their behavior, this time they had planned everything in advance. But he exhaled heavily. The man waved his hand and asked them to go. Hyun-sen stepped aside to let the guests pass, saying that they had prepared a banquet to welcome the Zhongnan disciples. Sama chuckled. Speaking of the resharpening, the man rolled his eyes and said that it seemed that for Huashan, the Zhonghua gathering was just food and fun. Hyun-sen smiled, asking if that was possible. Sama walked forward. He took a few steps and said that the first thing he wanted to do was meet with the head. As he walked across the square, the man thought about how much financial aid they had managed to obtain. The elder grimaced, thinking that it was as clear as day, considering that they had started the changes with the gate and uniform, which were the first things to catch the eye. His feet stepped on the tiles. The man suggested, thinking that they shouldn't have enough for the interior decoration. Sama looked down and perked up. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. He walked on the tiles, realizing that the training field was not on bare ground. The elder turned around in surprise. He looked at the building, and was impressed by the condition of the inner pavilions. Sama looked at the building, which had become much cleaner and brighter than before. The men looked around, thinking that not only the gates had been repaired. Hyun-sen chuckled contentedly and asked if something was bothering the elder. Sama narrowed his eyes and asked. It seemed that something had changed a lot, and there was still someone who was willing to provide such support to Huashan. Hyun-sen listened with displeasure to the fact that those who claimed a noble family would not make a living by stealing. He frowned deeply, as this assumption angered him too. Sama listened with an arrogant expression to the fact that he should watch his words. His interlocutor frowned furiously, saying that this was simply unthinkable. Suddenly, both men heard the elder talking nonsense. The protagonist twisted his lips in displeasure and told the man in front of him to get lost. Sama looked at the guy in surprise. Hyun-san turned around in confusion. Chunmyeon looked displeased. The students were running behind him. They continued running while the protagonist stood in front of the guest. Sama frowned and asked again. Chunmyeon stared intently at the guest. The elder's face darkened with anger when he asked to repeat what the protagonist had just said. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. The old man, frowning, asked again about what the interlocutor had just said. The guy's comrades were next to him. Ghoul, looking to the side, listened to the hero's question about how much he had run, that he was already whining, that he was already tired. The protagonist hit him on the leg, saying that he should stop talking about it and run properly. The comrade fell to the ground. The guy, turning his head, explained that he had meant exactly that. Opening his mouth, the young man noted that he had apparently heard something else, and that it was extremely awkward. Gritting his teeth, the old man thought that he wanted to deceive him with such nonsense. Someone came up behind him and called out. The student, opening his mouth, asked the leader to calm down, because a fight with the child would not lead to anything good. The student was looking somewhere. Looking at the hero, Gimrian asked who he was. The young man, pointing his finger at himself, asked again. The interlocutor continued to look at him when the protagonist asked if he would understand what would be discussed. A smile appeared on the student's face. Still standing in place, the fighter explained that he might have heard about the guy and asked if he could identify himself. Opening his mouth, the young man said that it was not that difficult. Looking forward, the student listened to the fighter's words that his name was Chongmyeon. The hero picked his ear with his finger. Standing in front of him, the interlocutor realized that the Huashan disciple who had disgraced Zhongnan was definitely named the same. The boy blew on his finger when Gimrian thought that he was younger than they expected. Looking at him, the student realized that because of some boy, Huashan had taken away all their deals with one of the 10 most influential trade guilds in Shaanxi. Immediately after, the student exhaled, realizing that this was simply unheard of. The youth glanced to the side when someone called his name. The interlocutor, looking ahead, noted that he apparently had no training in decency at all. The hero blew on his finger again. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked again and explained that he was too far away and therefore could not hear well, and asked if he could come closer and repeat. The student's mouth was open. Looking at the guy, the interlocutor asked again, and the hero asked if his ears were clogged and again asked him to come closer and only then start talking. Pulling his ear, the young man said that he could not hear what he was saying. The interlocutor bowed his head. Holding on to part of his suit, Gimrian did not understand where this man got such self-confidence from. Imagining blood spurting from his mouth, the student realized that if it was true that he lost the fight with Sambeek with one blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then his martial arts were not at a high level at all. Frowning, the student could not understand how he dared to behave like that in front of him. Opening his mouth, the interlocutor asked if the young man belonged to the third generation. The hero raised his hand to his face and asked the question that depended on the answer. A smile appeared on the student's face. Raising his hand, the student explained that in this case, the interlocutor was the protagonist's elder brother mentor, and therefore it would be more correct for him to approach him himself than to give orders. Looking at him, Gmirian noted that this was self-evident if he was at least a little familiar with manners. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if this was true. Immediately after, the guy closed his eyes. Raising his head, the young man said that this was true, and therefore the interlocutor was right. The young man, opening his mouth, asked about conveying these words to the elder standing next to him, and said that his phrases to the elder sounded much more polite than the same phrases of the elder Zhongnan, addressed to the head of Huashan. The student's eyes opened wider. The guy, smiling, asked if this was true. The interlocutor clenched his teeth. The student lowered his head and realized that he had made it seem as if he had had to point out his elder's mistake against his will. Gimrian clenched his fist tightly. The boy smirked when his interlocutor thought about how he was not speaking first, but was conducting the dialogue in such a way that he himself had to expose himself. The student clenched his teeth tightly. The old man raised his hand and asked his student to back off. The student stood behind the elder. The man, looking forward, explained that the boy had a sharp tongue and added that his concern for the leader had touched his heart, and therefore this time this rudeness would be let off the hook. The young man, opening his mouth, replied something. The old man, standing in front of him, noted that the boy's rudeness was incomparable with his and asked if he knew the reason. Opening his mouth, the elder said that the essence was in strength. With his hands behind his back, the old man said that someone's remark on rudeness, one way or another, becomes rudeness itself, and if no one says anything about it, then they will simply turn a blind eye to it. Raising his hand, the man also added that the right to make a remark comes from strength. Clenching his fist, the chief said that the young man did not have the strength and the rudeness he said would remain rudeness, whereas with the strength of the elder, rudeness would cease to be so. The hero, with his mouth closed, listened to his interlocutor. Exhaling, the man explained that before he took up manners, he should learn to speak more simply. Looking forward, the old man said that it was much easier for young children to beg for forgiveness, since forgiveness is easily obtained for youthful ardor, But someday this arter will tighten a rope around the boy's neck. The young man looked at him silently. The elder turned around. The assistant, bowing his head, listened to the chief's words that it was time for them to go. Closing his eyes, the deputy agreed. The three of them started to leave the training ground. The young man looked at the students leaving. Songbik was among them. The student turned his head. The student looked straight at the young man. Immediately after, he stopped. Suddenly, the fighter bowed his head. There was a smile on the hero's face. The student also smiled back. All the students were leaving. Exhaling, the protagonist realized that he was irritated by the fact that the thieves personally came to Huashan. Looking up, the guy could not understand how they dared to humiliate the head. Looking to the side, the hero understood that he was going to sort things out nicely, but from the very beginning, everything would most likely not go according to plan. Ghoul, sitting on the ground, asked how he could have come up with such a thing. The guy looked to the side, listening to his words about how he had just gone against the elder of Shongnan, and did he really not understand? The young man immediately hit his comrade on the leg. The student opened his mouth in pain. The hero, looking at them, explained that the elders should have already seen what these bastards were doing and asked if they could really just endure it, even after what they had seen. The student, with his mouth open, answered negatively and explained that it was also unpleasant for the AI to hold back in such a situation. Looking at the protagonist, the fighter asked what they could do at all. The young man, frowning, asked the elders to listen carefully. The hero pointed his finger at the Zhongnan disciples. With his mouth open, the guy began to talk about what would happen if they lost to those fighters. Immediately after, the guy clenched his fist with force. With his mouth open, the protagonist said that they would die by his hand if they lost. The elders listened with their mouths open to his words about how they could lose wherever they wanted, because he didn't care who was giving them a beating, but he wouldn't be able to stand losing to the Zhongnan school, and he also added that whoever disgraced him had better be prepared right away. The student, with his mouth open, asked what they should do if they weren't sure of winning, and the boy asked again. Frowning, the hero asked again several times. Clenching his fist tighter, the protagonist asked if they really didn't doubt their death. Looking at them, the young man explained that if they risked losing even once, there would be no living place on any of them. Standing in front of them, the boy shouted a question about whether they understood. The Zhongnan student looked at this. Gimrian, approaching him, asked if he was worried. The ward silently looked down. Looking down at what was happening below, the student explained that he could not believe it, because this man did not even know his place. Opening his mouth, the fighter asked to leave him alone, because as a rule, everyone who jumps above their heads turns out to be weaklings. Looking down, the student explained that only fools who have not known the heights of the sky can be so careless. The ward continued to look down in silence. They were still standing on the stairs when Gimrian said that they had nothing to regret, because they would still have a chance to punish this man to the fullest extent. Grinning, the student said that he was impatient to check whether he could continue to chatter with a torn mouth, because it was not proper for a student of the Orthodox school to say such things. The ward, opening his mouth, explained that this man was the first to anger him. Standing nearby, the student agreed and added that he was the first to hurt them, and this is how the side with the power should act. Sohun looked down as the mentor talked about how warriors ultimately spoke with their swords, and no matter what he said, his chatter would not change anything. Smiling, the disciple realized that this meeting was going to be interesting. They were still looking at them. The elder was looking ahead. The old man squinted, unable to understand what was going on. Looking at the leader, the man realized that he was a bit too calm compared to before. Sipping his tea, Sama assumed that it was because they now had money. Suddenly, the old man glanced away. Looking at the assistants, he realized that they would never surpass Zhongnan anyway. His leader was also drinking tea. Immediately after, the old man took the mug away from his face. The elder slammed it on the table, thinking that all this was irritating him. The leader, looking at him, asked if he liked the tea. Holding the mug in his hand, Sama noted that the drink had a deep aroma. The old man grinned and explained that he didn't like plum blossoms much. The leader looked at him silently. Looking ahead, the old man listened to the question of whether there was a reason for this. Opening his mouth, the elder said that usually the forest exudes several scents, namely the smell of earth, trees, and even the smell of dew. Taking the cup in his hands, the old man explained that in a place where plum blossoms bloom, nothing else can be smelled except for them. The tea spilled in the vessel when the man said that this scent was so strong that it drowned out all the others nearby. Immediately after, he put the cup on the table. There, the petals swirled. Looking at the reflection, the elder said that the world is a place where people live together in harmony. Squinting, Sama explained that this is why he prefers green tea with a light aroma, instead of plum blossoms, which disturbed the harmony. Hyunsang, looking at him, did not understand why he was saying this. Frowning, the assistant remembered his words about the strong smell of plum blossoms disrupting harmony, and assumed he was referring to the time when Huashan pursued only profit and refused to work in harmony with Zhongnan. The old man, sitting at the table, said that he should stop talking about tea and get to the main point. Opening his mouth, the elder explained that they in their school believed that this Congress should be the last. The leader looked at him silently. Suddenly, he frowned. Looking at him, the interlocutor asked about the reason for such a decision. Opening his mouth, the elder said that it was simple. The assistants looked at the old man when he said that pointless sparring with the Huashan sect was of no help at all. The other two assistants also looked at him. Bowing his head, the elder explained that this did not help the development of the Zhongnan sect at all. After all, wasn't there a huge gap between them? Henning, with his mouth open, exclaimed. Hyunsen also looked away. The old man closed his eyes. The leader, looking at him, noted that these congresses of the two schools were not only needed for sparring, but first and foremost, its purpose was to create friendly ties. Squinting, the elder asked if they were needed only to show off, since their sects had never been on good terms. The leader silently looked at him. Opening his mouth, Sama also added that they had always been enemies. Raising his hands, he said that everyone in this place probably didn't wish him well. The old man opened his mouth, noting that he hadn't said anything out of line. Presenting a certain vessel, the elder explained that the relationship between their sects was like broken porcelain, and it would take a lot of effort to restore it. Sitting at the table, the old man also asked whether the vessel would be the same even if they could manage to do this. The leader exhaled. The building they were gathered in appeared, and the leader thought that his interlocutor was no longer going to participate in the Huashan Zhongnan Congress, which meant that they were saying that they had been using him all this time to publicly bring Huashan to its knees, and nothing could be more insulting than that. The leader closed his eyes. The assistant, with his mouth open, asked if the old man thought it was too sudden for him to say this, and the old man explained that they should have done it earlier. The elder was looking somewhere, when suddenly someone called out to him. Unam listened to the old man's words with his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, his eyes widened when the old man asked him if he really thought that the current Huashan was good enough to be a rival to Zhongnan. A grin appeared on the old man's face. Looking at them, the elder explained that they thought that they had already done enough for Huashan, considering how good their attitude was. Unam stood up and shouted a question about what exactly they had done and also a question about whether the old man was exaggerating. The old man raised his hand. Placing it on the table, the elder asked where the exaggeration was. Looking to the side, Sama explained that they had forgotten their past grievances and helped Huashan. Sitting at the table, the representative of the school said that although the Congress was always held at Huashan, they never complained about it, and each time brought treasures to support them and asked about whether they would say that little was done for Huashan after this. The assistant clenched his fist tightly. The elder still looked at them when Unam thought that the reason why the Congress was always held at Huashan was because they wanted to mock them and see how low they would fall, and also to show the superiority of their sect. Looking to the side, the assistant understood that the treasures they gave them under the pretext of helping were only so that the beggarly Huashan would not refuse even them. Suddenly, he stood up. Looking at the head, the man assumed that he should think the same. Immediately after, the assistant bowed his head. Turning his head, Unam understood that what was even more annoying was that they could not even answer anything properly. Raising his glass of tea, the elder turned to the leader and noted that if it was so difficult for him, then he would say it in simple language. His reflection appeared in the tea when he said that after this Congress of Zhongnan and Huashan, he would have to say that they were no longer interested in this. Standing up, the old man explained that if he was concerned about the fate of the disciples, then he should think it over carefully. After that, the elder began to leave. The leader watched him go. Sama was already reaching for the door when someone called out to him. The leader, looking at him, asked if Zhongnan was going to cut ties with all the sects. The old man glanced to the side. Without turning around, the elder explained that it was not for him to make such decisions. Immediately after, the interlocutor opened the door. They all remained sitting in the room. The man clenched his teeth. Banging his fist on the table, the financier shouted a question about what kind of impudence this was. Ungam, with his hands on the table, noted that they had always behaved improperly during the Congress, but they had never gone this far. Unam, frowning, asked how an ordinary elder could dare to behave like this in front of the leader. Raising his hand, the man asked if they should directly tell their leader everything. The leader, with his eyes closed, asked them to forget about it. Sitting on a chair, the old man explained that sometimes words are useless and asked why they should say anything then. Looking down, the leader also explained that they could endure as much humiliation as they wanted, but added that there was something that was bothering him greatly. Recalling the students, the leader said that he was worried about the students. Unam also looked down. With his hands on the table, Hyunjang explained that from what he himself had said, one could conclude that this Congress would be dangerous. The leader closed his eyes and said that he didn't care whether he was hurt or insulted, but he didn't want to see the children suffer. Ungam lowered his gaze. The assistant, looking down, knew that it would be very dangerous, but even so, they couldn't just stop the Huashan and Zhongnan sect Congress. The man closed his eyes and realized that if they gave up before the fight, then shame and disgrace would follow the children for the rest of their lives. They were still in this room. The leader opened his eyes when someone called out to him and said that he thought there was more to it than that. The assistant, looking at him, explained that the opponents wanted to show the gap between them through sparring, and most likely their goal was to show that Huashan could not be a respected sect in the Shanxi region. The man opened his mouth and added that this would be the final nail in the coffin of the already fallen sect and asked if the leader thought that was what they were trying to achieve. The leader opened his mouth and said that it was possible. Looking down, the old man explained that there was nothing they could do. Ungam raised his hand and said that they didn't need some genius plan to solve this problem. The man opened his mouth and asked if they just needed to win the sparring match to solve it. Recalling the third-generation disciples, the assistant suggested that the leader should just trust their disciples who had been trying so hard all this time. He also remembered the protagonist. Raising his fist, the man said that they could actually bring them good news. The leader opened his mouth. The assistant had a smile on his face. The disciples were on the training ground and the boy was shouting that they needed to run faster. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would kill anyone he could catch. The students were sitting in the dining hall. Each of them was eating something. One of the students brought food to his mouth with chopsticks. Gimrian was sitting among them. There was a lot of food on the table, and the student said that he never thought that they could enjoy such a luxurious meal here. Frowning, the fighter explained that he did not like it. Sohun, looking at him, realized that he had an extremely dissatisfied face. Gimrian lowered his gaze and listened to his comrade's words about Huashan having become quite arrogant lately. Opening his mouth, the comrade asked whether the most important thing now was whose martial skills were more skilled. Looking at the food, the student also noted that even though they presented themselves in a beautiful wrapper, a martial sect without good masters was just a pathetic empty shell. The student, opening his mouth, agreed with him. Suddenly, he picked up the chopsticks. Immediately after, they broke. Gimrian bowed his head and explained that all he wanted at this moment was a perfect victory. The student slammed his hand on the table. As he stood up, the boy said that no matter the fame, wealth, or martial arts, he wanted to destroy them in every way. Opening his mouth, the fighter also explained that he was haunted by the fact that the ruined Huashan now dared to be their equal. The other students raised their heads, listening to the boy shout that they would never be their equal. Some students turned around, listening to his question about whether they had all lost their resolve. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter shouted that their generation should take the Zhongnan sect to the skies, but they were all having fun as if they were here on vacation. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy ordered them to pull themselves together immediately. Frowning, Gimrian shouted that they had to remember their original task, and if even one of them disgraced the honor of the school, he would have to make that person bitterly regret it even before the elders did, and asked if they understood this. The students, with their mouths open, answered affirmatively. Someone clapped their hands. The boy glanced back. An elder had come to them. The old man opened his mouth and noted that the words he wanted to say had apparently already been spoken. Bowing his head, the fighter greeted the leader. All the disciples also bowed and greeted him. Opening his mouth, the fighter apologized and explained that if he had known about the leader's arrival, he would never have spoken like that. Grinning, the old man said that it was simply an amazing speech and that it was a true example for their entire sect to follow. Opening his mouth, the elder told his protege to continue in the same spirit, and immediately added that defeating Huashan would not be enough, because he needed to make them fear the name Zhongnan alone. The guy opened his mouth and began to say something. With his hands behind his back, the old man explained that when it came to martial arts competitions, not harming each other was a fundamental rule. Looking ahead, the elder said that the spirit of their enemies was much stronger than expected. The student listened with his mouth open in surprise as he said that even though they were the Zhongnan sect, even their tolerance had to have a limit. A smile appeared on the student's face. Grinning, the student asked if it would be dangerous to compete with them when they were so enthusiastic. Looking at him, the old man said that there was nothing he could do about it, but they could not allow their own students to be injured during the matches. All the fighters bowed their heads as they listened to the leader's words that they all had to approach this competition responsibly and make sure that none of them were injured. Looking at them, the old man also said that they had to do this even if it meant breaking the arms and legs of their enemies. The student, smiling, said that he would make sure that everything went perfectly for them. The elder, standing in front of him, also added that he wanted to ask the disciple for another favor, and the latter replied that he would be happy to do it. Remembering the protagonist, the old man explained that this impudent fellow needed to be well taken care of. Opening his mouth, the boy asked if he meant Kiamayan. With his hands behind his back, the man reminded him that the boy, who was not even 20 years old, dared to argue with him, and he would not be able to tolerate such a child growing up in the Huashan sect. Frowning, Sama explained that this was precisely why they had to cut out this route. Turning around, the fighter called out to his protege. The disciple ran up to them. He stood in place. Immediately after, the student bowed his head. His hands were folded in front of him, when Gimrian introduced him as Songwu. The student smiled and said that although he had a very calm disposition, This boy was certainly the best in the entire third generation, and he could serve as their trump card to teach the hero a lesson. The old man looked at the student as the elder said that tomorrow, during the Huashan and Zhongnan conference, the fighter would do everything to fulfill the elder's order. The boy bowed his head and listened to the leader's words that in that case, he would leave this matter to him. Grinning, the leader understood that this competition would be the starting point of the golden path of their sect. A mountain appeared and the old man also said that Mount Huashan would be cast into oblivion. The moon was visible from behind the clouds. Someone opened the door of the building. It was one of the Huashan fighters. There was also someone on the training ground. It was Ghoul. Suddenly, the student exhaled. The student turned around, hearing a question from behind about what he was doing there. Standing in the middle of the field, Ghoul explained that he simply could not sleep. The elder, approaching him, asked about what they had heard about the hero, and the interlocutor replied that he was sleeping in his room. Lowering his head, Zhang asked if the young man really had nerves of steel. Remembering how the protagonist slept, the student also added that he was sprawled out like a baby and snored more than usual, and this even resembled madness. They were still standing on the training ground when the elder said that he still could not believe that the hero could sleep so sweetly if the Huashan and Zhongnan conference was already taking place tomorrow, and immediately corrected himself, saying that it was already today. After all, it was already midnight. Suddenly, they turned their heads, hearing the boy say that he didn't have nerves of steel, but simply that his comrades were cowards. The protagonist was walking towards them. The young man, with his mouth open, asked why they hadn't gone to bed yet, and his comrade replied that he was simply overcome with anxiety. Approaching him from behind, the hero asked again when his comrade thought that he would start talking about his own thing again. With his mouth open, the student said that he knew that they would die if they lost. With his hands behind his back, the protagonist asked if anxiety only haunted those who were poorly prepared. With his mouth open, Zhang explained that it wasn't that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to show himself tomorrow. The young man, with his mouth open, called out to him. The elder closed his mouth, listening to the boy's question about whether he thought that if he could go back 10 days, he would have been able to prepare better. Standing in front of him, the elder asked again. Covering his face with his hand, the student realized that there were still 10 more days of that merciless training, and the thought of it made his stomach turn. Opening his eyes, the student listened to the hero's words about how nervousness shouldn't bother a person who had already done everything in his power. Opening his mouth, the young man explained that they were having problems with their nerves right now because they simply didn't believe in themselves. Standing in front of him, the hero said that if they were weak, they should just admit it, and added that what was more important was that they had tried their best. Looking up, the protagonist asked if the older man had given it his all. The interlocutor opened his mouth. Immediately after, his mouth closed. Looking at the guy, the student explained that he had done everything in his power, and there was no doubt about it. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was wonderful. Walking past them, the young man also explained that no matter what others said, all of their efforts that they had made were recognized. As he walked away, the fighter also asked them to stop wasting time on nonsense and go to bed, since the ability to get a good night's sleep before an important day also requires the proper skills. The elder, looking after him, asked where he was going, and the hero replied that he was going to train. Zhang, still looking at him, reminded him that there was a conference to be held today, and the protagonist said that he didn't really care, since training was 100 times more important. The young man went outside the territory. Ghoul, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he was really going to train. The student looked away when he heard his comrades say that they were probably worrying in vain. The elder, with his mouth open, said that the young man was behaving the same way on the day of the conference as usual, and now he felt like they were stupid. Looking at his comrade, Zhang explained that the hero was right, since if they wanted to say with confidence that they had worked hard, they should have gotten some sleep. The comrade looked down when the interlocutor called him. There was a smile on the elder's face. The student immediately looked away. Looking at the exit, the guy thought that the hero was really damn strange. Looking ahead, the student realized that he could not believe that his words helped to put his thoughts in order. Continuing to look in one place, the fighter thought that regardless of the results of the conference, as long as they had this student, the third generation would only become stronger. Ghoul, turning around, asked if the elder was coming. The mountain behind the school appeared and the students' words of agreement were heard. The crowns of trees appeared. A certain bush also appeared. The hero looked out of it. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. Looking out of the bush, the young man assumed that today there would be no one in this place. Clenching his fist, the young man understood that if Isel even tried to show herself, his head would be broken and his body thrown off the cliff. Still standing in the bushes, the boy remembered that he was talking about the elder. Closing his eyes, the hero remembered that it was bad to hit elders. Hitting himself in the chest, the student understood that it was bothering him, because how did he manage to roll to the point that he had to hide here? Suddenly, the young man quickly turned his head. Tree trunks were visible. The protagonist peered into the distance, realizing that there was someone there. Opening his mouth, the guy said that he knew that this would happen and that the elder would pursue him. Peering, the young man thought. Looking at the silhouette in the distance, the hero realized that it was not her, and therefore something was wrong. The hero squinted. 2 silhouettes appeared. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that 2 people decided to meet in such a wilderness in the middle of the night. Grinning, the protagonist realized that everything looked extremely unclean. Immediately after, the fighter rushed forward, thinking about what these people could be planning. The student jumped along the tree trunks with lightning speed. The young man flew over the tree crowns. The guy grabbed a branch right away. Immediately after, the hero sat down on it. Baekhyun was standing there. Looking at him, the protagonist tried to understand what this man was doing here. Looking down, the guy tried to understand who else was there. Suddenly his eyes widened. A student of the rival sect stood next to him. Gimrian, standing in front of him, noted that he was doing well. Smiling, the student called him brother. The relative, frowning, said that he looked extremely relaxed. The fighter, smiling, explained that he simply had no reason to worry. Opening his mouth, the student immediately asked if he could have such a reason. Frowning, the guy listened to the words of the interlocutor. The hero suddenly puffed out his cheeks. The student immediately turned around. There was no one in the tree anymore. The protagonist hid behind the trunk. Turning his head back, his comrade asked his brother not to call him that. Opening his mouth, the fighter said that his name was now Baekhyun. The relative, smiling, explained that one should not renounce the name that was given to them by their parents. The hero covered his mouth with his hand when Gimrian was saying that it didn't matter what everyone else called his brother, since he had another name after all. Looking to the side, the young man realized that these 2 were brothers. Looking at them, the boy realized what both of their names were and also thought that he was now really interested in finding out who their father was and what he was thinking when he gave the children such names. The student, with his mouth wide open, shouted that his name was now different. His brows were furrowed. Smiling, the brother was saying that apparently his relative was doing well at Hwashan's school, since he looked just fine, and the interlocutor asked what he wanted to say by that. Frowning, the student listened to his words about how he only wanted to say that he missed him. Grinning, Gimrian also added that he was simply curious about how his useless younger brother, who ran away from home and entered Hwashan to defeat him, was living in this hole. The student looked at him and asked if it had been 2 years already, and the other answered that mocking weaklings never got boring. Frowning, the boy thought that his brother was a scoundrel. Looking at him, the student understood that he was pretending to be kind and trying to hide his vile nature behind a gentle smile. But even his smile was disgusting, because it came from a rotten heart. Gimrian continued to smirk when the student thought that he was merciless to those he considered weaker than himself, and he knew this very well. Frowning, the fighter remembered that he himself had to go through this. Opening his mouth, the other said that he had a certain proposal. The student, with his mouth slightly open, listened to his brother's words that if he knelt down right now and began to beg him, then perhaps he would be accepted into the Jongnan sect. With a tight fist, Baekhyun told him not to talk nonsense, and said that he was the oldest representative of the 2nd generation of Hwashan. With his mouth wide open, he also said that he had set himself the goal of helping this sect defeat Jongnan, and also ordered his brother not to say such nonsense in front of him anymore. The interlocutor, smirking, listened to his words that even if he began to pray, his brother would simply laugh, because that was his nature. Standing in front of him, the relative noted that brotherly bonds can really be surprising sometimes, and despite the fact that they have not seen each other for a long time, the student still knows him very well. With his mouth wide open, Gimrian explained that he made the wrong choice, because if he really wanted to defeat him, he should have joined the Jongnan sect, then he would have had the slightest chance of achieving his goal. The hero looked at them, listening to the opponent's words about his brother's choice of Hwashan, and how could he really think that he could defeat him by studying in an obsolete sect. The fighter, with his mouth open, laughed loudly and shouted that even a lousy mongrel would find it funny. The brother opened his mouth. Looking at the man, he said that he was right, because he really did join Hwashan to surpass the interlocutor, and also added that he believed that he could defeat him by leading the sect that he despised. Raising his fist to his face, Gimrian replied that if he wanted to spoil something, then it was just an idiotic idea. Opening his mouth, Baekhyun replied that he initially behaved like a child. The protagonist was still sitting on the branch, listening to the words of the elder about how he now sincerely liked Hwashan, and was happy to be the eldest among the 2nd generation. The fighter folded his hands in front of him, and asked for someone to help him become stronger. The young man, looking away, realized what the whole story was. Turning away, the boy realized that he had never thought that he was truly happy to be a 2nd generation senior disciple in such a shabby sect. His brother, smiling, asked if he had gone crazy. Looking at his relative, Gimrian listened to his words about how he should not underestimate Hwashan. Opening his mouth, the fighter noted that the interlocutor would find this strange. Opening his mouth wider, he said that after coming here, he managed to realize that happiness does not come from expensive clothes, delicious food, and a luxurious life. The young man looked away again, listening to the elder's words about how this place really needed him. His brother, squinting, listened to the words of the interlocutor about how this was the reason he had to set himself the goal of elevating Huashan above all other sects. Baekchan punched his chest and said that he had found his own purpose in the sect and moreover, that the sect responded to him with kindness and care. His mouth half open, his brother asked again about care. Looking at him, Gimrian said that after hearing his relative's stupid speech, he had managed to realize that he still had not understood anything. The opponent, frowning, explained that it was already over for his brother. The student clenched his teeth as his relative said that Baekchan, because of his idiotic choice, was doomed to spend the rest of his life as a third-rate fighter and would have nothing left to do but pitifully watch his rise in the Zhongnan sect. His mouth half open, the student said that he didn't care, because this was his life. Smiling, his brother called such a life the life of a scumbag and added that it was extremely funny to watch such a person. Pointing his finger, the fighter also explained that the other man would not have to wait long, because today it would become clear how pathetic and meaningless the path he had chosen was. Smiling, the relative said that it was an extremely wonderful combination of a fallen sect and a foolish brother. With his mouth open, Baekchan shouted at him not to insult Huashan, because otherwise he would have to force him to shut up. There was a smile on his brother's face. An aura began to appear at his feet. It began to spread around. The student covered his face with his hand, while the relative asked him if he really thought he could force him to shut up. Grinning, Gimrian explained that his skills were too pathetic for that, and therefore today everyone would see the worthlessness of his brother and his sect. The student clenched his teeth hard. The aura began to move away. The opponent, standing in front of the other man, said that he would take care of it later. Turning away, he asked his brother to wait for this moment. The relative began to walk away. The student was breathing heavily. Gritting his teeth, the boy tried to figure out if he could handle this. Biting his lower lip, the student realized that he just had to cast aside all doubts. Clenching his fists, the fighter knew that he was a disciple of the Huashan sect, and one day he would become its leader and return it to its former glory. Turning around, the student decided to definitely cope with such difficulties. Suddenly, the boy looked up, as he heard the hero's words that this was a source of pride. The young man was sitting on a branch. The fighter, with his mouth wide open, asked why he was there and also asked why he could not sense his presence. The hero stood up. Opening his mouth, the elder asked if the young man had heard everything. Smiling, the protagonist answered affirmatively and added that he was very impressed, because who would have thought that he was so devoted to their sect? The student standing in front of him asked him not to tell anyone about this meeting, because there would certainly be those who would spread a bad opinion. The fighter punched himself in the chest and said that he would never tell anyone about this secret, and the interlocutor asked why it sounded as if he would definitely tell everyone about it. The student bowed his head and listened to the hero's question about whether it was true that he was Gimrian's younger brother. Opening his mouth, Baekchan answered affirmatively and added that their relationship could not be called warm and that they already had different mothers and had already started telling something. Putting his hand in front of him, the young man asked him to stop, because he had no desire to listen to this pitiful story. Waving his finger, the hero explained that, besides, everything was clear anyway, because the interlocutor was the youngest son and did not receive due attention and treatment because of his talented older brother. Looking at him, the boy asked if it was true that in the end everything turned out that he ran away from home and entered Huashan, and the student asked him not to simplify the life story of other people so much. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor said that his life could not be described in such a story. His eyes opened wider after the praise from the young man. Standing in front of him, the student asked again. The protagonist smiled and explained that he had made the right decision to join the Huashan sect. Looking up, the youth explained that no matter where he was from or what his story was, as long as he came to this sect of his own free will, he was a full-fledged follower of Huashan. Baekchan listened with his mouth slightly open as he said that it would be proven that his choice was not a mistake. Looking at him, the student knew that this was not something an immature child would say. Looking down, the student realized that for some reason, the man's words had given his heart peace. Standing before him, the fighter asked when he intended to prove it, and the hero asked if it was obvious. The youth raised his finger. The moon appeared in the sky as the hero said that day was already today. The student raised his head. The boy smiled and said that it was time to teach those bastards from Zhongnan a lesson. The other man looked up, listening to him say that they needed to try hard. The sun was already shining over the mountains. The students were already standing on the training ground. In front of them were the leader and the assistants. They were all lined up neatly. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, noted that they were all slightly nervous. With his hands behind his back, the old man said that there was no need to tense up so much, because regardless of victory or defeat, this conference should be another step for the students. The hero, also standing in line, listened to him say that no matter what the result was, they were all still worthy students of Huashan, and they should keep that in mind. Closing his eyes, the boy realized how pathetic this speech was. The rest of the comrades also stood in line, while the protagonist thought about how this speech did not even raise the morale of the others. Iso was also standing in line, when the young man realized that the leader's speech did not even give him the determination to defend the honor of their sect. Baekchan was also standing there. Grinning, the hero knew that those words were able to calm the hearts of those who felt burdened a little. The leader held his hands behind his back. A smile appeared on his face. Opening his mouth, the old man wished everyone good luck in the competition and added that he believed in all of them. The training ground appeared. The disciples of the Zhongnan sect were already coming out onto it. The Huashan fighters were already there. They all walked forward. The students immediately stopped in front of the seats. They lined up on one side of the arena. On the other side, Gimrian was standing among the students. Something was hovering around his feet. The elder sat down on the chair. The leader's assistants looked at him. The arena appeared. The leader opened his eyes, hearing the guards telling someone that the person was not allowed in here. Holding the door, the guard said that it was extremely rude to go wherever they wanted and asked them to leave. Some people started to enter the school grounds. Henning jumped up, not understanding what was going on. Wunam turned around and called the leader. People continued to enter the school grounds, and the assistant explained that those who wanted to see the Huashan Zhongnan sect congress had come here and were demanding to be let in. Looking at them, the old man realized that they were wearing rather expensive clothes and that he knew some of them personally. Looking ahead, the leader realized that these people were among the top 10 leaders of the Milky Way trade associations and other major merchants in this area, but he could not understand why they would want to watch this congress. The leader glanced to the side. An elder was sitting there. The old man remembered the assistant who had said that soon a rumor would spread throughout the Shaanxi region that Huashan was no longer a prestigious sect. The leader frowned, realizing what a cheap trick this was. Wunam turned around, listening to Hyanzheng scream that he didn't know that outsiders were not allowed to enter here without permission. The leader, with his mouth open, shouted a question about how he was allowing them to do this when he knew these people's obvious tricks, but the man said that it was not that at all. Suddenly, the old man looked away. Sama, standing above him, explained that they had not contacted these people in advance. Looking at him, the leader thought that if he said that this was not the work of the Zhongnan sect, then who could have done it? The leader, looking at the assistant, asked him to tell him what happened. The same one said that he tried to stop these people. The man looked away, explaining that he did not know if the person who brought them was here. Someone approached them and said that this was his doing. The leader's eyes suddenly opened. In front of him stood Mr. Huang. The merchant, bowing his head, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. People continued to enter the area as the gentleman spoke about how he simply thought that such events were not very interesting without spectators, so he wanted to invite a few people along. Sama, looking at him, remarked that this was an extremely good idea. The old man turned his head and added that since this was the last Congress of Huashan and the Zhongnan sect, why don't they make a festival out of it for Shaanxi? The leader exhaled. The merchant looked away. The hero's eyes suddenly widened. The son, approaching the old man, said that the young Taoist had sent a letter. The man handed over the paper. The young man smiled as the merchant thought about how he had asked him to bring famous and influential people as spectators. Looking at it, the old man knew that he had done as he was told, but he still didn't understand what would happen next. Something began to appear. These were some shops. All the important guests were sitting inside them. The young man, looking somewhere, said that now everything was definitely ready. An assistant was walking towards the center of the arena. He stopped in the center. Wunam took a breath. The man opened his mouth wide and started shouting something. All the disciples, looking somewhere, listened to his shout that the Congress of the Huashan and Zhongnan sects was starting this year. Mountains appeared. The arena was visible and they started announcing the first participants. Someone was walking along the arena. 2 fighters were entering it when someone asked the elder not to get hurt. The disciples, with their mouths open, shouted that he had to win and he couldn't lose. The guy had a wooden sword in his hand. His face was serious. His brother was standing opposite him. The merchant, sitting at the table, laughed and said that he was already in anticipation. The 2 fighters were standing opposite each other when one of the guests said that he found it hard to believe that the representatives of each sect would fight, because in fact, the result of this duel would show what this Congress would be like. Someone else answered in the affirmative and added that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the outcome of the entire Congress depended on this match. Looking at the Zhongnan student, the guest remembered that they said about that student that he was the most talented and therefore he would lead his sect to prosperity, and at the same time he looked amazing, like a young hero from some story. Looking at the other fighter, the guest asked if the second one looked just as impressive and immediately noticed that they were frighteningly similar to each other. The old man, looking to the side, said that it was interesting, because maybe it was because they were wearing black and white clothes, but it seemed to him as if they were looking at a painting. The interlocutor agreed with him and added that he could not wait to see their fight. The merchant, rubbing his beard, asked how a disciple of Huashan could be an equal opponent to Gimrian. The fighter, standing in front of Baekchan, noted that he still did not run away. Putting his sword forward, the boy said that he would never run away from the Zhongnan sect. Grinning, the opponent noted that his brother had an extremely talkative mouth. The leader, frowning, watched what was happening. An aura began to appear at the fighter's feet. The aura around him created the image of a tiger when he said that he was a second-generation disciple of Huashan. Opening his mouth, the young man also added that he was the one who would become the leader of this sect in the future. Immediately after, the fighter rushed to attack. The blade in his hand seemed to vibrate. The brother noticed this. Putting his sword in front of him, the student used the Yuan sword of the crouching azure tiger. Suddenly, the opponent's eyes opened wider. The arena was filled with many vortexes after using the furious tiger claw dance. The merchants grabbed the chairs. Ghoul, with his mouth wide open, spoke about the elder's technique. Introducing this fighter, the student said that he was like a crouching tiger that suddenly attacks, and this technique allows you to run at great speed and make successive attacks. The student, with his mouth slightly open, remembered that he had seen it before, but he could not understand when it had become so strong. They were still fighting, when Ghoul realized that the elder was able to put pressure on the great Gimrian, and this must be the result of his personal training. The fighter landed on the floor of the arena. His eyes were shining bright blue. Suddenly, the young man made a sweeping blow with his sword. The leader watched intently. With his mouth slightly open, the old man tried to understand when he was able to reach such a level. The elder also watched the fight. Jiang, with his mouth slightly open, said that their elder was driving his opponent into a corner. The hero hit him when he was talking about their comrade pressing Gimrian. The student, looking at the protagonist, asked if their comrade would be able to win. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, answered negatively. John looked at him as he spoke about how he needed to attack to win. Looking at Baekshun, the boy asked how he could win if he had not yet managed to land a single blow. Sweat was pouring down his face, and the hero asked if his face looked like the face of a winner. A silhouette was visible in the dust in front of him. His opponent appeared there. The fighter opened his mouth and shouted a question about why he was doing this to him. Baekshun jumped up. Gimrian dodged the blow. The black swordsman ducked. The fighter looked down on his opponent. Baring his teeth, the man could not understand why this was happening. The warrior rushed forward. Gimrian dodged another blow. Baekshun looked away. Raising his head, the student continued to ask himself why he was powerless. The young man slid along the ground. Dust rose on the battlefield. The guy grabbed the sword with both hands. A moment later, the fighter made a sweeping blow. The boy pushed off the floor. Gimrian lowered his head, not looking at his opponent swinging his sword. The white swordsman leaned back. Baekshun landed on his feet. Standing there, the student couldn't understand why this was happening. The man looked up. A moment later, the swordsman looked at his opponent. Baring his teeth, the boy was furious that he couldn't even scratch his opponent. Sweating, the boy noticed that his opponent was too far away from him. Imagining Gimrian's face, the fighter thought that she looked like a sheer cliff that reached high into the sky. The boy's hand began to be covered in a blue aura. Making an angry expression, the young man thought about how much time he had wasted training. Opening his mouth wide, the swordsman screamed that it was all in vain. Baekshun held his sword. A moment later, the student struck. The boy made many quick attacks. The blow flew past Gimrian. The fighter dodged the attacks flying at him. The boy looked forward. The fighter looked at his opponent. Taking a fighting stance, the young man saw how quickly his opponent dodged the attacks. Baekshun bared his teeth. The boy grabbed the sword with his other hand. A moment later, the student raised the sword back. The young man quickly ran forward. Second-generation disciple Zhongnan extended his hand in front of him. The opponents stood with their backs to each other. Gimrian looked down. Baekshun's clothes began to tear. The young man opened his mouth in pain. The boy fell to his knees. The opponent stood behind. The man walked forward. The young man began to sweat. Second-generation disciple Zhongnan smiled. Looking down, the swordsman declared that his opponent had had enough fun. Baekshun looked back. The enemy raised his sword to strike. A moment later, Gimrian's attack struck his opponent. The boy opened his mouth and screamed in pain. The young man fell to the ground. The swordsman's foot was on the loser's back. Looking down, the white swordsman declared that his opponent was a fool. Kiamayan listened with wide eyes as he was told that no matter how many techniques this warrior learned, he would not be able to touch even a hair on the Zhongnan fighter's head. Gimrian raised his sword above his head. Smiling, the scoundrel declared that he would make his opponent realize how foolish his words were. Powerful blows were heard within the walls of the training ground. Baekshun rolled on the ground. A moment later, the boy was lying face down. Looking at his opponent, the student realized that the gap between them had not become any smaller. The warrior extended his hand. The boy grabbed the sword. The boy knelt down. The young man stood up. A moment later, Gimrian lunged forward. The boy noticed the enemy approaching. The fighters made their strikes. The warriors dodged each other's attacks. The second-generation disciple of Zhongnan circled around his opponent. Numerous blows struck Baekshun's body. The boy's mouth opened wide, unable to understand why he couldn't even reach his opponent. The young man stamped his foot. The young man lowered his hands. The swordsman's body trembled. Turning his head, Gimrian heard his opponent scream. The disciple jumped up. The second-generation disciple of Zhongnan dodged the attack. The villain raised his hand to strike. Baekchen looked away. A moment later, the enemy struck his opponent, causing bleeding. The boys' mouths to open at what they saw. Baeksen's eyes widened in surprise. Blood splashed in the air. Baekchen was lying on the ground. The boy tried to get up. Standing next to his opponent, Gimrian said that he was very stubborn, but he would never be able to injure him even in his entire life. Sweating, the boy asked why this happened. The second-generation disciple of Zhongnan opened his mouth and said that he had already explained this. The old man frowned and listened to the words about how it was all about the difference between their sects. The disciples listened to the scoundrel's speech with angry faces. With his arms outstretched, Gimrian shouted about the huge gap between them. Standing next to his defeated opponent, the second-generation disciple of Zhongnan said that even after 1,000 years, Huashan's martial arts would not compare to the martial arts of the Southern Region sect. Baekchen looked at the floor and listened to the words about how he should leave the Huashan sect because it had no future. Smiling, the man said that what was left of the organization's former glory was now just a joke. The boy kept his hand on the ground. Raising his eyebrows, Gimrian heard his opponent reject the offer. The youth raised his hand. The young man was breathing heavily. The boy glared and said that he was a disciple of the Huashan sect. Smiling, the second-generation disciple Zhongnan said that this was what a man should be like. The swordsman held the weapon in his hand. A moment later, the scoundrel struck his opponent. With his mouth open, Baekchen listened to the words that despite his manliness, he should not count on courtesies. Looking back, the man assumed that he said this too late. The boy fell to the ground. Running up to the fallen man, the boy called out to his older brother. The boys ran up to their beaten comrade. Exen held her brother's head in her arms. The boy lay with his eyes closed. The young man bared his teeth. Looking back, Gimrian heard the words that he had gone too far. Turning his head, the scoundrel asked what he meant, to which the disciple replied that during sparring there was no need to hurt the opponent too much. The boy listened with his brows furrowed as he was told that this was the reason his friend was still alive. Spreading his arms, the second-generation disciple of Zhongnan said that if he had a real sword in his hands, his opponent would already be dead. Smiling, Gimrian apologized for not thinking that his enemy would be such a weakling. Baeksang bared his teeth. Turning his head, the boy asked to take the wounded man to the infirmary. The disciples carried their comrade away. Looking down, the boy asked to try the power of the South Edge sword technique. Gimrian agreed with his mouth open. Looking away, the second-generation disciple of Zhongnan called Sohan. Leaning on a chair, the fighter listened to the words about fighting. The warrior stood in front of his elder brother. Opening his mouth, the fighter said that he would do it. The swordsman smiled. Baeksang looked forward resolutely. The old man laughed, saying that he was simply incredible. He began to eat the treat in his hand, when suddenly the teacher sitting next to him said that Baekchen was stronger than he thought, but Gimrian's achievements exceeded all his expectations, and he deserved the title of the most talented swordsman in Shaanxi. Looking after the boy, one of the men asked if Zhongnan School did not deserve to be called the best school in Shaanxi thanks to a student like Gimrian. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, saying that while Huashan School showed them its growth, the amount of investment in it could not compare to Zhongnan School. Huang exhaled heavily, thinking that in the end, they were just merchants. He looked after the departing students, thinking that someone would be carried away in such a pitiful state, while they only thought about money, and although he was also a merchant, he found such behavior disgusting. Turning his head to the side, Mr. Huang wondered what the protagonist thought about this. He looked closely at the boy sitting nearby, thinking that he confidently asked to bring people here, so he had no doubt that Qianmayan was planning something. The old man continued to look at the wary boy, thinking that if this continued, Huashan's school would not be able to restore its former reputation, but on the other hand, it would only make it easier for them to fail. Huang narrowed his eyes, hoping that the student would not disappoint him. Zhang turned his head towards the departing Baeksang with Baekchen, asking if the elder was okay, to which the protagonist assumed that he was probably not. Zhang turned his head towards him, asking if he must be seriously injured. Without changing his expression, Qianmayan coldly answered, probably. His expression was unperturbed. Seeing this, Zhang frowned. He got angry, asking if he didn't care too much, and even though he knew they didn't get along, he was their elder, and he really didn't care that he was beaten so badly. Looking at him, the guy asked him to calm down. The elder one furrowed his brows in anger, shouting that this was not how a younger one should behave. Continuing to look at his dissatisfied face, the protagonist asked what he expected. He looked ahead from under his brows, telling Zhang not to tell him that the elder was actually confident in Baekchen's victory. Zhang looked at the battle on the battlefield, thinking that he did not even hope that they would win the conference between Huashan and Zhongnan. He turned to the protagonist, thinking that he wanted to at least save a piece of their pride. Without further ado, he turned away again. Continuing to watch, the boy thought that they tried so hard. Zhang looked at the flag, asking in his mind if the 10 great schools were really at such a high level. Without turning around, Qianmayan said that if everything was possible only through hard work, then everyone in the world could become a martial artist, and the main thing is not how much effort you need to put in, but how much you put in, while the elder turned to him with interest. Feeling a gaze on him, the boy asked to watch closely. The protagonist pointed to the boy fighting, saying that the second generation would lose. Zhang looked at him, asking if they were all, to which the boy replied that there was one person who could win. Qianmayan looked at Isel, who was standing to the side, adding that it seemed like she would not participate. The elder also turned towards her, wondering in his head if they really had no chance of even a draw. Turning his gaze to the battlefield, he asked in confusion if they would lose. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, asking who said they would lose. Turning away abruptly, he added that this only applied to the second-generation disciples. The boy looked at the surprised elder, asking him to go train, because they would have to sweat. On the battlefield, a powerful blow flew into the boy's body at great speed. The second-generation disciple fell to the ground exhausted. His opponent quickly approached him. He placed his foot on the chest of the lying boy, asking if he was done. Siohan raised his eyebrows in pity, saying that he could continue. He quickly turned his head to the protagonist, who was sitting in the direction. Siohan smiled maliciously, saying that they were nothing but empty talkers. Qianmayan frowned in anger. His nose wrinkled, and he thought that he would see how long this grin would last on his face. The injured boy was flying quickly through the air. He suddenly fell to the ground with all his might. His sword flew at high speed to the elder's feet. Hyunsan turned white in horror, saying that this was the 9th defeat in a row. He turned his head to the leader, shouting that this had to be stopped, because at this rate, the third-generation disciples would also be brutally crushed. Looking down, Hyunjang, after a short pause, replied that he could not do this. Looking at the elder with wide eyes, he asked how he could stop this. The leader looked at the elders sitting at the table, wondering in his head how he could stop this. Looking at one of the merchants, he wondered if he should come out and say that they were no match for the Zhongnan school and would only hurt themselves if they allowed this to continue. Turning to the man at the table, the old man wondered if he should say that the Huashan school had completely failed. Hyunjang looked at the stern Huang, thinking that he could never do such a thing. Looking down in confusion, the leader thought that it was not about protecting his honor. Squeezing his eyes shut, the elder thought that after these words, Huashan would disappear and he could not say anything that would destroy it. Without looking up, the elder said that they could only move forward and that was all he could say, which left Hyunsan very surprised. The disciple hit the ground with all his might again. He fell down with a limp body, exhausted. His opponent came closer with a wide smile. In front of him, an elder sat on the throne. Sama nodded to him with a grin. He clenched his fist with all his might, happily thinking that this was the 10th victory in a row. The old man thought that this was a very pleasing result, smiling continuously. He looked forward with wild eyes, wondering in his mind if this was what they had wished for countless times since their predecessors, and their cherished wish had finally come true. One of the merchants extended his hand, saying that this was already like a beating, and now he could not tell whether the Zhongnan school was so strong, or the Huashan school was simply weak. His partner extended his hand, replying that the powerful Huashan school had become so pitiful. Hearing their conversation, Sama happily thought that even the general preferred Huashan. He suddenly turned back to the front. Looking at his opponents with a wild look, the old man thought that all that was left was to uproot them so that they could never rise again. He sat alone in complete silence. Looking up at the bright sky, the elder thought about how beautiful it was today. Unam exhaled heavily. He closed his eyes, thinking that he wanted to leave here, but his gaze immediately turned forward. The man raised his hand up, shouting loudly that the matches between the third-generation disciples would begin next. Zhang sighed heavily, excitedly asking if it was really their turn. He closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps they felt confident because they had gone through hard training, however. Looking at another student's injury, he thought that the reality they saw with their own eyes completely trampled their confidence that they had accumulated. The elder suddenly turned his head to the side in surprise. His gaze changed dramatically from what he saw. The protagonist bared his teeth in great anger, gritting his teeth. Zhang put his hands forward, saying that he knew the boy was angry, but it was better to calm down, which made Qianmayan even more furious. Unam spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the first disciples of the third generations on each side. The man suddenly fell silent, hearing shouts that the protagonist should not be released no matter what. The disciples fell on the boy in a crowd, shouting that he should have been the last one to lose his temper. Suddenly, the disciples were taken aback by what they saw. From the center, the protagonist jumped up with all his might. He floated lightly in the air. The merchants looked up at him with interest. Kicking up dust, the protagonist landed on the ground. His hand gently lifted off the ground. The guy clenched his hands into fists, confidently standing in the center. Yuman's eyes widened, asking in surprise why Kianmayan was even here. asking in surprise why Kianmayan was even here. The protagonist looked around, shouting that one of them. Grinning, he added that he didn't care who, but one of the opponents had to come out to him quickly. Zhang and Gul opened their mouths wide at what they heard. The protagonist looked forward with a crazy look, shouting until he killed them all. Sama leaned forward in surprise, asking what was wrong with this crazy guy. Gimrian smiled, saying that this idiot ended up getting furious. Turning his head back, he called out to Yuriang. Looking at the serious guy, the elder said that despite what he said, the protagonist came out first, but nothing had changed, so he needed to help him understand his place. Yuriang quickly rushed forward, shouting that he understood everything. The guy stopped not far from the protagonist. He carefully rose to his feet. Frowning, Yuriang said that he would knock everything out of the opponent. Clenching his hands into fists, he added that he was a third-generation disciple of the Zhongnan school. Chongmian confidently approached him with his fists. Noticing this, Yuriang's eyes widened in horror. The protagonist's mad gaze was directed straight at his opponent. He immediately hit the student on the cheek with all his might. What he saw left Sama in extreme horror. Zhang and Gul watched with their mouths wide open. Chongmian jumped away from his falling opponent, asking how a weakling like him dared to show off here. Grinning with rage, the guy asked him to prepare for death. The beaten Yuriang continued to spin quickly in the air. Beads of sweat ran down Sama's excited face. The student's body flew right in front of his face. Turning his gaze to the protagonist on the side, the elder thought that this guy had disappeared for a moment. Taking a closer look, he wondered if he had missed the movements of this child. Opening his mouth wide, the elder thought that this was impossible. With a loud thud, Yuriang fell backwards onto the ground. His weakened limbs fell after his body. The protagonist's hand confidently grabbed the hilt of the wooden sword. The guy quickly approached the body lying on the ground. Having kicked the ground hard, Chongmyong ordered his opponent to get up, and then asked what he was simulating, because the guy had not even used his internal energy yet. Zhongnan's disciples got angry, shouting that the protagonist hit his opponent while talking, and Huashan did not even have manners. Chongmyong sighed menacingly, thinking that manners were useless, and then asked if it was really necessary to shake hands, drink together, and only then begin the battle before a war. Yuriang, with the last of his strength, leaned his hand on the ground. With a tremor in his body, he tried to get to his feet. The guy reached for the sword lying next to him with a trembling hand. The protagonist looked at him, shouting for the opponent to get up faster, because there is a limit to waiting. Suddenly, he frowned in alarm, asking if the student was okay. With his cheeks swollen from the blow, Yuriang answered tremblingly that he could continue to fight. A few drops of blood flowed from his nose. A second later, a huge stream of blood gushed forward. A small rainbow suddenly appeared above it. The protagonist looked at what was happening in bewilderment, asking if this guy would die like this. He continued to watch the stream in bewilderment, thinking that he wanted to kill a man from Zhongnan. But for the first murder in his new life, wasn't there too much blood? Kianmayan looked at Unam worriedly, asking if Yuriang needed a doctor. The man turned away, answering that this was also their first time, and first they needed to ask for understanding from other clans. The guy's shirt on his hand suddenly tore off. The student confidently began to tear it in half. Twisting the fabric, he viciously inserted it into his nostrils. Enraged, Yuriang clenched his teeth hard. The protagonist was surprised by what he saw. He smirked, wondering if his opponent really wanted to continue. Yuriang interrupted his thoughts, shouting that Chongmian was a coward. The student wiped the blood from his face, shouting that the guy knew no shame at all, and he would definitely tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. Frowning, the protagonist asked him again what he said. The student clenched his fists, shouting loudly that it was too late to beg him for mercy, because he would crush the opponent so much that even his parents would not recognize him. Chongmian remained steadfast in place. Yuriang exhaled, saying that he took back his praise, so they could continue. The protagonist stepped forward, saying that he had felt a little sorry just now, but not anymore, and that useless thought had completely disappeared. The guy beckoned his opponent with his finger, asking him to attack, because he would show him what it was like when Yuriang couldn't even touch him. The student's eye sockets turned very red from anger. Someone called out to him from behind, and the guy turned around abruptly. He looked at the elders sitting behind him. Gimrian looked into his eyes, asking him not to get excited. Frowning, he said that he shouldn't underestimate his opponent. Yuriang looked into his eyes with bewilderment. His eyes suddenly showed anger. The guy abruptly turned back to his opponent. Narrowing his eyes, he said that it was a good deterrent, which made the protagonist's face change, mimicking him. The student raised his sword, telling Kianmayan not to even think about pulling any tricks. Taking a stance, he added, because his sword wouldn't even touch the guy. The protagonist looked at him with his eyebrows raised high, asking if he had been beaten for a long time. Wrinkling his nose in anger, Yuriang shouted that he would kill his opponent. Jumping up, he insulted Kianmayan in midair. Swinging his sword, the guy suddenly ducked. In a second, he made a sharp jerk to the side. The student flew towards him with his mouth wide open. Qianmayan confidently slid under him. Yuryang's eyes widened in shock from the realization. In midair, the guy threw his head back. The protagonist hit him hard right along the stomach. The guy began to quickly fall to the ground. Qianmayan turned his gaze back, saying that in any case. Then he turned around sharply. Having hit his opponent with all his might, the guy added that recently. Once again hitting Yuryang, who was screaming in pain, Qianmayan continued that they have completely. Having swung with all his might, he added, "It is not manners." The protagonist landed softly on the ground. The guy raised his head up. He kicked the student very hard in the groin. Yuryang turned white from the pain, screaming loudly. Chunmian tried to push him away as hard as he could. The force applied made the corners of his lips drop down. Raising his head up, the student screamed deafeningly in pain. Gimrian frowned at what he saw. Yuryang fell face down on the ground. He landed hard with a trembling body. The protagonist stopped too close next to him. Chunmian brought the sword to his opponent's face. Grabbing him by the cloth, the guy asked, "Well?" Tearing the rags out of his nose, he asked if he hadn't even touched it. Scarlet blood gushed out again. The elders looked in horror at the rainbow that appeared above the blood. Chunmian let go of the bloody cloth from his hand. Smiling, he said that the enemy was defeated. Gimrian bit his lip in anger. The protagonist confidently began to leave the battlefield. Walking to his seat, the boy sat down proudly. Henan looked ahead with wide eyes, asking in his head what just happened. Was this a dream? The old man looked at the protagonist sitting in his seat, wondering if he had defeated the third-generation disciple of Zhongnan. Turning to the beaten Yuryang, the old man thought, so fast and so overwhelming. Henan turned his head to the side in shock. The leader sat with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open. Hyun-san sat next to him, the same expression on his face. He raised a crazy look, asking how a child could be so strong. Hyun-jan looked ahead, shouting that this was some kind of nonsense. He was definitely supposed to lose. They grabbed onto their seats, bewildered, asking why the boy won. While Yuryang used all his strength, what was there to talk about? If he was going to lose, he should have just given up. Hyun-sen abruptly covered his face with his hands. He turned his head to the man, asking how long this child had been here, to which Ngam firmly replied that it hadn't even been 6 months. The leader's subordinate widened his eyes at such a short period of time. With his pupils narrowed in horror, he turned forward, asking if in just 6 months he could catch up with the level of the Zhongnan disciples and even surpass them. A couple of disciples were carrying away the beaten Yuryang from the battlefield. Hyun-sen was horrified, asking if Ngam was saying that it only took half a year for the protagonist to reach this level, and maybe he had studied other martial arts before entering the school, to which the man shook his head, saying nothing of the sort. He looked down in confusion, adding that he actually couldn't determine Qianmayan's exact strength yet, since he was a very secretive child. Hyun-jan continued to look forward, saying who knew that the boy would be such a treasure. Remembering the boy's innocent smile, the leader thought that it was useless to expect anything from this child because he hadn't done anything like that in Huashan. Representing Qianmayan on the battlefield, the old man thought that the student had just shown that he hadn't stopped at what he had achieved with his talent. Looking at the child, he thought that he was a genius. Hyun-yong looked away, asking, anyway, to sum it up, it was a victory, right? Looking at the leader, he added that if he won, Hyun-jang said that he would take care of his reputation. The elder narrowed his eyes, thinking that he wouldn't say that this was a level of just taking care of his reputation. Watching the boy sitting down, he thought that perhaps Huashan had found a talent that would revive its former greatness. Smoke rose into the air from the wind. Huang looked forward, hearing that it looked like the child from Huashan had won. The merchant looked at the man, asking if it was too one-sided. Since he was the one who came out in the vanguard, the Zhongnan disciple must have been an outstanding talent. The man was surprised, asking if there was someone so talented in Huashan. Huang narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was unconscious when the incident at Yunhe Temple happened, so he couldn't personally see his strength, but still, there was reason to believe and invest. The old man looked at the boy, thinking, because he was not the type to fight in a battle he was sure he would lose, and perhaps he had already foreseen all of this. But even so, the result was different from everyone's expectations. The merchant extended his hand, saying that the protagonist couldn't have defeated the Zhongnan disciple by chance, to which the other man pointed out that it was not enough to say that he was amazing, considering his age. Mr. Huang sighed heavily, thinking that from now on, there would probably be no one who would not understand that the boy was a big fish, and he had already caught it. The old man took the treat in his hand, saying that one victory was not enough for sure, and when all the main disciples were defeated, then it would be recognized that this child was an incredible talent. Huang overheard these words, thinking that it was not to say that they were wrong. Clenching his hands into fists, he mentally asked Qianmayan to show the merchants what he could do. He carefully watched the main character, wondering if this would be the end of it. The old man lowered his head, wondering if Huashan would start a counterattack. The flag fluttered freely in the wind. Qianmayan took a deep breath of fresh air with a smile. Stretching his neck, the boy said that it helped refresh him, when suddenly Zhang frowned, asking in his mind how he could say something like that after a fight. Suddenly he was surprised to hear shouts from the side, "Great job." The students looked at the protagonist, saying that he did well and should have punched the other guy even harder. The guy laughed, saying that all the frustration that had been building up for decades evaporated right after this guy beat that bastard, and it was so awesome. The elder listened to their praise with surprise. The students surrounded Kianmayan with smiles, saying that he was really good, and if he was strong, he could afford to behave like this. The protagonist waved his hand at them, saying that the battle was over almost in an instant, and in any case, they should stop making a fuss. Hearing this, Zhang smiled relaxedly. He narrowed his eyes, hearing the protagonist's words that everyone was annoying him, and they should leave. Kianmayan turned his head to the side. His gaze met the elder's. Zhang nodded with pursed lips. Taking a few steps forward, he thought that now it was his turn. Recalling the protagonist's battle, the boy thought that Chunmian had done what was expected of him, and even more than expected. Frowning, the elder thought that he needed to maintain the team's morale. The protagonist looked at him with his eyebrows raised high, asking why he was so stunned, and that he should leave quickly, to which Zhang tensed his cheekbones, thinking that this guy always acted like this after doing something worthy of praise. Exhaling, the elder thought that he knew this trait of his, when he suddenly asked if the protagonist had any advice for him, a description of the Zhongnan sex techniques, for example. Chunmian looked at him from under his brows, asking if even if he told him something, would it help him in battle. Waving his hand, he ordered the elder to go and just hit the enemy as soon as he saw him, to which Zhang lowered his head in disappointment. He quickly took the sword, answering that he understood. The elder began to slowly walk to the center. His feet barely moved on the ground. Everyone else stared at him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Huashan disciples were looking at his back attentively. The merchants were looking ahead excitedly. The elders were sitting tensely, waiting for it to begin. Zhang walked forward excitedly, wondering what if he failed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist called out loudly. Zhang turned back abruptly. Stopping, he looked at the guy questioningly. Chongmayan narrowed his eyes, saying that if the elder lost, he would kill him. The elder froze. An awkward smile suddenly appeared on his face. He tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. As he started to climb the stairs, he thought that the wind began to blow in the direction of the Huashan sect mountain. A cool wind swirled around him. The guy suddenly stopped in place. Squinting his eyes, Zhang loudly shouted that he was a third-generation disciple of the Huashan sect. Clenching his fists, he shouted that he wanted to fight the Zhongnan sect member. Veins stood out on Gimrian's forehead in anger. He closed his eyes and called out loudly to Gongjin, who was sitting to the side. Looking at the serious disciple, the elder ordered him to go out and defeat this bastard and return victorious. Jumping up from his seat, the boy made a sharp dash forward. Gimrian gritted his teeth, wondering how the protagonist dared to tarnish his perfect victory. Chongmayan remained unmoved in his seat. The boy became angry, thinking that the protagonist was stronger than he thought, and of course, this was possible. He began to squeeze his hand tightly, thinking that this would not last long. His nose wrinkled with rage when he thought that the boy's victory would not lead Huashan to eternal dominance, since he would not allow this to happen. Dongjin pointed his weapon forward. His expression remained unperturbed. Zhang closed his eyes, wondering in his mind if it had really been 2 years. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he thought that it had been less time since their last meeting. Lost in his memories, the elder remembered how he had fallen down exhausted. Blood was quickly running down his face. Suddenly, a wooden sword was pressed to his neck. Gongjin looked coldly at his opponent lying in front of him. Zhang took a stance, thinking that today's result would be the same. His feet slid on the ground. The elder extended his sword forward, wondering what would have happened if Kianmayan had not come to them. He remembered how his sword was spinning in the air, because Zhang always lost his self-control in duels with the Zhongnan sect. The weapon landed, but the boy felt as if all his training was useless. He slowly walked towards the sword. The elder clenched his hands into fists, thinking that all this made him think that no matter how much he prepared, it was all useless. Turning his head to the side, he thought, while everyone was giving in to this wave of despair. Zhang looked at the stone wall with interest. He knew that one person on it continued to fight no matter what. The elder looked out from around the corner with interest. Raising his head, the guy noticed a training silhouette from above. Looking closer, he recognized Baekshun. Turning his head to the side, Zhang saw Ghoul talking to the protagonist. Looking closer, he thought that Kianmayan appeared out of nowhere. The elder immediately remembered how they climbed the rocks, because of the new guy, they trained like hell for half a year, but thanks to this, they discovered new themselves. Zhang climbed higher tiredly, thinking that they narrowed the gap between them and the Zhongnan sect during this time. The guy put his bloody hand on the stone, thinking that he was not sure. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, thinking that he didn't care what result he got. Frowning, the elder realized that he couldn't get away that easily. Gongjin looked at his opponent, asking, No need to say unnecessary words, right? He pointed the sword forward, adding that he would make the opponent bow before the greatness of their sect. Looking forward from under his brows, the boy said that it was not a question. Making a sharp dash forward, he shouted that it was a statement. Zhang narrowed his eyes, thinking that the opponent's posture was different from last time. Spreading his legs wide, the elder thought that this was a simple quick attack with a predictable movement of the sword. Putting his hand in front of him, he thought that he had never been able to block the opponent's sword. He directed his furious gaze forward. At that moment, Zhang turned the sword sideways. The boy abruptly extended his hand forward. He immediately managed to stop the opponent's sword attack on him. Gongjin frowned in surprise. The elder pushed his weapon away with all his might. The student clenched his fist, saying that his opponent seemed to be no fool in his free time. Rushing forward, the boy shouted that his opponent didn't stand a chance now. Zhang clenched his teeth in anger. He thrust his sword in front of him, and was thrown aside by the shock wave. Crouching, the elder thought that his opponent was fast, and his blow was heavy. Looking after Gongjin, the boy thought that since he could accelerate and deliver such blows, he was twice as strong as during the last fight. Faced with his opponent's gaze, Gongjin wondered if his strength was real. He suddenly pushed off the ground with all his might. Their swords clashed. Gongjin jumped back. Starting to dodge all the attacks inflicted on him, he asked in his head why he could see all his opponent's movements. Gongjin swung his sword hard. Suddenly his hands dropped down. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the elder, he asked in his head if he had not only blocked him, but also pushed him away. John looked at his palms with heavy breathing. Raising his tired gaze, the boy asked if this was all his opponent could do, and let him not misunderstand him, because this was not a joke, and he asked in all seriousness. Gongjin frowned deeply in rage. The elder spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the opponent would not want to let him go so easily, because his goal was to humiliate the boy, or he was thinking of suddenly becoming stronger after. The student clenched his fists tightly, shouting loudly for the boy not to get arrogant just because he parried a few blows. Jumping high with his sword, he loudly insulted his opponent. He struck forward hard, which John quickly managed to dodge. Swinging, he kicked Gongjin in the stomach. Falling to the ground, the student jumped back. His teeth began to grind from anger. John's mouth dropped open in confusion. He frowned and turned around. Looking into the eyes of the protagonist who was staring at him, the elder wondered what he had been doing with them all this time. Gongjin looked forward with a mad gaze, screaming furiously. The elder placed his feet shoulder-width apart. His opponent pushed off the ground with force. The student's gaze was fixed on his opponent's feet. John gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, thinking that he could do it. After all, he had been training this pose for an endless amount of time. Lost in his memories, the boy remembered that he had not missed a single day. Raising the weapon above his head, he said that it would be a downward cut. Squeezing it even tighter in his hands, the elder thought that any movement of the sword was the result of the training of the one who wielded it. He tensed his legs, thinking that he should stand on them as firmly as a rock. John closed his eyes tightly and thought that he couldn't miss a single movement of his eyes. The sword in Gongjin's hands began to glow brightly blue. He made a quick dash forward. Lost in thought, the elder remembered the words of the protagonist that he must decide to strike a single blow at the enemy. Decide and not repeat it again. His pupils sparkled brightly when Zhang shouted that he must not hesitate. His sword was quickly moving towards Gongjin's head at great speed. Anger and rage filled Gongjin's eyes. The guy suddenly abruptly changed the position of his legs. Then he raised the sword above his head to defend himself. After that, he clenched his teeth. Zhang was unwavering. His blow hit his opponent. A wooden sword soared into the sky. A few meters away from the boys, it landed on the ground. It turned out to be only a torn blade. The impulse from such a blow spread several meters around them. Ghoul opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. The head of Jiangnan village felt the same emotions. There was shock in Gimrian's eyes. His comrade's face twisted into a grimace of terrible pain. Suddenly, he fell on his back. Zhang was tightly clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand. After a short pause, he let out a heavy breath and lowered the weapon. Then, he changed the position of his legs. Folding his arms, the boy shouted loudly that it was a wonderful fight. His comrades could not take their eyes off him. Suddenly, they jumped to their feet and cheered loudly. They jumped, waved their fists and shouted that Zhang had won. The head of Huashan's school fainted from joy, and the head of the finance department, seeing this, shouted in shock that he could not leave them now. The rest of the seniors could not take their eyes off the victorious Zhang. The boy continued to stand silently. Looking at him, Hyun-san smiled contentedly. Less than a minute later, Zhang returned to his comrades, and they said that it was a wonderful job. Ghoul still could not close his mouth from surprise. When he suddenly raised his hands and asked in confusion how he did it, and how he could become as strong. When he suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise when Zhang interrupted him and said that all he really needed to do was step into the arena. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy added that he wouldn't lose even if he tried, so he should just go there. After saying this, Zhang looked at the protagonist out of the corner of his eye and asked him what he did. Qianmayan, despite him, asked what he was talking about. Smiling widely, the guy asked what he did to them, to which he grinned and replied, "Nothing like that." Looking at his comrade, the protagonist added, "He just made them into those who were obliged to win, because the members of Zhongnan are strong, extremely strong for their age. But if you think about it from the other side, they are weak." Zhang sat down next to him and asked, "They are strong and weak at the same time, how can you even understand this?" Continuing to look at the arena, the boy did not answer that they had learned a lot for their age. Without taking his eyes off the teacher, Zhang asked if it was bad to know a lot. A huge tower rose into the sky, and the protagonist answered that learning martial arts was like building a tower. Its maximum height depends on the quality of the foundation, but they began building the second and third floors before they finished the first. Imagining a collapsing tower, he added that they did not strengthen the tower and continued to build, which made it unreliable. Imagining the tower collapsing, the boy asked what he thought would happen if two towers collided, of which only one had a strong first floor, to which Zhang answered that the weak tower would collapse. Turning away, Qianmayan said that this was the correct answer, after which he added that the destiny of martial arts is to perfectly control your body and deliver decisive blows. Imagining how one move would produce two more, and from them two more, he said that the foundation would spread roots, from which the stem would grow, and from that the branches, it would become faster, stronger and more robust. Keeping his arms folded across his chest, the guy continued to say that he had only made them grow the roots properly, and then asked his interlocutor to look at the arena. Ghoul was fighting with all his might against the student of the Zhongnan school, and his teacher was saying that his movements were completely different from before. Focusing on his legs, the protagonist said that they were no longer shaking. Intently observing the blows with which Ghoul was putting pressure on his opponent, Qianmayan added that they were more precise than ever, and his eyes were able to see everything as it was. The guy's eyes were filled with anger and determination. He was tightly gripping the sword in his hand, when suddenly he delivered the final blow to his opponent, and the protagonist said that the most important thing was that he was able to put all his strength into this blow. And when the Zhongnan school student fell, he finished saying that at this stage this was more than enough, and with all this they were able to crush the enemy. Ghoul looked at his defeated opponent in shock. At this time, Zhang turned to the teacher and asked why other sects did not do the same if everything was so easy, to which he asked in response, "Was it really easy? Did it really seem to him that the training was too easy?" The guy waved his hands negatively and replied that he was not talking about that, he was talking about concentration. Turning to the student, Chongmin asked if they could cope if he made them spend half a day studying and the other half meditating and thinking, taught them to respect their elders, not to deceive the weak and not to be greedy, respect authority and be an example for the younger ones. And to the answer of course no, he asked why not, because if they could, they would be great people. The guy opened his mouth in surprise at what he heard. Without turning away from the teacher, he said to himself that he now understood what he was talking about. Everyone strives to become great, but each generation stands out only for a few people who are worthy of being called that. People know this, but do not give up their aspirations. While he was saying this, Ghoul returned to his comrades. He sat down next to him, and the next student of their school entered the arena. The main character, without turning around to look at his students, suddenly said that if a drop falls as much as it needs, it will be able to break a boulder. You need to devote yourself entirely to training. The most important thing is hard work, because the older generations always emphasize this, after which he asked what they thought. Why exactly so? The elders of the third generation looked at their teacher in surprise. Chunmian's face did not express any emotions while he was saying that it was precisely because people are not capable of this. They cannot bring themselves to the limit day after day and surpass it. Without taking his eyes off the arena, he added that if anyone could do something so ridiculous, then they would become those great ones. The Huashan disciple had defeated his opponent at this time. Zhong, looking at the protagonist, said that he now understood what he had done. Despite him, the guy responded by saying that they had managed to cope with it. Their victory was predetermined back when they found the strength to do something like this, adding that the chicks that tried to fly into the sky before they had wings became birds, but they also had to have a place to land. While he was saying this, the Zhongnan disciples were dragging their defeated comrade away. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhong's face, and he wondered if this was really what all this training was for. But where did he learn all this? While asking himself this, he continued to look at the protagonist, who was not paying attention to him. Suddenly, Zhong turned back to the arena. He saw another opponent fall, and his comrades loudly shouted that they had won again. Surprise appeared on Zhang's face, and he realized that they had already won 4 times in a row. His comrades rejoiced, and he said to himself that, except for Ghoul and Chongmyong, who had distinguished themselves, the rest were at about the same level, and if they won, then the next battles would be theirs. In other words, the Huashan school would defeat Zhongnan. A few minutes later, another opponent was defeated. In the next fight, A Zhongnan student was thrown back several meters by a strong blow. After that, his fellow disciple, having missed the blow, flew into the air. With a dull thud, he fell to the ground. The Huashan student looked at this, breathing heavily. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. Then, suddenly, raising his fist to the sky, he loudly shouted that he had won. His comrades repeated after him and shouted loudly that they had won. They had really won. All the third-generation disciples had done it. They had won all 10 fights. Zhang smiled widely at this and said to himself that they had 10 victories in a row after 10 defeats in a row. The Huashan disciples were jumping and very happy, and Zhang knew that it was obvious whose morale was higher and who had tasted victory more. The Zhongnan disciples sat in their seats with their heads bowed in shame. Zhang turned to his teacher and shouted that they had won, and it was all thanks to him. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist turned to him and asked discontentedly, they had won with such and such results. Standing up, he said that they had lost 10 times, and even if they had won the same amount, it was a simple draw, to which Zhang said that was fine too. Straightening up, Qianmayan said that they apparently didn't understand anything. His eyes filled with anger and hatred, and he said that he didn't know the word draw. Hearing this, Zhang narrowed his eyes and quietly said, anything but that. The protagonist reached out for the wooden sword and said that if something like that happened to him, he wouldn't dare to raise his head again. Taking the weapon, he said to himself that if a draw was enough for him, he wouldn't do anything. Drawing an image of Songbik in his mind, Qianmayan added that they hadn't yet paid for stealing the plum blossom techniques. He then imagined Siohan and Gimrian and wondered if they really wanted him to let them go so easily. After introducing the elder of the Zhongnan school, the protagonist finished speaking, dismissing those who dared to enter the Huashan domain, those who mocked the head of the sect. The guy's eyes lit up, and he firmly said, no way, and then turned to the elders. Zhang frowned tensely. Chongyan looked towards the arena and said that they should not miss a second of what he was about to do. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. After these words, the protagonist walked towards the arena. All his comrades watched him, as if bound by his phrase. The guy hurriedly walked forward. He loudly stomped his feet, stepping onto the stairs. His back, which had been seen many times, this time seemed to represent the future of the Huashan sect. His former greatness could be felt in the protagonist. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. The headmaster of Huashan's school came to his senses and quietly said that he could not believe that this day had come. Closing his teary eyes, he said to himself that this was bound to happen eventually, but he thought he would not live to see it. Han-san held his shoulders and laughed as he said that they had done well, to which he replied that it was very good and that he was filled with pride. He exhaled heavily and said to himself that he could not even find the words, he could only say yes over and over again, and in his next life he would look into the eyes of his ancestors with his head held high. Suddenly, his eyes showed surprise at what he saw. Seeing the protagonist enter the arena, the old man asked what the young man was doing. At this time, the headmaster of Zhongnan's school was tightly clutching the armrest in his hand and shouting at his students that they were pathetic idiots. The boys didn't dare raise their heads as the old man shouted, asking if they really thought they would all come back after such a humiliating defeat. His face twisted into a grimace of rage as he continued shouting that they were all just useless fools who had ruined his school's reputation, and how dare they lose to Huashan in front of so many people. Gimrian lowered his head and quietly said that they had suffered 10 losses in a row. He clenched his fist until it shook and repeated that they had a draw with Huashan. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred as he said that Zhongnan's great victory had fallen into a pit of shit, and then asked how dare they even do that. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand and asked if he could say something. The headmaster of Zhongnan suddenly turned to look at him. Gimrian raised his head in displeasure. Standing in the middle of the arena, Qianmayan said that he wanted to speak, and then turned to Mr. Huang. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked the boy what was going on. Turning his head to look at the merchant, the boy said that he thought he would be able to make a decision after he saw everything. He then pointed his index finger at the arena and asked who had won this conference. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's eyes grew surprised, and he asked himself what it meant, who had won. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the old man, who suddenly realized that he had no intention of declaring a draw. He chuckled and added that now that he had asked so openly, they should answer, and then asked his comrades what they thought, because, as he had said, they should decide who had won. The judges looked at the merchant in surprise and quietly answered, okay. One of them turned to his comrades and said that if they had to choose one, they should probably choose the warrior from Zhongnan. After all, he was older and more experienced. Suddenly, the old man raised his hands and said that it didn't matter at all, because they had to look to the future, and according to the perspective of both sides, the victory should belong to the disciples from Huashan. The fat man, hearing this, raised his hands and said discontentedly that this was all nonsense, then asked if the third-generation Zhongnan disciples were younger than the disciples from Huashan, adding that if he was going to talk about it, he should take into account all the nuances, and Mr. Huang watched them from the side. After a short pause, he turned to the protagonist and said that it was difficult for them to make a verdict. Chong Mayan did not leave the center of the arena and replied that he understood this, then asked if it was true that if it turned out to be a draw, everyone would feel that he was not finished. Turning away abruptly, he firmly said that he had a proposal, that if they had one last battle that would decide everything once and for all, since Zhongnan had won 10 battles and Huashan had won the same amount, so it was winners versus winners. It was simple, it would allow them to sum it up. Gimrian gritted his teeth in anger. The Huashan High School students looked at the student in surprise. Gul and Zhong opened their mouths in shock and said that they were all from the second generation, while they were only from the third. Mr. Huang did not take his eyes off the protagonist, who suddenly said that he had conditions. A one-on-one battle was boring, so he wanted to arrange something more interesting. Smiling widely, he asked to allow him to arrange a battle that would continue until there was only one left who could stand on his feet and defeat the next enemy. Stretching out his hand, Qianmayan finished the sentence, saying that the team that remained on their feet wins. Gimrian's eyes were filled with rage and endless anger. Suddenly, the protagonist stuck out his thumb. He ran it across his throat, mockingly saying that if they were afraid, then let them say so. Receiving such a proposal, the headmaster of Zhongnan School smiled in confusion and asked if he was really talking about a team battle. Without taking his eyes off the guy, he suddenly asked him with displeasure, who the hell was he to decide such things? Did he really think he was in a suitable position for this? Hearing this, the guy pointed his hands towards the headmaster of Huashan School and asked if maybe he should ask him then. After all, it was not that difficult to discuss everything here. These words caused anger to appear in the old man's eyes, and he asked how dare he open his mouth. Does he even know who he is talking to? He does not even have a conscience. But before he could finish speaking, one of the judges said that it sounded interesting, causing the Shongnan Guild master to turn around abruptly. The man with the long beard looked at the comrade sitting next to him and said that he agreed with it. He was also interested in seeing the Huashan disciples compete against the Zhongnan disciples, and regardless of the result, it would be a very entertaining spectacle. After these words, the judges began to agree, and the anger in the Zhongnan Guildmaster's eyes turned to surprise. After a short pause, the protagonist extended his hand towards him and said that they needed to get consent from both sides. The old man gripped the armrest in rage at these words. The Huashan Guildmaster's brows furrowed tensely and asked Chongmyong in confusion what the hell he was doing. Suddenly, Ungam, who was sitting nearby, turned to the old man and asked him to let the boy do it, to which the old man asked if he was really asking him to agree to such madness. The protagonist was still standing in the middle of the arena, and the mentor was explaining that he was a very smart guy, and although he sometimes overdid it, he would never call his reasoning stupid, and he could vouch for the fact that he had a head on his shoulders. Ungam, with his brows furrowed, looked at the head of the Huashan school and firmly said that there would never be a time when he did not know what he was talking about, and he had confidence in him, so he should trust him too. Hearing this, Hyunjong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hyunsen, who was standing above him, nodded silently. The head of the finance department also nodded his head. Seeing that his comrades agreed with this, the head of the Huashan school exhaled heavily. After a short pause, he raised his head to the protagonist and said that Huashan had accepted the proposal. Hearing this, the headmaster of the Zhongnan school looked at the old man in shock. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face. After a short pause, without raising his head, the old man said that in that case, the Zhongnan sect also agreed. Hearing that everyone agreed, the protagonist smiled contentedly. Suddenly, someone grabbed his clothes. Zhong was forcibly dragging him back. When he was thrown out of the arena, Chongmayan asked with displeasure what was wrong. Raising his fists, Zhong asked displeasantly what he was doing. How were they supposed to win? After all, they were all second-generation disciples, and Gimrian was also with them, the most talented swordsman in the province, after which he asked if he understood that they couldn't handle this. After all, they weren't that strong. Hearing this, the protagonist wrinkled his face and asked displeasantly if they would really lose to them. Was he really saying this seriously now? After hearing this, Zhong raised his hand behind his head and said that his decisions were thoughtless as always. Squinting, Qianmayan suddenly told him not to even dream of winning. Looking at Gul, who was sitting with his mouth open in surprise, he said to himself that if he put in all his strength, he would be able to stand with a second-generation disciple. Looking at Gimrian, he added that as soon as he entered the arena, everyone would immediately fall apart. After all, no matter how much they prepared, he was on a completely different level. Gimrian's face showed anger and hatred towards his opponents. After a short pause, Zhong extended his hand towards his teacher and asked what he was planning to do and if he even had a plan. The protagonist looked at the student and asked what plan. At this time, the headmaster of Zhongnan School frowned with displeasure and asked if they really wanted a team match. Looking at his opponents, he said that they were planning to wear him down in a team fight and then send out Chungmayan and win. Gimrian, who was standing next to him, opened his eyes and said that they had to win, no matter if there were 10 or 20 enemies. he would fight as many as necessary. Without turning around, the old man replied that there was no need to play by their rules. Moreover, there was no need to assign all the students to him alone, because he would take care of the protagonist. While he was saying this, the others approached Gimrian. A few seconds later, the leader said that Yobiak would go first, to which the guy lowered his head and exclaimed that he would not let him down. At this time, the protagonist's foot stepped into the arena. He threw the sword over his shoulder and said that there was no point in coming up with any other plans. Frowning, the guy firmly said that he was their plan, after which he shouted loudly, ordering them to come to him. Hearing this, the head of the Zhongnan guild raised his head to the arena in shock. Yobiak frowned with displeasure and looked at his opponent. A few seconds later, he entered the arena. The guy slowly approached the protagonist. Chong Mayan looked at his opponent without any emotion on his face and said to himself that it didn't matter how much Huashan's strength had increased until it was proven, because no matter how much their strength had increased, be it 2 or 10 times, only they would know about it, so they had to make it clear that Huashan was not like before, and this was the only way to improve their reputation. The merchants stared at the arena. The judges who were sitting nearby did not take their eyes off the guys. The defeated third-generation disciples of the Zhongnan school were holding their wounds. Yobiak took a fighting stance. The protagonist swung his sword and asked himself what was the best way to spread the name of the Huashan sect. To say that they had defeated the Zhongnan sect, this would attract attention and surprise people greatly. But to make it seem like the Huashan disciples were far superior, that Zhongnan was a legend, would raise the ears of all the people in the province. With these thoughts, the boy turned to Zhang, who frowned tensely. Qianmayan looked at him out of the corner of his eye and ordered him to remember his words and not miss anything that was about to happen. Standing opposite him, Yobiak frowned and said that he might think that he was the best in the world, but he would show him that an excess of self-confidence was the shortest path to humiliation. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist grabbed the blade of a wooden sword. Folding his arms, he introduced himself and demanded a duel. These words caused displeasure to appear in Zhang's eyes. A second later, he also folded his arms and, introducing himself, accepted the duel. Zhang stared at his teacher and said to himself that something was wrong with him, because his previous playful mood was nowhere to be seen, as if a real swordsman had entered the battlefield. The wooden sword in the boy's hands began to spin. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, Qianmayan got into a fighting stance. Zhang, who was standing, turned to Ghoul and told him not to miss a single moment, and then shouted to everyone else not to miss a single move of their teacher. Ghoul immediately turned to the arena. Without sitting down, Zhang added that they should not even blink. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and he firmly said that today he would give birth to a legend. Immediately after these words, Yobiak crossed his arms and shouted loudly that he lacked manners, so he should teach him a few lessons. After that, he began to attack. At what he saw, the headmaster of the Huashan school frowned tensely and asked when Zhongnan managed to master such sword techniques. Yobiak ran at high speed towards his opponent. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the protagonist. Chongmayan suddenly took a step forward. During this, he raised his sword behind his back. At the same second, he made a powerful lunge. Shock appeared in Yobiak's eyes and he wondered if his opponent had blocked his technique. At the same moment, the protagonist took another step. He slashed at his opponent with all his might. The Zhongnan student's hand shook and he wondered what kind of ridiculous power this was. Because it wasn't a technique or a special move, he was simply swinging his sword. The boy jumped back in fear. At the same moment, Qianmayan attacked him again. Yobiak managed to defend himself at the very last moment and wondered why he was so fast. The protagonist took another step forward. He swung his sword while his opponent said to himself that he was completely blocked. Because of this, he couldn't use one of the 12 snow flower techniques. But anyway, he just needed to catch him. With these thoughts, Yobiak began to block the protagonist's strikes. But suddenly, his foot reached the edge of the arena. The boy immediately stopped, realizing this. But at this time, Chongmian took a decisive step forward. His sword was already flying towards his opponent's head. The blade of the wooden sword was a few centimeters from the guy's face. At the same second, the wind that was created by the momentum of the blow spread in all directions. The head of the Huashan guild felt it on his own body. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise from what he saw. Yobiak's hair was fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, he flew down. The guy fell from the arena onto his back. The protagonist continued to stand in the arena. The Zhongnan school student was breathing heavily. After finishing the fight, Chongmian lowered his sword. Each of those present looked attentively at the arena. Raising his head to his opponents, the protagonist called out to the next one. After these words, he turned around. The guy slowly walked to the center of the arena. The head of the Zhongnan school silently looked at him and asked himself if it was really enough for him to suppress his opponent with just basic sword techniques. He recalled the protagonist attacking Yobiak and said to himself that even though he could do something like that in an instant, he couldn't completely disarm him with just basic attacks. Cold sweat was pouring down the old man's face. He couldn't take his eyes off Qianmayan, who wasn't even looking at him, asking himself who the hell he was. His mouth was open in surprise, and he added that his whole being was screaming that they needed to stop him immediately, because if he continued to grow so madly, their school would end up in his shadow. When suddenly, the protagonist looked at him with blazing eyes. But suddenly, the headmaster of the Zhongnan school remembered the protagonist in the past, and said to himself that it was exactly the same with the plum blossom sword in the past. Leaving his memories, he called out to Sohan, who raised his eyebrows in surprise. Frowning tensely, the old man said that he would go next. His eyes filled with anger, and he ordered the boy not to let the protagonist win easily, adding that he should stall for time and wear him out as much as possible. Siohan nodded silently. Less than a minute later, he entered the arena and said to himself that he should not be overconfident. Kianmayan stood in the center with his head down. Extending his sword towards the boy, Siohan said to himself that he should not underestimate his opponent. Closing his eyes, he added that he should not be overconfident. Opening them, the boy finished saying that if he did not weaken his defense like Yobiek, he would never lose. But unexpectedly, he felt as if a huge protagonist was standing in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. Terror appeared in Siahan's eyes, and he asked himself with a trembling voice what kind of crazy pressure this was. And while he was asking himself about this, Kianmayan jumped up. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent, raising his sword behind his head. At the very last moment, Sohan managed to raise his sword, blocking the attack. From such a blow, he had to fall on one knee. Without lowering the sword, the guy asked in a shaking voice, "What the hell?" At this time, the main character took a step forward. From what he saw, shock appeared in Sohan's eyes. But before he could do anything, Chongmyan dealt him the decisive blow. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth and nose. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground. The protagonist lowered his weapon. Raising his head to look at the remaining opponents, he ordered the next one to come out. His comrades jumped up from their seats at what they saw. Zhang, frowning tensely, said in shock that in one move he had defeated a second-generation disciple. Sohan lay on the arena, unable to get up. After a short pause, the protagonist turned around. Walking to the center of the arena, he said to himself that he would not be satisfied with just their defeat, because today he would leave a mark on the Zhongnan sect that they would not be able to get rid of, they would not be able to as long as other sects existed. His comrades began to carry away their defeated fellow disciple. Veins appeared on Chongmyan's face from anger, and he finished saying that they had committed an unforgivable sin. Recalling the battle against the demons, he said to himself that Huashan had given everything she had to save the world. They, despite his words, were putting their own lives on the line to contain the heavenly demon in the great mountains. The protagonist continued to walk forward, adding that this was the world they had given their lives for, and the Zhongnan school would also be a victim. With these thoughts, the guy turned around in anger. He glared at his opponents, adding that not only did they not repay Huashan's kindness in any way, but they had also stolen the techniques, tried to humiliate the school, and were now trying to completely erase it from history. Chongmyan tightly clutched the hilt of his sword in his hand and added that every single day he had calmed the anger inside him for this moment, but there was no reason to hold back anymore. Rage and hatred filled the guy's eyes, after which he ordered the next one to come out. From such a scream, every one of the Zhongnan school's students shuddered. The guy who was supposed to go out to fight nervously swallowed his saliva. Gathering his strength, he entered the arena. The Zhongnan school student could not take his eyes off his opponent. At this time, the protagonist crossed his arms and said to himself that he had shown enough of the basics, which meant it was time. Seeing this, Ghoul frowned in shock and shouted that this was the falling petal sword pose. Kianmayan got into a fighting stance. His opponent lowered the corners of his lips in fear. He tightly clutched the sword in his hand. But unexpectedly for him, the protagonist was already behind him. The guy looked behind himself in confusion. Then suddenly a blow hit him. The kimono on his left shoulder was torn. Kianmayan looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Enraged, the guy rushed to attack with a loud cry. The protagonist immediately turned around. Without thinking twice, he repeated the same technique. This time, the blow landed on the opponent's right shoulder. A second later, the Zhongnan disciple fell to his knees. Chongmyan immediately attacked him. His wooden sword stopped at the opponent's throat. After a short pause, he struck the air. His opponent fell on his back. Each of the Huashan disciples looked at their teacher and said to themselves that this was incredible, because his level of mastery of the falling petal sword was dramatically higher than theirs. Zhong could not close his mouth in surprise, saying to himself that he would never have thought that the falling petal sword would be able to suppress the Zhongnan sword technique, adding that he could not believe that their friend was so strong, as if he was talking to them with his techniques, saying that Huashan was not inferior to Zhongnan one iota. The protagonist stood next to the defeated opponent. Ghoul's eyes were full of shock and incomprehension, with which he told his comrade that their teacher's falling petal sword. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang frowned and ordered him not to take his eyes off him, because this was a real Huashan technique. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face as he added that this was a technique that they would learn and pass on to future generations, and then asked the teacher to show them what the Huashan technique really was and how incredible it was. Chong Myung stood firm on his feet under the bright sunlight. During the next fight, the Zhongnan disciple lost his balance. He fell unconscious onto the arena. The protagonist looked at his opponents and ordered the next one to go. The defeated opponent lay on the ground, and Chong Myung said to himself that this was the sixth one. He had defeated 6 second-generation disciples. Those who were supposed to go next looked at the protagonist with fear in their eyes and said to themselves that at this rate he would defeat them all. But was he really a third-generation disciple? Chong Myung looked at the Zhongnan students in silence. The boys spread their arms and said that someone had to accept the fight. Suddenly, Gimrian, without raising his head, said that they were all pathetic, and then asked how the students of the great Zhongnan sect could be afraid of someone who was 10 years younger than them. Leaning on the armrest, he firmly said that it seemed like they had not felt shame for a long time. Rising to his feet, the elder said that he would go now. His comrades looked at him while he said that he could no longer look at this arrogant bastard, and that they should stay here while he restored the honor of the Zhongnan sect. With eyes full of anger, he looked at his comrades and added, of course, if, after them, there was still something to restore. Entering the arena, he ordered a wooden sword to be brought to him. His foot stepped into the arena. Suddenly, the headmaster opened his mouth and ordered him to stop, then said that it was Manhwa's turn. The boy looked at the old man with fear and asked if he really wanted him. The headmaster of Zhongnan School looked at the arena with anger and ordered him to go out and take away his opponent's strength. The boy jumped to his feet and said that he would try. After saying these words, he overtook his elder. Gimrian stood rooted to the spot, and the old man ordered him to follow him. The boy followed the headmaster. Walking in front, the old man asked if they could defeat him. The elder lowered his head thoughtfully. At this time, Manhwa stood in front of his opponent. The headmaster of Zhongnan School lowered his head and said that he probably thought about it too, and he did the right thing, because he was a real monster, and yet he was still too young now. But if they did not stop him, then one day he would become one and darken the bright future of their school. Then asked if the elder understood what he wanted to say. Gimrian frowned tensely and said to himself that he agreed that this boy was too strong for his age, but not so strong that he would make the elder worry, and then asked himself if it was possible that Chong Myung would stand in the way of the Zhongnan sect. The protagonist looked at his opponent without a trace of doubt or pity. Veins appeared on the elder's face from anger, and he wondered if the elder really thought that he was not a match for this brat. Suddenly, the old man looked at the boy out of the corner of his eye and said that he was talented, and then asked if he knew how many of his peers in Jianghu were equally gifted, about 10 or more, but had he thought that he could become the best warrior in the world? Gimrian closed his eyes. The headmaster of Zhongnan School held his hands behind his back and said that talent alone would not allow him to reach such a level, so he must become a monster. This is a different rank, because monsters do not know common sense, they violate the laws of nature, and gifted warriors feel like nothing compared to them. Only monsters can become the best of the best, this is their essence. These words made Gimrian shake. At this time, Manhwa fell to the floor. The protagonist stood over the defeated enemy. Gimrian tightly clenched his hand into a fist. The old man continued to say that although he was a monster, he was still young, and a dog's bite could kill even a tiger cub. These words appeared in the guy's eyes in surprise. Raising his head, he asked what he was trying to say. Then the old man looked at the student with burning eyes and ordered to kill the protagonist. Turning to the boy, he explained that they had to get rid of him before he reached his full potential, and while they still had the opportunity, the bite could still hurt him, despite the fact that he was a monster. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the headmaster of the Zhongnan School continued to say that this was precisely why they had to finish him off here and now. Take this chance and do it, and if Gimrian couldn't kill him, then at least let him cripple or cut off his arm. The boy looked at the old man with horror in his eyes, realizing that he had gone crazy, and then asked him to act wisely. Cold sweat poured down the headmaster's face, and he asked what wisely meant. Did he really want to live in the shadow of this brat for the rest of his days? As soon as the boy heard this, understanding appeared in his eyes. The old man added that it was up to him to decide, causing the boy to furrow his brows in anger. He clenched his fist tightly, and the leader said that he would take responsibility for the consequences, so he just had to make a mistake, because mistakes happen in sparring. Gimrian lowered his head and said that he wanted to clarify something, adding that this young man would not be able to surpass him. Hearing this, the old man's mouth opened in surprise. Raising his head, the elder firmly said that if his mere existence threatened the prosperity of the Zhongnan sect, he would stop it at any cost. After saying this, a mad smile appeared on the face of the head of the Zhongnan school. With eyes that hid anger, he said that this was the right approach. At this time, the wind from the protagonist's powerful blows went beyond the venue. His eighth opponent was unconscious on the floor. Chong Mayan looked at the Zhongnan school emotionlessly and said to himself that he wanted to win 10 sparring matches in a row, but it seemed that it would not be that easy, because he could deal with these weaklings in no time. The disciples of the Zhongnan school trembled in fear, seeing what was happening to their comrades. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist turned away and added that in the end he would have to try harder, because no matter how offensive it was, perhaps he should stop at 9 victories. Suddenly, the next disciple entered the arena. He held his sword tightly in his hands. Stopping a few steps away from his opponent, he said that he knew he was not strong enough to face him, but he could not just stand aside and watch his comrades being humiliated. Seeing him, Qianmayan smiled contentedly and said to himself that his words were worthy of respect, and however, this was expected. Sungbik stood opposite him. After a short pause, the guy folded his hands. Extending them, he introduced himself and challenged the main character to a fight. Qianmayan, folding his hands, extended them and accepted the challenge. He did not take his eyes off his opponent, saying to himself that this was very strange, but he was the only person from the Zhongnan sect whom he did not despise, and in this case, he could show him something, the level that he had yet to reach. Sungbik looked at his opponent without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. Less than a minute later, they moved a few meters away from each other. The Zhongnan disciple exhaled heavily. Then he changed the position of his legs. As a result, the guy got into a fighting stance. At this time, the protagonist's sword glowed, and its owner said to himself that if he holds out, he will learn something, but if not, the result will be depressing, so everything depends on him. After these thoughts, Chongmayan got into a fighting stance. Suddenly, Songbik's eyes lit up brightly. The tension in his legs created a dent in the arena floor. With a loud cry, the guy rushed to attack. The protagonist pointed his sword at him and said to himself that what he was about to show him was just the tip of the iceberg. But in his time, this technique was owned by the Zhongnan sect's disciples. The burning sword was aimed at the opponent. Songbik was getting closer with each passing moment. Suddenly, with a loud cry, he swung his sword. But suddenly the light around him disappeared, and he wondered why it had suddenly become so dark and where his opponent had gone. Suddenly, the boy saw a bright light to the side. Stopping, he immediately turned around. What he saw caused horror and fear to appear in the eyes of the Zhongnan school student. The protagonist of enormous size was attacking him. Looking at the approaching sword, Songbik said to himself that something told him that this was all an illusion. The burning blade was reflected in the boy's pupils, while he asked himself what kind of power it was that he was helpless in front of and could not take a step. At that very second, he missed a powerful blow that spread another 10 meters forward. After the blow, a furrow spread across half the arena. Suddenly, blood spurted from Songbik's mouth. The boy suddenly fell to his knees. Without falling, he was breathing heavily. Smiling, the Zhongnan school student quietly said that it was oneness with the sword. After these words, he still lost his balance. With a dull thud, he fell to the floor. The protagonist stood in front of the head of his fallen opponent. He exhaled and said to himself that this was the 9th, which meant there was only one left. With these thoughts, the guy looked to the side. He saw that the leader and the elder were standing behind a small screen. When Chongmyong ordered Gimrian to leave, he looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked at the last opponent without a drop of doubt or fear in his eyes. At this time, the disciples from the Zhongnan school were carrying away their fallen comrade, and the judges, looking at this, asked each other if such a thing had ever happened in the history of the Huashan sect, for a Zhonghua meeting to end with the defeat of the Zhongnan sect. After all, such a thing had never happened even during the time of the noble Plum Blossom Blade, when the Huashan sect still enjoyed a good reputation. The leader of the Huashan guild, along with the others, stared intently at their disciple. The boy stood unwaveringly in the dust he had kicked up, and Hyunjan wondered how many years had passed since the Huashan sect had proudly looked at the face of its opponent. Hyunsan suddenly turned to the leader, but he ordered him not to say anything. The old man kept his eyes on the protagonist, saying that they should continue to watch, because he thought he still had something to show them. And while he was saying this, Gimrian entered the arena. His comrades looked at him with excitement. Their gazes were full of doubt, and Gimrian wondered what this new feeling was, because they had always expected more from him. He had spent his whole life striving for people to recognize him as a strong warrior, and because of this bastard, fear and anxiety had arisen in their eyes in just one day. After thinking these thoughts, the boy stopped a few meters away from the protagonist and asked if he should congratulate him on his victory. Qianmayan chuckled and replied that there was no need to do that, because he had done nothing special. Hearing this, Gimrin frowned angrily and asked how he dared to look down on his school, to which he replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, since he had not intended to belittle them. Smiling mockingly, the boy asked how he could be proud of having defeated someone weaker than himself. As soon as Gimrin heard this, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He imagined the boy pulling his ears and grimacing, and said to himself that he did not like him from the start, since he was just an arrogant boy, showing everyone with his indifferent appearance that he was on an equal footing with them. Abandoning his performance, the boy opened his mouth and said that modesty did not suit him, but they say that excessive politeness borders on bad manners, so it can offend the interlocutor. Staring at his opponent, The elder added that his level of ability gave him the right to be arrogant, and he admitted it. He would become famous. Everyone would know about the incredible talented Taoist who defeated 9 second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. His eyes were filled with more and more anger with each passing second, while he said that he was unlucky to be born in the same era as him, which meant that he would always be behind and would never be able to match him in strength. But if he had entered their school instead of the Huashan school directly, then perhaps he could have surpassed him. But it seemed that it was not meant to be. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he was too confident in himself. He spread his hand out to the side and asked him why he thought he could only surpass him if he studied in the same school, why he thought the Huashan school was bad, to which he replied that it was obvious. All of those who were Huashan were obsessed with their past and were still trying to return to their old martial arts and feel great, and then asked how he, with such goals, could defeat him. He clenched his fist until he shook and added that the Zhongnan school thought differently. They did not hold on to the past. Gimrian smiled through his anger and added that they were improving their martial techniques, inventing a new system and looking to a bright future, and that was why the Huashan sect would never be able to catch up with all of those who were Zhongnan. After these words, Chongyang, with contempt in his eyes, continued to look at his opponent, said to himself that he believed in his sect, supported it, showing his abilities and authority. He admired him so much that he would not mind if the elder took a few lessons from him, if only the future he was talking about was not built on the stolen martial techniques of the Huashan sect. Thinking about this, he slightly lowered his head. After a short pause, his eyes filled with anger, and the guy finished that he thought a lot about the future of the Zhongnan school, about how he would deal with these vile bastards who betrayed them instead of repaying their kindness. After drawing an image of his 9th opponent in his mind, he added that he had planted a seed in the Zhongnan sect not long ago, and of course he was not sure if it would grow, but he had done his best, and then said that since they wanted to steal the Huashan sect's sword techniques, then they should do a better job. After thinking these thoughts, the protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword until it shook. He stood confidently in front of his opponent, firmly saying in his mind that he would show them the true power of the techniques they had stolen, and now he would fight not as Chongyang, the 3rd-generation disciple of the Huashan sect, but as Chongyang, the noble plum blossom blade. As he said this, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was him, but from the past. Suddenly, surprise appeared in Gimrian's eyes when his rival said that he would give him a gift that would be useful in the future. Frowning, the protagonist firmly said that he would not forget him for the rest of his days. Each of the Huashan students looked at their teacher. Suddenly, Zhang turned around in surprise, hearing a familiar voice. Holding his bleeding wound, Baekshun was walking towards them, saying that he had to see this. The 2nd-generation guys immediately ran up to him and asked how he was feeling. Suddenly, the eldest fell to his knees, saying to himself that he had to see this. He was breathing heavily, adding that as soon as he woke up, he learned that the protagonist had won 9 victories in a row, and after such news, he could not allow himself, as a 2nd-generation student, to lie down any longer. Raising his head to the arena, the guy added that he could barely stand on his feet, but he could not help but support Kiamayan personally. Cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he was saying to himself that the protagonist must win. The guy stood in the arena with his head down. A few seconds later, he got into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Gimrian did the same. They silently looked at each other. After a short pause, both of their legs tensed up. At that moment, both of them jumped up. From what he saw, Baekshun's eyes were shocked, and he shouted that they had disappeared. And as soon as he shouted this, the protagonists and Gimrian's swords collided. After such a blow, the guys jumped in different directions. Kianmayan's hair fluttered in the wind. His opponent frowned angrily. A second later, the protagonist landed in the arena. The senior of Zhongnan High School landed after him. Without thinking twice, they crossed their swords again. The guys pressed against each other. The wood creaked from such tension. Suddenly, the opponent's swords flew in different directions. Not intending to give in to each other, they began to attack again. The protagonist easily blocked the opponent's blows and managed to attack himself. Gimrian screamed furiously, waving his sword. His entire face expressed anger and hatred towards his opponent. The wind from such powerful blows spread tens of meters around them. Suddenly, their images disappeared. Ghoul looked at this with his mouth open in surprise and said to himself that they were moving too fast and they did not have time to follow them. His eyes were full of shock and surprise, with which he asked himself what was even happening here, adding that it was really hard to believe. Kianmayan and Gimrian fought in the air above the arena. Their wooden swords crossed again. The senior of Zhongnan School pressed the opponent's sword and used the technique of 12 snowflakes. From what he heard, surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. Suddenly, he saw a small snowflake in front of him. At that moment, his opponent used the infinity snowflake technique. Kianmayan fell to the ground. He put his hand on his knee and said to himself that it seemed like his opponent had combined a technique of breathtaking beauty and a hidden fatal blow. The guy stood up, and there were cuts on his kimono. Fixing his gaze on his opponent, the protagonist said to himself that there was a difference, of course, but they did a good job of attributing the 24 plum blossom sword style to themselves, and he was better at this technique than Sunbeak. While he was thinking about this, Gimrian crossed his arms. He used this technique again, and Kianmayan, looking at it, said to himself that this was a fantastic technique, truly mesmerizing, adding that he was amazed by the precision of his movements and the enormous strength he put into this strike. While he was thinking about this, the senior of Shongnan High School jumped up. The protagonist continued to stand in place. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. Each of Gimrian's strikes was reflected in his pupils. The bright light from the boy's strikes while using the infinity snowflake blocked his entire view. The kimono on Kianmayan's left arm was torn. A second later, a cut appeared on his legs. Suddenly, a scratch appeared on his cheek, from which blood spurted. Without thinking twice, the protagonist jumped out of the epicenter of the strike. Straightening up, he wiped the blood from his cheek. In the air, Gimrian suddenly shouted that he would not be able to defeat him if he constantly ran away. Landing on the arena, he asked if he was right about the Huashan sect's sword techniques being known for resembling snowflakes. The boy frowned angrily, adding that this was already a thing of the past, and what belonged to his sect was now the sword techniques of the Zhongnan sect, and the techniques of the Huashan sect would be forgotten, and their descendants would only remember the 12 snowflake technique. Spreading his hand to the side, the senior of the Zhongnan school continued to say that the ancestors of the Zhongnan sect created this technique to show the whole world that no matter how it was used, the Zhongnan sect would always be one step ahead of the Huashan sect. But he thought that it didn't matter, because there was no need to prove its superiority to a sect that was on the verge of disintegration. The protagonist silently lowered his hand. Suddenly, Gimrian extended a sword towards him. He smiled mockingly and added that it was worth confirming that this sword technique would be the end of the Huashan sect, and then told his opponent to attack, because he was ready to deprive his school of its last hope. Suddenly, the protagonist chuckled and asked, "Really, using this worthless technique?" Hearing this, surprise appeared in Gimrian's eyes. In an instant, surprise turned to rage, and he shouted, asking, "Worthless, how dare he speak like that about his technique?" Then Chongmyun waved his hand and told him not to misunderstand him, because he was not laughing at him, but at his sect. Stretching out his hand, he added that it seemed like she was the one who had a bad influence on him. The Zhongnan senior's entire face expressed rage and contempt, with which he shouted that he definitely would. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him, causing a certain surprise to appear in his eyes. Chongmyun looked at his opponent without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes and asked what his technique was. Without lowering his sword, the guy asked what he meant. Hearing this, the protagonist slowly opened his mouth and said that everything was clear to him now. The guys did a good job stealing the Huashan sect's technique and giving it the name of the 12 snowflakes. Hearing this, Gimrian slightly lowered his hand. Raising his eyebrows, Chongmyun continued to say that this was not enough, because the Huashan sect's sword technique was faster, clearer, and more beautiful. Angry again, the Zhongnan sect senior opened his mouth and ordered him to watch his words. He simply realized that there was no point in continuing this conversation anymore. His legs were suddenly enveloped in powerful magical energy. The guy tightly clenched his fist and added that he had wasted too much time. Veins were visible on his neck and face. His eyes were shining. He raised his weapon and firmly said that today he would fall under its blade. A powerful aura emanated from Gimrian. He suddenly slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, the boy launched a powerful attack through the air. Snowflakes slowly fell onto the arena, and suddenly several cuts appeared on the floor. The Zhongnan High School senior knitted his brows in anger, and said that the blade-sharp snowflake technique would swallow him up along with the sunlight, and therefore he had nowhere to run. The image of his hand holding the sword began to flicker. A second later, Gimrian began to swing his sword from side to side. Each of his strikes sent snowflakes flying out of himself, and they flew in all directions in large numbers. Unexpectedly for everyone, the Zhongnan High School senior used the technique of snowflakes swallowing the sky. A huge snow tornado rose into the sky. The senior of Huashan High School looked at this with his mouth open in shock and said to himself that this was beyond his expectations, adding that there was no way he could surpass his level. John looked at this in fear and shouted his teacher's name. All the students of Huashan High School could not take their eyes off the arena. Isolde tensely knitted her eyebrows and said to herself that this looked like the plum blossom sword technique, but it was different from the protagonist's technique. Chongmyun stood unwaveringly in the arena, saying to himself that he had never experienced anything like this before. Raising his head to the approaching tornado, he added that those bastards from the demon sect must have felt the same when they experienced the 24 plum blossom sword style. The blows from this tornado were getting closer and closer to the protagonist. Chongmyun quickly changed the position of his feet and said to himself that this was just a shell and was not at all frightening. After thinking this, he got into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Ungam frowned in shock and realized what it was. He remembered a book that described the 7 plum sword technique. Horror appeared in Hyunsun's eyes and he loudly shouted that this was the 7-plum sword technique. But he had not yet mastered it, after which he loudly shouted at the guy not to do this, because he was still too weak to use an unlearned sword technique. The protagonist stood in a stance and said to himself that they probably thought that only the plum blossom sword technique could make the flowers bloom. But in fact, the 12 snowflakes technique that they were so proud of was a copy of it, which is why their technique was just a shell. A huge wave of power was approaching him. There was no fear in the guy's eyes, and he said to himself that the plum blossom sword was not the only technique that could make the flowers bloom. His hands and sword were enveloped in magical energy, and he said that no matter which ball technique he chose, any technique from the Huashan sect would make the flowers bloom. After saying this, Chongyong used the 7-plum infinity sword technique, Wild Plum Strike. A wave of enormous power collided with Gimrian's power. Flowers could bloom not only in dense forests, but also in tall trees growing for one night. The flowers would grow until the wind blew them off the branches. The protagonist continued to swing his sword, each swing creating a new, more powerful wave. In less than a minute, a plum blossom rose into the sky as a result of such strikes. It resisted the onslaught of the sky-swallowing snowflake technique. Seeing this, Gimrian frowned and asked in surprise if it was a plum blossom, adding that he had heard that the Huashan sector no longer practiced this sword technique. Swinging his sword, he added that this was why people said that the Huashan section would never regain its glory, and then asked how it was that right now, the plum blossom sword technique was unfolding before his eyes. Pink petals flew towards the snowflakes, and after a few seconds, they touched each other. In an instant after that, the snowflakes evaporated. The anger turned to shock in the Zhongnan senior's eyes, and he asked in confusion if his snowflakes had simply disappeared. Then the protagonist raised his hand behind his back and replied that they were just an illusion. After answering, he slapped his hand into the air, creating another wave. Seeing this, the boy prepared to defend himself. Chongmayan used the 7-plum infinity sword technique, a plum blossom barrier that flew a meter away from his opponent. A huge plum blossom appeared on the surface of the arena, and the sky-swallowing snowflakes technique was completely dispelled. The remaining snowflakes disappeared, and Gimrian asked his opponent how he managed to do this, because this was the best use of the 12 and snowflakes technique in their full, excellent performance. Clutching the sword in his hands, he added that this simply could not be, because the 12 snowflakes technique is several times stronger than the plum blossom sword technique, which is just an echo of the past. The eyes of the Zhongnan Senior School were filled with anger and fury as he continued to shout that this technique conveyed the essence of the Zhongnan sect. Veins stood out on his face in rage as he continued to shout, asking how this could be. Then the protagonist opened his mouth and asked him in return if he really thought that the Huashan sect's techniques simply took the shape of a plum blossom now. He looked at the falling petal and added, "Of course not." Imagining a map of all the sects, he said to himself that all the Taoist sects in the world strived for the highest form of expression of their beliefs and customs to be as close to nature as possible. Some had the sun technique, some had the 5 elements technique, but only the Huashan sector had the plum blossom technique. The crest of the Huashan school consisted of 5 plum blossom petals. There was always a plum tree growing on the school grounds, and it was this technique that distinguished it from other Taoist sects, and in the hearts and eyes of others, the Huashan sect represented strength and magnificence. However, after spending his entire life refining the Huashan sect's techniques and becoming the strongest Taoist in history, the protagonist realized something. Shrouded in powerful and magical energy, the boy looked at his opponent. In front of him was a huge flowering tree, which he looked at, saying to himself that the Huashan sect's sword techniques could not only manifest in plum blossoms, they did not just create the illusion of plum blossoms, they actually made plums bloom. Petals slowly fell onto the surface of the arena. Chongmayan closed his eyes and said to himself that it was not the plum itself, but the process of blooming. With these thoughts, he opened his eyes. It was as if a blooming flower had appeared behind him. As he imagined the forests of plum blossoms, he said to himself that the Huashan sect only used plum blossoms in their techniques because their petals covered the entire Huashan mountain, and as long as a sword technique could create new life, it didn't matter what kind of flowers were used, and it wasn't limited to just the plum blossom sword technique and the 24 plum blossom sword style. Clutching his sword tightly in his hand, the protagonist said that the 7 plum sword technique could also make plum blossoms bloom. This was the true intent of the Huashan sect's sword technique. The crest on his chest glowed brightly as he spoke, and that those who held the noble name of the Huashan sect in their hearts should remember this. But confused by the strangeness of this technique and bewitched by the precision of the sword technique, the Zhongnan sect was unable to comprehend the essence. Enveloped in magical energy, Gimrian stood in the arena, and Chunlian added that they were destined to wander forever in the quagmire of its bizarre outlines, which is what his opponent is doing now. The guy, filled with rage, gritted his teeth. His comrades looked at him in fear. The protagonist looked at his opponent without a drop of fear, adding that he would put an end to his sword technique, and this defeat would forever remain a brand on his memory. And with every swing of the sword, his thoughts would return to this moment, With each training he would unconsciously try to repeat his movements, and in the end they would all understand that this sword technique contains true power. Saying this, the guy changed the position of his legs. Lowering the sword, he placed his other hand above it. Standing in a fighting stance, he finished saying that they would forever be chained in these chains, and this would be his final revenge on them and their immorality. His eyes quickly filled with hatred. Recalling the battlefield where only the dead were, Chong Mayan said that they had suffered betrayal from those they trusted. Presenting the books with records of techniques, he added, having lost the sword techniques that made them who they are, and having suffered from the attack of sworn enemies. Having said this, the protagonist remembered how they were attacked. Leaving his memories, the guy's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly that the Huashan sector will still live. Recalling the previous headmaster of the Huashan school, he said to himself that he should just accept it. The world will die and be reborn again, and this will continue until the end of time, and the path of Taoism that the ancestors of the Huashan sect tried to understand is hidden in plum blossoms, and he regrets that they did not obtain all the necessary knowledge, and even though it is too late now, they should pay attention. This is what they have lost, and they will never be able to understand. The strength of his magical energy grew stronger with each passing second. The headmaster of the Huashan school and those sitting next to him opened their mouths in shock. The students of the Huashan school could not take their shocked gaze off their teacher. The protagonist swung his sword, using a wild plum strike. After that, he swung the sword from top to bottom, saying that it would serve as the basis for forming walls. Each of his strikes created a magical wave. The guy continued to swing the sword, adding that the walls would crumble into dust, raising and swirling it. The wind would turn into a real whirlwind. Each new strike became brighter than the last. The magical waves merged with each other. And as soon as the protagonist finished speaking, they created a whirlwind. The petals of the blooming plum blossoms surrounded the opponent from all sides. Gimrian looked at this in shock. Pointing his sword towards his opponent, Chongyang firmly said that this is a sword technique of the Huashan sect. After saying this, he used the 7-plum infinity sword technique, Plum Blossom Whirlwind. This attack hit the opponent perfectly. The plum blossom petals left cuts on the guy's arms. His kimono was torn into small rags. Gimrian looked at this with his mouth open. His eyes were full of shock. He saw the plum petals swirling around him and knew that this sword technique of the Huashan sect was beautiful. And when he asked himself what he did wrong and why his sword technique was not beautiful, a petal touched his forehead. The protagonist appeared behind his opponent. The glow of the petals slowly faded. Chong Mayan gently landed on the arena. The senior of Zhongnan High School continued to look at the sky. Suddenly, the ornaments on his forehead cracked. A second later, it shattered into 2 pieces. Under the blue sky, the plum petals were still swirling in the wind. The headband on Gimrian's head flew into the sky. With a loud ringing sound, it fell to the ground. At that very moment, the Zhongnan School student fell to his knees. Immediately after that, he fell to the arena. The protagonist was the only one who could still stand. The students of Huashan School looked at the defeated opponent. The protagonist stood with his back to him. He was twirling a sword in his hands. There were many furrows and cuts left on the arena from powerful techniques. Turning around, Chong Mayan said that this time Zhonghua was at the meeting. Each of his friends could not close their mouths from the shock that came over them. Suddenly, tears appeared in the eyes of the head of Huashan School. His students smiled. Smiling even wider, he firmly said the victory was won by the Huashan sect. Baekshun's eyes were full of surprise. Suddenly, he and his comrades punched the air and shouted loudly. All the other students rejoiced after their elders. Even the head of the finance department jumped to his feet and laughed loudly. Each of the protagonist's comrades jumped and joyfully shouted that they defeated the Zhongnan sect, adding that their teacher won 10 fights in a row. The smiles never left their faces as they continued to shout that this was their first victory in all the years of gatherings, and now they had finally defeated the damn Zhongnan sect. Zhang smiled contentedly, saying to himself that everyone had been depressed because they had always been on the losing side for the past 10 years. But now even the seniors who had been at odds with the third-generation disciples were incredibly happy. He looked at his joyful comrades and added that they might be at odds with each other and constantly quarrel. But now that the Huashan sect had shown its greatness, none of that mattered. This was the martial arts sect. While he was thinking about this, the jubilation did not end. Suddenly, someone grabbed Zhong by the chest. Ghoul began to shake him and shout loudly that this crazy idiot did it. He defeated Gimrian and had 10 victories in a row. At this time, the protagonist was holding his heart. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he said to himself that he had overdone it a bit. After wiping the blood away, he added that it was only because he had put his all into the 7-plum sword technique that he was able to defeat Gimrian, but it seemed like the internal injuries would take longer to heal this time. But it doesn't matter, Chong Mayan finished, holding his hand to his mouth. Looking at his opponent's school, he added that it wasn't the end yet. As long as the Zhongnan sect stood in their way, they would clash often, but for now, this was a good result. After thinking these thoughts, the guy turned to Unam, who raised his eyebrows in surprise. After coming to his senses, he walked into the arena and said that he had completely forgotten about it. He suddenly stopped. The man looked at the fro beneath his feet. Then he looked at the protagonist, who nodded silently. Without thinking, Unam nodded back at him. After a short pause, he exhaled heavily. Raising his head proudly, he shouted with all his might that he was happy to announce that at the Zhonghua assembly this year. Pointing his hand towards the Huashan school, he finished speaking. The Huashan sect had won. Hearing about the victory, the protagonist raised his head to the sky and said to himself that a start had been made. After this day, the fate of the Huashan sect would most likely change. Looking at the clouds floating in the sky, he asked the previous headmaster if he was happy about this. But there was no answer, and the clouds continued to float further. After a short pause, Chongmyong smiled and said that he did not expect anything else from him, because he was always stingy with compliments. And as soon as he finished speaking, all his comrades rushed towards him. They surrounded the guy from all sides, shouting loudly. The headmaster and the others watched them from the side. The old man's eyes were full of kindness. He looked at the rejoicing disciples and said to himself that he had not seen them all rejoice so much together for a long time. Ungam suddenly turned to him and asked if he should hold off on celebrating and end things properly, since the Zhongnan sect must be unhappy to see them rejoicing. The Zhongnan sect's headmaster sat in his seat with his head down. He was shaking with anger when Hyunjang approached him. With difficulty, the old man raised his head and congratulated the other old man on his victory. With his hands behind his back, the Huashan sect's headmaster replied that they were lucky this time. His face was calm and peaceful, while the Zhongnan sect's headmaster said that his joy was understandable, since the Huashan sect had never had such an occasion before, so he should celebrate, since this could be the first and last time. Veins stood out on his face in anger, and he added that just because they had suffered defeat at the Zhonghua assembly, it did not mean that the Huashan sect had surpassed the Zhongnan sect, adding that he meant that a few minor fights between the second and third generation disciples would not change anything. Just then, the protagonist took a step towards him and asked if it was true that he was still such a rude person. The Zhongnan sect leader raised his head upon hearing this. Chong Mayan looked at Gul and asked if it was possible to behave so rudely after winning the assembly. Hearing this, the disciple pointed at himself in surprise and asked if he was really telling him, and if he really said that he was rude, adding that he was actually his senior. The protagonist, upon hearing this, silently raised his eyebrows. Just then, he suddenly kicked the disciple in the leg with all his might. Gul fell to the floor, and the protagonist said that he should show more respect to his elders. He turned away, adding that it was damn rude of him. Seeing this, the Zhongnan sect leader's face began to turn red with anger. At this time, Chong Mayan folded his arms and turned to the Huashan sect leader, saying that now that the sparring was over, he wanted to show respect to the Zhongnan sect leader, to which the latter smiled warmly, and said that he had done a good job, while simultaneously saying to himself that he was very polite. And when each of the Huashan students folded their arms, the Zhongnan sect leader gripped the armrest in anger and said to himself that this was all the fault of these idiots. His arms shook from the strain as he added that no matter how angry he was now, if he did not take action, this guy could become the main enemy and stumbling block of the Zhongnan sect. His hand was suddenly enveloped by a powerful magical energy, and he wondered if he should just do it. But before he could finish speaking or do anything, the protagonist, without raising his head, asked if he really wanted to attack him. At that moment, shock appeared in the old man's eyes, and he wondered how he knew. While he was wondering this, Kiamayan straightened up. He chuckled and said that it seemed like they would be meeting more often now, so he would try to greet him properly next time. Realizing that he had failed, the headmaster of the Zhongnan school clenched his fist tightly. He gritted his teeth in anger, and then loudly ordered everyone to go back. His disciples, clutching their wounds, looked at him with excitement. Before they could get up from their seats, the old man began to leave. The protagonist watched him go, saying to himself that it seemed like he was completely unable to control his anger. The students of Zhongnan's school rushed after the headmaster, and the boy, looking at this, said to himself that it was even funny. Suddenly, Hyunjang approached him. What Kiamayan saw made him very surprised. In the old man, he saw the previous headmaster, who at the same time said that he worked hard. Hearing this, the boy lowered his head. He imagined that there were only two of them here. Remembering how he used to stand in front of Seheng, Kiamayan expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, hearing strange sounds, Hyunsan turned around. The merchants who arrived with Mr. Huang were rushing towards them and offering to talk to the headmaster. They approached from all sides and said that they wanted to discuss a certain deal. As soon as the head of the finance department heard the word, deal, he immediately stepped forward and asked if they really had any business proposals. Coins appeared in place of his eyes and he shouted loudly that if that was the case, then they should discuss it with him, the head of the finance pavilion. He raised his hand and led everyone after him, since he had plenty of time to discuss all the details. Less than a minute later, the head of the Huashan school looked at the boy and said that he had to go. Bowing, each of the students saluted the old man. Suddenly, someone approached Zhang from behind and asked him to go. Hearing his name being called, the protagonist turned around. Seeing that Songbik had approached him, he asked him what he was doing here. Didn't he need to catch up with his comrades, since his seniors had already left, gritting their teeth, to which he replied that they had little connection with him anymore. Songbik's wounded comrades stood to the side and looked at him. Chunmian looked at them and said to himself, to be precise, almost nothing, adding that he hates traitors more than enemies, although he most likely does not care about that. When suddenly Songbik smiled and said that he came to thank him for the lesson he gave him, because he said not to let others decide which path to take, and at first he did not understand what he wanted to say, but now he knows which path to choose. The protagonist did not move from his place, listening to the guy. He looked at him with raised eyebrows and mild surprise, and then asked if a disciple from another sect helped him with this. Receiving such a question, Songbik smiled. With kindness in his eyes, he looked at Chunmian and replied that school did not matter, because now he was looking at the teacher. A teacher could be anyone who had something to learn from. After saying these words, he suddenly looked away. Seeing Gimrian being carried away in his arms, he added that he must have experienced a lot during this fight, after which he asked the protagonist to be careful, because he really was an incredible person. Turning back to his interlocutor, Songbik said that now he would set himself the goal of defeating him. He would become stronger and more terrible. Closing his eyes, he finished that he probably did not care about it. Chunmian silently looked at his interlocutor, when he suddenly said that it would be a difficult path. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, the protagonist answered that the path he chose would undoubtedly be difficult, after which he asked if he was sure that he wanted this. Receiving such a question, Songbik chuckled and replied that it was impossible to hide anything from him. Opening his eyes, he replied that he did not want to go this way, he just had to follow it. Receiving such an answer, Qianmayan smiled contentedly. After a short pause, the Zhongnan school student said goodbye and began to leave. The protagonist watched him go, saying to himself that perhaps this would be a lonely battle, but certainly not the easiest one, because he would have to continue studying the techniques of the Zhongnan sect, while striving to reach the level of the Huashan school. Songbik confidently returned to his comrades. Imagining that he was walking alone, Qianmayan added that the battle would be incredibly lonely and difficult, but if he achieved victory in it, he could become the hope of the Zhongnan sect. And while he was thinking about this, Zhang approached him from the side. Spreading his hand to the side, he said that the leader was looking for him, he wanted to talk to him face to face. Hearing this, the guy looked at the destroyed arena and said to himself that he would hardly miss this, which meant that the time had come. These thoughts caused a drop of cold sweat to appear on the protagonist's face. Evening came, the sky was painted in warm colors, and the protagonist asked himself, in fact, he was their ancestor, adding that this would not do. He walked along the bridge, asking, he accidentally stumbled upon a secret martial arts textbook, adding that this would not do either. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Stopping at the entrance to Huashan school, the guy asked himself what he should say as an excuse. But unexpectedly for him, in the building of the head, his cheeks were pulled in different directions. The head of the finance department smiled widely and laughed, shouting that he was a wonderful boy, he was their god of luck, adding that he had never heard of anyone making money through sparring in his life, because he thought that by wanting to compete, the heads were just wasting their money. But it seemed that they had not just entered the money flow, but a whole flood had covered them. Hyunsen pointed his finger at his face and asked the boy if everything was okay, if anything hurt, to which the boy replied that he only had a slight cut. Hearing this, the man smiled widely and with a blush on his cheeks said that his wounds could get worse, so he should quickly go to the medical building. He suddenly spread his arms in different directions and exclaimed, actually it is not necessary, because he has something to do, so the head of the medical building himself should visit them. And when the head of the Huashan school asked who he was talking about, the man replied that, of course, he was talking about the main character. Who else? Then asked why Qianmayan himself should go to the doctor. Then ordered to bring the head of the medical building here. Hearing this, Hyunjang exhaled heavily. Getting up from his chair, he told the main character that he was very cute. Passing by him, he called him to follow him. Without thinking twice, the guy rushed after the old man. There was fog in the mountains. The head of the Huashan school together with Qianmayan climbed the mountain. The guy looked at the old man and said to himself that this was the second time he looked at his back like this. Looking at the old man's back, which held his hands behind his back, he added that the first time it happened was at the door of the secret storage. Having lowered his memories, the protagonist remembered how the old man stood at the secret door and said to himself that his back seemed to convey all the sadness that he felt from the worsening state of affairs of all the Huashan sect. But today, Hyunjang confidently climbed up, and it seemed as if the sadness on his back became easier. The leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. After some time, the old man stopped. From this point, the sun setting over the horizon was visible. When the protagonist approached the leader, he turned to him. Looking at the guy, the old man asked how he felt, being here at the highest point of Mount Huashan. Qianmayan thoughtfully looked into the distance. After a short pause, he replied that it was high here, to which Hyunjang, grinning, said that it was really high here. After that, he looked at the protagonist with warmth in his eyes, when suddenly he started talking about the plum blossom technique that he used. As soon as the guy heard this, surprise appeared in his eyes. Squinting, he wondered if this was it. Putting his hand behind his back, Qianmayan said to himself that he shouldn't worry. He didn't know what exactly he would ask, but just in case, he had prepared himself. He just needed to answer calmly so as not to give himself away. First, the protagonist thought, taking a small piece of paper from his belt. But before he could do this, the old man turned to him and called his name. What Qianmayan saw the next second made him very surprised. The old man bowed his head to him and thanked him. Having come to his senses, the guy waved his arms from side to side, asking him what he was thanking him for, what all these bows were for. Without raising his head, the head of the Huashan school replied that he thanked him for not elevating himself to the level of the head of the sect, but remained an ordinary youth. He always wanted to witness such an outcome at least once in his life, so he was grateful to him for making his cherished wish come true. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a short pause, the old man straightened up and added that since his authority as the head of the sect was higher than his, he still had to ask him something, and then asked how he managed to make the flowers bloom using the 7-plum sword technique. This question caused a drop of cold sweat to appear on Chongyong's face. In his left hand, he crumpled the paper he had taken out. As soon as he threw it away, the wind picked it up, and the boy replied that it happened somehow by itself, because when he practiced this ball technique, the plum blossoms simply did not take long to appear. Looking into the distance, he finished saying that he himself did not understand how this happened, and perhaps all the sword techniques of the Huashan sect are capable of this. The head of the Huashan school silently looked into the distance. Without moving his gaze, he said to himself that this was a stupid question, because this is the whole essence of the Huashan sect's sword techniques. Looking at the guy who continued to look into the distance, he added that the youngest disciple of the 3rd generation claims to have advanced further than the rest. It turns out that if other disciples devote themselves to constant training, they will be able to achieve the same result, and any follower of the Huashan sect is capable of this, which means that the day when this happens will open a new era for the Huashan sect. Out of the corner of his eye, the old man looked at the one who brought them victory. Moving his gaze, he called him the noble blade of the plum blossom. The two of them looked into the distance, and the headmaster of the Huashan school said to himself that no one had dared to call themselves that for a long time because there was no worthy Taoist. But one day, when every Taoist of the Huang sect can create plum blossoms, a person worthy of this title will show themselves. When suddenly the protagonist looked at the other man and said that this would not happen for a very long time. Looking back at the guy, the old man said that he was a scoundrel for ruining such a beautiful atmosphere. Only the two of them were currently standing at the highest point of the mountain. And when Hyunjang asked the guy what the Huashan sector meant to him, Chongmayan looked down. Surprise appeared in his eyes. He suddenly remembered how he had drawn on the face of one of the elders. He also remembered how he had stolen something right from under his nose. The protagonist remembered how he had shaken the hand of someone whom he had almost beaten to death in a friendly fight. He remembered how he had slept on the roof. Qianmayan also recalled walking with a comrade under the plum blossoms. And that day, the man who was walking next to him put his hand on his shoulder and asked what the Huashan sect meant to him. The protagonist began to throw the disciple's hand off his shoulder, answering that the Huashan sector is just the Huashan sector, what else? So they walked forward together under the falling petals of the plum blossoms. Leaving these warm memories, Qianmayan smiled. Raising his head, he answered that the Huashan sect is just the Huashan sector. Having received such an answer, the Hyunjang smiled and said that he understood this answer, and this is enough for a disciple of their sect. Turning his body towards the student, he added that after what happened today, he would not be left alone no matter how much he wanted to, because that was how the world worked, and then asked if he could handle the upcoming problems. This question caused a smile to appear on the protagonist's face, and he replied that if he could not, there was no point in starting. The old man did not take his eyes off the boy. After receiving such an answer, he lowered his head and said that's how, adding that since he had decided so, then they would do everything possible to protect him. Raising his hand to the crest on his chest, the headmaster of the Huashan school declared that on behalf of himself and the entire Huashan sect, he promised that they would protect him. Keeping his hand on his heart, he added, from any adversity that he would have to face. Hearing this, a certain surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, and he said to himself that he undoubtedly had a lot of questions for him, but instead of asking them, he said that he would protect him. Looking at the smile on the old man's face, Chongmian added that he, unlike him, had not achieved as much, and he was also unfamiliar with the taste of glory, but nevertheless, he deserved his respect and his recognition. After thinking these thoughts, he put his hand on his heart and said that he did not need to be protected, he just had to go through this path with him, because this was the meaning of the Huashan sect. After saying this, the interlocutors looked at each other silently. A few seconds later, the head of the Huashan school smiled warmly and said that he hoped to hear more such words from him in the future. Without lowering his hand, the guy replied that he was sure that he would hear it again one day. By the end of the conversation, the sun had already set halfway beyond the horizon. Night had fallen, and from the building where all the students lived, laughter and shouts could be heard that they could not believe that they had defeated the Zhongnan sect. The guys waved their hands, repeated the techniques and laughed. Standing to the side of everyone were Zhang and Ghoul, who said that he couldn't sleep a wink. He folded his arms across his chest and added that as soon as he closed his eyes, he could see the outline of that sword technique, as if it had taken over all his thoughts, and he didn't know how to describe it, because he couldn't find any other words. Zhang silently looked at his comrade, wondering if he felt the same way. Looking at his hand, he added that he didn't realize it right away because he was too happy about their first victory. But as soon as the excitement subsided, his head was filled with thoughts only about that technique, and then he asked himself what to call it. Was it really fantasy? He remembered how the main character used the strongest technique he had ever seen. Continuing to look at his palm, Zhang wondered what if he could use that fantastic sword technique himself. When suddenly, Ghoul, without raising his head, asked him if they would ever be able to use the same technique. He suddenly looked at his comrade sharply when he spoke to him. Without taking his eyes off his palm, Zhong replied that perhaps he shouldn't say this as the oldest disciple of the third generation of their sect, but to be honest, he just wanted to become stronger. He didn't care what level he reached or what techniques he learned, he only had this goal. Without lowering his hand, he added that after what the protagonist showed them, he changed his mind. Now he wanted to become as strong as him. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the guy firmly said that he wanted to learn this sword technique, and he thought that the other disciples of the third generation thought the same way. After all, several years had passed since everyone who was Huashan entered, and they had seen its true technique for the first time. While he said this, the other disciples of the Huashan school were still continuing to rejoice at their victory. They laughed at each other, showed off the techniques they used, and Zhang asked Ghoul if he remembered correctly that he asked him if they could use this technique too. Suddenly, smiling broadly, he firmly said that he believed they could, because they were all Huashan sect disciples, and then asked how the Huashan school's technique could be beyond the control of its disciple. Ghoul smiled contentedly at what he heard. Closing his eyes, he said that he thought he was right. But unexpectedly for everyone, the main character kicked the door and asked discontentedly what he was right about. The guy kicked the floor with all his might and asked how they dared to brag to each other after such a pathetic performance. He walked forward with an angry frown, saying that if he were them, he would grab a sword and climb up and down the mountain a couple hundred times instead of celebrating here, and then asked if they really thought that they had won the meeting and that was it. Veins stood out on Kinmayan's face from anger, and he asked discontentedly if maybe they were just tired of living. With his hands behind his back, he said that he had heard about a disciple of the Zhongnan sect who had left it and chosen the difficult path of lonely searching for the true essence of his sect, and here they were celebrating that they had beaten Taoists 5 years younger than them, and then he shouted that he meant that they looked so young, and 2 years ago they were still babies, and these brats were able to defeat them. These words seemed to stick in the ears of Ghoul and Zhang. Wiping the blood that was pouring out of his ears, Zhang said with a shaking voice that they certainly lacked technique, but the result was not that bad, and it was impossible to avoid the feeling on the battlefield. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant by impossible. Hanging over the guy, he shouted with all his might, asking if they really thought that the enemy would cut them into pieces and then say that it was a mistake, adding that they had trained so much not to make mistakes in battle, and now they were saying that it was a common thing. Pointing his index finger, he continued shouting that with such an attitude, it was no wonder that they fought so poorly during the meeting, and then asked what else they had said. Chunmian folded his arms and asked if they had said that they would definitely learn this sword technique, if they really thought that day would come if they continued to get bruised in battle and fool around. Pointing his finger at the boys who had been happy just a moment ago, he firmly said that there was nothing to be happy about, but there was no reason to be upset either. This was just one battle, and there were many more battles ahead of them. Time would pass, and this victory would seem empty to them. Zhang listened to the teacher with tense eyebrows, and then asked if, as he said, they trained without stopping, would the day come when they would actually be able to use this sword technique. Hearing this, the boy turned to his comrade with displeasure, and said that he thought they did not understand something. This look caused beads of cold sweat to appear on Zhang's face. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up and he told them not to even dare to ask whether they could or not, because they simply had to, and that was it. After which he asked if they really thought that he would allow the disciples and sects of Huashan not to bloom a single plum blossom using sword techniques. Of course not. The guys' mouths dropped from these screams. And as soon as Chongyang ordered them to go outside to train, everyone immediately ran away. In just a few seconds, the protagonist was left alone in the building. Breathing out heavily, he said to himself that they could not allow themselves to be so happy yet, because this was only the first stage. Turning around, he added that it was great that they had gained confidence in their own abilities, The main thing was that it did not develop into arrogance. Suddenly, what he saw made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the empty doors and asked what he was doing there. After this question, a man came out from behind the door. The Huashan student looked at the protagonist and replied that he came to talk to him. Bakshin frowned and asked if he would walk with him for a while. Black clouds floated across the night sky. The protagonist sat down on a rock and said that his legs hurt. Bakshin turned to the boy and said to himself that he was so young, but he acted like a middle-aged man. Closing his eyes, he thanked him for giving him his time, to which the boy replied that he should not thank him, he was his senior after all. Kianmayan hit his leg with his hand and asked why he brought him to this dark place. Was he really going to attack him again? Turning around, the senior replied that he saw his fight with Gimrian, he won a crushing victory, and even his seniors were stunned with surprise, and now that the excitement has subsided, they have conflicting feelings. Hearing this, the protagonist stopped kicking his legs and asked him what he meant by this, adding that he should not beat around the bush and speak directly. Hearing this, Bakshin's eyebrows drew together tensely. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he declared that he wanted to become stronger. Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, he added that he probably did not understand, but as his elder, it was not easy for him to ask him for help. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not think of a better solution. He lowered his head slightly and added that it wasn't that he doubted the abilities of their sect masters, he just thought that there was something that only he could teach him, and he hated to admit it. But he was afraid that if he didn't try to change something, the third-generation disciples would surpass him, and he couldn't let that happen. Hearing this, Kianmayan raised his eyebrows and asked if that meant, in other words, he was stepping over his pride and everything and asking to be the mentor of the second-generation disciples, including him. But why would he want to do that? As soon as the elders heard this, they raised their heads in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Then the protagonist spread his hand to the side and said that he had already told him that it was too much trouble, and what could he gain from it anyway? Why should he put himself through the trouble? To which he replied in confusion that they were all from the same sect, so they should. But before he could finish speaking, confusion appeared in his eyes when the boy interrupted him and said that in that case he didn't know if he had heard, but he had already allocated some of his time to train the third-generation disciples. Unclenching his fists, the elder said that according to his logic, he had no reason to train them too, but he still did. But why? The boy shrugged and replied that he didn't know himself. After this answer, the interlocutors looked at each other in silence, and Bakshin asked himself what the reason was. What benefit would he get from training the third generation specifically? Finding no answer, he frowned and asked if he really wanted him to address him as an elder. Hearing this, the protagonist waved his hand and replied, "Of course not, he wasn't some kind of ignorant person, he didn't say he wanted that." A drop of cold sweat appeared on the elder's face, and he said that there were rules that the Huashan sect follows. Then the boy folded his arms and asked if he had ever seen the third generation disciples train. Remembering the scene where Kianmayan was sitting on Gul's back and giving orders to the boys who could no longer stand on their feet, Bakshin replied that he had, while simultaneously saying to himself that most of the time they were just crawling around and going crazy. Without taking his eyes off the elder, the protagonist asked if he really thought he could train the second generation disciples, his elders, in the same way as them, adding that he had somehow managed to find an approach to his peers, but if he started training the elders too, then he would definitely not escape the punishment of the head. Hearing these words, Bakshin frowned and realized that if he said so, then he could do it if he wanted, because he did not say that it was impossible, he just made it clear that there could be problems. He suddenly remembered how during the competition, Jain had punched his opponent in the stomach with all his might, and in the next fight, Gul had crushed his opponent. He also remembered how in the next fight, the third generation disciple had defeated his opponent. Remembering how he had raised his hands to the sky and shouted loudly that he had won, the elder left the memories, and the veins on his face stood out. He suddenly bit his lip in anger. After a short pause, Baekchan clenched his fists and said that only a disciple has the opportunity to learn, and until their training is over, he will address him as a master. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he immediately put up his index finger and asked him to stop. Without lowering his hand, he asked if he really meant only until the training is over. Did he really mean that after the training is over, he will lose the right to be his master? He folded his arms again and said that if he was willing to obey him, he should do so before and after training, not just while he was teaching him, but for the rest of his life, and if he did not do so, then he would be unable to help him. Hearing this, the elder let out a heavy sigh. He suddenly remembered how Kianmayan had recreated the strongest technique. That day, a plum blossom whirlwind surrounded his opponent. This confused Gimrian. And after that, he was defeated. Leaving the memories, Baekchan frowned and firmly replied that from now on, he would address him as a senior, and none of the second-generation disciples of the Huashan sect would be able to use their rank against him. The protagonist listened to his interlocutor in silence. And as soon as he heard the oath, his eyes lit up, and with a crazy smile on his face, he said to himself that he was caught. In the early morning, the sky was covered with thick clouds. The door from the students' building opened, and one of them said that they had been training for several days already, and he still wasn't used to such a load. The guy turned to his comrades and added that at least they were convinced that all this was not in vain, and he even began to like it. But before he could finish speaking, the third-generation students froze in place from what they saw. Every second-generation student lined up on the training ground, and the guys, seeing this, asked in confusion what was going on here, why they had gathered here. Then the main character came out through them and asked if everyone was there. John immediately went to the teacher and asked what was going on here, why the elders lined up in the yard of the White Plum House at such an hour. Then the guy hit his comrade on the shoulder and replied that they had been through a lot. He saw how badly the elders treated them, and it broke his heart. Smiling sarcastically, he added that now they could take a break, because from today on the world would be a better place because all the Taoists would train equally. Baekchan stood at the head of the second-generation disciples. Zhang looked at the elder and asked the teacher if this world he mentioned was by any chance hell, to which he replied, "Of course not." After these words, Kiamayan hit his fist into his palm and shouted loudly that the fact that the second-generation disciples had voluntarily joined them today touched him, as their master, to the depths of his soul. Standing in front of his disciples, he added that, as they already knew, training was not considered effective if it was easy for them, so they did not come here to rest and relax, and when at the end of the training they did not have any censored words, and they were in so much pain that they did not even have the strength to hold their chopsticks while eating, and they just sat there staring at their plates. Then it could be said that the training was a success. He frowned and exclaimed that they should not look for easy ways to improve, because the only way was to give it their all every time they trained, and if they did as he said, they would definitely become stronger, and then asked if everyone understood everything. Each of the students raised their heads proudly, and shouted loudly that they understood everything. The protagonist's face broke into a wide smile and he said that this was what he was talking about, they should all want it with their hearts and bodies, while his friends were silently saying that after training with the third-generation students who did nothing but complain about how hard it was for them, it was a pleasure to work with those who were so dedicated. The senior looked at his master without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. The protagonist looked back and asked himself if he really needed to start over again, and then asked the third generation what they were worth. This question made Zhang raise his eyebrows in surprise, and their teacher told them to show their seniors how their training was going. Hearing this, the second-generation disciples looked at the third-generation disciples in surprise. Suddenly, each of the third-generation disciples turned to the second-generation disciples with crazy smiles on their faces, and said that they now understood why they were there. A few minutes later, they picked up the stone bags. And while they were throwing them over their shoulders and arms, Qinmayan said that he was thinking that in 3 months and 10 days, the walls of Huashan's school would hear their screams and shouts more than once, and they would train them well. The second-generation disciples looked at what the third-generation disciples were doing with horror in their eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a girl standing not far from him. Aisel was staring at him intently. When everyone left, she said that she wanted him to teach her, to which he, waving his hand, told her to go to the others, after which the girl replied that she was left without a partner. At this time, one of the second-generation students was being loaded with stones by 2 people at once, and he asked in confusion why there were 2 of them, since his sister was free. Hearing this, the girl turned around, and the protagonist exhaled heavily. Raising his head to Aisel, he said that he would teach her, but would not engage in sparring with her, to which the girl replied that she was not asking for this. Rolling his eyes, Qinmayan said to himself that she was very stubborn, simply unbelievable. Descending from her seat, Aisel asked if, after enduring all the training, she would be able to create a plum blossom with her sword, to which the teacher, hearing this, exhaled in displeasure and said that she was talking about this again, after which he turned to everyone and asked them to remember what he was about to say. Each of the students turned to their master. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and said that the disciples of the Huashan sect should not make the plum blossom their main goal, because it was only part of the training. He looked at the people present, and added that they should remember that their main goal should be to expand the techniques that would serve to create the plum blossom. Hearing this, Aisel raised her eyebrows in surprise and quietly said expansion. After saying this, she closed her eyes. The girl remembered how her father stretched out his hand to her. At this time, Chongmian continued to look at his disciples, saying to himself that before, he only cared about what he himself could do, and he did not care about the level of martial arts that other Taoists had achieved. He thought so back then. But now it is different. He could not cope alone, because in the future, the entire Huashan sect will have to face not one opponent, but many Jianghu sects. While he was thinking about this, each of the disciples prepared to begin training. The boy smiled contentedly and added that if one day these guys could create a plum blossom and join him in this fight, then the rest would just be left to choke on dust, because they would damn well unite all the Jianghu sects, and he would make plum blossoms even on the bald heads of the Shaolin monks, after which he shouted loudly that since everyone understood everything, then they could begin. At this time, a man was standing on the mountain. Ungam looked down. He saw the second and third generation disciples training and wondered if they had now submitted to him too. He suddenly remembered how the day before, the headmaster of the Huashan school had stood at the window and told him to leave it, because they could not forbid him. Closing his eyes, he added that if they interfered they would only make things worse, because they were old, like their teachings, and these children were plants for which they should serve as fertilizer, to help them grow and become better. Hearing this, Ungam lowered his thoughtful gaze. The old man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and told him to just trust him, because he was on the path of Taoism, so he would not get lost, and Ungam, leaving his memories, asked himself who taught him to create plum blossoms, how he achieved such an incredible level of martial arts and where he came from, so many questions that have no answers. At this time, the protagonist looked around angrily and shouted loudly, ordering the students to straighten their backs, adding that if they could not hold out like this for 2 hours, then he would kill them with his own hands. The guy walked along the rows, while the second and third generation students with bags full of stones squatted. Ungam looked at him from the side and said to himself that he could not make the others treat him with caution, because the path of the Taoist is a stream that needs to be tamed. On his chest was the crest of the Huashan school, and he continued to say that no matter how the protagonists behaved, they had no reason to forbid him anything, because he was still a disciple of their sect, because the path of a Taoist had no end. Smiling contentedly, the man firmly said that since they had decided to completely entrust the disciples to him, he would not interfere with the process. He, in turn, also had to work hard to make the Huashan sect stronger or at least not become a burden for it. There was some surprise in his eyes, when he suddenly wondered if it would be too greedy of him to ask Chongyong to train him too. And while the protagonist loudly shouted, ordering him to hold his stance, Ungam left. The protagonist sat on the edge of the cliff and said to himself that they had solved one issue, but there were still many trials ahead of them. Yes, the third generation disciples had made significant progress, but they were still far from being martial artists. And he felt as if he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. While he was thinking about this, a tree petal gently landed on his shoulder. Introducing his friends, the guy said to himself, "This is probably what it means to be a teacher," and then asked himself if he had known this feeling earlier, would the fate of his comrades have turned out differently? Asking himself about this, Chunmian remembered how he went to war with the heavenly demon more than 100 years ago. Leaving the memories, he suddenly shook his head from side to side, saying to himself that now it does not matter at all, because what is more important is that his past can serve as a basis for making thoughtful decisions in the present and creating a better future. After these thoughts, the protagonist exhaled heavily. Between both palms, he created a small magic ball and thought about how he felt it growing slowly but surely. It just needed time, and he would constantly and confidently move forward. After dispelling the magic, he added that there would come a day when Huashan could go beyond these mountains and become the best sect in the world, and then they would face cruelty that they had never dreamed of. Looking into the distance, Chongmin added that this was why he had to create a safe place for the disciples, no matter if it was him or the Huashan sector, and to do so, he had to become even stronger, like the noble plum blossom blade. After saying this, he looked at his palm. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the guy finished saying that when he achieved his goal, he would finally be able to defeat even the heavenly demon. Suddenly, a man from his past appeared behind him and asked him if his plum blossom had already blossomed. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around abruptly. After a short pause, he turned away again and answered, "Not yet." Standing up, the boy added that one day, this day would definitely come, rounding the tip of his sword, and the lameness would sweep over the world. Firmly resting his foot on the rock, the protagonist said that there was no need to worry about it, because he would do his best. With a wide smile on his face, he looked at the sky, firmly saying that he was Chongmayan after all. After saying these words, he turned around. Without stopping, he began to leave. After a while, yellow leaves fell to the ground. The plum blossom season on Mount Huashan was slowly and calmly coming to an end. Autumn came to Mount Huashan. After a while, winter came, and the branches of the plum tree became bare. When spring came, the plum blossoms bloomed again. They bloomed and withered again and again, so time flowed away like water through fingers. Winter came again, and snow lay everywhere. Large icicles hung from the ends of the roof. After winter, spring came, and a melted drop fell on a blossoming plum blossom. At this time, a man was climbing up Huashan Mountain. His foot suddenly reached the top. He put his hand on his knee and said that he had finally arrived. Raising his head, he saw the inscription on the big gate. The Great Huashan Sect. And happily said that he had reached it. Sweat poured down the boy's face as he said to himself that after the Zhonghua meeting 2 years ago, the level of respect for her had increased, and the Huashan sect, as far as he knew, had never had such a good reputation, so he hoped that his father was not mistaken. With these thoughts, he walked up the stairs. Less than a minute later, the boy knocked hard on the gate and asked if anyone was home. After his question, he stood in silence for a few seconds. Then the boy raised his head and said that he would like to visit the Huashan sect, and then asked if anyone was home. The sign above the gate read, Great Huashan sect. After hitting the gate a few times, the guy raised his head to the sky and said to himself that if there was someone there, they would have heard him by now and opened the door. As soon as he thought of this, the door opened. This made the stranger smile widely. Pekson looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was, to which he replied that he was here to meet the head of the Huashan sect, after which the second generation disciple explained that they were not accepting guests today, so he should come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the stranger raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what again, while simultaneously saying to himself that it was not surprising that they did not have a single visitor, after which he wondered if he really wanted to tell him that he had to climb this mountain again tomorrow. No way. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky. After a short pause, the guy, confused, stretched out his hand and asked if there was nothing he could do, since he needed to see the sect leader today, to which Pekson furrowed his brows and replied that he couldn't help him, since outsiders were not allowed in today, and if it wasn't urgent, they would wait for him tomorrow. But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the guy shouted that he wasn't an outsider. At that moment, he threw the bag off his shoulders. Turning his back to Pekson, he gave his name and said that he was from the Hua Shadow sect, which was affiliated with the Huashan sect, and that he needed to talk to the sect leader right now. After that, Son turned around and added that he knew it was his own fault for not finding out in advance whether he could come to them today, but could they, taking into account everything he said, tell the leader that he had urgent business with him? Hearing this, Pekson raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was from the Hua Shadow sect. So he was a representative of the sect that was affiliated with Huashan. After a while, a loud laugh came from the building of the headmaster of Huashan's school and asked if he was from the Hua Shadow sect, adding that out of all the sects in the past 30 years, they were the only ones who continued to send them at least some money, and he seemed like an honest and decent guy who resembled the disciples of the Huashan sect. The head of the finance department smiled broadly and asked what brought the guy to them, adding that he would try to help him with his question, to which the guy asked himself in confusion what was going on here. Why was he suddenly so friendly towards him? There were 4 other people inside besides the 2 of them, and Henning continued to say that they would be happy to lend money to them if they needed it, at the most attractive interest rate. But as soon as he said this, Hyun-san started to stand up, which the head of the finance department immediately noticed and said that from now on he would remain silent. After saying this, he sat down next to Hyun-jang and said that they were, as always, unhappy with his attempts to not help, to which the head of Huashan's school asked himself when he started acting like an adult again, after which he turned to the guy and said that it seemed like his anxiety had subsided, so he wanted to hear what happened and why he was here. Son, having come to his senses, raised his eyebrows and said that the Hua Shadow sect was in a difficult situation, so his father sent him to ask for their help. Hearing this, Hyun-jang smiled and asked what kind of help they needed. Suddenly, the guy, opening his mouth, firmly called out the name of the protagonist. Hearing this, everyone present in this building turned to look at the stranger in shock. Son looked at the elders and explained that he wanted to take the hero of the Zhonghua assembly, the divine dragon of Mount Huashan, Chongmyong, with him. After saying this, they looked at each other in silence. After a short pause, the headmaster of the Huashan school asked him if he remembered correctly that Son was calling him, to which he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that it was true. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he first wanted to know what kind of situation they were in, to which he replied that he apologized, but his thoughts were a little crumpled. With his eyebrows tensely drawn together, the boy explained that the new martial arts academy known as the Path Academy, which was founded near the Hua Shadow sect, was to blame for everything. It is related to the Wudong sect, and after establishing it, they immediately began to call for disciples from all over the area, and at first they were not worried, because the Hua Shadow sect is quite famous in Nanyang. As he spoke, Son recalled the gate that had the name of the Path Academy written on it. After leaving the memory, he frowned and added that they soon changed their tactics and targeted them. Recalling the fierce battle, Son said that their provocation had worked and his father, the sect leader, had suffered greatly in the battle against the head of the Path Academy, and if it had ended there, he would not have come to ask for help from the Huashan sect. But it seemed that the Path Academy was trying to evict the Shadow Hua sect from Nanyang, so he decided to ask them. Imagining the people who had the crest of the Wudong school on their chests, he added that his father had heard rumors that the Wudong sect was going to visit Nanyang, so he immediately sent him to the Huashan school to get help. After listening to the guests, Hyun-jang put his hand to his chin and said that the sects under the protection of Wudong should follow the path of Taoism, and then asked why they needed to do something like this. And while he was thinking about this, Son looked at the old men and asked them not to refuse their request, because if the Huashan sect did not come to their rescue, then the Hua Shadow sect would have to take down its signboard, and they were dealing with truly evil and cruel people. Hearing this, the head of the Huashan school looked at the guy and said to himself that in such a situation, they could not remain on the sidelines, adding that the number of sects that had joined spoke of the power of the main sect, and now the Huashan sect was ready to enter the big world. Imagining how many small sects were joining one big house, He said to himself that they should gradually join more and more sects if they wanted to return to the glory of the times when there were hundreds of them. After introducing his disciples, the headmaster of the Huashan school said to himself that soon the second-generation disciples would become those that the Huashan sect could rely on, and those who would go on to open martial arts academies all over the world. But if they did not solve the problems that arose in the former annex sects, then they would not be trustworthy for the new ones. But the solution that this young man proposed was not much. Without finishing, the old man narrowed his eyes and asked Son if he really wanted to take the protagonist with him, to which Son furrowed his brows and firmly replied that it was so, adding that this was his father's earnest request. He said that he must bring the divine dragon of the Huashan sect, Taoist Zhongming, the hero who single-handedly defended the honor of the Huashan sect against the Zhongnan sect 2 years ago. After saying this, the young man introduced the powerful protagonist. After receiving this answer, Hyunjong raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he couldn't disagree with it, while saying to himself that the rumors that had reached them were a little bit wrong, and now he was wondering who had spread them, after which he replied that he had heard it, and now he should wait outside for a while, because they had something to discuss. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. As soon as Son left the building, the people present looked at each other. Suddenly, the head of the finance department slammed his fist on the table with all his might and shouted loudly that they should send their disciples there to bite them, after which he asked how they dared to do such a thing to the Hua Shadow sect. Hyun-san, looking at the head, extended his hand and said that they couldn't leave it like this, because now they were able to fight back against the Wudong sect, because even in ancient times, such problems had the property of escalating into entire wars between sects. The old man, hearing this, thoughtfully lowered his gaze. After a short pause, Unam turned to look at him and added that he thought there were 2 things they should consider. He presented the huge crest of the Huashan school and said, first, they don't know if now is the right time to resume their activities outside the sect, and no matter what intentions they have to send their disciples to fight the Wudong sect, the whole world will perceive their action as the return of the Huashan sect. Looking at his comrades, Unam continued to say, second, they are not sure if they can defeat the disciples of the Wudong sect. After saying this, Hensen frowned tensely and said that the most appropriate question was whether it was right to let the protagonist go. After that, everyone present looked at each other. The head of the Huashan school put his hand to his face, and then asked Ungam what he thought. Ungam looked at the old man without any emotion and then asked him what there was to think about. Let him go. Hearing this, Hyunjong raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really thought so. The man did not take his eyes off the head of the Huashan school, answering that sooner or later the protagonist would have to go to Jianghu, so there was no point in delaying this moment, because if they knew for sure that he would stay on Mount Huashan and devote himself entirely to Taoism, then he would be against his departure. But that was impossible. Having said this, he chuckled and added that this was precisely why they should let him go and taste the cruel reality of existence. The old man looked at Ungam with kindness in his eyes and said that he wanted the boy to know suffering, and he understood him. Turning away, he added that this was a wise answer to a stupid question. After a short pause, the headmaster of Huashan looked at Unam and asked what Qianmayan was doing now, to which he replied that he had gone to secluded training but had not returned yet, and should most likely be back soon. The sun was shining on the territory of Huashan school, and Hyunjang ordered to call Zhong here. After a while, the boy frowned and asked how far it was, and whether he understood correctly that they wanted to send the protagonist somewhere far from here right after he finished training. The old man nodded silently. After receiving such an answer, Zhong wanted to ask if he was serious, but realizing it, he covered his mouth with his hand. A few seconds later, he looked at Son, and the headmaster of Huashan school explained that their guest from the Hua Shadow sect was seeing the protagonist off. They had a long journey ahead of them, so it would be nice if he introduced them to each other. After that, the door to the headmaster's building closed. Zhong and Son walked along the sidewalk together. The second looked at the first, and said to himself that he looked quite young, but he felt that they were on completely different levels. These thoughts caused a drop of cold sweat to appear on the guy's face. He saw the powerful energy inside Zhong, and said to himself that it was as if there was a huge lake inside him, and then asked himself if it was because he was studying in the main sect. And while they were walking behind the main character, Zhong looked at the guest and told him not to be shy and ask what he wanted, and he immediately asked what kind of Taoist he was, Zhongmayan. The guy shuddered at such a question. He walked slightly ahead, and Son said that there was no such person who would not know the name of the divine dragon in the Huashan sect, but nothing had been heard about him for 2 years, so he was interested in what kind of person he was. He smiled broadly, adding that some say that his aura is covered with sharp blades, others that he is a noble warrior of broad views. Hearing this, Zhong slightly turned to his interlocutor and asked what kind of noble warrior he was. Why the hell did people think that? Realizing what he said, he turned away and asked in confusion if this was really how they were talking about him, to which he replied that it was true. Zhong went up and said that he thought it would be better for him to see him himself, and see what kind of person he was, since they had already arrived. Son looked up in shock. In front of him was a mountain with many tunnels, and Zhang said that this place was called the Plum Blossom Caves, and that Taoists came here to quietly train alone and achieve enlightenment. The guy's face blushed at what he saw, and he asked if this meant that Taoist Qianmayan was currently here achieving enlightenment. Zhang stepped forward and said that he would call him. Before doing so, he frowned tensely. Then, he raised his hand to his mouth in confusion. Stopping in front of a large boulder, Zhang almost whispered to the protagonist and asked if he could hear him. After this question, they stood in silence for a few seconds, after which the Huashan student laughed in confusion and said that he was probably too busy with the process. Seeing this, Son narrowed his eyes and wondered if he thought he had called him quietly. But while he was thinking about it, Zhang turned to him and said that it seemed like Qianmayan was training hard, and he probably wouldn't be able to talk to him, and it would be better for them to go back. But as soon as he said this, the boulder that was blocking the tunnel where the protagonist was sitting was destroyed. Shards from the huge boulder flew in all directions. Through the dust, the guys saw a black silhouette walking towards them. Son raised his eyebrows in shock and said to himself that it was him, the man who single-handedly defeated 10 second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect, including Gimrian himself, one of the best up-and-coming Taoists of the next generation. The protagonist was getting closer to the light. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes when he heard Qianmayan's voice, who said with displeasure that he almost died on these grain balls. The protagonist's foot stepped onto the ground with a stomp. While stretching his neck, he added that this was exactly why he did not want to do solitary training. But after saying this, he raised one eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, displeasure appeared in his eyes, and the guy firmly said that he would never agree to this again. After these words, Soyan silently looked at the protagonist. There was a forced smile on his face, and in his eyes there was doubt, with which he said to himself that he seemed to have made a mistake. Qianmayan at this time looked at the stranger with some surprise in his eyes. The clear sky was slightly covered by clouds of dust. 3 people were standing on the rocky slope. One of them, shaking the dust off his shoulders, noted how much of it there was. The other, with a surprised look, mentally wondered who it was, believing that in front of him was definitely not the divine dragon from Mount Huashan. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and the guy thought that something stood out about the stranger, in addition to his rude speech. Perhaps the harmony of muscles and good looks made him charming. Chongmian vigorously waved his right hand, asking if the time had come, to which the one who came for him answered negatively. Sighing and explaining that there were still 3 days left, the warrior rudely asked what they were doing here, since his time had not yet expired. Zhang, turning his face to him, replied that the head of the sect was looking for him. The divine dragon smugly closed his eyes, saying that he must have missed him again and therefore asked to be taken out of isolated training, adding that he loved him very much. But another disciple objected to him that this was not the matter, but most likely something had happened. The protagonist looked at the speaker in surprise, then asked again what was the matter. He squinted his eyes. Then, without waiting for an answer, under the surprised look of the young man, he asked who the kid was who came with the envoy. The interlocutor, without looking at the face of the questioner, said the name Son, specifying that he was from the Shadow Sect Huashan. The divine dragon asked again in surprise. Then he looked at his companion with a smile. The young man, folding his hands in a greeting sign at his chest and smiling awkwardly, bowed. Under the warrior's thoughts that the sect the young man came from used to be one of the outer sects of Huashan, and he thought that they had all closed down. But apparently, even in difficult times, such eccentrics remained. Zhang turned his head to the interlocutor and asked if he knew this sect. The latter, throwing his hands behind his head, answered in the negative. Chongmian leisurely walked past the envoy, who was just saying that it was time to go to the head of the sect, explaining that they would find out everything there. The divine dragon had already taken a few steps away from those who had come for him and hurried them, shouting that he would not wait. The 2 watched him in confusion and heard him dreamily say that he would finally be able to eat meat. Son looked after him in surprise, thinking that this guy did not look like a Taoist from the main Huashan sect at all, but more like a bandit from the gateway. His thoughts were interrupted by his companion, who said that they needed to follow him. The young man did not expect this and looked at the sect disciple in surprise, asking again. Son even raised his right hand, trying to explain to his companion that they were going to meet the divine dragon of Mount Huashan and were following him. His companion felt awkward. He did not immediately answer that he did not know what dragon they were talking about, but they came specifically for this guy. Son asked again in shock. A moment later, he was covered in cold sweat, and, not believing his ears, asked again. Then he shrank all over and said the name Chongmian. His interlocutor, knitting his eyebrows, replied that he was somehow scared early, because all the surprises were still ahead, while the one they were discussing had already moved far away from them, walking and whistling. Someone slammed their fist on the table, asking if what he had just heard was serious. There were 5 people sitting at the table, 3 more were standing a little further away. Chongmian was opposite the sect leader, asking him that the disciples of the Wudang sect not only dared to bully their disciples, but also asked for help from the Taoists of the main sect. He confirmed. His face twisted. He did not understand how they dared. while Son watched him in surprise. The divine dragon hit his chest with his palm and said that the leader had nothing to worry about, because he would immediately go there and solve the problem. Zhang, calmly looking at him, asked how. He yelled furiously that it was obvious how. He would go there and properly teach the scoundrels from Zhongnan a lesson, but he was corrected that from the Path Academy, and he agreed. Then, looking up at his interlocutor, he began to shout loudly that it made no difference what they were called. He would simply go and deal with the Wudangs and burn their academy to the ground so that they would never set foot in Nanyang again. Zhong lost his temper with such words and shouted back, calling his interlocutor names, that it was a Taoist academy. He responded that it did not matter, because everyone was equal before fire, whether it was the Zhongnan Academy or Huashan. His opponent noted that he had already corrected him, because it was the Academy of the Way. Asking what Huashan had to do with it at all, he replied that it was because they were also Taoists. The teacher, still calm, asked the advisor if they should send the disputant, and he, leaning over, replied that it was probably worth thinking about it some more. Henan sat silently, closing his eyes. Chunmian asked, sitting on a chair and looking up at his opponent, "Isn't it natural to protect those who pay for it? Because otherwise who would pay at all?" But his friend answered that it was not payment, but a donation, but the student objected that it was the same thing. In the end, the hero slammed his fist on the table and jumped up from his chair, concluding, turning to the leader, that the enemy started it first, and it was their duty to respond to it, and asked to give him a chance, assuring that he would kill everyone before Janmun had time to make tea. The leader massaged his temples with his hand, saying that his head was splitting, under the warrior's request for permission to go fight. He lowered his hand a little lower, without removing it from his face, and said that several more students would go with the divine dragon, because they needed to find out exactly what happened there. Since he was confused by the inconsistencies in this matter, they should go tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chunmian clenched his fist and said enthusiastically that it was their style. Just the thought of being able to get even with the enemies from Wudong made him happy. The sect leader said that he would let him know when he decided who would go with him. Then Janmun turned to Zhang, asking him to prepare a room for Son and feed him. He folded his hands in front of his chest and bowed, accepting the order, asking for permission to leave. The three walked out of the small house with a gray roof into the courtyard. The hero was the last to leave. The others followed him with intent glances. The sect leader suddenly called out to him. He stopped at the door and smiled. When asked about his training, he said that the punching bags from Wudong would soon answer this. Janmun remained silent and only sighed. The door closed. The remaining ones sat in silence for a while. Then the sect leader turned to Hyun-san. He responded by turning his head. The leader intertwined his fingers and said that he might be exaggerating, but he felt uneasy about the sudden appearance of the Wudong outer sect in Nanyang, where nothing had happened for quite some time, and asked if it was a coincidence that they had chosen them as their target. The subordinate looked at him blankly and asked what he was trying to say. The leader looked down and said that he was not sure if it would be right to send Kianmayan away. His brows furrowed and he continued, but the subordinate interrupted him. Before he could finish his sentence, the subordinate disagreed, explaining that if the leader thought that they had attacked one of their outer sects to lure out a warrior, then he was definitely exaggerating. Hyun-sen raised his hands, palms up, continuing that Wudong would gain nothing from fighting them, since they would not get anything out of the shallow soil of Nanyang, and Janmun hummed thoughtfully. And looking ahead, the elder said that after their competition, Chongmyang became quite famous, and it was said that he was now one of the main candidates for the title of the strongest in his generation. An image of a guy and a dragon with glowing eyes appeared in his mind. He continued that he was worried about it. The nickname Divine Dragon of the Huashan sect was too eye-catching and exaggerated, and he did not know about the land. But he was sure that the same Taoist sect did not really want the fame of their neighbors. A subordinate standing behind the head asked what to do. Then, smiling, the man asked Janmun if he knew what the other disciples called Chongmyang, and he became interested. An image of an angry dog and a screaming disciple appeared in his mind. The interlocutor said that they called him Mad Dog. Unam coughed to get attention and said that Mad Dog sounded negative, then Fierce Dog would be better. But the sect leader thought that in either case he was still a dog, so it would be better to choose a different word. Ungam intervened, raising his hands palms up and saying, addressing the leader, that the students had worked tirelessly for the past year, and whether it was Wudong or Shaolin, no one would be able to look down on them anymore. He turned his head slightly and continued that among all the students, Chongmyang was the best, and those who dared to disturb the divine dragon of the Huashan sect would learn from personal experience why he was given such a nickname. At this time, the three students walked from one building to another, and the eldest continued that, despite all this, they still needed someone who could keep this guy on a chain. Janmun coughed, stroking his beard, and Ungam continued that he had a couple of people in mind and offered to talk about them. The leader stopped looking at him with interest. The sky was clear above the roof of the building. The students turned to look at the noise coming from one of the food tables where Chunmian was eating. He had stuffed both cheeks and was drinking with a sound from a straw. Son watched this tensely. Pieces of food flew past his face, and he thought that the rumors were false. The youth turned his gaze to his new acquaintance, reasoning that a divine one could not act so ignorantly. Then the guest looked at Zhang, concluding that he was more suitable for this role. The warrior, with his cheeks still stuffed, grunted, and then asked if the other students had trained hard while he was gone. At this time, his companion was just carrying another portion of noodles to his mouth and literally felt the irritation of the others on his back. Everyone angrily condemned him for bringing back this demon, because they had just had a quiet day. Beads of sweat appeared on his cheek and forehead. He secretly glanced sideways, feeling the tension coming from the others in his direction, and assured his interlocutor that everything was so. The protagonist, having finally chewed his food and freed his mouth, asked again and immediately said that he should personally verify this. Zhang, waving his hand, assured him otherwise, reminding him of the problem with the Shadow Sect Huashan, and the warrior agreed that this was a priority task, specifying when they were leaving. The interlocutor, standing up, said that the leader had spoken about tomorrow morning, and since this was earlier than he had originally said, the situation seemed more serious than expected. Son looked at his plate. Zhang added that if the hero had finished eating, then he should start getting ready, because there was not much time. He, satisfied, threw the gnawed bone into the dishes on the table and agreed. Then he left the common building. The students peacefully continued their meal. One of them, exhaling, said that he thought they were finished and that it was scary. Then he asked, not noticing Son's surprised look, why this particular guy was sent from hell. The young man's eyes widened. He thought that his companion was supposedly the youngest here. The guest looked askance at the students, thinking that not only did the warrior communicate informally with everyone, but the elders also chose their words in front of him. Zhang, looking at him sideways, said out loud that he should not even try to understand it. He asked in surprise, and the guy continued that everything would soon become clear regardless of his desire. The hero was approaching another building. The sun illuminated the mountain peaks. The three were standing on a stone path. Son looked excitedly towards the road, arguing that if they wanted to make it on time, they needed to hurry, but Zhang, standing with a travel bag on his shoulder, assured him that they would make it. Approaching footsteps were heard. Ghoul looked to the side and was surprised. Then, putting his hand on his belt, he declared that those they were waiting for had arrived, turning to the elder Baekchan. Son looked to the side in surprise. A man in a white robe appeared at the gate. The young man reasoned that this was the same man who led the disciples to Jianghu to defeat the bandits and save many lives, the righteous sword of the Huashan sect. The guy was approaching and his face could already be seen. The youngest of the group was embarrassed and watched his hero with admiration, feeling the powerful heroic aura of the idol. Zhang mockingly asked him how well he slept last night. The guy's face distorted into a pitiful grimace, almost crying. He said that it would be fine if the guy just came back, but now he had to go to Jianghu, asking what he did to deserve this. Son watched what was happening in surprise and attracted the attention of the Taoist, who asked who he was. The boy folded his hands in greeting, introducing himself, as a silhouette appeared behind him. The youngest of the group did not have time to finish speaking, as he jumped back in horror from the person who suddenly appeared behind him, asking who it was. Suddenly, he noticed, looking closely, that it was a girl and still could not understand how she got there. The boy looked up, realizing that she was beautiful. Iso looked down indifferently, as Soyeon thought that despite her cold gaze, she was beautiful as a plum blossom and he had never seen someone so beautiful. But the girl walked past without saying a word. The boy looked after her in confusion, finding it strange that there were so many people in the sect, but everyone he met was amazing. The disciples looked at him with smiles. Baekchan extended his hand to Iso, telling her something. But then footsteps were heard. Soyeon thought that the most amazing thing was that there was a person superior to them all. The four disciples felt the tension. It was reflected in their eyes. Chunmin arrived, noting that the others had arrived early. The boys were secretly angry, thinking about wanting to sleep and not wanting to work, and the last one to arrive asked the elder that he was also here. He confirmed. The hero looked at him seriously and summarized that it was obvious. Then he looked at Iso, saying that it was unclear why she was here. She only coughed in response. He called her strange. The doors opened, and the one leaving asked if everyone was there. The disciples turned around at the voice. Then they bowed, expressing respect to the head of the sect. He, looking ahead, turned to Son. The young man, slightly embarrassed, responded. The leader said that he knew about his worries, but his companions enjoyed great trust in the sect, so he was sure that they would help him a lot. Limson's son thanked him for helping in such a difficult time. Then Baekchan bowed, accepting Jamin's order, appointing him as the leader. Then Zhang and Gul bowed, accepting the order to help Baekchan. So did Isol. Finally, the sect leader turned to Chongmin. Respectfully folding his hands, he responded. Janmun, looking at him, asked him not to screw things up. He indignantly asked why the instructions to him were so different from the instructions to the others. The leader only asked him again about the same thing. He discontentedly agreed. The sect leader smiled slightly, looking at all his disciples, then gave the order to go to Nanyang, help the shadow sect of Huashan and let the whole world know that their sect is still alive and well. The guys looked at the teacher carefully. The disciples bowed before him, promising not to let him down. They walked down the long staircase located on the mountainside. Someone thought that a lot of time had already passed, 2 whole years, and it was finally time for the whole world to know how much the Huashan sect had changed. A group of disciples walked out of the gate. The leader stood on the mountainside, looking out over the gate. He heard laughter behind him and turned around. Hyun-sen was approaching him, saying that 2 years ago he was worried that the Zhongnan sect would bully their disciples, and now he was worried that their disciples would beat up the Wudang sect disciples badly. When he reached the leader, he said that perhaps they should trust them and wait, because they were not that reckless, and when they returned, the Huashan sect would become even more famous. The leader sighed. Then, without looking at his subordinate, he said that he agreed with him. They both stood and looked at the gate, and Janmun finally said that fame was the same as glory. The sky was clear, the sun was shining on a building with several floors. Someone reasoned that they could run from here to Nanyang, but Son might not be able to cope, so another method was needed. Chunmian stopped and everyone turned around when he said that there was no need to worry. He was holding a money garland in his hands, which horrified everyone, and he said that he knew a couple of ways. They asked him where he got it from. His hands held the reins and urged the horse. The students were sitting in the cart, John was driving it, and Ghoul was sitting next to him. Chunmian was pouring the drink straight into his throat. Son, watching this picture and how he was wiping his mouth, thought that the Taoist was an alcoholic. Baekchan, as if reading his thoughts, said that the Huashan sect does not prohibit alcohol. The young man nervously agreed with a smile. Iso threw a snack to Chunmian and he caught it with his mouth. The interlocutor added that the youngest in the group should not try to understand what was happening here, because not everyone is given this, and the young man silently watched. The carriage was moving forward when Baekchan told Soyeon that he had not learned all the details of the mission because they had to hurry, and asked her to tell him what the Huashan Shadow Sect was, explaining that he knew it was an outer sect, but it would be a good idea to learn as much about it as possible since they were going to help. The young man sighed before beginning his story, noting that there was nothing special about it. But the interlocutor, turning his head towards him, said that it was definitely special, if only because being an outer sect of Huashan had not been the best idea until a certain time, but she still did not turn her back on them and continued to wear this title with pride. The younger member of the group looked at the speaker in surprise. Chongmyung also looked at him, who added that it was unlikely that there was another place like it in the world. Son looked down, and said that he was doing this only out of a sense of duty, that they were disciples of the Huashan sect was probably something only his father was proud of. The divine dragon brought the bottle to his mouth again, and threw his head back. As he removed the bottle, he thought that the Shadow Sect had been through a lot, and he was sure that people had told them many times to stop this nonsense. After all, no one would want to join the martial arts academy of the ruined sect, and if they stopped being their outer sect, then their affairs would go much better. As he reasoned, he looked at the young man who was sitting with his head slightly lowered. Finally, the young man spoke up, saying that if his listeners only knew how happy his father had been when he heard the news of what had happened at the last Huashan and Zhongnan Congress. Son plunged into memories of how he and his father were returning home at dusk, and continued the story that he drank 2 barrels of wine then, although he usually does not drink, and said that the Huashan sect had finally begun to flourish again. Baekchan looked at the storyteller, and he continued that his father had always been proud of being a Huashan disciple, although only his great-grandfather had studied directly with the sect. Someone sitting in front glanced at the speaker. The young man said that despite the fact that his father was not even the first generation, he was still always proud of it, and they were lucky in the affairs of the academy, and did not have to starve until the Academy of the Way appeared. Baekchan listened intently. Then Son asked a question, who also listened to him attentively. The Taoist clarified that the young man's father lost to the head of the Academy of the Way in battle, he confirmed. The carriage passed along a forest road. The youngest of the group said that it was actually a strange story, because his father had never slacked off in training in his life and was strong enough to lose even to young warriors in their prime. Chunmian, eating a snack, thought that he was right. Images of warriors appeared in his head, and he himself thought that, unlike ordinary people, the more masters of internal energy, the stronger they are and the slower they age, so the old people in murim were always the most dangerous. Son introduced his father's opponent, and once again said that it was strange, because the head of the Academy of the Way was very young and his father could not lose to him. Baekchan looked ahead, thinking that there were too many strange things for an ordinary duel between outer sects. He glanced at the young man, and the latter looked at him in slight confusion. Then he turned away and said that he should apologize. The disciples sat upright in the carriage, holding their hands on their knees. The young man continued that although his father had sent him to them, he did not believe that they would be helped, because the Wudang sect had come out against them, and this was not the easiest opponent. Son slightly clenched his hands, saying that unlike him, his father had always believed in the Huashan sect and now he understood why. Because no matter how it all ended, he would be eternally grateful to them for their help. Chongmyan, with his mouth full, indignantly asked what he meant, no matter how it ended. The young man stood at attention, looking at him slightly fearfully. He asked what he was even talking about. it would only end in one way. The protagonist raised his fist up, shouting with his cheeks stuffed that he would defeat everyone there, rip off their heads. To this Son asked the Taoist why their companion was so obsessed with other people's heads. He answered that they themselves were interested in this. Zhang finally raised his voice so that the one threatening everyone would hold back his horses, because the head of the sect would not be happy if he went too far again. The divine dragon waved it off, that deep down he himself wanted the same thing. Chongmian sat among the allies with a bottle in one hand and a snack in the other, broadcasting that the leader did not have much time left, and the disciple would make sure that he could fully enjoy how he would take revenge on the guys from Wudang, because only in this case the Janmun would be able to ascend with a smile on his face. Ghoul barely audibly said Zhang to this that their comrade was incredible, because he managed to show both respect and disrespect for the leader in one sentence. The divine dragon greedily pulled a piece of food in his teeth, saying that everyone needed to be shown how fragile the skull of a person who crossed Huashan Road could be, then turned to the elder, asking why they were traveling for so long, noting that they should speed up, because the heads were already waiting for them. Zhang, turning his head in his direction, replied that the horses would get tired if they hurried too much. The interlocutor replied that they were very expensive and everything would be fine with them, ordering them to hurry. The guy spurred the horses and the carriage rushed forward. It began to rain. Raindrops pounded the roof of the building. The doors were locked. Sounds were heard behind them. Lim San was coughing heavily. His hand slowly sank to the bed. He was sure that help was already on the way. His face lit up slightly with hope, and he confidently repeated that help would definitely come. Yampen, who was standing next to him, answered his master that it didn't matter anymore, because the Wudang sect was against them. Lim San sat on the bed. The subordinate continued his speech, that he knew that the name of the sect had recently become famous. But this was not enough to fight the Wudang sect. Of course, they would be glad of any help. But if they understood their place, they would not get involved in the conflict. It was time to accept the bitter truth and not wait for help, but to resolve the conflict themselves. The head of the sect silently looked away. He closed his eyes and the speaker asked him where he got so much faith in a place that had abandoned them long ago. They were in a half-empty room. The leader answered that they were an external sect of Huashan, which meant that they could not and would not betray their roots. He clenched his hands into fists, asking that the interlocutor really thought that something would change if they betrayed their own, and added that nothing would change if they changed the sect they were under. Empen listened intently, and the speaker continued that if Ulan fell, they would betray them, if Shaolin, then them. He added bitterly, putting all his strength into these words, that he did not want this and did not see his life this way. And then immediately began to cough. The servant, standing right in front of the chief, said that no one would recognize him for such a choice, but the latter replied that he was not looking for recognition. Clearing his throat again, he said that he was simply doing what he had to. The subordinate clenched his hand into a fist. It was trembling. His eyebrows frowned. He looked at the chief, sitting in bed, and thought that he was too stubborn and he would never be able to persuade him to betray Huashan, and for this he respected the leader, but he did not have time to continue his thought. The rain pounded the walls and doors of the house with all its might. Lim San, looking ahead, repeated again that he was confident in the Huashan sect and that they would not abandon them at such a time and would definitely send the divine dragon to help. There was a knock and the two were surprised and excited by the uninvited guests. Someone was trying to get through to the sect leader, asking if he was inside. Outside the gate, 7 umbrellas were visible in the rain. The leader of the group shouted that he had come to sort this out once and for all and demanded that the leader come out. The master and subordinate silently looked at the door. The eyes of the sect leader were wide open. Empen asked what he would do. His eyebrows furrowed. Lim San put his feet on the floor, saying that there was nothing to be done. He had to go out, otherwise he would be branded a coward. The rain did not subside. The gate opened slightly. The master appeared in it. He asked why they had come to him again, because he had nothing to say. The head of the Path Academy, looking at him sternly, said that he knew everything himself. Since he lost to him, he should get out of Nanyang, and asked how long he could sit it out. The head of the sect answered just as sternly that there was no rule that would oblige him to leave. The impudent man, slightly throwing back his umbrella, answered that this was an unspoken rule. The host stood at the gate, not letting the guests in. Their head said that even if the sect stayed here, it was obvious that it would only get worse, and he suggested that they leave today. Lim San, frowning, refused. The head of the Path Academy also frowned and said that he would understand what situation he was in only when blood was spilled. Thunder was heard. 7 umbrellas still stood against 2. Raindrops noisily hit them. One of the uninvited guests standing behind the head of the academy turned to him, asking to speak. He agreed, but said that he should not get his hands dirty. But the speaker said that everything was fine. Lim San's eyes widened. It seemed that he recognized the person who came to him. His gaze fell on the hat. It was familiar. Then he moved on to the black robe. Then to the pine symbol on the chest. The leader only squeezed the umbrella in his hand tighter. He knows many sects in the world, but only one wears such clothes. It was a disciple of the Wudang sect, the guy, stepping forward slightly, said that he was glad to meet them. And looking him straight in the eyes, he introduced himself as a second-generation disciple of the Wudang sect, saying his name, Jin Hyun. The heroes stood in the rain opposite each other. Lim San asked if this was really the same inexorable immortal sword in front of him. Jin Hyun nodded and said that it embarrassed him when people called him that. The man's mouth opened in surprise and he remembered that he was also called the Wudang Sword Dragon. The boy was holding an umbrella in his hands. The master mentally called him the best disciple of the new generation, who was predicted to become the strongest swordsman in the world. The teacher frowned and decided that this man's appearance meant a declaration of war on Huashan. The young man said that he heard about everything that happened from the head of the Path Academy. The mentor looked at him sternly and confirmed the fact that they wanted to stay in Nanyang. The warrior closed his eyes and explained that this was a bad idea, because if there were 2 martial arts academies in a small area, it would be difficult to avoid problems. Standing at the threshold of the gate, the swordsman said that there would obviously be fewer disciples, which would make things bad for Huashan. The sect leader asked why they should leave here if this was their place. Jin Chin raised his eyebrows and said that if both academies remained, their sect would suffer the most. The boy smiled and added that he was not asking them to just leave and that they had compensation. Limson's mouth dropped open in shock when the boy offered to pay for their move in full if they agreed. The man frowned furiously and thought that this was not about money at all. There was a crest on the tablet. The master remembered that Nanyang was where the Huashan Shadow sect began, and he thought that asking them to leave would be tantamount to destroying their past. The warrior narrowed his eyes when the teacher flatly refused his offer and stated that they had only one option left. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if this was a compromise. His eyes widened in shock when the student asked him to remove the plum blossom symbol from their board. Raindrops poured down from the roof. The swordsman said that 2 academies of such large sects could not exist in the same place. Standing under the umbrella, Jin Chin called the Huashan sect their rival and explained that they could not allow them to exist next to them. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked the leader to make the right choice and get rid of the connection with Huashan so that they could move forward with Wudang. The youth frowned menacingly and said that otherwise, the name of the Shadow sect would be erased from the history of Nanyang forever. The clouds thickened in the sky. The warrior wanted to hear the answer. Lim San trembled from overexertion. His shaking hand clutched the umbrella. The man replied that they would never betray the Huashan sect. The disciple sighed heavily and said that they were bringing trouble upon themselves. The swordsman frowned and explained that if they did not leave this place in 6 hours, he would force them to do so. The master opened his mouth wide and asked if this was how the reputable Wudang sect conducted business. Jin Chin narrowed his eyes and asked the teacher to understand him correctly. There were many people standing behind him. The boy said that Wudang is famous all over the world precisely because they do business like this, and was indignant that Huashan was refusing and being unreasonable. The boy turned away and asked the master to remember that they had 6 hours. The people from the Wudang sect walked away. The youth stepped in a puddle and asked if the Shadow sect was really resisting because they were waiting for help from Huashan. The leader frowned in surprise and remained silent. The warrior looked back and asked if he really thought these old men would decide to go against him. The disciple smiled and decided that the Shadow sect should have made a different choice. The swordsman looked away when someone asked what they were talking about. An unknown person in a hat approached the Wudang representatives. The man raised his hand and asked who he was. The intruder poked him in the shoulder. The protagonist frowned sternly and introduced himself as himself. Chunmyang stepped forward. The people looked at him with puzzlement. The boy approached Jin Hyang and asked what difference it made to him. The boy hid his face under his hat. The warrior thought that only a man would push one of the group of swordsmen in the shoulder. The disciple tried to push through the crowd. The heroes stepped forward and asked why they closed the gate. The sword dragon frowned in displeasure. Son looked forward and called out to his father. Lim San opened his mouth in surprise. The swordsman rushed into his arms. The boy smiled widely and said that he brought the guys from the Huashan sect here. The implacable immortal sword turned around in amazement. The protagonist grinned and confirmed it. Chunmyang raised a finger and said that they were clearly not from Shaolin, because they did not even have bald spots. Jin Hyun looked at him in confusion and realized that he had not noticed his loud appearance due to the commotion, but now it all became clear to him. There was a plum blossom on the boy's chest. Baekchin stepped forward and said that their sect leader had sent them here after hearing that the Shadow sect was in trouble. The boy closed his eyes and greeted the master. The man's mouth opened in shock and he realized that it was the righteous sword Huashan himself. The master was unable to stand on his feet at this news and fell. The warrior looked up, and the master decided that his charisma was no less than that of the immortal sword. Lim San raised his eyebrows and wondered if the divine dragon Huashan was here too. The boy ran forward and said that he had heard about him, and that they had been paying them tribute for 30 years for protection. John closed his eyes and asked him not to say that. The boy shook the leader's hand and introduced himself. The man looked at him in surprise and asked him again for his name. The disciple smiled widely and repeated it. The sword dragon frowned and asked what it meant. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Jin Hyun asked if this was the divine dragon of the Hwashan sect. The swordsman narrowed his eyes in displeasure, and replied that his name was wrong and asked if he really wanted to be forced to cough up his name in blood. Standing behind him, the youth guessed that this was a real thug and remembered how he was said to be the unexpected leader of the new generation. The protagonist squeezed the leader's hand and said that he could breathe easy now because they would solve everything. Kianmayan, with shining eyes, explained that the leader called their shadow sect the best of all. The warrior frowned in confusion and wondered if this person was stronger than him. Baeksin approached him and said that they came here to find out what happened between the two outer sects. Sword Dragon looked back and introduced himself as a member of Wudong. The boy asked him to talk to him instead of the shadow sect leader Hwashan. The disciple closed his eyes as Sword Immortal was indignant that Hwashan was going to get involved in this matter, and asked if there was a reason why they shouldn't. Jin Hyun narrowed his eyes in disdain, and mentally called him impudent. The hero stood in the rain. The young man was angry that these children dared to get in the way of the Wudong because they had a little fame. The swordsman smiled and hoped that they could resolve the issue with a simple dialogue. His eyes lit up. Baeksin felt that the Wudong sect was not in the mood for this. The young man looked back and felt a strange oppressive aura emanating from him. The protagonist continued to shake Limson's hand. The warrior was amazed that he was the divine dragon. The immortal sword looked back and asked if they really wanted to have a fight. Kianmayan opened his mouth and asked if he really thought they came here for some kind of duel. The sword dragon turned his head and was indignant that Hwashan did not know anything about manners. The man grabbed his sword. Standing in front of the others, the boy found it funny to hear this from those who had invaded another sect's territory, and were demanding that they leave immediately. Jin Hyun frowned angrily when the boy assumed that they only resorted to manners when it was convenient for them. The boy grabbed the hilt of his sword. The umbrella was in the basket. The student asked Wudong to come back in 6 hours and show what they could do. The swordsman smiled and urged them not to blame Hwashan for their being killed. The warrior frowned in annoyance. Standing outside the school, he asked if this should be taken as the position of the Hwashan sect. Baeksin smiled and asked if he thought they would decide to go back on their words. The boy looked ahead and noticed that Wudong had come to this decision first. The hand of the dragon sword trembled. Jin Hyun sheathed the weapon and said that he would give them one day. The protagonist scratched his ear. The boy explained that they would come here at the same time tomorrow and would not be held responsible for any incidents, as Hwashan themselves had proposed to fight based on the rules of Jianghu. Chunmian blew the dirt off his finger. The boy smirked and asked if the enemy was changing the rules to suit themselves, and suggested that they were simply scared. The warrior gritted his teeth and thought about stopping talking to him so as not to accidentally lose his temper. Ghoul clenched his fist and declared that he was starting to get angry. The immortal sword held the weapon with a trembling hand. Then he let go. The sword dragon punched his palm. Jin Hyun looked at the sect members from under his brows and promised to see them tomorrow. The boy turned around and took a step forward. The warrior passed by Baeksin. The boys watched him go. Iso glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. The immortal sword walked away silently. John looked back and asked if he couldn't help himself. The girl looked away. The boy stated that the Wudong sect disciples lived up to their name. Limson's eyes widened in shock. The man looked up when the protagonist asked him to trust them. Chunmyung smiled widely and asked him to sit down and rest. The master trembled in fear and asked if he understood what just happened. The master opened his mouth in horror and stated that he asked for help to solve the problem, not to start a full-scale war. The teacher grabbed the back of his head and felt pressure. Son ran to him when he lost consciousness. The boy asked what they did wrong. Raindrops hit the roof. Someone asked why the elder gave them until tomorrow. The Wudong disciples walked down the street. One of them stated that they should have immediately entered the battle. Jin Hyun stopped and asked what this meant. His comrade approached him and suggested that he go back and teach Hwashan a lesson. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise when the young man asked why he thought he had given them until tomorrow. The warrior took a step towards his friend. The immortal sword frowned menacingly and explained that otherwise he would have to kill the divine dragon. The disciple looked at him in amazement, the dragon sword hoping that Hwashan would realize what they had done by tomorrow. A pine tree symbol appeared behind him. The scoundrel wanted Hwashan to feel what it was like to become an enemy of the Wudong sect. The little boy stood in the middle of an empty field when he was called out. Lim San looked back and called out for his father. There was an academy in the mountains. The voice said that Hwashan was a revered sect and that countless ancestors had shed their blood and sweat to earn the plum blossom mark. A strong gust of wind blew down on the child. The old man explained that one day their name would spread throughout the world again, so he should not judge by the current situation. The disciple's eyes widened. His father declared that soon their sect would also take off after Hwashan. The man opened his mouth in fear and screamed. The master was shaken violently. He turned his head and asked if it was a dream. Empayan nodded silently. The heroes were in a bright bedroom. The protagonist put the bottle on the table and called the wine very tasty. Soyeon narrowed his eyes in displeasure when Kianmayan asked for more meat. The boy reached for the food, and Guo asked him to take his hands off him. Someone opened the door to the dining room. Frowning sternly, the master declared that now was not the time for drinking, and asked if they did not understand the seriousness of the situation. The disciple looked back and called out to his father. Baekhyun stood up and apologized to him. Holding the bottle in his hands, the boy explained that his friends were completely ignorant of their manners. The swordsman asked if this was some kind of joke. The master closed his eyes and wondered if this sect was really called respectable. The teacher opened his mouth and sighed heavily. His son's eyes widened in surprise when Lim-san said that the Huashan Shadow sect would not fight for Nanyang. The boys looked at him carefully. The man explained that they did not want to betray their sacred principles. But now they had no choice, so they needed to quickly end everything and leave the city. The righteous sword frowned and tried to convince him. The master looked down and said that he made this decision not because he did not believe in them. The master introduced the boys from Wudang and said that the reason lay in them and the Wudang sect. Empen frowned. The teacher added that the enemies would not stop now no matter how hard they tried, and that this would continue until they left Nanyang. The protagonist took a few sips from the bottle. Putting it on the table, the boy asked what was so good about this place, and decided that Wudang was trying too hard to drive out an ordinary shadow sect. The leader raised his eyebrows and said that Nanyang was a very quiet and peaceful place. Putting his hand on the back of the chair, Chongmyan thought about the old man not knowing anything, and assumed that he had no information other than superficial. Squinting, the boy realized that the Wudang guys were people who chanted Buddha even on their deathbeds, and concluded that there was definitely something valuable here. Standing at the door, Lim-san asked his comrades to return to Huashan at dawn and promised to deal with everything else. The man looked ahead in surprise when the boy refused to do so. The disciple closed his eyes and reminded them that the leader himself had ordered them to solve the problem of the shadow sect. The master said that it was too difficult. The teacher opened his mouth in amazement when the warrior said that Huashan had never forgotten what they had done for her. The swordsman smiled broadly and explained that they would not abandon them in trouble and that the whole world would soon know about it. The mentor looked at him, puzzled. The protagonist took another sip. The leader realized that he had been too hasty with his judgments about the divine dragon. The heroes froze in place, looking at Chunmyan, who wanted to ask for a favor. Lim-san replied that he would do anything. The boy put the bottle on the table. He frowned sternly. The guy pointed forward and asked if he could have another bottle of wine. The man pursed his lips in displeasure and decided that he had not been hasty with his judgments after all. The clouds in the sky did not clear. Someone asked if the shadow sect would really escape at night, as the head of the Academy of the Way said. Standing on the terrace, Jin-chin guessed that it would, but the people of Huashan would definitely not escape. Jimu raised his eyebrows and asked why his friend thought so. The youth replied that they had been given a reputation that should not have been. Closing his eyes, the warrior explained that people who earned their reputation were never obsessed with it, and added that they became arrogant when it happened suddenly. The swordsman remembered how the protagonist smirked, and decided that the divine dragon would not give up his nickname so easily, because he would be laughed at throughout Jianghu for trying to escape. Standing on the balcony of a tall building, the sword dragon called the members of Huashan reckless and shameless. His comrades said that they should definitely teach them a lesson then. Looking forward, Jin Hyun agreed with him and said that he would never back down from his duty. Jinmu called him noble. The boy turned his head and said that they should not forget their true goal. The young man looked at his comrade and asked if he remembered it. The student confirmed it, and added that he had not forgotten about it for a second. Turning away, the warrior explained that he didn't like one person and that they needed to get rid of him quickly, and stated that then Wudang would be able to surpass Shaolin and become the strongest sect in the world. The swordsman nodded. The rain continued to fall. The sword dragon thought that the reason they had come all this way and even created a fake academy was hidden in the sword cemetery. Jin Hyun sternly watched the raindrops. A smirk appeared on his face. The guy clenched his fists and realized that if everything went according to plan, the whole world would bow before the Wudang sect. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Sitting on the step, the protagonist said that he had overdone it with alcohol. Chunmyan squinted and complained of feeling unwell. Zhang said that he should have controlled himself and not drunk from the bottle. The boy took another sip and said he was innocent. The student asked why he was drinking if he felt sick. The boy explained that he just needed to sober up. Ghoul covered his nose with his hand and complained about the terrible smell. Baekhyun closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The doors were closed. Son announced that he had gathered all the members of their sect and locked all the gates. Looking ahead, Lim-san thanked him. The warrior raised his eyebrows and asked if they should not fight the people of the Wudang sect. The man thought about this as he sat on the bed. The master closed his eyes and realized that this war was provoked by Wudang, not Huashan. The teacher frowned and decided that they had already resigned themselves to their fate, so they would not lose much if they left without a fight, but some of them could get hurt. The swordsman frowned in disappointment. The mentor realized that they would not be able to leave unscathed. The sect leader looked down and asked what they should do. The boy looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, he frowned. His father looked at him when the boy said that they should go out and fight. The Huashan disciples were in the courtyard. Son explained that they could not just sit and watch the boys fight for them. The warrior looked down and added that he respected his father and cherished the Shadow Sect only because of this place. In the memory, he and his father were walking along the street at night. The child smiled happily. The swordsman remembered how Lim San supported Huashan, which was collapsing before his eyes, and was sincerely proud to be a part of it. The man happily held a bottle and a cup in his hands. The master's mouth fell open in surprise when the boy said that all this happened right here. The mentor clutched his blanket and agreed with his son. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy called himself a member of Huashan and asked how they could sit back while their comrades fought. The sect leader looked ahead with confidence. Son said that he sent these disciples to help them without a doubt. The protagonist squad gathered in the rain. The warrior explained that they were acting strangely and incorrectly, but still sincerely wanted to help. The swordsman frowned menacingly and said that he would fight them even if it cost him his life. Sitting under the blanket, the teacher realized that his son was ready to give his life in battle. Lim San lowered his head and felt how ashamed he was for himself and his words. The boy sat next to the bed. The man thought about how he had renounced Huashan during a difficult period, but his son continued to follow everything he was taught. Without turning his head, the master asked his comrade to open the main gate. Empen raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what this meant. Without looking at him, the mentor asked his friend to tell the disciples that they could fight or go home, and said that he would not blame anyone who left the Huashan Shadow Sect now. The master lowered his head and explained that if their sect survived this day, he would take them back without any consequences. The warrior assumed that then no one would stay here. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise when Lim San denied this. The man smiled and said that he would stay here with his son. Son looked at him happily when the master said that they would fight for the Huashan sect. Empen narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The disciple turned away and promised to convey the leader's message. Looking after him, the mentor asked if he was not staying. The warrior pulled the door handle and explained that he would not fight for the Huashan sect. The swordsman looked back and said that he would fight for his leader and his beliefs. Clouds floated across the sky. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist called this wine the best. Kian Mayan looked at his comrade passing by and asked when those scoundrels would arrive. Baekshun replied that he did not know. The boys looked around when they were called. Standing in front of his comrades, the young man warned them that they should know that this time would be different. Iso frowned. The disciple explained that this would be a beacon to let the world know that the Huashan sect was finally returning. The boys nodded when the warrior added that today's fight did not belong to them alone. The swordsman furrowed his brows sternly and asked his friends to remember that they were defending the honor of Huashan. The righteous sword narrowed his eyes. He turned to his drunken comrade. The boy stated that he understood everything. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when Baekshun asked him to give it his all. The youth opened his mouth wide and said that the Wudang would inevitably become their enemies now. Narrowing his eyes, the disciple thought he liked that word and asked if the sect leader hadn't told him to take it easy. The warrior reminded him of how he himself wanted to break everyone's skulls. The swordsman looked around. The crowd of people headed towards the gate. The members of the Huashan Shadow sect had left the academy grounds. Righteous Sword turned around when someone said that they had temporarily opened the gate. Lim San approached his ally and explained that those who wanted to had left this unwanted battle. The protagonist's cheeks turned red. Several disciples were standing at the weapon racks. Looking at them from afar, Kianmayan concluded that this was a very good sect. The boy raised his eyebrows and remembered that the Huashan sect was exactly the same in his time. Bowing, the man apologized for not doing what he should have done at night and thanked the Huashan sect, who had come to their aid without hesitation. The master promised to lead his people and fight with them. Baekshun raised his hand and asked him not to do so. The youth pursed his lips and thought that this was truly a great man, as the rumors said. The teacher nodded. The warrior wondered if he could make such a decision in his place or not. The boy smiled widely and said that it was very difficult to find someone who could remain loyal for 30 years. The boys were outraged that their friend was talking about money again. The mentor flinched in surprise when the swordsman said that they should not participate in this. The boy took a sip from the bottle and explained that they would understand everything when they saw it for themselves. The student wiped his chin and noticed that the villains had arrived. The boys looked at the closed gate. Dust rose from the ground. A group of Wudang members were approaching the school grounds. Jin Chen looked sternly ahead. The youth frowned menacingly and urged his comrades to move forward. The student drew his sword from its sheath. The villains rushed towards the gate. The Huashan member assumed a fighting stance. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. Zhang and Gul stepped forward and prepared for battle. The boy frowned sternly and warned his friends about the enemy's approach. The Wudang members rushed forward. The protagonist jumped up from his seat. Kian Mayan appeared behind Baekshun. The boy swung his hand. A powerful gust of wind knocked the villains off their feet. The boy looked at the dust that rose in amazement. The righteous sword looked back and hoped that his friend would beat the enemies to the point of losing their pulse. The warrior raised his hand and thoughtfully scratched his cheek. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and suggested that he should have at least let the enemy come in. The warrior grabbed his head and asked what just happened. Jinhyun looked back and realized that none of them had seen anything. Turning to the gate, the young man concluded that the people inside were clearly several times stronger than them, and said that they knew how to be cunning. The sword dragon took out his weapon and decided to go first to check for traps. The minions rushed forward with him. The immortal sword grabbed the blade with both hands. His gaze was full of fury. With one powerful blow, the scoundrel broke the gate. Splinters flew into the air. Jinhyun stopped. He looked around and asked what this was all about. The youth flinched and looked forward when someone was indignant at them breaking down the door. The protagonist pointed a finger at him contemptuously and said that modern youth do not respect other people's work at all. The warrior narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered why there were so few of them. The Huashan members were standing in the courtyard of the academy, fully prepared for battle. The sword dragon lowered his weapon and asked if they really thought they had the strength to defeat the Wudong sect. With a smirk, the immortal sword called them overconfident and suggested that it might just be recklessness. Zhang and Gul frowned and remembered that they had heard something similar somewhere before. The protagonist smiled broadly and compared the enemy to his elder. Baekshun asked him to be quiet. Ki and Mayan, standing behind him, only laughed. Jinhyun looked at him in confusion and wondered why their opponent was so calm. The boy folded his hands behind his back. The youth asked if they really thought Huashan, which had always been in the shadow of Wudong, could do anything. The disciple smiled and said that in his opinion, it was exactly the opposite. The sword dragon frowned when the warrior said that Wudong was a nobody 100 years ago. The scoundrel grinned and realized that he was talking about Huashan's former greatness. But then the sword of the great linnet dealt a crushing defeat to the noble sword of the plum blossom. The swordsman frowned in surprise. He raised the corner of his lip in displeasure and asked what they were talking about. The immortal sword closed his eyes and asked if his enemy did not know about this. Jinhyun imagined a fierce battle and told how his magnanimous ancestor had decided to hide the result of that fight so as not to ruin the reputation of Huashan. The young man raised his sword and called the sect a pathetic imitation of Wudong. Gul and Zhang drew their blades and were outraged by his inappropriate behavior. Baekshun pointed his weapon forward and ordered his enemy to be silent. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and wondered why they were all so angry. Chongmyeon frowned and remembered that the sword of the great limit did not defeat him, but ran away from the battlefield. A bright light illuminated the old man. The boy remembered how his enemy begged him to keep this fight a secret. Shrouded in a dark haze, the master decided to show the way of the true Taoist and asked the enemy not to blame him for his death. The boy looked at the whirlwind with a puzzled expression, holding a bottle in his hands. The beaten man fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness. The teacher raised his hands and admitted defeat. He put his head on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Since then the sword of the great linnet treated the divine dragon with better drinks and snacks every time. Looking ahead, the student remembered that he died in the battle with Chongma, and concluded that the Wudong decided to rewrite history for themselves. Standing in front of a crowd of scoundrels, the swordsman reminded them that all these people have already died and will not be able to help them, because they are just legends from the past. Jinhyun frowned with displeasure and wanted to object. But the protagonist opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade. Soyeon shuddered in fear and asked what he wanted. Chunmyeon looked back and asked if he had done what he was asked to do. The headman's son reported that he had walked through all the streets and said everything that was needed. The boy smiled and praised him. At that moment, he grabbed the sword. The student drew it from its sheath and delivered a powerful blow. A strong gust of wind almost knocked the Wudong members off their feet. The youth raised the blade in front of him and asked what it was. The gate behind him cracked. After that, the supports broke. The wall collapsed behind the villain. Pieces of stone fell to the ground. People gathered outside the academy. The warrior put the sword on his shoulder and said that he really liked pathos. Gul and Zhang frowned and asked their comrade to leave a couple of enemies for them too. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and suggested that 4 opponents would be enough for his friend. Isol nodded silently. The sword dragon looked around in amazement. The protagonist asked Baekshun to deal with him. Ki and Mayan joyfully raised his fist and ordered everyone to attack. The boy frowned in displeasure. The girl pursed her lips tensely. The boys raised their swords in front of them. The elder closed his eyes, hoping that it would not end so easily, and asked the Wudong members to show what they had learned over the years of training. The righteous sword opened his mouth wide and ordered his comrades to show what Huashan's insults were worth. The heroes determinedly knitted their brows and agreed with him. They immediately rushed forward. Jinhyun frowned furiously and gave his minions the order to engage in battle, so that the enemies would experience the full power of their sect. The villains ran forward. The fighters rushed towards each other. Gul frowned and guessed that, despite their experience, it was unlikely that any of the enemies would have experienced the same thing as they did when they met this devil. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The guy decided to show what it took to go through the hell of endless training. The student imagined the main character as a demon and thought about how he thought he could handle anything. Petals swirled in the air. The warrior remembered how he prayed to all the gods he knew to let him die quickly and painlessly. Then the swordsman stood at the cliff, feeling the real heat of hell. Behind him was a bag of stones. Ghoul only wondered when this training would end at all. The guy did push-ups with a boulder on his back, not knowing if he would be able to hold out until the end. The student looked at the sky and wondered how strong he would become. Climbing the rock, the warrior assumed that he should not have come to Huashan. His lips were dry, his eyes were bloodshot, fatigue was accumulating in his body. The swordsman shed tears and realized that he had absolutely nowhere to run. The heroes rushed into battle. All those 2 years that ghouls spent torturing the protagonist broke him and built him anew. A member of the Wudang put his sword forward. The boy saw its power. He saw how the enemy was holding the sword. The disciple knew where his menacing gaze was directed. The warrior could discern the position of his body in the jump. A smirk appeared on his face. The swordsman frowned sternly and realized that he and the enemy were on completely different levels. The blades hit each other. Zhang parried the villain's blow and realized that the Wudang members were using the technique of the waiting sword. Jinmu struck again. The boy noticed that they were not in a hurry and were waiting for the first move from the opponent in order to catch him in a mistake. The disciple parried the blow and concluded that this technique allowed the sect to become the strongest. The warrior parried another attack and wondered how to counter it. Swinging the blade, the swordsman realized that he had to be faster and stronger. The villain gritted his teeth in anger. Zhang decided that even water would not be able to extinguish the rapidly growing flames. One blow threw his opponent far back. The boy frowned and realized that it was too slow. He made a lightning dash forward. The boys narrowed their eyes furiously and realized that they had to be even faster. Ghoul knocked several opponents off him and decided that victory would be his. Jinmu opened his mouth wide and shouted that this could not be. Blood gushed from the wound. The Wudang member asked if they had lost the Huashan. The villains fell to the ground, dropping their weapons. John straightened up and declared that they had made good swordsmen. The warrior intercepted the weapon. The student turned around and declared that they had used their time differently. The man lying on the ground lost consciousness. The boy looked at his comrade. Ghoul looked back and smiled widely. Looking at him, the fighter wondered if they had really become that strong. A flame appeared behind him. The swordsman narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The protagonist pouted contemptuously and counted the mistakes of his comrades that could have led to their deaths. The warrior concluded that they would not receive praise today. Holding the blade in his hands, the student fully realized the power of the Huashan sword path. At that moment, Baekshun and his opponent met in the air. Their swords crossed in battle. The guy frowned tensely and decided that it was time to show the power of his sect to the whole world. The opponents jumped away from each other. Limson's eyes widened in shock because he could not believe that the Huashan members defeated the enemies, despite the fact that they were several times smaller. Ghoul and Zhang stood in the middle of the battlefield. The righteous sword attacked the enemy in a jump. The man was surprised that he was able to withstand the great wolves of Murim. Son called out to his father. The master looked up and said that they would be saved. The mentor put his hand on his chest and felt not pain, but joy. Watching the fight from the sidelines, the teacher came to the conclusion that Huashan had changed for the better. The protagonist looked back. Holding a bottle in his hands, Chunmian offered the leader a drink. Lim San remembered that there was no one like them in the ranks of the sect before. The man raised his eyebrows and asked why the boy was sitting and drinking while his comrades were fighting. The boy took a sip and explained that they could handle it without him. The student wiped his chin and decided that their training had not been in vain. Baekshun threw Jin Hyun away from him. The youth landed on his feet. His opponent was barely able to stay on his feet. The villain frowned and realized that his enemy was too strong. Standing in front of him, the righteous sword called him to attack. The warrior frowned and asked his opponent to fight with all his might and not worry about what the others thought. The sword dragon furrowed his brows sternly and began breathing heavily. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The Wudang members looked up as the immortal sword ordered them to deal with the others. Jin Hyun opened his mouth in anger and asked why they were standing still. His subordinates immediately rushed in different directions. They surrounded Ghoul and Zhang. Baekshun looked back and saw someone moving. The opponents were scattered all over the courtyard. The youth turned his head and called it an interesting sight. The righteous sword smiled and said that the members of the Great Wudang were taking a small group of people from Huashan in a vice, just to win. The scoundrel sighed heavily and realized that he had already disgraced his sect, so he had no other option left. The warrior looked ahead and, recognizing the strength of his opponent, asked why the divine dragon showed them such disrespect. The protagonist tried to shake the last drops from the bottle. Standing in front of him, the swordsman explained that the enemies were not strong enough for him to engage in battle. The sword dragon asked what this meant, veins on his forehead bulging with anger. Closing his eyes, the disciple asked him not to be angry and called his comrade a true genius. Baekshun imagined Kianmayan as a three-headed monster with 6 arms. Raising his sword, the young man promised not to let his opponent get bored and said that his abilities were more than enough to give him a good beating. The righteous sword smirked and added that his opponent was no match for the divine dragon. The villain rushed into battle and ordered him to shut up. The immortal sword clenched his teeth in anger. Frowning, the warrior realized that he had heard of him before and remembered that he was considered one of the best. The sword dragon swung his blade. The student thought that his brother would have been among them too if not for the Huashan and Zhongnan competition. The sword was enveloped in blue energy. Jin Hyun delivered a powerful blow. Baekhyun concluded that he and Gimrian were about equal in strength. A wave of energy rushed towards him. The young man compared this technique to a scroll of silk fluttering in the wind and realized why his opponent was so famous. The righteous sword swung his blade and concluded that he would not be able to win anyway. Plum petals appeared around him. The warrior dashed forward, moving from side to side in the air. The villain's eyes widened in shock. The swordsman struck and appeared behind him. The disciple pushed off the ground. He jumped into the air again, waving his blade. His body seemed to disintegrate into petals. It froze in the air and evaporated. A bright pink flash illuminated the sword dragon. The Wudong member opened his mouth wide, and his eyes turned white. After such an attack, Jin Hyun fell to the ground. The townspeople looked at the plum petals flying in amazement. The protagonist smiled and praised his senior comrade. Baekhyun stood behind the fallen opponent. The youth looked back, his hair fluttering in the wind. Sitting far away from him, Chunmian called his friend a good man. Zhang opened his mouth in amazement and asked why the enemies attacked him. Several Wudong members surrounded him. The warrior called himself the weakest and suggested that the scoundrel entertain his comrade or someone weaker than him. The man frowned and asked who exactly he was talking about. The swordsman pointed at the dust cloud. Iso was fighting a member of the enemy sect. The boy clenched his teeth in anger and wondered what kind of technique this was. The girl continued to press him. She stole a glance to the side. At that moment, she had to fall to the ground to dodge the attack. The man's mouth opened in shock. The woman kicked the ground. The student lunged and knocked the opponents off their feet. The scoundrels looked at her in confusion. Baekhyun looked back and asked if they should continue this fight, deciding that his enemies still had a chance to win. The injured man rose from the ground. The boy suggested that the Wudong members deal with this first so that no problems arise. The warrior trembled. The righteous sword said that they should not lose the future fighters of Murim. The heroes looked at each other. The swordsman asked them to take the wounded comrades, heal them, and then leave Nanyang. The disciple opened his mouth wide and shouted that they won this time. The villains rose to their feet and walked away. The man helped his friend up from the ground. The Wudong members took the wounded by the arm. They all headed towards the exit of the academy grounds. Approaching Baekhyun, Jinmu thanked Huashan for her mercy and admitted his defeat. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise when the young man asked him not to touch the shadow sect of Huashan anymore, and reminded him that its leader fought with his honor on the line. The righteous sword nodded and declared that he would not accompany them to the gate. As the Wudong members left, the villagers discussed the battle and how Huashan was regaining strength since they had defeated the sect. The swordsman sheathed his weapon. He approached the leader and said that Huashan had protected them and that they were safe now. Lim San looked at him in surprise. His eyes filled with tears. Bowing, the man thanked his ally and stated that their shadow sect was now in their debt. The disciple punched his palm. Baekhyun opened his mouth wide and explained that they had done what they had to do. The master covered his eyes with his hand and clenched his teeth. The protagonist smirked and called him too sentimental. Cherry blossom petals floated above the academy courtyard. The full moon shone in the sky at night. The shadow sect member stated that it was not for nothing that they believed in Huashan all these years. The heroes gathered in the courtyard. The master thanked his comrades for their praise. The disciple waved his hand. Standing by the ruined wall, the master was glad that the day had come when the destroyed Huashan sect had been restored, and its disciples had traveled thousands of li to help them. Lim San looked at the sky and decided that his father was right. The moonlight illuminated the dark clouds. The man looked away. There was noise coming from a nearby building. The master assumed that the heroes who saved them were probably celebrating their victory today and having fun. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The master turned around and realized that he had to ask their forgiveness. Walking through the courtyard, the warrior blamed himself for not believing in the disciples and not being able to restrain himself. He went up to the porch and wanted to discuss the future of Huashan. Lim San approached the door and thought about even having a drink with them. The man smiled broadly and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the shout of the disciple. The master froze and placed in bewilderment. The boys tried to stop their comrade, who was rushing around the room. Gul grabbed his leg, but the protagonist pushed him away and continued running. Baekhyun raised his hands and asked him to calm down. Chunmian landed on his feet. The young man asked why he was so furious. Because they managed to defeat the Wudong sect. The boy adjusted his sleeves. The righteous sword said that they completed the task and can go home, and reminded them that they were asked not to do anything else. Pulling a mask over his face, the guy asked his friends to shut up and ignore him, and said that they did not fight as expected. The student opened his mouth in displeasure and asked why they displeased him so much. The warrior adjusted his mask and said that his personal affairs awaited him now. The swordsman kicked down the doors and jumped onto the roof of the neighboring building. He narrowed his eyes and said that it was time to have fun. The divine dragon jumped into the air and flew over the entire city. At this time, the room was in chaos. Lim San looked towards the street in shock. The man turned his head and thought that something was wrong here. It was dark in the city at night. People were accompanying the carriage. They were walking along the road along the cliff. Jin Hyun opened his eyes. The dark sky hung above him. The young man asked what kind of place this was. Jinwoo looked at him worriedly and asked if the elder had woken up. The heroes continued their journey through the mountains. The Wudong member said that they were now descending the mountain to return to the sect. The sword dragon rose up and asked what happened on the mission. Suddenly, the disciple clutched his chest. In memory, Baekjin frowned menacingly. The warrior looked ahead tensely. He clutched his robe and realized that they had lost. The swordsman asked how it ended. His companion walking beside him explained that Huashan had asked them to leave the city before dawn, calling it insulting. The sword immortal lowered his head and realized that they had dishonored the honor of the Wudong sect. Jinqin imagined the villagers watching them, and felt ashamed for using dirty methods right in front of them. The boy frowned and remembered that they needed to go to the sword tomb. Jinmu turned to him when the boy called out to him, and asked him to go to Wudong and report the situation. Sitting in the cart, the sword dragon explained that they could not return home empty-handed, and ordered everyone else to replenish their strength. Someone standing on the table urged them not to even think about it. The warrior opened his mouth in shock when he saw him. Wujin gave him a stern look. The man jumped down from the ledge. He was one of the 3 greatest swordsmen of Wudong, the strongest among the first generation. A strange aura enveloped him. The master's brows furrowed sternly, and the disciple wondered what had brought him to Nanyang. Walking up to the cart, the mentor concluded that his comrade did not understand what he was doing here, and explained that the leader was worried about the local affairs, so he was sent here as a backup. The fighter narrowed his eyes and decided that their leader had good reason to be worried. The sect members lowered their heads when Wujin asked if they were being squeezed and how many people there were from Huashan. Jinheng lowered his gaze in shame. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Standing in front of his comrades, the man asked if they had put their name on the line and lost. The boy raised his head and said that it was not that important. The master frowned menacingly and asked if he thought his name belonged only to him. Placing his hands on his waist, the master asked his friend not to be mistaken, as if he failed, the whole world would look at Wudong, and said that they should remember that their frivolity could tarnish the honor of the entire sect. The boy lowered his gaze and asked for his forgiveness. The sword dragon opened his mouth in astonishment when the warrior said that they would leave Nanyang and that they would have to go to the tomb directly. The disciple placed his hand on his chest and reminded them that they did not know where this place was. Immortal Sword widened his eyes when he heard that Wudong had already found the tomb. Frowning, Wujin said that they would still have a chance to take revenge on Huashan, and added that the main thing now was not to be distracted by all sorts of trifles and achieve their goal. The boys nodded when the man ordered them to follow him and said that reinforcements would soon arrive from the main sect. The wounded walked away from the cart. The boy was glad that they had found the tomb and would be able to cleanse themselves of their shame. Squinting, the master asked if he was sure he could walk, and asked his comrade to assess his condition sensibly, because there was nothing shameful about wounds. The young man closed his eyes and promised not to become a burden to them. Closing his eyes, the mentor sighed and agreed. Suddenly, the warrior looked to the side. There was a rustling sound in the forest above him. The swordsman looked suspiciously at the bushes. Wujin frowned and asked who was there. The protagonist came out onto the cliff. His eyes lit up. The man narrowed his eyes and noticed that the stranger was dressed all in black. Kianmayan jumped off the ledge. The boy landed away from the enemies. He straightened his back. The heroes looked at each other. The master frowned in disbelief. The boy stared at him resolutely. Putting his hand on his belt, the disciple identified himself as an ordinary robber who was passing by and asked what a sword tomb was. The heroes stood opposite each other in complete silence. Jin Hyun widened his eyes in surprise and wondered how a robber could be here. The youth asked if he was a mountain bandit. The divine dragon rolled his eyes and confirmed it. Wujin narrowed his eyes suspiciously and mentally called him crazy. The man noticed a plum pattern on the stranger's blade. Looking at the swordsman's scabbard, the sect member wondered if this was the madman from Huashan. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the sword dragon called him by name and declared that it was not him at all. The warrior opened his mouth wide and said that the people of Huashan did not know the concept of honor at all. Kianmayan tried to convince him that he was not who they thought. The boy scratched his ear and asked the scoundrel to pretend that they did not see him. The boy looked forward when Jinhyun called him a common robber and confirmed it. The master turned away and decided that this man could not be a member of Huashan. The mentor grabbed his sword and decided to kill the common mountain bandit who threatened them. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes and mentally called him smart. Standing at a distance, Wujin suggested that he take off his mask, ask for forgiveness, and die with dignity. The disciple closed his eyes and said that they would be able to get home without crutches if they told him about the sword tomb. The swordsman looked at the enemy from under his brows and said that otherwise they would know what pain was. The man frowned menacingly. The master told him that Huashan had become stronger, and the strongest of them was the divine dragon. The warrior waved his hand and asked him not to exaggerate. The protagonist shuddered when the mentor explained that he knew nothing about the plum on his blade, nor that the divine dragon was in front of him. The scoundrel squeezed the hilt of the sword. Wu Jin drew his weapon and said that he would not care at all what happened to the mountain bandit. Changmian narrowed his eyes and felt that his opponent was emitting sharp energy, which was enough to pierce mountains. The man's weapon exuded a dark haze. His body was enveloped in a white aura. The boy concluded that this man was the strongest of those he had ever fought in this life. The master frowned furiously. The boy took out his sword from its sheath and decided to give his enemy advice. The divine dragon swung the blade and asked him to protect his head. The student put the weapon on his shoulder and said that he would not vouch for his further actions. The protagonist held a sword in his hand. Opposite him stood a Taoist whose hair was gathered. There were many people standing near the carriage with horses. The young man frowned in shock. Baeksheng turned around and said that everyone from the crowd behind him was too weak to fight the protagonist. The boy added with a smirk that Qianmayan would only draw his sword against a worthy opponent. The Taoist looked down, thinking that the protagonist really was the strongest. He turned around and thought that even like this, he would not be able to defeat the elder with whom he had a 13-year difference. Qianmayan raised one finger and proposed a bet. Wu Jin raised one eyebrow, looking at the youth with displeasure. The boy put his sword on his shoulder and replied that it would be unfair if the winner did not get anything for his victory, so the loser would be obliged to grant one wish of the winner. The man furrowed his black eyebrows and sighed when he said that he wanted to know about that tomb. They stood opposite each other, and Wu Jin said that if he lost, the youth would take off his mask and apologize, and also admit that Huashan would never be able to surpass Wudong. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he agreed to these conditions, but he asked his opponent not to take back his words in the future. The man's lips curled in displeasure. Qianmayan raised one finger and added that then they would start right away. They stood opposite each other, and the Taoist asked if the young man was offering to attack first. A blue aura appeared around him, and he said that arrogance should also be measured. He frowned, glaring at the protagonist. The young man swung his sword and said that he would be the first then. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Wu Jin's eyes widened in fear as a tree behind him was cut in half. The trunk fell to the ground with a loud sound. The Taoist turned around abruptly and opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist looked straight ahead and said that they would consider this a normal greeting. The representative of the Wudang school turned around, smoke rising around him. Blood appeared on his cheek, and he thought that if the protagonist had aimed for his neck, he would have lost his head. He wiped his face with his sleeve and thanked the protagonist for his concern. The young man put his sword on his shoulder and said that if the opponent was grateful to him, then he should show everything he can. The Taoist rushed forward, disappearing in an instant. Qianmayan's eyes widened in surprise. The enemy appeared in front of him, intending to attack. The protagonist smiled and said that this was different. A loud explosion thundered. A crater formed in the ground. The protagonist jumped back and thought that now they would check what happened to Murim in the past 100 years. Wu Jin rushed forward, frowning. He jumped towards the boy who was pressed against the rock. The man was holding a sword in his hand. Its blade approached the boy's face. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped to the side. He found himself on the ground, thinking that the enemy's martial arts had developed. Then, he jumped up. The opponents were fighting in the air, holding swords in their hands. Suddenly, the man brought his hand to the blade. He attacked the protagonist, but he dodged. The Taoist's body emitted blue energy. He jumped up and stretched his hand forward. The man frowned in shock as the enemy's leg appeared in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and Wu Jin screamed. He clenched his teeth tightly and screamed even louder. Then, Chunmian threw the man down. Thick smoke rose on the ground. Ji-hyun frowned in fear and called out to his elder. Suddenly, he fell silent, his mouth hanging open in surprise. A bright light appeared in front of the disciples. The protagonist held onto the rock, thinking that the continuous energy of the sword requires great internal strength, so this technique is not given to the next generation of disciples. Streams of light appeared around the man, and the boy thought that the strongest techniques of Wudong cannot be used without many years of grueling training. Mist filled the space. Chunmian extended his hand to the side and said that this technique is very strong. He jumped forward and decided that he wanted to see everything that the enemy is capable of. His sword emitted a bright glow. The youth fell down, standing directly above Wu Jin. The man's eyes were shining brightly. He was stunned that the opponent was able to cut through his continuous flow of energy. He frowned and shouted that if this did not work, then let the protagonist try to block the entire river. After saying this, his body began to emit a blue glow. White shadows appeared in the air as he used the Great Flood technique. A gust of wind blew past the disciples. The youth frowned and said that his senior had used the ultimate purity technique very skillfully. The waves rose high into the air, and the youth jumped even higher. He looked down and made a dissatisfied sound. Then he rushed down. Wujin gritted his teeth and thought that this was the end for the youth. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in shock. In the distance, Qianmayan could be seen swinging his sword and cutting through the fog. The man raised his hands up and screamed loudly. The Taoist's eyes turned white, and he was covered in sweat. The protagonist looked down and asked if this was all that one of the strongest swordsmen in Wudang could do. Suddenly, Wujin fell to his knees. He opened his mouth in shock and frowned in anger. The boy grabbed the sword and approached him. His eyes were glowing red and he said that he would listen to the enemy after he fought him. The man's eyes widened. He managed to roll to the side and Qianmayan fell to the ground. After this blow, a powerful explosion occurred. The Taoist fell to the ground, screaming loudly. His body was shaking and he thought that it was an amazing attack. Then Wujin pressed his fist on the ground, gritting his teeth. The protagonist was standing to the side and the Taoist thought that if he hit him, it would be instant death. The boy's eyes were red. The man did not understand why such a strong person would resort to disguise. He stood up and decided that now was not the time to think about it. Wujin raised his sword. There was gray smoke around, and the representative of the Wudang school said that he was amazed at the superiority of the enemy. A flash flashed in his eye and he added that he himself was not so simple. Then he waved his hand, creating a white shadow. It almost knocked the youth off his feet. The enemy furrowed his brows and asked loudly how he felt about that. Streams of mana rushed towards the protagonist. There were white streaks in the air, created by the limitless Qinjiang technique. Qianmayan turned around. Then he said with a smile that this was what he was waiting for. A red light appeared under his feet. Then he rose into the air, where the scent of plum appeared. The disciple opened his mouth in shock, seeing that the protagonist had dodged such a vast technique. A pink streak stretched behind the boy. He approached the enemy. The man's arms trembled with tension. He released more streams of mana. They rushed towards the youth, who was hanging in the air. He then quickly jumped back, avoiding the blow. The enemy's technique occupied all the space below, and Qianmayan thought that it would not be so easy to stop it with a sword, but while Wujin was far away, his blows would go nowhere. The man gritted his teeth in rage, and he thought that he was waiting for the moment when the boy would be in the air and would not be able to escape anywhere. Then the Taoist raised his hand up and used the silk palm technique. The youth stopped the flow of mana with the sword, which became hot. White rays rushed towards him. The Taoist raised his hand and spun it. The mana lifted the protagonist higher in the air. He raised his hand and asked if his enemy was a professional in aerial combat. The guy jumped back and thought that this was a clever combination of attacks that narrowed the space for evasion, which was quite good for a hastily devised attack. Suddenly, the youth bent his leg and leaned forward. Then a loud explosion thundered in the air. Wujin gritted his teeth and covered his face with his hand from the light. He closed his eyes and screamed loudly. Qianmayan rushed towards the enemy. The man jumped up. The youth was even closer to him. He gritted his teeth and thought that the protagonist was superior to him in everything, and his movements were unpredictable. The boy was falling down, and the Taoist thought that he would definitely lose this way, and with him, the honor of the Wudang sect. The Taoist frowned and thought that he had to win. He raised his hand up and thought that he was told not to use this technique, but this way he had a chance to win. Jin Hyun raised his hands and opened his mouth in shock. His mentor assumed a fighting stance. Then he extended his hand to the side and raised his sword. The man crossed his hands. The disciple opened his mouth in fear, recognizing the sage's sword technique. Wujin frowned as the youth said that this was the sword that symbolized Wudang and his highest level of skill. The opponents approached each other. The youth sweated and shouted for the enemy to stop. He swung his arm and cursed loudly. There was a huge explosion. The man's eyes widened in shock and asked how this was possible. The protagonist swung his arm and asked why he did that. A bright flash came from his blow. Jin raised his sword and clenched his teeth tightly. He lost his balance and began to fall down. The youth jumped towards him and said that the enemy would have lost even with the usual techniques. He swung his sword. The youth attacked the Taoist, loudly asking why he used techniques that he had not even fully mastered. The man fell down. Qianmayan was quickly approaching him. Jin arched his back, which cracked loudly. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, blood spurting out of his nose. He began to fall down, thinking that he would have lost if he had not used this technique. The protagonist stood on the ground, asking if the enemy thought that he would be stronger if he used advanced techniques without understanding the basics. He opened his eyes wide and asked how he could not learn anything in so many years. The boy charged the man and insulted him loudly. The Taoist threw his head back, his mouth wide open, and thought that he should run, otherwise he would be finished. The protagonist swung his sword, and Wujin prayed that he would make at least one mistake. The boy approached him, aiming for his head. Red liquid spurted from the Taoist's nose, and he decided that he could defend himself now. He held the sword in front of him. The blade trembled. The man's mouth opened in shock as their weapons collided. He frowned and looked away. Kianmayan hit him in the jaw, shouting loudly that he was a fool. Blood gushed from the Taoist's mouth, and he screamed loudly. The disciples opened their mouths in shock, looking at their mentor. He fell to the ground. There was a carriage nearby. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked why the enemy was protecting his head when it was being aimed at. Wujin's cheeks were red, and the youth told him to consider it a good lesson. Standing next to the enemy, the protagonist ordered him to get up to tell him the information as he promised. He scratched his head and said that the man probably wouldn't wake up for another 3 days, and Jinhyun's mouth dropped open in shock. The disciple was sweating when he was called. Kianmayan beckoned him over with his hand. Sweat was pouring down the boy's skin. The disciple approached him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked him to tell him about the sword's tomb. Jinhyun frowned and looked down. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he was silent. He clenched his fist and thought that with one blow everything would be over. The youth raised his eyebrows in fear when the protagonist said that his mentor should speak. He grabbed the man by the clothes and said that in that case he would have to wake him up. He lifted him up and said that he still understood that not everything in the world could be solved by violence. The boy's eyes turned red as he clenched his fist and added that most problems were solved that way. The disciple looked at the mentor silently while Kianmayan said that if you beat a person, he will either get up or die. The young Taoist was covered in sweat and turned pale. There was a night sky above the forest. They were standing in the middle of the forest, and the protagonist asked if the Wudang school was so poor that they were robbing graves. The disciple looked down and asked if the boy was going to put Wujin down. The protagonist, holding the unconscious Taoist in his arms, asked if he was talking about him. He shook the man and said that he would not beat him as long as he listened to the disciple. Jinhyun looked at Wujin and told the protagonist to do whatever he wanted. There were trees around them and the boy asked why Wudang had a grave. The boy sweated and explained that it was the grave of the traceless sword. Kianmayan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He then frowned at the sword and asked if it was the same traceless sword. The boy imagined a man with brightly shining eyes and thought that 200 years ago, this man was called the greatest master of his generation. He looked ahead and asked if his grave was the tomb of swords and Wudang really wanted to find it. Jinhyun looked straight ahead and confirmed it. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist called them tomb robbers. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when he asked why they did that. It was dark around and the protagonist said that it didn't really fit with the dogmas of the Wudang school and there were many more great ones besides this grave. Jinhyun closed his eyes and reported that a thief had recently broken into one of their masters, and during the investigation, a treasure map had fallen into his hands. The young Taoist held the map in his hand. He was sweating profusely, confirming that the grave was near Nanyang. Kianmayan curled his lips and suggested that they knew the approximate location, but they could not pinpoint it. The boys stood in the middle of the forest, and the protagonist continued that because of this, they wanted to search all over Nanyang, but were afraid of attracting too much attention, but they couldn't think of anything smarter than taking over the shadowy sect of Haoshan. The youth narrowed his eyes and thought that it made sense, but it was still strange that the Wudang school would suddenly want the tomb of an ancient hero. The disciple furrowed his brows when the protagonist asked what was in the tomb. He stood stunned when Kianmayan shook his master and told him not to hide the details. Extending the Taoist forward, he said that if Jinhyun told the truth, they would both be able to leave here. There were many weapons in the ground, and the youth said that Traceless was a sword thief. He took them after mysteriously appearing and challenging the masters of the world. A bright light was visible in the distance, and the student added that it was unknown why he did this, but it was unlikely to be found out, because he defeated all the best masters and disappeared without a trace. The guy frowned and concluded that this man disappeared with the greatest swords in history. The protagonist looked straight ahead and asked if those masters gave up their weapons so easily. Jinhyun imagined a Taoist radiating a bright light and said that they set a condition that if he won, he would take all their swords, and in the end, no one defeated him. He arched his eyebrows and said that after the death of that hero, rumors spread throughout the world that all his weapons were kept in one place. Weapons were floating around the man without a trace. The student clenched his fist and shouted that his secrets and techniques were in this place, and whoever found his grave would be able to go beyond the human body and conquer the whole world. Charmyang waved his hand and said that he understood everything and the boy could stop talking. The sky was dark and the protagonist said that it seemed like a normal legend, but the people from Wudang found a trace, so it suddenly sparkled with different colors. With a serious look, he asked if that was all. Jinhyun frowned and said that their plan was only to find a grave. They were standing in the middle of the forest. Suddenly, the protagonist slapped Wujin in the face, and the boy opened his mouth in fear. He frowned when the protagonist loudly shouted for the man to wake up because his disciple was talking nonsense. The boy then grabbed his clothes and he shouted that he had told everything. The protagonist approached him and asked if he thought he was an idiot. Chunmyang then let go of the disciple and asked if he had kept something quiet. He narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Jin Hyun screamed in fear as the protagonist hit his mentor again to wake him up. Dust rose around them, and the protagonist said that if the god Jin heard this lie, he would jump out of the grave and hit his head with such nonsense. He hit the Taoist again, loudly asking why he raised this young man so poorly. The disciple opened his mouth wide in fear, afraid that his mentor would die. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he could see through the boy's lies. He looked at him carefully and added that they all came here together for a reason, but for some reason they did not start looking for the sword tomb right away. His hand exuded gray smoke. He clenched it into a fist and said that instead they would have to pay for playing with people's lives. Jin Hyun's eyes and mouth opened wide in fear. Blood flowed out of the Taoist's nose. The protagonist hit the man in the face. Suddenly, the disciple loudly yelled Yaxin's name. Dust rose around them. The wind blew through the trees. The protagonist stopped his fist in front of the enemy's face. Wujin fell down, and Qianmayan asked what it was. The boy raised his hands and said that their target was Yaksun. He frowned and confirmed that he was the same doctor who lived 200 years ago. The protagonist sweated and said that one of his pills could even resurrect the dead. His eyes widened in shock. The disciple looked at him in surprise as he let out a chuckle. They stood in the middle of the forest, and the protagonist laughed loudly. His eyes turned white, and he shouted that everything made sense now. The boy imagined Yaksun standing in the middle of the smoke, and thought that he was considered the best pill maker in the world, which was once a priceless treasure. He imagined a bright object and thought that 100 years ago, when there was just a rumor that one of his pills had been found, a lot of blood was spilled and many masters were desperate to get it, so they were ready to kill. Qianmayan frowned and thought that this tomb was full of pills and there might even be his recipes in there. Jin Hyun closed his eyes and started to tremble when the protagonist asked if the sword tomb was Yaxin's tomb. The boy sweated and thought that there was no point in hiding anything now. The protagonist's face looked crazy and the student thought that they would not be able to leave here if they did not tell the whole truth. There were trees around and the boy said that although Yaksun was called the greatest man in the martial arts world, he was a bad master and defeated his opponents only due to his enormous physical strength. He introduced many faces and added that at that time many doubted whether this man was a witch doctor, and there were many rumors about him, and after his death, someone finally revealed Yaksun's identity, but this fact is known only to a few sects. The boy closed his eyes and said that this time he really told everything he knew. Wujin was lying bloody on the ground, and the disciple asked Qianmayan to let them go. The protagonist slapped his chest and replied that he kept his word. He extended his hand forward and added that he would let them go. The young Taoist raised his eyebrows in shock when the protagonist asked him to give up the map. He frowned and shouted that they had not agreed on this. There was a dark forest around, and Qianmayan said that without the map, the disciples' stories were worthless, so the agreement was cancelled. He imagined running away and said that after that, all of Wudong would chase him, so he would be left without a tomb, and would also turn into a dog running around the back streets. He slapped his palm and concluded that this was the reason he needed the map, but Jin Hyun still thought it was unfair. The protagonist frowned and asked if the boy was going to give him the map. The boy raised his hand, calling the protagonist a Taoist, and the protagonist replied that it was funny to hear. Suddenly, Qianmayan raised his leg high. A loud sound echoed through the forest. The disciple looked up in surprise. He turned around, looking into the depths of the forest. Jin Hyun opened his mouth in fear, and the protagonist told him to choose between giving the map and then returning to Wudong and bringing his comrades here, or staying here up to his neck in the ground. Wujin was lying on the ground. The boy fell down, trembling with fear. His eyes turned white and his mouth was wide open. There were dark clouds in the sky and the protagonist said that Taoists should give up worldly desires. The young man walked along the path. He looked at the map in his hands. There was a red drawing on it, and the Taoist suggested that he would only be able to find the tomb after he deciphered the code. The protagonist smiled and said that it was possible because he was the strongest warrior in the history of Huashan. He frowned and decided that he could do it. Qianmayan stared at the map. Then he pulled it closer to him. Then even closer, his eyes wide open. The protagonist waved his arms and shouted that it was all incomprehensible. The drawing was lying on the ground and the young man said that there was not even a hint of a tomb. He crossed his arms and hummed thoughtfully. The Taoist imagined the faces of his comrades and thought about entrusting this matter to them. He reached out his hand for the map. He took it and said that no matter what was encrypted here, Wudong would not leave him alone now, so it was time to leave here. He had a drawing in his hands and said that he was still not strong enough to fight the entire sect, and even if he stalled for time, he had 4 days at most. The boy looked down and thought that in that time, he should find the tomb faster than the other treasure hunters. The protagonist frowned and thought that if he could find the recipe for the elixir of eternity, Huashan would bloom again. He put his hand on his waist and said that he needed to eat well first. Then the boy jumped high in the air. There was someone standing at the entrance of the building. The boy turned around and told his comrade that Qianmayan had probably gone to beat up the Wudong disciples, and he could be found if they went straight to the camp. Zhang frowned and turned around abruptly. Baekhyun looked away and asked if the disciple was going to stop him. They were sitting in the middle of the room, and the righteous sword Huashan asked him what he had done in his past life that made the gods send the most evil demon to him. Ghoul looked down and asked if the protagonist would do something big and stupid. His companions looked at him in shock, and the boy explained that he hoped the protagonist was not so stupid as to start a war between Huashan and Wudong. The girl drank tea against the wall, while the disciple said that Qianmayan was always good at dealing with the consequences. Baekchong looked away and asked what about the suffering they went through while he was figuring it out. Ghoul paused, unable to find an answer. Then he looked away. Isol was standing behind him, and he thought she was amazing for being so calm in this situation. Suddenly, she looked down. She furrowed her thin eyebrows and said that she noticed something. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the destroyed building, saying that he got the directions a little mixed up. He pulled out a map and said that he would get to work right away. The sky was dark, and the guy called all of his friends. There were broken dishes on the floor. Qianmayan put the map on the floor and said that they needed to decipher this. He looked straight ahead when Baekjong asked what this was. He opened his mouth wide and asked who the protagonist beat up again. His eyes turned white with horror when his friend replied that it was the older brother of that scoundrel from Wudong. He furrowed his brows and asked how many times he had to repeat it. The student smiled and said that the protagonist had robbed the Wudong school. A loud, angry scream was heard from within the building. Two boys were holding Baekhyun, who shouted loudly that the Wudong would not forget this for the next 1,000 years and half of their sect would soon come running here. Qianmayan waved his hand and replied that he was wearing a mask, and the boys shouted that they must have noticed his sword. He fell to his knees, saying that the boy had not only robbed them, but also beaten them. The boy looked down. The protagonist showed the map and asked if he really did not want to even try to decipher it. Baekhyun looked straight ahead in surprise, and the protagonist asked if this was what he wanted to do with the tomb of the holy alchemist. The boy narrowed his eyes and added that the elixir of eternity was stored there. The student closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He bit his lips and thought that he could not refuse such a thing. The young man imagined the pill. He pressed his lips tightly and thought that they had to find the elixir of eternity. Qianmayan closed his eyes and said that sometimes it was important not to think about the consequences and just do it. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that one must be able to take risks. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shouting for his friends to not think about anything and just do it. Baekhyun frowned and replied that they would only do it and die. They sat around the table, and the protagonist replied that it happens. Ghoul glared at the boy who said that without risk, it is impossible to get rich quickly. The student frowned and looked down. He turned around and said that this time he would agree with Qianmayan. Ghoul furrowed his brows and explained that they didn't have time to think about it because right now the Wudong warriors were running to their camp for help, and if they came here with reinforcements, they would be finished. Baekhyun's mouth dropped open in shock when his friend said that they had to defeat the enemy no matter what. Zhang furrowed his brows and began to sweat. Righteous Sword's mouth dropped open in shock when another of his comrades said that they would do it. He began to sweat when he saw the glint in their eyes. All three of them looked at him seriously, and he realized that they weren't joking. The boy gritted his teeth. Qianmayan's brows rose in shock when he asked if they just needed to decipher the map. He lowered his head and asked if they would have any problems with the defense mechanisms and traps once they got into the tomb. The protagonist smiled and replied that he didn't have to worry. He showed the drawing and asked his friend to just decipher it, and he would figure it out on his own inside. Baekhyun frowned and asked if the boy promised. He put his hand on his knee and said that they could not give the map to the enemy. The boy stood up and added that they had no time to waste and they had to do it no matter what. Ghoul and Zhang turned around when they were called. Isol also turned around. The student frowned and shouted that they would start deciphering the map right now no matter what, and use any means necessary to finish before Wudong arrived. They raised their hands in the air, shouting loudly in honor of the elixir of eternity. The protagonist smiled widely, holding the drawing in his hands. The students clenched their hands into fists, and the boy thought that they had grown. It was night above the house, but their screams could still be heard. The lights were on in the windows. The man looked out the door and thought that in just one day the walls had almost been pulverized and he was beginning to forget what they were so grateful for. He closed the door and thought that it was not for nothing that he had thought that something was wrong with them. Suddenly the Taoist clutched his chest and screamed loudly. He lowered his chest, groaning painfully. Then he pressed his palm to his mouth. The man fell to his knees and said that he thought he was finally getting better. He tried to cough silently, thinking that his illness could not be cured with ordinary medicine, because internal wounds almost never healed. The Taoist exhaled loudly and decided that he should not show it. He stood up and thought that the Huashan Shadow sect had just recovered and had a chance to start over. He gritted his teeth in pain as he thought that he could not allow anyone to know about his condition. He walked to the bed and decided that it would be easier for him to sleep. The Taoist took off his shoes. He lay down on the bed and thought that he should at least be patient until Huashan was reborn, and then he could pass everything on to his son. He squeezed the fabric, thinking that there was just a little bit more left. Suddenly, the protagonist opened the doors. The man turned around. The youth was standing at the entrance, asking if the Taoist was already asleep. The sick man raised his hand and asked what Qianmayan was doing here. He sweated and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, which were shining brightly. The door closed, and he said that he was fine, unlike the elder. He walked up to the bed and offered to calmly sort everything out. The youth put his hand on his shoulder. The man screamed loudly when the boy pinned him to the bed. Qianmayan's hand shone brightly. He opened his mouth wide and ordered him to be quiet and not move. The man, with his mouth wide open, screamed for the boy to stop. His eyes widened after the hero told him that the wounded man had internal injuries. The young man, with his mouth open, said that he had the ability to heal them, and the man asked again. The protagonist, looking at him, understood that if the patient knew how well informed the guy was. Pressing his hand, the hero remembered that he had made mistakes more than once, and therefore it would not be difficult to deal with the consequences. Imagining the human body, the guy knew that there were two ways to treat internal injuries, the first of which was to use his own energy to restore twisted channels and normalize the flow of qi. The young man stared at the man. Looking at his wounds, the hero knew that the head of the sect was not skilled enough to heal himself, and therefore he would have to move on to the second option. The guy, looking at him, knew that the second way was to use the energy of another person. Squeezing the man's hand with force, the protagonist understood that this was tens of times more difficult than the first way, but he simply had no choice. The energy began to flow along the leader's hand, when he suddenly tried to scream something. The young man immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Squeezing the wounded man's hand, the boy knew that the energy had to be received with his mouth closed, despite how suddenly everything happened. Looking at the wound, the hero remembered that if the energy were to come out through an open mouth, the person would simply die. The remains of the wounded man's energy broke into small fragments. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that fortunately the wound was not very severe and they were almost at the end. The man, looking at him, realized that the pain he had to endure for so long had disappeared. Imagining how the energy passed through his body, the leader felt a cool and at the same time warm feeling filling his body, which is the real energy of a Taoist, and this man is indeed a true disciple of Huashan. Lim Sen suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing what the young man had just said. Looking up, the man remembered that only outstanding masters could talk during the energy transfer process, but he could not understand how this man could do it so calmly, because even the elders of the best sects would not dare to do so. Looking at the young man, the leader tried to understand what kind of monster this was. The hero was still holding him, and asked him to sit down. Lim Sen's body began to rise. The protagonist was still holding his hand. Sitting down in a meditative pose, the man realized that the matter was moving on its own. His hand was on his leg. Looking at it, the leader assumed that the savior was controlling him with energy. Looking forward, the wounded man listened to the words of the young man about how he needed to listen to his instructions carefully and clearly. The guy, standing in front of him, said that in order to heal, it was necessary to conduct his internal energy through each meridian of the wounded man's body, even where it would be difficult to reach. The young man placed his hand on his chest, telling the man to allow the internal energy to guide him along the right path. A sphere of energy entered the chest of the protagonist when the hero said that it was time to begin. Lim San bit his lower lip hard. The protagonist, looking at him, understood that the energy flowing in the body was like a river merging into a single stream in the dantian. Imagining 2 points on the human body, the guy remembered that the dantian was the best place for energy to spread throughout the body. Looking at such a point on the wounded man's body, the hero also understood that it was the most vulnerable spot of martial artists, and therefore everything should be done carefully and delicately. The protagonist peered at this point. Bright energy emanated from his hand when he thought that he would do everything in the best possible way. Qi threads began to penetrate the wounded man's body when the hero thought that this whole procedure should be done slowly and carefully, but realized that he had neither the time nor the desire now. The threads went further and further when the young man realized that the man would most likely have to face some shock. Qi penetrated the man's hands as well, and the boy realized that this shock was better than death. The boy still held his hand on his chest, knowing that the wounded man only needed to endure a little. The energy also passed into his head when the protagonist thought about how qi, breaking through the meridians, cleanses the body and heals old wounds. Threads penetrated the man's hand. The hero held his hand, realizing that this was the end of the cycle. Looking at him, the boy also remembered that there was another moment that had not been told to the wounded man. The man was breathing heavily when the boy thought about how this cycle needed to be repeated 12 times to cleanse 12 ordinary meridians. Immediately after, the protagonist again hit the leader in the chest with his hand. She passed through his face. Blue light poured from the windows of the building. The boy held the wounded man's hand. Smoke emanated from his body. The hero began to remove his hand from the man's chest. The leader turned his head. Immediately after, the man brought his hand to his face. Grabbing his shoulder, Lim San realized that the pain had completely gone away. Opening his mouth, the man realized that not only did he feel better, but he was even stronger than before. His eyes were wide open as the young man spoke of Huashan remembering everything. The boy standing before him said that they would never forget the good deeds done to their sect, and the loyalty he had shown them for decades would be rewarded in full. The hero beat his chest and asked him to continue to protect the good name of Huashan's sect as he had done before. Smiling, the protagonist explained that one day, his name and that of his descendants would be exalted along with them. The man opened his mouth slightly, thinking of his savior. The young man still had the same smile on his face as he thought of how they had all worked so hard for so long that it was hard to imagine. His eyes widened. The man's lips curled as he thought of how he had dreamed of resurrecting the Shadow Huashan sect for so many years. A tear fell on his hand. Wiping his eyes, the leader said that he would always remember these words. The building they were in appeared. The bright sun was already visible in the sky. The protagonist squinted. There were many documents on the floor. The comrade, gnawing his finger, asked himself where he had made a mistake. The student, clutching his head, shouted a question about what kind of freak could have come up with such a cipher. Ghoul banged his head on the table, talking about what was simple trash. Zhang, clutching his head, also said something. The hero looked at one of them. Standing in the room, the guy asked what was going on here. Looking at the three exhausted comrades, the young man asked what had happened to them. Documents with ciphers appeared and someone asked if they could decipher it. The elder, also in the room, explained that it was impossible unless the person was a genius and that they were all too stupid, and added that there must be only a few people in the world who could decipher it. The hero, looking at him, said that the Wudang sect was able to do it. Baekshun, looking to the side, noted that apparently this sect had some great genius. The protagonist, squinting, asked if it was true that the best from Huashan could not decipher what they could in Wudang, and the interlocutor exclaimed that he did not say such a thing, because they definitely have someone who can solve this puzzle. Raising a finger, the elder explained that it was all due to lack of time. Closing his eyes, the student also added that at the moment it was beyond their capabilities and therefore they needed a professional. Ghoul, with his mouth slightly open, asked if it was true that even in the capital such masters were hard to find and therefore there was no point in talking about these places. The hero frowned. Zhang, with his mouth slightly open, asked what they should do and added that they should go to the big city as soon as possible. The young man, bowing his head, said that a pack of dogs from Wudang would soon come running to this place. Frowning, the boy asked if his comrade was suggesting that they run away to the big city to escape these problems. Pointing his finger at the document, the hero asked if his comrade meant that they should give the pills to the bastards from Wudang, while the elder said something about them not being able to. Baekshun put his hands in front of him when the boy asked again. His eyes were wide open. Smiling madly, the protagonist said that he was sure that there was always a way. The building they were in was visible, and the students thought that the demon had returned to them again. The training ground was visible, and someone asked if this was a real map. The comrade, holding out the map, said that it must be genuine, since it was difficult to decipher, but there was clearly something hidden there, and therefore it was only necessary to pick the key. The young man, taking it in his hand, noted that there was at least one plus in all this, because the map was genuine. Looking at it, the hero tried to figure out what to do with it, and realized that now he could use his mentor's lessons more than ever. The comrade, with his mouth open, explained that this whole idea was doomed to failure from the very beginning. The young man looked at him, listening to his question about how they would be able to defeat the army from Wudang, and whether they should simply surrender. The guy opened his mouth. Zhang, looking at him, listened to the question of whether he had misheard. The comrade, standing in front of him, asked if he meant the words about surrendering Wudang, but the hero explained that he meant the words before these. The boy's eyes widened as his comrade repeated that their group would not be able to fight a war with a hostile cult. Smiling, the hero said that it was true, because they themselves would not be able to defeat such an enemy. The students looked at him as he asked them what would happen if they turned the tables. Smiling widely, the boy said that they should play big. Holding a card in his hand, the protagonist reminded them that they would not be able to handle this cult alone, and suggested that they increase the scale of the whole event. Opening his mouth, the hero suggested that they tell the whole world that somewhere in this backwater there was a tomb of swords hidden. They all looked at each other in silence. The girl looked at him. A building appeared and someone shouted out a question about whether the boy had gone crazy. The elder, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether he was really going to tell the whole world about this map after beating up a squad from Wudang to get this priceless map. The disciple, raising his hand, asked them to wait and explained that the idea really sounded stupid, but if you dig deeper, it was not so stupid. Collecting the trash on the floor, the comrade explained that the Wudang sect needed the tomb more than anything in the world, which meant that they would send a large squad to get the map. Taking a shard from the floor, Zhang said that it was logical that the 5 of them would not be able to withstand it, because if they all attacked them, they would not even have a chance if they had a hero with them. Immediately after, the disciple threw this shard into the center. The student opened his mouth. The comrade began to move something with his foot. Looking at this trash, the comrade explained that representatives of all of Murim could also be in this place at the same time. Ghoul, with his mouth wide open, said that in that case, the Wudang would not be able to do anything. Zhang, raising his hand, said that it was just an idea, but that their chances would at least increase a little, and if only the Wudang army ended up there, they simply would not survive. But the appearance of several sects at once would create chaos and give them room to maneuver. That shard was still lying on the floor. Baekchan glanced back, listening to his comrades' words about how they would reveal all their cards, but they had someone with them who felt at home in such situations. The elder closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, the fighter said that he must be going crazy, since this idea seemed not so senseless to him. The two students looked at him when he said that it sounded good, especially now, when time was almost running out. Standing in front of the protagonist, Baekchan asked how they would spread the rumors. Because would they really just start running around the city and shouting about the sword tomb? The young man replied that people would definitely not believe them. Opening his mouth, the elder asked what the plan would be then, since they no longer had time, and the hero said that no one would really believe their chatter. Smiling, the guy explained that they needed someone authoritative enough to spread this information to others on their own, and someone asked who this person was. The protagonist, standing in front of them, explained that this was not a person. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy said that this was a place. Grinning, the young man explained that he would do everything himself. The territory of the Wudang sect appeared and words were heard that Uzun had lost. A certain building was visible and a question was heard about how badly he was injured. The assistant, kneeling, answered affirmatively. The leader brought the cup to his mouth. Opening his mouth, the man noted that the rumors about the divine dragon of their Huashan were true. The student bit his lip as the leader said that this was to be expected after what he had done to the Shongnan disciples. The man in front of him called out to his assistant. The student bowed his head as the leader asked if he knew why this had happened. The leader put down his glass as the student was saying that it had happened because of their stupidity. Suddenly, the boy looked up as the leader said no and also said that it had happened because of how different their techniques were. Looking at him, the man noted that any technique would become the strongest if it was honed to perfection, but in this regard, Wudang was incomparable to any sect, because the amount of internal energy was important here, and the more of it, the longer a person would be able to maintain a connection with their blade and their strength would grow like a snowball. Opening his mouth, the leader asked the student to believe that if Wujin had been a student from any other sect, he would not have lost to the dragon of Huashan. Looking up, the student listened to the leader's question about whether he understood everything. Looking up, the protege tried to understand what kind of answer the leader was expecting from him, because if he agreed, it would be an admission of the imperfection of the Wudang techniques, and if he disagreed, it would mean that his words were questioned. The fighter, standing in front of him, said that he did not know. The man opened his mouth, saying that he had already explained the reason. The guy's eyes widened after the leader said that this was the reason why they needed the recipe for the elixir of eternity so much. The student opened his mouth, apologizing. Rubbing his beard, the leader said that it was not his fault, because it was entirely his fault. Introducing the hero, the man explained that he knew that the divine dragon would come, but did not think about how strong he was, because even if he was as strong as the protege, then the protagonist was sure to lose. Opening his mouth, the leader asked about how the enemy behaved in the fight. The disciple looked down and said that he was a real monster. Remembering the image of the boy, the student said that he could not defeat other Huashan disciples either, but this man was on a completely different level. Taking the cup in his hand, the man assumed that things must be that bad. Raising it to his mouth, the leader realized that Jinchen was superior even to Wujin when he was his age. But even this man managed to sense that the kid from Huashan was so strong, and that this dragon must be a real problem for them. Drinking tea, the leader realized that the hero was threatening the future of Wudang. Raising his head, the disciple listened to the leader's question about whether he could set out again, and the boy asked if he was worthy of it. Putting down the glass, Zwideo explained that the student had made a mistake that he needed to correct and also noted that the preparations for leaving for Nanyang were almost complete. The ward, with his mouth open, realized that they had begun to move the camp. With his mouth slightly open, the leader said that this time the elders would make the move and once everything was ready, the student would have to go there again. The boy bowed his head and listened to his words about how he would also have to dig up the tomb. With his feet on the floor, the leader said that this divine dragon had probably already realized that he couldn't handle the map, and was therefore waiting for them to appear. As he passed by the student, the man also said that he would probably try to take the elixir recipe from them at the right moment. Looking back, the student listened to the leader's words about how if the tomb was as they imagined it to be, then no one outside would be able to know what was happening inside. As he left, the leader said that the student had understood everything correctly. Turning his head, the man ordered him to atone for his mistakes. The boy immediately clenched his fist with force. The student began to rise to his feet. Putting his hands in front of him, the student said that he would carry out this order no matter what. His face was very serious. The The city of Luoyang appeared and a beggar's request for a coin was heard. Holding a broken plate in his hands, the homeless man said that he had been hungry for 2 days. Picking up the dish, the beggar explained that he would be glad to receive any gift. Still looking forward, the man heard some news. A man, sitting at a table, said that their Huashan disciples almost sent the best warriors of Wudang to the next world, while the second said that the interlocutor was definitely lying, because Wudang could not lose so easily and apparently he had misheard. The homeless man's plate immediately fell to the ground. The beggar ran away when one of the men said that everything had been very uneasy there since yesterday. A camp appeared. The homeless man looked into one of the tents. Someone was sitting there too. The man was writing something. Some symbols were visible on the paper. The man continued writing. Then he began to draw a symbol. The symbol was completed. The man, looking at the paper, asked if it was true that Wudang had lost a Huashan. Eating something, the man also noted that there would probably be a lot of problems with this. Crumpling the paper, the leader shouted a question about whether they could even verify the facts and also that they had completely gotten out of hand. Sitting at the table, the homeless man noted that he had apparently not raised his hand to his subordinates for a long time, but now he definitely needed to teach them a lesson. Throwing his hand behind his head, Digwan said that not only had they not found anything interesting, but they had also dragged in some nonsense. Suddenly, the man looked away. Looking at the paper, the leader noted that apparently a whole stack had come from Nanyang and apparently something had happened there in the last few days. Eating something with a knife, the man said something indistinctly. His gaze was directed downwards. Holding a paper in his hand, he read that the second-generation disciples of Huashan stood up for the Shadow Huashan sect and defeated Wudang. Leafing through the papers, the man read about Huashan's victories and Wudang's defeat. Holding a stack, the sect leader also read about Wudang's complete defeat. Picking up one of the papers, the man read about how despite being outnumbered, Wudang had no chance and realized that everyone was writing the same thing. Chewing his food, Deguang read about how a large number of witnesses confirmed that Huashan had defeated Wudang, and realized that it was impossible for the entire population of Nanyang to suddenly lie about the same thing. Sitting at the table, he realized that all of this news was true. Looking at another pile, the leader remembered that Huashan had already defeated Zhongnan before, but now their opponent was Wudang, and if this happened once, it was lucky. But if it happened twice, it was hard to talk about it. Grinning, the man guessed that Huashan was reviving. Imagining an illustration, the leader knew that there were 9 great sects and 5 major families in murim, among which was Huashan, but it had long lost its heritage and greatness. Crossing his arms over his chest, Deguang realized that if one of the long-forgotten sects was revived, its future influence would be hard to imagine, because the revival of Huashan would be the main event of this century. The man swallowed a piece of food. Imagining the person from Wudang, he remembered that if there was evidence that Wuzhen, a disciple of the first generation of Wudang, was taken to the sect unconscious. Holding a piece of paper in front of him, the chief realized that the news he had received that day was too incredible. Having pierced the paper with a knife, the man decided to find out more about everything. A door appeared and someone's request was heard that he needed to report something to the chief. Still sitting at the table, Deguan did not understand what was happening there. The door began to crack. The protagonist appeared there. The young man looked forward. The door fell to the floor. The guy, looking at the man, asked if he was the chief. The man reached for his weapon. Looking at the hero, the chief asked what of it. The young man went forward. 2 wards fell to the floor. The protagonist came closer to the man. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Having put a package on the table, the guy explained that he had an offer that could not be refused. The guy drank something from a glass. The man, looking at this, did not understand why he drank tea as if it were wine. Frowning, the leader thought that this man was extremely strange. The young man closed his eyes, while the interlocutor thought about the fact that few would risk drinking such disgusting tea in a beggar's den. But this man did not care at all. Looking at him, the leader noted that the guest was probably the same divine dragon from Mount Huashan and asked why he had come to this place. Putting the glass on the table, the guy explained that he wanted to sell something. The man, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he had come to the wrong place to sell. Looking at the door, Dugwan also added that he had also broken down the door, and the young man asked what he should do if his charges had surrounded him from all sides. Putting the glass on the table, the leader said that he understood that the guest was new to Jianghu and explained that he had come to see the head of the beggar sect branch after all. Frowning, the man said that he did not know what the guest had in mind, but he had no desire to buy or sell anything. The young man, his eyes wide open, listened to his words about how if he wanted to sell something, he'd better go to a fence or someone else. The guy was still sitting in front of him. Taking the bundle, the hero said that he could do as he pleased. Stuffing the paper into his bosom, the protagonist noted that it seemed to him that a representative of such a majestic sect would help him, but it seemed that beggars were no longer what they used to be, because he wasn't just anyone, but the head of the department himself was sending him to fences, and the head couldn't understand how he could know what they used to be like. Hiding the document, the guy said that apparently they wouldn't succeed. The man squinted, listening to the guest's words about how such a valuable thing couldn't be sold anywhere. Looking at him, the head also heard a question about whether he knew where the nearest branch of the guild of the lower classes was located. Sitting at the table, Dead One assumed that he knew firsthand who they were, since he was going to go to them right after the refusal. The hero looked at him intently when he thought about the fact that there was no hint of bluff in his gaze and that he was probably confident in the value of what he brought. Pursing his lip, the leader tried to figure out if he should ask about what the guest brought. Looking at him, the man asked what he wanted to sell, and the young man asked why he would tell this to a person who had already refused to buy. Smiling, the leader laughed and tried to say something. Grinning his teeth, Dead One said something. The assistant ran somewhere when the leader shouted for them to bring their best wine here. Looking at the paper, the man assumed that it was a secret code. Opening his mouth, the leader understood that this was not an ordinary card at all. Taking it in his hand, the leader realized that as the leader of the beggars department, he had handled many unusual objects, but this card was on a completely different level. The hero immediately slapped his hand. The owner pulled his hand away when the youth asked if he was even allowed to touch it, but the man tried to figure out when he had even managed to hit him, because he had not even managed to notice the movement. With his eyes widened, the leader thought that this was simply impossible, but he also remembered that the rumors about the divine dragon Huashan described many things. Looking at the protagonist, the leader could not believe that this person was so strong. Looking at the corner of the card, the man also realized that this was not what was most important right now. Standing in front of the table, the leader asked what kind of card this was. The guy wiped his face with his hand, saying that he needed to think of where to start the story. The two wards opened their mouths wide when the leader shouted a question about whether he was serious. The hero closed his eyes and asked the old man to calm down, adding that he only wanted to know if it was real or not. Looking down, the young man asked if the man was really a professional in this matter, and he replied that they were doing this. Opening his mouth, the young man noted that if it was the original, then he would also need a price. Opening his eyes wider, the man thought about the price. Looking at this map, the leader understood that if everything this man said was true, and he really managed to take this map from Wujin of Wudang, then this map could really lead to the Tomb of Swords. Opening his mouth wide, the leader realized that this map was not even priceless, and could not understand why he would sell it at all, because if this map was real, then it could change the fate of not only the SECT or murim, but the entire Jianghu. Drinking wine, the hero asked if he would buy it. Squinting, the young man listened to his words about there being something else that interested him. The man looked ahead, listening to the guy's question about whether he wanted to ask why he himself didn't use this map. Drinking more wine, the protagonist explained that if he could decipher it, then everything would have already been done, but he absolutely didn't need it if he couldn't understand what was written there. Drinking the rest, the hero said that this way he would at least be able to earn money, and the interlocutor realized that he was right, because such a treasure was of no use if you didn't have enough brains. Looking ahead, the leader understood that this was still a way to find the elixir of eternity, which ordinary people did not need at all, but for a martial arts master such a thing was a priceless treasure. Looking at the protagonist, the leader knew that the warriors of Murim, no matter how strong they were, had to follow the unwritten rules since there had to be at least some boundaries of decency. But this man was completely different. Squinting, Digwan knew that in his experience, if such people had power in their hands, they would definitely try to subjugate the rest of the world. The hero poured more wine when the interlocutor thought that this person was either very dangerous or just an idiot. Opening his mouth, the young man asked if he hadn't thought enough and asked if he was going to buy this map. Looking down, the leader thought that the guest was extremely quick-witted, but even that didn't mean that he had experience in such matters. Opening his mouth, the man said that if this map really led to the Tomb of Swords, then it was truly priceless. Squinting, the protagonist listened to his words about how they had too many variables right now. The leader, raising his hand, said that if the fact that the map belonged to Ulan was revealed, the number of buyers would decrease several times, and also added that it was unknown whether they would be able to decipher it at all. The leader also pointed out that they would have to spend money to hide the fact that they had bought the card from the guest, and then find a buyer, and take care of his safety. Pointing to his palm, the leader said that there was also a major problem, which was that they had no proof of the authenticity of this thing, and if he were to buy it, the beggar sect would have too many headaches. The man raised his hand to his face. Raising his finger, the leader suggested a price of 100,000 liang. Debuang immediately smiled and said that he would add another 20,000 because they did not recognize the divine dragon from Mount Huashan right away, so the final price would be 120,000. The guy asked again with wide eyes. The leader frowned and realized that he had fallen for his trick. Smiling, the leader said that this was his special offer and that in other places they would not have given even 100,000 for this card. Rising from his chair, the young man asked where the nearest branch of the guild of the lower classes was. The interlocutor asked again, and the protagonist explained that the price was too low and it would be better for him to go straight to the guild of the lower classes. Opening his mouth wide, the leader asked what he was talking about. because the price was really too low. Raising his hands, the man asked him to wait and added that if he insisted, then they were ready to go into the minus. The young man, standing by the door, listened to his words about the price of 150,000. Smiling, the leader explained that such offers were not made to just anyone and the man was their special guest. His eyes widened when the hero asked again about the price. Opening his eyes wide, the guy said that he had already suffered enough, but since the old man decided to laugh at him, then their conversation would be serious. Suddenly, the wall of the building broke through. The street was visible through the hole. The young man, standing in front of the hole, asked if they had lost their fear, trying to deceive him. The man glanced at the hole in the wall. The leader, with his mouth open, offered a price of 200,000. The hero, looking at him, asked if he had begun to understand the whole situation. The protagonist raised 3 fingers. The owner, with his mouth slightly open, said that they were ready for 300,000. The young man, frowning, named a price of 3 million and added that he wanted a one-time payment of this money, since one could not even dream of a lower price. Debwan, with his eyes wide open, asked again. Sitting on the floor, the leader asked if he understood how big this amount was for them, since the entire beggar department did not have that kind of money, and he would not even be able to raise 1 million by borrowing from everyone he knew, and the main faction would be able to help in at least 15 days. The hero narrowed his eyes. The guy was still staring at him. Squinting even more, the young man asked if he wanted to make a deal, and the man answered affirmatively. Putting his hand in front of him, the leader agreed. Raising 2 fingers, the leader offered a price of 2 million. Sitting on the floor, Devwan said that it was a huge amount of money that hardly many people had, and 1 million would be paid right away, and the second million would be collected within a month. The guy crossed his legs and said that he wanted 3 million in one payment, and it was either this way or not at all. Squinting, the man thought about how angry the guest was, but he couldn't tell if he realized its true value or was just asking for too much, but even so, it was still a real treasure. Looking at the card in his hand, the leader knew that 3 million was the most suitable price to sell this thing. The hero waved the card as the leader thought that this man had an extremely irritating expression on his face, and his posture was also too bold and at the same time relaxed, as if he was saying with his whole body that he would run straight to the lower guild if his conditions were not met. The hero looked at him as he said that this was their small business, and that they didn't have that amount of money at the moment, and if he didn't agree to 2 million, they wouldn't be able to do business with him. The man looked up, listening to the guy say that he knew that, because where could beggars get that much money, but even so, they had a way to earn it. Looking at him, the young man said that there was a continent crisis financing office in Luoyang, and the leader asked what that place had to do with it. Raising his finger, the young man explained that he could come there and say that he had an urgent matter and needed to borrow 3 million on behalf of the beggars and they would give it to him, and also added that it had to be taken in checks, and the interlocutor asked if the guests wanted them to take a private loan, because it was a one-way trip after all. The hero, with his mouth open, said that there could be nothing worse than the life of a beggar. Raising his hands, the leader said that it was impossible and repeated the price of 2 million and asked the guests to make a decision, because they either make a deal for that amount, or he should just sell the cards somewhere else. Frowning, the leader also noted that he would hardly be able to get even 1 million in the lower guild, let alone that amount. They looked at each other in silence. The young man stood up and said that in that case, nothing could be done. Frowning, the man thought that he would definitely not fulfill his demands. Opening his mouth, the leader noted that he could go to the lower guild himself and check for himself. The guy, looking back, asked why he needed to go to that place. The other man's eyes widened when the guest said that he would go to Wuhan. Looking at him, the man shouted at him to stop, because why would he come all this way, since they still had work to finish. The protagonist explained that this was why he came here first, since Wuhan was far away, but since there was no money here, he could go there. Debwan, with his mouth open, listened to the young man's question about whether there was another reason why he couldn't go there. The leader, with his eyes wide open, understood that he couldn't just throw him out, because if the deal fell through, then such a great achievement would go to another department and they would lose the elder's favor. The hero looked somewhere when the interlocutor said that he would buy it. Raising 3 fingers, the leader said that he would buy it for 3 million from this department. Rising to his feet, the man also added that he would pay the full amount. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist squinted. Looking at him, the guy asked what 3 million he was talking about. The young man's teeth appeared. The hero smiled broadly and said that the price was 3.5 million, while the man shouted that the price had just been exactly 3 million. The young man closed his eyes and explained that the market price of a product could easily change in a split second, and that was why it had gone up by those 500,000. Grinning, the guy said that the price seemed to be going up again. Raising his hand, the hero said the price was 3,800,000, and the man asked him to wait. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was buying it for 3,800,000. They looked at each other in silence. The protagonist raised his hands. Smiling, the hero called it an extremely wise choice. There was money on the table, and the leader's words could be heard saying that in addition to the million he had to take out a loan for 2,800,000, and in the end he got the amount he needed, and that was why everything was as agreed. The man, looking down, called it a great deal. Standing in front of the table, the leader also noted that the guests should remember that there is no place in the world where there are no beggars' eyes. Opening his mouth, the leader explained that if it was a fake, he would not get away with it. The young man, holding the money in his hands, said that the card was indeed real, and the interlocutor asked why he was so sure. His eyes widened after the hero said that it was obvious. Looking at the card, the leader understood that if he was so sure, it meant that it was indeed real and would definitely be worth more than the price paid. Stuffing the money into his clothes, the guy listened to the interlocutor's question about the reason for such confidence. Smiling, the man listened to the protagonist's words about the card having already been deciphered by Yiden. The owner, looking at him, suddenly fell silent. The chair moved back and the young man said that this was exactly why he should hurry. Smiling, the boy asked if they had already started to find out anything about this map. Running away, the hero said that he had not lied. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, asked if they should just send this map, since it would most likely cause a lot of problems. The ward looked to the side, calling out to the leader. The man opened his mouth wide. Something flew into the air when the leader shouted that they needed to catch this person right away. The territory of the Huashan school appeared. A certain building was also visible. There was no one inside. The leader was standing by the cliff. Without turning around, the old man heard someone say that he seemed too indifferent. Two wards approached from behind and one of them asked why the students still had not sent a message about what was happening. Hyunjan, turning his head slightly, explained that they did not go to have fun, because they still had an important task and perhaps they simply did not have time. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he came here 15 times a day to find out about the students' whereabouts. The subordinate, smiling, asked the leader not to worry, because the children should be able to handle it, but Hyun noted that this was too much confidence, since it was extremely presumptuous to send only children to Wudong. Squinting, the ward asked where they got such calm. Hyun-san, smiling, asked if they were ordinary children and added that they were still unsurpassed. The three of them stood near the cliff and one of them said that everything would be fine. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, explained that these children should be different, because they should never become like them and should not go through all this. The leader narrowed his eyes. Thinking back to what had happened to Huashan before, the old man knew that these words about what they had gone through were causing pain in the hearts of the elders, as he had personally witnessed the fall of the sect. Thinking back to certain people, the leader also knew that those they had counted on to help them had simply turned their backs on them. He remembered putting his uniform on the bed and realizing that many of the elders who had been like family to them had turned their backs on their hometown and left. Imagining himself behind him before, the old man knew that living in such chaos, it was impossible to learn anything, and therefore they could not allow themselves to bring about the fall of Huashan due to their ignorance. Henning, with his mouth open, spoke about how these children should be different, because they should live without worrying about anything, and they should not live in the same poverty as them. Still standing next to the others, the assistant added that he was ready to sacrifice everything, be it honor or anything else, just so as not to starve and not be ignored. The leader, without turning around, explained that these children would raise the name of Huashan, they just needed to be a support for them. The comrade exhaled. Still standing in place, one of them said that they were only fit for this kind of work anyway. Someone ran towards them. The leader turned his head and asked what happened. Unam, holding a document in his hands, explained that the merchant brought news from Nanyang. The leader's eyes widened. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the old man introduced this merchant, and read that the disciples of Huashan and Wudong fought for the Shadow Sect and in the end, Huashan won and therefore the Shadow Sect remained, and Wudong left Nanyang. With his mouth slightly open, the leader read that the Hua Shadow Sect began accepting disciples again after everything calmed down. Then the leader asked if this was true. The assistant, smiling, explained that the merchant double-checked everything several times and therefore this was definitely true information. Henan, standing behind, said that he knew they could do it. Smiling, the leader introduced these students and noted that they were indeed able to defeat the Wudong students. As the leader introduced them, he mentally asked them to continue growing, so that one day Huashan could return to its former state. One of the mountains could be seen and someone asked if they had said that they would return. The assistant, smiling, explained that they were not in direct contact with him, and so he did not know, but since there was no more business in Nanyang, they might return. Looking at the letter, the old man said that this was just wonderful and asked if 3 days would be enough to return and immediately turned to the head of finance. The comrade, smiling broadly, said that he understood what he was hinting at and asked if the leader wanted them to prepare for their return. As the assistant left, he asked him not to worry, because everything would be done to the highest standard. Hyun-san put his hand on the leader's shoulder. The three of them walked away. The old man glanced to the side. Looking ahead, the leader realized that his disciples had really done a good job. The 4 of them were leaving and someone asked if it was too strange that Chongmyan had not done anything, and the leader explained that he was a Taoist, and although the hero was still a boy on the outside, he was still a warrior on the inside. The building where Dagwan was appeared and a cry was heard about his money and Mount Huashan. Many things were thrown at the assistant. Looking at the leader, the man asked what had happened to him. The leader, without turning around, said that Mount Huashan had treated them so frivolously and decided to play with them. Grinning his teeth, Dagwan said that he would show them. With his eyes wide open, the man said that he needed to show what would happen to those who treated him like that. His house appeared and someone's words were heard that they had already requested reinforcements from the main department. The assistant, with his mouth open, also noted that they were currently short of people to send here. The leader, without turning around, ordered him to find draftsmen who would need to copy the map. Still sitting, the leader ordered that letters be sent to other sects, since there might be those among them who were interested in buying the map to the sword tomb for next to nothing. The ward, standing behind, asked if he needed to contact any specific sects, but the leader answered in the negative and explained that they needed to contact everyone, starting with those closest to them and ending with the most famous ones. The assistant's mouth was slightly open. The man, turning around, also ordered them to find out where the kid from Huashan had gone. Many people were walking along the main street, and someone was talking about the sword tomb and also asking if this was another crazy rumor. There were some warriors walking there, and someone's words were heard that this time everything was different. After all, couldn't the interlocutor see how many people had gathered? After all the information about the tomb was spread by beggars, so even the most famous masters dropped everything they were doing and rushed here. A warrior appeared and the man said that this was the Jiangxi demon, the hand of the 5 poisons. A man dressed in red also appeared and someone said that this was the Red Death, and that wasn't all. After all, there was even an executioner without a shadow here. All these people were walking along the street when someone said that everything looked like a war would soon break out here. A fighter, standing on the roof, said that from here he could see the Stone Sword Sect, the Pine Sect and also the Ruthless Lusha Pavilion, and it seemed that all the gangs that were somehow famous in this region had come to look for the sword tomb. The elder turned his head and noted that only 3 days had passed since the map was stolen and asked if it was strange that so many people had gathered in Nanyang, because how did they all manage to find out about the map's contents? The disciple, with his mouth slightly open, explained that it must have been one of those people from Huashan who told him that the tomb was in this place. The elder narrowed his eyes. Looking at the people in front of him, the old man realized that the Huashan people were clearly up to something and must have simply been unable to understand the map, and therefore decided to prevent Wudang from getting all the laurels. The man rubbed his beard. Immediately after, the elder turned around. The disciple, standing still, asked what they should do, and the leader said that nothing had changed. The boy turned around, listening to his words that since they were all here, it meant that no one had yet deciphered their map. Those warriors were still walking along the street as the old man said that although their plan was to stay out of public view after stealing the map, it wouldn't matter if they were the last ones to reach the sword tomb, and those people had already noticed the presence of the Wudang sect members and were just pretending to be ignorant, waiting for our move. As Sahan left, he explained that once they took action, those warriors would track them down at all costs to find out the location of the sword tomb and prevent the Wudang sect from getting it. Stepping onto the edge, the old man said that they were the Wudang sect after all. Looking at the army, the elder explained that they were capable of dealing with any of them, and no one in this world could stand in their way. Opening his mouth, the old man ordered the warriors to get ready. Some warriors in blue glanced to the side. The swordsman also looked to the left. The fighter in red looked in the same direction. Jin Hyun looked back as the other man talked about how they would soon be heading to the sword tomb. With his hands behind his back, the elder said that everyone would remember that the Wudang sect was simply trying to keep out of trouble, but was not shaking with fear. The old man glanced to the side and explained that they were the ones who had to get the true energy pill. The hero was lying on the roof. Jiang, standing at a distance, asked why the beggars were looking for the young man. The elder, with his mouth open, explained that this man was the leader of the sect's branch in Luoyang, and the other man asked again. The student, with his mouth open, asked what he was doing in Nanyang and why he needed the boy, and Bakshin said that he was not sure of the reasons for this and that they were most likely just in trouble again. The comrade, with his eyes wide open, said that he was sure of one thing. Looking at the man, the student explained that there was not an ounce of friendliness in this man's eyes. The leader frowned and said that there were now more martial artists than residents in Nanyang, and asked if he was happy that everything was going according to his plan. The young man, with his mouth open, asked what he was even talking about, because surely it wasn't the other man who had spread the information about the sword tomb in this place. The man's headband appeared when the guy was talking about how the other man was probably afraid that Wudang would grab everything for himself. The leader inhaled air through his nose. Immediately after, he exhaled it through his mouth. Sitting on the roof, the leader asked what the hero's plan was, because he would like to hear it, but the protagonist replied that he would just enjoy the show. The man bowed his head, listening to the young man's words about how he now had a lot of money and there was no need to rush. With his eyes wide open, Devwan thought about killing this man right here. Memories of how he broke through the wall appeared in his head. As the man continued to sit, he realized that he should restrain himself in this situation. Exhaling again, the leader decided to calm down. Looking at the hero, the leader knew that in the end he only needed a day to find where this man with the money had escaped, but he would not be able to do anything more. The entire territory was revealed as the leader thought that it would be a few more days before the main squad reinforcements arrived, and by that time the Wudang sect would most likely reach the sword tomb, and even if the reinforcements arrived on time, their forces would not be enough. Imagining the warriors who had arrived, the leader knew that with so many enemies they would not be able to deal with everyone gathered, much less Wudang. Squinting, the man realized that if they wanted to get into the tomb, their only chance was to simply rely on this snotty worm. The young man was eating something. Looking down, the leader knew that he still had a chance to count on something. Looking at the hero, the leader realized that he might not be the holiest man in the world, but there must be a reason for his confidence, otherwise he wouldn't have done such a thing. Frowning, Devwan thought that there must definitely be something other than madness in this man's head, and this was his last hope. So he should hold back no matter how much this man irritated him. The protagonist was chewing something when the interlocutor asked him if he wanted to do something. The guy crossed his legs and asked if he wanted to have a drink with him. The man said that now was not the time for that. The streets appeared, with warriors walking along them, and the leader told him that a bunch of craftsmen had gathered outside, and didn't this bother the hero. The latter said that they were all too greedy. Because what could be so special about this tomb of swords if everyone was willing to spend so much money and effort on it? The interlocutor's eyes turned white with anger. The man clenched his teeth tightly. His comrades listened with their mouths open as the leader shouted that the young man didn't need the true energy pill, because if he continued like this, the others would take it all. He opened his mouth wide and continued shouting something. While continuing to eat something, the guy said that it was very tasty. The leader, standing above him, shouted for him to take a look at what was going on there, because everyone had already arrived and were getting ready. Suddenly, someone landed on this roof. The leader's eyes opened wide. His gaze was fixed on this person. The girl, with her mouth open, said that the Wudang sect was already here. The vessel with alcohol flew into the air. The vessel smashed to the ground. The hero immediately stood up. There was a smile on his face, and he told everyone to go. The comrades, with their mouths wide open, cried out affirmatively. The eyes, with their mouths wide open, did not understand what had happened. Everyone suddenly disappeared from this place. The 5 of them were flying somewhere. The man, with his mouth open, shouted a question about why they all stood up and immediately ordered them to quickly follow them to catch up with them. Immediately after, the leader pointed his finger in their direction. Degwan quickly turned around. Running along the roof, the leader understood that he had to join the Huashan sect at any cost. Immediately after, he jumped from this roof. Jumping on the roofs, the leader understood that he definitely had to do this. The haze had already begun to dissipate. The child, standing next to his father, asked what was happening here. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said that he himself did not understand. Introducing the Wudang elder, Degwan, and the protagonist, the father noted that this man must definitely have a plan. The tops of trees and mountains were visible. The man ran very quickly. Looking back, he realized that they had already caught up. Looking at the large number of fighters, the hero thought that even those who usually did not pay attention to the Wudang had intervened. Apparently, they would attack as soon as they reached the tomb. Looking at his subordinate, he ordered him to cover the rear. One of the people grabbed a tree. The rest also stopped on the trees. Holding his sword in his hand, Hyson shouted for everyone to get ready. Looking at the approaching people, the elder shouted that they had to stop them here. The guy with the eye patch was getting closer and closer. While the others were making their way through the trees, the leader was thinking that greed could not be defeated with words. Frowning, the sect leader continued to think about how it was better to use his strength correctly and minimize the number of victims. Moving further and further, the dark-haired man asked how much longer, to which he received the answer that they were almost there. Someone's foot stepped on a tree. The sect members were moving closer to the target. A second later, the man was slightly surprised. His foot immediately landed on the ground. Standing in the middle of an empty field, Sehen wondered if their target was here. Looking around, the elder thought that it was strange that after leaving the dense forest, they found themselves in a muddy field without a single blade of grass. The leader pursed his lips and thought that if he didn't know anything, he would have thought that it was just unusual. But no, it all seemed too suspicious. Clenching his hands into a fist, he said that the tomb was definitely here. The people immediately moved from their place when they heard the order to search for the tomb. The boy pulled out his sword. All the participants began to search for the tomb. The blade of the sword entered the ground. The leader, watching the search, thought that the tomb was definitely here. The blade of the sword entered deeper into the ground. The man was surprised as soon as he heard from one of the young men that he had found something. A second later, Sehen moved towards the find. The elder stuck the sword into the ground. The tip of the sword reached something in the ground. Smiling, the leader thought that this was it. The participants obediently stepped back as soon as they heard such an order. The sword glowed blue. The leader did not move from his place. The people watched from the side in surprise. The hero tried to get the sword out from under the ground. He grabbed the handle with his hand tighter. A second later, he pulled the sword out from under the ground. Some kind of magical energy passed through the area. All the young men looked at the sky. A whirlpool gathered near Sehen. Strange hieroglyphs appeared. The leader was very surprised. Squinting, he thought about what they had finally found. The dark-haired man stood in front of the gate of the sword tomb. The tip of the weapon appeared, while the man was ordering the Wudang sect to get out. Moving quickly, the man asked if the sect thought that they did not know that the sect was hiding something. One of the guys was surprised. Running out onto the field, the enemy shouted that there was something there. Looking at the gate of the sword tomb, the stranger shouted that the sect had found the tomb. Looking up, the elder heard the phrase that the stranger had found the tomb. The hero was even more surprised. A man with a mask over his eye jumped out from somewhere above. The maddened people moved towards the tomb. The fighters rushed at the attackers. The Wudang sect members joined the fight after hearing the order to stop them and not let them break through. Frowning, the elder shouted for everyone to hold on. People stood on all sides of the pit after hearing the order to protect the elder. Hyson turned around. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said the elder's name. 3 enemies rushed to attack. The commander held a weapon in both hands. With one blow, he threw back several opponents. The weapon flew over the ground. Closing his eyes, one of the elders addressed the second. Turning to his interlocutor, Hyson said that the enemies were more aggressive than expected. There was no time for a detailed study. Standing near the gate, the commander asked for help Myung to buy time, because it was too late to retreat. The dark-haired man slightly bowed his head. The people from the Wudang sect were trying to open the tomb. Looking at his subordinates, the hero said that they could not wait any longer. The guys were surprised as soon as they heard the order to leave. Coming closer to the tomb, the chief said that this was definitely not an ordinary piece of iron. Taking the sword in his hands, the man said that something hard was needed for this occasion. Sehen raised the glowing sword up. The elder swung the sword. A second later, he thrust the weapon into the tomb of swords. The iron suddenly split. The chief watched what was happening. The long-haired man stepped back. Light was visible through the iron of the tomb. One of the pieces fell into a deep hole. Small glowing particles were visible at the depth of the pit. The man stood at the edge of the hole. Sehen, looking down, thought that if he had rushed in without thinking, he would have immediately crashed. Putting his sword forward, the chief wondered why the entrance was here. It was obvious that the tomb could only be reached by descending to the bottom of this deep pit. The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought about the presence of negative energy. While his subordinates were fighting each other, the commander thought about blocking those who were attacking from the rear. Sehen turned around and called out to Hyson. The second elder, with his head down, heard the request to watch Myung and the other students, supporting them, and then replied that they were completing a task and would return. Looking at the other subordinates, the old man ordered them to follow him. Pushing off the edge of the pit with his foot, the hero wondered what was waiting for them below. As he descended, the hero thought that even the light-consuming darkness could not stop them. The students followed down into the pit. Rushing forward, the boy shouted to get out of the way. The youth held a weapon in his hands. The sect member frowned deeply. Taking one step, the enemy asked how they dared to touch his things. Makwi, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, shouted that everything here belonged to him. The man slammed the ground and threatened to chop everyone into small pieces. The opponent swung his weapon in midair. The blade flew at high speed. The student looked up in fear. The next second, his eyes widened. The opponent was quickly rushing down. Squinting, Hyson said that he was so big, but he could not use all his strength. Sticking out his tongue, Makwi ordered him to get out of the way, otherwise he would be the first to get hit. Putting his weapon forward, the man said that his interlocutor needed to cool down a bit. The 3 heroes rushed through the trees. Stopping, the enemy laughed and called the people idiots. Smiling, Doxa said that usually in such cases, the one who comes last takes everything, and by the time he gets there, everything will be over. Narrowing his eyes, the villain continued that he would only have to deal with the people exhausted from the battles. Looking ahead, he also said that finally the pills will belong to him. Turning around, the enemy heard some conversations behind him, and said that someone had decided to come even later. The young man punched him and told him to get out. The 3 heroes flew far away. Several guys were running between the thickets. Makwi swung his weapon. Jumping, the villain offered to fight face to face. Hezen stepped back a little. Going on the attack, the enemy asked how long he would run away. The man prepared for battle. Both put their weapons forward. The blades of the weapons were a meter from each other. The opponent continued to hold the weapon in his hands. The men moved away from each other. Swinging for the next blow, the hero said that he finally remembered what skills he had, but it would not help. Enraged, the antagonist said that these skills were useless, he could not even be bitten. The elder kicked him in the face. The enemy flew back from the blow. There was some kind of explosion. The students stared at what was happening in surprise. The three guys also stood still. Hyson stood in the middle of the crowd. The leader closed his eyes and turned to Myung. Bowing his head, the young man heard the order to take the remaining disciples and go to the Tomb of Swords, after which he agreed in response. Turning around at the fleeing boys, the commander said that he would take care of the rest himself. Turning around, one of the sect members was running away. Confused, the fighters heard someone say that from now on this place belongs to Wudong. As the boys approached the pit, someone said that anyone who tried to enter the tomb would have to deal with a sword of this sect. Turning around, the leader asked if the opponents were sure that they could defeat him. The enemies looked at the speaker. While the old man closed his eyes, one of the guys told him to stop talking this nonsense. Jumping from somewhere above, Samsal asked if he really imagined himself the master of the Tomb of Swords. The man stood in front of the man who had just arrived. Clenching his fist, the stranger said that, apparently, he had not yet lost the remnants of his mind. Standing still, the interlocutor continued that the owner of the tomb was a traceless sword that was not from Wudong, and the fact that Wudong found the tomb first did not give them the right to be arrogant. They should come to their senses before the whole world laughed at the sect. Gokbu, holding the man with his hand, said that sometimes this idiot says the right things. Smirking slightly, the swordsman said that it was a great honor for him to meet Hyson, the famous elder of Wudong. Turning around, the dark-haired man realized that even the great swordsman had arrived. Standing not far from the newcomer, the man thought that it would not be easy to deal with them. Too many famous people had gathered here in such a short time. Samsal stood behind the long-haired man. While the villain was looking somewhere in front of him, Gokbu said that he was not going to fight on the same side with him. Frowning, the man continued that if you intimidate those who came later, they will only disgrace their good name. The elder closed his eyes and asked him if he wanted to confront Wudong. Watching closely, the swordsman replied that the sect might have opened the tomb, but anyone could enter. The leader looked at his interlocutor in silence. He instantly frowned and shouted that his sect's greed knew no bounds. One of the rivals, holding a weapon, shouted that they had to get rid of these selfish people. The sect member listened to everyone's statements with his eyes closed. Enraged, Hezin replied that he had warned everyone, and that anyone who tried to enter would have to deal with the Wudong sword. The enemy, drawing his sword, replied that it sounded scary. Taking a step forward, the swordsman continued that if he were afraid of them, he would not have gone so far. He lowered his sword to the ground. One of the youths was confused. A second later, the youth turned around. Everyone stood motionless in front of the light. One of the sect members jumped into the pit. With each passing second, he moved further and further away. Hezin put his hands in front of him and said that it was their right. A powerful blow swept across the area. The enemies looked up at the sky. Looking at the old man retreating, the rival shouted that he was heading for the tomb. A moment later, the elder was already near the pit. The hero's next move was to jump into the pit of the Tomb of Swords. Frowning, the young man ordered to catch up with him. All the people rushed to the pit as soon as they heard the order not to let them enter. Enraged, the man shouted to get out of the way, because anyone who stood in his way would become a corpse. Gokbu flew through the air above the people. Samsal and the swordsman stopped on either side of the pit. The long-haired man put his sword on his shoulder. The hero looked at his opponent. Exhaling, the villain heard the question of whether he was going to fight. The fighter smiled, hearing the answer that he saw no point in wasting his strength. The man moved from his place in an instant. The two jumped into the deep pit. One of the fighters received a blow. The students ran to the Tomb of Swords. The young man thrust the sword deeper into the enemy's body. One man lay unconscious on the ground. A huge number of guys ran to the tomb. Taking a step, one of the newcomers asked what kind of pack of dogs it was. The protagonist, clenching his fist, heard the answer to his question, after which he said that he did not know that they would start a fight here. Chunmian began to take out his sword. Putting the weapon in front of him, the swordsman said that it was time for them to join in. Also holding the sword in his hand, Baekshun shouted forward. Two students took a stance, hearing the order to get ready. Gul, frowning, heard the phrase that from this moment on, any mistake could be fatal. Taking the weapon in both hands, the guy ordered not to get underfoot. Smiling, the protagonist said that he warned everyone. The student took a step back. A second later, all the students rushed into battle. The cultivators ran towards the sword tomb. Some turned around after hearing the screams for the elixir. They were terrified by the bright light behind them. The protagonist shouted and threw everyone away, telling them to get out of his way. The sword fell on the cultivator's neck. A moment later, the sword was pierced into the man's throat. The smoke and dust that rose up startled everyone. Kianmayan and his group fought their way through the warriors. Baekshun frowned and looked to the side. A moment later, he blocked the enemy's sword. He tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The boy slashed at the man's neck with the hilt. The enemy's body was thrown back. Zhong, frowning, realized that they were being attacked from behind. Continuing to run after Kianmayan, he realized that those who were struck by the protagonist's attack had finally noticed them. The boy, breathing heavily, said that this carnage was not even close to duels. If it weren't for Chunmyang leading them, things could have been much worse. Zhang stepped in a pool of blood. Blood splashed on his face. Zhang wiped the blood away and said that this battle had become a chaotic hell where people killed each other without looking back. It was like he was running through a lake of blood filled with corpses. Zhang gritted his teeth. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he saw the entrance to the Tomb of Swords. The entrance was a huge pit. Daeguan opened his mouth and screamed, calling Chunmyang a bastard. The protagonist recognized the voice and stopped. The boy immediately turned around. Daeguan, who was far behind, screamed, saying that after running them, he should at least take them with him. The man, angry, did not stop screaming. The protagonist's pupils shrank to the size of peas. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had to take the old man. Baekhyun turned around when Qianmayan called him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The man dodged the spear. He held the shaft of the spear with his hand. A moment later, Daeguan stabbed him with his spear. Clenching his jaw, he mentally said that those bastards had completely forgotten about them. Looking at the protagonist in the distance, he wondered how those Huashan sect brats managed to break through so many people. Looking at the subordinate behind him, he ordered him to clear a path for him. The man, breathing heavily, said that they had already spent a lot of effort to get here. They couldn't continue fighting like this. They should retreat. Daeguan frowned and said that this was not a funny joke. Turning his head, he said that the sword tomb was right in front of them. His eyes widened. One of the warriors in front of him turned around. A bright light flooded his face. A moment later, an explosion occurred on the battlefield. The cultivators turned around in shock. Daeguan's mouth dropped open as the protagonist told him to run forward. The youth, standing in a stance, said that they had no business there, so they should go to them. The man raised his hand, saying that his subordinates were too tired and could not be left here. In this state they would not be able to keep up. One of the beggar clan grabbed him with both hands. The protagonist straightened up, looking at his opponents. He gritted his teeth in anger. A moment later, his figure appeared above the group of beggars. The man raised his head in shock. Qianmayan grabbed him by the clothes. A moment later, ignoring the screams, he threw him. The beggar began to scream as he began to fall. He fell straight into the pit. Qianmayan immediately grabbed the second beggar. Then he grabbed the third. A second later, he grabbed another man. 6 bodies of beggars flew into the air. The protagonist grabbed Daeguan with both hands. He gritted his teeth. A moment later, he flew over the crowd. He fell straight into the pit. Qianmayan, raising his hands, said that now everyone who could be useful was already inside, the rest would only get in the way. Shifting his gaze, the young man said that if he waited a little longer, better help might arrive, but there was no more time to waste. Turning his attention to the clearing, he said that such a huge empty space, especially with red soil, looked more like an arena for battles. The guy disappeared from his place. He began to jump on the heads of the cultivators. Soon the young man landed. The guy took out his blade from its sheath. Turning around and straightening up, Qianmayan said that there were no more empty seats. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would see each other next time. Then he jumped up. He flipped right in the air. Pushing off straight from the air, the young man rushed down. As he fell, Qianmayan struck the walls of the tomb entrance many times. Huge boulders began to fall down. The cultivators were horrified to see the entrance collapsing. Huge chunks of earth fell after the protagonist. The youth looked down. The beggar's body fell to the floor. The 3 cultivators in red said that they had entered this tomb in vain. The weeper grinned widely and said that they would now have to fight the weeping trio. He bared his teeth and said that his reinforcements must have stayed outside, meaning that even if they killed them, no one would know. Zhang closed his eyes and asked Baekhyun what they would do, and Baekhyun sighed and said that he wouldn't even try to talk, since they were in their way, they should kill them. The man bared his teeth as he looked at his victims. Baekhyun held his sword out in front of him and said that they were quite notorious in Hainan, but they would have to defeat them to move on. The young man frowned and ordered them to get ready. Someone fell with a rumble near the weeper. He involuntarily looked over and froze. The protagonist landed right on top of his comrade. His pupil lit up as he asked who the hell that was. The man froze, nervous. Sweat began to roll down his face. Chunmyeon kicked his opponent, saying that it was time for them to beat the crap out of them. The weeper's body slammed into the wall. When everyone turned around, Chunmyeon asked who it was. Squinting, Baekhyun said that it was the Weeping Three. In Hainan they were said to be scarier than tigers. The remaining member of the trio gaped in horror. The gang leader's face distorted. He collapsed to the floor. Chunmyeon stomped on the floor, saying that these were not the 3 killers, but rather targets. Lowering his sword, the young man asked where such weaklings came from. His elder replied by saying that they were not that weak, they were quite famous warriors. Frowning, the boy tried to understand how high Chunmyeon's standards were. The weeper's entire body trembled. The distorted corpses lay on the floor. Baekhyun, who was carrying the slab, even felt sorry for the boys. He placed the piece of the door on the floor. The whole group, having assembled the door, examined it. The inscription on the door meant, "Tomb of Swords." The protagonist, smiling, said that it was too obvious. Zhang, surprised, asked what the problem was. When Qianmayan asked who gave the tomb such a name, Ghoul, who was standing next to the senior disciple, said that it should have been given by the immortal doctor. After all, it was his tomb. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, asked who would give a name to their own tomb. Isn't that disgusting? Baekchan approached the youth when he said that there was already an inscription. Tomb of Swords. Here, although no one had found it before. Zhang, turning his head, asked if it was possible that the traceless sword himself engraved this name on his tomb so that the whole world would know about it. Chunmyang, who was standing in the middle of the group, said that there was no point in guessing what a man who had died 200 years ago was thinking. But he was sure of one thing: whoever had carved this inscription, be it the traceless sword or not, was quite a powerful man. Looking into the tunnel, he said that not everyone could create a place of such a huge area out of stone at such a depth. Baekchan frowned, realizing that they had to be on guard. Zhang nodded at the protagonist's explanation. The boy, opening his mouth, said that this was an unusual tomb, and they should be on guard. Debwan, approaching the young man, asked what he was going to do. Frowning, the man said that they would not be able to get out of here without help, and considering that they were not alone here, this place was no different from a lion's den. Everyone looked at Dugwan when he suggested that they look for reliable people and form an alliance, and then investigate the sword tomb. Then they will know if this true energy pill really exists. Qianmayan sighed and grinned, saying that if they were ready to do it together, they would not have come here at all, and those who wanted to have long since united into groups and moved on. Debwan sighed and tensed up. A common goal can unite martial artists, and its absence can drive them apart. Even if they were enemies on the outside, here they will have to join forces, like Qianmayan and Dagwan's group. The strongest Taoists of one of the top 10 sects have already taken the leading positions. The protagonist stood motionless, understanding this. No matter how powerful the masters came here, compared to the Wudang Sun, they are no more than a ray of light. People tend to unite against a common enemy. Chunmyan licked his lips, mentally telling all the cultivators to die fighting Wudang. Then before they knew it, a snake was crawling up, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Dibwan sweated, noticing his comrade's face. He realized that everything was going according to his plan. The boy turned his gaze to the man when he told him that he didn't know what he was thinking, but hoped that he understood that everything would end as soon as the pill ended up in the wrong hands. The boy, closing his eyes, said that he understood everything perfectly, so they were already moving out. Zhang nodded. Baekchan also nodded, expressing his agreement. Dibwan, opening his mouth, agreed with the boy. The protagonist turned around and walked away. Turning around, he asked the old man who told him that they would go with him. Shrugging it off, Chunmyan said that he had never heard of a beggar being of any use. Dibwan was indignant, saying that he was not a homeless dog to chase him away like that. They should help each other instead. Hitting his chest, he said that as soon as they got out of here, he would definitely repay him in kind, and he should think about it. They could definitely be of use to him. Throwing up his hands, the guy said that the most he could do was provide him with information. The protagonist froze, realizing that he could really benefit from this. If he could establish connections with the beggar sect, which had information in various fields, he would use this advantage as he wished. Remembering one impudent man who attacked him, Chunmyan decided that he was definitely finished now. That day, a bamboo branch fell right on the top of his head. The protagonist thought about it and asked Dugwang how high his position in the sect hierarchy was, and he narrowed his eyes, saying that there were no more than 100 beggars more influential than him. The young man froze, considering his words. Then he asked if he could find and catch a beggar of lower rank at any time, and the man parted his lips and said that it was easy. The guy's lips stretched into a grin when he said that he would now allow him to go with him, and in exchange, he would fulfill his condition. The man frowned sharply, asking what his condition was. Qianmayan, bowing his head, said that he wanted him to find one beggar from the Wuhan branch. The guy's pupils sparkled when he, remembering the impudent man, said his name. Squinting, Dibwan said that it was no problem, and apparently they knew each other well. The boy's shoulders twitched. He responded by saying that they were not just acquaintances, he owed him. His whole body tensed up, and the grin did not leave Qianmayan's face when he said that he had an unpaid debt to the youth. Then he turned around abruptly. Steam was coming out of the youth's nose. Degwan, frowning, said that he did not know what this Jonpal did, but he already felt sorry for him. The protagonist went straight into the tunnel. The group followed him. The man noticed the spheres on the ceiling. Yoma thought that light was shining through, but it turned out that it was the phosphorescent pearls on the ceiling. The group of beggars followed their leader. The man nodded to himself, realizing that it was not surprising that someone whose pills cost 1,000 gold pieces was so wealthy. He opened his eyes when it became dark. The protagonist snatched one of the pearls, then Dubwan asked what he was doing there. The boy turned his head and said that he was making money. Soon, all of the boy's haori were already filled. Looking at Qianmayan crawling along the ceiling, the man asked if it was really that important now. While they were messing around here, the Wudang could have gotten to the true energy pill a long time ago. Snatching another pearl, the boy said that it was highly doubtful, because they were still walking. The man's eyes widened, surprised by the boy's answer. Drawing his eyebrows together, he mentally said that this guy was probably tracking energy. Looking down the hallway, Devwan realized that Kianmayan's power was on a different level, because he could only sense the movement of a group of people, and even then, he was not entirely sure of it. Raising his head, the leader of the beggars asked himself how skilled he was in tracking energy. While unscrewing the pearls, the protagonist said that they would get to the pills before them, but that would be to their advantage, and they would understand the rest when they got there. Devwan turned around and looked puzzled. Squinting, the man mentally expressed the hope that he had not trusted this brat in vain. Zhang sharply frowned, saying that the corridor had begun to narrow. Baekhyun, looking back, said that he had also noticed this, because at the beginning of the journey they had calmly walked 5 people in a row. Now they could only walk in 3 rows, and that was if they stood shoulder to shoulder. Ghoul closed his eyes when his comrade said that he did not see the point in this. Opening his eyes, he said that he had been smelling one extremely unpleasant smell for quite some time. Isel, frowning, said that it was the smell of blood. The protagonist, hanging upside down, said not to stop. The group immediately walked forward. Ghoul, like his partner, was tense. The group of beggars walking behind were talking about something. The protagonist jumped down to the floor. Baekhyun's eyes widened. Ghoul's eyes twitched, shocked. Zhang opened his mouth and called out to the young man. There were corpses lying right in front of them. Baekhyun parted his lips and said that something was definitely wrong. Looking closely at the corpse, he said that the blood flowing from their mouths was not red, but black, and none of those who entered the tomb used poison. The protagonist crouched down and said that there were traps. The guys standing behind him were surprised. Kianmayan thought for a moment, and asked everyone to look closely at the corpses in the corridor. The bodies were pierced with needles, as if they were being aimed at from all sides. Looking around, Devwan wondered how many traps there were that had not been used. He shook his head and mentally said that he couldn't believe that an immortal doctor who dedicated his life to saving people could set up such a terrible trap in his own tomb. His head jerked up when one of the guys called out to Kianmayan. Zhang raised his hand and said that there were corpses everywhere. The protagonist stepped over the corpse and said that they should rather think about how to avoid poisoning themselves, so they should hurry up and continue on their way, but they couldn't touch anything now. The guys accepted his order with their mouths open. They began to carefully follow the leader. Baekhyun, passing by the body, said that this was the true Jianghu. Examining the body, he said that only now did he understand what situation they were in. The noble name of the Huashan sect would not protect them here. If he made a mistake, he would quickly die. Ghoul frowned and asked how many traps they had to pass. Kianmayan looked back and said that they could only guess what the intentions of the traceless sword were, but it could be said that this place was not just a treasure trove. The young man looked at the path ahead and said in his mind that if the old man had simply made a secret arsenal of holy weapons here or was going to use this place as a grave, there would be no need for such traps. They reflected the true intentions of their creator. The beggars carefully followed the group. Devwan raised his head. Isel turned around after hearing a scream. Kianmayan also turned around. The old man climbed the wall and said that the color of this pearl was different from the others. The protagonist was horrified when the man took out a red pearl. The boy opened his mouth and screamed, asking what he was doing. Devwan jumped down and told Kianmayan that he was late this time and he took it first. The beggar asked with a wide smile if he was really going to grab all the glowing pearls for himself. The protagonist's lips twisted. He scowled and shouted in anger, saying that he had told him not to touch anything here. The beggars turned around when they heard the crash. Zhang and Ghoul turned around. The entire tunnel began to shake. Devwan, with the pearl in his hand, was puzzled. His eyes widened in horror. The passage began to collapse. The old man, seeing this, was frightened and shuddered. Huge chunks of the walls were collapsing. The destruction was approaching the group faster and faster. The faces of the 2 older disciples were distorted in horror and fear. Ghoul frowned deeply. Isel's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, in a rage, screamed, ordering them to run. Then he rushed away first. Devwan shouted, ordering them not to hesitate and to move their legs faster. The beggars running behind started to shout. Kianmayan frowned and said that this was why he didn't want to get involved with them, even though he had clearly told them not to touch them, and if they got out, he would teach him a lesson in life. The man running next to him ignored the boy's shouts. The walls continued to collapse, almost catching up with the group. Devwan gritted his teeth, mentally telling himself that when this guy was collecting pearls, everything was calm, but as soon as he touched one, everything went wrong. He involuntarily looked up. A huge crack appeared right above him. The man immediately caught up with Kianmayan and shouted, saying that no one would wait for those behind, so they needed to run as fast as possible. Baekhyun, breathing heavily, looked at the wall. He shouted loudly, saying that the walls were starting to narrow, now they had to run one after another. Chunmyeon gritted his teeth. He kicked the old man, telling him to move faster, because they would all die because of his slowness. Devwan ran even faster, not understanding what he had done. The man involuntarily cried, realizing that he deserved a good beating. The protagonist, running in the opposite direction, told them to run without looking back, because their lives were now in danger. Jong gritted his teeth, looking back. He frowned deeply, barely holding back a fit of anger. Huge chunks of the wall fell down. The shards flew like shrapnel at the group. Ghoul shouted, saying that there was light ahead. The light at the end of the tunnel was clearly visible. Baekshun hit Daegwon, telling him to run faster. The boy pushed the old man, trying to increase his speed. Ghoul roared like a beast. Isol clenched her jaws. The beggars were breathing heavily. They were all tired, but they did not think of stopping. The protagonist put his foot on one of them. A moment later, he kicked the old man, ordering everyone to jump. The bodies of all the others immediately pressed against each other. Baekchan crashed into Daegwon's body. A second later, they all flew out of the corridor. At that moment, the passage collapsed. Daegwon fell headfirst on the floor. Lying on the ground, he began to breathe heavily. Opening his eyes, the man realized that he had managed to survive. Now the whole group was safe, and the collapsed corridor was left behind. Baekchan and Jong, turning around, began to call out for Chunmyeon. Ghoul, sweating heavily, screamed. He immediately rushed to the passage, removing the rubble. Separating the cobblestones, the two guys did not stop calling for their comrade. The old man's eyes widened. He immediately jumped up and screamed, calling for the young man. His body began to tremble. Imagining Chunmyeon, Daegwon realized that if a strong man like him died because of his mistake, it would be an irredeemable sin. The man fell to his knees. His entire upper body began to tremble. Daegwon closed his eyes, realizing that it was his fault. In despair, he roared, calling for the divine dragon Hwashan. The cobblestones in the passage were scattered in all directions. Daegwon froze with his mouth open. The protagonist walked out of the passage. He, completely unharmed, walked out to the group. A wide smile appeared on the old man's face. He grabbed the boy's hand, telling him that he still survived. Chunmyeon squeezed Daegwon's hand tightly. His eye flashed as he told the man that he must have something to say to him. Baring his teeth, the boy said that no words could atone for what he had done, and he deserved a good beating. Daegwon screamed in despair. Ghoul and Baekshun closed their eyes and turned away. A group of swordsmen ran through the tomb. They did not stop for a second. The Wudang disciples ran headlong. The elder who ran in front prayed the whole time. Another tile fell down. The rope snapped. The old man's eyes widened. The blades of chi rushed straight towards their group. The chi gathered in the old man's hand. Releasing the chi from his hand, he deflected the blades. Saiyan frowned deeply, mentally cursing at the fact that this entire tomb was riddled with traps. The shards of the broken plate fell to the floor. One of the disciples screamed, saying that their pursuers were almost upon them. The elder gritted his teeth, realizing that things had taken an undesirable turn. If all the people following them had come here, they would have simply killed each other in pointless battles. But they were far fewer than he expected, and they were quite strong. A group of warriors were running after the Wudang sect. The old man frowned. He felt that something was wrong, as if this was being directed by someone's intentions. He narrowed his eyes, remembering the boy from Hwashan. Sehen shook his head, saying that it was impossible. Of course, he had been quite good for his level a while ago, but he couldn't have changed so much in such a short period of time. The elder opened his eyes when his disciple said that the distance between them and their pursuers was closing. Hezin immediately caught up with his brother when he called out to him. The elder, holding a sword in his hands, told his brother to hold off as many of the opponents as he could while he led the rest out. Then he looked at the three disciples behind him and called out to them. Squinting his eyes, Sehen said that the fate of the clan was now in their hands, so they were following him. The group of disciples turned around and ran away. The elders, still running, said that now was not the time to watch the rear. If it weren't for them, the rest would not have a chance in a skirmish with the enemy. But for the sake of the goal, they were ready to sacrifice the lives of their comrades. A green glint appeared ahead. The old man's eyes widened. The disciples behind him were surprised when he ordered them all to duck. Manipulating chi and wind, Sehen deflected the arrows. He couldn't help but curse when he noticed the poison on the tips of the arrows. Human figures appeared in the corridor ahead. Jinhen frowned. Breathing heavily, he said that there was someone ahead. The old man clenched his jaw. His pupils shrank at the sight of those ahead. In the darkness of the cemetery, where no human foot had ever set foot, some figures were moving. The old man's entire face was twisted in disbelief. The people's bodies were wearing torn clothes. Ghouls, or zombies, were walking towards their guests. Sehen, looking at the corpses in front of him, shouted, asking what the hell this idiot was thinking. The monsters roared and attacked. The old man raised his sword in front of him and shouted, saying that the damned dead cannot rest even after death. All that remains is to take pity on them and send them to the next world. The disciples drew their swords. Chi enveloped the old man's sword. Pouring chi into the sword and getting angry, Sehen realized that the nickname of the immortal healer had misled him. Looking at the dead in front of him, he said that if things turned out worse than he thought, they would all die here. An endless number of corpses came out of the corridor. 2 huge bumps formed on Dagwan's head. The old man, seated in the corner, complained, saying that he was actually a grown man. Ghoul barely stopped another impulse of the protagonist. He pulled his hand back, clicking his tongue. Looking at Dagwan's displeased face, the young man said that he would gladly rip out all of his hair. But unfortunately, his hand stopped itself when he tried to hit someone older than himself. The man looked away when his own subordinates said that it was not proper for the divine dragon to dirty his hands with him, for he was not worthy of it. It was better to just bury him. Standing behind Dagwan, the beggars said that they had met too disgusting a leader. Since he wanted to die, then he should not have dragged them along with him. The old man could not hold back his tears. When Dagwan stood up, Kiamayan told him that he was lucky, for he got off so easily. Now he should think before doing anything. Covering his mouth, the old man said that he understood everything. The protagonist, starting to look around, asked where they were now. Ghoul glanced to the side and said that the gate was locked. Apparently no one had been here before them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that something was wrong. He couldn't help but remember how they had run. The guy saw a passage. There, in the tunnel, was another passage. After telling everything, Chumyan screamed, saying that because of one idiot the entire corridor was blocked. His words pierced the man like an arrow. He couldn't hold back his tears again. In the outside world he was considered one of the best in the beggar sect and revered as a veteran of martial arts. Looking back, the young man said that they had only one way left. Since they were going to continue moving forward, they should stick together. Baekchan nodded. Dagwan narrowed his eyes when Chumyan called out to him. The guy, as if he had become a titan, said that if he dared to do something, he would tear his arms off. The boy walked forward. Soon he came to the gate. The boy touched the gate. Kiamayan stared at the gate. His nose twitched because of the smell. Baekchan, who was standing behind, asked if something was wrong, if he noticed something. The protagonist looked forward. He had a strange feeling. The boy pushed the gate apart. Opening a passage for himself, Kiamayan said that it was time for them to go in. Light entered the room inside the gate. The group went inside. Ghoul and Baekchan looked around. Isol, Zhang, and Dagwan also looked around. Soon the last beggars went inside. The boys did not move away from each other even a meter. Everyone followed Kiamayan. He suddenly turned his head. Opening his mouth, he ordered not to make a sound. After that, the group continued on their way. The boy turned around abruptly. Turning to his comrades, he yelled at them, saying that he had already told them to be quiet. Zhang parted his lips and said that it wasn't them. The boy frowned and asked if they really thought he did it. A black shadow passed over the group. The protagonist turned his head. Zhang and Baekchan raised their heads. All the members of the group raised their heads. They saw many red eyes staring at them. The red-eyed vampire bat opened its mouth. Dagwan's mouth gaped. Looking at the red ceiling, he asked if all the red dots were eyes. The protagonist walked forward and said that they should just pass by quietly. The man frowned, hoping that the boy was right. Kiamayan turned around when his comrade called out to him. Looking at the ceiling, the boy said that the story of the bats he had encountered did not mention glowing eyes. The young man clapped his hands and said that glowing red eyes were not found in ordinary vampire bats, but in demonic ones. The beast bared its teeth. These mystical creatures were from Yunnan, and when they bite their victims, they suck out every last drop. The group ran forward while Kiamayan enthusiastically said that even experienced martial artists had a hard time dealing with them. The protagonist opened his eyes to see his entire group running away. The young man turned around. Squinting, he called them scum, and yet they kept saying how they would go through fire and water together, and then abandon him to save their lives. Kiamayan stared intently at Baekchan's back. He let out a sharp cry, and his eyebrows rose. All the bats cackled, opening their mouths. A moment later they rushed down. The protagonist immediately ran away. Running at the end of the group, he asked where these bloodsuckers came from. Dagwan answered by saying that they always live in caves. He himself said so. The boy screamed, saying that the immortal doctor is evil incarnate. Why did he have to catch these creatures all over Yunnan and then lock them here? Looking at his master's reflection, the young man told him that if he met this bastard in heaven, he should give him a good beating in his name. He responded by saying that he would not raise his hand against the strongest in the world. Stepping on a puddle, Chumyan said that they should just attack him in a crowd. Like always, that's what they did with him. Dugan, running next to the boy, told him to stop screaming and just run. The mice rushed towards Kiamayan. He sensed this and turned his head. He slashed one of the mice. Blood gushed out from the bat's nose. The protagonist stared at his hand in shock, saying that it was as if he had struck iron. One of the demons managed to injure the beggar. A wound formed on his hand. The blood did not stop gushing out, and his hand went numb. The demon's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth. Dagwan, running ahead, cursed, asking why the hell they needed poison with such armor, and how they even existed. One of the monsters rushed towards him. A moment later, it bit his shoulder. The demon tore out the flesh. The old man frowned and roared in rage. His leg was enveloped in chi. Taking a stance, he said that he had no choice but to use martial arts. His palm was enveloped in chi. The bat dodged the blow. Daewon froze, realizing this. Looking at the monster's body, he asked how the earth could support them. The bat closed and opened its mouth. It struck the man. He looked behind him and realized that the smell of blood only made them more hungry. His men were already surrounded by mice, and it was unclear how they were dealing with them. Looking around the battlefield and the Huashan disciples, the old man realized that even if he fought to his last breath, he would hardly be able to kill even 10 of them. A huge crowd of mice rushed towards him. All members of the group were in danger, they would soon be torn to pieces. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the old man turned to him, asking him to save them. The boy frowned. Starting to jump on the mice, he found himself in the air. Daewon's eyes widened in shock. The sword burst from its sheath. A moment later, the blade sparkled brightly in the darkness. The protagonist was floating in the air among the monsters. He stepped on one of the stalagmites. The youth swung his sword. His hand and sword vibrated. The entire world and the mice froze in midair. Kianmayan's pupil flashed. Plum blossom leaves scattered throughout the cave. A moment later, the protagonist spun around, cutting down the demons. His foot stepped on another stalagmite. Jumping off it, he began to cut all the creatures in midair. His eyes glowed, and the petals followed him. Bright light and cherry blossom petals filled the cave. A thin cut appeared on the beasts' bodies. The protagonist frowned into the distance. His pupil did not stop glowing. The plum blossom sword technique was launched. The monsters' bodies immediately fell down. Soon, not a single mouse was left in the air. The protagonist group raised their heads and froze. Daewon's eyes widened, and before his eyes, a plum blossom that had long been forgotten by history opened up in all its glory. The bodies of the bats continued to fall. Kianmayan clutched his sword tightly. He sheathed the sword and cursed. The demons froze on the ceiling and did not attack. Baekchan and Zhong raised their heads and said that they were simply scared and did not attack anymore. The man raised his head and said that the sword had struck fear into the minds of these birds. Looking at the corpses, the Huashan disciple said that they were not birds at all. The leader of the beggars, rubbing his shoulder, did not know whether to be surprised or suspicious. He turned his head. Looking at Kianmayan and his group, he mentally said that staying with him was the best decision he had ever made in life. Without him, he would have long since died. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, echoing the old man's words. He gaped, not believing that he had said everything out loud. Kianmayan, grinning, asked if he really decided to look at the cave, and he said that he would be useful, so maybe he would start to confirm his words with actions. Turning around and waving his hand, the guy said that it would be great if someone went ahead and paved the way. The boy led the men. Soon they saw the pearls and found another passage. Zhong, raising his head, said that they had found the pearls again. Turning around, he asked his friend if he thought they were going in circles. Baekchan, raising his head, said that it was too early for them to judge, but if they had returned to the same path, it was safe here as long as they did not do anything stupid. Turning his head, he asked Daewon if he had said everything correctly, and he, closing his eyes, said that he had only made one mistake. The boy's face twisted when he called the man a righteous sword. The beggar was shaking all over and sweating. Unable to bear it, he leaned against the wall. Kianmayan and his comrades turned around. Sitting down next to the man, Daewon said that he understood that they were in a hurry, but could they make a stop to treat the wounds of his men? The protagonist sat down next to him. He closed his eyes and gave permission for a break, surprising the man. Looking at the young man getting up, he said that he had given permission too quickly. Straightening up, Chunmian said that he himself had said that he wanted to examine the wounds. After that, the young man walked away from him. Daewon pulled out the cork. He carefully poured the contents onto the wound. Squinting, the man mentally said that this Chunmian was not a boy, but a complete mystery. He usually behaved differently, but when it came to others, he put their interests above his own. The protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, stared into the distance. The pearls in the guy's haori protruded on his back. The young man squinted. Far ahead, he felt a wave of energy, which meant that a battle was taking place in the depths. His eye flashed for a moment. Life force and chaos were seeping out from inside the cave. Either there was a battle going on or people were trapped and fighting someone. There was no need to rush. If you waited, the path would clear itself. Remembering how he hit the bat, the boy said that it was unknown how many more traps there were. The demon had not been seriously injured back then, but his arm was hurt. The boy looked at his arm. Chunmian, examining the damage, said that they should conserve energy like the apple of their eye. So the group stopped, not wanting to move forward. Ghoul sat on the floor, saying that even 10 lives would not be enough here. Zhang, standing next to him, agreed with him. The protagonist, grinning, called them disgraces. The senior disciple froze. Looking at the boy in front, he felt that he looked like he had been in a similar situation before. The cave was a place where there was no wind, where you had to be on guard every second, and every step was filled with uncertainty. The protagonist looked back when Zhang asked him if he was tired. He replied by saying that this was just the beginning. The boy's mouth dropped open upon hearing this. Kianmayan, with his hands on his hips, said that the immortal who set up all these traps clearly did not stop there. There was no telling what obstacles they would have to pass through. The senior disciple bowed his head. Ghoul glanced at his comrade when he said that the immortal was called a doctor, so why would he create such a place? The protagonist turned his head when his senior said that if the doctor wanted to leave behind treasures, then why did he set up all these traps? One must remember that he was not only a swordsman, but also a doctor. Now, because of the doctor, people were bandaging their wounds after being trapped. The young man parted his lips and said that since this man was called the immortal doctor, it meant that he was a good person who helped many people and cured them of illnesses, and created medicines. Imagining the figure of the man, Zhang said that he did not understand why he needed to create this tomb. Kianmayan froze and thoughtfully said that first it was worth figuring out whether the traceless sword and the immortal doctor were one and the same person, and then find out whose tomb this was. The senior disciple gaped and was taken aback. The protagonist turned to him, saying that he knew only one thing for sure. Parting his lips, he said that people are unpredictable. Everyone froze, listening attentively as the young man said that sometimes even the closest and dearest will do something unexpected. They will not know what people were thinking 200 years ago. All they can do is take the legacy and leave, and they do not need to know his intentions. Zhang froze with his mouth open. He couldn't help but frown, mentally telling himself that the leader's words were harsh but fair. If they were realistic, they simply had to get to the right place. Looking around, the boy couldn't help but feel that there was something very important behind this tomb. Zhang turned his head again when Kianmayan asked him if the doctor would create true energy pills if he had a different plan. The boy replied by saying that he wouldn't. Kianmayan shrugged. Turning away, he said that he didn't care about the feelings of the dead at all. The only thing that mattered was that the recipe for the pill was hidden here. His eyes lit up when he said that even if he died, he would find these pills. The boy shouted at Dugwan, telling him that it was time for them to finish. The man handed over a bottle, saying that it was an antidote to paralytic acid. He should take it just in case. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked if he was carrying such things, and he smiled widely and said that it shouldn't surprise him, since he was the mind of the beggar sect. So the group continued on their way. Dugwan, holding his shoulder, asked where the end of this tomb was, and how long they had been walking, and Kianmayan answered by saying that considering the shape of the cave, they hadn't walked that far. Turning his head, he said that the end was already near. The crowd walked through a huge cave. The protagonist, who was walking in front, clearly understood one truth. Looking at the aura of the cave, he realized that they would not come to the finish line alone. A light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Soon, the entire group could clearly see the passage. Blood completely covered the sword. Pulling the sword out of his body, the swordsman said that someone was approaching them. The blood drew an arc as the man placed the sword on his shoulder. The swordsman parted his lips and said that they needed to deal with them as soon as possible. The two people next to him silently agreed. They all looked into the distance and said that they needed to hurry. The pearls dimly illuminated the cave. The protagonist extended his hand towards it, saying that he was counting his money. Another arrow pierced the man's head when Chumian said that if it weren't for a beggar who brought down the ceiling, they would have been his. Looking at the guy in front of him, the man said that thanks to him, they learned to be more careful. The protagonist turned around abruptly, asking what he said. Zhang grabbed the young man. As they dragged him, the guy himself said that he would remember this for the rest of his life. Soon the guys approached the passage. Parting his lips, Zhang said that there was a cave here. Ghoul, opening his mouth, said that the path ended. They came out into a spacious hall. Digwan raised his eyebrows and was surprised. Directly in front of them was a large hall with tiles. People looked around as they entered the hall. Suddenly, a huge slab began to fall. A moment later, the passage behind the group was closed. The beggar, looking at the slab, said that there was no way back now. Digwan frowned, realizing that everything was bad now. His nose twitched because of the smell of blood. The man turned around. His eyes widened in shock. Directly in front of them was a group of warriors. Corpses lay on the floor. Blood filled the space between them. Gokbu stood in a pool of blood. He crouched, throwing his sword over his shoulder. The group of warriors killed and left more than 20 mutilated corpses on the floor. The man's pupils shrank. Makwi grinned. Shandong Flying Sword's eyes glowed. Blue Sword's face was hidden by a veil. Samsao was wrapped in red clothes. The last one was Mensan, a man with a scar across his nose. Debwang screamed when he saw Mensan, asking if he was responsible for this nightmare. The beggar frowned and screamed, asking what he had done here. He thought he knew the concept of honor. Killing innocent masters was madness. Mensan smirked and said that he was wrong. Looking at the corpse below him, he said that he had already forgotten the essence of Jianghu. Trying to get the treasure for himself was a sin. Pursuing it was also a sin. Then weren't these people sinning by coveting the treasures of the tomb? Dubwan gritted his teeth, saying that he didn't know Mensen in front of him, he had forgotten about righteousness and holiness. Smiling, the man said that he was right, but did he really know him inside out? Mensen raised his sword and said that he would become stronger if he got the weapon hidden in this tomb, and then he would definitely show what righteousness and honor are, and he should not worry, because his friendly advice was valuable. Makwi, throwing his axe over his shoulder, asked if he had come here to move his tongue. Frowning, the berserker said that he should not say that he was different from them. Degwan, waving his hand, said that he would not kill the enemy, but would only try to pacify him, and besides, he did not sit in ambush, waiting for enemies. The leader of the beggars did not even think to stop shouting at the people in front. Gakbu, standing up, said that everyone has their own tactics of battle. The straw was thrown. A moment later it fell on the blood. Straightening up, the swordsman said to prepare for death. Degwan turned around, looking around the hall. His gaze moved from side to side. Looking at another door, he said that the exits were now blocked. His eyes widened in shock. Pointing behind him, Gakba said that he did not want to disappoint them, but there was only one way out. He chuckled and said that they were simply following the path of the traceless sword. The roads that led the group were blocked and blocked. Even the passage that the protagonist found was blocked. In the end, all of these roads led to a large hall. In front of the only passage stood a group of warriors. The protagonist slightly bowed. Gakbu chuckled and said that here and now, one of them would still have to part with their lives. Degwan poured chi into his fist. Frowning, he asked if this was the reason he was going to kill them. Gakbu smiled and said that he learned this from the house society. The beggar sect had always been a doomed and cruel place. Chi burst out of the man's body, he shouted, ordering the beggars to grab weapons to kill and put an end to the evil deeds. He took a stance. No one would have thought that these warriors would unite. Now they could give Wudang itself a run for its money. If the Chomyan group simply got into a fight, they would suffer the same fate. The man gritted his teeth. Looking at the Chomyan group, he said that he knew perfectly well that he was being impudent. But at this rate they would be wiped out. Baekchan frowned deeply. He held his sword in front of him and shouted, saying that he was not one to pride himself on following the rules, but he would not allow anyone to cross the line. Smiling, the man said that he was interested in watching the young and inexperienced. Myeongsan narrowed his eyes, saying that they did not have much time. The faster they dealt with them, the faster they would catch up with Wudang. Makwi, sticking out his tongue, said that he needed more blood. Releasing his chi, Degwan said that joining forces with Huashan would only strengthen their power for a short time, but they would inevitably fail. Sweat poured down his face. Looking at the passage behind the group, he mentally said that they should find an opportunity and slip towards the exit. This was the only way. The man abruptly shifted his gaze. The protagonist, who was standing next to him, asked if they were done chatting. The youth stepped forward. Gakbu frowned, asking who he was. Kianmayan stared at the group in front. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he asked the protagonist if he really wanted to fight alone. He must be crazy. The youth grabbed the sword, saying that he was wrong to say that Hao had always been a cruel place. Myeongsan's eyes widened. The boy drew his sword from its sheath, saying that he would now experience the power of true cruelty. He frowned and his pupils changed color. The swordsman's hand began to tremble. Mensen grabbed his hand with his other hand. However, his hands did not stop shaking. Gritting his teeth, the man did not understand why his hands were shaking so much. Looking at the young man in front of him, he realized that he was afraid, but he did not feel any special aura. The protagonist calmly looked at his enemies. Sweat dripped down the swordsman's neck and face. His body began to tremble violently. Mensen told Gakbu that he had better not underestimate this guy. The man, smiling, asked what he was even talking about because of this child. The man narrowed his eyes when the group leader laughed, and said that he seemed not as fearless as everyone thought he was, just from looking at the disciple of a famous sect. Then he stepped forward. Gakbu himself walked forward. The protagonist and the man stood opposite each other. Stopping, the man said that he would see what he was worth. He threw the sword up. A moment later, he grabbed the tip of the hilt. Gakbu parted his lips and said that he was about to strike them. He should try to block it. The sword fell on the boy. A bright shine appeared in the hall. A bright glow from the collision illuminated the area. The swordsman's pupils shrank. Kianmayan blocked his sword. The boy's blade did not even twitch. Gakbu retreated. He grabbed the hilt more tightly. The protagonist easily blocked his strike. The glow from the collision appeared again. The man gritted his teeth. He continued to strike, and Kianmayan easily blocked them. The man swung to strike. Then Gakbu turned around. Chi flowed into the sword. A stream of chi rushed towards the boy. The protagonist frowned. He squinted. Blood spurted. Gakbu's head flew up. The man's head and both arms were thrown up. The boy opened his mouth and told the next one to come forward. The swordsman's body fell. The head slowly turned over. Kianmayan's blade was stained with blood. Makwi frowned and said that this kid had just killed the heavenly sword as if it were a bug. The group of warriors froze. Myung-san, horrified, opened his mouth and said that this kid had undoubtedly been through many battles. He must have spilled rivers of blood and left behind mountains of corpses. Looking at Kyumayan in front, he said that someone who knocked people's heads off as if they were leaves on a tree could not be called a Taoist. The protagonist was a merciless killer. His eyes were shining. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. Opening his lips, he said that they should unite. Sam Sao sighed. The mustachioed swordsman asked if he was really suggesting that they fight together against this brat just because he killed the heavenly sword. Men-san, who was standing in front, said not to forget that in Jianghu, age does not matter, only strength matters, and this brat possessed incredible strength. Sweat actively flowed down his face, full of fear. All the warriors narrowed their eyes. He remembered the previous battle. The boy blocked a blow and cut off the head of the heavenly sword, avoiding injury. Dust filled the space. While the man gritted his teeth and tried, his opponent did not even tense up. The youth easily blocked the lunge, which meant that he did not waste a single drop of stamina. Menson's hand trembled. Then he said that if the whole world knew that they were united against the disciple of the Huashan sect, they would be laughed at. But no one would know if they remained silent. The swordsman behind him narrowed his eyes. The man chuckled and said to forget about pride, they would only keep it if they survived. The protagonist, standing in front of the corpse, thought, since he had taken over this body, he had only participated in childish fights and battles for dignity. The corpse in front of him was his first kill in this life. In order to stand on the battlefield, one must have the malice to kill an opponent, even if his hand is cut off. The eyes of the dead man were wide open. Kyumayan involuntarily looked at the head. Gakpa left him no choice. The youth turned his gaze. Looking at the group in front of him, he said that this awaited each of them. The boy frowned, saying that they must kill them all, preserving as much strength as possible. Makui, frowning, said that this youth could not be called a brat. Stepping forward, he told Kyumayan to consider them an honor. If he were not so strong, they would never have united. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally telling himself that it was wiser than doing what the old men of Jianghu did. There was nothing more stupid than dying in a fight with a stronger opponent. Baekshun, who was standing behind him, said that not only were they fighting someone younger than them, but they were going to attack with 7 of them. The youth stepped forward. Standing in front of Kyumayan, he said that it seemed like one needed thick skin to survive in Jianghu. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, telling him to leave. Baekshun narrowed his eyes. Holding his sword in front of him, he said that whether he liked it or not, he was his senior and his ally. Smiling, the youth said that no senior would let a junior fight to the death alone. John walked up to his friends. Smiling, he said that his little brother was putting his life on the line, so as his senior, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Suddenly, Ghoul came up to them. Isel joined Ghoul. The protagonist turned around, trying to understand what was happening to them. His eyes widened in shock. The youth sighed, realizing what youthful fervor was. These people around him, not understanding the whole situation, were still eager to fight, but he wondered out loud if they would calm down after their heads were cut off. Did they really think that they were easy opponents? Baekshun, frowning, said that they knew that it was not so, but if they always hid behind his back, then the Huashan sect would forever watch him fight alone. Kyumayan froze, surprised. The swordsman, holding his sword in front of him, said that they might be in his way now, but if they fought together more often, then one day he would be able to rely on them. The older disciple smiled and said that if he wanted him to leave, he would have to knock him out, since it was better to die than to watch from the sidelines. The protagonist froze in amazement. He did not move. His hair moved slightly. Baekshun rarely said anything sensible, but now he was right. In order to grow, one must gain experience in real battles. His hair covered Kyumayan's eyes. He knew that the more dangerous the battle, the more experience the warrior would gain. Of course, he could figure it out himself, but since this battle was important for them as disciples, he would have to retreat. The boy gripped his sword tighter. Kyumayan turned his head and said that this was the right way. They should participate in fierce battles, but if he saw even the slightest threat, he would not be able to control himself. So the group of 5 Huashan disciples stood in front of the warriors. Chunyan couldn't move. He wanted to let the other students fight. He never had children, but that's how parents seem to feel. The boy couldn't help but think of his mentor. Looking back, he said that he wouldn't help even if they died. Ghoul, smiling, said that he didn't expect him to help in the first place, because he thought too highly of himself. The protagonist looked at the senior student with boredom. Everyone froze, looking at Ghoul. He sweated when Chunyan said that they would talk about it later. The boy sweated and was horrified, and he knew that Chunyan always crossed the line when he was not in the mood. The boy chuckled. He felt strange. His whole world was flooded with light. Looking at the seniors in front of him, he no longer felt responsible. Isel was tense, while Ghoul was sweating, imagining what would happen after today. The group froze. A moment later, the Huashan disciples rushed forward. Kyumayan's eyes widened. It was as if he had stepped back in time when his juniors were running forward, asking for a chance to fight. The man was smiling widely. The master approached the boy and said that it was time for them to go. Smiling, the leader said that it was time for them to show them the power of the Huashan sect. Baekchan turned around. His lips stretched into a smile. The protagonist bowed his head. Kianmayan touched his chest. Clutching his clothes, he felt strange. His old life was in the past, because no matter how hard he tried, he could not return to that time. The boy pursed his lips. Soon, he unclenched his fist. Smiling widely, he ordered the skulls of these bastards to be crushed. The looks of all the Huashan disciples immediately became serious. Baekchan roared, ordering an attack. The Huashan disciples rushed into battle. The protagonist moved. He ran forward. The young man, involuntarily remembering the leader and elders, said that the Huashan sect was his home. The boy tried to catch up with the disciples ahead. Daeguan, turning around, asked his subordinates if they really decided to sit on the sidelines. He began to shout, saying that they needed to be shown what would happen if they touched the sect of beggars. A furious cry burst from the man's mouth. Baekchan dodged Makui's blow. The berserker swung his axe. He hit with full force, but the boy continued to dodge the blows. Striking another blow, the man called the boy an insignificant rat who only dodged. The young man, pulling his leg back, said that he always believed that elders should be respected, but it seemed that in his case it was not worth doing so. Beads of sweat ran down his tense face. The young man instantly found himself behind Makui, striking. A deep gash appeared on the man's side. His eye opened wide. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. Ghoul swung his sword and hit his opponent. Blood gushed from the wound on the man's cheek as he said that he was too fast for his age. It was not for nothing that they said he was talented. The boy rolled over and stopped. He frowned. The swordsman appeared in front of him and said that he was faster than him. Something rushed towards the swordsman at great speed. A huge layer of earth was destroyed. The Shandang sword frowned. Zhang, who blocked the blow, told his comrade not to get distracted, otherwise he would die. Frowning, he roared, telling him to go forward. Ghoul also shouted. The two disciples rushed to attack at the same time. The man managed to block Ghoul's attack. Zhang, with his sword closed for a blow, had already appeared in front of him. The swordsman gritted his teeth, blocking the blow of the second youth. He forcefully threw the boy away from himself. His body moved backwards while he mentally said that judging by their appearance, these guys started training no more than 10 years ago, but their combined tactics were so well coordinated as if they had been fighting side by side for much longer. A hail of blows fell on the swordsman, forcing him to retreat. The man barely blocked Ghoul's blow again. John snuck up on him from the other side. The swordsman was surprised to see the youth. Miraculously, the man managed to dodge the enemy's blade. Sweating profusely, the warrior tried to understand where these brats came from. The blue sword gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding when this would end. Isil pursued him, not stopping her attack for a second. Having parried her attack, the warrior noticed that he simply had no chance to counterattack. It felt like with each blow they only became stronger. The girl rushed forward. The two guys worked together to kill the Shanwan's sword. Suddenly, the man's wrist shifted. Zhang frowned, seeing this. Their opponent, sweating profusely, clenched his jaw. His eyes were wide open. The swordsman ducked, dodging the attack. Zhang's mouth was open in shock. His opponent, pouring chi into the sword, said that their combination was good, but even the fastest attacks had a loophole. A wide grin appeared on his face. Ghoul roared. A stream of chi rushed towards the boys. The Shandang sword stopped smiling, being shocked. Zhang's mouth was also open. The swordsman's attack was redirected and slammed into the wall. A thin trace of broken tiles, the mark of the sword, was left on the floor. Zhang turned his head as Qianmayan shouted, saying that he told them already that they must not let their guard down. The boy who swung the sword shouted, asking why the hell he was distracted again. How could he be so stupid? Zhang's eyes narrowed, feeling awkward. The protagonist abruptly turned his gaze. He had to dodge the enemy's spear. The youth immediately struck at his legs. Qianmayan's pupil flashed in the darkness. He turned around and sent a chi sickle. It hit the space between Makui and Beechan. The next sickle blocked the blue sword's attack. The protagonist, raising his sword, shouted angrily, asking if they really thought that if they screwed up, he would help them or give them a pie from the shelf. Samsao rushed towards the youth. He dodged the blade, saying that he was like a pain in the ass. A moment later, Qianmayan bit the enemy's hand. Zhang, who was standing to the side, froze. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that their leader usually grumbled differently, and there was no joy in his voice like now. The clearly angry guy parried the attacks of 3 opponents. The youth frowned. Daeguan and his group ran towards him. The old man shouted, telling him to get out of the way. He kicked one of the opponents away. Samsao and his companions immediately retreated. Standing in front of the protagonist, Daeguan said that the beggar sect had come to his aid. The haggard and dejected Chunmian said that the only thing he needed was homeless people as assistants. His eyes twitched at what he saw. The man shouted, ordering them to attack. Then he personally rushed at one of the swordsmen. His staff collided with the enemy's spear. The master, who controlled the fan, had to fight off the attacks. Myeon-san stood alone. None of the beggars dared to approach him. Looking at his gloomy face, Chunmyeon said that he did not expect that he would become a sensible opponent. The guy stared intently at his opponent. Before, he had never fought with anyone who could withstand his blows. Now the battlefield was just him and his opponent. Myeon-san's eyes reflected Kianmyeon. He noticed how calm he was and how focused he was on him, as if there was no one else in this world. She burst out of the boy's body. Myeon-san narrowed his eyes. The protagonist smirked. Now the battlefield was just the two of them. The man held his sword out in front of him. He parted his lips and introduced himself. The boy opened his mouth and introduced himself as well. The swordsman's knees bent. To survive, he had to win. A moment later, his muscles bulged. Chi enveloped his leg. Myeon-san rushed towards his target. The protagonist's eyes were wide open. He was able to block the enemy's attack. A shower of sparks flew from the place where the swords collided. Suddenly, the muscles in the warrior's arm bulged. He was able to swing the sword straight through the air. Kianmyeon gritted his teeth and was angry. The boy slid back. The man stepped onto the floor. Clutching his sword tightly, he told the boy that he would kill him. Myeon-san's face twisted into a grimace of hatred. He would do anything to make Chunmyeon breathe his last. The two swords collided. The protagonist's body was thrown back. Chunmyeon landed. He easily blocked each attack and continued to fight with the same force. Rough blows echoed with trembling throughout his body, and his internal organs asked to burst out. The protagonist, looking at the approaching enemy, realized that he had to take a risk. The man clenched his jaws until it hurt. He was ready to put even his own life on the line for victory. The boy blocked his blow again. Pieces of earth broke and began to fly apart. The boy blocked the enemy's sword with difficulty. Their collision left a small crater. Chunmyeon jumped back. Myeon-san rushed after him, telling him not to dare run away. He swung his sword and asked if his skills were not enough to defeat him. The boy's sword rushed towards him. The boy's blow was deflected. Continuing to pursue Kianmyeon, Myeon-san said that he probably had some kind of drug. The man did not lag behind his opponent. He jumped up. The veins appeared on Myeon-san's face. His body glowed brightly. He jumped up, saying that he understood him. He was trying to deceive him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was surprised. His enemy was right above him. The swordsman's sword glowed brightly. Chunmyeon barely managed to block the enemy's attack. The sword's light illuminated his face. Myeon-san forcefully pushed the enemy down. Baekchang turned his head, surprised. Jong and Gul gaped in shock. Isol looked at the boy with alarm. Daewon screamed in horror. The boy crashed into the floor with a crash. Standing in the smoke, he said that he was tired of not fighting with his full strength. Soon, the protagonist's eyes appeared from the smoke. His pupils glowed brightly. Myeon-san appeared in front of Chunmyeon. The man spun around. The protagonist jumped away from the small tornado. The tornado began to grow. Chunmyeon extended his arms forward. He stopped and stood in a stance. The boy used the 7-plum sword, causing plum petals to appear. A stream of chi rushed towards the tornado. Pink chi from the plum blossom reached the tornado. A moment later, the chi merged with Myeon-san's tornado. He gritted his teeth as he noticed this. He began to shake his head in horror. Blood gushed out from his wounds. The man coughed up blood. Streams of wind spread throughout the hall. Plum blossoms rushed towards the swordsman. The man frowned and barely raised his head. One of the leaves appeared right in front of him. The protagonist covered the distance in an instant and struck. The youth turned his leg. The boy straightened up. Myeon-san stood motionless for a while. His face was completely covered in blood. The man breathed heavily, barely turning his head. Kianmyeon, looking at him over his shoulder, said that it was a good fight. Myeon-san smiled. He began to fall, telling the protagonist that he was inimitable. A moment later, he fell to the floor. Now only Kianmyeon remained on the entire battlefield. Samsao, who was standing to the side, tensed up. Cold sweat ran down his face. The villains ran away in fear, one of them wondering why it had ended this way. Samsao frowned and thought that the plan was good, but crushing the enemy and protecting his people was more important than anything else. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the man realized that with their combined efforts, they could crush any sect. The assassin looked back and thought everything was perfect until they showed up. Baekchang was fighting Makwi. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would deal with his opponent. The boy managed to dodge his blow. The young man frowned and said that he should give up because he would not succeed. The boys pounced on the Shandong sword. Isol entered the battle with the blue sword. Samsel's eyes widened and he realized that these people were superior to anyone he had ever met. The man imagined the faces of the heroes and decided that he had never seen such powerful Taoists in his life. The villain dropped his weapon from his hand. The warrior lunged forward. A cut appeared on the old man's face. The brute angrily clenched his teeth. The killer watched his comrades from the side. His eyes widened in fear and he realized that he could not win this battle. The villain took a step back and thought that he could only run away. Samsao lowered his sword and realized that there were 3 types of people in this world: those who rule, their followers, and those who managed to escape from the latter and join the former. The protagonist looked away. His eyes lit up. The man stared at him in horror. Then the killer began to run. His face was covered in cold sweat. The villain decided that only the strongest survive in this mortal world. He headed for the exit and thought that there were still many opportunities ahead. The villain frowned furiously and wanted to turn the situation to his advantage and avoid a fight with the disciples from Huashan. Chongmian narrowed his eyes in disdain and gritted his teeth. The boy was above his opponents and called his move very dirty. The boy delivered a powerful blow and threw the enemy back. Samsao raised his head and wondered how he did it. The man fell to the ground and asked where he got such speed. A cloud of dust rose. There were bloody abrasions on the warrior's body. The Shandong sword lay unconscious on the ground. A breathless Zhang stood above him. The boy sighed heavily and felt his whole body tremble. The young man raised his shaking hand and realized that this was the first time he felt something like this. The student remembered how the enemy dealt him a powerful blow and realized that just one mistake could cost him his life, and then anxiety clouded his mind. The warrior looked at his hand and thought about what it meant to feel alive. Ghoul was sitting on the ground, tired from the battle. His friend put his hand on his shoulder and praised him for his good work. The swordsman smiled and stated that this battle was quite difficult. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy said that he understood the meaning of the words about how to know your skills by trying them in real combat. The boy closed his eyes and said that he never thought that his head would be so confused. Zhang closed his eyes and realized that he felt the same way. There was a wounded enemy lying nearby. The student thought about how they managed to defeat Myongsan, also known as the Black Sword. Keeping his hand on his comrade's shoulder, the warrior decided that they would be in big trouble if Hyson found out about this, and remembered that the reason was Qianmayan. The swordsman imagined the protagonist pointing at him, and guessed that he would be very angry. The boy lowered his head and realized that he could not use even half the strength he had. Smiling, the boy said that they still had a long way to go, and asked his comrade not to be upset. Ghoul looked at him in amazement. Baekshun approached the heroes. Stopping, the righteous sword explained that there was nothing wrong with them not being able to show all the abilities they had gained during their training, and added that they should not worry about it. The student frowned sternly and asked his friends to think about what successes they had achieved. Zhang looked at him in surprise. The warrior said that they showed their true strength in battle. A smile appeared on his face when the swordsman thanked him and promised to remember these words. Suddenly, the guy frowned tensely when he heard someone laugh loudly. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure and mimicked his friend and his words about true strength. Chunmian pointed at him and asked if he was trying to seem tough. The young man asked him to shut up. Makwi fell to the ground. The guys gathered the villains in one place. Baekshun frowned sternly and realized that no one had died except for the opponents of the divine dragon. The man lay unconscious. The righteous sword realized that he would never dare to kill him. The disciple placed his hands on his waist and decided that this was not his path, even though they still had a chance to kill the villains. The warrior narrowed his eyes intently. In the memory, the boy delivered a fatal blow with a swing of his sword. Blood sprayed into the air in front of the swordsman. He opened his mouth in shock and realized that everything would have been different if the protagonist had not intervened. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Qianmayan silently looked ahead. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted something. A severed head lay on the ground. A person who takes the lives of others must be ready to die himself. Such is the law of the strong. The boy looked at his thoughtful friend. Baekshun froze in place. The divine dragon assumed that he wanted to avoid death. The disciple clenched his fist and thought that in order to change, one must first let go of the past. The warrior remembered his comrade picking up the sword and realized that it was the same and would most likely always be the same. The swordsman placed his hands on his waist and decided that if his friend wanted to stab him in the back, he would personally give him the weapon. The boys looked around as the protagonist asked if they were ready. Chunmian lowered his head. The boy smiled widely and declared that the sword tomb was waiting for them. There were wide sword marks on the ceiling. Steam was coming out of Sehen's mouth. The Wudong sect members were walking down a corridor littered with corpses. The man could not find the words to describe it. The old man looked back and asked if everything was okay. His subordinate answered in the affirmative. The elder looked away. The warrior was holding his injured arm. The master approached him to look at the wounds. The teacher lifted his sleeve and asked his comrade not to move. Jinhian frowned angrily. The mentor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There were several deep cuts on the boy's arm. Looking at them, Sehen thought that poisoned blood was oozing out of the wound and realized that if nothing was done, the boy could lose his arm. The sweaty student was breathing heavily. The man decided that the blood was flowing to the heart, which meant that his life was also in danger. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his arm. The warrior opened his mouth wide and screamed. The elder's eyes lit up. A bright blue aura enveloped the heroes. Energy penetrated the swordsman's veins. He realized that his leader was using true energy. The sword dragon glared at him menacingly and remembered that extracting poison from a person's body with only mana required great wisdom and strength. The teacher's eyebrows furrowed sternly. Jin Hyun realized that he should not waste them for nothing. The heroes stood in the middle of a long corridor. The guide decided that even more difficult trials would await them ahead, so now it was necessary to save every bit of energy. The poison began to leave his wounds. The poisoned blood bubbled up into the air. Sehen pulled his hand away and said it was over. The young man looked up and asked how he was feeling. The man turned his head and said that the health of his disciple was more important than extracting the resources of this place. The old man turned away and asked his protege not to make a sound and to hurry. Looking ahead, the elder called him very strong. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and remained silent. The swordsman approached the leader and asked what would happen to those who were covering their back. The master replied that they could not help them now. Walking forward along the corridor, the teacher said that they did not have much time to linger, adding that they first needed to get what they wanted and then go to help. The sect members furrowed their brows determinedly when the mentor asked them to keep up. Sehen looked back and felt something strange. There was only darkness ahead. The man felt a chilling cold energy fill the space for just a moment, and he knew that they would not be able to avoid trouble if its owner followed them. Sparks from sword swings could be seen in the distance. The old man decided that they should hurry, even if it meant more casualties. Suddenly, the elder's brows furrowed tensely. The master opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to step back. The sect members began to run. The fighting people moved further down the corridor. Looking back, Hyson shouted that the enemies were too strong and said that they must not stop. The teacher looked ahead in horror. A fierce fight began in the narrow corridor. Someone said that they would not be able to get out of here alive. The mentor dealt a powerful blow with his blade and said that if the scoundrels did not leave the good way, then they would have to act the bad way. The swordsman, enveloped in blue energy, rushed forward. A bright flash illuminated him. Hyson looked back and ordered the others not to stop and follow his brother. The man frowned furiously and promised to buy them time. The sect members smiled slyly. The warrior closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Sehen ran forward along the corridor and realized that his mind was failing him. The Wudong disciples followed him. The old man realized that a series of fierce battles and numerous traps, endless darkness and ignorance of what awaited them ahead could drive them mad. The living dead stepped forward. The master decided that no matter how powerful the creator of the tomb was, the difference in their strength was obvious, and concluded that this man was one of the strongest. The teacher frowned tensely and realized that they would soon reach the end. The warrior opened his mouth wide and asked him to look at something. The bright light made the mentor squint. Its source was somewhere at the end of the tunnel. The light became even closer. Sehen thought that their path had finally ended. The sect members rushed forward to get out of here as quickly as possible. Dust rose under their feet. Suddenly, the man stopped. The people behind him began to breathe heavily. The old man looked forward resolutely. He looked up. The heroes were outside the tomb. However, all around them were bare rocks with a single exit high above their heads. The elder looked up and wondered where the treasure was. Suddenly, the master's eyes widened. The teacher noticed that there was some kind of recess in the middle of the rock. There was actually a cave there. The mentor's mouth opened in surprise and suggested that the treasure was there if this was the true end of the tomb. Suddenly, Sehen looked to the side. The remaining sect members were running down the corridor. The man gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for them. The old man peered into the darkness of the tunnel and felt a familiar energy. A black silhouette was visible in the distance. The protagonist was running forward at a rapid pace, and the elder had foreseen it. The master grabbed a ledge on the rock and ordered everyone to climb up. The disciple clenched his teeth tensely, and the mentor shouted that they must climb up there no matter what. The teacher opened his mouth angrily and repeated his order. All the sect members began to climb the rock after him. At that moment, their enemies ran out of the corridor. The warrior looked up and urged his comrades to pursue the enemy. The heroes ran to the rock and began to climb it. The boy smiled widely. Sehen declared that the Yuden must not let them get ahead of them. The man bared his teeth tensely. Ghoul ran down the corridor. Frowning menacingly, the young man wondered how much longer they would have to run, and realized that he had almost no strength left. Leaving his companions behind, the protagonist asked if this was all they could do and said that turtles like him would never get out of here. Kian Mayan looked back and promised to deal with them as soon as they returned home. The student thought that their friend did not look like an ordinary person at all. The warrior closed his eyes and said that he only wanted to defeat him. The boy looked at him in confusion. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that he had said that out loud. The divine dragon pointed his sword at him and ordered him to move forward if he did not want to get stabbed in the back. Ghoul apologized and explained that he was not thinking about that at all. Baekshun continued to run forward, thinking that their companion was a real monster. The protagonist frowned sternly and thought that the end of the tunnel was near, so there was only a little time left until the end of the path. Kian Mayan imagined a glittering treasure and decided that it would soon be in their hands. The boy with the glowing eyes declared that he would not let the scoundrels touch their trophy even with a finger. The heroes ran far ahead. Daegwon, who was pursuing them, asked them to wait a little. The man opened his mouth in anger and was outraged that the divine dragon abandoned them after all they had done for him. The members of the beggar sect ran down the corridor. Their leader declared that at this rate they would not be able to catch up with the guys from Huashan. The subordinate looked at him and said that they could not run faster. The master kicked him in the back and shouted that they should do it. The fighter hit him back and asked why he even decided to kick him. The leader frowned in confusion and wondered why the protagonist was able to do it and he could not. Baekhyun frowned furiously and began to breathe heavily. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes wide. He saw a light ahead and reported it to the others. Kianmayan continued to urge his comrade with his sword. Gul smiled happily and said that this was the finish line. The heroes ran even faster towards the light. The boy stopped, and dust rose under his feet. The disciple looked up in shock. There was a cliff ahead with people climbing up it, and the warrior asked what was going on here. The boy frowned menacingly and shouted that there was a crevice at the top. There was a deep cave in the cliff. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and asked if they really had to climb there. The righteous sword frowned sternly and asked if his friend was sure about that. Gul smiled broadly. The youth confidently clenched his fist and declared that it was too easy. The sect members looked down in amazement. The disciple jumped forward and said that climbing the cliff was the last thing they should worry about. The warrior grabbed the rock and asked if the creator of the tomb had not been to Huashan. John closed his eyes and decided that all their hellish training had not been in vain. Frowning furiously, Baekhyun said that he had climbed a cliff 5 times higher than this several times a day and shouted that now all the Huashan members could sleep peacefully on the steep mountainside. Iso confidently grabbed the ledge. The divine dragon raised his eyebrows in surprise when the swordsman said that they could do it thanks to his training. The boys opened their mouths wide and let out a battle cry. The heroes rushed up the cliff, leaving everyone else behind. Someone asked how they were able to do it so fast. The man swung his spear and ordered them to stop. The sect members began throwing weapons at the disciples. However, the Huashan members continued to climb up regardless. Gul looked back when he felt a blade approaching. The protagonist jumped forward and deflected all the flying projectiles. Chunmian looked back and ordered his comrades not to stop at any cost. A spear flew past him. It crashed into the rock next to the boy. The villains waved their weapons, shouting that Huashan would not be able to defeat them. The boy gritted his teeth and decided that it would be quite difficult to hold them back. Suddenly, the boy's mouth opened in surprise when someone intervened. Someone running along the corridor called out to him. Daegwon ran into the light and screamed furiously. Dust rose from the ground and a roar was heard. The members of the beggar sect began to grab the villains and throw them off the cliff. The man frowned menacingly and asked his comrade to leave this matter to them and move on. The divine dragon smiled and hoped that these were not empty words. The disciple turned around and called his friends to climb up to the crevice. The boys, led by Gul, continued to climb up. Sehen gritted his teeth in displeasure. A blue aura enveloped him. The man pushed off the surface of the rock. A powerful whirlwind appeared behind him. The warrior opened his mouth wide and asked what he was doing here. The swordsman rushed forward. The old man shouted that he should not worry about such questions. The main character rushed past his comrades and said that he would go first. Enveloped in energy, Kianmayan declared that he would obtain the elixir of eternity at any cost. The elder looked down in amazement and asked how he managed to run along the cliff. The boy overtook him, and they exchanged barbed phrases. The opponents collided with each other. They glanced at each other angrily, and each of them thought about getting the treasure first. The heroes approached the crevice. Rocks were destroyed by their powerful energy. The sworn enemies jumped into the air and saw a cemetery of swords. They landed on their feet. The boy looked up and frowned. Ahead was a field strewn with swords. Among them was a pedestal on which lay a box. The divine dragon looked away when the master called out to him. The teacher frowned sternly and asked if he had poisoned the well and robbed Jima. The student turned to him and said he had no idea what he was talking about. The warrior raised one eyebrow in confusion when the teacher said he had exceeded all his expectations. Sayan opened his mouth wide and asked him to leave. Standing a few meters away from the enemy, the man said he would let him go. The old man assumed a fighting stance and promised to kill him without a doubt if he did not. His eyes lit up. The protagonist gave him a stern look and remained silent. An aura of rage enveloped the elder. Chunmian smirked and said that threats would not work on him. The boy lowered his head and assumed that despite his words, the enemy would never do such a thing. The boy raised one eyebrow and asked why he would leave at all. The master narrowed his eyes suspiciously and thought he had figured out his intentions. His hand trembled. Looking at the enemy, the teacher was surprised that one simple child could pose a threat. The mentor closed his eyes and called him dangerous. A white haze shone around the divine dragon. Pursing his lips, Sehen realized that he had threatened to kill him unconsciously, and assumed that this was his true intention. The student frowned when the man said that he had been following his path for many years and did not want to break it. The old man cast a disdainful glance at the enemy and asked him not to force him to commit a sin. The elder frowned sternly and urged him to leave now. The warrior narrowed his eyes suspiciously and thought about how in moments of such chaos, no one was responsible for the murders. The heroes stood in the middle of the sword cemetery. The protagonist decided that the rest of the world would not condemn the Wudang member for killing him, and realized that he also wanted to get the elixir of eternity at all costs. Kianmayan lowered his weapon. The boy looked at his enemy and thought that he was not going to give up so easily. There was a pine tree symbol on the bloody robe. The boy took a step forward. The divine dragon smiled and said that he was not going to retreat. The master with glowing eyes said that he had warned him of the consequences. The student, enveloped in blue energy, said that he had stopped listening to such warnings a long time ago. The ground beneath his feet collapsed. The warrior made a sharp dash forward. The heroes entered the battle. The teacher angrily clenched his teeth. The swordsman parried his attack. They fought, blocking each other's attacks in turn. The energy concentrated in the mentor's hand. A bright flash illuminated the protagonist. Kianmayan put his hand in front of him to defend himself. However, he was forced to jump back. The boy landed on the hilt of a sword sticking out of the ground. The boy rushed forward and swung the blade. Saiyan frowned menacingly. Suddenly, the divine dragon opened his eyes wide. He had to arch his back to avoid the enemy's next attack. The disciple clenched his teeth tensely. A giant mark from the sword's swing appeared on the rock. The warrior looked forward furiously and wondered why the enemy was so strong and why his movements were so light yet sharp. The man raised his blade for another strike. Gusts of wind swirled around the swordsman. The protagonist took a step forward. The old man's mouth opened in shock and wondered how his enemy could do such a thing. A stream of energy rushed towards him. The elder's brows furrowed tensely. Lightning pierced his body. Kianmayan bared his teeth and felt the flow of chi change and become stronger. The master's eyes sparkled. The teacher delivered a crushing blow. The blade of the sword flashed before the boy's eyes. A shock wave rolled across the entire cemetery. Blood gushed out of the boy's mouth. The divine dragon firmly stood on the ground. He managed to block the enemy's attack. The mentor opened his mouth in amazement and asked himself how this was possible. There was a huge crater behind the student. Holding his sword in front of him, Sehen concluded that the victory over Jinmu was no joke. The warrior looked up and asked if he really wanted to talk so much. The protagonist kicked his opponent and said that now was not the best time for this. Chongyan jumped back a few meters. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He opened his mouth and offered his enemy to become a member of the Wudang sect. The boy frowned and asked what he was talking about. Standing in front of the crater, the old man explained that with his talent, learning a new type of martial arts would not be a problem, and promised to make him his first student. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The elder frowned sternly and added that he was destined to become the future heir of the sect. The divine dragon raised one eyebrow and said that his opponent was crazy if he thought that he would betray Huashan so easily. The master gave him a displeased look. The disciple closed his eyes and sighed when the teacher stated that he should understand what would be best for his strength. The mentor opened his mouth in surprise when the protagonist asked him to shut up. Standing in front of him, Sehen said that Wudang would give him much more than Huashan. The warrior called him too persistent. The swordsman's mouth opened wide. The protagonist sternly looked forward and asked why he would become a disciple of someone weaker than him. The man frowned angrily and asked what that meant. Chong Maying swung his foot. The boy kicked the ground with force. All the swords flew high into the air. The boy jumped up and kicked one of them. The blade flew past the old man. The elder looked back tensely. The sword pierced the ground behind him. The divine dragon lowered its head and asked if it liked it. The warrior kicked another blade and declared that he would never betray the Huashan sect. The master cut the sword flying at him. He clenched his teeth in anger. The swordsman began throwing weapons at him and shouted that he would make his sect the strongest in the world. Ghoul was clambering up the cliff with difficulty. His comrade asked him to move faster. Baekchan looked back and said that at this rate they would miss everything. The young man said that he had wasted all his stamina. The crevice was still far away. The righteous sword explained that their friend needed help and asked if the student really wanted him to die fighting alone. The warrior opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The swordsman clenched his teeth in displeasure. The boy ran on and asked his comrade to gather his strength and catch up with him. John's face was covered in sweat. The people continued to climb up the steep cliff, feeling that their end was about to come. Someone came out of the corridor. The protagonist threw the blade forward. Sehen cut it into small pieces. The man frowned furiously, acknowledging his opponent's strength and calling him to stop using his tricks. The old man opened his mouth in anger and declared that he had been honing his skills for 200 years, so a small scratch would not pose any danger to him. Suddenly, another blade flew past him. The elder looked back and wondered where it came from. A sword with a golden hilt was sticking out of the ground. It had a plum blossom on it. The master's eyes widened in shock. Kianmayan approached him closely. The boy kicked his opponent in the face. The powerful blow threw the teacher back. His body flew out of the sword cemetery. It ended up in the air above the cliff. The master opened his mouth wide and remarked that his enemy liked to fight to the end. Saiyan lunged forward. He managed to land on his feet. The man stopped at the edge of the abyss. Broken swords lay on the ground. The old man squinted and thought that this was not what he expected to see. There were many blades sticking out of the ground. The elder realized that people blinded by the thirst for profit were coming to the tomb for treasure and killing each other, and wondered if after so many years there had not been a strong enough person. The master smirked and decided that they were not good people anyway. The teacher squinted and thought that he did not share their intentions. In the distance, a pedestal with a box was visible. The student took a step forward. The mentor looked at him and concluded that they had the same goal. The warrior clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand. The protagonist raised the weapon and asked the enemy not to even hope that he would be able to take the elixir. Saiyan, who was covered in blue fire, said that he was not in the mood for such jokes. Kianmayan smiled and said that it was not a joke at all. The boy lunged towards his opponent. Plum petals appeared around him. The man opened his mouth in horror and asked how he managed to recreate such an ancient technique. The boy determinedly knitted his brows and said that it was quite simple. The student touched the blade of the sword and filled it with energy. The warrior approached his enemy. A rain of fallen petals fell on him. The swordsman narrowed his eyes intently. A powerful explosion of plum energy was heard on the battlefield. The protagonist put his weapon forward. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The old man raised his hand and was able to protect himself from this attack. The elder opened his mouth and declared that the circle was the source that marked the beginning of everything, even the birth of the universe itself. A protective field appeared above his head. Kianmayan landed on his knees. He had to jump back. The master frowned sternly and explained that first a force Caldine appeared, and then the yang force arose, and their fusion created all things. A black and white sign appeared above his head. The teacher's eyes emitted a light haze. A whirlwind of gusts of wind and plum petals appeared on the battlefield. The boy tensely knitted his brows and realized that this was the art of the Wudang sect, which was mastered through long training. The yin-yang sign seemed to suck in the petals. Its power was imbued with the energy of the Tao, and Sehen's movements were smooth but precise. The man held his hands out in front of him, and was surprised that his opponent had mastered the art of the plum blossom at such a young age. The boy looked at him sternly. The old man realized that his power could move mountains if he was allowed to develop further. The elder continued to hold the yin-yang sign in front of him, realizing that he simply had to win this fight. The divine dragon stood motionless to the side. The disciple lowered his head and thought that no one could see him now. The warrior spread his legs wider. He held a sharp blade in his hands. The swordsman raised it in front of him and assumed that he would succeed. The protagonist frowned sternly and remembered that the reason Wudang had been defeated in the past was because of the difference in techniques. The whirlwind continued to absorb the petals. Kianmayan decided that strength and softness always lost to speed and pressure. The boy raised his hands in front of him. The guide put 2 fingers forward and thought that opposites were a trifle, because water can extinguish fire, and fire can cause water to evaporate. The divine dragon raised his sword and decided that any opposite could be defeated. His hand trembled. Wudang's power contained Tao energy, but the tips of his petals were also filled with it. The warrior stood in a fighting stance and realized that they were somewhat similar, like everything in this world. The energy concentrated into a sphere. The swordsman remembered that the power of the universe itself was contained in the plum petals. A powerful aura shone around him, and what he held in his hands was no longer a simple sword. Gusts of wind carried pink petals. Sehen's eyes lit up. The protagonist frowned menacingly and urged him to attack. Holding the blade in front of him, Chunmin realized that his sword art was different from others. The boy bent his knees and decided that his power knew no bounds. The boy dashed forward. In the memory, Sungbeek frowned sternly. Many tried to master this art, but failed. In the past, the heroes entered the fight. The eyes of the divine dragon exuded strong mana. At the moment of the jump, his body turned into a cluster of plum blossoms. The petals enveloped the student. The warrior swung his sword and dealt a powerful blow. The man looked around in horror. The space around him seemed to crack. The swordsman delivered a series of lightning-fast strikes, smashing everything around him into pieces. The protagonist frowned menacingly and raised the blade in front of him. Numerous pink marks from the swings of the weapon appeared in the air above the battlefield. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Rock fragments flew into the air. Standing in front of the broken yin-yang, the elder wondered how this was even possible. Chongmian lunged at him. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The master stared at him in fear and exclaimed. The boy pointed the blade straight at his shield. Cracks appeared along the symbol from its tip. The sword was able to pierce the villain's defense. The teacher summoned a bright flash in front of him. A blinding light illuminated the entire space around. Baekshun opened his mouth in amazement. Ghoul and Zhang stared at the source of the light in surprise. The smoke cleared in front of the crevice. The master was lying on the ground in a huge crater. Cyan grabbed his shoulder and said that the enemy had pierced him with a sword. The man rose from the ground. The old man squinted and wondered where his enemy had gone. In the distance, a silhouette was visible in a cloud of smoke and dust. The boy was sitting on the ground and laughing. The divine dragon spat out blood and called his enemy quite strong. The elder opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what all this meant. The warrior wiped his chin with his hand. The master wondered how this man could be an ordinary disciple of the sect. The teacher frowned menacingly and concluded that he was definitely hiding something. The master widened his eyes and realized that he did not feel fear for him, but respect. The swordsman rose to his feet. The protagonist straightened up and looked forward. Cyan was clutching his blade in his hand. The man raised it in front of him and wanted to put an end to everything. Kianmayan grinned and shared his desire. A new vortex of energy appeared on the battlefield. Hyson rose high into the air and promised to kill the enemy. The villain was suspended in front of the cave by the gusts of wind. The boy looked up at him and realized that he had overlooked the fact that someone could interfere with their fight. The elder landed on his feet next to his brother. The master frowned sternly and repeated his intention. The old man opened his mouth wide and reminded him of the elixir. The box was on a rock. The teacher shouted that they must get it. The mentor rushed forward to take the treasure. He flew past the bewildered boy. The divine dragon opened his mouth furiously and ordered the enemy to stop. A gust of wind raised dust into the air. The disciple clenched his teeth in anger. Sehen stood in front of him. The man frowned sternly and declared that this was the end. The elder approached the box. The master frowned tensely and said that this was what they had been looking for so long. There was a small wooden box on the rock. The old man looked back and called his brother to him. The teacher took the box in his hands. Then he raised his sword in front of him. The warrior stood in front of him, unable to do anything. The mentor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Hassan looked at the box and wondered if it contained the pill itself or the recipe for making it. The man opened his mouth in surprise and mentally called this treasure priceless. The elder decided to open the box. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The master presented the sparkling elixir and was glad that he was holding it in his hands right now. The protagonist frowned with displeasure and was indignant at his failure. The elder of the Wudang sect slowly opened the box. He screamed and knitted his brows in intense surprise. Sehen continued to stare at the box in shock, and Hyson called out to him from behind. The latter turned to the elder and opened his mouth in surprise. The man indignantly showed the emptiness of the box, indignant that it turned out to be empty. The elder began to shake the treasured box, not believing what was happening, because surely this was not all, surely there was a secret bottom in it. He silently opened his mouth, staring exhaustedly into the emptiness of the box. Sehen looked at the bottom of the container and thought that this was complete nonsense. His eyes widened, full of anger. He found no other explanation. The elder smashed the box into pieces, shouting what he expected to see inside the box, namely the elixir of eternity. The man, filled with anger, loudly complained, and Hyson looked at his comrade with tension. The subordinate looked at the elder, and the elder wondered how they had overcome so many difficulties. They stood in a tomb strewn with swords that stuck out of the ground, when Cyan thought, was it all for rusty swords and an empty box? But then why did the tomb exist? The elder clenched his fist, wondering what the meaning of its creation was. Hyson, covering his comrade's back, heard a voice asking if they seriously hoped that after all the trials, a reward would be waiting for them on a silver platter. Cyan turned, looking for the voice that was indignant, whether they really lacked convolutions or their eyes grew on the back of their heads, or maybe both. Disheveled and indignant, Kianmayan shouted at the men, how could they take such a reckless step for the sake of warming up their own greed? Kianmayan imagined the entrance to the tomb, thinking about how, while making his way through the tomb of the traceless sword, he wondered what kind of genius it took to build such a place. He remembered the bodies of the dead, continuing to reason, because that genius set up many traps, as a result of which people died underground. The guy remembered the red-eyed vampire bats that drank the blood of travelers. The protagonist also thought about the pursuit of zombies, and wondered why it was necessary to put so much effort into creating the tomb. The guy looked out from under the hair that fell on his face, wondering if all this was for the sake of challenging a person. But no, the test would make sense if losing did not imply a fatal outcome, so it was excluded, after which he concluded that although Yak Song was a doctor, there was no smell of virtue here. He stopped near the elders of the Wudang sect, thinking about the creator of this place, because it was as if he had vented all his anger, accumulating it in one place. The protagonist looked at the fragments of the box and thought that in that case, the box must also hide another trap. He looked through the men, thinking that this was certainly the case. The boy shouted at the elder, who was looking at him over his shoulder, how he simply took and opened the box, not thinking about the consequences, and whether he had lost his mind. Kianmayan hit himself in the chest, screaming in indignation, how everything enraged him. He looked at the men scattered across the field of Badia unconscious, who were getting up with their last strength. Baekhyun raised his head when he heard his friend's indignation about how men should at least use their brains a little. He watched as the boy scolded the elders, shouting at them that if the box was empty, then it was an ambush. Hyson looked ahead with disbelief and asked again about the ambush. He frowned and asked again. Sounds were heard from afar. The man narrowed his eyes and shouted louder about his disbelief. A crack rolled across the cliff. The crack passed by the protagonist and the elders, rushing further. One of the Wudang sect members rose to his feet, grabbed his sword and shouted words of threat to the Hwashan sect. Baekhyun frowned, noticing the persistence of his opponent. Suddenly a crack was heard, to which Baekhyun was cautiously distracted. A crack ran between the opponents, dividing the earth. The boy looked back in confusion. The sect members, climbing up the steep cliff, saw the crack rushing past them. Baekhyun, Isol and the Wudang sect members, puzzled, watched the crack. They saw one crack, with a crash, break into many branches, rushing upward, along the column and the walls. The observers watched in horror as small cracks moved to the surface of the ceiling. The cracks reached the highest point, where a single hole in the upper part of the rock let light into the battlefield, and scattered around, breaking the walls of the tomb. Baekhyun's eyes and mouth opened in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Kianmayan walked towards his comrades with large strides, blaming the Wudang sect for what had happened. He approached Baekhyun and bravely shouted to his friends, who were in a stupor, not to be afraid, because he would think of something. The guy looked up and said that they would find a way out even if the ceiling collapsed. He froze for a second. Baekhyun turned his gaze to the protagonist, who exhaled nervously. The hero turned and noted with annoyance that he did not see any loophole. Behind the guy with the sword in his hand, another rumble of collapsing walls was heard. Everyone screamed in fear. Baekhyun grimaced with all his horror and expressed his indignation. When the walls and ceiling began to collapse, he asked the protagonist to do at least something, but the latter asked what was expected of him, because he was not omnipotent, to which his comrade demanded even louder to do at least something. Baekhyun, looking up in fear, loudly asked the hero if he was offering to stand like a pillar. Kianmayan called out the terrified guy by name. The hero dramatically exhaled and said that everyone dies sooner or later. He looked seriously at his friend, ordering him to accept it. The angry comrades rushed at the hero, calling him a crazy bastard. At that moment, Sehen, with all the power of his voice, ordered the disciples of the Wudang sect to crush the boulders into pieces. The disciples looked around, dodging the falling stones. They heard the order and obediently rushed to break the boulders. One of the students used Heavenly Slash. The second used Yin and Yang. The third called upon the four elements, and they rushed towards each other. A yin-yang symbol appeared on the ground, emitting energy, under the final cry of Bagua. Taiji sword formation occurred and the men flew in different directions, attacking the flying stones with renewed vigor. Chongmayan looked back, noticing the Taiji sword formation. He looked at the fighters and shouted at them that this was not enough, after which the guy exhaustedly called the men uncouth blockheads, because they were simply blunting their swords, because if this technique could break through the collapse, they would all be gone by now. The hero closed his eyes, ordering himself to think. He stood in the middle of the collapse, thinking about how stupid it was to climb up if the ceiling was collapsing, because they were in the tomb of the sword, which meant that everything here was subject to the will of the creator. The protagonist looked around, wondering if the creator really wanted no one to get out alive. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes, being sure that there was a way out. The hero imagined the entrance to the tomb, forcing himself to think, because this was an outlandish place, a real anomaly. He remembered the endless dungeon that you get into when you enter the tomb. Then he remembered his comrades running, because after the dungeon they encountered traps. But in the end, as he recalled, all paths converge and lead to one point. The hero thought, climbing a mountain you think that your goal is close, but as soon as you find the box, hopes are dashed. He remembered the pieces of the broken box. The guy with his eyes closed thought that this could be the whole thing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, from the realization that came. Kianmayan commanded everyone to go down. Baekhyun looked back at his comrade with tension. He looked at the hero, who looked forward with seriousness and confidence. Kianmayan commanded everyone to quickly descend with all his might. People stood at the edge of the abyss, someone commanded to jump. The cliff began to crack. The disciples rushed forward. The witness's eyes widened. He did not understand how it was possible to unquestioningly follow such an order. He watched the others fall and thought that this was some kind of unshakable and naive trust. In the end, he, slightly leaning forward, shouted at the top of his lungs that this was a real suicide, to which Kianmayan replied that if he did not want to, he could stay here, because no one was forcing him. The disciples of the Wudang sect stood at the abyss, unable to move. Some of them looked at the divine dragon in confusion. He cursed, closed his eyes, feeling pain in his head. He pushed the two people standing next to him into the abyss, shouting at them not to upset him, and they screamed as they fell. Then he jumped down himself, shouting at them to trust him. The flight was swift. The moment when he grabbed one of the students appeared in his head. Then another, shouting that they should understand once and for all that when he told them to do something, they should just listen and do it. Many screamed as they fell. Sehen gritted his teeth and growled from the strain. He ran up and pushed off the edge of the cliff. Already in flight, reasoning that the actions of that guy go beyond the bounds of reason, but now their fate is in his hands. The disciples of the Wudang sect stood in confusion when they heard the order to quickly jump down. The master in flight was already shouting at them to accelerate, push off, and fall down. They could not disobey and began to jump after the disciples of the Huashan sect. Most of them screamed in fear as they fell. Chongmian, enveloped in blue energy, cursed because he realized that there was no time. He landed on his feet. The rest landed haphazardly. Someone was already standing on his feet, someone was still lying down. One of them told the main one that all the paths were blocked, and the hero cursed, saying that he thought so. The warrior looked down, thinking that trying to break through the wall was pointless, because they would be buried alive right away, and concluded that the doctor must really be crazy. The warrior looked away, thinking that if there was even the slightest meaning in this dungeon, then there must be a way to survive. He felt something under his foot. He looked down. There were cracks below. Zhang and Ghoul turned around at his shouts that there was earth below, and they should dig it. The disciples of the Wudang sect, who had recently landed, were still sitting, catching their breath from the flight, when Chongmian shouted that there must be something below, and they must get to what was hidden underneath. Degwan looked tensely at the commander. He pierced the ground with his sword, giving the order to follow his example. The first disciple from his sect repeated this. The others also joined in. Even the Ulan sect did not lag behind the others. Everyone was actively smashing the ground with their weapons. After a while, screams began to be heard from all around, that here and there, people were finding something in the ground. A disciple of the Huashan sect identified it as something made of metal, and told the others. Baekchan, kneeling, said that it was a long and wide canvas. Chunmian squinted and said that he thought so. Suddenly, he turned towards a screen demanding that he get out of the way. Sehen was in midair, his sword engulfed in blue energy, and he himself was shouting that he would end this. The divine dragon screamed, trying to stop him, and attacked because he did not listen to him. There was an explosion, the hero screamed, cursing at the elder that he could have killed them all. The blast wave smashed Sehen into the rocks. The commander was in midair when he heard his name being called. He ran forward, thinking that he had been trying to buy time before, but at the moment his strength was at its limit, and he had to do it now. The hero stopped not far from Isel and Baekchan. After catching his breath, he said that this was what he was looking for. Sayan was barely moving from the pain when he heard a call for everyone to gather in one place where the exit was found. There was a metal door at the feet of the divine dragon, but he turned around and tried to stop someone. Someone, in mid-jump, shouted at him to get out of the way. The elder of the Wudang sect rushed forward at full speed. There was a bang. Sayan's eyes widened. A moment later, instead of a door, there was a huge black hole, on the edge of which stood 4 people. A hand grabbed Isel. Another hand grabbed Baekchan, and the owner's voice shouted that there was no time to stare. In an instant, the two were already flying down. Kianmayan turned to everyone and shouted that if they did not want to be flattened, they needed to jump. The warriors ran to the exit. A collapse began from above. The commander urged the warriors on. He watched what was happening, mentally hoping that everyone would make it in time. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something. Moans were heard behind him. Degwan was dragging a wounded man, asking if he could speed up. The man opened his eyes in surprise when the hero screamed in rage, asking what they were messing around for. He turned around and replied that they were wounded and they couldn't just leave them here. The warrior cursed. The hero rushed towards them, mimicking their words for help. He grabbed them by the collars, cursing, and literally threw them into the hole left where the door had been. Watching them fall, he screamed that they had added to his troubles and he didn't understand how he could have survived with them. Jumping and going to join everyone, he almost got hit by a huge boulder. And stopping, he looked away furiously. The stones were falling in full force, and he barely had time to make his way. Suddenly, an elder of the Wudang sect tried to stop him, asking what he was doing, shouting for him to jump with everyone else. One of the stones fell next to the passage, partially blocking it. Sehen raised his head up, turning around. At that moment, Chongmian grabbed him and, cursing, dragged him along. The avalanche almost managed to block their path. The boulder was rapidly flying down. The hero with his burden was not inferior to it in speed. The warrior gave almost all his strength and gave it his all. A passage was visible ahead. They managed to fall down before the stone blocked it, but they hit their heads on the ground. The divine dragon did not expect such a turn of events. The pain was wild, his face turned red from the impact. Sehen clutched his clothes in his hands. They were flying again. Stones were rushing past quickly. Then darkness. The hero, lying on the plain, illuminated it with the ball he held in his hands. His head ached terribly, and he asked what had happened. His gaze was directed upward. He rose to his feet with difficulty. His comrades stood around. The warrior did not understand where they were. The commander looked to the side, thinking that this dungeon could have been created as a shelter. The warriors were breathing heavily, and he continued the thought that if you look at the rest of the tomb, you can immediately determine the purpose of Yaksun, but the design of this place is covered in darkness. Sehen silently looked at him. The disciples of the Huashan sect were also breathing heavily. The hero thought that even tests could not be carried out here, and in other words, its creator was certainly not sure that it could withstand the collapse, and one can only hope that such geniuses will never be seen in history again. Chongmian illuminated the faces of his allies with the ball. The collapse did not stop. People raised their heads up, the ceiling shook. Small stones rained down on their heads. The commander also looked up, realizing that the slab above them was cracking. He looked ahead with concentration. Another large stone was falling down. The divine dragon, holding a ball of light in his hands, ordered everyone to cover their ears, specifying that it would be loud now. An explosion sounded. People screamed. Medium-sized stones rained down on their heads. Someone's nose started bleeding. Some people's ears started bleeding. The Huashan sect disciples held their heads. Baekchan, looking ahead, shouted at the commander that everything was falling apart. The commander, also holding his head, began to scold Yaksun, admitting that he had finally stopped grasping the meaning of his brilliant tests. Then he illuminated himself with blue energy. And he began to hold the ceiling, shouting at the others to follow his example. Baekchan was the first to respond. The others did not lag behind. Chongmian screamed from the tension, cursing. Sehen was also having a hard time. One of the warriors, despite having a bloody nose, was trying his best. All the warriors were giving it their all, with the hero shouting that they couldn't die here like this. The ball of light was lying at the hero's feet. Rocks were falling next to it. Several trees were knocked down at the entrance to the forest. The three walked past the stumps. Lim San, who was walking in front, wondered what had happened, remembering how a sound wave had suddenly poured into Nanyang, and the Huashan sect disciples had rushed away as if they had immediately realized what had happened. He looked up, not understanding where they could have gone. Empin stopped in confusion. He saw many people ahead and pointed it out to his companions. People were standing around a crater in the ground. Some said that they had never felt such a force in their lives. Another ordered that all exits be blocked if anyone appeared. The guy standing behind the majority asked again the order he had just heard, and they turned around at his words. Lim San and his companions stood by the crater, asking if these people thought there was someone inside, but they only asked who they were. The leader of the Shadow sect apologized and introduced himself. Son looked down in alarm. People felt tremors. The ground began to slip out from under their feet and they began to run. Lim San turned around in alarm. People began to fall into the resulting abyss. Son lost his footing. But Empin grabbed him by the clothes and held him at the last moment. The tremors continued and the warriors fell down. A huge funnel formed in place of a small crater, and the witnesses standing on its edge looked like small dots. Son screamed excitedly, asking what was happening. The survivors sat on the edge of the cliff, catching their breath. They looked down, thinking that there was a sword tomb there, some asking if it was destroyed, some wondering what happened to those inside, some answering that it was obvious. One of the men, under the surprised gaze of the Shadow sect leader, said that those who entered with the Wudang sect were definitely dead, recalling that it was the Huashan sect. Lim San rushed down. Son called out to him. But he did not turn around, thinking that such an outcome could not be. An image of young disciples appeared in his mind. The man was sliding down the sandy slopes, feeling guilty and disappointed in himself for not being able to stop them. He began to dig the earth with his hands. It was difficult to get under his nails, and in his head there was a thought that now the sect he belonged to was doomed. Lim San, gritting his teeth, asked God of Thunder, didn't he vouch for the safety of Kiamayan? An image of a warrior appeared in his head when he said that he was ready to take responsibility for the future of the entire sect, and now he was gone. Someone nearby began to actively dig the ground, claiming that there was a possibility that there were survivors underground. Son was kneeling and continuing to dig with his hands, saying that until he saw their bodies with his own eyes, he would not believe that they were gone. Lim San looked at his son in surprise. Then he looked away, and closed his eyes. Then he looked at his child and ordered him to stop. He obeyed, and his father continued that he understood his feelings, but man is not immortal and they should not lose their minds. Tears fell on the young man's hands. He, looking ahead, said that he did not care about it. Empin, standing on the edge of the crater, said that if the strongest Taoists died, then what good were they? A young man's crying in words that he could not believe it could be heard from below. But after the words of their companion, he jumped to his feet, turning around. At that moment his father told him to calm down. The young man, unable to hold back his tears, resisted him. And he calmly looking ahead said that people have always been so heartless. He looked down with resignation, continuing that some rejoice at the misfortunes of others mock for the same reason, but there are even those who are ready to commit murder for the sake of recruiting new disciples. The people above were smiling. They were on all sides. Lim Sen clearly saw them behind him, concluding that there was no one here to pray for the dead. Son shouted, looking up, that they did not dare to speak like that. The observers turned their attention to him. He shouted at them that many people had died today, and they were behaving unworthy of the title of martial arts master. One of the subordinates behind the chief asked who this brat thought he was, and the man with the staff in his hand said that if he valued his life, he should watch his language. The young man, looking up, asked again, but his father shielded him. He, slightly bowing his head, introduced himself. The leader of the people above said that he had never heard of him. But he, as if not paying attention to this, continued, looking up, that among the dead were those who were dear to him and his people, and if they had nothing to do with them, then he asked them to leave this place. The man with the staff, looking at the enemy, said that now they would not leave so easily, and he saw that the man had something to present to them, and added that he did not understand how the head of an unknown sect could tell them what to do. He clenched his teeth. And then he shouted at the top of his lungs that he simply asked them not to insult the dead and to leave, because he was already barely holding back from tearing their throats out. The subordinate asked the head of his sect if the man standing below had gone crazy, to which the leader said that he seemed to have experienced too much shock. Then, squeezing the weapon in his hand, he repeated that he should watch his tongue if he did not want to die, and then added that they still did not find what they were looking for, so they would leave. The people below were silent. Lim Sen took hold of the hilt of the sword. For the sake of the disciples of the Huashan sect, he decided that he would do everything in his power, and at least not allow some bad people to insult them, and this would be the best memorial ceremony he could possibly hold. The blade of the sword had already appeared from its sheath. Son followed his father's example. But he suddenly turned around, surprised by what had happened. He called his father, but the latter, standing in a fighting stance, told him without turning around that he should not dissuade him, because he had heard enough and would not tolerate the offender's antics any longer. However, the son did not calm down and the man turned around. A hand appeared from the ground. They could not believe their eyes, looking at the hand. Lyman, shocked, said that this could not be. The hand fell to the ground. Then, a mountain of sand began to rise next to it. The head of the shadow sect widened his eyes. Chongmian burst out of the ground, screaming that he almost died. The father and son watched in silence. Lyman smiled and tears of joy glistened in his eyes. The divine dragon fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath. Then he burst into curses, cursing the old man. More and more people appeared from the hole in the ground, and Lyman hugged the hero, glad that he was alive. The warriors were catching their breath, some were sitting, some were lying on the ground. The man was asking what had happened in the dungeon. Son turned his head and looked up. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. He said that he never thought he would see it again. The people on the edge of the cliff watched what was happening in confusion. Then they drew their weapons. Son was dissatisfied with what he saw. He estimated that the enemy was outnumbered. Qianmayan, seeing what was happening, cursed. He looked up angrily, saying that he was already in a bad mood, and now he would have to fight such enemies. 2 members of the Wudang sect stood in the pit, understanding that there was no law according to which the one who found the treasure became its rightful owner. The fighter, putting out his weapon, said that the dungeon was now destroyed, but those who managed to escape clearly did not come empty-handed and remembered that in this place there was only one rule, namely kill or be killed. The youth looked up at them. The man greeted the survivors with his mouth open. The elder frowned and asked who he was. Degwang clutched his head and said that he had heard rumors that this man often came to Zhongyang, but it was very unexpected to see him here. The warrior gritted his teeth, realizing that he did not want to introduce himself to the Wudang sect. They looked down when the leader of the beggar sect said that his name was Daehyup. The Wudang members were still standing below when the warrior asked them what had happened to their newcomers, since they would hardly have returned empty-handed. The elder looked up and listened to the other man's question about whether they really wanted to say that they themselves barely managed to get out, and also lost their recruits, and the old man replied that it was not worth sending the children into the tomb, since there was nothing there except for rusty swords covered in 200-year-old mold, and they would not have found anything anyway. The man opened his mouth and said that it was unfortunate, but considering the glory of the sects, he had a hard time believing these words. The elder, frowning, asked what they were going to do then. Holding the weapon in front of him, the fighter explained that they would simply search them, and if they were telling the truth, they would let them do it. The second elder, opening his mouth, asked again. Sehen, looking up, asked if they really wanted to search them. The companions also looked up when the old man thought that they would take silence for consent and use force. But they could not accept their conditions, because entrusting their body to another person was the same as entrusting their life, and asked what would happen if they refused. The fighter, smirking, noted that this was funny and explained that they were in no position to cling to pride. They all looked up, listening to his question about how they could really defeat them all, barely standing on their feet, and therefore if they wanted to live, then they should give up what they managed to find. The heroes suddenly disappeared when they were talking about how in that case they would spare them all. The young man appeared right in front of the warrior. His eyes opened wide. The protagonist immediately grabbed the opponent's weapon. Clenching his fist, the hero broke its tip. The man clenched his teeth hard, not understanding how it happened. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up his face. The young man kicked the enemy into the air. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked why he didn't climb in there himself if he wanted the elixir and told him to go. Immediately after, the opponent's body was thrown into the pit. The man flew into the hole. The fighters looked down. The hero put his hand on the ground. With his mouth wide open, the young man shouted a question about who else wanted to go looking for recruits. The Wudang sect members began to take their blades out of their sheaths. All the other fighters also held their weapons at the ready. They looked up at the enemies. The elder, with his mouth open, said that they had failed and this was an oath in the name of the Wudang sect. The opponent looked down, listening to his words about the recruits they were told about had already died, and those who managed to get out would most likely die from their injuries. The old man, still standing below, explained that if there were any who wanted to, they could dig around in the ruins and maybe after a few years of searching they would be able to find something. All the fighters looked at them silently, and someone asked why they should believe him. Sehen, raising his hands, answered that he simply had nowhere to hide this treasure. The warriors looked at each other. Someone lowered his blade. The others did the same. The young man, striking his hands, shouted a question about why they had stopped, because if they wanted to, they would be sent down. The man, opening his mouth, ordered the others to go back. Everyone began to walk away. They all moved away from the pit, saying that they had nothing more to do here. The guy looked back at them. As he went down into the pit, the young man said that they were all simply too fearful. The Huashan students were standing at a distance from the other sect, talking about something. Someone came up to them and called out to the hero. The young man, his mouth slightly open, listened to the man's words of gratitude. Sehen, bowing his head, explained that if it weren't for the protagonist, the consequences would have been much worse. The comrades opened their mouths slightly. The young man, looking at the old man, noted that he had also tried hard. Looking into the pit, the hero realized that after going through so many trials, they were all left with nothing in the end. They both exhaled. Looking at the young man, the elder said that they were already leaving for Wudang. The protagonist looked at him when he said that in the end it was all about greed. With his mouth slightly open, the old man said that he was controlled by greed and therefore he failed to realize the value of what they had and perhaps that was why such an outcome awaited him. Still looking at the guy, Sehen asked if he had thought about his offer. The hero replied that he would never agree to such a proposal. The old man did not take his eyes off him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was a disciple of the Huashan sect. The elder, looking somewhere, thought that it should be so. The young man narrowed his eyes a little, listening to his words that apparently the Huashan sect was led by a truly great man. Then the guy replied that this was not the case at all and the interlocutor apologized. The old man, looking at him, said that the Wudang sect would remember them. Opening his mouth, Sehen also added that he hoped that they would never become enemies. The young man nodded affirmatively and said words of agreement. The members of the Wudang sect began to leave. The other warriors exchanged glances in silence. They also began to walk away. The man fell to the ground, laughing. The guy looked at him when he said that they were all so tired that they couldn't feel their legs and asked for permission to rest for at least a day in Nanyang. The hero called him impudent, and the leader began to beg him to do him a favor, because it seemed to him that his body would soon fall apart. Lim San, smiling broadly, said that they would be glad to accept them and invited them to quickly go with them and celebrate their return with the best food and alcohol. The man, hugging his interlocutor, thanked him. The comrade, with his mouth open, noted that in this case they tried in vain. The hero agreed with him and added that in the end all the stories about the elixir turned out to be lies, which extremely infuriated him. The protagonist looked back and called his comrades to also go with them, because he wanted to get drunk and forget himself and sleep. They walked away from this place. Someone hit the guy on the head, saying that they needed to do it one more time. The elder, with his mouth wide open, asked if he had been told not to interfere with the first generation. The other comrades, looking at him, smiled while the guy was saying that he had nothing to do with it, and that they had started it first. The elder, hitting him on the head again, shouted a question about how he really thought of blaming them. Standing in front of the hero, the student shouted that even the devils avoided him, not to mention the other students. But the young man replied that they were just constantly hanging around him and asking for trouble and that it was unfair. The guy held his head with his hands. As he left, the elder told him to follow him so that they could talk in private. A falling petal could be seen. They were approaching a steep cliff. The guy was behind, when suddenly the elder asked what the Huashan sect meant to the interlocutor. The hero, coming closer, asked why such a question suddenly arose, because they did not go to meditate, and the student asked another question about how this sect appeared. The protagonist raised his hand to his face. Introducing a man on the road, the young man said that one man who could not find a place for himself among ordinary people and, following the path of Taoism, went to uninhabited lands to find himself. He also imagined 4 people together and explained that having met the same strange people, The man built several pavilions, and having settled down, they racked their brains and called their gathering the Huashan sect. The elder looked at him. Turning his head, the guy asked if he was right, and the interlocutor answered that everything was approximately like this. Closing his eyes, the student also noted that there was something else, and called out to the young man. The hero, smiling, looked at him. Standing at the cliff, the interlocutor said that people are not immortal. The protagonist, looking ahead, understood that he was saying extremely obvious things. The comrade smiled, looking at him. The young man also smiled, listening to the words of the interlocutor about the guy being gifted from birth, and even in the Huashan sect among all its generations you won't find a more talented Taoist. The hero opened his eyes, hearing the words that even this was not enough. Numerous mountains were visible in the distance, and the words of the elder were heard that he could be the strongest, but there was simply no point in this. As long as there were places and goals that could not be achieved alone, and if the founder of the Huashan sect decided to live alone, the world would not remember him and his martial art would not be passed down from generation to generation. The young man, looking to the side, understood that he was again engaged in his moralizing. Still standing at the edge, the protagonist explained that he understood what his comrade wanted to say and noted that he did not necessarily have to strive for the same. The elder, smiling, listened to the words of the interlocutor about how he wanted to live for his own pleasure, and then die, and also the question of why he should leave something behind. The comrade, with his mouth open, explained that the hero was simply not mature enough yet, and the young man asked in what sense this was. Introducing the students of the sect, the elder explained that one day his thinking would change, and he would want his followers and descendants to continue his work. Putting his hand on the symbol, the comrade said that this meant the sect, because this was a place where he not only lived with other people, but also shared their beliefs, and the hero called him a bore. Smiling, the interlocutor apologized and explained that he knew that it would be difficult for the young man to understand this for now. The comrade, still looking at the protagonist, explained that he had no right to do whatever he wanted, as he had done today, because in the end, he was harming not only those around him, but also himself, and therefore he should be kinder to the younger ones. Remembering those guys, the student also said that they must have looked like fools in the eyes of the protagonist, as did the interlocutor, but someday they will all become dear to him. Grinning, the young man said that he was wrong about something, because those children were still idiots, but the interlocutor was never counted among them. The student narrowed his eyes. There was a wide smile on the hero's face. They were still standing at the cliff. Looking somewhere, his comrade asked if the guy knew what the most terrible thing in the world was, and the hero assumed that it was a rod. The guy looked ahead, listening to his comrade's words about the most terrible thing being regret. With his mouth open, the elder said that he was not afraid that the other students would treat him badly, but he was afraid that he would one day regret not having won their respect. The boy's eyes widened after hearing his words about how the feeling that would befall him would be many times stronger than the regrets of others. The hero stood among many corpses. The boy opened his eyes. Standing up, the boy realized that it was just a dream. Looking down, the protagonist also realized that he had never dreamed of the past. Imagining that elder, the student remembered his words about the time when his brothers would help him cope with the heavy burden and realized that he had not seen his face for a long time. Without looking up, the protagonist could not understand why he had come to him. The night sky was visible, and the young man tried to understand what he wanted to tell him with this. The bright sun appeared. The hero, raising his hands, shouted a question about how it was possible to return empty-handed without the damn true energy pill. Gritting his teeth, the boy explained that this was why he was told not to take the others, because as expected, all the sins from his past life had returned, and his comrade asked what he was talking about. The elder, looking at him, noted that many days had already passed and asked why he was still thinking about this. Opening his mouth, the comrade suggested that they all return to Huashan. The man kept his hand in his bosom. Sticking it out, the leader thanked the divine dragon for everything, and then the young man asked how long he was going to abuse his hospitality, because one night had somehow dragged on. Doggin opened his mouth, trying to say something. The young man remembered how they drank alcohol, when he said that he had not yet fully recovered his strength. The guy, looking at him, realized that he pretended to be the epitome of nobility, and now he was stuffing his belly at someone else's expense. The man folded his hands in front of himself. Bowing his head, the man thanked the Huashan sect for the help they had given him in the sword tomb and explained that this was all said by the head of the Woyoung beggar sect, who was also known as the Seven Knots beggar. The youth looked at him, listening to the words that they would definitely repay this favor. Also holding his hands out in front of him, the boy also said something. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, noted that he now needed to be careful, and the young man asked what he meant. The protagonist looked ahead, listening to the interlocutor's words about how many had seen how he had shown himself in the tomb and soon rumors would spread throughout Jianghu. And since 2 years had passed since the Zhonghua meeting, the rumors had died down a bit, but now the divine dragon of the Huashan sect would be talked about on every corner again. The man, with his mouth slightly open, noted that excessive fame was also not always for the better, because there would be not only more envious people, but also those who would want to break him and take away his glory. The hero sarcastically replied that he allegedly did not know this, and the interlocutor said that he was sure that he could handle it. The guy's eyes suddenly opened wider after the leader's words that they would still send people to him. The protagonist, looking at him, asked if it would be free of charge. The man explained that they would decide that themselves. Remembering his office, Devwan also noted that he was going to restore the pavilion in Wam, and therefore if he needed information, he could contact there. The hero asked if they would try to steal their information. The interlocutor reminded that at this time, mutual assistance was extremely invaluable. Squinting, the young man understood that such cooperation should be beneficial to them. Remembering the Huashan territory, the hero knew that life in the mountains not only complicated the financial situation, but also distanced them from the outside world, and with the help of the beggar sect, the second problem would soon be solved, because when they lost the title of one of the top 10 sects, the connection with the beggars was also lost and therefore, having established it, they would be able to benefit from it. The young man raised his hand and asked his interlocutor to send some smart guys to Wam, as he had many questions that he couldn't wait to find answers to, and also a few more guys to Nanyang to help the Shadow Sect. Closing his eyes, the hero realized that something good had finally happened. Imagining the crying leader, the boy understood that upon hearing this news, the leader would probably not be able to hold back his tears of joy. The interlocutor's eyes widened after the young man asked him to remember something. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist explained that he was now indebted to the Huashan sect. Someone approached the boy and called out to him. It was Son. The child, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was extremely sad to say goodbye, and the hero asked him not to be sad, because they would definitely see each other again. The boy looked up. Looking at the young man, the comrade explained that in the future he would like to become a disciple of the Huashan sect. The protagonist's eyes widened. The child's eyes widened as well after the refusal. Son, with his mouth open, listened to his words about how he absolutely had to take the post of the head of Nanyang. The boy looked down. The hero, with his hands on his hips, noted that they would always be happy to see him training in their sect and their doors were always open to them. The protagonist, standing in front of the child, noted that Ghoul was also going to leave Huashan and continue the family business. The interlocutor asked if this was true. The comrade said that he was not yet sure about it. The young man, looking at him, explained that his father needed him. The elder, with his hands in front of him, said that in the near future the members of the allied sect would have many worries, but Huashan, as promised, would support them. The elder, with his mouth open, noted that the guests had a long way to go, and he would like to give them some money for the journey. Suddenly, the old man looked away when someone said that they didn't need to worry about it. The young man grinned and said that they were rich after all now. The protagonist adjusted his sleeve and explained that it was time for them to go. The allies raised their hands and wished them a safe journey. They all walked away. As they walked away, the people said that they had left. As they looked at them, the allies realized that the Huashan sect had changed a lot. The elder grinned and knew that one day, their names would be known to the entire world. As they left, one of them said that it was time for them to get down to business, as they would have to work hard to solve all the tasks that the Huashan sect had entrusted to them. Upon entering the city, one of the students noted that there was not a soul in Nanyang. The elder explained that perhaps people were very scared because of the recent chaos and also suggested that maybe Nanyang, in principle, has always been a small town with a small population. Zhang, with his mouth open, noted that in the end they simply wasted their efforts. Bakshan, looking away, said that this was not true, because they were able to rescue the Shadow Sect and also establish connections with Wudang and the Beggar Sect, and also improve their reputation, and therefore it can be concluded that they were able to achieve good results. Squinting, the elder also suggested that they quickly return home. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouted that Yak's son was a shameless bastard, while his comrades said that they could no longer hear him. The girl, standing behind, asked why the immortal healer became a traceless sword. Isel, with her mouth slightly open, noted that the hero had already raised this question. The hero, with his mouth wide open, said that he had no idea and had no way of knowing. Ghoul, looking at them, said that apparently this man wanted to hide his identity after a certain event. Opening his mouth wider, the student suggested that such an event was the creation of the elixir of eternity. Imagining this man on a mountain of swords, the student explained that he had gone around all the sects, defeated the masters and taken their blades, and if people found out that an immortal healer was behind all this, they would go crazy with indignation. The elder, looking down, understood that he was still uneasy, because this explanation seemed insufficient. Looking to the side, the student heard someone say that they were mistaken. John raised his hand and explained that he probably didn't hide his identity to get away with stealing the swords, since he destroyed them anyway, and so they were useless. Ghoul looked down and thought. Remembering the box in the center, the student realized that all of this seemed very suspicious to him, since a traceless sword didn't need a divine weapon, nor did it strive to become the strongest in the world. They were still standing in the middle of the street, while the student thought that at first glance, all of this man's efforts to create a sword tomb were completely groundless and useless, but he couldn't figure out what his goal was. The girl, putting her finger to her face, suggested that he could do this for no reason and simply hated the followers of the sect. The elder, turning around, asked what she meant. Introducing the wounded people, Isel explained that this man was an ordinary doctor and had been helping people all his life, and the martial artists continued to give him work. Also imagining the battle of the fighters, the girl added that they were aimlessly swinging their swords left and right, killing people, and not every treatment he gave was a guarantee that the person would survive. Baekjin, with his mouth open, asked if she thought that was the case, because why did this man build that tomb then? They all turned to the girl, who said that it was in order to put forward a warning to the people of Jianghua on behalf of the traceless sword. Zhang, with his mouth open, asked what about the technique for creating the true energy pill then, because if he had followers, then why has this technique not survived to this day? Introducing this man, the girl explained that there were rumors that Yak's son kept the technique a secret and considered the disciples unworthy. The companion bowed his head and asked if this meant that he was just fulfilling his own whims. The companion turned around, listening to the words about the true energy pill and the sects. Without turning around, the hero spoke about the traceless sword, the elixir, the immortal healer, the technique of creating a pill, and the disciples. With his eyes closed, the youth said something about the test. With his mouth open, the protagonist continued to talk about the tests. Frowning, the youth continued to talk about it. Suddenly, he went somewhere. Walking away from them, the guy continued to repeat these words. The elder, putting a finger in front of his face, asked the others to be silent. Following him, the companion asked them to be silent and follow him. There was a smile on the companion's face. The student, looking after him, realized that the youth definitely understood something. Looking at his back, Baekjin knew that this monster seemed to have solved the riddle. The treetops were visible and the protagonist's words about the elixir, disciples and the sect could be heard. As he walked through the forest, the young man continued to talk about it. Without stopping, the young man knew that he needed to rack his brains and think carefully about what that person's goal was. Imagining the book, the hero understood that he needed to learn about the technique of creating the true energy pill. Lowering his head, the young man also tried to remember where he first heard about it. Remembering the entrance to the tomb, the young man thought that perhaps it was in that place that he heard about this thing. Imagining this man in front of many masks, the protagonist realized that he had acted incorrectly from the very beginning, and even though Yak's son denied that he was familiar with this technique, those strange masks indicated that the secret of his teachings was kept in the tomb, and it was a mistake to listen to them. Imagining the face of this doctor and his back of the head, the boy realized that if Yak's son had accepted the other side of himself, and did not try to hide that he owned this technique, he would have told the world about it on behalf of the traceless sword, since otherwise no one would have remembered him. Continuing to walk through the forest, the young man tried to understand where the trail of this man, not connected with masks, would lead. Imagining himself on the white road, the hero knew that now he would be able to find out. Nanyang appeared and someone's question was heard about what the interlocutor knew about that mountain. Dogen, sitting on the roof, said that this mountain was special. A mountain was visible in the distance, and the man told him that once, as a result of a natural disaster, all the roads leading to it were washed away and there was only one path to the top. The leader, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether the interlocutor was trying to find out some information from him. Walking forward, the guy understood that anyone who wanted to climb the Red Mountain must follow the road not hidden by trees. Imagining the remains of the Tomb of Swords, the young man knew that this must be done until the person reaches the tomb. Approaching the edge, the hero understood that he must go to a place that is not accessible to everyone. Stopping at the edge, the protagonist realized that only by following the path exactly, a person can reach it. The elder, standing behind, asked if he understood something. Opening his mouth, the young man inquired about what the discoverers of the Tomb of Swords did. Looking up, his comrade explained that they simply went inside, and the interlocutor asked how exactly they did it. The hero looked at him when he said that they just opened the gate, and that was it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Imagining the open gate, the comrade realized that these words could be interpreted in different ways. Remembering the broken gate, the ally realized that on those gates there were swords pointed at each other, and most likely the weapons symbolized martial arts. With his mouth wide open, Baekjin said about martial arts, and immediately the guy asked what happened next. Remembering the narrow road, one of them said that then there was a long and narrow path where various traps awaited them. Ghoul, with his mouth wide open, said that it was training and practice. Remembering how they ran, the protagonist said that any training can be compared to moving along a narrowing path, because everyone starts from the road, but when it narrows, someone is left behind and only those who were able to overcome it go further. Suddenly, the elder opened his mouth. Imagining the gate to the Tomb of Swords, the ally explained that in other words, this tomb literally symbolizes the process of how a person learns a martial art. They were still standing at the pit. When someone asked if there were any branches, the hero answered affirmatively and explained that it was all like in any martial art, because even if everyone has one beginning, but later everyone chooses their own special path. Remembering the central room, the protagonist also explained that this has a slightly different meaning, because even if each of them goes their own way, one day they will still gather together to achieve a common goal, because this is what happened in the tomb, since everyone came to the same room. He also remembered the room with many corpses and said that there was an endlessly long dark cave. Zhang, frowning, said that darkness inevitably overtakes everyone who studies martial arts. Ghoul, turning around, asked what the steep cliff symbolized then, because it was something like a revival after the all-consuming darkness. The elder, looking down, explained that it was a return to the roots. Opening his mouth, the comrade noted that he now understood the meaning of the Tomb of Swords. Imagining the light, Baekchun said that at the top of the cliff there was a blindingly bright light that was a sign of the completion of martial arts training, and in Buddhism it is often called liberation. Remembering the room with that box, one of them asked about the meaning of the empty wooden box and the death of all those people, because having reached the top, it is quite logical to receive a reward. The hero, opening his mouth, explained that there was no reward. Standing at the edge, the boy said that even if it were the peak of the highest cliff in the world and if a person reached it by fighting and taking other people's lives, then such a person would receive nothing, and perhaps Yak-sun wanted to say that studying martial arts is meaningless and created this place not to exhaust people with trials, but to express his own thoughts on the concept of martial arts. Imagining many fighting people, the young man explained that in Yak-sun's worldview, all cruel people practicing martial arts became his personal enemies, and the more he became attached to some, the more he hated others, and perhaps that is why the old man tried to convey to his descendants that martial arts that cause harm are meaningless. Also imagining the Valley of Swords, the protagonist said that for the sake of this message, Yak-sun personally killed all the warriors he hated so much. The elder, looking down, said that in that case it turns out that after so many years nothing has changed. Then the hero agreed with him and added that it was because the obsession of people studying martial arts goes beyond imagination. Introducing the man again, the young man explained that Yak-sun wanted to say that people die most from human stupidity, but no matter how much you try to convey this to the masses, everything remains the same. Ghoul, standing behind, asked if this meant that there were no treasures in the tomb. The guy replied that most likely it was. The elder, standing next to him, asked why he brought them here then, because was it really to make sure of this once again? The hero replied that he had already told them that the tomb was actually a grave of masks. Looking down, the protagonist also added that Yak-sun did not want to count himself among the sinful masters of martial arts, therefore this place is nothing more than a fake. Suddenly, the young man looked up. Looking up, the boy realized that many, having lost their goal, tried to raise their heads and find a new one. Remembering that rift, the hero knew that these people naively believed that this could work. Looking down, the protagonist knew that those who are aware of the fleeting nature of existence look down. Remembering how he held that light in front of everyone, the boy understood that life was hidden under his feet, which would never be revealed to those who only looked up. He remembered those exhausted people. He also remembered the members of the Wudang sect and thought that this was the only way to survive and continue on his way. The boy began to go down, realizing that only after reaching the bottom, they accepted and moved forward. Walking along the slope, the young man realized that at first he also set himself the wrong goal. Climbing up, the protagonist thought that despite regrets about the path he had taken, he managed to survive. Dust rose from his steps. They went up. As the young man walked through the forest, he knew that of all the people who had gathered that day, no one had thought to turn back along the road leading to Kayamkan, as it seemed illogical, given that their goal was the sword tomb. Looking ahead, the young man realized that the clue was right in front of their noses. Remembering that pit, the protagonist realized that it was a deserted space in the middle of the mountain, and for treasure hunters, this place looked like an ideal hiding place with gold, and they set an imaginary goal for themselves and did not notice that in fact, the land was simply dead. Imagining Yak-sun, the hero realized that this was exactly what the man was counting on. Continuing to walk, the young man knew that he had to keep moving forward. Looking ahead, the young man knew that even if he lost the goal that he had been striving for all his life, if he did not despair and stubbornly continued to walk, then the person's efforts would definitely pay off. The protagonist continued to walk forward. The treetops were visible, and the young man realized that everything was much simpler. The others followed him, when the hero thought that his true goal was life. The protagonist stepped on some grass. He was looking somewhere. A stream appeared in front of them. Leaves were falling from the trees. An overgrown stream was visible. Looking at this place, the young man realized that this was the right place, which was a place of harmony and a beautiful corner of nature. The elder, looking to the side, said that without deciphering Yak-sun's message, people would never have thought of coming here, but the protagonist answered affirmatively, because for them this place was no more than a mountain. The stream flowed from the stones. The guy approached it. Imagining the stream, the young man understood that it was a mountain spring, the trickle of water of which was extremely weak, but flowing further, it merged with others into streams that flow into rivers, and those into the sea, and therefore a weak stream of water is capable of supporting countless lives, and this is the whole point. Looking at his reflection, the hero thought that if the healer really wanted to convey his will for peace and be remembered as Yak's son, then he should throw off the masks of fear and apprehension. Remembering the entrance to the tomb, the young man realized that instead, he sealed his vision of martial arts and the power they have over people in the Tomb of Swords. Standing on the stones, the young man tried to understand what meaning this man was trying to put into this small stream of water. Looking at it, the young man assumed that it could be pride. The protagonist put one foot in the water. Entering the stream, the young man was still trying to understand Yakson's motives. The elder's eyes widened as the hero spoke of how the man wanted his teachings to spread throughout the world, like rivers and seas that flowed from a small stream. The young man placed his hand on one of the stones. Imagining Yak's son in the background, the hero said that this was the source of saving many lives. Looking up at the sky, the boy knew that the idea that one man's will could save the fates of others was in itself extremely outrageous. Looking down, the protagonist assumed that this must be his true message. Looking down into the stream, the boy realized that this was the whole point. Putting his hand into the hole, the boy knew that this was the source of water, flowing from the small stream. Frowning, the hero did something, realizing that this was the only suitable place. Putting his hand deeper, the boy knew that this was the thing. His fingers stretched further and further. Suddenly his eyes widened. Looking there, the protagonist realized that it was not a stone at all. The protagonist approached the stone with his face. He reached for a box with his hand. The hero began to pull something out of the hole. In the young man's hand was this box. The guy looked at it. The young man was still standing in the stream. The rest of his comrades were looking at him. This thing was in his hands. The hero exhaled. It began to open. The eyes of all the students widened. The young man opened his eyes even wider. They were all looking at this thing. Looking at a piece of paper, they shouted that this simply could not be. Looking at the things inside, someone shouted that this was Yakson's hiding place. Raising the box above his head, the young man shouted that he had managed to find it, and he could not believe it. The boy, his mouth wide open, continued to shout that he had found it. The sky was visible, and someone's shouts were heard that they had done it, and that victory was theirs. An open book appeared. All of them, looking at it, read that what was written was intended for the descendant who had found it, and had achieved to follow the path of Yak's son, and therefore he leaves such a person everything he has, and therefore he should try to use the skills he had given him for the benefit of saving people. The young man, his eyes wide open, read that they should understand what he meant and realized that this was indeed it. There was something lying under the clothes on the boy's back. Immediately after, the hero shoved this box into his bosom. The protagonist adjusted his sleeve again. Grinning, the boy laughed maliciously. The elder, looking at him, realized that he was extremely pleased. Having imagined this pill, the comrade knew that he himself could hardly stop drooling, because they really found the treasured technique of true energy. Because it seemed to him that having come this long way, they would not be able to get it. The guy took a deep breath. Looking at him, the young man said that he was currently overcome by an extremely wonderful feeling. Looking at the stones, the hero said that he really needed to pay tribute. The protagonist placed both hands on the ground. He bowed deeply in front of this stone. His comrades watched this. The young man continued to bow. They continued to watch him. The guy raised his hands from the ground. The elder, coming up from behind, asked what he was doing. After all, this was not that person's grave. The hero, closing his eyes, said that he was mistaken. Opening his eyes, the young man explained that this place was Yakson's grave. Looking at the stones, the protagonist understood that there might not be a tombstone or burial site, because for someone who left everything behind, life had lost its meaning, and perhaps this person met his end alone, somewhere deep in the mountains, in a place untouched by people. They were still looking at this stream when the young man thought that maybe his body was not here or never was. But the message remained, and therefore this place could well be called Yakson's grave. The box was still lying in his clothes when the guy thought that his will was truly more important to him than his own body. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he was done. Jong, looking after him, asked him if he was sure that they should take this thing to Huashan, because Yak's son definitely had other intentions. The young man asked them not to bother their heads with this, because for him this idea was nothing more than a gamble. The companion looked at him as he said that it would be irresponsible to assume that since Yak's son had arranged everything, the right person would come to him on his own. Turning around, the hero also explained that if the healer really wanted to pass on his teaching and will to people, he would have trusted his students, and not made a cache in the mountains, even if he liked such an arrangement. Looking somewhere, the protagonist remembered the words of his former comrade that one day his thinking would change. This student appeared next to him, who said that he would then want followers and descendants to continue his work. Putting his hand on the symbol, the elder explained that this was the sect, a place where he not only lived with other people, but also shared their beliefs. The hero's eyes suddenly opened wider. Opening his mouth, the young man understood what he meant. Looking at the image of Sakan, the guy knew that it was not in vain that he came to him in a dream. The protagonist lowered his head and realized that he was still worried about such a piece of trash despite everything. John looked at his comrade and called out to him. The young man opened his mouth and said that as time passed and generations passed, more capable guys would appear who were ready to continue their will. They all looked at him when he said that perhaps they were not trustworthy, but he still wanted to warn them, because one day it would inevitably happen. Looking at these stones, the hero realized that Yak's son did not trust his students, because he wanted to create or find an absolute genius that he could rely on. But this was the wrong path. Imagining himself and this person, the protagonist realized that sooner or later, a lonely person begins to look down on everyone, and perhaps in Yakson's eyes, the whole world was unworthy, and therefore he did not have faith that someone could properly inherit his teaching, and therefore did as he saw fit. Walking towards the forest, the boy knew that he was wrong, just like the young man before, because he did not understand many things. Remembering that elder, the hero remembered that it was this man who told him that someday these idiots would become dear to him. Standing in front of his comrades, the young man realized that he would never have managed alone. Looking back, the hero realized that the coordinated work of the Wudang sect also helped him realize this. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head with his hand. His comrades suddenly opened their mouths when the boy said that they all tried very hard. The young man looked at them when they said that he seemed to have gone crazy. The hero exhaled. Imagining his sect, the protagonist realized that he would no longer be alone, because as long as Huashan existed and the world knew about its teachings, its will would not disappear even after 100 years. Memories of how they stood at the cliff with Sahong appeared in his head again. The leaves flew into the air as the boy realized that there was no need to yearn for the past, because what his comrade had risked his life for was now with him. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young man realized that being in the Huashan sect was like standing shoulder to shoulder with its ancestors. The protagonist turned his head. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist addressed them. Smiling, the boy said that it was time for them to return home. The Huashan territory was visible in the distance. Someone was holding a piece of paper in their hands. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, noted that this was precisely why the swordsman was such a dangerous place, because it was all because of banal greed. The assistant, frowning, said that such things should not be allowed to go unpunished, and on the contrary, the children should be properly scolded. The protege, with his mouth wide open, explained that not long ago their sect had nothing but its former glory, but now that they were starting from scratch, it didn't matter, because the most valuable thing they had was their students. Hyun-san, looking at him, explained that they had to understand that their safety was much more important than their profit, and the leader agreed with him and added that he would definitely talk to them when they returned. The second assistant, with his mouth open, asked if their achievements were not worthy of respect, because this time they really tried hard. The leader, smiling broadly, said that it was true and they should definitely be praised. Looking at the letter, the leader realized that the children had done an amazing job. Holding it in his hands, the old man knew that big changes awaited them ahead. The assistant exhaled. Suddenly, the man looked to the side. Rising from his chair, his ward asked if they heard. The leader, smiling, listened to someone say that they had apparently returned. They all went outside. When someone said that they were extremely nimble, and judging by the clatter, they were running with all their might, the leader replied that he himself did not know what was causing such a rush. Ungam, walking behind, understood that perhaps the leader was embarrassed to run so much towards his students. There was a smile on the old man's face as the man realized that such joy should be shown when it was so eager to come out. Standing in front of the doors, they all realized that the day had finally arrived, the day when they would all be able to mark the milestone on the path to success together. They looked at the gate. Looking at it, they knew that they would soon enter. The assistant, closing his eyes, realized that their footsteps were already getting closer. Opening his mouth, the man realized that these steps were extremely fast and light. Opening his eyes wider, the fighter thought that they were even too fast. Suddenly, they broke through the gate, then the elder shouted a question about why they had broken down the doors. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they had finally returned. The students suddenly grabbed the elders. They quickly ran across the entire school grounds. They were heading for the head's pavilion. Someone suddenly took out a blade. The two companions stood in front of the stairs and told the other disciples not to come near, while the students could not understand what had happened to them and why they had dragged the leader away. Ghoul clenched his teeth as someone asked if they had really gone wild. One of the pavilions appeared and a shout was heard asking if this was really the thing. There was a box on the table and someone was shouting that it was hard to believe their eyes. The leader, with his mouth wide open, shouted out a question about whether the true energy technique was in there. The boy, bowing his head, explained that they had walked from Nanyang for several days without closing their eyes. Remembering the other people, the hero said that everyone around seemed like thieves. The young man, with his mouth wide open, also added that thanks to his persistent efforts, they were not caught and therefore no one knows that the true energy technique is now in the Huashan sect. The old man pursed his lips. They began to open the box. The leader started shouting with his eyes wide open. The assistant standing behind him was talking about an incredible color. Suddenly the door started to open and someone said that they needed to eat first. Someone's gaze was directed towards the door. Baekchan suddenly stood on the table. Another assistant was standing in the doorway. His gaze was directed straight at the box. The hero also looked at this person. Rubbing his hand to his beard, the ward started to laugh. Smiling widely, Henning asked what they were doing here. The pavilion appeared again and a shout was heard asking if this was really a true energy technique. A certain person put his hand on the paper. The old man looked at the assistant and asked him to say something. Ungak, with his mouth open, explained that from what he had managed to read, this really was a description of the true energy technique. The doctor, imagining some plants against the background of this thing, said that secret techniques of the highest level were prescribed here. Those who were not subject to it could understand, but if they strictly followed the instructions, they would definitely be able to create the elixir of eternity. The head, exhaling, noted that they then only had to get the ingredients. His eyes suddenly opened wider when the doctor said that it was impossible. The assistant, jumping up from his chair, shouted out a question about what the hell he was talking about, because he really decided to joke about him. The interlocutor replied that the pill really could be created, and anyone who knew what he was dealing with could handle it. Henan, blushing with anger, shouted a question about what the problem was then, because he really couldn't do it, or he decided to back out due to a lack of skills. The assistant's mouth was still open when the interlocutor explained that the problem was the cost of the ingredients. They all stood silently at the table. The leader squinted at the assistant. The doctor, with his mouth open, explained that he meant exorbitant amounts, because if they were aiming for large volumes, then they might have to sell the sect, since even the enterprise in Hawaiian would not cover the costs. Then the assistant shouted a question about what kind of golden elixir it was. The doctor, with his mouth open, asked about what he wanted then, since even Shaolin, which was rolling in money, would have a hard time creating even a couple of such pills, and considering that we were talking about a drug of the highest value, the fee was low enough and the immortal Yak's son was experienced enough to create it, since if it were someone else in his place, the price would be 10 times higher. Henan, with his mouth open, asked again about this. Raising his hand, the assistant asked about how much money they needed then, since Huashan had not been in poverty for a long time. The doctor put his other hand on the abacus. The man began to move them, talking about some cheapest option at market price. Henning's eyes widened as the man spoke about adding up various amounts. His mouth also opened wide. The assistant jumped up from his chair, shouting that they should get rid of this damned instruction, since the immortal doctor was probably suffering from dementia and this was not a treasure but real poison, and the leader asked if it would really be that difficult. The leader, looking forward, listened to the cry of his ward that it was simply impossible, since even creating one pill would take all of Huang's property and at this rate, they would only have to join the beggar sect. Henning slammed his hands on the table and shouted that they simply could not allow this to happen, since they could not eradicate a sect for the sake of creating some pill, and as the head of finance, he could not allow this to happen. The leader, closing his eyes, said that he heard his ward. Suddenly, the young man grabbed his clothes. Glowing spheres immediately flew out. The leader raised his head and asked if these were glowing pearls. The head of finance, with his mouth wide open, said that there were a lot of them. The hero, grinning, explained that they were now rich. The finance pavilion was visible, and the boy realized that with the help of the Milky Way Trade Guild, the issue of ingredients had been quickly resolved. The man held a piece of paper in his hands. The merchant, with his mouth slightly open, asked where they intended to use all of this. Henning, holding a glass in his hands, explained that after regaining their former authority, the Huashan sect was going to resume producing plum blossom pills. Zhongyi, looking at the document again, asked if this meant that all they had to do was provide the materials. Suddenly, the man looked up when the other man explained that they would need one more thing. Henning, raising his glass, asked the man to keep it a secret, and the other man asked why. Sitting at the table, the head of finance said that Jianghu was an extremely violent place, and that the Huashan sect was already under too many eyes, and they had already been involved in a conflict with Zhongyan, and then there was a small incident with the Wudong sect. The merchant, looking ahead, thought of Wudong. The head was drinking tea when suddenly the other person asked if the rumors about Huashan disciples entering the sword tomb were true. The merchant looked at him when he answered in the affirmative. After introducing these disciples, Zhongyi remembered that there were rumors that during the collapse of the tomb, the disciples of this sect helped everyone choose, and that they defeated famous martial artists. He also remembered the protagonist and realized that the name of the divine dragon was mentioned most often, and after the Zhonghua meeting, his reputation continued to gain momentum, and perhaps the rumors that he was not inferior in strength to the head of the Wudong sect were exaggerated, but since they appeared, it can be assumed that the divine dragon showed a high level of martial arts. Having presented the sign of the Huashan sect, the merchant also understood that as soon as the people found out that the sect was trying to create its own elixir, many sects would immediately change their attitude towards it, and this would cause a lot of trouble for Huashan, and that is why it was necessary to keep its plans a secret. The man, with his mouth open, explained that they could not worry, since the trading guild valued the trust of its customers, and in return was ready to fulfill any wishes. Having handed over a piece of paper, Zhongyi also noted that they would need a considerable amount of money to obtain these materials. The assistant took out a certain box. There were these pearls in it, and he said that they were ready to make a full advance payment. The merchant, with his mouth wide open, asked if this thing was a sacred pearl. Looking at them, Zhongyi said that they were extremely large and also of excellent quality, and therefore each of them was valued more than precious stones. Hen looked at him and asked if it was enough, and the other man answered affirmatively and explained that they should first evaluate the pearls, but they could immediately say that half would be enough to pay. The head of finance grinned and asked if it was true and realized that the other man was not going to steal and asked him to sell the other half and return the proceeds to the Huashan sect. The merchant opened his mouth and asked if they wanted to entrust him with such an important matter, and the other man answered that they were practically family and had no one to trust. The two men closed their eyes and began to laugh. Zhongyi opened his mouth and asked what they thought of the price of the pearls. The assistant squinted and said that it was unimportant and that he should agree to whatever they offered him. The merchant opened his mouth and listened to the other man's words about how they would rely on his good faith. Squinting, the guest realized that he was clearly hinting that he needed to earn as much as possible on these stones. A pavilion appeared and the words of the merchant were heard that he should quickly evaluate the pearls and compare them with the market value, and also added that the secret of the sect would remain hidden, and the interlocutor replied that he was glad that they could rely on a comrade. Standing at the exit, the head of finance said goodbye to the guest. Henan went inside. The man stepped over a piece of the gate. He entered the territory of the sect. The assistant, without turning around, shuddered. Suddenly a wide smile appeared on his face. The man, throwing back his head, began to laugh. The head also smiled widely, laughing. Hyunsen also smiled and laughed. So did another assistant. The guy had the same smile on his face. They all laughed, smiling widely. The elder was drinking something when someone said that everyone in the sect would go crazy. The student, with his mouth open, said that the masters and elders were acting too suspiciously and asked why they started laughing for no reason. Remembering the hero and his question about whether the fighter was okay, the young man explained that even he asked about his health and looked genuinely worried. The comrade, looking down, noted that he had heard rumors that they had managed to defeat the sword dragon and that Chongmian had fought equally with the head of the Wudong sect. Baekchan, with his eyes closed, listened to his comrade's question about what had happened to them in general. Looking at him, the elder explained that he could not answer all of his questions and added that there was nothing to worry about, because now they were all working for the good of the sect and the students, but they could not tell the others the truth yet. The student, looking at his comrade, said that he understood his confusion, but they would find out everything when the time came, but for now they should do what they could. The comrade, closing his eyes, said that he was sorry, because the student apparently did not trust them anymore, and apparently the hero had become more important and authoritative for him, although they had been through so much together. The elder opened his mouth and started to say something. The comrade's eyes widened after the interlocutor asked if he was really saying that he was dissatisfied with something. The student, making an angry face, repeated that they would find out everything later, while the comrade noted that at that moment he looked like the protagonist. A mountain appeared when the young man realized that 2 years had passed since the Zhonghua meeting. Zhong, approaching him, said that the leader wanted to see him. Ghoul was lying under a stone when the comrade noted that the leader wanted to see him too. They stood in front of the entrance to the leader's pavilion, and words were heard from inside that they could enter. The student opened the door. Inside were the elders and masters. The hero looked inside. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. Huang looked at the boy and asked how he was doing. The boy immediately shook his hand, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and also asked about his condition. The merchant said that he was doing fine, and thanks to the boy's efforts he had no problems. The protagonist noted that he looked just fine, as if he had even grown younger. The leader, opening his mouth, said that the hero came as the merchant asked. They all gathered at the table when someone asked a question about what Huang wanted to tell them. The old man, looking at the others, explained that the reason he had to visit them personally was because of their recent assignment. The leader, looking ahead, asked if there were any problems. Huang placed his hand on the table. The guest, bowing his head, apologized for the fact that with the current capabilities of the Milky Way sect, they could not fulfill their request. The boy, opening his mouth, asked again. The boy looked at him and asked why this happened, and the guest explained that no guild in the world could handle this task. The protagonist's eyes were wide open when the merchant said that they would be refused by everyone they turned to. His eyes widened further in confusion as to what they were supposed to do with the pill now. A pavilion appeared and shouts came from it asking what it meant that they couldn't do it, because nothing was impossible in the world, and even if it was difficult, they still had to do it. The leader, squinting, asked to calm him down. His charges pinned him to the ground while the boy shouted a question about what he had done wrong. Huang looked at them silently. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked if the problem was in the ice crystals and noted that he had heard that they were mined in the harshest depths of the northern sea and therefore knew that it would not be easy to get them. The merchant looked at him and agreed with him, and explained that they were extremely difficult to buy, because they were under the control of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, but the Milky Way Guild could handle it. Taking out a certain book, the old man said that the problem was not with the crystals. Showing a drawing of the grass, the guest explained that the problem was with the so-called purple grass. The leader, sitting at the table, noted that he remembered that it was in the recipe, but did not pay much attention to it and asked whether it was so valuable or expensive. The merchant, closing his eyes, answered negatively. Introducing this grass, the old man said that although the purple grass is a rare ingredient that can only be found in certain places, it is a completely ordinary grass that has no medicinal value. Then someone asked about what caused the problems then. Then Huang asked whether the leader had heard of the 5 palaces beyond the Great Wall. The leader opened his mouth. After imagining the 5 symbols, Hyunjong remembered that these were the 5 factions located outside the Central Plains, each of which had the same power as the 9 great sects, and together they formed an alliance. After imagining one of the symbols, the old man knew that there was the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. He also remembered another symbol, which meant the Bloody Palace of Mara. He also remembered the Golden Sign, which meant the Patala Palace. He also remembered the Red Element, which meant the Palace of the Southern Sun. And he remembered another element, which meant the Nan-Man Beast Palace. The merchant, opening his eyes, began to say something. After imagining the last symbol, the old man explained that the problem was precisely in the Nan-Man Beast Palace. The roof of the pavilion appeared and someone asked what he meant. Standing near the table, the guest said that this herb grows deep in the valleys of Yunnan and in the past it was easy to get, since you only had to go to this place and buy it or collect it yourself. But now the road to the place where it grows is completely blocked. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked again. The interlocutor, raising his hand, explained that the Nan-Man Beast Palace was to blame for everything, since they not only blocked the path to the purple herb, but also forbade the inhabitants of the Central Plains to spread their influence over their territory. The leader asked whether they did this without the consent of the other sects, because was such a thing really possible? Introducing a certain tribe, the merchant said that there was no point in looking for common sense in the actions of the Nan-Man, since their martial arts masters and armed groups imagine themselves to be kings and, having occupied the territory, rule it as they please and the state is not able to take them under control. The leader, with his mouth open, asked what the meaning of their actions was then and why they blocked the road in the first place. The guest narrowed his eyes. Imagining the warriors of this state fighting with someone, the old man explained that the relationship between the Nan-Man Beast Palace and the Central Plains had deteriorated sharply after the attack of the demonic cult, since the 5 palaces had asked the Central Plains for help when the demonic cult made its first raids on their territory, but none of the sects supported them. Because the reason was that the sects did not want to waste their strength on protecting what was outside the Central Plains. The hero, lying on the table, realized what the matter was. Having presented the map, the guy understood that after finishing them off, the demonic cult moved north and in the end there was no one left who could help them. Presenting a cross made with weapons, the merchant explained that after the defeat of the demon cult, the Nan-Man Beast Palace cut off all ties with the people of the Central Plains. But this was not enough for them, so they forbade outsiders from setting foot on their land. The old man, standing in front of the table, also noted that as a result, many sects suffered significant losses, as they were left without the famous Yunnan tea, and the problem was that it was one of the largest sources of income for merchants in Shanxi and Sichuan. But now the trade route with Yunnan was blocked. The elder, with his mouth open, asked if this meant that they had enough power to force the merchants to give up such a huge profit, and the guest answered in the affirmative. Bowing his head, the old man explained that they would be able to provide them with all the other ingredients, but they were unable to obtain the purple herb, and the leader said that it was not worth apologizing for. After all, it was not his fault. Turning his head, the leader turned to the doctor. Opening his mouth, the leader asked if he could cope without this herb and if he would be able to create a pill without it. The man, looking down, apologized. Presenting a vat of elixir, Ungak explained that without the perfect combination of ingredients and strict adherence to the recipe, it was impossible to repeat it, since the absence of even one element, or the wrong proportions would not lead to anything good. Raising his hand, the assistant also said that without this herb, his hands were tied. The leader grabbed his beard. The hero, raising his head, asked if they wanted to say that the Nan-Man Beast Palace was offended and therefore would not share a couple of blades of grass with them. The young man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he would send these damn bastards to hell. The leader, also opening his mouth, ordered to calm him down. 2 of his charges were already reaching for him. They reached their hands for him. The young man, punching the floor with his fist, shouted that they were blocking the road. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that they should see if they could continue to do this with their heads broken. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero addressed the leader. Frowning, the boy said that he would destroy them and get the grass, and the elder shouted a question about whether he was completely crazy, because he really didn't realize who he was going to attack, since they were not called the Beast Palace for nothing. Sitting against the wall, the comrade explained that even 10 lives would not be enough for the boy to deal with them, and the latter asked him not to worry about him. Raising his fist, the protagonist shouted again that he needed to worry about those who would soon be beaten out of their spirit. Ghoul, raising his hand, asked for permission to ask and asked if they could hire people from other regions, since Yunnan forbids entry to residents of the Central Plains. The student, with his mouth slightly open, asked if they could assign this task to someone else. The merchant narrowed his eyes. Looking at this disciple, the old man guessed that his thinking was similar to that of a merchant. Standing in front of the table, Huang explained that they had already tried and failed. Imagining people putting various seals, the guest explained that Western merchants were forced to swear an oath not to sell anything to them, and those who violated it were forbidden to enter Yunnan, because if they were caught, they would be executed. Imagining this country on a map, the merchant also explained that the place where the grass grew was located near the territory of the Nanman Beast Palace, and the passage there was closed even to Westerners, so they would not be able to help them. The disciple, with his mouth slightly open, said that everything was clear to him now. The young man, with his mouth wide open, said that everything was decided then and that they were going to Yunnan to force these bastards to give them the grass, while Zhong said that this was still the Beast Palace, and the hero shouted that they were from the Huashan sect after all. The leader, looking ahead, thought about it. Imagining this grass, the old man understood that it was simply necessary to get it, because the guys had put so much effort into getting this rare recipe for the elixir of eternity, so they should not stop halfway. Looking at the protagonist, the leader also understood that they had to see it through to the end, even if it took all the strength of the sect. The protagonist opened his mouth when he was called out. The leader, looking at him, asked if he could do it. The old man, with his hands on the table, explained that he understood that this was a risky undertaking, but the result was more important to everyone here, and that was why this question was being asked. A smirk appeared on the boy's face when the leader asked him if he would be able to get the purple herb and come back safe and sound. The hero punched his chest. The boy opened his mouth and said that of course he would. The leader also smiled when he told him not to worry, because he would be able to beat their faces and come back with all the herb. Hunan's mouth opened wide when the leader told him to pack his things for the trip. Imagining the place on the map, Hyunjong explained that the boy would be going to Yunnan. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, agreed with him. Immediately after, the assistant glanced at the hero. Getting up from his chair, the head of finance asked if he and the leader could talk alone. They stood behind the fence. The assistant asked if the leader was really ready to put the children in danger again. The same one answered that he knew it would be better if one of the elders went with them, but they would most likely be left to their own devices. The protege raised his hands and exclaimed that he had not spoken about that at all. Henan, with his mouth wide open, explained that by entrusting them with such a dangerous mission, they should take precautions, because something could go wrong at any moment. He asked again. The leader grabbed his beard with his hand. Raising his finger, the assistant asked the chief to give something to the hero. He asked again. Frowning, the protege answered affirmatively. Opening his eyes wider, he explained that they should give him an excellent pill. The chief smiled. All the students were standing in line. The hero looked down at something. There were some pills lying there, and someone told them to eat them. Zhang, with his mouth wide open, asked if they really could eat them, and the elder asked if the student was asking them to eat them. The disciple, looking at him, noted that this is usually done, because the elders eat first, and he said that the fighter was probably familiar with manners. The warrior, with his mouth slightly open, listened to the words of the assistant about how there was no point in wasting such a valuable thing on the elderly, because they only had a short time left to live, but they were still young and in the end they had obtained the recipe and therefore they had the right to try first. The elder, also with his mouth open, listened to Henan's words about how even if the pills were intended for them, they would still give them to the best disciples and therefore everything was fine, and they should not waste time thinking. The old man, sitting in front of them, explained that even if they ate 5 pieces, there would still be 15 left, and this would be more than enough for research. The leader raised his hand to his face. Smiling, the leader said that this was a trifle, because they should better focus on how to get the grass in the Yunnan Valley. The leader held his hands out in front of him and said that even like that, there was no guarantee that the disciples would be able to get the purple grass, while the elder shouted a question about when he became such a coward and whether he was really the leader of the Huashan sect. The elder, blushing with anger, shouted at him not to forget that without a strong ally, the other children might also suffer. They recalled each other's angry glances and the leader realized what he meant. Someone took a pill in his hand and said that he would eat it. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, asked if they should just swallow it. The leader looked at him. Immediately after, the old man lowered his gaze. The leader closed his eyes and thought that he was definitely doing the right thing and suddenly suggested that what if they were unable to create new pills and in that case, they should save the remaining ones in case the children were hurt while carrying out such a dangerous mission. Henning jumped up from his chair and told them to eat them. The elder, with his mouth wide open, said that if they did not take care of themselves now, they would risk getting into trouble. The elder, with his hands in front of him, said that he would never forget the generosity of his brothers and leaders. They all put their hands in front of them, thanking them for their blessing. The elder, looking at them, asked what they had done here. The old man narrowed his eyes. Looking at the protagonist, Henning realized that one of them was still not ready to surrender to high morality. The others also began to take pills. All the students began to sit on the floor. The two old men looked at them. Baekhyun held it in his hands. Immediately after, the elder brought it to his mouth. The others did the same. The protagonist had already taken the pill in his mouth. Immediately after, the young man swallowed it. A bright green glow was moving inside one of them. It began to melt. A small green dot was falling somewhere. It was heading straight for the water. The water began to spill. The elder suddenly clenched his teeth. Imagining the whirlpool, the student realized that it was an extremely overwhelming feeling of heaviness, as if an electric current were running through his entire body. Gritting his teeth harder, the fighter knew that if he opened his mouth, the energy would burst out. Once again, a whirlpool appeared, rising upward, and the warrior realized that if he relaxed his body would simply be thrown up. Immediately after, the boy imagined himself in water form and understood what the effect of the true energy pill was. Squeezing his eyelids, the student knew that he needed to concentrate, since he could not waste time on aimless thoughts. Squeezing his fist hard, the student realized that he needed to subdue this endlessly growing energy. The veins on his neck swelled and the boy noticed it immediately. His body glowed blue when he thought about this power flowing inside his body, purifying it, but not touching the blood vessels. The girl's face was covered in this blue aura. The same was true for Gul. John was also covered in it. The elder, pursing his lip, realized that he began to feel the power. The energy was even in his fingertips. Frowning, Baekhyun realized that the energy waves were dying down. They all opened their eyes, realizing that their bodies were overflowing with new power. Imagining the waves, some of them thought that a little more and they could suffocate. But even now he did not have the ability to turn this waterfall-like energy into action. Since time immemorial, it took time for the spiritual energy to merge with the body. Imagining the whirlpool again, the elder knew that if this process was delayed, the body would simply reject it, so it was important to place it in the very heart and preserve it. Suddenly, a bright flash began to engulf this whirlpool. A bright point appeared on the student's body. Immediately after, the boy exhaled. The student unclenched his fist. Looking at it, the fighter realized that he had managed to feel the power. Closing his eyes, the warrior realized that his eyes had become sharper, and the rustling of the leaves of distant trees reached his ears, and the air filled his lungs with a pleasant coolness. The student smiled and thought that with a little effort he could move mountains. His eyes glowed bright blue, and he felt a sense of colossal elation. The two leaders opened their eyes wide when the elder addressed them. Looking at the leader's face, the boy called out to him again. The student immediately turned his head. Suddenly, his eyes also opened wide. Looking at the hero, the warrior shouted a question about why he was flying at all. A five-colored glow burst out through his teeth and someone shouted about it. The leader, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he simply did not believe his eyes. Suddenly, something began to rise into the air. The elder also opened his eyes wide. Some energy was gathering around the protagonist when someone shouted that something serious was happening and a question was also heard about what was happening to him. Light illuminated the leader's face when he shouted something. A certain student was sitting on one of the rocks, thinking that for some reason his mood was bad. Looking down, Paeksun knew that instead of feeling rested, he was overcome with weakness. Thinking back to those students, the boy remembered that they had just returned from Nanyang, and since then the atmosphere in the sect had changed. Thinking back to the happy faces of all those people, the young man remembered that even the older ones, including the leader, were acting strangely, since they might have accomplished something great. Breathing out, the student realized that there was no point in denying that the Huashan sect was now better than before, when the disciples could only eat meat a few times a year, but sometimes he had to terribly miss the old sect. Still sitting on the rock, the warrior realized that he missed the times when the feeling of purity and greatness was still alive. One of the pavilions was shining brightly as the boy thought that since the five of them had returned to the sect, the elder had been calling them out constantly, and no one could deny Kianmayan's power. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking at the pavilion, the student tried to understand what kind of glow was coming from this building. Suddenly, it began to break. The glow was breaking through the walls of the building. A bright light appeared right from its center. The student, with his mouth open, said that this was a sacred place. The light illuminated everything around. Dust rose into the air. The pavilion shattered into many pieces. The elder lying on the ground said that this psycho was giving him headaches. The leader's eyes were still wide open. Hunan, holding his shoulder, asked how he was able to destroy an entire pavilion, while the leader thought that his house had shattered into pieces and that it was probably all over. The elder, squinting, said that they would have to build a new pavilion. They were still sitting in the rubble. The leader, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was not important now and asked what happened to the hero. His silhouette appeared in the middle. His pants were torn. His mouth was open. All his clothes were torn. Chunmian stood in the middle of the destroyed road. The protagonist was instantly surprised. Baekshun was lying in the middle of the destruction. Ghoul was also lying nearby. Indignant, the young man asked who attacked the pavilion, after which he heard the answer that he himself had destroyed the pavilion. Looking at the man standing next to him, the man turned to him. Frowning, Hyunyong asked if the light emanating from the young man was Five Command. Bowing his head, Hyunjang answered that the light was different from the one they knew. Remembering the glowing guy, the leader asked what had happened then. Recalling the moment with the dark-haired man hovering in the sky, the old man said that, in any case, they had witnessed something truly extraordinary, after which he heard the response that one way or another, the true energy pill had given its effect. Frowning deeply, the sectarian replied that it was visible to the naked eye. The leader's eyes widened after hearing the question of how strong the boy had become. The head of the school frowned slightly. Looking at his hand, the fighter said that his strength had undoubtedly increased. Continuing to stand in the same pose, he added that his strength had increased several times. In an instant, the swordsman punched the air. The student stood in this position for some time. Looking at his hand again, the student thought that the pill had filled his body with a very small amount of energy. Remembering the aura, the protagonist thought that its level was very high. Clenching his fist, the boy thought that nothing could compare. In the end, he couldn't even collect half of the aura, so he had to give up the rest, but it was enough. Smiling, the sectarian realized that everything had changed. Pure energy was visible in his body, while the young man thought about how it turned out to be possible to increase the supply of pure energy so quickly. The elder, standing nearby, asked his ward if he felt the effect, to which he received a positive answer. The hero squeezed something in his hands. The protagonist looked at a certain object in his hands. Closing his eyes, the dark-haired man asked if he could eat a couple more pills from the box, because nothing terrible had happened. Abruptly putting the box aside, the Janmun shouted that no one knew what lay ahead, and the sect was not yet strong enough. If someone was hurt, he could only be saved with the help of these pills. Closing his eyes, the old man shouted that it was still unknown whether it would be possible to create new ones. Chongmyan watched attentively. The swordsman, closing his eyes, asked if they would save the pills for an emergency, after which the interlocutor thought that he did not like this intonation. Putting his hands in front of him, the warrior said that he was immensely grateful to them. Putting his palm to his chest, the student continued that Yunnan was very dangerous. Stretching his other palm to the sky, the fighter also added that you never know what awaits you in the terrible world, and for the sake of the Huashan sect, he is ready to give his life. Bowing down, the protagonist asked them to just imagine. Holding his friend in his arms, he said that he would not close his eyes from regret for the rest of his days if the unfortunate Baekchan, having gone to such a terrible place, was injured and died. Putting forward one finger, the dark-haired one said that in order to avoid this, just one pill would be enough. The next second, putting out 3 fingers, the sect member said that just 3 pills would be enough. Having already put up 5 fingers, the student said a maximum of 5 pills, to which he heard the question why the number was growing. Sharply opening his eyes, the student muttered that he would be able to get his friend back on his feet if they took 5 more pills with them. The elder was frightened by what he heard. The roof of the Huashan sect building was visible. In his hands was an open box. Looking into the box, the head of the school called the pills precious. Angry at his protege, Hyunjan shouted that he himself stole the pills, and now he was thanking him. The head tried to break free from the man's grip. The hero raised his fist to his face. Standing not far from the 3 boys, the Janmun said that they had a difficult journey ahead of them. Showing a bag of pills, the protagonist asked them not to worry, because with this bag they would definitely not be lost. The swordsman smiled broadly. Hearing his name, the young man was surprised. The elder carefully watched the boy. The man exhaled. The boy smiled when he heard the phrase that the old man was embarrassed that he continued to give such difficult tasks, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of the feeling of regret. The leader was surprised to hear himself addressed. Raising an eyebrow, the fighter asked what he really was. The man watched silently. The elder sighed again. Without moving from his place, the commander answered that he was right. Imagining the image of his student, Hyunjang thought about how sometimes the boy upset him, and sometimes he lost his temper. But this is exactly what he liked about him, his wise outlook on things, how the mentor sometimes felt like a child next to him, although much older. Relaxing his face, Jamin thought about how much time had passed since his protege joined the sect, but he still wondered. Looking at the dark-haired man, he wondered how so many different qualities could fit into one person. Still standing at a distance, the hero said that the people of the Central Plains were famous for their eccentric and withdrawn nature, but it seemed that the archers of the Beast Palace were so strange and rude that universal laws did not apply to them. Smiling, Chongmyan asked not to worry, because the only difficulty was the long road. The young man pointed his finger at the sword. Showing the sword, the guy said that there was a solution to any problem, after which the mentor wondered whether it was worth sending him. Folding his hands, Baekchan asked not to worry, since the people of the Beast Palace were not the kind of people who did not know how to solve problems through conversation. Looking at his interlocutor, the elder thought that looking at him, The heaviness in his heart melts, like snow in the sun. Standing in the same position, the dark-haired man added that they would do everything possible to avoid the use of force, when suddenly his friend added that they would impale their heads and impale them on stakes. The protagonist grimaced and asked why he thought wars broke out when he said everything could be resolved through dialogue. The fighter got angry and shouted back that wars happened because of people like Kianmayan, because if only people like him walked the earth, they wouldn't be able to get along. Looking at the sky, the leader thought that there was no turning back. The hero turned around when he heard his name. The warrior folded his hands in front of him again. Smiling, the old man said that from now on, the young man was his deputy. The guy, surprised, said that it was a great honor for him to hear the phrase that he would carry the will of Huashan at the negotiations. Every word spoken would be on behalf of the leader. Smiling, Hyunjong added that he was sure he could handle it. The swordsman silently looked at his interlocutor. The next moment, he bowed his head, saying that he agreed. Looking at the boys leaving, the mentor thought that this happens with any experience. You can't help but be afraid of what you have to do for the first time. Only when you can step over your fear, taking steps one after another, the boundaries of the world expand. The man, standing nearby, asked if he regretted sending them to such a dangerous place, because they could have sent one of the elders after them. Frowning, Henan asked what this reasoning was for, and what was the point if they went with them. Turning around, the manager asked what they had done so special. The hero, staring ahead, continued that looking at the young, the old will always feel anxious and distrustful, but trying to interfere will only slow down their growth. Looking at the interlocutor, Unam asked since when he trusted them so much. Not changing his position, the sectarian replied that he simply knew that they were better than him. Also without changing his position, the Janmun thought that everyone went through this. The experience of losing students makes itself felt. While all three stood quietly, one of them commanded out loud to protect the Huashan ancestors of the young. Clouds slowly floated across the sky. The head of the school alone continued to look into the distance. The man sighed. A second later, Hyunjong turned around to leave. Taking a step, the hero asked to stop him. Leaning his palms on his knees, the stranger asked to accept him and not drive him away. The head was very surprised. The big man, exhaling, said that he was here to fulfill the promise given to the divine dragon. Clouds floated above the Milky Way guild building. Someone said that he wanted to help the allies. Baekshun opened his mouth in surprise and asked if they would really go for this. There was a carriage with horses on the road. Shongi said that a person familiar with the difficult route to Yunnan would accompany the members of the sect. The protagonist assumed that it cost a lot of money. The boy smiled and said that this was too much. The man explained that it was their fault that they were going on such a difficult journey because they could not fulfill their end of the bargain to the end, and asked his friend to accept this help. Kianmayan stroked the horse and doubted that it would be of much use. The boy said that they would get there faster if they ran. The boys opened their mouths in anger and asked him not to say so. Isel narrowed her eyes in irritation while her comrades were arguing about the horses. The old man closed his eyes and decided that the divine dragon would actually be able to outrun the horse. The heroes turned around and looked at him. The master guessed that they would have a hard time keeping up with their leader, and explained that he wanted to save them some energy on the journey. A path was drawn between the 2 points on the map. The teacher said that their men would prepare the horses and wait for the boys at station so that they could change teams, and decided that this would shorten the journey to Yunnan. The righteous sword punched his palm and thanked Zhongli for his kindness and help. The sect members entered the carriage. The disciple declared that they had no time to lose. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Chumyan closed his eyes and thought. He crossed his arms over his chest and did not enter the carriage. The boy looked up and decided that it would actually be better this way. His friends wondered where he suddenly got so much confidence from. The boy nevertheless entered the carriage. The man noticed that they got along very well. Liwa took the reins and announced that they were leaving. The carriage moved. The divine dragon smiled broadly and promised to return. The old man folded his hands together and looked at him confidently. Suddenly, the master frowned. The carriage left the city. The teacher thought that even this disciple would have a hard time conquering this place, and he realized that he would not like any warnings and parting words. The teacher imagined the tiger opening its mouth and wished for the children to return from the predator's lair safe and sound. The driver sat on the carriage. It was traveling along a mountain road. Soon the heroes stopped and went outside. Then the carriage set off again. Someone asked what the Nanman Beast Palace was like. Frowning, Baekshun replied that he knew little about it and suggested that they stop by the Sichuan branch to find out at least something, keeping the purpose of their trip a secret. Raising his eyebrows, Zhang said that the creation of true energy pills was of great importance, and reminded them that even in the old days, when the central plains were open, it was already difficult to obtain any information. The boy presented a black symbol and decided that they would not be able to find out anything about the Nanman Beast Palace. The righteous sword said that, according to rumors, divine beasts were tamed there. Lying on the floor, the protagonist asked if it mattered. The youth looked at him in surprise when Qianmayang stated that regardless of whether they controlled the beasts themselves or not, it was not what kind of people they were, but how strong they were. Ghoul raised his eyebrows and said that none of the new palaces could match the Nan Man in fighting power. Turning to him, the student suggested that in the past, these rumors might have been true, but things could have changed, and asked if one of the palaces had not collapsed during the time of the demonic cult's foundation. Squinting, the boy thought that the situation would not have been so bad if it weren't for the ice palace of the Northern Sea, and realized that in the past, the demonic cult's main targets were not the palaces of the Central Plains, but the factions outside of them. The city was in flames when they attacked the Central Plains. The villains began to destroy the palaces one by one. But the ice palace of the Northern Sea was much further away than the others, which is why it was not touched. Sitting on the bench, the warrior suggested that in this case, everything might be a little simpler. The protagonist opened one eye. Chunmian looked out the window and asked Liwa to stop for a snack. The carriage was traveling through the mountains. The man said that a little further along the way there would be a village and offered to stop there, but the boy insisted on his own. Baekchan asked why he suddenly decided to make a stop. The guy headed for the exit and replied that he had something to do. The guys looked at each other in confusion. They got out of the carriage and went down to the ground. John looked back and asked why his friend left his things inside. Ghoul said that they would probably return soon. The young man raised one eyebrow and suggested that he did not take anything with him at all. The student's eyes widened in surprise when his companion said that he had not seen his things in the carriage. The boys lined up and asked why they were out. The divine dragon repeated that they had something to do. The warrior folded his hands behind his back. The swordsman frowned tensely when he was called out. The protagonist looked at him and asked how much he had done in the sword tomb. Clouds floated across the sky. Baekchan thought about this question. The youth looked down and stated that he was a burden, as much as he did not want to admit it. Kianmayan raised his eyebrows suspiciously. The boys stood by the carriage. The work they were given was becoming more and more dangerous, and they were all struggling to keep up with their leader. The righteous sword clenched his fist and realized that this was their reality. The heroes looked ahead with confidence. The boy explained that Yunnan could be much more dangerous, and that given the number of dead and injured in the sword tomb, their lives could also be in danger. Frowning, the student said that they already knew this and asked how it was possible to improve one's abilities on the fly in such a short time. The boy looked at him sternly, and reminded him that he had eaten the true energy pill. A blue aura swirled around the warrior. The swordsman walked past him and explained that he needed to digest the elixir to become twice as strong. Baekchan opened his mouth wide and said that it would take him at least a few years to double his energy. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that a month would be enough. The boy looked at him in shock and asked how such a thing was even possible. Kianmayan put his hand behind his back and asked if he had ever lied to them. Standing by the carriage, the righteous sword asked what he needed to do to make it work. The boy said it would be very simple. Smiling, the student asked him to tell him everything and said that he could withstand any hardship if he could become stronger in such a short period of time. The boy took off his robe and asked if he knew about the term cast iron blood. The warrior asked what it was. The boys widened their eyes in shock when the divine dragon explained that it was a process where energy clogs the flow and then he releases it with a sharp blow. The cloak fell to the ground. The swordsman punched his palm and said that he wanted his friends to understand that feelings are just attachment. His crazy eyes lit up. Clouds floated above the pagoda. Sadeo took a sip and said that they could not do anything about the fact that the sword tomb was always empty. Sehen lowered his head and asked for his forgiveness. The man replied that it was not his fault. Sitting on the platform, the old man explained that excessive greed does not lead to anything good, and was glad that the sect managed to avoid significant damage. The elder looked down thoughtfully. The master grabbed the handle and concluded that he had been deceived. The mentor looked at his reflection and said that the man who left without leaving anything behind said that ignorance breeds vanity. The teacher looked up and added that there was one thing he still could not understand. The head of Wudang asked if the disciple Huashan was as brilliant as everyone said, and standing in front of him, the warrior confirmed it. The swordsman introduced the protagonist to the sword cemetery, and explained that the battle would have ended in his defeat if they had continued fighting, but the problem was that he did not know how long it would take for Qianmaying to calm down. Sudao narrowed his eyes and remembered Daksu. The man frowned and thought that physical fitness and luck would play a major role in the outcome of the battle. The old man picked up the cup and said that he was amused by the story of their battle. The master took a sip and called it amazing, but suggested that they leave the boy alone. Sehen looked at him tensely and asked if the leader was sure of his decision. Sitting opposite him, the master explained that Huashan was a sect in the past that almost took over Wudang, and said that they could not ignore the fact that such a genius had appeared among their disciples. The divine dragon stood in the darkness. The teacher explained that everyone has their limits, especially in a sect that had already failed once, and added that sooner or later the boy would tire of carrying such a heavy burden. The elder frowned and said that this was no ordinary child, because in addition to his obvious talent for martial arts, he had prudence and courage. In the memory, the protagonist punched Ghoul in the face. The head of Wudang noticed that his subordinate thought very highly of his enemy. Zhang opened his mouth furiously, The warrior told about how he tried to lure the protagonist to his side. The hand holding the bowl trembled when Sehen said that Qianmayan belonged only to the Huashan sect. Sadeo narrowed his eyes and realized that this was not only about the influence of the elder. The man looked at his subordinate and thought that the boy was confident in his words, since he gave such an answer. The old man sternly knitted his eyebrows. Baekshun rushed forward. The master said that even this did not change the essence of the matter, because a person, having strength, is able to improve only his own reputation. The boy hit the swordsman in the side. The mentor said that it is impossible for one person to restore an entire sect. The young man collapsed to the ground. The teacher explained that for such a goal it is necessary to combine the strength of many people, each of whom will clearly understand why he is doing this. Righteous Sword gritted his teeth. The Wudong leader concluded that even the most brilliant child would not be able to handle such a task. Suja placed the bowl on the table and suggested that they simply remain vigilant towards the Huashan sect. Sehen opened the door and asked what if the elder himself told the divine dragon that he could not lead the sect. The man looked after him and declared that this would not happen. The old man stood in the doorway as the master explained that talent was not something that could be used to grow an entire sect. The master left the room, the doors slamming behind him. Sitting on his bed, the master wondered what would happen if Chongmyung found out about everything, and decided that it had nothing to do with his talents and strength. Holding the bowl, the Wudong leader realized that all this could only be achieved through experience, so this knowledge would never be available to such a young disciple, and by the time the boy understood everything, he would have already lost all his current strength. Su Dao narrowed his eyes and decided that if a miracle happened, then maybe the Huashan sect would be able to surpass the Wudong. The divine dragon stood in front of his fallen comrade. The man smiled and said that this would never happen. The sun's rays illuminated the academy. In the evening, the sun set behind the mountains. In front of the carriage, there were traces of a battle. The wounded Zhong lay on the ground. The boy raised himself and wondered what was going on here. Some time ago, the disciple raised Ghoul and asked if his friend dared to call himself a man after this. The protagonist waved his hand and said that his voice was so weak that he could not hear anything. The warrior called him a real devil. Chunmian ran after him and asked him to repeat his words. The swordsman remembered how he fainted after another blow. Zhang fell to the ground again and said that he was too lazy to get up. Clouds were floating in the sky. The boy thought that when the sun rose and everyone woke up, this torture would happen again. The student spread his arms and realized that he was avoiding training, although he did not want to admit it. The warrior turned his head when he heard some noise. Ghoul was sitting nearby. The swordsman asked if everything was okay. The young man's eyes were full of tears. Huashan member asked what happened to him. His friend covered his eyes with his hands and said that his strength had increased. The student narrowed his eyes and wondered what they were talking about. Turning around, the fighter asked how else to explain the fact that all his wounds had healed so quickly, and concluded that now they should train even more and harder. Standing behind him, Zhang offered to test it. A blue aura enveloped his body. The boy clenched his fists and asked if their strength had really increased. Throwing up his hands, the warrior assumed that the divine dragon would stop hitting him if he knew about it, and was outraged that his body was getting stronger from the blows. Baekshun approached his comrades and explained that his crazy methods were actually effective. His face was covered in bruises. The swordsman asked if his friends were really not crazy. The protagonist got out of the carriage and asked what they were whispering about. The youth turned to him and replied that they were discussing the impressions of training, which really made them stronger. Qianmayan asked if it wasn't obvious. The boy scratched the back of his head and admitted that it was not easy for him either. Looking at him, Righteous Sword said that he still didn't understand why it worked. If the cast iron blood was supposed to be used to regulate the flow of energy, the divine dragon replied that what they were doing was a little different from that technique. The disciple pointed to his face and asked what it meant. The warrior said that he simply beat them up. The swordsman drew his weapon and wanted to destroy it for the sake of peace in all of Murim. Baekshun closed his eyes and asked his comrade to explain how it worked. The protagonist poked him in the chest and asked how he managed to develop this muscle. The youth looked at his arm in surprise and replied that he simply trained. Qianmayan raised his eyebrows and reminded him that he already had pretty good muscles. The Righteous Sword stared at him in amazement and confirmed this. Zhang shrugged, not knowing what to say. The boy squinted and explained that it was due to the feeling of pain. The disciple asked what it meant. The boy imagined torn muscles and asked if they really got bigger after receiving an injury. The divine dragon imagined different parts of the body and explained that the injured area swells, and the broken bone becomes thicker than before, and that when injured, anything gets bigger. The warrior frowned and concluded that the best way to train was to hurt the body. There were many scars on the body. A similar principle was found even in standard training methods. For example, they suggested flogging one's own body or dipping limbs in hot sand. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he thought this method was only suitable for strengthening external energy. The protagonist extended his hand and said that the Huashan sect conducted exactly the same training. His palm was covered in calluses. Chongmyan added that his friend, the first time he used a wooden sword, injured his hands more than once or twice. Baekchan extended his hand. The boy asked if he would get calluses from holding the sword every day. The young man looked at his fingers and answered negatively. Turning to him, the boy explained that the more the human body is injured, the stronger it becomes, and added that by overusing this technique, they can hurt themselves, but using it in moderation will make the body stronger. The divine dragon poked himself in the side and said that internal injury also causes energy damage, and they restore it using the same principle as the body. Looking at his hand, the righteous sword said that he rarely saw someone become stronger after internal injuries. The student confirmed this and explained that everything in this world, even energy, has a limit. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise when the protagonist said that there is enough energy in his body now that can be absorbed without the use of outside help. The burning sphere floated on the waves. Kianmayan added that if you cut the area where the energy is, the body will need strength to restore internal damage, and then a completely different energy appears that can be used. The boy raised his eyebrows and concluded that if he had enough strength, the area would heal much faster than usual, and it was a fairly simple technique that could be used in any environment. Baekchan placed his hand on his chest and asked if his friend was planning to intentionally inflict internal injuries to make their internal energy stronger, and the boy confirmed this. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Zhang frowned in displeasure. They approached their comrade and angrily asked how he could even come up with such a thing. Imagining his injured body, the boy realized that it would not be easy, and remembered how he learned about this technique after he was seriously injured on the battlefield and was on the verge of life and death. The righteous sword brought his fist to his chin. The divine dragon thought about using a gentle method to simply introduce them to such a technique. Closing his eyes, the student asked them to not pay much attention to it and consider it a sparring match, and stated that they would not be able to avoid a blow in a fight against him anyway. The warrior punched his palm and promised that everything would be fine. The swordsman smiled widely and asked if they had ever heard of anyone dying during training. The boys decided that they had not heard of it only because corpses did not talk. Baekchan sighed heavily and asked if he could become stronger in a short time if he withstood an attack in this sparring match. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and, confirming this, asked his friend to endure until the last. The young man drew his sword and advised his comrade to be careful. The blade of the blade shone. The righteous sword doubted that their leader's authority would suffer if he dealt him a few blows. Chunmian grinned and decided that this was why he liked this guy so much. The heroes stood opposite each other. The boy realized that his friend would never give up, no matter how much he was beaten. The divine dragon furrowed his brows and suggested that they begin. The student raised his sword to strike and asked him to take care of himself. The warrior opened his mouth in anger and wished death on his opponent. The warrior swung his fist and shouted that this would not happen. His hand crashed into the sharp blade of the sword. A powerful explosion of energy was heard on the battlefield. In the morning, the carriage set off. In the evening, the boys got out of it again to have a fight. The next day, they rode through the mountains. At night, the full moon shone in the sky. Holding a cup in his hands, Livo thought that 5 days had already passed and realized that no matter how strong a person was, after endless beatings, it would be difficult for him to control his body. While watching the Huashan fighters train, the man noticed that they were moving noticeably faster than the first day and decided that each of them was gradually improving. The protagonist swung his fire fist. Kianmayan kicked off the ground. The boy knocked Zhang down and asked him to work on his lower body. The boy punched Ghoul in the stomach and said that he had the same problem. The divine dragon kicked Isel in the back and shouted the same thing. Then he punched Baekchan in the face and repeated his words. The boy flew into the air after another punch. The disciple punched him in the chest and said that his friend was doing everything wrong. The warrior flew far back and crashed into a tree. The swordsman's mouth opened wide from the blow. The sect members collapsed to the ground, and the protagonist ordered them to get back into the carriage. Kianmayan turned away and asked them to save their strength until they arrived in the city. The righteous sword turned his head and asked where he was going. The student's eyes widened in surprise. As the boy walked into the forest, Ghoul clenched his fist and wished for him to trip and break his nose. Lying on the ground, Zhang asked him to think before he spoke, or else he would break his own nose. The warrior rose from the ground. The swordsman looked towards the forest. His mouth dropped open in surprise and wondered why their comrade had just decided to stop. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked what his friend was looking at. Baekchan turned to him silently. The boy frowned and asked if anyone had seen their leader sweat. The boys asked what he was talking about. The righteous sword repeated his question. The student clutched his chest and reminded them that their comrade was also an ordinary person. His face was covered in sweat. The boys sat on the ground. The warrior realized that he had never actually seen this. Isel nodded. The swordsman remembered that even in the sword tomb there was no such thing, and said that he did not attach much importance to it because the divine dragon is a real monster. The sect member raised his eyebrows in surprise when asked why he suddenly brought this up. Baekchan frowned sternly and thought about what he saw. Some time ago, the protagonist went into the forest and said that he needed to go to the toilet. At that time, the hair on the back of his head was wet. Sitting on the ground, the youth wondered if the monster that did not sweat even during the battle with the Wudong sect elder was tired after fighting them, and decided that it was definitely not because of how much they had grown. The righteous sword looked down and guessed that if they ate one pill, they would not be able to match the strength of the Wudong member. The boys looked at him when the disciple called them. There was a shady forest around them. The protagonist fell to the grass and wondered why he was having such a hard time. Kianmaya narrowed his eyes and was indignant at how difficult it was to do acupuncture massage using a slightly different technique. During the fight, his hand was enveloped in an aura. The boy realized that he could damage his meridians if he used too much energy, so he needed to perfectly control his power and know how much energy was needed and for whom to do it right. Spreading his arms, the boy thought about how his concentration was too intense during each session and took away all his strength, and decided that he did not need fame or riches at all. Fallen leaves swirled in the air. One of them fell on the face of the divine dragon. The disciple rose from the ground and said that he understood everything. Lowering his head, the warrior realized that even without all his efforts, sooner or later they would still absorb the energy of the pill and become stronger, and wondered how long it would take. The stars were shining in the sky. The swordsman realized that what mattered was who would reach the peak first, and who would climb it slowly, and he thought that being ahead of everyone had never been easy. The boys carried buckets of water up the mountain. The main character's desire to teach them faster and see their amazing progress grew. He wanted to make his friends stronger as quickly as possible. Chumyan grinned and decided that the only thing that calmed him down was his incredible tenacity, and he remembered that in his past times, everyone tried to avoid training. Sitting in the middle of the forest, the boy wanted to teach his comrades so that they would raise new disciples and so that the Huashan sect would become stronger. The boy looked at the flower blooming nearby. His body was enveloped in blue energy. Suddenly, it exploded and dissipated into the air. The divine dragon rose to his feet and realized that the time when the boys would be able to carry the heavy burden themselves would come faster than he thought. Walking through the forest, the student decided that then they would become his reliable comrades. The warrior went deeper into the thicket and thought about how the sect members did not even suspect how hard it was for him. Suddenly, the swordsman narrowed his eyes. The guys looked at him confidently. The protagonist asked if they were not going to rest. Baekshun grinned and said that they had not even started training yet. Gul closed his eyes and said that they could rest if their friend was tired. Zhang determinedly knitted his eyebrows and suggested that this was not the case. Iso lowered her gaze and decided that it would be nice if a refreshing wind blew on his exhausted body. The heroes raised their blades in front of them. Chunyan realized that he had to teach them another lesson. A vein bulged on his forehead. His eyes lit up. The boy urged his comrades to attack together. The boys opened their mouths in rage and shouted that they would finish everything in one blow. The boy grinned and thought about how much he loved them. The heroes pounced on him at once. The divine dragon concluded that the current Huashan was not so bad. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The carriage arrived in Chengdu. Liwa tugged the reins. Horse-drawn carts were driving along the streets of the city. Baekshun opened the door. The boy took a step forward. The skin on his face was noticeably withered. The heroes went outside and were happy that they had finally arrived in Sichuan. The righteous sword looked back when Zhang asked if they still had half the journey to go. The boy closed his eyes and wondered where this Yunnan was. The protagonist scratched his head and said that if they had a few more days, maybe they could have come up with something useful. The boys gritted their teeth in dissatisfaction. Kianmayan praised them for getting here alive. Approaching the student, Liwa said that he needed to go to the Sichuan branch of the Yunhe Guild and asked if they wanted to go with him. Standing by the carriage, the man reminded them that they had been instructed to gather information about Yunnan. The warrior doubted that the Yunhe Guild's information would be enough. The old man raised his eyebrows and said that it would be difficult for their guild to get into Yunnan. A crowd gathered at the trading booth. The coachman explained that they acted as middlemen and sold things that other merchants brought, so they would hardly have much information. People were walking past the cart. Liwa apologized for not being able to help and promised to help them find a place to live. The swordsman thanked him for the offer and said that they would visit him when they found what they were looking for. The cart drove off down the road. The heroes stayed behind it. They frowned when Baekshun asked them to remember that they had to figure out how to get to Yunnan without any problems. The main gate was nearby. Sichuan was the territory of the Tang clan, so there would be many of their Taoists here. In addition, there were also monks of the Ma sect. The protagonist smiled and said that the guys understood everything the first time. The young man said that this primarily concerns him. Standing in front of his comrades, Righteous Sword suggested that they split up to gather information, and decided to visit the beggar sect while his friends talked to the local merchants. People were walking along the busy streets. Chumyan scratched his ear and said that it sounded like a waste of time. The student asked him to shut up and said that even a small piece of information could have a big impact on the outcome. White clouds floated over the city. The sun's rays illuminated the pagodas. The warrior approached the tailor's shop. Zhang approached the beggar man. Gul was questioning the merchant. Iso was hiding behind a pillar and eavesdropping on the conversation of two locals. A boy was walking down the street. There was a tall building nearby. The boys were sitting at the dining table. The swordsman put his head on it and asked why no one knew anything about Yunnan, which is very close to Sichuan. The beggar scratched his nose and said he knew nothing. The boy explained that the weather in the neighboring area was too harsh, so it was very difficult for them to live there, and they did not have any information. The disciple looked up and said that the merchants were no better. His friend thought that there was no point in going there, so they didn't know anything. The swordsman looked up when someone said that wasn't quite true. The boys looked at Ghoul, who suggested that, unlike the beggars, the merchants simply didn't want to say anything even if they knew something. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that they had no reason to, even though they were offering them good money. The disciple pointed to the plum blossom and thought that was it. The protagonist was eating meat enthusiastically. The warrior explained that Sichuan was not kind to outsiders because it was far from the central plains and had many problems in the past. Presenting a symbol above the city, the swordsman said that they should not forget about the Tang clan, which controlled Chengdu, and added that no one would treat outsiders well with the emblem of an outer sect. Chunmian put his hand on his belt and declared that he would never take off his uniform because he did not want to hide his sect. Ghoul noted that this did not stop him from wearing a mask. The boy closed his eyes and concluded that no matter what they did, it would not work. His comrades looked at him in surprise. The student explained that they needed to gain recognition from the Tang clan or hide their affiliation with Huashan in order to get any information. John raised his eyebrows and asked how he even knew this. The warrior pursed his lips. The youth remembered that his friend was from Sichuan. The swordsman looked down and confirmed this. Bakshan understood how he knew about all this. Stuffing his cheeks full of meat, the boy said that their comrade belonged to a family of merchants and offered to go to his home. Ghoul frowned in displeasure. The divine dragon was indignant that he made them walk all over the city just to avoid going to his home. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks and suggested that he did not want to go back to his family because they probably abandoned him. Kianmayan said that it was okay and that the righteous sword understood him perfectly. The boy opened his mouth wide and explained that he left his family because he wanted to. The disciple closed his eyes and agreed when the boy suggested going to his house. Clouds floated above the tall building. The house on the other street was abandoned. Standing in front of it, the divine dragon said that he had not seen such a crooked sign for a long time and suggested that the trading company sent its son to Huashan in the hopes of help. The warrior folded his hands behind his head and suggested going to his parents to pay his respects. The swordsman continued down the street. Ghoul looked back and said that his house was not here. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The boys opened their mouths in horror and looked up. The edge of the roof was visible high above them. Standing in front of the gate of the Four Seas Trade Association, the heroes asked if this was really their friend's house. The boy raised his eyebrows and confirmed it. Chunmian, with shining eyes, asked if his family was really that rich. The heroes approached the gate. The boy asked if his parents were really not just servants here. The answer was negative. A halo appeared above the student's head. The divine dragon noticed that it was not obvious that he was from a rich family. The warrior waved his hand and said that it was not obvious at all. The swordsman poked him in the shoulder and asked him to shut up. Zhang remembered how his friend said that he had a small house. Ghoul turned around and said that he had not been here for a long time and could forget. The boy looked away and did not believe him. The protagonist smiled widely and explained that this is quite possible when a son is despised, and he cannot stand it, and leaves home. Bakshan asked him to stop. The gate opened and someone asked who dared to make such a noise here. The servants pushed open the doors of the association. A man in grey robes approached them. Chongwan frowned and said that the guests had no conscience. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened and he asked if this was really a young master. The disciple pursed his lips in displeasure. The old man rushed to embrace him. Not believing his eyes, Chongmian asked if this was how servants expressed their loyalty. Watching his friend from the side, the boy asked if they all had hidden connections and suggested that they had high-ranking officials in their family. Zhang reminded him that he was an orphan. The man turned around and asked his subordinate to report to the master that his son had arrived. The warrior put his hand to his chest. The heroes entered the territory of the association. Zhangwan said that the young master did not even know how much his parents missed him, and asked him to stay here longer. The aristocrats opened their mouths in shock when they saw their son. The swordsman hugged his mother and apologized for not showing up for so long. The divine dragon remembered that his comrade lived in poverty when he left home. The moon was shining in the sky at night. There was delicious meat on the tray. There was a roasted chicken on the plate. Standing in front of the set table, the protagonist said that he had never seen so much variety of food in his life and asked how his friend survived in the cult. Ghoul closed his eyes and replied that he had joined a different way of life when he chose his path, so it did not matter what kind of family he had. The guys looked at him with displeasure and said that it mattered. The thing is that they were orphans. The trays with food were shining. Chunmian was indignant that his friend did not contribute a coin to the cult. The guy said that it was not his decision, but that it was his family's money that was spent. Putting his fist to his chin, Baekchan asked them not to quarrel and explained that everyone had their own circumstances, and besides, their friend was not trying to deceive them. Grabbing a plate of chicken, the boy was angry that he had sided with the traitor and said that they would eat separately from everyone else. The young man asked if they were going to act like children and go to Yunnan. The boy stuffed his cheeks full of food and asked what his father said. Sitting at the round table, the student replied that he had not spoken to him about this matter yet. The warrior fidgeted with his fingers and explained that he should have returned here last year because his term in Huashan had already expired. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes and noticed that he had not returned home. The swordsman imagined the protagonist folding his hands behind his back and thought about the things he had realized after meeting him. Gul closed his eyes and said that his father thought that his son had returned to the family for good, so he needed to resolve this issue first. Chunyang raised his eyebrows and allowed him to stay. The boy stated that he could not abandon Huashan and that he would go with them even if his life was at stake. Zhang turned his head and said that his status was still very different from theirs. The boy, with his mouth full, explained that it was not such a prestigious place and asked what it could do for their friend. The disciple introduced him as a grown man and said that he would have a way into the upper classes. The warrior was indignant at his comrades discussing him. The swordsman closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Gul turned to Baekchan and promised to talk to his family about Yunnan. The boy trusted him and explained that negotiations with the Nanman Beast Palace and the search for the plant they needed would not work unless they made their way into the valley. The boy nodded and said that he understood everything when the righteous sword promised to help him if he needed it. The disciple looked down when the father complained that he was only concerned about how to get to Yunnan after being away for so many years, and asked if he knew what kind of place it was. The man opened his mouth in displeasure and continued yelling at him. The old man, sitting in his chair, reminded him that his son had been delayed for a year, and asked if he really wanted to leave again. The warrior closed his eyes and thought about how he didn't want to go home for that very reason. The swordsman looked up and said that it was his duty to go to Yunnan Valley. The head of the association frowned and said that his only duty was to return to his family and help them with their mother. Gul frowned menacingly and reminded them that he had a brother. The merchant asked if he had forgotten their traditions, and said that all family members should do business together. The boy said that he had promised the elder to carry out this mission. The man opened his mouth in anger and asked if he hadn't promised him. The old man slammed his fist on the table and declared that there was nothing to talk about. Sitting in front of his son, the head of the association explained that he had not thought that he would be able to stay in the sect for so long, and asked if he did not intend to keep his word and wished to remain in the sect because he did not care about the future of his family. The disciple looked down thoughtfully. The merchant raised his hand and decided that his son did not understand his feelings at all. The warrior frowned and asked him to help them get to Yunnan. The man's eyes widened in surprise and asked him to stop talking. The swordsman frowned sternly and declared that he had to do his duty and asked permission to do what he really wanted. The old man's mouth dropped open in amazement. He stood up from his chair. The head of the association headed for the exit of the room. The merchant folded his hands behind his back and realized that he could not convince his son. Without turning around, the man said that he did not know how to get to the Yunnan Valley. Frowning, Gul explained that they had already found out that Chengdu and the Four Seas were selling puer from the valley, and that this was impossible without established connections. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and the boy said that although the Nanman Beast Palace was closed to the outside world, there must be at least a tiny loophole. Placing his hands on his knees, the boy suggested that there was smuggling or official trade with the permission of the palace, and asked his father to tell him the truth. His mother entered the room and refused to say anything. Holding a tray, the woman asked if her son had lied about his identity, and said that no parent would agree to send their child to certain death. She turned away and said that she would never let him go there. A bead of sweat rolled down the student's cheek. The warrior stood up from his chair. The swordsman took his mother's hand and reminded her that responsibility is always a risk. The noblewoman lowered her gaze silently. Looking at her, Gul asked how someone who was unable to reach Yunnan could become a good merchant. The boy looked ahead confidently and said that he should go there. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked away and said that her son was not going to become a merchant anyway. The man looked back and asked if he had already made his decision. The answer was affirmative. The old man asked what would happen if no one helped him. The young man looked back and said that he would enter the valley wearing clothes with the symbol of the Huashan sect. On his chest was a plum flower. The heroes looked at each other in silence for a while. The head of the association frowned sternly. The disciple cast a determined look at him. The merchant sighed heavily and realized that his son had grown up. The warrior continued to stare at him. The swordsman opened his mouth in amazement when his father said that he would decide for himself who would accompany him on his journey, because they should be people who could truly be trusted. Gul rolled his eyes when the man stated that this was the best he could offer. The old man raised his eyebrows in confusion when the boy asked if they could only take one person. The heroes sat at the table. The head of the association asked his son's comrades to make themselves at home. Baekchan slammed his fist into his palm, apologizing for not introducing himself earlier, and hoping that they had not inconvenienced their family with their unexpected visit. The merchant's eyes widened and concluded that this man was well trained in etiquette and politeness. The boy's eyes sparkled. The man thought that this showed his responsibility and loyalty to the sect. Zhang and Isel looked at the owner of the house. The old man was surprised that Huashan could have such good children. The protagonist smiled widely. The head of the association asked who it was. Righteous Sword asked him not to worry and explained that he had his own characteristics. Qianmayan looked at the shiny teapots. The disciple frowned and reminded him that they needed to know about the route to Yunnan Valley. The merchant closed his eyes and sighed. Sitting at the head of the table, the man explained that he had not seen his son for 5 years and explained that it was difficult for a parent to give permission for such a serious step. Turning to the warrior, the old man said that Yunnan Valley was a very scary place, and said that he needed to make sure that the boys who would go with his son could be trusted. The swordsman looked away tensely. Sweat broke out on Ghoul's face. The head of the association looked at the guest when Bakshan asked him not to worry. The merchant raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man explained that any parent would be afraid to let their child go to a place that was dangerous to life. The righteous sword closed his eyes. At that moment, he looked forward and declared that they would not take his comrade with them. Ghoul's mouth opened in shock. The disciple frowned sternly. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that they could not leave without him, and said that he would go with them even if his legs were broken. The disciple slammed his hand on the table and the warrior asked him to sit down. A drop of sweat rolled down the swordsman's cheek. Sitting down on the chair, the Huashan member explained that he had promised the elder that he would go to Yunnan and complete the task and that no one could stop him. Bakshan frowned sternly and asked if he was so sure that the elder would allow him to go to Yunnan in the current situation. Ghoul's eyes widened in surprise and he remained silent. Sitting opposite him, the young man said that family was no less valuable than the affairs of the sect and asked why he did not do what his loving parents asked. The boys looked around when the protagonist expressed indignation at how stuffy it was here and suggested that his comrade do what he wanted. The righteous sword narrowed his eyes and asked him to shut up. Qianmayan raised his eyebrows and asked if the true energy pills were worth the sacrifice, and said that it was better for them to go through the hardships together. The disciple frowned and said that family also had a say. The boy gave him a stern look and reminded him that they had come here for the Huashan sect. Putting his hand on the back of the chair, the divine dragon explained that he did not want to decide what was more important to his friend, and added that no one had the right to impose their will on him. Ghoul raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he could really make his own decision. The warrior raised his hand and said that no one would do it for him. The swordsman said that they would not be able to reach Yunnan without his family's help. The sect member grabbed the teapot. The protagonist drank its contents. Water poured out of the spout. Qianmayan placed it on the table and shouted that his comrade was having too much trouble. The boy raised his hand and asked him not to be such a winner. The boy clenched his fist and explained that the Beast Palace was not the only danger in this world, so he should not worry and do as he pleased. The disciple looked at him in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. The divine dragon stood in a proud pose. For some reason his words made the warrior feel better. The swordsman turned to his friends. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he heard a noise. Chongwang rushed into the dining hall and called out to his master. The old man looked out of breath. He was asked what was wrong. The guild area was illuminated by lanterns. The three approached the gate. Their fingertips were black. The stranger looked ahead confidently. The servant announced that guests had arrived. Clouds were floating in the dark sky. The Sahi Chamber of Commerce had great influence in Jeju, and there were only 2 types of people who would have the nerve to knock on this gate in the middle of the night. The members of the chamber tried to stop the strangers and asked them to wait at the entrance. However, they went up the stairs. These people were definitely not those who needed to make a deal urgently. Standing in the square, the servants realized that they had to immediately warn the master about this. The head of the association went outside and asked them to disperse. The members of the chamber cleared the way for the guests. The merchant's eyes widened in shock. John from the Tang clan was walking towards him. The young man stopped. He hit his fist into his palm. The man greeted them on behalf of the 4 Cs. The 5th son of the head of the Tang clan frowned. In a family where flesh and blood played an important role, all the power was in his hands. The old man sternly knitted his brows and thought that if such a person came to him late at night, then he was unlikely to have good news. Standing on the porch, the head of the association asked why they did not warn him about their visit and explained that it was important for him, as a host, to greet guests with due respect. The boy nodded, apologized for being rude, and said that he had to visit him as soon as possible. The merchant frowned and asked what exactly brought them here. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that the Tang family had learned that his son had returned home after being away for a long time. Imagining Ghoul's face, the old man wondered if the news had spread so quickly, and realized that their control over the territory was monstrously strong. The youth smirked and asked if the rumors were true. A drop of sweat rolled down the association leader's cheek, and he confirmed that his son had only recently returned home. The Tang clan member slyly knitted his brows, and explained that the leader was very sad to learn that they had chosen the Huashan sect instead of the party to train such a talented person. The merchant's eyes widened, and he realized that things were really bad for him. Standing on the premises of the chamber, the scoundrel asked why Ghoul had abandoned the party and gone to Huashan. The boy frowned and said that they would not be disappointed if they saw that the student had actually succeeded and invited him to come out here. The man's brows furrowed and he thought that this had all happened too suddenly. The old man remembered his son as a child and realized that the children of all the influential families in Jeju had become students of the party and learned their martial arts. The symbol was covered in green smoke. Since ancient times, the Tang family had studied a special art that no one else knew, which only males could learn due to strict control over information leakage. Clouds were floating above the city. The sons of all the local families had no choice but to join the party. But thanks to the support of the family and the sense of belonging, a stable governing structure was established in all the subsidiary families. Ghoul's mouth opened in surprise and asked why he needed to become their student. The head of the association looked at him and supported his decision not to become a puppet of the Tang clan. He did not want to send his son to a place where potential was calculated regardless of effort. The plum blossom glowed. After much deliberation, the Huashan sect was chosen as the perfect fit for the boy. Standing in front of the building, the merchant explained that his son had grown too fond of the sect, but he had no intention of avoiding the Tang family. The man frowned tensely. John said that he had more recent information, that Huashan was in full bloom. The boy closed his eyes and guessed that he had not realized who they were dealing with. The young man raised an eyebrow and explained that Huashan's fame had already spread throughout the world, but 4 boys stood out the most. The Tang clansman introduced the disciples and said that the names of the strongest warriors, Zhang and Zhul, and the swordsmen of Yo Prefecture, Baektion and Isiol, were known to everyone. The old man's eyes widened and he wondered how he could know everyone's names, no matter how good their informants were. Zhang grinned. The association leader imagined his son's face and wondered if he was really considered one of the 4 most famous disciples of Huashan. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The boy furrowed his brows slyly and said that the divine dragon was also here at the moment. Standing in front of the merchants, the young man explained that he could not help but meet him, even if his reputation was not comparable to his. The man introduced his guests and wondered if the divine dragon of Huashan was really in his house. Baektion looked ahead confidently. The old man assumed that it was him. The Tang clansman smiled broadly and asked if he was seriously asking this. Standing in the courtyard, Zhang decided that after establishing connections with the Yunnan Valley, the association leader had begun to neglect information from the Central Plains or was trying to deceive him. The boy raised his eyebrows and concluded that it did not matter now anyway. The merchant frowned tensely when the young man wanted to meet the sect disciples who were visiting him. The man looked back and wondered what he should do. He looked at the door and thought that the guest had mentioned the head of the family, and his words and will were unquestionable. But his son had grown up and had set a serious goal for himself. John froze in anticipation. The head of the association knew that he could not hand over his own son to them, but the thought of his father's anger made him shudder. The merchant turned his head and wondered what he should do. The man turned down the corners of his lips and explained that it was too late now and that it would be better for them to come back here tomorrow. The boy closed his eyes and doubted that they were going to bed so early, because the Huashan sect disciples could not be so weak and lazy. The old man opened his eyes wide and said that they had come a long way and were very tired. The young man smiled slyly and reminded that this was the will of the party. The head of the association lowered his gaze. The member of the Tang clan asked if he was refusing to fulfill his duties. The answer was negative. The heroes stood in the courtyard of the chamber. The member of the chamber watched them tensely from the side. The merchant clenched his trembling hand into a fist. John calmly closed his eyes. The boy put his hand to his chest and apologized for his rudeness. Stopping in front of the porch, the young man assumed that the Huashan disciples had no pride at all, and decided that they heard his voice from their room, but continued to hide. The man looked back when he heard a crash. The old man turned towards the door, where a noise was coming from. Dust even rose up from the heroes' loud arguments. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door. The head of the association widened his eyes in fear. The door flew past the guests and crashed to the ground. The Tang family member looked back tensely. The merchant looked at the protagonist drinking from the teapot. Kianmayan took a step forward. Zhang raised his eyebrows and asked who he was. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked the same question. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked who the scoundrel thought he was to break in here in the middle of the night. Looking at the disciple drinking, the boy wondered who this person was. The warrior had a plum blossom on his robe. The swordsman put the teapot away and decided that modern youth had become completely impudent. The protagonist pouted in displeasure and asked if he didn't know that he had to behave appropriately when visiting someone. Zhang and Baektion grabbed their friend and apologized for his behavior. The young man opened his mouth in shock when he heard his name and asked if this was the divine dragon Huashan. The man looked around in surprise and thought that this couldn't be true. Kiamayan tried to break free from his comrades and said that this scoundrel should answer for his words. Righteous Sword said that he just misheard. The boy pushed his friend away and was indignant that someone had insulted their honor. The disciple stepped forward and asked him to introduce himself. The Tang family member lowered his head and said his name. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, did not believe him and explained that their people would not wander around at night and make a noise, trying to recruit others by force. Zhang slapped him when the swordsman said he would disband their party and recruit new members. Bakshan punched his palm and apologized deeply. Zhang flinched when he heard his name. The boy spread his arms and asked if he was the one who defeated the people from the Wudong sect, and the Righteous Sword confirmed it. The young man closed his eyes and was glad that he finally had someone he could discuss this matter with calmly. Looking up, the Tang clansman decided not to repeat himself, and explained that he had come here to make sure that the young master had actually returned home. The disciple frowned when he was asked to call his comrade here, and noticed that the guest was generous with his demands and confident in his power. Zhang smirked contentedly. The warrior glanced at the head of the association and decided that if they could not resolve this conflict neatly, there was a high chance that his organization would pay for it. Ghoul took a step forward. The swordsman looked back as his friend called out to him. The guest's eyes widened. The Huashan member furrowed his brows sternly and announced his departure. Standing on the porch, Bakshan asked him to stop. Righteous Sword raised his fist to his mouth. He turned to his comrade and asked what was going on, and the student replied that this was the price of Huashan's success. The boy's eyes lit up, and the warrior explained that they were trying to keep the powerful men under their control because they knew that if they left him alone, the children of other powerful families might follow his example and run away as well. The swordsman's eyes widened and he said that everyone here lived by their rules because that was how the Tang family had gained their power. Bakshan looked away when Ghoul asked to leave the matter to him because if Huashan interfered, things would only get worse. Righteous Sword turned away and asked him to wait a minute. The sect member came down from the porch and said he wanted to personally verify the guest's skills. The Tang member reminded him that there was only one way to test the opponent's strength. Zhang raised his eyebrows and said that they would have to fight. The disciple suggested comparing the skills of the Tang and Huashan sects, and then publishing the results of the fight. The warrior stepped forward and asked if they agreed to his terms. The boy slyly knitted his eyebrows and said that this was strictly a matter for their region and that they would not tolerate interference. The swordsman assured him that Huashan would not interfere in their affairs. Bakshan smiled and said that there was only one small problem. The Righteous Sword raised his hand and asked how they were going to evaluate Ghoul's skills if Huashan did not interfere. The sect member narrowed his eyes and wondered if they were afraid that they would not have enough strength. The youth widened his eyes and asked what that meant. The disciple grabbed his sword and asked them to take it seriously if they dared to test the best members of Huashan. With his hand on his scabbard, the warrior wanted to confirm their skills and asked them not to touch Ghoul if they were defeated. The swordsman frowned sternly and declared that Huashan would not tolerate interference either. His friend opened his mouth in astonishment and called out to him. The protagonist smiled widely and laughed. His cheeks were flushed. Chong Maying was indignant that his comrade had asked him to shut up and then started a fight. The heroes stood opposite each other. The Tang clansman gritted his teeth and wondered if they had all lost their minds. Zhang clenched his fist and wondered how these people dared to look down on his family. The boy stamped his feet on the ground, realizing that Huashan had regained its former glory, and asked if they had the right to interfere with their actions in order to protect one of the sect members. Bakshan smiled and explained that Huashan did not look at the status of the enemy when it came to protecting a comrade. The boy frowned in displeasure when the Righteous Sword concluded that the party had completely different principles. A flower was burning on his chest. The disciple stated that even if this incident ended sadly, none of the brothers would blame him. Zhang and Isel were amazed by his words. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes slyly and supported his friend. The warrior closed his eyes and was indignant that he could not close his mouth at all. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if he really had to fight alone. The swordsman frowned and asked what they were talking about. Ghoul looked back when Kiamayan called it his test and asked why not give him a chance to show off his strength. Bakshan's mouth dropped open in surprise and he wondered if his comrade understood what the party was. The dagger was enveloped in a green aura. Even experienced martial artists had a hard time against the Tang family, which was famous for its poisons. The Righteous Sword could not believe that his friend, who had no experience, would fight them. The student frowned and said that it could be dangerous. The boy replied that everything would be fine, and told him that tigers raised their cubs by throwing them off cliffs. Rising to his feet, the divine dragon said that this was the only way they could grow strong, and thought about how protecting another person was not always good for him. Holding the teapot in his hands, the protagonist decided that if he did everything for him, justifying his actions with care, then he would simply lose his experience and opportunities. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise when Kiamayan asked if he really thought his friend was weak. The boy grinned and said that Ghoul would never lose to such a man. His cheeks were flushed. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. Baeksin imagined his comrade looking up and thought about how he believed in him. The divine dragon took another sip and shouted that he would succeed. Ghoul looked back when the boys asked his opinion on the matter. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. The sect member realized that together with him they would surely cope. The disciple lowered his gaze and decided that this could not go on forever. Imagining himself behind his friend's back, the warrior realized that he could not hide behind him all the time and hope for an easy outcome, and wondered why he would go to the Yunnan Valley in that case. The swordsman clenched his fists and thought that he was not up to his comrade's level, but he was certainly useful, and this was the minimum that could be given to him. Righteous Sword stood before the guests. Ghoul decided that he could endure and not lose. The Huashan member frowned and concluded that he should handle this matter himself, because the Tang family had come here because of him. Baeksin looked back when he was called. After descending the stairs, the disciple thanked him for his concern and declared that he would handle it himself. The boy frowned and asked if his friend was confident in his abilities. The warrior smiled broadly and introduced himself as a member of Huashan. Righteous Sword smiled. He placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder. The sect member passed by and wished him luck. The swordsman stepped forward and asked if this was not what the scoundrel wanted. Ghoul smiled and suggested that he should not oppose the party's orders. Zhang frowned angrily. The boy took out a glove from his pocket. The association leader flinched when he noticed them. The young man put on gloves, which indicated that poison would be used in the fight, meaning there would be no mercy. The man's eyes widened in shock and he knew he had to stop his son because it was too dangerous. The Tang clansman looked away when he heard his voice. The disciple opened his mouth wide and called out to his father. The old man stopped at the stairs and asked what had happened. The merchant's eyes widened as the sect member explained that the problem that had arisen concerned not only the Tang family but also Huashan. The warrior sternly knitted his brows and asked his father to believe in him. The association leader's mouth dropped open in astonishment. At the same time, the man closed his eyes. The swordsman took off his hat and thought about how the Tang family had once inspired fear and seemed like an insurmountable barrier. A symbol appeared in the sky, which had hung over his head like a dome since he was born. Ghoul tied his hair and decided that everything had changed now. The sect member pulled back his robe and realized that he had learned many things in Huashan. The disciple tied the rope around his waist. A sword appeared in his hands. The warrior drew his weapon and realized that he had yet to show his abilities in action. Zhang raised his hands in front of him. The boy folded them together. His hands were hidden under the sleeves of his robe. The swordsman's brows knitted tensely. His reflection was visible in the boy's eyes. The fighter was hiding daggers in his hands. A Tang clansman approached him and asked if his brother was sure he wanted to fight. Ho frowned and asked if he could fight in his place. Baeksin crossed his arms. Zhang stood silently next to him. The boy took off his gloves. The scoundrel stepped aside and asked his comrade to deal with it. The young man turned to his opponent. He also hid his hands in his sleeves. Ghoul narrowed his eyes and thought that not everyone had seen the art of the Tang family, but everyone had heard of it at least once in their life. The fighter looked ahead. Since the weapons were not visible, one could mistakenly think that they were not dangerous, but in fact, one should not relax, because their movements were barely detectable. The clansman frowned angrily and introduced himself. The student gave him a stern look and said his name. Ho narrowed his eyes in disbelief and mentally called him too impudent. The boy bent his knees and wished to cut off his opponent's limb. The youth suddenly spread his arms. The sect member's eyes widened. The fighter grinned maliciously. Dozens of flying needles were approaching the warrior, which were impossible to see with the naked eye even right in front of him. The swordsman swung his sword and parried the attack. The scoundrel opened his mouth in shock. Ghoul frowned furiously. A blue aura shone under his foot. The disciple lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow. The Tang clan member opened his mouth in horror. The attack threw him far back. Zhang raised his eyebrows in surprise. The association leader opened his mouth in shock. Baeksin smiled contentedly. Ho's eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. The warrior lowered his weapon. The boy turned his head and looked at him. The swordsman grinned maliciously. The Huashan member straightened his shoulders and called out the next opponent. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's cheek. Looking back, the villain remembered that his friend was the son of the Tang chieftain and was surprised that the enemy could kill him with one blow despite his strength. The Tang clansman remembered the moment of the blow and assumed that his comrade had simply let his guard down. Ghoul looked at his hand and realized that he had defeated a party member who had previously seemed like an insurmountable wall that he would have to reach for his entire life. The disciple confidently knit his brows and felt his strength. The defeated enemy was sitting on the ground. The warrior looked up when he heard someone's voice. He looked away suspiciously. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called his comrade too important. Baeksin asked him to let his friend enjoy his victory. The swordsman blushed and decided that he had better not look back. The sect member raised his sword and asked if the enemies had made a decision. Hua frowned furiously and asked how he dared to behave like this. John raised his hand and asked him to step back. The boy frowned sternly and realized that there was not much difference between him and Manhwa, so this fight could also end in defeat. The young man looked back and declared that he would take this fight himself. The scoundrel stepped forward and apologized for his younger brother's rudeness. The Tang clansman approached the enemy and said that he was different from them, so he would have to be more careful. Ghoul narrowed his eyes and felt his strength, and his body had already sensed the enemy's energy. John folded his arms into his sleeves. Unlike Huashan, the party had its own unspoken rules, one of which stated that talented people become disciples of the best of the best. The warrior introduced the sword dragon and assumed that they could match his strength, so he would have to fight in the same way as Baekshun fought Jin Hyun. His heart began to beat rapidly in his chest. The swordsman grinned, eager to see how strong he had become. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously and called out to his friend. Chunmian narrowed his eyes in displeasure and decided that his comrade had forgotten something they had discussed during training. The boy frowned angrily and reminded him that the one who got too excited would lose. The sect member spat when the divine dragon asked why he was so eager to die at someone else's hands. Ghoul shook his head and was surprised that he almost let the excitement of the upcoming fight overwhelm him. The student took a deep breath and thought about how the essence of Huashan martial arts was the thinness of the tip of the blade. The tip flashed. The only way to fully unleash the power of the sword was to gain control of it. The warrior raised the weapon in front of him. The swordsman closed his eyes and realized that he could only gain control if he cooled his head. His chest calmed down. The sect member found himself in an empty white space. Ghoul looked forward resolutely. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and resented having to repeat these words every time. Baekshun looked at him tensely. Chunmian narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The righteous sword realized that everything would be easier if he joined the fight, but instead of taking the easy way out, the divine dragon decided to help his friend finish the job. The heroes watched their comrade from the sidelines. The student realized that a person will never grow if he is not given freedom. The warrior took a step into the water. Standing behind him, the swordsman trusted him and decided that this was the surest way to help him. A smile appeared on his face. Baekshun thought that one day his friend would become a better leader, but they both still had a long way to go. The righteous sword looked forward resolutely and concluded that everyone was relying on him at the moment. The protagonist frowned sternly. The opponents stood opposite each other. Jean looked up and wondered if he could achieve such concentration. Ghoul held the sword in his hands. The guy assumed that it depended on the degree of dedication. The young man took out his daggers and realized that concentration was just a means of using force. The villain's eyes widened. The Tang clan member extended his hand forward. Several poison darts appeared in front of the disciple's face. The warrior jumped aside and dodged. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The swordsman realized that he had not been given a second to think. Suddenly, 2 more daggers appeared in front of him. The tip of one of them almost touched the sect member's eyes. John smiled slyly. The tip of the magic blade approached Ghoul's pupils. The guy's weight began to bend his weapon. At the same moment, the Huashan school disciple dodged the enemy's attack with a circular motion of his hands. Frowning menacingly, the young man thought about how his opponent had struck without hesitation or unnecessary movements. The sharp blades in Zhang's hand were surrounded by a magical aura, and his enemy thought that even for such a simple technique using internal energy, his skills were simply at an incredible level. Pushing off the ground with his feet, Ghoul decided that he had to dodge no matter what. The magical knives flew through the air, while the boy realized that even if the blades were not poisoned, they flew with great accuracy and speed. The pupils of the Huashan school noticeably shrank from anxiety, and he mentally said that if even one hit him, his life would be in danger. The heir of the Tang family spread his fingers out to the sides, and his opponent realized that he was strong. A satisfied grin appeared on Zhang's face, and his enemy thought that he knew about it. Suddenly, the warrior pressed his heels to his thighs. In that same second, he rushed forward to attack. Someone shouted to stop shaking, and the top of a makeshift mace flew through the air. The big guy tightly gripped the handle of the weapon, while the other shouted that the sword was an extension of the arm. With his hands on his waist, Qianmayan loudly asked everyone to remember this. The protagonist explained that the essence of Huashan martial arts lies in the thinness of the tip of the blade, while beads of sweat trickled down the fighter's body. Suddenly, Ghoul threw the weapon behind his back, and the protagonist exclaimed that they must control it perfectly. Swinging the sword from behind, the boy thought about how this was the only way to reach the peak of the technique. John stretched his fingers out in front of him, and his opponent wondered how strong and dangerous his opponent was. The tip of the magical blades was aimed straight at his face. Clenching his jaw tightly, the young man decided that he did not care. As he moved closer and closer to the enemy, the fighter thought about how Huashan plums bloom in a storm, in a severe snowstorm, under any circumstances. It seemed as if Ghoul raised his hand with the weapon up and thought about the sweat he had spilled. Frowning in anger, the boy remembered the effort he had put in. The fighter's father dropped his jaw in bewilderment. Baekshun's pupils noticeably shrank from fear. A malicious smile appeared on Qianmayan's face. Having repelled the enemy's attack with the sword of 7 plums, the young man mentally said that all this would certainly make the plums bloom. Pink magical rays cut through the air, and it turned out that a wall of plum petals was forming in it. White leaves in space began to glow brightly. The fighter's blades flew through parts of the plant. Pulling his hand with the sword back, Ghoul realized that he had succeeded. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably shrank from anxiety. A magical sphere began to form between his enemy's palms. Zhang frowned menacingly, and the Huashan disciple noticed that this was the technique of 11 hidden daggers. The boy flexed the fingers on both hands, and his opponent remembered that he had heard about a secret martial art of the Tang family that involved 11 hidden daggers, and before the enemy could notice, one of them was stealing his soul. The blade was enveloped in a blue magical aura, and the boy noticed that the dagger was flying. The weapon flew further and further away from its owner's hands, and his opponent realized that it was doing so very slowly. Jumping high above the floor to dodge, Ghoul mentally said that he thought the knife should have fallen a long time ago. Beads of sweat ran down the fighter's nose, and he thought that this was not so. Air currents swirled around the blade, and the Huashan disciple noticed that it would definitely reach its target. The tip of the weapon began to increase in diameter, and it turned out that after that it would be possible to comprehend its unimaginable power. Zhang's eyes suddenly shrank significantly. His pupils reflected the face of his opponent. At that very moment, the heir of the Tang family released a powerful flurry of energy at his opponent. Ghoul abruptly lifted his feet off the ground. The flow of magic was approaching his body. A moment later, the guy opened his mouth in bewilderment. The magic blow left a wound on the guy's neck. The Huashan disciple began to fall to the side. The young man resolutely rested his foot on the floor. Putting his hand in front of him, the fighter rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the warrior prepared to attack. His enemy's pupils noticeably shrank from fear. Beads of sweat flowed down both cheeks of the heir of the Tang family, when suddenly he became aware of plum petals. A moment later, Ghoul's weapon pierced his opponent's neck. Bright tree leaves fell down near his face. A glint of light was visible on the tip of the blade. The boy frowned from the effort. Grinning evilly, the fighter said that he was waiting for the next one. Lifting his opponent's hair with his sword, the young man noted that there was no need for this anymore. Smiling broadly, the warrior declared that he had won. Plum petals continued to fall in the air. John spread his arms out to the sides and looked up. Squinting, the heir of the Tang family realized that he had lost. Standing on the battlefield, the member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce thought about the fact that his defeat was inexcusable. Father Ghoul went out onto the stairs and, after a pause, admitted to himself that he could not believe it. The head of the association raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, thinking about the fact that his son had won. The man remembered his child running down the street with a stick in his hand, and thought that he certainly had a talent for fencing, but it was only the beginning, because no one knew that he was outstanding. The little boy smiled happily. The adult fighter clenched his teeth, and his father realized that he had managed to win after all. Zhang raised his face with closed eyes, and the head of the association noted that his son had won the fight against the heir of the Tang family. Narrowing his pupils, Ghoul asked his friend if he had seen the fight. The boy continued to talk about winning, when suddenly his silhouette began to blur. The students dropped their jaws in bewilderment. Looking up, the fighter muttered that something was wrong with his head. Collapsing face down on the floor, the young man added that he was dizzy. Putting her hand on her friend's neck, Isel asked him to be quiet. A magical aura surrounded the girl's hand. Red drops appeared between her fingers, and she said that the bleeding did not stop. The exhausted Ghoul was held under the arms, when suddenly someone approached them. The man poked his fingers into the guy's neck and noted that he still had not managed to dodge. The second-generation student lifted her palm from her neck and noticed that the blood had stopped. Squinting, Chunmian asked if the others thought that if the wound was even a couple of centimeters deeper, he would have died, to which the others were outraged by how he said it and asked for a drop of sympathy. Curling his lips into a tube, the protagonist looked at the fighter in bewilderment. The protagonist clarified if everything was okay, to which he closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. A wide smile appeared on the young man's face, and the 13th disciple of the Huashan school thought to himself that he had never been so happy when he defeated other disciples of the sect, nor when they obtained the recipe for the true energy pills, and then remembered that the Tang family was a huge barrier, and once he managed to overcome it, he became many times stronger. Grinning, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world decided that he would now have no equal in swordsmanship in the entire sect. Bright pink rays appeared around the fighter, and the divine dragon noted that there was still a very long way to go, because for a plum tree to bloom, skill alone is not enough, because a person also needs to bloom. The comrades touched Ghoul's body with their hands, and Chongmian thought that it would be great if this happened to him today. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head to the side. John stood with his head raised up. At that very second, the heir of the Tang family began to look straight ahead. Holding out the decanter in his hand, the protagonist invited him to take it. Raising his eyebrows, the 13th disciple of Huashan's school explained that in order to ease the pain of the bitterness of defeat, one could drink this. After a pause, the member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce lowered his hands and asked if the interlocutor was laughing at him. Suddenly, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world asked if he thought that he would never be a loser in his life, when suddenly the guy's pupils noticeably decreased. Dropping his jaw, the fighter exclaimed that he was not that arrogant, and then added that only in his family were there those who were older and stronger than him. The protagonist lowered his eyelids and said that he knew this, although Ghoul was not the eldest. Putting his hand behind his back, the protagonist noted that Zhang probably did not expect that he would lose to the younger one, and then added that he himself had never lost even to his peers. The 13th disciple of Huashan asked if it was true that he had never considered that he would not be caught up with many existing talented people, to which he looked away and remained silent. The heir of the Tang family looked back shamefacedly, and his interlocutor thought that he had hit the nail on the head, because all the senior Taoists who had achieved success in their youth thought the same way, and if he could continue to grow at the same pace, he might surpass many someday. Raising the corner of his lips, Chongmian suggested that he would be able to become like himself, although he had never lost like that. The furious faces of the exhausted warriors appeared, and it turned out that most of the senior disciples were on a completely different level. The member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce closed his lips, and it was said that everyone would have to experience defeat and learn its limitations someday. The protagonist asked him about his opinion on whether someone who had never failed could become stronger, when Zhang suddenly looked straight ahead. Closing one eye, the protagonist explained that when a wound heals, the flesh becomes harder, and vice versa, the invisible body does not know how to become stronger. Grasping the top of the decanter with his fingers, the 13th disciple of Huashan's school declared that the choice was his alone. The heir of the Tang family looked down at the container, and the divine dragon said that one could use defeat as a stepping stone to one's own growth, or forever reproach oneself because of pride. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek, and he remained silent. A slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face. In that same second, the warrior snatched the decanter from the interlocutor's hand. A moment later, he began to take sip after sip. Putting his hand in front of him, the youth exhaled in relief. As he began to drink the contents of the container, the protagonist puffed out his cheeks. Clenching his teeth tightly, the 13th disciple of Huashan's school exclaimed that this was good. One of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world admitted that there was really no reason to be disappointed, while his interlocutor wiped his mouth with his hand. Ghoul walked with his hand on his neck, while the divine dragon said that it might not be easy for him now, but he would soon realize that losing to this guy was not a shame. Zhang frowned menacingly and declared that it would be so. Qian Mayan immediately turned his back on him. Taking one step forward, the protagonist bid farewell to the young man, to which he received silence. The heir of the Tang family asked if he could ask him one question, after which the protagonist turned back. Lowering his chin, the member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce asked how strong he was. Smiling widely, the 13th student of Huashan High School replied that it would be difficult for him, to which he received silence. Qian Mayan raised his head and noted that no one really knew. The protagonist explained that if there were 12 hidden daggers instead of 11, he would have had a hard time too, when suddenly Zhang's pupils noticeably shrank from fear, and he did not understand how his interlocutor knew this. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he should try his best in any case, because then he might be able to become the best in the family. The heir of the Tang family looked after him with his hands down. As he climbed the stairs, the 13th student of Huashan's school cried out that it was time for the guests. Moonlight was breaking through the gray clouds in the sky. The girls were clearing away the wooden debris, and someone was heard saying that it was as if a storm had passed here. John stood on the porch and asked if everything was still the same, to which Baekshun replied that it looked like it was. Tightly clutching the handle of the dagger, the warrior said that they would return. The second-generation disciple asked if this would happen after what had happened, to which Zhang bandaged his injured hand and admitted that he was not sure. Turning his head towards the righteous sword, the member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce remarked that, as he had said, this was his family's business, and that he would report today that Ghoul had lost, adding that it would be up to his family to decide what to do next. The fighters stood under a blue awning, and one of them said that it was said that the Tang clan did not forgive even the slightest offense, although their heir did not look like he was harboring a grudge. The lights were on in the windows of the building, and a boy could be heard saying that the party would definitely try to resolve this issue. It seemed as if water was being poured into a cup. Hot steam was coming out of the top of the teapot along with the liquid. Qian Mayan reached out his hand to the mug. The protagonist slammed one side of the cup against the other and noticed that everything was the same as before. As he began to drink the liquid, the protagonist threw his head back. The sun's light fell on the cup, and it was said that it had happened a long time ago, and a lot of water had flowed under the bridge. The man put his hand on his side, and someone was heard calling for Brother Tans and shouting that he had asked to leave some for him too, and then added that he did not know that someone could deal with these demonic bastards better than him. Words were heard that he was meeting such a person for the first time, because no one in this world would communicate with a sword and not with their mouth, when suddenly a smile appeared on the face of the 13th disciple of the Huashan school. Glare of light reflected off the water in the mug, and the man's call was heard in his thoughts again. Suddenly, the image in his eyes began to blur. The pupils of one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world noticeably decreased. The warrior's palm was bleeding, and he asked to hear about his skills. At that moment, the divine dragon placed the dishes on the table with a bang. Sitting on the chair, the boy apologized and said that he could not keep a single promise. Another one of the same blades hung over the 11 blades, and the warrior noted that everyone remembered it, and then added that these were 12 daggers and 12 commandments. It seemed like Zhang was wiping his mouth with his fingers, and Qianmayan explained that for now there were only 11, but the day would come when exactly 12 blades would be created by the hands of his descendants. Grasping the cup with his fingers, the protagonist admitted that for him, Huashan is in first place. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist explained that there was no need to worry, because when he saw it, he realized that even if the party got into trouble, everything would be resolved. A man in green clothes was also sitting at the table. Suddenly, the empty dishes began to fill with water. Smiling, the divine dragon noted that the taste might not be the same as before, but he felt happy that he could finally drink with him. The interlocutor slammed the rim of his mug against the other. Moonlight was breaking through the dark clouds in the sky. The sun was visible above the Rocky Mountains, and someone could be heard calling out loudly for Qianmayan. Pushing the protagonist in the shoulder, the disciple cried out that he needed to get up, and did not understand why he was so drunk. Waving his palm down, the protagonist muttered that he didn't need to yell like that, because his head was splitting. Zhang closed his eyes in displeasure, and exclaimed that of course it was splitting, because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, 5 whole decanters. The boy told him to get up, because the head of the association invited them to have breakfast together, when suddenly Isa lowered her eyebrows in bewilderment, and asked who behaved like that at the elders. The girl narrowed her eyes and declared that it was disgusting. Suddenly, fire appeared on the palms of the 13th student of Huashan's school, and he did not understand whether it was the flame of 3 plums. With his mouth wide open, the young man was indignant at whether he was trying to get alcohol out of his body with her help, to which he said that a hangover is a hard thing, although he used to be more resistant to alcohol, after which he was asked how old he had been drinking. Stretching his hands upward, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world clarified whether the head of the association had called them, and then cried out that in that case, they should go quickly. Suddenly, a second-generation student put her hand on his shoulder, to which he asked her in confusion. There were decanters scattered on the table, and the girl told him to clean them up, to which he agreed. The building where the head of the association was located appeared, and someone loudly wished good morning to the others. Gul's cheeks turned red with shame, and Chunmian asked about him, after which he asked him to make his face simpler or just smile. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about how this guy was trying to act serious, but the corners of his lips were dancing so much that he stretched a smile from ear to ear, and he did not understand whether he was so happy. The warrior bit his lips, holding back a joyful smile, while the protagonist decided that it was deserved, and for him, defeating the representative of the Sichuan Tang Association probably really has a huge meaning. Sitting down at the long table, the head of the association said that something significant had happened that night, which was why he wanted to gather everyone for breakfast to discuss it. The old man asked if they had said they were going to Yunnan, to which Baekchan lowered his chin and answered in the affirmative. The man lowered his hands under the table and admitted that he had been very worried and wanted to protect his son from participating in this trip, after which he added that now his opinion had changed. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, while Father Gul said that the trip to Yunnan could not harm his child if those who raised him to be such a fine warrior were nearby. Turning his head to the side, Zhang addressed the headman, when suddenly the latter interrupted him and exclaimed in the affirmative. The old man's pupils widened and he exclaimed that they actually had a connection with Yunnan, so sending a small expedition would be easy, and then he added that the transport was leaving today, so he suggested that they take advantage of it. The man admitted that he regretted what had happened earlier and asked him to take care of his son, to which the second-generation disciple lowered the corners of his eyebrows to his nose in amazement. The boy jumped up from his chair and began to loudly thank the leader, to which he laughed and replied that they had nothing to thank him for, since on the contrary, he should be grateful for the fact that they had taught his son so well. Raising his eyebrows, the old man advised the disciples to set out after dinner, and then added that he suggested that they eat now and prepare for the journey. Clenching his fists in joy, Baekchan asked if the others had heard what the leader had said, and then exclaimed that as soon as they finished eating, they would go and get ready for Yunnan. Gul smiled broadly and supported his comrade's words. Zhang closed his eyes and also agreed with his elder. Someone could be heard saying that he didn't want it, while Baekchan lowered his eyebrows to his nose and said that it was wonderful. Looking up, the student asked again and asked if he had misheard. Chongmian folded his arms in displeasure, when suddenly someone spoke to him. Frowning angrily, the protagonist said that he didn't want it, and then added that he would not go to Yunnan. A view of the city's outskirts from above appeared. The roofs of the buildings were covered in green material. Someone could be heard asking if Zhang had been beaten by Huashan's students, and he returned empty-handed, to which he humbly lowered his arms and answered in the affirmative. Approaching the heir of the Tang family, the warrior asked whether it was not the divine dragon or even the righteous sword that defeated him, but the heir from the association, to which he again answered positively. Dan frowned menacingly and asked the guy if he even understood what that meant. Opening his mouth, the fighter replied that he understood it, when suddenly he was asked where he got so much self-confidence in that case. Approaching the table, the deputy head of the association explained that he was the heir of the family and the son of the head, so he asked him if he understood what the consequences would be if the city found out that he had lost to a certain ghoul, after which he added that they would become a laughingstock and people would stop taking their opinions into account, and in the end it could come to protests. And someone would even dare to conspire against them. The man said that such a minor issue could turn into a tragedy, and the heir was no fool, so he should understand this, to which the heir looked down in confusion and agreed with the elder. Narrowing his eyes, Damp said that this was an official meeting. Looking at the floor, the member of the Chamber of Commerce Sahi again agreed with him. Extending his palm forward, the deputy head of the association asked if he would take responsibility for what happened, and then explained that because of his one mistake, the reputation of Tang could go down the drain, and if things went badly, their influence in Sichuan would be shaken. The man lowered his hands and cried out that this issue could not be resolved by sacrificing one person. John said that he was ready to take the punishment, when suddenly the veins on the elder's forehead bulged with anger. Suddenly, someone waved their fingers above their head. The old man sat on a chair and asked his heir again. At that moment, he narrowed his eyes. Gunak looked down and asked if his son realized how great his guilt was in what he had done. The boy looked down in confusion and replied that he did. The head of the Tan family asked why he was so calm in that case, to which he lowered his eyebrows seriously and explained that it was because this incident helped him understand something. Lowering his chin, the fighter explained that he had found the path he should take and also learned that the world was vast. The young man noticed that there were many people under the sky who were much stronger than him, and thanks to this battle, he had gained the desire to try even harder, so he had no need to fear punishment, to which the head of the association frowned rudely and asked if he meant ghoul by those who were stronger than him. Standing in front of the stairs leading to his father, John admitted that he believed that regardless of the outcome of the fight, the result could change next time unless his opponent was someone else, to which he was asked if they were talking about the divine dragon and the righteous sword. Imagining Baekshun's face, the heir to the Tang family said that this person was clearly stronger than Ghoul, and then added that this was evident even in their attitude towards each other. Slightly lowering his eyelids, the boy began to talk about the divine dragon Huashan. The fighter noted that he could not say for sure, when suddenly his father narrowed his eyes and asked him again. Breathing heavily, the young man explained that he still did not understand how strong or weak he was. A memory of Kian Mayan handing him the decanter appeared. Looking at the elders of the association, John admitted that he did not know because he had not been able to study it. Gunak closed his lips and thought about the thirst for victory that he had always seen in his child's eyes. In the past, the bloodied heir of the Tang family lay on the ground, and his father thought about how during the brutal training that many young men could not stand on their feet, or avoided until adulthood, this boy silently endured and clung to the opportunity to become stronger. The warrior bit his lips in confusion, and the head of the association mentally said that in his desire to win, he had always surpassed all his peers, but now he could not even appreciate the strength of the divine dragon and was ready to accept defeat. Putting his hand to his chest, Damp suggested that there was no point in the head listening to this, and then suggested punishing him and sending his deputy to the Four Seas Association. The man remarked that he would return as soon as he decided, when suddenly the head of the family's pupils noticeably narrowed. Looking away, the assistant apologized. The old man pointed out that the divine dragon had not shown his strength from the heir's words, to which he lowered his hands and replied in the affirmative. The association leader frowned and said that he was the one who doubted him the most, and then asked why, as he had never paid attention to something as useless as the enemy's fame before. The father asked what was so special about him, if it was not that, to which the Tang family heir pressed his lips together in confusion. A drop of sweat was running down the boy's cheek. Imagining the satisfied grin on Chong Mayan's face, Zhang explained that he knew about the secret of their association about the 12 daggers. Hearing this, the Sichuan Association leader's pupils bulged in indignation. The old man opened his mouth wide and began to shout. Placing his palm on the desk, the man did not understand whether he knew about the 12 hidden daggers. The worried deputy turned his head towards the leader, while the latter thought that this could not be, and that it was simply unthinkable. The boy clenched his jaw, and his father thought that it could be about the flower rain or the intangible poison, which many have heard of, but this technique is not remembered even by the members of the Tang themselves, and it is kept in the strictest confidence. Opening his mouth in fear, the old man wondered if the divine dragon knew about it, after which he mentally said that there were no more people left who could know about the existence of the 12 hidden daggers. But if they did not tell him, Then how did he find out about them himself? Dropping his jaw, the father asked his son to describe this person to him. The heir of the family looked up in alarm, while the head of the association ordered not to miss a single detail. Chongmyun curled his lips while they asked him why he was not going and why he was stubborn again. The protagonist replied that he simply did not want to which Baekhyun slapped his face with his palm and began to make a drawn-out sound. A moment later, the righteous sword opened its jaws wide and began to scream loudly. The second-generation student of the Huashan school exclaimed that the protagonist could stay and even live here, and they would go to Yunnan without him, to which he crossed his elbows and agreed. Suddenly, someone called out to the elder, to which he quickly turned his gaze towards this person. Iso lowered her eyebrows in confusion and asked if the Tans would sit and do nothing, to which she received an answer that this was impossible, and they would definitely go after them. Frowning menacingly, the young man explained that this was why they needed to leave for Yunnan as soon as possible, because no one knew what could happen if they stayed. A question was heard about what would happen to the Four Seas Association, and suddenly the elder curled his lips and responded. John closed his eyes humbly, while his father asked if Kianmayang had mentioned the importance of the 12th dagger when he just looked at it, although his son lost even using a hidden technique. With his pupils bulging, Gunak thought that he could not believe it, because if the divine dragon was able to recognize him with just a glance, then his knowledge of martial arts was superior to his own. Suddenly, a gray haze scattered in space, and the old man mentally said that this was a phantom genius, and that even this would not be enough. Turning his shoulder forward, the head of the Sichuan Association told everyone to get ready, to which the deputy asked him again. Iso placed her hands on her knees and explained that the late hour meant that they had no intention of treating Ghoul as an equal, and added that they had been defeated and left in disgrace. Baekhyun paused, clenching his fist. The second-generation Huashan student's eyes darted around as he began to understand. The old man's pupils bulged, and the boy thought that the headman knew this, but was still sending them to Yunnan. The girl's eyes widened, and she noted that even if they were gone, they would come again. Frowning furiously, Gunak declared that he would visit them himself. The schoolgirl lowered her eyebrows and said the name of the Four Seas Association. At the same time, the head of the Tang family lowered his jaw and said the same thing. Baekhyun, with the corners of his lips raised, realized that their departure would not solve the problem, and also wondered why he had not thought of this right away. Looking towards the protagonist, the second-generation disciple muttered that this was why he was stubborn. Kianmayang sighed heavily, hearing that this was no excuse for his behavior. Righteous Sword, with his mouth wide open, remarked that he thought they would have to wait a while before going to Yunnan. The boy added that they could only leave after they had resolved the issue with the Tang family, to which the old man, sweating on his face, said that they had no obligation. The young man lowered his eyebrows and exclaimed that they had caused trouble, so they should solve it themselves. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked why them first, since he was the one who interfered, after which the teenager asked him to be quiet. With his jaw wide open, Joel's father asked if they knew how dangerous the Tang family was, and then added that even though Joel had defeated Zhang, he was dealing with the youngest. The student's pupils narrowed sharply, and it was heard that they should leave immediately. Kianmayang raised the corners of his lips and replied that it was already late. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that they were already here, and had arrived earlier than he thought. The doors of the room were visible. Suddenly, an old man entered the room. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The assistant said that the head of the Tang family had personally come to the head of the Four Seas Association, which made him look ahead in bewilderment. Sweat ran down the man's face, and he thought he was finished. The schoolboy, opening his mouth, asked again about the head of Tang. Closing his eyes, Zhang asked in what sense, and since when did adults get involved in children's squabbles, and especially the head of the Sichuan Tang Association himself. Smiling, the protagonist noted that influential people were entering the game. Suddenly, the gentleman fell to the floor. Sighing heavily, the man was very surprised by the head of the Tang Association. Being near the table, Father Ghoul asked where he was now, to which he received the answer that he was standing at the gate. Lowering his eyebrows, the head of the Four Seas Association realized that he was waiting for him to come out, and this gave him hope. Baekhyun could be seen holding the gentleman back, and the gentleman muttered that if he was thirsty for blood, he would not stand on ceremony, but simply wipe them off the face of the earth, and since he was waiting for an invitation, it meant that he still had some patience left, which did not allow him to neglect manners. Clenching his fist, the man turned to his son. Father Ghoul asked him to promise him that the student would not interfere no matter what happened, and at that moment, his eyes widened in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, the head of the Four Seas Association ordered him to do it faster. The guy, standing near the table, answered positively, after which the gentleman asked the others to also stay away. Through sweat on his face, the man exclaimed that they did not even imagine what would happen if they disturbed the peace of mind of the head of Tang. The protagonist, with his arms crossed, listened attentively, so they should not interfere. Frowning menacingly, Father Ghoul said that they should not interfere under any circumstances. Opening the door, the leader of the Four Seas Association thought that he would make them run away right now, but since the leader Tang was already here, it was impossible. Walking along the carpet, the gentleman explained that he never moved alone, and he thought that his guards were already standing along the entire outer perimeter. His pupils suddenly narrowed. The roofs of buildings could be seen from afar. A moment later, Father Ghoul stopped in place. The leader of the Four Seas Association stood at the high gate, and it was said that he was captured by a real tiger, who was hiding and waiting behind this gate. The warrior's body was shaking with fear. Rays of light penetrated the clouds, and at the same time, it was heard that a real monster had arrived here, ready to grind him into dust. Suddenly, the gentleman opened his mouth. The man asked to open the gate, after which the entrance began to open. Father Ghoul suddenly leaned forward. A human silhouette appeared. Looking down, the head of the Four Seas Association said that this was a man whose face he could never see because he always bowed his head to him. Through the sweat on his face, the gentleman added that this was the king of poisons. The eyes of the head of the Great Sichuan Tang Association glowed green, and then the gentleman exclaimed that it was a great honor for him to receive him. Squinting, the man noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Father Ghoul, lowering his head, said that he should have visited him first, and would accept any punishment for the fact that such an important person had to come all this way, to which he was told that it was quite kind. Sweat poured down the gentleman's face, and it was heard that he had come on business. The heads of the association walked towards the building. The man moved his feet, muttering that he actually knew that at this point he could no longer solve the problem on his own. Father Zhang's expression was serious, and at the same time, the gentleman thought that it was important to understand what made him come all this way. Looking ahead, the head of the Four Seas Association decided to stall for time first. The back of Father Ghoul's head was visible, and he heard someone speaking to him. The man turned around, confused. The gentleman was asked if he had children now, to which he remained silent with his mouth slightly open. Looking at the members of the Tang Association, Father Ghoul asked what they meant by children. Opening his jaw, the old man replied that he meant the disciples of the Huashan sect. The pupils of the head of the Four Seas Association suddenly narrowed. Through the sweat on his face, the man thought that it was useless to lie, then said that they were here, and also asked why he was asking. With his eyes bulging, the gentleman listened to him say that he wanted to meet him, and then realized that his target was not the Four Seas Association, but the disciples of the Huashan sect. The heads of the associations appeared from afar. The old man raised the corners of his lips in confusion. Gunak said that he thought his request was simple, and at that moment Ghoul's father, hanging his head, did not know how to get out of it. Clenching his fist, the man did not know how to hide those whose whereabouts were no longer a secret. The gentleman abruptly began to talk about yesterday's events, causing the Yadav king to open his jaw and congratulate him. The head of the Four Seas Association widened his eyes in surprise. Smiling, Gunak noted that he had heard that his second son had distinguished himself, and Zhang had said that he had been defeated. Leaning forward, Ghoul's father exclaimed that Ghoul was simply lucky, because how could his son compete with the young gentleman? Turning his gaze to the side, the Yadav king asked Zhang if there was an excuse for his defeat. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that Ghoul had beaten him fairly. The leader, standing opposite the leader of the Four Seas Association, explained that modesty was a wonderful quality, but if you overdo it, you can put the other person in an awkward position, and so he should calm down and be happy for his son, and he would also be happy if his talent illuminated the name of the Tang family. But the fact that he found his path and a place where he can develop his skills is also wonderful. Squinting, the old man added that only the naivety of some people is surprising, because once they achieve something, they imagine themselves to be all-powerful. Gunak said that he would like to know his opinion, after which sweat began to flow down Ghoul's father's face. Looking down, the man replied that people can be naive, but everyone should know their place, and it is important to be able to tame your greed. Opening his mouth, the Poison King asked what about him. The master's pupils sharply narrowed from the question of whether he dared to dream of more. The head of the Four Seas Association clenched his fingers and said that his dream had already come true, since he was right next to him. The old man tapped his foot and said that it was a good answer. Looking at his interlocutor, the head of the Sichuan Association Tang family asked for the Huashan disciples to be brought to him. Father Ghoul began to apologize, to which Gunak bared his teeth menacingly. The man quickly closed his eyes, and it was audible that he was not explaining clearly, since he had already said the same thing twice, and maybe a third time. The pupils of the Poison King glowed green, and then he ordered that the Huashan disciples be brought immediately, and he did not intend to repeat it anymore. The old man lowered his head, unable to stop his body from trembling, and he felt as if he was about to collapse to the ground, deprived of all strength. The head of the Four Seas Association widened his eyes in bewilderment. The boy's joyful face appeared. Father Ghoul opened his mouth wide and shouted that the Huashan disciples were guests of the Four Seas Association, and his son was one of them. The man exclaimed that as the head of the association, he could not expel guests without reason, and as a father, he could not expel his son, causing the gentleman to raise the corners of his lips in surprise. Looking down, Gunnak clarified that even if the Four Seas Association was destroyed, through the sweat on his face, the old man wondered what kind of father he would be after that. Leaning over, Father Ghoul said that if he wanted revenge, he was willing to sacrifice himself. The Poison King listened with his eyebrows lowered as he said that he believed that Tang's methods did not include punishing innocent children. Suddenly, the gentleman said that he was wrong, and at that moment, the man raised his head in shock. The old man looked up in surprise, and Gunnak remarked that he should be happy for his son's success. The Poison King opened his jaw and added that he felt like he had completely lost his mind because of this. The head of the Sichuan Association Tang family said that he was so intoxicated by the victory that he had forgotten about the Tang family's methods, and Ghoul's father's pupils narrowed. The heads of the associations could be seen from afar. Frowning menacingly, Gunnak explained that this was also his mistake, but now he would be kind enough to remind him of what they were, so that he would remember them forever. Sharp daggers appeared. The man's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, the gentleman opened his mouth wide. Father Ghoul turned his head and shouted for everyone to run. The old man's jaw dropped in surprise. The warriors turned around and were stunned. People could be seen running away with screams. Gunnak's cloak was flying in the wind. The Poison King looked down. Father Zhang suddenly looked up. There was a boy on the roof of the building. The boy's leg appeared and at the same time, he turned to the gentleman. Crossing his arms, Qianmayan noticed that he had a strange character. The head of the Tang Sichuan Association family abruptly hid his knife. Frowning, Gunnak asked if he was the divine dragon Huashan. Opening his jaw, the protagonist asked if he knew. The old man, sweating on his face, exclaimed that he said not to interfere. The protagonist waved his hand and asked if the leader did not understand that he had come here for him. Looking at the young warrior, the greatest swordsman asked him if he was right. Suddenly, the 13th student of Huashan's school rushed forward. The student quickly landed on the ground. The boy's face was serious. The Poison King, smiling slightly, said that he had imagined the divine dragon a little differently. A second later, a powerful aura swirled around the man, and he said that it did not matter. The members of the Tang Association lowered their eyebrows in bewilderment. Father Ghoul's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, Gunnak kicked his foot. Stepping forward, the gentleman said that he would see what he was like. The Poison King quickly approached the young man. The floor under the man began to crack. His pupils glowed green. Suddenly, many students appeared, shouting for them to stop. The teenager looked back sharply. A second later, the boys landed on the ground. Baekshun, clenching his fist, greeted the head of the Tang family, and also explained that he was a second-generation disciple of the Huashan sect. Opening his mouth, Gunnak called him the Righteous Sword, to which the boy exclaimed that it was a great honor for him to know about him. Looking down, the warrior wondered if he did not understand who he was climbing, or if he did not even know who the Tang were. Several schoolchildren appeared, and Baekshun thought that this was impossible, because there was not a single person in the world who had not heard of the Poison King, and even the elder would pay respects if he were here. Through sweat on his face, the Righteous Sword muttered that he always knew that Qianmayan was a blockhead, but did not think that he was complete. Biting his lips, the boy noticed that he felt a lot of pressure all this time, and even his breath caught from just standing in front of him. Looking up, the second-generation disciple realized that this was a legendary level of skill. Clenching his fingers, the teenager apologized for his junior's disrespectful behavior, and then added that if necessary, he was ready to accept punishment. The protagonist sighed heavily, hearing that he was responsible for him. Touching his comrade, the protagonist asked him to move. Placing his hand on his side, the 13th student of the Huashan school said that he should let Baekshun believe that the master did not care about him, because he came for him. Biting his lips, the greatest swordsman muttered that he could not stay away any longer, and as soon as he overdid it, he immediately felt hostility towards him. Looking at Gunnak's serious face, the boy thought that he was here because of him. Opening his mouth, the youth said that it was him and let him watch. Frowning angrily, the Poison King asked what the youth was doing. The Righteous Sword, with sweat on his face, could not understand how he could say such a thing, and was he not at all worried. Raising the corners of his lips, the teenager asked what all this fuss was about. The head of the Sichuan Association Tang family, looking at the protagonist, asked him again, and he noted that since he had come here himself, it meant that he needed something. Frowning angrily, Father Zhang asked to be allowed to ask a question. Baekshun opened his jaw in surprise when he heard the question. Did he really think that there would be a single living soul left here after being treated so disrespectfully? The students and heads of the associations could be seen from afar. Opening his mouth, Qianmayan answered positively. The protagonist smiled and said that most likely at least someone would survive, and he certainly would. Gunnak, puzzled, raised the corners of his lips, wondering what was wrong with him. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared, and at the same time, the Poison King muttered that he hoped to suppress his confidence with his aura, because even his son would not endure it and lose consciousness. But the divine dragon remained unperturbed, as if he was used to this. The head of the Tang family of the Sichuan Association, looking at the protagonist, added that at the same time, he did not look so strong outwardly, and this was confusing. Squinting, the man said that he thought he was nothing. Grinning, the guy clarified whether he wanted to check, to which he received the answer that he was just about to. Standing in front of the young man, Father Zhang asked if he thought he would not kill him, after which he said that he thought so. Looking at the small patch, the gentleman asked him how much faith he had in the plum blossom, and whether he was sure that Huashan would support him. The 13th disciple sighed heavily, wondering if he thought that he had no faith and that his only hope was Huashan, and then thought that he was the one supporting Huashan. A moment later, the greatest swordsman frowned angrily. A small structure appeared in the past, and it was heard that although he had the surname Tang, he did not have warm feelings for them. Suddenly, knives were stuck into the tree trunk, and Zhang remarked that they would definitely sell it if they saw any benefit in it. The protagonist's face was red, and at that moment, the heir of the Tang family added that he was serious, because the family believed that if he interfered, the best way was to kill him. Bringing the glass to his mouth, Qianmayan asked if they could, to which he replied that they had no chance against him. Smiling widely, the member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce exclaimed that he was the Dark Lord. Gunak, hearing that he did not believe in Huashan but in Tang, lowered his eyebrows and asked what that meant. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist explained that it was said that the Sichuan Tang Association would do anything for profit, and if that was true, he would not kill him, and then the Poison King asked for the reason. Suddenly, the boy touched the patch on his clothes. Opening his jaw, the young man shouted that he would become the strongest in the world and make Huashan the best sect, and by killing him now, he would get rid of the enemy. But if he befriended him, he would establish a connection with the future warrior of this world. Looking at the gentleman, the teenager added that it was obvious to him which option was more advantageous. Squinting, the head of the Tang family muttered that it was surprising, because he understood his true intentions. The 13th disciple of the Huashan school had a serious expression, and at the same time, Father Zhang thought that even his son was not capable of this, and he also could not understand where this genius youth came from. Opening his mouth, the man said that this was too insightful, and the greatest swordsman wondered to himself what he wanted. Gunak, standing in front of the protagonist, exclaimed that since he guaranteed that he could become the best, Tang would recognize him as an ally, after which he offered to become comrades, and promised that Tang would spare nothing for him, to which he replied that he was very touched. Raising his hand, the Poison King noted that these words would only gain power when he confirmed them with actions. One of the members of the Tang Association bowed his head down. The warriors were seen standing on the roof, and Father Zhang said that if not, then as payment for the deception, they would take his life. Bakshan looked up in confusion, and at that moment the man said that he did not care how strong he was. Human silhouettes appeared in the boy's pupil. Many warriors surrounded the boys, and then the master explained that one way or another, they would all die today. The second-generation disciple opened his mouth wide and turned to Qianmayan. Ghoul, with bulging eyes, asked if he was in his right mind, to which the protagonist asked a counter-question, did he think he would really kill them? The boy abruptly put his hands on his hips. Standing in front of his comrades, the young man said that from now on, they should be careful. The righteous sword, biting his lips, muttered that he believed in his abilities, because in all the time they knew each other, he had never given a single reason to doubt them. It was clear that the teenager was standing next to Gunak, and the schoolboy asked if he could stand up to the head of Tang, and if he really wanted to fight the master whose name had thundered throughout the world even before he was born. Lowering his eyebrows, Baekchan decided that he definitely wouldn't succeed, because no matter what, it was impossible, and the outcome was predetermined. Suddenly, the righteous sword opened his mouth wide. A second later, Isil grabbed his clothes. Raising the corners of her lips, the girl explained that his main goal was to make Huashan the best sect in the world. The guy, turning his head, listened in surprise that even if he lost, he would still be able to get up. Clenching his fist, the young man thought that she was right, because Qianmayan did not want to become the strongest in the world, but wanted to make Huashan famous, and for that he was willing to do anything, and he did not care if the result was a terrible humiliation for him. Looking at the protagonist's back, the teenager added that even knowing that he would lose, he would still easily sacrifice his reputation. The protagonist could be seen moving his legs, and at the same time, the second-generation disciple wondered if he should believe in him, since he took such a step of his own free will. It seemed like the warriors were walking towards the high gate, and Baekchan hoped that his faith would not waver. The boy grabbed his sword tightly. Frowning seriously, the righteous sword decided that if he was in danger, he would not hesitate, even in front of the Tang leader. Gunak and Qianmayan moved far away from the boys. The Poison King turned his gaze to the side when he heard the question of why him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he felt like he hadn't done anything special, and that Ghoul had fought, and then asked why he had come for him. The back of the man's head was visible, and he asked if the protagonist had said that they needed the 12th hidden dagger. The gentleman said that he was curious about how he knew about this secret of the Tang family, and the guy squinted and asked about the secret. Suddenly, a bright beam pierced his head. In the past, Zhang, putting his glass on the table, laughed loudly. In a small building, a member of the Sahi Chamber of Commerce asked if he could tell him a secret, and asked not to tell anyone. Taking out a sharp knife, the heir to the Tang family said that everyone thinks that he only uses 11 daggers, but in fact, there is a hidden 12th one. The 13th student of Huashan's school opened his mouth wide and asked if he was the one he had been smashed with. The son of the head of the Tang family exclaimed with his jaw hanging open that he should not ruin his self-esteem. The greatest swordsman narrowed his eyes and wondered if he had told him the biggest secret of his family. Through the sweat on his face, Qianmayan wondered if this was the reason his father had come to kill him. The protagonist bit his lips and muttered that he felt a little scared, and then asked if he had really decided to kill him. The protagonist said that it was just a guess as he walked forward. Gunnak said that it was extremely important to him as he moved his legs. Suddenly, the Poison King turned his body. Standing in front of the boy, the gentleman explained that it was simple. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The man's face was serious, and at the same time he said that he should endure 10 of his attacks, 1 per second, and then admit that he would become the strongest in the future. Opening his jaw, the teenager asked if he really intended to kill him. Calmly squinting, the head of the Tang family replied that the strongest would be able to pass his test. Baring his teeth, the 13th disciple of the Huashan school muttered that it was natural not to become the strongest after such a feat, and it was unlikely that a person who had accomplished such a feat could be considered an ordinary candidate for this title. Lowering his eyebrows, the greatest swordsman understood what he had planned. Smiling, Chongmin exclaimed that he should not go back on his words, because he intended to seize every inch of his Tang clan's land. Raising his palms, Gunnak noted that if he survived. Taking out the dagger, the Poison King said that he heard that he had destroyed his son's dagger technique, to which the protagonist replied that it was ghoul. Opening his mouth wide, the gentleman explained that he was using the same technique. The man added that it was almost an honor to stand against this dagger, causing the protagonist's pupils to quickly narrow. Lowering his weapon, Father Zhang said that it had been perfected throughout the history of their family. Looking at the sharp blade of the dagger, the boy muttered that it was a dagger that pursued souls, and now it was wielded by the current generation of Tang. The youth noted that it was indeed an honor, after which the head of the Tang family, raising the corners of his lips, asked again about the honorable. A moment later, the projectile flew past the teenager's head. A small scar remained on his cheek, and at the same time, Gunnak exclaimed that this was too loud a word for someone like him. The Poison King extended his hand and said that he would die an inglorious death. The 13th disciple of Huashan's school reported one attack, causing the man to frown in confusion. Wiping away the blood, the greatest swordsman repeated that he had attacked once. A red drop could be seen falling to the ground. Standing in front of his master, Qianmayan explained that there were still 9 left. A moment later, Father Zhang smiled. Taking out his daggers, the head of the Tang family said that this was more than enough to take his life. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the protagonist retorted that he would regret wasting one of them so ineptly. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist said that he would show him why he had made a mistake. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy added that he would show him with this sword. Gunnak looked ahead in surprise. Holding a sharp knife in his hand, the Poison King muttered that as soon as he looked at the tip of his sword, long-forgotten emotions stirred within him, and he also wondered what this feeling was called. The youth's pupils lit up brightly, and at the same time, the man remembered that it was all. The master, tilting his head down, noted that he, the Poison King, was currently experiencing it in relation to some boy. A moment later, Father Zhang grinned menacingly. Baring his teeth, the head of the Tang family decided that he would not give in, and in fact he did not intend to, and if he died from his daggers, then this meant that this was his limit. Clenching his jaw, Gunnak thought that nothing would change if there was one less pompous youth in the world. Suddenly, the Poison King's palm lit up with a blue flame. The man sharply waved his hand. The dagger could be seen cutting through the air. The sharp knife quickly flew towards the teenager. The master's weapon was surrounded by a bright aura. A moment later, Father Zhang used the hidden dagger skill, and a powerful beam appeared. The 13th disciple of Huashan's school extended his sword in front of him. The opponent's dagger slammed into his weapon. Unexpectedly, the greatest swordsman deflected the knife to the side. A powerful explosion was heard behind the protagonist. The foundation of the building could be seen collapsing. A small haze surrounded the warriors. Gunnak's robe fluttered in the wind, and he wondered if his opponent had reflected his hidden dagger, which had been infused with all his profound strength. Opening his mouth in alarm, the head of the Sichuan Association mentally said that in that case, his sword should have broken and cut his throat, but he did not put in much effort and simply changed the flow, simply pointing the sword in a different direction. The protagonist frowned angrily, and the old man wondered if there was even one person here who could understand how incredible this was. The man admitted that he had probably underestimated him, To which his opponent grabbed his scabbard and noted that he was already saying that he would regret it. Gunnak began to rub his palms together and speak. At that very second, the old man spread his elbows to the sides. Grinning maliciously, the head of the Tang family declared that he would now give it his all. Gunnak frowned and smiled slyly, letting out a chuckle. He took a fighting stance, and a shock wave passed from him. The protagonist frowned and thought that the enemy had created a whirlwind in one fell swoop. He narrowed his eyes and realized that he would die if he tried to move. Streams of wind swirled in the air, while the young man thought about the main disadvantage of the dagger technique is that, once you start performing it, it is impossible to stop. The man waved his hand, and Kianmayan thought that he could easily lose his head. The enemy threw 2 sharp daggers. The protagonist frowned, realizing that each of them had a different trajectory. As the weapons approached him, he thought that each blade was flying at a different speed, so they would reach him at the same time. The youth raised his sword. Suddenly, red petals appeared around it. Pink streaks appeared in the air when Kianmayan used Plum Blossom Barrier. Gunnak frowned, seeing that the protagonist blocked his technique with one sword. He extended his hand forward. The dagger pierced the floor. Then the weapon flew towards the protagonist. The enemy swung his hand, attacking the youth. The blades in his hand shone brightly. Then he extended his hands forward, using the 5 thunder rings technique. The weapons rushed towards the boy at high speed. He furrowed his brows as he thought that each of the daggers was extremely dangerous. The pink glow collided with the blue. The protagonist swung the sword. He clenched his teeth tightly as he felt pain in his wrist. A bright vortex appeared around him. The dagger bounced off the magical barrier. Suddenly, another blade pierced the pink shield. The youth clenched his teeth and thought that he was losing his balance. The 5th blade was approaching him. There was a blue glow around the weapon. Kianmayan's eyes widened in fear. He leaned back as the 6th blade appeared in front of him. The youth clenched his teeth tightly. Then, he jumped, dodging the attack. He landed. Blood was flowing out of a fresh wound. The fabric of his clothes was torn. The enemy was standing in the distance. The man smiled and laughed loudly. He frowned his black eyebrows, not understanding how the boy managed to avoid the deadly lightning strike. The protagonist lowered his head down, and Gunnak came to the conclusion that this child was very strong. Suddenly, the man frowned when the youth said the number 4. The protagonist frowned and said that the enemy had 6 attacks left. The Taoist turned his head to the side. Several more blades flew past Kianmayan. Gunnak took out his weapon and thought that the boy had the potential to become the strongest in the world, and he had already proven it by dodging 4 blades, and very soon he would become the best in Huashan and the whole world. The Taoist frowned his thick eyebrows and thought that he wanted to test what the protagonist's limit was. The boy stood motionless, lowering his head down. The weapons glowed brightly, and Gunnak thought that he wanted to do this even if he had to kill the strongest in the world with his own hands. Then he threw the blades forward. The boy just stood there as they flew towards him. He frowned, looking straight ahead. From afar, a white flash could be seen. Baekchan's mouth opened in shock. The protagonist rushed towards the blades. He swung his sword. Then the boy gritted his teeth and screamed that his palms were burning. Kianmayan blocked one of the blades. He extended his hand to the side and thought that he should endure until the blades ran out. The boy raised the weapon above his head. Then he frowned and screamed that he didn't care. He kicked off the floor with his foot. The protagonist jumped towards his opponent. The man smirked and asked if Kianmayan had decided to go on the offensive instead of defending. He waved his hands, releasing the weapon again. A bright light appeared in front of the boy, and Gunnak asked if he could withstand it. The protagonist looked up and realized that it was the 7 stars that steal souls. The blades knocked the boy down, and he thought that there were too many to stop, but if he retreated, he could lose his life from the endless surges of power. Suddenly, he remembered the smiling Taoist who had spoken of Tang's special technique. The boy was surrounded by daggers. He rushed forward and shouted that this technique had gotten to him. The enemy frowned, noticing that Kianmayan had managed to dodge. There was rage in his green eyes. Sharp daggers flew past the boy. The Taoist raised his hand, holding a weapon in it. The protagonist remembered Manhwa and thought that this move was familiar. Then Gunnak threw blades at him. The protagonist ran forward, thinking that he could break through this. A bright pink light appeared as he activated the rain of fallen petals. Blood trickled down his cheek, and he thought that his body was failing him. Holding the sword in his hand, the boy thought that he had lunged too hard for such a strong attack. The opponent's eyes shone brightly. The boy opened his mouth in shock as another weapon approached him. He furrowed his brows and shouted that he was not going to lose. Then, Kianmayan threw the blade aside. But the next moment, another dagger appeared in front of him. The student opened his mouth in horror looking at this. Ghoul arched his eyebrows and began to sweat. Isol also looked surprised. Even Zhong opened his eyes for the first time in a long time. Suddenly, the weapon pierced the protagonist. Ghoul opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. He ran towards the opponent and screamed that he would kill him. Suddenly, Someone grabbed him and told him to calm down. Baekjin held his comrade down, shouting at him to come to his senses. Gul furrowed his brows in shock when his friend said that Kianmayan was alive. The protagonist fell to the floor. The disciple's eyes widened sharply. Then the youth slowly rose up. He held the blade in his teeth. Then he spat it down along with the blood. The youth wiped his mouth and said that he almost died. The man looked at him in shock, not believing that he had caught his weapon. The Taoist remembered a moment from the fight and thought that his opponents usually died when the blade penetrated their skulls. He remembered how the boy opened his mouth wide. Then he clenched his teeth tightly, holding the blade in them. Gunnak sweated, not understanding how it was possible to have such a fast reaction. The protagonist looked at him with hatred while he thought about how incredible it was that he managed to do this when he was on the verge of death. Blood flowed out of Kianmayan's mouth, and the man thought that he could not stop admiring the skill, and even the word genius was not enough to describe it. He frowned when the protagonist said the word 8. The protagonist looked at him sternly and said that he had 2 attacks left, and the Taoist looked at him silently. He clapped his hands and confirmed it. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in his hand. He accumulated energy and said that if the youth could handle even this, he would win. There was a blue light around the dagger. Then, streams of wind appeared there. The Taoist released the blade from his hand. Kianmayan opened his eyes wide and realized that this was the dark rain technique again. As the weapon flew towards him, he thought that at such a close distance, it could be dangerous. Gunnak frowned and said that this technique would be different from the one he had seen before. Then, a bright light blinded everything around. A huge stream of energy rushed towards the youth. He gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't take the blow, but if he tried to dodge, he would just fall. He frowned, looking straight ahead. Then he jumped back. The current caught up with him while he was thinking that he didn't have time to think about what to do. The guy stretched his hand back and decided that he believed in himself. He closed his eyes and thought that his sword contained the essence of Huashan. Then he swung the weapon and thought that Huashan was his sword. A bright flash of light appeared. Lightning shot out from the protagonist's eyes. A pink light appeared around him, and he decided that he would believe in his weapon. The guy quickly turned his head to the side. Plum branches appeared above him. The guy's legs shone brightly as he ran forward. He firmly gripped the sword and decided that he would repeat the 100-year history of his sword again. Kianmayan gritted his teeth tightly, looking forward. Red plum petals swirled in the air. A bright flash of light flashed. Then the glow became even brighter. Blue energy collided with pink. Suddenly, the Taoist frowned. The blade flew through the air. The protagonist sweated when he saw this. He jumped to the side to avoid the strike. He thought that he would swing the sword dozens of times if it didn't work the first time. He swung the weapon and decided that he was ready to do it even hundreds of times. His eyes shone brightly when he thought that the Huashan plum tree would bloom forever. A protective barrier appeared around the protagonist. Another dagger pierced it. The youth jumped to the side. The enemy's weapon was approaching him. He opened his eyes wide and thought that the Huashan plum tree would wither for only a moment, and then bloom again. There was a bright blue light in the air. The dagger flew after the youth. Kianmayan swung the sword, creating a swirl of pink petals around himself. Suddenly, the blade crashed into the barrier. Its glow instantly weakened. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. He frowned and realized that the enemy's weapon was losing its power. Suddenly, Gunnak threw another blade. It quickly flew forward, leaving behind a blue light. The protagonist's body began to emit energy of the same color. He hung in the air. The man with an angry face said that he warned him. The young man opened his eyes wide in fear. The dagger seemed to be burning with a blue flame. The protagonist frowned and sweated. The weapon was approaching him. At this time, the guy was immobilized by the enemy's energy. The blade destroyed everything in its path. Chongyan's eyes widened in fear. A strip of light stretched behind the weapon. This beam was almost overtaking the protagonist. Suddenly, he stepped on the ground with his foot. He raised the sword above himself. The students opened their mouths in shock, seeing that their comrade was about to take the blow. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it was too late to dodge. Baekjin turned around, looking at his friend in shock. He furrowed his brows and began to sweat. He imagined the protagonist turning around with a smile. Kianmayan touched the sword and decided that he would believe in it. The boy raised the weapon. He then swung it and shouted that there was one last blow left. The blade emitted a blue aura. The boy furrowed his brows. Pink petals appeared around again as he used the 7-plum sword technique. The enemy's weapon slammed into his blade. The protagonist's sword was covered in cracks. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. A blue glow appeared above him. This stream destroyed everything it touched. The boy turned around and realized that he was able to parry the blow. Suddenly, he leaned down. A pool of blood poured out onto the floor. The protagonist wiped his mouth and thought that he was almost at his limit, but it was not over yet. The blade flew through the air, and Kianmayan thought that the 10 attacks were not over yet. The protagonist looked to the side and frowned. Then he ran forward while the enemy weapon pursued him. The blue beam approached him while he thought that it was a series of linked circular attacks. The boy turned around sharply and thought that he was already used to this. The youth leapt into the air, using his sword as a shield. His clothes were torn, and blood gushed out. The protagonist's eyes turned white, and he screamed loudly. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he could do it. He turned around and thought that he could block the blow. The enemy suddenly frowned in shock. Kianmayan was right in front of him, his hands stretched out. He jumped up, and something brightly glowed in his hands. The disciple's mouth opened in amazement. The Tang family representative's eyes widened. Gunnak froze, looking up with an expression of horror. The boy swung his sword and screamed that this was the end. The Taoist's eyes reflected the blade. Then, a bright streak appeared in the air. There were gray clouds in the sky. There was blood on the enemy's cheek. The protagonist stabbed his weapon into his shoulder. He was breathing heavily. The boy was sweating, calling the man a cheat. Suddenly, he let out a heavy sigh and began to fall. Chunmian let go of the sword and fell to the floor. Gunnak looked at him silently. There was a needle sticking out of the boy's hand. The man frowned, making a displeased sound. Then he clenched his teeth and screamed loudly in rage. The disciple opened his mouth in fear as his mentor shouted loudly that he dared to tarnish his victory with such a dishonorable act. The boy broke out in a sweat and said that he did it for the sake of the leader. Gunnak knocked him down with an attack and told him to shut up. The Taoist raised his hand, his face twisted in anger. The disciples ran to the protagonist. He was lying on the floor, not reacting to their screams. There was a pool of blood under him. Ghoul grabbed his friend, shouting loudly for him to come to his senses. The enemy frowned as the boy shouted that he would not get away with this. Gunnak broke out in a sweat, looking down. His subordinate fell to his knees when he called him. The Taoist touched the sword and ordered the disciple to take the protagonist to the doctor. The weapon fell down and the leader said that the boy must survive no matter what. He touched his shoulder and added that if Kianmayan died, he would personally punish everyone, starting from the top. He arched his black eyebrows in anger. His disciple, whom he had already punished, was sitting against the wall. The subordinate knelt on one knee, saying that he would make sure that the protagonist survived. Then he stood up and walked towards him. Baekshun took out his sword and told him not to come closer. The boy frowned and said that he would calm down only when he saw the scoundrel with his throat cut. The man frowned and said that the doctors of the Tang clan were superior to all others, and no one in Sichuan could get the protagonist back on his feet faster than them. Gunnak furrowed his brows when the disciple said that they were not trustworthy. The Taoist removed his hand from his shoulder. He looked straight ahead and said that he had lost. Baekshun furrowed his brows when the man added that he had been defeated this time, and in a most shameful manner. Ghoul held his friend in his arms while the opponent said that for this reason, he asked them to give him a chance to restore his honor and prove that the Tang clan were not cowards. He then closed his eyes and lowered his head. The youth stood before him, and the Taoist asked him again. He arched his brows in confusion. He then lowered his sword. Gunnak looked sternly at the boy, who asked if the protagonist would live. The other Taoists stood at a distance. Kianmayan was unconscious, and Gunnak said that they would do their best. Baekshun remained silent, clenching his hands into fists. He then sat down next to his friend. The disciple picked up the protagonist in his arms. He turned around and said that the Tang clan had better keep their word. A drop of blood fell into the water. The boy's eyes were closed. He did not understand what was happening to him. There was a red spot on his cheek, and he felt the smell of blood cutting into his nose. Someone was standing in the middle of the rocks. The enemy was holding a brightly shining sword. A red light was coming out of his feet, and the boy thought that he had never experienced such a sensation before. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. The opponents were approaching him. Suddenly, they were all knocked down by attacks. Their blood splashed in front of Kianmayan. He stood motionless. He looked away when someone asked why he was frozen in the middle of a battle. Tongbo opened his eyes wide and said that this was not like him. The boy put away his sword and said that he was tired. They were standing in the middle of the rocks, and the son of the Tang chief said that it was not surprising because he had fought for 4 days straight. He offered him the medicine with a smile and the protagonist turned away, saying that he did not trust him. They walked forward and Kianmayan explained that he trusted the Tang clan, but not its heir. There were pools of blood on the floor and Tongbo said that the protagonist was upsetting him again. The sky was blue and they concluded that the enemies would move closer. The doctor was powdering the wound. He blew air, saying that they must be healed in time. The youth picked up the cloth, saying that the medicine accelerated this process. There was a yellow ointment on the protagonist's skin and the youth said that Tang's secret composition could not be bought for any money. A bird flew in the sky. The boys stood in the middle of a canyon and the doctor said that if Tang was stronger, they would not have fled so far from Sichuan, and there would have been fewer casualties. The wind blew through his long hair, as he said that this clan would have become stronger if he had not taken their words so seriously, and simply believed them. Kianmayan looked straight ahead and told his comrade not to talk nonsense. Tanhwa looked down as the protagonist said that things could have gone the other way and resulted in his death. Tanhwa raised his head. He placed his hands on his waist and said that he wanted to help the survivors when the war was over because he had never really cared for them properly. The boy smiled when the protagonist called him shameless. The protagonist grimaced when his comrade turned away and said that it had become cloudy. Then Kianmayang's face became serious, and he thought that he too was shameless because he could give nothing but glory and failed to properly raise his juniors. A white feather floated in the air. The protagonist turned around when the healer offered to negotiate. There was a clear sky in front of them, and the boy asked the protagonist to look after the rest of the Tang clan if he died. He smiled when Chamyang said that he would kill him himself if he continued to say such things. The protagonist raised his hand, and the boy asked if his request was too difficult. The protagonist frowned and shouted for the doctor to protect the Tang clan himself if he wanted to, but he would have to survive to do so. He placed his hand on his waist and asked why a dead person would think about the future if there was nothing left after death. Tanhwa smiled and replied that it was a little different, and that as a true Taoist, Chamyang might not understand it, but if he died, the people of the Tang clan would still live on. The boy looked at his friend in silence. The doctor looked ahead and compared it to something annoying that just wouldn't go away. The protagonist turned away and said that a comrade should not shift his worries to others. He walked away from Tanhwa. The boy turned around to look at him. Kianmayan looked at him and said that in exchange, he would end this war and finish Kianma. The doctor smiled when the protagonist said that he had to live to see this moment. He turned to his friend and said that he agreed. Then they both walked away and Tanhwa laughed and said that his comrade would do well, and then not even a month had passed since he died in battle. The boy opened his eyes. He was lying in bed. Then he sat up and touched the back of his head. His body was covered in bandages, and he thought that he was not dead after all. The protagonist remembered how he fell before the enemy. A poisonous needle was sticking out of his shoulder. He closed his eyes and thought that when the war was going on, he survived despite 2 through wounds in his lower back. Then he looked away, not understanding where he was. Suddenly, Kianmayan's eyes widened. His friends were sleeping next to his bed. He smiled and thought that they were idiots. Sitting on the bed, the young man thought that they fell asleep on the floor due to bad manners. The boy turned around when someone said that his comrades refused to leave until he woke up. Gunak looked at him and asked if he had come to his senses. Gunak frowned at his guest. Then he told him, saying that they tried to take the Huashan disciples away, but they drew their swords, and they had to calm them down. The protagonist, looking at his friends lying down, said that they could have dragged them to a more comfortable place. The man objected, saying that they could have woken up and rushed to fight again. The Tang leader parted his lips and said that they were indeed fearless. If the Tang children were like that, he would have much less to worry about. The protagonist sighed. He shifted his gaze, mentally saying that they could just take turns watching him. There were 4 of them, but it seemed like they all had one brain. Now 4 fools were lying next to him. The youth narrowed his eyes, wondering what this strange and incomprehensible feeling was in his chest. Kianmayan narrowed his eyes when Gunak called him. The man bowed his head and apologized. The protagonist on the bed was taken aback when the Tang leader said that it was all his carelessness. He never thought that he could do something like that. The youth's eyes widened when Gunak said that he understood that no words could justify his actions, but he would do his best, so he should not be angry. The man closed his eyes and said that he first acknowledged his defeat and recognized him as an ally and comrade of the Tang Association. Opening his eyes, Gunak said that if he wanted, he would order his head to be cut off. Clenching his fist, the Tang leader said that he had raised his son poorly and was ready to take this step to restore the damaged reputation of the Tang. Opening one eye, the man decided that this should be enough to atone for his guilt. The protagonist, grimacing, asked if that was all, if he had finished. Gunak was taken aback and straightened up in shock. The guy clenched his teeth and sighed. Grimacing, the young man said that they had pierced the man through and through. What kind of comrade was he to them after that? And in general, aren't parents responsible for the misdeeds of their children? But he wanted to quietly blame everything on his son. The man sweated and froze in amazement. The protagonist opened the windows, saying that people had become too shameless. Lying back down on the bed, he said that it was probably okay to push problems onto his children now. Smiling broadly and standing up, the boy said that he should go to the capital and tell everyone about how the party was doing things. It would be better to go straight to the beggars, and in 3 days the whole world would know everything. Ganguk, opening his mouth, told him to calm down. He bowed his head and sweated when Chunyan said that he would rather take his head for this, since he was so calmly throwing knives during negotiations, then human life was not worth a dime to them. Frowning, Chief Tan said that if that were the case, he would already be dead. The boy turned his head and looked puzzled. His interlocutor, covering his mouth, said that he was simply speaking his thoughts out loud. Removing his hand, the man asked the boy what he wanted. The youth, frowning, said that he wanted compensation. Turning around abruptly, Chunyan said that if such an attack could be hushed up with a simple apology, there would be no wars. Gunak, hearing him, said that he would compensate for it. The protagonist grinned widely. Wiping away his drool, the boy said that he needed to think about what kind of deal would be mutually beneficial for him with him. Narrowing his eyes, the boy said that first of all, he would like to taste something very valuable, for example, a bead of 1,000 poisons. Gunnock's eyes widened in shock. Opening his mouth, he said that there were very few of them left. The young man chuckled, mentally telling his friend not to worry, for he would take care of his family, and if he did not like his approach, then let him rise from the dead. A wide grin did not leave the boy's face. The man, cursing, slammed the table. His son, standing below, called out to his father. The man closed his eyes, saying that his brother would be leaving his post. Zhang gaped in shock. Frowning, Gunnock said that he was surprised that the divine dragon would decide to ally with the head of the family that attacked him. The son standing below told his father that this did not diminish his abilities in any way, but didn't the state of Huashan seem risky? The Tang leader responded by saying that if his sect had enough power and resources, they would not have contacted them. They needed their support because they could not return to their former glory. Zhang, hearing his father's words, froze, looking at him. Opening his mouth, the man said that they would use this to gain his trust, and then they would gain useful connections. Bowing his head, the headman said that now the position of deputy head was empty, he would have to compete with his elders. Zhang, closing his eyes, said that he would try his best. He raised his eyelids when his father said that he would give him a task. Introducing Chunmian, Gunnock said that someone should get close to the divine dragon. As far as he understood, he was very generous to his people. If he befriended him, they would get something more than just a business relationship. Nodding, the boy said that he did not care about the position, but if this way he could help the family, he was ready to do it. The head of the Tang, hearing his son's answer, smiled. The young man frowned, deciding that this time he would succeed. Sweating, the boy mentally said that he would win the trust of the divine dragon and become his friend. The protagonist, raising his head, asked Zhang what he was thinking about. Coming to his senses, Gunnock's son continued waving his fan. Chunmian, drinking sake, said that the Tang family knows how to pay according to merit. For them, nothing is truly impossible. Frowning, Zhang wondered if this guy had gone too far. The boy was amazed at the taste as he gnawed on the bone. Baektion, who was sitting opposite him, asked if he really felt better. Maybe he shouldn't stuff his stomach while lying down. Qianmayan replied that his wound hurt when he sat up. Zhang, embarrassed, asked the elder what they should do with him. Baektion, squinting, said that they didn't have to do anything, that impudent guy would come to his senses someday. Soon the boy began to drink the broth. Seeing how it splashed, the boy said that they shouldn't hope for that. All three Huashan disciples closed their eyes when Qianmayan told them that they didn't understand that by being here and eating well, they were showing politeness to Tan. They should not be shy and eat. Suddenly, Gunnock opened the door. Standing in the passage, he asked if everything was okay. The protagonist replied that thanks to him, everything was fine, and the food here was also excellent, although a little spicy. Upon entering the room, the man said that he would get used to it with time. The young man stuffed his mouth with chopsticks. Afterwards, he picked up the bowl, drinking the soup. The eyes of the Tang chief widened. Even though it was his first time eating here, he managed not to show any apprehension, and most of the guests were wary of their treats, because they specialized in poisons, which meant that the divine dragon Huashan trusted them. A smile appeared on the man's face. Zhang, sweating, asked the elder if Gunnock was happy or angry. Baektion answered, saying that he could feel both emotions. Qianmayan, taking the jug in his hand, asked the man why he came, if he wanted to dine with them. Gunnock parted his lips, saying that he did not come for that. The young man narrowed his eyes, chewing his food. The Tang chief sweated heavily and froze. He waved his hand and said that he just came to check on them, to see if everything was okay. Someone's hand hit the door. Gunnock nervously turned his head. Ghoul looked at the shock of hair and asked whose head it was. A moment later, the guest's nose appeared. The body of the head of the Tang clan trembled. He looked at the protagonist with hatred. Clenching his fist, the man said that he wanted to introduce him to someone. It would be nice for them to become friends. A huge pressure fell on the father's shoulders. He slowly turned his head, giving permission to enter. The girl's foot entered the room. Ghoul's eyes widened in shock. He was amazed by the lady's orange dress. Baektion and Zhang also froze, surprised. A luxurious buyao stuck out of her hair. The girl walked past her father. The protagonist's eyes widened. He was surprised. Gunnock, closing his eyes, said that she was his only daughter. Qianmayan was taken aback, slightly raising his head. So introduced herself with a smile. Smiling gently and releasing a gentle aura, the girl greeted the divine dragon Huashan. The guy collapsed on the bed in horror. Remembering Soso's face, he said that this whole show was only for her, and she never left his side for a second. If he ate rice, she would always add more. If he drank soju, she would add more. He had to snatch the bowl, telling her to stop. Baektion turned his head and told him to whine in his room. He responded by saying that he was terrified, and no one knew what she could do. After all, they were with the king of poisons. The daughter of the king of poisons, and the only one, was obviously familiar with poisons. Chumian grabbed the bedsheet and screamed, saying that it might even lead to marriage, that they would definitely threaten to marry him, that no one wanted to marry him, and that old man was completely out of his mind, offering him his daughter. Senior disciple Huashan turned around, saying that they obviously liked him, because Ganguk wouldn't give his daughter to just anyone. Baekchan froze when Chumian asked him who would try to poison the one he liked. Frowning and imagining the old man, the guy said that the leader of Tang was terribly arrogant. Soso, standing in the courtyard, tried to understand why he didn't come out. She had already started biting her dress. Frowning and angry, she said that he had been there too long. Zhang, approaching her, told her that she had overdone it a bit, and she asked him in response if he was really suggesting that they do nothing, and it was as if he was avoiding her, and that was strange. The boy parted his lips and asked why it was strange. His sister turned and asked if she was ugly, or if he was blind, or if he had lost the habit of beauty in the mountains. Why did he not want to see her? His brother, standing behind her, suggested that he might not be interested in women, and she, hearing him, asked if such men existed. Zhang froze, deciding not to enlighten his sister. He squinted, trying to understand why his sister, who had always avoided marriage, was trying so hard. Soso turned around when her brother asked her if she had fallen in love with him, and she replied that she had only seen him yesterday, and that it would take time, and that she did not have the superpower to read people. Zhang, parting his lips, asked why she had gotten so excited then. His eyes widened in shock when his sister asked him who he thought she would marry if not Qianmayan. Introducing her father, Soso said that her father loved her very much, but the party was also very important to him, so he would think about business first. Turning her head, the lady said that eventually, her father would give her to someone suitable, that is, an influential person from Jeju. In such a marriage she would be finished. Looking at her brother, Soso asked him if he could live if his whole life was a formality, which included eating and drinking, walking, everything. Lowering her head, she said that she had already resigned herself to such a fate. After all, she was the only daughter of the Tang family. She had just opened the door. Looking at the wounded and sleeping boy, she asked if it was really him that his father recognized as strong. Zhang looked at his sister carefully as she said that since this was her destiny, it would be better to become the wife of the strongest in murim, although she might be crazy, since it was hard to believe that he would be the strongest. The girl raised her head. Looking at the sky, she said that if this happened, her husband would rarely come home, and she would wither like a flower alone. Zhang was taken aback when his sister asked him when she would have such a chance again. Turning her head to her brother, she said that this was still 1,000 times better than a formal life. Clenching her fist, the girl said that a wife who was free to do what she wanted, completely alone, she would not agree to anything else. Her eyes lit up when she said that she would get him at any cost, even if her father was against it. It was not for him to live her life. Zhang smiled nervously. Recalling the antics of the divine dragon, he said that this guy was not such an angel, things might not go as planned. Raising her hand, Soso said that she understood that she could not manipulate someone who was recognized by her father, she could only be considerate and respectful. Her brother, surprised, asked what about affection. Closing one eye, the girl said that living together would eventually develop into affection. Zhang was horrified by his sister's frightening determination. Recalling the face of the young man, Soso said that she would not have another partner for marriage, and besides, he was cute if you looked closely. Closing her eyes, Lady Tang said that perhaps he looked at her as some kind of empty shell, but soon everything would change. Zhang, staring at his sister, realized that her motivation would not fade, although she clearly did not know what she would have to put up with in marriage, although she could not be blamed. The girl in front of him did not have the best fate. Now she was not recognized as a member of the Tang family, and was not allowed to study martial arts, and since she was the daughter of the head, the older generation did not even let her see the world. She lived the life of a bird locked in a cage. In addition, Soso would still have to get married, so she looked at the floor sadly. None of the marriages would be happy. Zhang, lost in thought, parted his lips when his sister called him. Opening her mouth, she asked if she could become happy. Pointing to the door, she said that the first key to her happiness was there, and she would marry that man at any cost. Then she pointed to her brother, saying that he should help her become the wife of the strongest in murim. Zhang grinned. He shook his sister's hand, agreeing to her request. Smiling widely, he said that he would help her. Looking at the sky, Soso called out to Qianmayan. Steam came out of her mouth, and she looked predatory. Her eyes glowed with chi as she searched for her betrothed. The protagonist closed his mouth as he lay on the roof. He stood up slightly and mentally said that he must not be seen by her under any circumstances. He touched his wound in pain. Qianmayan frowned, realizing that he had almost died in the fight with the leader. He sighed and realized that he was still too weak. Even if Gunak's son had attacked from behind, it was no excuse. Cowardice was commonplace on the battlefield, and sneak attacks were a useful skill. If he had been stronger, the boy who had thrown the dagger would not have even thought of attacking him. Kian Mayan put his hand into his haori. He took out a small wad of paper. Then he took the pills in his hand, trying to see if it would work. The protagonist stared at the 2 balls. He connected them and said that it was quite dangerous, but if everything went well, his condition would improve. Even if it wasn't as bad as last time, he might not be able to show off his skills due to his inner strength in the future. The boy put the pills back. At that moment, Soso scared him with a scream. She found him. A wide smile appeared on the girl's face. She scared Kian Mayan. Seeing her husband running away, the girl screamed, asking him to stop and talk to her. The boy jumped off the roof, ignoring Lady Tang's screams. Climbing the stairs, he told her to get away from him. Kian Mayan gritted his teeth. He was climbing straight to the palace, the head's residence. The protagonist slipped inside. Then he hid behind the wall. The girl stopped, starting to curse. Her betrothed went where she couldn't go. Kian Mayan, realizing that she was not coming, said that she would not set foot here without asking. Then the boy frowned. He walked down the long corridor. Soon, Kian Mayan stood at the door. The boy opened it. The head of the Tang clan was sitting right in front of him. The man frowned and asked if he had finished his preparations. The protagonist did not answer, frowning at his interlocutor. Ganek poured cold tea. Then he poured tea for the protagonist. The young man narrowed his eyes. A moment later, his eyes narrowed even more. Ganek, seeing this, frowned. The protagonist drank the tea. Putting the cup on the table, he asked why he was trying to marry off his daughter to him. Was it too much? The man's face twisted with anger, then he said that he would never give him his daughter. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, asked if that was really why he had sent her to him. Remembering how the girl, holding out her finger, said that at this rate she would marry some old man, all she asked was to talk, just get to know each other. Soso's father bowed his head after hearing the young man's story. Opening his eyes, he asked himself who would want Chongmyan as a son-in-law, but out loud he told the boy not to even dream about it, because he only listened to his daughter's request. Chongmyan, opening his mouth, asked what was wrong with him. Headman Tang put down his cup, saying that he was indeed a great warrior. Raising an eyebrow and twisting his face, he said that he was a lousy person. Pouring tea for the guests, the headman said that any father would want a good man for his daughter first and foremost, and only then a warrior. Pouring tea for himself, the old man said that his position as the party leader allowed him to choose his own groom. The protagonists clinked their mugs and said that he seemed to be having a hard time finding someone suitable. They both picked up their mugs at the same time. They also put them down at the same time. The young man stopped squinting. At first glance, the man in front of him seemed extremely concerned about the party, and so heartless that he was willing to sacrifice even his own family. He was clearly different from Tanhua. Kian Mayan squinted again, mentally saying that the person who took on the responsibility of governing the Tang clan could not be so free. Tanhua was able to achieve the title of family elder only due to his incredible talent in martial arts, but he would not be surprised if he was kicked out of the family. The boy couldn't help but remember his smiling friend. Frowning, Gunak said that he hoped for an exclusively friendly relationship with Huashan, so they should get down to business. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man said that everything was prepared. Kian Mayan chuckled. Sitting across from the leader, he said that they needed to start with the main thing, namely, was he going to form an alliance with Huashan? The man parted his lips and said that he didn't want the sect, but him, and Chong Mayan asked him if he understood that he and Huashan were one. Ganek opened his mouth and said that he understood everything, he was just sincerely expressing his intentions. He chuckled and said that if he could get him, he would easily establish ties with Huashan, supporting his sect would not be difficult, and he should not forget how respected the party treated him. The protagonist sighed, saying that this meant that Huashan would eventually receive Tang's support. Smiling, the man said that although it was too much, it was worth it. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. He surprised the leader across from him by saying that he was a good liar. The young man closed his eyes and said that he shouldn't look so seriously. It wasn't that he had any dishonest intentions. He raised his eyelids and said that the exceptional goodwill was a little stressful. The Tang clan leader narrowed his eyes and said that he was still young and couldn't clearly assess the situation. His physical strength was certainly excellent, but it was still not enough. It wouldn't speed up his maturation process. Staring at the guy in front of him, Gunak said that given this, Huashan couldn't negotiate with the Tang family on equal terms, and that wouldn't change even if he became the strongest in the world. Chong Maing stopped smiling as he listened to the leader say that he couldn't say for sure that the entire sect would be able to gain power with his strength. The man parted his lips and asked, did he really want him to treat Huashan as his family just because of his potential? The young man nodded and said that his words were not without meaning. The head of the Tang clan, on the contrary, was puzzled when Kian Mayan said that negotiations were not between equals, but between those who needed something from each other, and now Huashan was not needed by Tang, but the party needed Huashan. The man frowned upon hearing his words. The boy turned his head. He stood up from the table. The protagonist went to the map on the wall. Kian Mayan tore it off. Then he put it on the table. Pointing to the map, he said that Tang lived here. Pointing to 2 more points, he said that Ami was here, and Cheongsang was above. To the right was Wudong, and above them was Jianam. There was another small sect, but it could be left alone for now. Kiamayan leaned over and said that there was nothing special about this clan. Ganguk frowned even more. The protagonist smiled and asked if he could show his true emotions for just a second. The boy stared at the other man. This man might also have a hidden nature as subtle as Tanhua, but the position of the head of Tang was not one that could be held by a frivolous person. The man's iron seriousness was understandable. The fact that people would only make a deal when they saw something to their advantage was undeniable, but he insisted on his position so actively, even at the cost of his own losses. Gunak parted his lips and asked the boy what he meant by that. The boy smiled and asked if that wasn't a coincidence. Pointing to the map, he said that all of these clans were strong. These old sects had a power equal to, if not greater than, Tang. Chemyang crossed his arms and said that if we recall the beggar sect, they were having a very hard time. Opening his mouth, the leader of the Tang said that he had misunderstood something. The relationship between the main and branch families was not that bad. They were more like colleagues or comrades in arms. Kiamain agreed with him, saying that it was like that before the demon cult was defeated. The man's eyes widened. The youth thought for a moment, and said that whether it was the 5 main factions or the 9 branch families, as long as there was a common enemy, they would all unite. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that once the enemy disappeared, those who were united would only have to split up according to their own interests, and find a new enemy, even if it was their former comrade. Gunak frowned even more. Swiping his hand over the map, the youth said that the 3 prominent families in the east did not have such problems, and only the Tang family was located in the west. The old sects were moving towards the main factions. In other words, no matter the situation, the Tang would be the easiest to besiege. Pointing his finger at the map, Kiamayan said that the party clearly did not want to be alone and surrounded by old factions. In such a situation, they probably really needed an ally. The leader of the Tang clan raised his head and stared in shock at the guy who said that they needed an ally who would keep the old factions under control and keep an eye on them. Hitting the map with 2 fingers, Kiamayan said that behind Wudong and Jianam, in an excellent position to observe them, there was a far from weak sect. Removing his fingers, he created a mark for the Huashan sect. The protagonist smiled. Absolute practicality, an obvious advantage that forced Ganak to act. The leader of the clan himself stared at his interlocutor. As if placing a stone in go, Kiamayan said that if you look at the map as a huge game board, the best place to place the last stone to avoid a siege would not be inside, but outside. Since the Tang were already surrounded, another stone like Huashan would not change the external situation. Gunak smiled and asked how he had such confidence in Huashan, which was no longer part of the community. The protagonist smiled widely and said that they were not an old faction, so it was worth it, otherwise they would not have united with the Tang family. Kiamayan looked at the man in front of him and asked if he thought it was wrong. He called them friends, knowing full well that they had a completely different relationship. Gunak stared at the youth and mentally said that he was right. It was not something that was usually said out loud, but that was the reality. The boy pointed to the map again and said that they should stop pretending. The true purpose of the Tang family was to control the 9 factions with Huashan. If word spread that Huashan had an alliance with the family, some factions would have no choice but to turn their attention to them, thus weakening their control over the party. The man narrowed his eyes. This boy had seen the situation. Now it was clear that he had the wrong impression of him. The divine dragon was strong and idiotic, but he was far from a fool. The entire party was like in the palm of his hand. The clan leader frowned. It was as if he himself was in the palm of this Huashan dragon. He closed his eyes and said that he had misjudged him. Chong Maying narrowed his eyes when the man said that he was not just a boy who was good at martial arts. The clan leader closed his eyes and said that he thought so at first. Chunmian turned away in anger, mentally scolding Tanhua for not being able to properly take care of his descendants. Opening his eyes, Gunak admitted that this was what he wanted, then he asked how his wishes differed from Huashan's. The young man, sitting down on a chair, said that they were no different, but it was unfair that in the end the party got more freedom, while his clan suffered from outside control. Sitting down, the boy said that he wanted a fair deal, not an incentive prize, but an honest reward in exchange for their sacrifice, then the negotiations would be constructive. Gunak frowned, thinking about his words. Lowering his eyelids, he wanted to say something, but was interrupted. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that he wanted to clarify something first. He tapped his finger on the table and said that it was not the Tang family that was proposing an alliance with Huashan, but Huashan was granting the Tang family's request, so before he heard the price, he needed to get rid of the habit of looking down on them. The head of the family opposite him thought about it. The protagonist, who had revealed the clan crest, said that it was because he was now speaking on behalf of the entire sect. The heroes sat at the table in complete silence. Gunak stood up from his seat and concluded that he had made a mistake. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The man covered his fist with his palm. The head of the Tang family bowed and offered his deepest apologies for his rudeness. Chong Mayan stood up. The boy bowed his head and accepted his apology. A smile appeared on his face. The Poison King took the cup and asked what they had to do to make Hua Shan agree to an alliance. The boy showed him 3 fingers and stated that he had 3 conditions. The master looked up and asked what he was talking about. The student raised 1 finger and said that they needed a weapon. The teacher opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The teacher closed his eyes and explained that the Tang clan's weapons and poison must not leave his territory under any circumstances. The warrior said that they did not want to cause them any inconvenience. The swordsman took out his scabbard. The protagonist took out a blade. There were cracks on its blade. Gunnak looked at them and said that this sword looked very shabby. Kianmayan said that it was not of the best quality. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy explained that Hua Shan did not have the money to fix it, and that what they had was not enough to hire good blacksmiths. After introducing people at work, the man said that their clan had talented craftsmen who created beautiful blades, and added that they did not have any extra materials. Putting the sword in its sheath, the boy said that even a bad weapon can be handled with the right skills, but there is still a difference, and said that it would be nice if the Tang clan made holy swords of plum blossoms for Hua Shan. The disciple raised his eyebrows when asked about the second condition. The King of Poisons frowned, as the warrior asked him to share one technology with them. The master explained that a person who is not a member of the clan cannot be initiated into his secrets. The swordsman rose to his feet and replied that he was talking about something else altogether. The protagonist took off his robe. There was a scar on his body, which healed quite quickly thanks to good medicine. The mentor opened his mouth in surprise. Chongmian said that he needed potions. The teacher explained that no one had ever tried to find out their medical technologies. The boy raised his eyebrows and suggested that they were not needed by ordinary people, because these medicines cannot cure one thing, but act everywhere. In the memory, Tanbua applied the ointment to the wound. Only thanks to this dream the boy realized how valuable the medicines are. The student looked down and thought that he could have saved everyone if he had known about the medicines in his past life. Then his hand was enveloped in blue energy. The warrior only knew how to cover his sword with fire. The swordsman took the wounded friend by the hand. The protagonist frowned when his comrade asked him to look after his family. Tanbua smiled widely. Kianmayan blamed himself for not being able to help him. The boy opened his mouth in amazement. The pain and sadness of losing someone dear to him consumed him. The boy tied his belt and asked the Tang clan to give Hua Shan their medicines, if only because their people would be in the sect after the alliance. Gunnak looked down thoughtfully. The disciple looked up when the man said that convincing the upper house would not be easy. The Poison King frowned and promised to do his best. The master narrowed his eyes in disbelief and thought about allowing the clan to incur such expenses if Hua Shan would thus fall into their power. Sitting opposite the interlocutor, the mentor said that he could fulfill these 2 conditions and wanted to hear what his last wish would be. The warrior raised his eyebrows and warned that it would be the most difficult. The teacher looked at him tensely and asked what exactly he was talking about. The swordsman gave him a stern look and asked the Tang clan to proclaim Hua Shan as their friend. Gunnak's mouth fell open in surprise and he asked if that was logical. The man's eyes widened when the protagonist stated that he wanted to be their friend, not their ally. Chunyan frowned and explained that allies could support each other, and then suddenly break up, trying to gain some benefit for themselves, while friends would lend a helping hand in times of trouble. The heroes sat at the table. The King of Poisons wondered what the point of this condition was if they could break this oath at any time. The master raised his eyebrows and said that he did not see any benefit for Hua Shan in this condition, which meant he was missing something. The boy smiled and replied that this was not the case at all. The boy closed his eyes. The master asked why he needed this. An image of a smiling Tanbua appeared in his head. The student asked the leader to consider this his principle. The master sighed and asked what this meant. Gunnak asked if he knew about the rumors. The warrior put his hands on the table and asked what they were talking about. There was a symbol on the card. The man said that there was a time when many clans wanted to be friends with Tang, but Hua Shan was the first to express a desire to be their friend. The Poison King confidently frowned and called it quite an interesting decision. The swordsman smiled in response. Then the master said that they did not know what it was like to be friends with another clan, and wished for the sect to explain this point to him. The mentor held a bowl in his hands and thought about friendship. A smile appeared on his face. Sitting in his office, the teacher thought that he liked this proposal, even though it sounded like a joke. The protagonist confidently looked forward. Gunnak decided that you would never know what his thoughts were occupied with. The man presented the symbols of Tang and Hua Shan and stated that he would accept all 3 conditions and that they were now ready to form an alliance. Kianmayan raised his eyebrows and was glad that there were no problems with this. The boy presented the letter and promised to write down all the conditions to deliver it to Hua Shan. The Poison King asked if he had enough influence on the sect leadership to sign it. The boy imagined the happy faces of the elders and explained that they would start shedding tears of joy as soon as they learned that the sect was no longer considered outcasts or weaklings. The master rose from his chair and said that now he had many issues to resolve, so he needed to leave quickly. The disciple said that they still needed to agree. The mentor stopped and asked if they hadn't closed this issue yet. The warrior closed his eyes and reminded that this was an agreement with Hua Shan, not with him personally. The swordsman pointed to his side and asked if the leader had already forgotten about his wound. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that it was time to discuss his own desire. The teacher remembered that they had already given him an antidote. Kianmayan waved his hand and explained that such an injury could not be cured with one magic ball of antidote, and asked what was more important to them, to save the medicine or to save the person. Gunak opened his mouth in surprise and tried to object. Putting the book on the table, the boy explained that he had written everything they needed in this text and asked the head to do as it was written. The guy smirked and asked him to take his time and spend the rest of the day studying, as there was quite a lot of information in it. The man's eyes widened in horror. Baekchan opened his mouth in shock when he heard about the alliance. Sitting in the chair, Zhang asked why their comrade was making such decisions without their knowledge. The divine dragon asked what was wrong with that. After all, he had the senior mentor with him. In the memory, Hyunjong looked ahead confidently and declared that the disciple would carry the will of Huashan, and his every word would be spoken on behalf of the sect. Righteous Sword explained that this meant that his words and actions could have huge consequences. The protagonist assumed that the leader would like this very much. The warrior scratched his chin and concluded that things would be completely different. Running a hand through his hair, the swordsman was indignant that his friend disappeared for several hours and then returned with news of the alliance, and thought about how unexpected it was. What led to this? Baekchan closed his eyes and decided that the conditions there were not so great, and that this was a very profitable offer for them. Righteous Sword narrowed his eyes and concluded that if they received support from one of the 5 great clans, then Huashan would finally be able to spread its wings. The guy opened his mouth wide and decided to praise his comrade first. The others looked at him in surprise. The student said that he did not know how he managed to negotiate an alliance with the leader, but it was actually a very good deal. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what he was talking about. The warrior frowned and called him a good boy. Kianmayan asked if he had eaten something bad and complained that his words gave him goosebumps. The swordsman looked up and said that they still had one problem. The boy stuffed his cheeks full of food. Baekchan asked what they would say to the 9 great sects. The boys sat in the room. The Righteous Sword explained that they had always been on friendly terms and that they had never allied with the 5 great clans, so the situation between the sects would be much more heated. After presenting many symbols, the boy added that they could not predict whether the Tang clan would definitely support Huashan in such a situation, and said that their sect would reunite with the 9 great sects again, and that the alliance would cause difficulties. The divine dragon swallowed nervously, and the disciple asked if he had thought about this when he made his decision. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise when the protagonist asked what was so good about reuniting with them. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and the swordsman reminded him that it was the unity of the 9 great sects. Chongmyang narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked if his comrade really wanted to sink to the level of Zhongnan again. The boy frowned angrily and wondered if they really had no pride at all, since they thought that reuniting with the other sects was more valuable than an alliance with the Tang clan. Holding a bun in his hands, the boy said that he was trying to do everything possible to make Huashan stronger and not to return to those scoundrels, and asked if his comrades had forgotten everything they had done to them. Baekchan's eyes widened in surprise when the divine dragon said that these sects were not their family. With a stern frown, the protagonist asked him to stop talking nonsense and explained that Huashan would not have ended up at the bottom if the 9 sects had actually helped each other. The young man frowned in displeasure and asked if he really thought that an alliance with Tang would give them a strong ally who would lend a shoulder in difficult times. Kianmayan confirmed this and added that they should build such a relationship. The boy ate the bun and said that it was not about making a profit at all, but about a strong friendship. Righteous Sword looked at him in confusion. The boy stated that this was how the Tang clan would be able to pull Huashan out of poverty, so they had nothing to worry about. The disciple looked down. Zhang flinched in surprise as the warrior agreed with his friend. Opening his mouth wide, the swordsman approved his proposal, using the authority he received from the leader, and gave his word that he would bear the consequences of his choice. The boy turned to him when Baekchan asked him to put a seal on the contract and send it to Huashan. The divine dragon continued to chew on the buns. Righteous Sword asked him to oversee the process. After introducing the angry Henying, the disciple decided that he would definitely convince those who would object, because the protagonist was his confidant, and he realized that the elders would be happy to sign this contract anyway. The warrior smiled and concluded that they had no reason to worry. Chunmin took the last loaf of bread and declared that they should now head to Yunnan since the problem with the Tang clan was solved. The boy looked back and asked if the carriage was ready. Ghoul raised his eyebrows and replied that it was not. The divine dragon looked at him in surprise and asked what that meant. Standing behind his chair, the boy explained that they had nothing to ride on. In the memory, his father smiled confidently and declared that they had a connection with Yunnan, so sending a small expedition there would be easy. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement when the student told him that his father had lied in order to convince them to leave the city as soon as possible, and was going to send trusted people with them to take them outside the walls and take them to another city. Chongmyan opened the doors and said that he had one more condition. Standing in the doorway of the office, the boy explained that this was not a condition, but rather a friendly request. The guy slammed his hand on the table and said that they urgently needed to get to Yunnan, to the very center, where the palace was located. Gunnak looked at him carefully. The divine dragon said that they did not have much time, and asked the head to fulfill this request before the treaty was officially concluded. A pennant with the clan symbol hung from the ceiling. The man sat in a spacious hall. Someone was indignant that he decided to conclude an alliance not with Wudang or Zhongnan, but with Huashan. The Poison King looked down and was angry that the people from the upper house had ascended to the post, and now refused to leave the post and interfered in all the affairs of the clan in their old age. The elders were sitting in a semicircle. At some point their power had grown so much that now they were involved in matters that concerned other clans. The master put his hands on the arms of the chair and realized that he was forced to agree with them even on the most insignificant decision. The old man pouted and suggested that they calm down and listen to what the leader was trying to say. The man sitting next to him tried to object to him. The mentor opened his eyes wide and asked what they did not understand in his words. The teacher lowered his head and apologized. A black silhouette was visible behind the pennant. A member of the upper house asked his comrade to continue his story. Gunnak frowned sternly. Danwi looked forward confidently. The man said that Huashan was a very worthy ally, which was of no small value. The elder smirked and called the statement questionable since it was not the leader who had proposed the alliance, suggesting that they simply wanted to regain their former glory and wealth. The Poison King narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and the old man asked if the Tang clan had really sunk so low under his leadership that they would agree to such a deal. Sitting behind the black banner, the member of the upper house suggested that they forget about Huashan for a while, and stated that a more suitable candidate for an ally had visited them a few days ago. Damp looked sternly ahead, and the master asked why the leader had removed him from his post as deputy. The teacher looked down and replied that he was not suitable for the role. Sitting in the center of the hall, the master explained that he lacked the ability to take his place in the future, so he needed to be removed from his post as soon as possible. Danwi asked who would take his place, and Gunnak frowned and suggested that it would be one of his younger sons, in accordance with clan tradition. The elder frowned in displeasure, and the man wondered if he had earned his disapproval by dismissing his deputy. The old man asked if the youth was unworthy of his position, and the Poison King closed his eyes and said that he could have ignored what had happened and left him. The master looked up and added that this man had committed an act unbecoming of a member of the Tang clan, and so there could be no other solution. Squinting, the head of the upper house concluded that this was a divine dragon, and asked if the most important quality of a deputy was skill. Sitting before the council, the teacher confirmed this. The man across from him wondered if the position could be filled by a non-clan member. The master narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and Danwi clarified the question, asking if he would accept any person who possessed strength that exceeded that of a divine dragon as a deputy. The elder smirked and concluded that anyone could take the Tan surname and take the position. Gunnak pursed his lips tightly. Raising his hand, the old man realized that the boy was more qualified for the position than anyone else and suggested that they should give the post to the man who had managed to dishonorably defeat them. The man smiled and sighed heavily. Sitting in front of the head of the upper house, the Poison King decided that he did not fully understand the situation and explained that there was no one in their clan who could defeat him at the moment. The master looked sternly forward when Danwi said that the children of the clan were not that weak and asked how the head could not believe in the abilities of his own disciples. The elder imagined Hak's frowning face and proposed a duel between him and Chumyang to see who would be stronger. The teacher reminded him of his previous reluctance to help his grandson get the deputy position. The old man smiled and replied that he judged only by skill. The mentor glared at him. Gunnak closed his eyes and agreed. Sitting in front of the pennant, the man proposed a bet, as any game requires a stake and any challenge requires a reward. The head of the upper house widened his eyes in surprise when the Poison King promised to hand over to him the right to decide who would become the new deputy if Hak defeated the divine dragon. The master frowned and declared that he would no longer discuss any of his decisions with the upper house otherwise. The people sitting around him remained silent when the teacher asked if they agreed to this. One of them leaned forward and said that this could lead to great trouble. The elder clenched his fist and declared that this was dangerous and very risky for the entire council. Everyone sitting behind the pennants with the clan symbol called out to the head. Danwi smiled slyly. The old man frowned sternly and accepted the bet. He had an extremely displeased look. The mentor frowned tensely. The sky turned orange. The protagonist tried to run away from his pursuer. So cornered him and offered to just talk. She lowered her head and wondered how a wounded person could run like that. Her face covered in sweat, the girl offered her guest a cup of tea and watched the sunset. Kianmayan watched her try to catch her breath. The girl put her hands on her hips and asked why he was avoiding her. The Tang clan member suggested that it was her character or appearance. The boy covered his face with his hand and replied that they were fine. Gunnek's daughter put her hand to her chest and asked if he really thought she liked every guy she met. So opened her mouth wide and called herself a beauty. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The girl waved her hand and said that she was pretty good at doing housework. The student lowered the corners of his lips and explained that marriage was not in his plans and that he had no feelings for her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, she frowned and accused the guest of lying. The warrior raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what they were talking about. The Tang clan member raised her hands and suggested that he simply liked Isel, who was always causing trouble. The swordsman asked how she even came up with such a thing. The protagonist closed his eyes and concluded that he shouldn't have even tried to explain everything. Chunmian waved his hand and asked Gunak's daughter not to pursue him and to look for someone else, because he had no thoughts about marriage and children. With fire in her eyes, Soso said that she could be persistent too and promised to show him her charm. The boy thought that he was no longer at the age to accept her courtship. The guy made a sarcastic remark, to which the girl put her hands on her waist and asked him to be more polite. She looked back when someone called out to her. John raised his eyebrows and said that the clan leader was calling the divine dragon to him. Gunak was sitting at his desk in his office. He had a stern look. The young man explained that they needed to discuss something very urgent. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that she wanted to see the protagonist after he talked to her father. John smiled and said that he understood her. Soso waved after them, exclaiming that he should not run away anywhere and be sure to come back. Kiamayan frowned and noticed that there were a lot of crazy people around. Someone was looking at the girl from behind. Soso turned around. She immediately took out a hairpin from her hair. A moment later, she was about to hit the stranger in the throat with the point of the hairpin. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Isel looked at her silently. The action moves to the palace. The protagonist sat down on a chair. In front of him sat Gunak, who noticed that the protagonist looked tired, and he replied that it was thanks to some individuals. Gunak frowned and immediately said that he would not apologize for this. Chunmian frowned with displeasure. They sat at the table. The young man asked why he was called, and the head of the clan said that he wanted to discuss how to get to Yunnan. He started talking about a caravan of merchants that was just going there. Besides, this caravan could take the protagonist with them. The departure was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Gunak frowned and said that he did not call the young man for this, in fact, because he also wanted to ask him for a favor. Chunmian raised his eyebrows high in surprise. There was no one else in the room. The protagonist was thinking at that moment that friendship is built on mutual understanding, when people calmly let go of grievances against each other. Gunak extended his hand, telling something. The protagonist was thinking that he knew what he was getting into when he decided to befriend the Tan family, and now a conflict with the upper house had loomed. Chunmian crossed his arms and mentally said that he himself signed up for this. Gunak looked at him and finished his story, noting that this is exactly how it was. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. He looked at his interlocutor and said that it turns out that the current elders tied the head of the clan hand and foot. The protagonist looked up and suddenly remembered something. It was as if he was looking at an old friend from behind. Tanbo was talking about how the Tan family could have become stronger if he supported the decisions of the elders. Tanbo smiled and said that when the war was over, he wanted to help the chief because now his position as an elder was just a name. He was an adult, but he had never really dealt with the really important issues. Kianmayan smiled, thinking that Tanbo had experienced similar feelings. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that like any person, with Tanbo's death, he lost his will. Then he remembered Tanbo smiling and mentally said that he still remembered his request and could not ignore it. Gunak looked at him seriously. Then the protagonist asked if they were talking about a favor. Kiamayan crossed his arms and said that he refused him this favor. A moment later, we see a frog. Suddenly, someone threw a stone at it with disgruntled cries. A view from above opens up. Girls are standing on the pier and talking about relationships. Soso hung her head. She was saying that she couldn't believe that Isel and Kianmayan weren't dating. She closed her eyes and said that marriage was great. Isel looked at her and asked why she was so obsessed with the idea of marrying someone who wasn't in love. They were standing on the pier. The girl also added that there was no need for bravado, but Soso replied that maybe they weren't that strict about it. She looked at the water lily and said that the Tan family had their own rules, because here, if you were born a woman, you only had one path. She imagined the sign of her gland above herself, and said that this path was to marry the person the family chose. Soso remembered her recent conversation with her father. She said that she probably looked pathetic speaking out against this law, but since she was going to be married anyway, she wanted to choose her own chosen one, even if she didn't have feelings for him. Isel looked at the sign of her school. Then she looked at the girl and asked if there was no other way, but the head's daughter replied that such were the rules of the Tang family. Soso looked away and said that she would never be trusted with a secret here, and she would not be able to become a warrior either, and that was only half the trouble. Isel looked at her silently. Soso said that she was the head's daughter himself. A view of the castle opened up. The head's daughter said that only thanks to this she was treated favorably so far. Besides, when she tries to be grateful for what awaits her in the future, it becomes easier for her. The girl stared at her reflection in the water. The second generation disciple silently looked at her friend. Suddenly, Soso raised her eyebrows in surprise, because Isel said that there was another way out. The head's daughter turned and looked at her. She looked at her carefully. The protagonist's companion said that there is always a way out, Soso just hasn't found it yet. The head's daughter immediately frowned. She lowered her head again and asked her not to speak as if she understood everything, because she did not need consolation. Meanwhile, the frog swam to the other side. Isel lowered her eyes to the girl. The frog was sitting on a rock and looking at the sun. The frog jumped up. The protagonist's companion opened her mouth and said that she would find another way out for Soso. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Isel narrowed her eyes when asked why she was helping. She remembered how she trained with a sword and said that she once felt lost too. She also remembered how she met the protagonist and found her way. She sat on the floor and watched in surprise. Isel closed her eyes. She imagined a man holding out his hand, and so she said that she no longer needed to find her way. The student held out her hand. She looked at Soso and suggested that she choose another path while it was open to her. The girl looked at her, dumbfounded. Then she looked down at her hand. Isel's hand was covered in calluses. The head's daughter looked and reasoned that she could not imagine that another path existed. The girl again presented the sign of her family. She began to stand up. Soso closed her eyes in fear. She grabbed the hand and wondered if this was really possible. Gunak was dumbfounded when the protagonist refused him. The man closed his eyes and agreed with this, because he had no right to force the protagonist. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Kianmayan decided to do something contrary. The young man smiled and said that he wanted to give the head a gift. He looked at the head carefully and thought that this gift was not from him, because he was only following someone else's request. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that he would finally do it after a long time. He would fulfill the will of Tanhwa, the elder of the Tang clan. The protagonist imagined the elder's appearance behind him. Then he told the clan leader to start solving the issues they discussed from tomorrow, and not to be disturbed tomorrow no matter what he did. Kongu looked at him excitedly and asked what exactly he was going to do. Kianmayan hit his chest and said that he would do what he did best. The sky was quite clear. The protagonist ate like crazy. He put another empty plate aside, and then said that he should take it when it is given. That is why he eats so much after just waking up. Baekchan frowned and said that the protagonist seemed to be possessed by the spirit of hunger. There were a lot of empty plates on the table. The second-generation disciple asked the protagonist if he had forgotten about the battle and if he was afraid that the heaviness in his stomach would interfere with the fight. The cook opened his mouth wide as soon as he saw what was happening, but he announced that the next dish was ready. A chicken dish was placed in front of the protagonist, namely chicken pieces marinated in a spicy sauce, fried with hot peppers and peanuts. Kianmayan drank something to freshen his mouth. He smiled widely and shouted that he was ready. He took a piece of chicken. Then he put the food in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist shouted to the entire courtyard that this was an unearthly combination. Baekchan watched him in amazement. He squinted and wondered if it was really that delicious. He reached out with his chopsticks and said that he wanted to take one piece. However, Kianmayan repelled his attack, not wanting to share. The protagonist looked at him and asked how he dared to steal food from the master. The protagonist continued to eat, looking at him, and saying that these dishes were prepared by the Tang clan especially for him, not for the elders. The cook stood in the room with his head down. Then he went out the door. The man closed the door. His gaze looked creepy. He immediately looked back. The cook left the building and went somewhere. He took out 2 small vials from his sleeve. He got rid of them. The vials fell into the water. The man watched this from the bridge. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds. The action moves to the arena. People were standing in the stands and discussing the fight of the heir of Hak against the divine dragon. Almost all the stands were filled. Hak lowered his head. He took a deep breath. Then he clenched his fist tightly. Excitement was visible on his face. Suddenly, the heir turned around, because an old man had approached him and told him that he had nothing to worry about. Behind him stood Danwi, his grandfather and also the elder of the clan. The old man frowned and said that Hak would be able to achieve the position of deputy. All that was left was to defeat this kid, and then the position of leader would naturally pass to him, by inheritance. The heir lowered his head. Then he looked forward and said that all this time he had been diligently training and improving his skills, but his opponent was one of the 3 greatest swordsmen, the divine dragon of Huashan himself, so he was not sure that he could defeat him. Danwi frowned and called him names, and then expressed his hope that Hak was not afraid of a brat who was 10 years younger than him. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that there was no need to worry, because he would not send his only grandson to his death. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on a chair. The elder was saying that Huashan's dragon was weak now and would fight like a lame chicken, so it was better not to waste time and attack immediately. Hak's mouth dropped open in surprise. Danwi looked at his grandson seriously and ordered him not to leave the young man alive under any circumstances. Hak frowned, seemingly out of fear. But a moment later he grinned maliciously and said that he understood the task. Danwi smiled. because the heir said that he would pave the way to the afterlife for the protagonist. And again we see those two vials. This is the elixir of eternal intoxication, a mixture of two toxins, each of which is harmless separately, and in appearance one resembles an ordinary liquid, and the other is a powder. However, if they simultaneously enter a person's stomach, they will immediately cause severe intoxication, as a result of which the victim will be consumed by a feeling of intoxication, and will lose the ability to fight. The protagonist was extremely calm, while the old man at that moment was thinking that any weakling will be able to defeat even the greatest of all swordsmen if he falls under the influence of this elixir. Then the old man frowned angrily, thinking that it was obvious that their so-called clan leader would support the Huashan envoy out of self-interest, but taking his side in such a situation was simply unacceptable. He looked at the clan leader and mentally said that the future of the Tak clan cannot be trusted to trash like him. Danwi stood behind his grandson, telling him not to show his insecurity to these creatures, and therefore it would be better to go to the battlefield first. And then his silhouette appeared near the battlefield. Hak walked up the steps, thinking that he should not lose heart. His hand dropped. A moment later, he shouted that today he would prove to the divine dragon that the Tang clan was superior to Huashan in martial arts. The spectators began to cheer that this was the true heir. Chong Maying snapped his fingers and asked everyone to come to him. Everyone gathered around him. They sat in a circle and were amazed at the protagonist's plan and doubted whether it was possible to do so. From afar, they could be seen sitting and discussing something. After a moment, they all nodded their heads. And then the hero took a step forward. The spectators watched with their mouths open, saying that he looked very majestic. He finally stood up on the battlefield. However, it turned out that it was not him, because the fighter had too long hair. Han's mouth opened in surprise. He frowned and asked what kind of tricks this was, because they had agreed that he would fight against the dragon Huashan. Isol closed her eyes, not listening to his insults. Then she looked at him and said that her name was Isol. They both stood on the battlefield, and there was a deathly silence. The heir frowned in displeasure and asked her where the dragon was. Kiamayan sat on the stands and shouted that he was here, waving his hand at the same time. Han opened his mouth wide and shouted that according to their agreement, he had to come out and fight him. The protagonist put his hand on his leg and said that he couldn't help it. He tapped his stomach and said that he must have overeaten at breakfast, and now he has indigestion. Hak's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this, and then asked if the warriors of Huashan had no shame left. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and said that the heir was saying strange things. The leader Sang opened his mouth wide in confusion. Kiamayan sat up and asked if the heir was strong enough to fight him. He then stood up and exclaimed that he was the divine dragon of Huashan. Hak froze with his mouth open. He stood on the battlefield shouting that as a warrior, the protagonist should be ashamed of his own words. However, the kid raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of cheap shot this was. Hak remembered the beggars from the remote village that the protagonist had cited as an example. The sun was shining on the entire square. Chunmian was talking about how none of them, the nobles, knew from what depths he had to climb up since birth, and they couldn't even imagine how hard it was for him to get his title. According to him, even when a knife was stuck into him, he continued to run barefoot with all his might to achieve what he had. The heir's face showed a look of disgust. Chunmian continued to talk about his torment, and said that now some rich heir, whom he had never seen in the eye, decided to go out and fight against him. Danwi was watching closely. The protagonist shouted that nothing could so easily take away what he had strived for so long. The protagonist frowned and said that in order to participate in such a battle, one must have truly outstanding abilities, and now an ordinary unknown youth stood before him and asked to duel with him. Hak bared his teeth in rage upon hearing these words. Kiamayan closed his eyes and said that if Hak could defeat the swordswoman from their sect, then so be it, he would accept the heir's challenge. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and admitted honestly that he was actually too lazy, and therefore if the headman's son defeated Isol, then the protagonist could be considered a loser. The heir stood with his head down, shaking with anger. He extended his finger and addressed the protagonist. He pointed at Isol and asked if Kiamayan was really asking him, the heir of the Tak clan, to fight some girl. The girl immediately glared at him angrily. A moment later she lunged. Isol struck. A cut appeared on the heir's sleeve. She offered him to start the fight if he was finally done. Hak's eyes widened. She looked at him and told him to do more and not talk in vain. Hak froze in place. He turned around and wondered if this was some kind of mockery. The man immediately jumped back. He slid for a while before stopping. Then he opened his mouth wide and started shouting at his father. The leader sat quietly on the chair, while Hak asked with displeasure that he was really satisfied with everything. However, Gunak silently turned his head. He looked at the protagonist and thought that he was not satisfied with everything, but still, this bastard thought that Hak was not worthy of even the fate of a loser. The heir's mouth widened when he heard from his father that he was not against it. Isol turned around. The leader's son started shouting that if he defeated the girl, would the leader really make him his deputy? The veins on the heir's forehead bulged when he heard his words confirmed. He immediately looked at his grandfather. The old man looked at him with displeasure, thinking that he would give them away this way. However, Hack was still silently looking at him, waiting for something. The old man frowned and mentally said that of course, such a thought did not even cross this weakling's mind. But then Danwei narrowed his eyes and thought that he would never believe that the kid had indigestion because he had overeaten. The man folded his hands behind his back and mentally said that the divine dragon probably seriously thought that there was something wrong with his stomach, which is why he had put this girl in his place. Meanwhile, Isel looked at the old man, who in turn was thinking about the fact that no one except the protagonist would be able to defeat the heir of the head, so he chose the most convenient option for himself, because if Hack defeated some girl in battle, it would not bring the clan the glory it deserved. Then he turned his attention to the fat protagonist, and thought that even if they would not be able to kill the divine dragon Huashan this time, the old man was sure that the opportunity would come again. Since the head had given his consent, it remained to pretend that they had given in to them and wait until the protagonist was completely drunk. Danwei turned his gaze. He looked at his grandson and mentally ordered him to attack. Hack frowned, understanding his order. The man immediately raised his hands in front of him. He put his hands in his sleeves and warned that he would use poison during the battle. Isel turned to him. Hack watched her, telling her that she could not hope to leave this battlefield alive. And so they were ready for battle. The spectators were cheering, they were rooting for the heir of the clan. The daughter of the headman opposite was in shock. The girl looked at Isel and wondered what she was going to do. A drop of sweat rolled down Soso's cheek. She decided that she should stop them. However, John grabbed her shoulder and asked her to calm down, because if she interrupted the fight, she would only make everyone around laugh. The girl turned around and exclaimed that he himself knew how strong their brother was. According to her, one wrong move, and Isel could die. John frowned and said that she knew it. Soso calmed down. John said that she knew who she was going to fight, because she was a fighter. Soso turned around again. The girl looked at Isel. John was simultaneously talking about how those who enter the battle cannot be divided into men and women, because the duel involves two warriors and it cannot be hindered. Isel's reflection was visible in Soso's eyes. The girl remembered how the student extended her hand to her. Hack immediately took out some weapon from his sleeves. He threw it at the girl. The divine dragon's companion parried the attack. A small dagger was flying at her. She saw it and was ready to parry it. The girl struck with her sword and sparks flew. Hack was stunned. Isel parried his attack back at him. A projectile flew at him. However, he grabbed the dagger with his hand. Hack frowned and admitted that she was better than he thought. The man looked at her and thought that her quick reaction and ability to analyze the situation, which was not inferior to her in speed, although he did not want to admit it, but she was much stronger than Hack expected. He looked at Isel and said that she could have defeated him if she were not a girl. The girl raised her head and looked at him. Hack said that she should blame her defeat on the fact that she was unlucky to be born in this body. The headman's son opened his mouth in surprise when she said that it did not matter. Soso watched the fight closely from the stands. Isel raised her sword. The girl pointed the sword at him and said that now the only thing that matters is that he will fall because of his own weakness. Hack dropped the dagger on the floor. He made a powerful dash. Isel was ready to defend herself. However, the headman's son made a maneuver and stepped aside. He threw a kunai at her. The spectators narrowed their eyes, not understanding what was happening there. Hack moved from side to side and attacked the girl. The audience heard the clanging of weapons, but did not see him at all. Isel turned around, noticing the enemy. Thin poisonous needles were heading straight for her. The girl began to swing her sword, deflecting them. Some of the needles flew into the stands of the audience, but Zhang deflected them. The needles fell to the ground. Zhang looked at it, and exclaimed that these were microneedles. Soso also saw it from above. The divine dragon's companion continued to deflect the microneedles. Hack continued to make a dissatisfied face and call her names, not understanding how she could be so strong. The girl deflected a few more projectiles. The son of the leader was still running in circles. But suddenly he extended his hand, pointing at her. Something was shining in his hand. He shot something at her with incredible force. This projectile caught the girl. Sweat appeared on Zhang's face. The protagonist was also tense. Soso opened her mouth wide in excitement. She shouted that it was too dangerous. Isel froze in place. The girl took out a microneedle from herself. She looked at the end of the microneedle and said about the poison. The disciple of the divine dragon looked up. Hack said that if the poison spread, her left arm would be paralyzed. The man smiled disgustingly and said that if she missed even one of these countless needles, the fight would be over for her. His eyes were burning, and he himself was completely confident in the inevitability of his victory, and therefore reminded her that he warned her not to underestimate the strength of the Tang clan. The needle fell to the ground. Han said that the Tak clan has long liked to combine poison and weapons in battle. The man smiled nastily and said that by delaying the outcome of the fight she was only causing herself more pain, and so she should accept defeat and get out of the arena. Besides, if she apologized to him now, he would spare her. Isel's hand began to shake. The girl stood in front of her. She said that he was weak. She crouched, ready to lunge, and asked if he seriously thought that she would let him stand there and wait for the poison to spread. Isol's eyes began to glow menacingly. She lunged towards her opponent. Hack reached into his sleeves, saying that he would win by immobilizing her. He sprayed something in front of him and asked if she thought she would get off easy. Soso opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that it was a sandstorm. Hack made a wall of dust in front of him. Soso shouted that he wanted to buy time and block her view so that she could not see where the needles with poison were coming from. Isol broke through the layer of dust. She closed her eyes and decided that she would not retreat. The girl remembered her father's appearance. Then she spun around. With her blow, all the dust on the field dispersed. Hack covered his face and exclaimed that he could not see anything. He jumped into the air, thinking about increasing the distance. He took out the needles and was ready to throw them. However, there was only dust below him. He looked in one direction, but there was no one there. Then he looked in the other direction. There was no one there either. The girl seemed to have evaporated. Suddenly, everything around turned red. The head sun was stunned. He saw Isol's red aura below him. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The girl struck and dispersed the dust. She looked up and was ready to attack. Red plum petals were flying around her. Her sword shone incredibly brightly. Hack even covered his face from the blinding light. Isol swung. In an instant, she lunged forward and appeared right in front of him. The chief's son opened his eyes and saw her. He had already seen his reflection in her sword, so it was too late to do anything. Isol attacked him with the plum blossom style. Danwei looked up, dumbfounded. Gunnak watched calmly. The protagonist's team members were happy. The protagonist was also smiling. Many petals of the plum blossom were visible in the sky. Soso was mesmerized by what was happening. And then Hack fell to the ground. The girl stood on her feet. She walked towards him through the dispersed layer of dust. Hack, lying on the ground, looked at her with one eye. Isol said that he thought he was smarter than he really was. The girl's neck turned black. The poison had already spread. Hack frowned and started shouting that she was crazy to fight in such a state. The divine dragon's disciple lowered her eyes and declared that he was just a hothouse flower. The man's mouth opened wide when she instructed him not to judge an opponent's strength before seeing him in battle. He stood up and called her impudent. However, she immediately put her sword to his forehead. Isol swung the sword. Ghoul closed his eye. John turned his head away, not wanting to see it. Bakshin put his hand to his forehead in horror. The girl began to strike with the sword, but she was going to hit with the flat part of the sword. A bang was heard throughout the courtyard. Hack was lying on the ground unconscious, a large bump on his head. She turned around and said that he had talked too much. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. He then approached the clan leader and asked for an antidote. Gunnak gave him a small ball, saying that it should be enough. The protagonist jumped forward from the podium. He approached Isol and hurried her. Chunmian looked at her in surprise, and she thought that he was different, although he also had a loose tongue. The protagonist threw her an antidote and asked why she suddenly decided to beat the headman's son. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she did not even want to breathe the same air as people like him. They all stood in a circle and the divine dragon said that it was better not to delay and drink the antidote right away, because the longer she fiddled, the harder it would be to cure the poisoning. Bakshin opened his mouth in surprise, because the protagonist asked him for a sword for a while. Bakshin held out the sword and asked what the protagonist needed it for. Chunmian squinted and looked to the side. Danwei looked at him with displeasure. The protagonist said that it was time for the present. The divine dragon tied the sword to his waist and thought that perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a gift. He put his hand into his kimono. Kianmayan took out some cloth. He then immediately threw the cloth away. The divine dragon Huashan stood up on the battlefield. He saw the old man's gaze and thought that when the ancestors enter the game, the battle will be fierce. The chief's son was pulled aside. His face was badly disfigured. Soso was shocked by what she saw. Her hand trembled with excitement. She looked at her brother again and mentally exclaimed that Isol had defeated him. She looked at Isol and mentally said that it was not even the divine dragon Huashan who defeated Hack, but his partner, and a girl at that. The daughter of the clan chief looked at Isol's back. But suddenly, something else caught her attention. The protagonist stepped onto the battlefield. He kicked the ground. The boy stood alone on the court. He turned his head. The spectators watched in silence. The protagonist stood in the center of the court. He sighed heavily. The spectators' mouths dropped open in surprise when Kianmayan said that he did not understand what they were trying to achieve. Soso also listened with her mouth open. The protagonist said that the boy was the heir of the clan, and therefore more was expected of him. The divine dragon lowered his head and said that this fight disappointed him. The spectator's mouth dropped open in surprise. Danwei frowned angrily. Gunnak calmly watched the events. Screams rang out throughout the court. The spectators began to shout indignantly that he did not dare to mock them with a clan. The protagonist still stood calmly in the center of the court, and the spectators shouted at him not to dare to put himself above them because of one victory. Then Kianmayan raised his hand and said that they themselves would have decided the same thing if they were in his place. He pointed at the air and said that before a fight, one must thoroughly study the enemy's strength, and in their clan, even such a base is neglected. He looked at Isel and said that their heir lost not to him, but to his companion. The young man closed his eyes and said that she did not even receive a title, therefore, no one in their right mind would say that some boy who lost to his companion could compete with him. Danwi frowned in displeasure, but the protagonist added that despite all this, Hak continued to insist on a knowingly losing fight that would disgrace their entire clan. Chunmian narrowed his eyes and said that Hak continued to believe in his own strength, openly mocking his opponent, and therefore the protagonist believes that this arrogant weakling could not have organized all this alone. The spectators watched him silently. Another part of the stands also silently watched the protagonist. The attention shifted to Danwi when the protagonist asked who organized this whole farce. The old man frowned in displeasure. He realized that this was all a trap. He lowered his head and thought about the fact that from the very beginning he knew that his grandson would lose, and that is why he came up with the plan with the poisoning. The elder looked away to the stands and wondered if Kianmayang really knew that the girl would win, and in front of the crowd. The old man looked at the protagonist and thought that this scoundrel had decided to direct all the clan's anger at him, but the protagonist knew that the old man would not be able to take a blow. Danwi clenched his hands in anger, thinking that this was Kianmayang putting him in his place, telling him that if he did not have the courage to confess, then he would have to endure this humiliation. Danwi frowned, thinking that this humiliation was coming from those who thought he was a madman who sent his useless grandson to fight the divine dragon Huashan. Suddenly, the youth opened his mouth and made a long sound, as if he understood something. Kianmayang smiled slyly and asked if it was Elder Danwi. The protagonist extended his hand and said that this was strange, because, as he had heard, the Supreme Council of the Tak clan had the right to give orders even to their leader. The divine dragon pointed at the leader and said that the leader himself understood the situation immediately, which is why he was sitting on their side. The protagonist smiled nastily and said that it was not him who should give advice, but the old man. Danwi immediately lost his temper and screamed in anger. Chongmyan closed his eyes and said that the role of a wise elder is to guide the leader on the right path in matters where he has no experience at all due to his age, which is why the Tak leader cannot help but rely on the wise instructions of the elders. Danwi glared at him angrily while the youth said that, apparently, his only goal was to maintain his position and power. The old man blushed with anger and screamed that Huashan should remember that the Tak clan is the Tang clan, and not their sect. The protagonist extended his hand, pointing at him. Then Chungmayan turned to the podium and said that the old man was completely blind and could not even tell where anyone was going. The elder continued to blush, because the protagonist asked the audience if they knew why he proposed this fight. Danwi frowned angrily and blushed even more when the protagonist called him weak. The youth stood on the steps and said that Danwi had fallen so low that he was not even able to assess his strength, and besides, the clan head's advisor only evoked laughter. Chungmayan put his hands behind his back and said that if he had not brought this shame on the elder, he would have continued to act in his own way and would have continued to impose on the clan head ideas that were beneficial not to the clan, but to him. The youth looked closely at the old man and said that he heard these words at the doors of the Supreme Council, and they belonged to a bunch of senile people led by Danwi. The old man blushed even more and began cursing the protagonist. Gunak turned to the protagonist and asked him to be careful with his words, because he was talking about the elders of the Tang clan. Kianmayan turned around and said that their leader had a good heart, but according to him, these old people were useless cargo that should have been thrown away a long time ago, but Gunak showed respect to them. The youth turned back to the old man, who shouted that they should not listen to and endure this. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and said that, as he said, the grandfather was completely blind. Danwi had already started breathing steam, because the youth asked him how he managed to live to his age. Then Kianmayan narrowed his eyes and asked if the elder really considered himself worthy of the title of elder. The elder frowned angrily and began to ask a question. However, he immediately closed his mouth, because he guessed that the protagonist wanted him to ask in front of everyone how to prove it. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it could be proven easily and simply. According to him, the old man kept repeating that he tolerated him, but usually the strong say this to the weak. Chongmyan smiled and offered the old man to prove that he was stronger than the divine dragon Huashan. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that if Danwi wins, he will admit that he is right, but if the protagonist wins, the old man is useless. Danwi opened his eyes wide. Bakshan frowned with excitement and horror. They both stood on the platform. There was silence around. The elder opened his mouth wide and began to laugh, and then asked if the kid was really challenging him to a duel. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and said that he, of course, understood that at Danwi's age, his hearing was not the best, but he wanted to somehow avoid repeating himself. The old man frowned and thought that everything had turned out even better than he had planned, although the situation was lousy. The elder looked at the protagonist and said that if he trampled the boy into the dirt now, perhaps he could get off with little bloodshed, because any shame would sooner or later be forgotten. All eyes turned to the chief. The elder asked if Gunnak would mind if he accidentally killed this boy. The man watched them silently. Then he stood up from his seat. The protagonist turned around. Gunnak said that the divine dragon of Huashan was a friend of the Tang clan. The chief opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that therefore he could not go against his decision. Chongmian smiled. The old man also smiled from joy and anticipation. He immediately jumped into the air. The elder landed on the battlefield. He raised his head and said that the young man had missed his chance to back down, realizing that he was not strong enough to stand up to him. The protagonist smiled and said that he should be careful with his words, since Danwei was in front of so many people. The elder frowned in anger when Qianmayan said that he could hear the audience laughing at the old man. The elder stamped his foot and mentally said that there was no point in listening to his chatter any longer. Suddenly, the protagonist extended his hand and decided to clarify something just in case. The old man frowned when the protagonist said that he wanted to discuss the conditions for using the poison. He turned around and said that it was more of an argument than a condition. Gunnak looked at the young man in confusion. The protagonist smiled. He happily extended his hand and exclaimed that if the elder won, he would give him whatever he wanted. Soso's mouth widened in shock. Danwei's mouth widened in surprise, because Qianmayan had said that Huashan would leave the Tang clan alone and would never return, and just as the old man wanted, the heir would officially become the deputy head. The grandfather then frowned when he was asked to promise something in return as well. The protagonist smiled slyly as he spoke of his condition. He remembered Tonghua's appearance, and mentally said that he would finally fulfill his request. Qianmayan looked at Danwei seriously and said that if he lost, Danwei would disband the council and resign from his post, because an advisor like him would only hinder the Tang clan. The old man's mouth widened in surprise. Baektion rushed to the leader and asked if they had discussed this ridiculous provocation with the protagonist in advance. Leader Gunnak looked at him with a nervous smile. Sweat appeared on the face of the divine sword when Gunnak said that this was the first time he heard about it. His eyes widened in horror when he realized this. Baektion opened his mouth wide and asked why Gunnak did not dissuade the protagonist from fighting then, and the protagonist replied that he thought the boy had a plan. The righteous sword asked what the psycho was planning this time, and Zhang said that he had completely lost his mind from the Sichuan food. A blue aura appeared around Isel. Gunnak looked at the protagonist's allies and said that there was a completely different agreement between him and the divine dragon, and that this was the first time Gunnak heard about Qianmayan wanting to arrange a duel with the head of the Tang clan council of elders. Baektion frowned with excitement. The protagonist stood in front of the elder. The righteous sword meanwhile asked what the leader thought about the duel. Gunnak silently looked at the battlefield. Baektion smiled when Gunnak said that he would grind him into dust. However, then the clan leader opened his mouth and said that he was saying that the elder was much stronger than the protagonist. Danwei frowned with anger. The righteous sword opened his mouth in surprise. Gunnak stood up and said that the true strength of the Tang clan lies in the combination of poison and weapons, but as is known, Gunnak, fighting the divine dragon, did not use poison, and therefore if the elder uses only weapons, they will be equal, because the divine dragon surprisingly deftly handles the sword and moves at a good speed. He imagined the dark appearance of the elder, and said that this old man possessed special skills in the field of poisons. According to him, if the enemy fails to put up any resistance to his toxins, then 10 seconds after they enter the body, he can safely lie down in the coffin. Gunnak remembered the youthful appearance of the elder, and said that this elder is a great warrior of the Tang clan. In addition, Gunnak heard that the divine dragon once fought with Hyson of the Wudong sect, but even he is far from the elder, because great masters are not equal in their strength. Baekchan opened his mouth in horror, because the head of the clan assumed that now only the greatest of warriors who have long since retired can defeat Elder Danwei. Zhang closed his eyes and shouted that they must stop him. The righteous sword turned around. He looked at the two warriors and said that if they interrupted the duel that Qianmayan himself had started, putting his honor on the line, then everything he had fought for many years would be destroyed. Baekchan stood behind and said that he did not think the protagonist would listen to them. Gunnak looked at the young man. Both of the protagonist's allies were watching what was happening carefully. Isel was sitting in the shadows, a blue aura emanating from her. Gunnak and Guo were also watching what was happening. The clan leader remembered the protagonist's words that he allegedly wanted to become a friend of their clan on a whim. The man lowered his head and wondered if friendship was really when one was ready to sacrifice his life for a fleeting desire, without receiving even the slightest reward. Gunnak turned his gaze to the young man. The protagonist stood with his back to him. The clan leader concluded that this was what friendship was. The Tang clan chief took out a small knife and decided that he would not let the protagonist die. He lowered his hand with the dagger and mentally said that he would do it even if he had to start a war with the Supreme Council. The old man and the young man stood on the battlefield. The old man said that he seemed like a reasonable guy, but he was talking nonsense. The elder frowned and said that he had already agreed not to interfere in the chief's affairs if Hack was defeated. He pointed his finger and said that if he lost, any demands the protagonist made would be meaningless, because he would be too ashamed to even look at the chief, and therefore he did not understand why he would agree to them in that case. Chumyan closed his eyes and said that if he had even a drop of shame left in him, they really would not be necessary. But judging by the old man's behavior, he did not have an ounce of conscience. Danwi frowned and asked what the young man was saying. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and asked if a person without a conscience could keep a promise without announcing it in front of the entire clan. Chomyan looked at him closely and said that he was sure that he would not be able to keep the agreement and would find many excuses and justifications. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes, thinking that not everyone who has lived for many years is considered an adult, and old people who use their power to bully the younger ones are deprived of such a privilege. Danwi looked angrily at the protagonist. The young man, meanwhile, remembered the Huashan masters, and therefore mentally said that now he understands how hard the Huashan masters tried. He also remembered the appearance of his teacher, and thought that they did a lot for the benefit of the sect. The protagonist lowered his head. He took out his sword from its sheath. The divine dragon held the sword in front of himself and mentally said that he had received a chance to correct his mistakes. The young man raised his head and said that the old man could attack. The protagonist stood and said that if the elder continued to hide his fear in front of everyone, insisting that he was not satisfied with the conditions, then the protagonist would simply leave the arena. Danwi began to breathe heavily. A blue aura appeared around him. Dust rose into the air. He promised that he would do as the boy wanted. A dark aura appeared around the old man. He said that Kianmayan would die the most painful death that the world had ever seen. Dark air emanated from him. Zhang felt pain, and his skin turned red and began to hurt. The warriors covered their faces and began to scream that everything was itching. Gunak turned to them and ordered them to leave here, covering their skin, because the elder had sprayed poison into the air that could affect everything in the area. The elder was casting a dark aura all around. Gunak said that anyone nearby was at risk of being poisoned. The old man's eyes also began to turn black. He raised his hand and shouted for Kianmaying to die. Danwi shot poison at the protagonist. The protagonist dodged it easily. The old man frowned and said that it would be boring if it ended like this. Then he made a dash. Danwi stretched out his hands in front of him. The youth was already ready to defend himself. He swung his sword in front of him and asked if that was all. Kianmaying immediately dashed forward. He ran towards the enemy. The elder smiled and called him a rat. The protagonist made another dash. The old man jumped back, scattering some projectiles in different directions. The protagonist noticed many red spheres on the battlefield. All of these spheres began to glow after he cut them. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a red aura. Gunak opened his mouth wide in shock and asked about the summoning of the Ghost King. The clan leader waved his hand and ordered everyone to cover their noses and mouths, because it was a powerful poison. Gunak opened his eyes wide and wondered if the elder was in his right mind. Danwi was surrounded by a red aura. The clan leader wondered if the old man really decided to ignore all the prohibitions and summon the Ghost King in such a crowded place. All the spectators in the stands covered their faces. Soso and Zhang also covered their faces. A stranger in the crowd shouted for someone to stop this crazy old man. Gunak opened his eyes wide and said that he was wrong, because no one could resist him. The clan leader saw a terrifying red wall of poison in front of him. He knew that even a warrior or the head of the Tang clan could not withstand the poison of the Ghost King. The hand that held the dagger trembled. Danwi frowned and said that he was not surprised. Red petals flew into the air. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Danwi realized that he should have done this earlier, because most of the knowledge had long been erased from his memory, but the skills were still with him. The man narrowed his eyes and thought about how he had taken too much care to maintain his status and reputation for too long, but none of this would have been necessary if he had seized power in the clan from the beginning. The protagonist fell to one knee. The old man explained that the Tang clan were true masters of poison, and not just a sect of poisoned swords, and said that the enemy should have underestimated them in vain. The master raised his ribbons. The grenades fell to the ground. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield. Blue smoke rose into the air. The teacher asked if the enemy knew what kind of substance was floating around, and explained that it was the Phantom King and the 7 steps to death, the strongest poisons that had no antidotes. The two smokes mixed with each other. The master said that no matter how great a person was, he would not be able to escape their effects, and no one could stop them from spreading throughout the body. Standing in the smoke, the head of the upper house said that the 9 sects had mocked them for many years, but the Tang clan always forgave it, knowing the situation they were in. Poisonous fumes enveloped Kianmayan. Danwi explained that it was they who came up with the rule that no one could use incurable toxins against the sects, because otherwise they would have burned out the entire world long ago. The man frowned and said that such an amount of poison would be enough to kill his opponent. The old man took out a bottle and added that such an outcome would be too easy. The master threw the bottle forward. A wave of dark green energy stretched behind it. A boy's hand appeared in the black smoke. There were black spots on it. Baichan covered his mouth with his hand and called out to his comrade. The teacher grinned maliciously. The mentor clenched his fist. Multicolored smoke fell on the boy. The vial fell to the ground and melted. The divine dragon bowed his head. The head of the upper chamber explained that because of the poison, the victim's body twisted in pain so much that it seemed like he was about to fly up to the heavens. The disciple tensely clenched his teeth. Danwi declared that this was his last gift. The man narrowed his eyes slyly and wished for the enemy to know agony before dying. A red cloud hung in the courtyard. The old man looked at the building and wished to hear the head's opinion. Gunnak covered his mouth with his sleeve. The king of poisons opened his eyes wide and realized that he could not help the warrior even if he intervened right now. The silhouette of the master was visible in the distance. The head of the clan realized that he now had no right to be called an elder. The teacher took out a dagger and asked if his colleague really thought he could maintain his status after everything he had done. Standing far from the smoke, the mentor was outraged that his comrade used poisons that had no antidotes during a battle with a man from a friendly sect. The head of the upper house grinned evilly when Gunnak declared that he was now no different from the killers of the sinister death sect. Turning his head, Danwi asked him to wake up and reminded him that it was their leader who had been preventing their clan from conquering the world all these years. Standing in a cloud of red smoke, the man explained that despite all the powerful poisons and weapons that could have made them a leading clan, the Tang had become losers hiding in the back streets of Sichuan, and asked how much longer they would be bound by the chains of outdated rules. The old man frowned menacingly and said that if Chinch and Orame had turned their backs on them, the mountain slopes of these sects would have been covered in blood that very day. Baekchan furrowed his brows. The master was outraged that they were sitting idle surrounded by such parasites. The teacher, with his mouth wide open, asked if the leader really wanted such a future for his students, and wondered what the others would think of them if Tang continued to drag out his miserable existence. Gunnak frowned and asked if his colleague really wanted to continue spraying his most powerful poisons on everyone. Standing not far from the villain, the king of poisons suggested that his comrade hoped to atone for all his sins in this way, and shouted that by following his will, they would only achieve the end of the world. The teacher narrowed his eyes angrily and said that they would be able to take over the entire world. With his arms outstretched, the head of the upper house asked the leader not to talk to him as if he were a criminal, and accused him of turning the Tang clan into a pack of stray dogs. Baekchan's eyes widened in shock. Danwi frowned angrily and asked how one could disrespect his own clan so much as to enter into an alliance with Huashan. The man raised his hand and explained that if the elders left the council, it would not be because they were weak, and that if the leader continued to criticize them, they would change their position. Gunnak clutched the dagger in his hand and realized that he had to act now to stop this atrocity. Covering his airway with his sleeve, the Poison King wondered if he was ready to face the consequences. The people's eyes lit up. The master remembered that the scoundrel was still one of the most respected elders, and among the clan there were those who did not agree with him, but those who supported him were clearly in greater numbers. The warriors covered their faces with their hands. The old man looked menacingly ahead. The teacher wondered if it would be the right decision to attack him in front of everyone. The mentor straightened his shoulders and wondered if this would actually improve his reputation. The clan leader gritted his teeth and realized that he should have prevented this, that he should have guessed his evil intentions earlier and prevented them from being carried out. The leader of the upper house was enveloped in white smoke. Gunnak's main mistake was to allow this battle to happen when he should have nipped the idea of fighting in the bud, and not to think about pathetic attempts to interrupt it. Casting a long shadow, the king of poisons realized that the mind that told him to do nothing and his momentary indecision only made the situation worse. His hand trembled. The man knew that he should throw the blade to stop the villain. Danwi frowned and sighed heavily. Red smoke swirled around him. The old man raised his hands above his head. Two streams of energy rose in front of him. The master narrowed his eyes and motioned for the others to look at the divine dragon Huashan, in which everyone believed so much. The smoke flew into the sky. A bright sun shone among the clouds. The disciples of the Tang clan widened their eyes in surprise. The teacher opened his mouth in shock. Baekchan lowered the collar of his robe. The elder looked forward in fear. A circular moat formed around the protagonist. The head of the upper chamber asked what this meant. Chongmyun's body was covered in black spots. The boy looked up with a wild look. Suddenly, he covered his mouth with his hand. The boy lowered his head and vomited. The veins on his body stood out under his skin. The mentor frowned tensely and shouted that this could not be. The black spots disappeared at that moment. The divine dragon took a step forward and said that he understood the enemy's evil plan. The disciple rose to his feet. The warrior wiped his chin and asked if the enemy was really going to roast him like Sichuan chicken. His friends opened their mouths in amazement. Zhang and Soso's eyes widened in shock. Gunnak looked forward in shock. Danwi spread his arms and asked what this meant. The man gaped in horror and asked why the poison had no effect, stating that there shouldn't have been any bones left in his body. The old man frowned and wondered how that was possible, suggesting that the greatest of masters, who had an extremely strong will, could endure it, but it was hard to find one in the entire world. The swordsman picked his teeth, and the teacher thought that he would never be able to reach such a high level. The protagonist spat out a black liquid and stated that he would like to correct a few words he had said earlier. Kiamayan closed his eyes and explained that the reason the Tang clan couldn't take over the world wasn't because they didn't use poison, but because it didn't work on everyone. The boy lowered his sword and added that it wasn't the Tang clan that had condescended to form an alliance with Washan, but that they had offered them a friendly alliance. The mentor's mouth dropped open in surprise when the boy said that the Tang leader was going to shake hands with their sect precisely because he was trying to find a way to open the way to a better future. The divine dragon raised his eyebrows and called Gunak a fellow family member and a mortal who had had a hard time. The head of the upper house widened his eyes in amazement. The student suggested that there was no point in explaining anything to him because he would not understand anyway. The warrior put his weapon on his shoulder and suggested that they settle for the fact that his body was simply special and was not affected by these poisons. The swordsman beckoned his opponent with his finger and decided to give him another chance to show everyone how confident he was. Clouds floated above the city. Someone asked if the Namgung clan members were not ready to compete with the Tang clan, because they were famous for being the strongest warriors in the world. Holding a bowl in his hands, the protagonist asked if it was all about the poisons. The answer was affirmative. Tanwa pointed at him and said that poisoning everyone was not a solution, although it was quite accessible. People died from poison. If all the enemies died from a couple of needles, then there would be nothing to fear. This was the problem, since no one would want to hone the skills of using poisons if they can kill anyone in a matter of seconds. Sitting at the table, the boy explained that thanks to them, the Tang members begin to feel invincible. But in this case, it is not experience that grows, but arrogance. But they do not hear him, no matter how much he tries to convey this truth to them. Kianmayan, flushed from alcohol, realized that the poison works on ordinary people, but against masters its power weakens, so it is impossible to conquer the world with its help. The bottle melted and released blue smoke. If it were possible, the Tang clan alone would have defeated the heavenly demon. The boy stood next to the source of the smoke. If the poison has no antidote, this does not mean that it cannot be removed from the body. Danwei opened his mouth wide and shouted that the Phantom King would penetrate the skin even if he held his breath. Standing in front of his opponent, the man said that this was true of other poisons as well. Energy enveloped the boy's body. During the fight, he only needed to block the layer of space around him using his internal force to prevent the poison from reaching the skin. The poison was at the tip of the needle. The divine dragon imagined the needle piercing his body, and realized that in such a case, another method would work, which was to cleanse the poison that had entered the body using internal energy. Circles appeared on the water. Martial artists who had reached the peak of its use could even dissolve stones, so they did not need an antidote. Isel picked up the pill. It was a medicine for those who did not practice martial arts, but for those who could survive on their own, it was of no use. The clan symbol appeared behind the warrior. The protagonist realized that Tanwa knew why the Tang clan could not conquer the world with their poisons from the very beginning. He had daggers in his hands. He had to travel the world and participate in countless battles, risking his life. But thanks to this experience, he realized that he could not become the strongest by relying only on poisons. The young man threw daggers at his enemies, and thus was born a man who turned the world upside down with only one hidden weapon. Danwei pointed at his opponent and said that he would not have been able to cope with energy control. The man bit his lower lip in displeasure. Kiamayan smiled and asked if all stupid people considered themselves smart. The old man's mouth opened in amazement. The boy put his sword on his shoulder and said that he expected this to happen even before he appeared, because such people act quite predictably. The guy confidently frowned and suggested that the enemy try to attack him again. The master took out 2 capsules of poison. The teacher threw them at the enemy. Red smoke appeared on the battlefield. The mentor's eyes widened in shock. The divine dragon took a step forward. The disciple inhaled a lungful of red smoke. It lingered in his mouth. The warrior spat the smoke onto the ground and declared that it was pointless. The energy behind him turned into a monster. The swordsman repeated that these poisons would not work on him. His eyes lit up. A bright flash flashed in his stomach. Originally, internal energy was intended for meditation and purification, but his body was already filled with the purest energy. The sphere glowed. The protagonist managed to collect it when he saw the limits of his abilities and started over, so that no poison would pose a threat to him. Chunmian looked at the cloud of energy and realized that he would have absorbed more true energy pills if he had the opportunity. In his memories, the boy honed his skills and meditated. The result justified all the effort it took to find these pills. The boy smiled resolutely and asked what they would do next. Danwei's eyes widened in horror. The man opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, saying that the enemy did not yet know what state he was in. The divine dragon looked at him in confusion. His hands were covered in black spots. The disciple looked at her carefully. The old man shouted that his self-confidence would not help him endure this. The master smiled broadly and asked the enemy to tell the god of death that he was there for disrespecting the Tang clan. The warrior summoned fire in his hand and said that this could be dealt with quite easily. The teacher opened his eyes in horror. The swordsman tensed his fingers. The mentor asked where he got the ability to kindle a flame, which was only possible for masters who had reached the limit of using internal strength. The protagonist frowned and remembered the parable of the frog and the jug. Tanhwa stood in the mountains. He wanted to correct the isolation of the Tang clan, because he thought that he would never be strong enough if he continued to live for these losers. The spots burned away in the fire. Danwi's stunned eyes at the sight of Sam's evolution showed that even after 100 years, the Tang clan remained the same. The flames flared up in front of the man. Kianmayan decided that such people were always at the top of power. The boy swung his sword and decided to act differently, even if it meant breaking his skull. The old man's eyes filled with black blood. The master raised his hand and ordered the enemy not to approach him. The teacher took out another capsule and wished him death. The mentor swung a grenade and called his enemy a monster. Bakshin opened his mouth wide and shouted that there were too many of them. Many shells appeared above the boy's head. The righteous sword shouted that if they all exploded at the same time, everything would be over. Suddenly, the student seemed to evaporate into thin air. His sword touched each grenade. In a split second, the warrior threw all the shells away. His hand was covered in blue energy. The swordsman pressed all the poison capsules to the ground. At the same time, an explosion of multicolored smoke was heard. The protagonist, covered in red paint, declared that it was all useless. The head of the upper house opened his eyes wide and declared that he had used all the existing poisons of the Tang family. Danwi put his hand in his sleeve and said that this could not be. The man took out another grenade and shouted that he could not lose like this. The shell approached Kianmayan. Blue smoke burst out of it. The old man, enveloped in black energy, thought about how the mastery of poisons, which he had studied all his life, helped him take a place in the Council of Elders. The master opened his mouth in fear and realized that this was the reason for his existence. The teacher took out daggers from his sleeve and decided not to let her disappear. The knives flew forward. The boy deflected them with his sword. Gunak swung his blade and thought that the man who occupied one of the highest positions was inferior even to him in skill. The mentor's mouth fell open in horror. The head of the upper house waved his hand, still denying what was happening. The boy blocked his attack with his sword again. A coin flashed in the air. Tanhwa held it out and asked if this would be considered proof. The divine dragon frowned and thought about how his status was not much different from his current opponent. The disciple introduced the clan Chens and remembered how his friend was equal to Danwi, despite being treated as an outcast. After blocking a few more projectiles, the warrior wondered what the difference was between them and guessed that there would be nothing left of him if Tanhwa was standing in front of him now. The man extended his hand forward. The swordsman took a step forward and was outraged that this man dared to boast about his skills and position as an elder. The protagonist swung his sword and mentally called him a fool. Kianmayan gritted his teeth in anger. In his memory, the dying Tanhwa asked him to do something. The boy thought that his comrade would not want to see such a picture, but he had to face it for the second time. The boy lowered his head and wanted to explain everything to the old man visually. The divine dragon sternly looked forward. The disciple took a step towards him. The master stepped back. The teacher widened his eyes in horror. The warrior frowned menacingly. The mentor's face was covered in cold sweat. It became difficult for him to breathe. The head of the upper house threw several more bombs forward. The members of the Tang clan opened their mouths in amazement. Jean looked up in surprise. Danwi furiously widened his crazy eyes and shouted that he would not lose. Many different projectiles appeared in the air above the battlefield. The man drew his blades. He threw them upward. The daggers tore apart the vials of poison. The poison knives rushed down. The old man's pupils narrowed. A rain of multicolored blades fell on the swordsman. The people looked up in fear and screamed. They started running away because it was no longer safe to stay under the canopy. Poisonous shells fell on the battlefield. They touched the ground and exploded. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that this was the same technique, the secret weapon, along with the intangible demonic poison. Chunmian calmly walked forward, thinking that his opponent was not at the level to perform this technique properly. Suddenly, the boy stopped. He looked up and remembered that the technique his comrade showed him in the past looked completely different. The boy squinted and decided that its execution was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream. Then Tanhwa jumped into the air. At that moment, the poisonous shells seemed like petals that covered the world with a veil of rain. The divine dragon threw the dagger aside. The student grabbed the sword with both hands. The warrior closed his eyes and thought that he could only imitate his friend. Standing under a hail of poison knives, the swordsman decided that now he was the only one who was willing to at least try to implement the idea that Tanhwa had passed on to the clan 100 years ago. His legs trembled. The protagonist jumped high into the air and began to spin around himself. A whirlwind of plum petals appeared next to him. Kianmayan raised 2 fingers in front of him. A bright pink flash lit up the dark smoke. Some petals smoothly fell to the ground. Other petals flew down quickly. One of them touched the ground. They caught gusts of wind and floated along the current of poisonous smoke. Danwi looked up in shock. Many people found it very difficult to see the beauty of the moment. The image swam before his eyes. The boy seemed to multiply and rush forward. The guy swung his sword, emitting powerful energy. Pink rays flashed over the man's head. The old man's eyes widened in horror and realized that it was a rain of petals covering the world. The divine dragon landed on its feet behind him. The petals swirled around the master. The master looked back in fear. The disciple opened his mouth wide and used the 24 plum blossom sword style. The master's brows furrowed tensely. The warrior clones ran forward. Their bodies began to disintegrate into petals. The head of the upper house widened his eyes in shock when he saw this. A powerful explosion of pink energy rang out in the air, striking Danwei. Blood spurted out from his mouth. The swordsman intercepted the blade in his hands. The man looked up in horror. The protagonist lunged forward and swung his sword. The old man wrapped his sleeve around his wrist. The master extended his hand to block the blow. The master opened his mouth in fury and identified himself as a member of the Tang clan. Qianmian appeared behind him. His clones frowned menacingly. The mentor waved his hand again and shouted that this couldn't be. Streams of energy surrounded him from all sides. Flower clones approached him. The head of the upper house continued to fight them off. A bright flash lit up his face. The elder's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed loudly. His eyes were blinded by the light emanating from the petals. His pupils narrowed. A whole whirlwind of pink plum blossoms appeared above him. The boy narrowed his eyes in disdain. Danwei wondered what kind of technique this was. The boy approached him closely and prepared to strike. The man held his hand out in front of him and felt as if he was in a beautiful dream. A powerful gust of wind blew down on him. A bright light engulfed his body. Plum petals swirled in front of the sun. Baekchan and Ghoul looked up in surprise. Zhang opened his mouth in shock. Soso and Zhang widened their eyes in amazement. Gunak looked up in shock. The divine dragon crouched down and held his sword out in front of him. There were many marks from blade strikes on his back. The old man lowered his head. Suddenly, the master looked back. The disciple put the sword in its sheath. Clutching it in his hands, the warrior said that it was a rain of petals covering the world. The master narrowed his eyes suspiciously. At that moment, he lost consciousness, realizing that this was the Huashan weapon. The teacher collapsed to the ground. The swordsman lowered his hand and decided that this was not quite true. In the memory, bright rays emanated from Manhwa. The protagonist only repeated the technique he saw in the past, slightly changing it, so this technique equally belongs to the Tang clan. Blood was coming out of Danwei's mouth. Many of the subtleties of this technique were unknown to Qianmian. The boy lowered his head and thought that he had done everything in his power. A flower of blows formed on the battlefield. The boy realized that he had proven the uselessness of the elder to the Tang members, not only defeating him in battle, but also crushing his authority. Now it was up to the head of the clan. Gunak watched the petals in amazement. The future of the entire Tang depended only on his further decisions. The man shuddered when he heard someone's voice. All the party members stared at him in surprise. Zhang and his sister looked ahead tensely. The king of poisons lowered the corners of his lips and remained silent. Isel closed her eyes. Soso's eyes sparkled. The divine dragon smiled as he was declared the winner of the duel. The petals fell in front of the master, who announced the results of the battle in a low voice. The clear blue sky shone above. The disciple stood in the middle of the battlefield. The air was filled with a sense of awkwardness and anticipation of something great, as many changes awaited the Tang clan from this moment on. The warrior swallowed nervously and mentally wondered if his friend liked this ending. A single petal fell in front of him. The swordsman raised his hand to catch it, and thought that all the voices of the past that continued to reach him were just an illusion, and that his comrade would not hear it. The petal flew to his palm. The dead cannot be brought back, so Manhwa will not be able to tell him anything anymore. Looking at his hand, the protagonist remembered how he did not go to the next world when his time came, and found himself in an alien world, clinging to scraps of memories. In the past, Chemyang extended his hand forward, still tormented by the mistakes of his past. The boy looked away when someone called out to him. Ghoul waved his hand. The boy smiled contentedly. He walked towards his comrades and promised Manhwa to always watch over his clan. The ruined battlefield was left behind. The divine dragon took a step forward. The disciple stopped when someone thanked him. The warrior immediately turned around. Manhwa himself was standing behind him, his robe fluttering in the wind. The swordsman's eyes widened. His hand trembled, the thread that connected the two of them snapped. A bright light illuminated the member of the Tan family. The protagonist finally fulfilled the promise he could not keep in his past life. Chunmyang pursed his lips tensely. The boy remembered all the moments with his comrade and realized that now he could calmly close his eyes and find peace. A smile shone on Tanhwa's face. The boy disappeared into the blinding light. The divine dragon bid farewell to his only close friend. The boy turned away and walked on. The student approached the building. The boys smiled sincerely, happy for their comrade. Suddenly, Zhang frowned and said that it hurt. The warrior scratched his cheek and asked why the skin began to itch again, because the poison should have dissipated long ago. Suddenly, the swordsman looked forward. Baekchan raised his hand and asked his friend not to move. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when the righteous sword explained that his entire body was oozing poison and asked if he really wanted to kill them all. Gunnak poured a bucket of antidote on him. Because of the rainbow liquid, Kianmayan's body began to shine. The man covered his mouth with his sleeve and asked if there was any poison left. The boy wondered why the clan leader was afraid of him at all. His ear twitched when the Poison King suggested that he be quarantined for a week. The fire-shrouded divine dragon said that he would rather burn away all the poison. The disciple waved his hand and asked the leader to take care of the rest because he was feeling very unwell. The master looked away. The mentor walked towards Danwi, who was lying on the ground. The teacher came close to him. The old man's eyes widened when Gunnak called out to him. The man put 2 fingers to his neck. With his mouth wide open, the Poison King declared that the elder had committed a crime and asked if he admitted his guilt. His voice echoed across the battlefield. The leader of the upper house frowned menacingly. The scoundrel rose from the ground and asked what he was accused of. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. The clan member asked if it was a sin to let a youth defeat him and take the position of deputy leader. The master narrowed his eyes and explained that the crime was not that someone had lost or won, but that he was guilty of something else. Danwi glared at him. The teacher turned around and asked his subordinates to bring him here. The clansmen bowed. The others raised their eyebrows in surprise. They turned their heads and were very surprised. Chongmyan grinned maliciously. The heir brought a man to the battlefield. The man immediately fell to the ground. The Tang member put his hand to his throat. Sewa trembled. Frowning sternly, the mentor asked him to confess to what he had done and promised to pardon him if he did so. The young man's face broke out in cold sweat. Opening his mouth furiously, the old man asked what he was going to say and stated that he did everything for the good of the clan. Without raising his head, the traitor said that everything was over already, because no one would obey him. The people watched in shock. The elder's eyes widened in surprise when the conspirator asked if he had really hoped to retain his position as elder by losing his position in the eyes of the clan. The scoundrel opened his mouth wide and admitted that he had been ordered to secretly slip the elixir of eternal intoxication into the divine dragon Huashan's food and drinks. Sewa pointed to the head of the upper house and named him as the one who had given the order. Danwi looked up in horror. Gunnak glared down at him. The heroes standing on the battlefield froze. The Tang members gaped in surprise, not knowing whether this was true or not. The man frowned indignantly. Baekchan remembered how his comrade had eaten the meat and asked if he had known about the setup but had eaten it all anyway. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was very tasty. Righteous Sword wondered how one could think about taste at a time like this. Chunmyang turned away and thought that using a powerful poison in battle and confronting the clan leader were questionable actions, but intentionally pouring poison on his opponent before the match was something else entirely. The master turned to the traitor sitting on the ground and asked if this was really an order from the elder. The boy realized that such an act violated all the rules and regulations of the clan regarding the handling of poisons. The teacher cast a stern look at the old man and asked if he had anything to say in his defense. The head of the upper house opened his mouth in horror. Danwi closed his eyes and realized that this was the end. The mentor looked at him silently. The gaze of all the clan members was riveted on him. The elder realized that he had no way back and that his status would be stripped. Gunnak frowned sternly. The scoundrel thought that he now had unlimited power, and he and the council had lost all respect. The traitor lowered his gaze and said that he did so solely for the good of Tang. The man removed his fingers from his neck and said that the ends did not always justify the means. The old man looked at him with disdain. The king of poisons explained that a person only gains recognition when he achieves results by adhering to the right path. The master furiously knitted his brows and said that he did not want to listen to his pathetic excuses anymore. The family members knelt before him. Soso and Jean looked forward with determination. The teacher ordered the elder to be stripped of his position and sent to prison, considering the severity of the crime. Danwi closed his eyes. The mentor announced that he was suspending the council's activities, and urged its members not to leave the clan's territory until the investigation was completed. Standing next to the traitor, Gunnak ordered the rest of his comrades to be more careful in their actions until all the details of today's incident were revealed. The man frowned and called out to the protagonist. Kianmayan rose to his feet. Standing in the distance, the Poison King said that thanks to his hard work and dedication, the truth about the terrible criminal hiding within the clan had been revealed, and they were able to identify him. The master punched his palm. The teacher bowed and addressed the guests from the Huashan sect with gratitude. The party members bowed their heads and thanked them. The people raised their hands in front of them and expressed their gratitude. The boys smiled, but were still surprised. Baekchan confidently looked forward and was glad that they were finally recognized, since Huashan had always remained behind the 9 great sects. In front of the building was a snake. Now, after years, the sect was accepted by the clan that rules all of Sichuan. The boy bowed and accepted the thanks of the Tang clan. The divine dragon looked to the side and suggested that his friend should speak now. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise. The righteous sword came to his senses and looked forward. Putting his hands together, the student introduced himself and expressed his gratitude on behalf of Huashan, because what happened helped to strengthen their friendship. Gunak smiled and hoped that their relationship would become even better in the future. The protagonist confidently knitted his eyebrows. Member Tang raised his hand to his mouth and began to praise both academies. The people opened their mouths wide and supported him. With sincere smiles on their faces, the heroes began to chant the names of the clans. Their voices filled the battlefield. Chunmyung smiled widely and asked his comrade to look at how happy everyone was. Baekchun asked him to warn him next time if he was going to do something. The boy frowned in displeasure and said that it was a simple trifle. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when his friend called him a fool. The boys looked at their leader. The young man explained that although the poison was harmless to him, they actually thought that he died. Zhang raised his hand to his mouth and decided that their comrade had gone too far. Gul agreed with him. The righteous sword said that he would not tolerate such antics anymore. The divine dragon spread his arms and asked him not to be angry. The student frowned menacingly. The warrior gave him a displeased look. The swordsman scratched his cheek and promised not to do it again. Baekchun put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that his comrade at least wave to the people. Looking at the courtyard, the young man said that everyone was praising him. The protagonist smiled. Kianmayan raised his hand and waved to the spectators. The heroes stood under the roof, happy that they had become allies with Tang. Zhan smiled and said that he almost quarreled with them. Soso opened her eyes wide and said that it was great. The boy agreed with her and explained that it was not for nothing that he was called one of the greatest. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she was not talking about the divine dragon, but about herself. Isol stood behind the backs of their comrades. The girl with shining eyes said that she had made a decision. The young man looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Gunak's daughter clenched her fist and trembled. She had a tense look. The brother stared at her in amazement. Clouds were floating above the city. The situation in the Tang clan was resolved very quickly, as if everyone had been waiting for this moment. Danwei was thrown into prison, and the other elders were accused of not stopping him from acting on his own, and the council was temporarily closed. They tried to object, but were powerless against the head's word. The man rose above the elders. After all the power was in his hands, it was impossible to resist, and the members of the upper house had no choice but to humbly resign and go into the shadows. Danwei's comrades were behind bars and punished, thus the roots of the problems that had taken root deep within the clan were destroyed one by one. The stairs stretched to the building. No one would dare to support the convicted elder anymore, and the general fear would give the head some freedom of action. Gunak filled the cup and assumed that this was the best opportunity to regain power over the clan. The protagonist smiled and stated that he was much scarier than he thought. Looking down, the man asked if everything was okay and wondered if they could overcome the feud that separated them if Hak became the clan leader in the future. Chunmyung raised his eyebrows and explained that the heir had made a mistake that led to him being removed from his position as deputy. The Poison King replied that his son had lost his position for more than that. The youth raised his hand in front of him. The master called him too hesitant. The boy decided that people always learn from their mistakes or from their stupidity. The divine dragon asked if that was too bold of him. The master, standing in front of the table, asked him not to be shy and continue. The boy asked if he knew why Danwei had betrayed the clan. The mentor said that he wanted to know because before, the elder did not seem like a person who was capable of such a thing. Gunak's eyes widened in surprise when the student said that their entire life was limited to the clan. The old man frowned sternly. The warrior explained that they did not have to suffer and torment themselves because of outsiders. But they did not know how other people lived, so the head of the upper house remembered for many years how he had once been ousted from his position as deputy. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and explained that when traveling the world, a person suffers failures, gets upset, makes mistakes and gets into trouble, but all this helps him grow. The man stared at him in amazement when the protagonist said that by taking away everything dear to the man just because he made a mistake once, the head deprived him of the opportunity to grow further. Chunmian looked at his reflection and realized how much effort it took to train him, because in the past, he was simply a terrible person. The boy remembered shaking hands with his opponent and decided that if people were judged by their character, he would be sentenced to death. The Poison King smiled and asked if he thought no one was perfect. The boy confirmed this and added that everyone made mistakes, but what mattered was what a person could learn from them. The divine dragon raised his eyebrows and said that another reason why he didn't care was that it wasn't him who should be embarrassed, but the heir to the clan. Squinting slyly, the student asked if Hak didn't dream of stabbing him, and said that he should be grateful for the chance to become the leader. Sitting at the table, Gunak understood what was being said and explained that his son would have to fight again on par with the rest of the boys. The protagonist took a sip, and the man suggested getting to the point. The Poison King lowered the corners of his lips and wanted to say something about his daughter. Chunmian's eyes widened in surprise. Alcohol poured from his mouth as the master announced that Soso wanted to enter Huashan. White clouds floated above the palace. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked why she suddenly wanted to go there. The teacher replied that he had no idea. The boy broke out in a cold sweat and suggested that he should refuse her. The master asked if he had the right to do so. Sitting opposite him, the divine dragon replied in the negative. Gunnak frowned and asked how the school's leadership would take this. The student introduced the smiling headmaster and said on his behalf that they rarely received such important people, so they would do everything to make her soul happy. The man looked down and admitted that he did not want his daughter to go to Huashan. The warrior smiled and agreed with him. The Poison King stated that he only had one request. The swordsman rolled his eyes and wondered what he was going to say. The master narrowed his eyes and explained that he could not just rewrite the traditions that had been passed down from generation to generation, despite the fact that all power was now in his hands, because it would cause mass discontent. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The mentor said that in this regard, he had no choice but to marry her off to the heir of a powerful clan in the next couple of years. Soso smiled. Her father only wanted her happiness, which was impossible to obtain in the Tang clan, so the teacher wanted to send her to a place where she could feel it at least for a while. Chongyan looked away and asked why Huashan was chosen and not Wudang or Zhongnan. Gunnak wondered if he really thought he just wanted to get rid of his daughter. Closing his eyes, the man asked his comrade to take care of his daughter, and explained that he would feel calmer if the girl was next to him. The boy threw up his hands and said he didn't want to be a nanny and asked why he needed to look after a young child. The Poison King reminded him that his daughter was older. The boy said that it wasn't about age. The master pursed his lips and suggested that this man didn't deserve his trust after all. The mentor raised his fist to his mouth and reminded him of how his comrade had asked him to pass on the Tang clan's medical technology to the sect. Placing his hands on the table, the divine dragon asked if he was really going to blackmail him with this, and stated that they had already agreed on everything a long time ago. The teacher introduced the internal energy of a man, a warrior who threw darts, and the various medicines that their clan used, and said that Soso was trained in all of this. The disciples' eyes widened in surprise when Gunnak called his daughter the best he could offer to pass on their medical knowledge. The warrior poured the alcohol behind his back. The drink filled the cup again. The swordsman drank it with a smile. His eyes sparkled. The protagonist said that he had long been thinking about taking the young heiress of the clan under his care, and promised to look after her well. The man lost all desire to trust him. Sitting at the table, the Poison King suggested that the Huashan doctors go to the Tang clan or that their doctors come to the sect to fully transfer the technology, and said that his daughter would be their assistant. The master extended his hand and explained that he would go to Huashan with his subordinates and daughter, so the guest could consider that Soso would only come under his care after they personally discussed the matter with the sect leader. Chongmin noticed that the leader was really willing to be friends with them. The teacher smiled and asked if he couldn't do that. The boy looked at him confidently and replied that he could. The heroes clinked their glasses. They drank alcohol. The act that the leader of Tang was ready to do was too great an honor for the current Huashan. The boy put the cup on the table and thought that not all of their conflicts had been forgotten yet. The teacher sternly knitted his brows and said that he asked the merchants to wait a day before setting off, so that the guests would be able to go to Yunnan tomorrow. The students said that they planned to be there by then. Gunnak raised his eyebrows and asked what the purpose of their trip was. The divine dragon replied that it was a terrible secret. The man wondered if even friends weren't allowed to know about this. The warrior smiled and promised to tell everything when he had permission from the leader of the sect. The Poison King closed his eyes and assumed that he would have to go to Huashan and hear this story from him personally. The master stood up and declared that this discussion could be considered over. The swordsman opened his mouth in amazement. The protagonist pressed himself into his chair in horror and asked if this would really happen again. Chongmyan stared at his comrade in surprise. Bowing, the teacher thanked his friend personally and on behalf of the Tang leader and expressed his gratitude to him. The mentor looked up and thought that this man was only pretending to be proud, but if you look closely at him, it becomes obvious that he sincerely cares about their clan. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The guy narrowed his eyes slightly and asked if they were only thanking him in words. Gunnak asked what else he needed. The divine dragon decided that now was the best time to ask his friend about this. The man raised one eyebrow and wondered what they were talking about. The student leaned towards his ear and whispered something. The Poison King replied that they could not do that. The bright sun was shining in the courtyard. The master explained that the poisons of the Tang clan could not be exported outside of it. The warrior waved his hand and said that now was the best time to ask about it, because the elders no longer had any power. The teacher closed his eyes and understood what was being said. The mentor narrowed his eyes and concluded that his comrade intended to shake every last drop out of them. The swordsman closed his eyes and asked if the Tang clan could provide such a favor to friends who had a long journey ahead of them. Gunnak sat down in a chair and agreed, on the condition that he had a counter-request. The man sternly knitted his brows and asked the guest to show him again. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and asked what was being said. The Poison King confidently frowned and asked him to demonstrate the move he used during the duel with the elder. Chongmin smiled and thought about how a person disappears, but his ideas live on through his descendants. The heroes sat opposite each other. Everything that the first generations dedicated themselves to is reflected in the next. and until this line breaks, the ideas will not fade. A smile shone on the boy's face. This was the whole point of the great school. The master raised his eyebrows in amazement when the boy said that it would be very difficult. The divine dragon folded his hands behind his head and said that first they would have to feed him Sichuan food, and then he would show his technique. The teacher looked at him, puzzled. The mentor closed his eyes and replied that he could eat as much as he wanted, even until his stomach burst. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard. Soon the sunset began. The Tang clan promised to compensate all those whose property was damaged during the duel. There was a gaping hole in the wall. The stairs were destroyed. The Tang always approached such matters with due wisdom. Ghoul's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard that the leader had come to see them in person. Sitting in front of him, his father told him that Gunak knew all about the clan's foreign affairs and that if other people suffered losses because of them, he would reward them tenfold. But until now they had never apologized to the great schools that suffered at their hands. Raising his eyebrows, the man assumed that the leader did not want to admit this, nor did he want to bow down to other people, but despite his pride, the Poison King personally apologized to them this time. The boy looked down. The old man called him a very influential person, since his son was the master of Huashan and the second son of the head of the Merchant Association. The boy frowned when his father asked if he really did not want to go home. The disciple clenched his fists and replied that he was happy in the sect. The merchant raised his eyebrows in surprise when the warrior said that that was where he belonged. Sitting at the table, the swordsman explained that he was very proud of his family and sincerely believed that they were doing a great thing, but he did not think that he should stay here. The man looked at his son in confusion. Ghoul asked him for forgiveness. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he wanted to die in Huashan if he only had one life. He had a determined look. The old man's eyes widened in amazement. The head of the association sighed heavily and asked if his son knew what his dream was. The young man shuddered in surprise and answered in the negative. The sun had set behind the mountains. The merchant was simply continuing the business passed down to him by his ancestors, and he had never had such aspirations. The woman was holding a baby in her arms. The man's dream appeared only after the birth of his son. The old man raised his eyebrows and realized that his child did not have to share it. The student's mouth opened in surprise when his father said that he had the right to dream about something of his own. Looking at him, the head of the association explained that he did not want to hinder this, for the sake of fulfilling his own dream. In the memory, Chunmian turned to his comrade and said that it was his choice. The merchant only now understood the meaning of his words. The man looked ahead and added that he would not decide the fate of his child, because he had every right to go to his dream. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, the head of the association wished his son good luck and asked him not to forget that they would always support him. The warrior stared at him in amazement. The merchant wished him to be more careful and take care of himself. Tears appeared in the eyes of the swordsman. Ghoul bowed his head and promised never to let his father down. Gunak threw his robe over himself. The protagonist picked up the ribbon. Chunmian tied it around his hair. Dark clouds floated across the sky. The heroes finally finished with everything that kept them in Sichuan, despite the fact that it took a long time. The boy stood in his room and rummaged through his bag. He had found a way to travel comfortably to Yunnan, so everything turned out for the best. The boy took out the box. A grin appeared on his face. The divine dragon received even more than he could have expected. Bakshin looked back when someone asked if everyone was gathered. The righteous sword saw his comrade in front of him and said that the leader was already waiting for them at the gate. The heroes went ahead. The warrior said that he had not yet eaten his fill of Sichuan food. Everything was passed down from parents to children and from teachers to students, so they had no need to regret the past. Approaching the gate, the young man said that they would have left long ago if their friend had packed up faster. Clouds were floating above the palace. It was time to move forward. The mountains were covered in fog. Yunnan was completely under the control of the Nanman Beast Palace, so they had to be extremely careful because its current leader had a bad character and hated the people of Zhongyuan. Standing in front of the gate, Gunak said that people from the Merchant Guild would be waiting for the guests at the exit of the temple. The swordsman thanked him for his help. The man confidently frowned and hoped that one day they would all get together again. Smiling happily, Soso wished her friends a safe journey and said that they would see each other more often now. The protagonist looked away and wondered if he really needed to take her under his wing. The girl frowned and asked him not to make such a face because they would have to sit at the same table every day. She raised her hand and said that she was counting on her allies. The guys looked at her puzzled. Isol's brows furrowed in tension. The clan member looked up when her father called her. The Poison King frowned and asked if his daughter was too young to talk to their friends like that. Soso's eyes widened in surprise. The master explained that if she wanted to become part of Huashan, she should forget about her status as an heir from now on. The girl looked at her hand. The teacher asked her to choose whether to stay in her current position or become one of the sect's disciples. The girl slammed her heel against her heel. Slamming her fist into her palm, the girl wished her comrades a safe and fast journey and called herself their junior disciple. The boys smiled happily. The Tang member promised to learn the laws and rules of the sect as soon as possible. Isol calmly closed her eyes. The protagonist smiled and thought that the new girl would actually be able to learn all the rules if she continued to run after him and threaten to kill him. Gunak stood behind his daughter. Kianmayan was surprised that he could scold her in front of everyone, but still allow her to maintain her dignity. The man smiled. The boy concluded that he had a lot of experience in raising children and that he clearly loved his daughter. Standing in front of the guests, the Poison King explained that if they were going to go deep into Yunnan, the journey would be quite long. The boy closed his eyes and said that the longer the journey, the better, because they still had a lot to do in that time. The divine dragon folded his hands together and thanked the leader for the warm welcome. The boys bowed their heads and repeated after him. The master covered his fist with his palm and wished them a safe journey. The Tang family watched their guests leave. Suddenly, So-So frowned tensely. She ran forward and asked them to stop. The heroes looked back when they heard her. The girl stopped in front of them. Isol's hair fluttered in the wind. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when someone asked if she would definitely not regret it. The clansman smiled broadly and said that she definitely would not. The disciple turned away and asked to see her in Huashan. Gunak's daughter watched them go, her eyes sparkling with delight. Baekshun, clutching his shoulder bag, noticed that their friend was upset about the lack of other girls in the Grand Master's troop, but she liked the new disciple. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he was still worried about something, and was afraid that looking after the Tang heiress would be very difficult. Righteous Sword looked away when the swordswoman said that she did not need special treatment, because all Huashan disciples were equal. Isbal, with shining eyes, promised to personally put her in her place if So-So began to act impudent and hide behind her status. Gunak looked ahead and said that their guests had left. The girl turned to him and asked if all the people in Zhongyuan were like this. The man replied that it couldn't be and suggested that such people were hard to find in the whole world. The Poison King smiled and asked his daughter to keep up with them because soon they would make the whole province tremble. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him not to worry about it and promised to do her best. Heading back to the palace, the master suggested that they check if the rest of the sect was as good as they were. His daughter wished to go there quickly. The teacher looked back. A confident smile appeared on his face. The sun was shining on the empty courtyard. The mentor wished his friends peace. The carriages were moving through the city. The man handed over a set of clothes and asked his ally to change. Baekshun raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why they needed to wear the uniform of the merchant guild. Kwakyeong frowned and explained that if they went to Yunnan in their clothes, they might get into trouble. The workers were carrying boxes, and it turned out that in order to bring someone into Yunnan territory, a special permit was needed, so the heroes had to pretend to be fellow travelers so that no one would be suspicious. The young man looked back and said that he needed time to convince his friend. The protagonist had already changed his clothes and asked why his comrade was frozen in place. Kianmayan opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to leave quickly so as not to be late. The carts were traveling through a mountain gorge, and someone told about how Yunnan had a nominal ruler, whose status was only in name. Sitting in the cart, the man added that in fact the province was under the control of the Nanman Beast Palace, which did not allow people from Zhongyan to cross the border, and that the ruler could not offer them any resistance. Baekshun raised his eyebrows and asked why they had put up with this so easily. Dust rose from the plain, the lands of Yunnan were barren and there was no profit to be made from them, so the people did not care who was in charge. The driver turned his head and said that the only people suffering in this situation were the merchants who supplied the province with goods. The carriages drove one after another. Kwakyeong explained that if something went wrong now, they would no longer be able to set foot on this land and their business would be finished, so the boys should not show their affiliation with Huashan under any circumstances. John turned to his comrade and suggested that the power of the Beast Palace exceeded even the power of the Tang clan over Sichuan. Righteous Sword reminded him that, unlike Sichuan, Yunnan had no competitors, and decided that they should first study the situation. The disciple looked away when someone asked when they would arrive. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure and doubted that they would reach their destination if they continued moving at the same speed. Clouds floated across the orange sky. Kianmayan asked if it was okay that the sun had already set and they had not even left Sichuan yet. The merchants walked forward. The warrior said that no matter how far the journey was, they would get there a little faster if they traveled in silence. Kwakyeong looked back and explained that the ruler of Yunnan believed that the road leading to them did not need to be improved. There was a skull and cross drawn on the map. The leader of the province did not send his people here so as not to encounter Nanman beasts, so this road was used only by bandits and hunters, because it could result in death for a traveler. The merchants continued on their way. It was wiser for them to travel carefully than to rush. The man smiled and said that they had done their best to get there quickly and asked the travelers to be patient. The divine dragon opened his mouth in anger and said that it was too slow. The protagonist grabbed his hair and said that at this rate they would not reach Yunnan until next winter, and on the way back he would have to pray that the head of the temple would still be alive when they returned. Baekshun angrily asked him to be quiet. The young man closed his eyes and explained that they could not go any faster because the horses were pulling a cart with goods. Qianming opened his eyes wide and offered to push the carts themselves. The righteous sword reminded them that they should not reveal their identities. Suddenly the horse stopped. Walking next to it, the boy asked what had happened, since they actually needed to speed up. Kwak-yong explained that the sun was setting, so they needed to take a break. The man stroked the horse and said that animals also get tired and that could put them in danger. The boy was indignant that they were crawling to Yunnan like snails. His eyes turned white. The divine dragon realized that he had to do something. The boys shuddered tensely when they noticed something strange. Leaves were falling behind the bushes. The heroes felt that something was approaching. The merchants turned around when they heard a rustle. The blade of a sword cut into the bark of a tree. Sitting on a horse, the stranger asked who they were. Holding an axe in his other hand, the bandit asked if they didn't know that they were near the village of Shanghu. The scoundrel took a club in his hands. The man grabbed the sword. The bandit said that he knew him, and that his name had spread around the area after the duel in Sichuan. The stranger rode up to him and said that he was a nobody in Shanghu village, so he should not draw his sword. The bandit smiled slyly and promised to kill Sam Zhong if that happened. The man fell to the ground in horror and screamed. The villains surrounded the caravan and said that they would give the merchants an easy death if they calmly handed over their goods. The protagonist raised his hands in delight and was glad that they had met mountain bandits. The thief narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered what this all meant. Qianming, with shining eyes, asked if the locals were really that afraid of them. Ghoul clenched his fist and asked if they should kill them. The boy took a few steps forward and said that it was a shame to kill such good horses. The youth raised one eyebrow in surprise and wondered what they were talking about. The divine dragon grinned maliciously and explained that these horses would help them get to Yunnan. The student jumped into the air and laughed loudly. His shadow loomed over the stranger. The warrior clenched his fist and shouted that they were very lucky. His crazy eyes lit up. A bright flash illuminated the bandit's face. The birds flew into the sky when the sound of the blow was heard. From now on, the road to Yunnan will be calmer.
It was said that the day had been warm, with the sun shining brightly in a clear sky. The bandit, whose face had been swollen from a severe beating, had continuously screamed and begged for mercy, saying that he had pleaded for his life and apologized profusely, begging not to be killed. Baek-chun had remarked in annoyance that he had warned against hitting the man's mouth, adding that he could not even understand what the bandit was saying. Chung Myung had casually shrugged and replied that it was not his fault, as they had angered him by resisting. In response, Baek-chun had shot him a sharp glare and commented that only scoundrels would beat people senseless just because they resisted. After letting the matter pass, Baek-chun had looked at the battered group of bandits and asked what they should do now that they had captured so many. Chung Myung had immediately answered, as if he had long decided, that they should use them as horses. Upon hearing that, even the nearby horse had seemed to sigh in relief. Without any shame after beating them so badly, Chung Myung had approached the bandits and remarked that he was not usually the type to spare bandits, whether mounted or in the mountains, and that they were quite lucky. Faced with such cruelty, the bandits had remained silent and endured it. As the bandits strained together to pull the carriage, Chung Myung had still been dissatisfied and had scolded them, asking if they were slacking off and whether their legs felt weak. The bandits had no choice but to push themselves forward with all their strength, crying out loudly. Chung Myung had then muttered that he had kept them alive because they had some use, but their worth seemed to be diminishing with every passing second. In panic, the bandits had shouted that this was absolutely not the case. The merchant group's leader had hesitantly asked whether it was really all right for them to head to Yunnan like that. Chung Myung had calmly replied by asking why not. The leader had then explained that something felt wrong, as traveling in a carriage pulled by people would surely attract attention, and their increased numbers would also raise questions about who those bandits were. Chung Myung had responded that they should simply say the men were mounted bandits. This had shocked the merchant leader, who had asked in disbelief what he meant. Chung Myung had elaborated that no one would object if they said they were making use of bandits who had attacked them first, and that there was no need to lie. Although the merchant leader had still hesitated, Chung Myung had cut him off with a sigh, saying that those from the Beast Palace were still people and not foolish enough to think those bandits were their subordinates. He had then glanced at the escort captain running beside them and said with a grin that they would claim the escort captain had beaten the bandits and forced them to pull the carriage as punishment, adding that people would surely enjoy such an explanation. The escort captain had inwardly thought in confusion that those bandits were actually stronger than him. Meanwhile, Chung Myung had sat excitedly on the carriage and remarked that it was great, as the bandits were pulling the carriage in place of horses and even preparing camp for them at night. He had added that if there was anything else needed, they should just make the bandits do it, as it would surely be preferable to dying. He had then suddenly paused and turned to the bandits, saying that if they truly disliked the idea, they could simply find a place to bury them, since they could not just release them to endanger innocent people. Hearing this, the bandit leader had immediately panicked and shouted that they would pull like dogs or even cows, insisting that they wanted to work and begging to be told what to do. The bandits had then begun praising Chung Myung excessively, calling him their boss, and even likening him to a Buddha. At this, the merchant leader had fallen silent, then awkwardly suggested that they should just take the bandits along for now. To the bandits, this had felt like a pardon, and they had joyfully shouted their thanks in unison. Chung Myung said that, in that case, he would take it as having their permission. He then suddenly stood up, rubbed his arm, and asked whether they would like him to break some arms to lessen their worries. The merchant group leader was startled and tried to stop him, exclaiming in alarm and telling him to wait, adding that he should not be doing that. Meanwhile, the bandits hurriedly cried out that they understood words, insisting that they truly did, and that they had understood everything. Chung Myung suddenly became angry and hurled a large stone at the leader's head, cursing and demanding to know that if they understood so much, why they had become bandits in the first place. He did not spare the others either, striking each of them once and warning them not to even think about being treated as humans until they reached Yunnan. Baek Chun and Yoon Jong, witnessing the scene from the side, were left speechless. Yoon Jong frowned and remarked that Chung Myung had actually become much kinder already, adding that if it had been in the past, he would have first broken their limbs and only afterward realized that he should have kept them intact to pull the carriage. Baek Chun disagreed and corrected him, saying that Chung Myung would have broken their limbs and still forced them to pull the carriage. Yoon Jong could only narrow his eyes helplessly and respond in resignation. At that moment, Yoon Iseol suddenly approached from behind and remarked briefly about their heads. She calmly pointed out that he had not crushed their heads and concluded that he was kind, which left the two men utterly speechless. Thus, the group continued on their journey. Along the long, winding road, only Chung Myung's furious shouts could be heard as he complained that their legs were not moving fast enough and ordered them to pull faster, sarcastically asking how horses could dare to eat human food and telling them to graze on grass instead. He scolded them further for getting distracted and comfortable, ordering them to start pulling like cows. It was not until night fell that they finally stopped to set up camp. Soon, sniffling sounds began to echo as the bandits, having reached their limit, broke down in tears. One of them sobbed to the vice stronghold chief that he did not even know how many days they had been doing this and that it was too tough. The vice stronghold chief, sitting beside him, comforted him, saying not to cry and that it was tough for him as well. He recalled how in the early days they had fought side by side with joy, laughing loudly and urging everyone to move forward, declaring that this year the tiger stronghold would show everyone passing through just how fearsome they were. The others had cheered in agreement, affirming that they would show how fearsome they were. Returning to reality, his swollen face led the vice stronghold chief to reflect that they had once possessed passion, burning loyalty, and grand dreams. However, he lamented that they had simply chosen the wrong crazy person to provoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jo Gul being kicked and sent flying into the carriage, accompanied by a scream as he fell. Chung Myung shouted that if he had trained, he should have been able to last longer and questioned why there was no improvement. Blood began to pour from Jo Gul's nose in pain. Next, Chung Myung delivered a punch straight to Baek Chun's face, reminding him to train harder. Yu Iseol was no exception and was kicked in the back, and finally, Yoon Jong received a similar blow as Chung Myung shouted at them to train harder. The merchant group leader, who was hanging blankets nearby, glanced over and felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but remark that they were truly incredible to be able to train with such a monster every single night. At this point, everyone had collapsed and could no longer get up. Chung Myung, irritated, turned to leave and told them they could take a short break as he was going to relieve himself. Only then did Jo Gul struggle up from the ground, groaning and panting heavily as he complained about what ghosts were doing, wondering why none of them were taking that madman away. He then turned to the others and called out for them to wake up. Yoon Jong slowly crawled up, confused and disoriented, asking where he was. Jo Gul did not answer, but instead told him that he should just go back to sleep. After saying that, he weakly fell back onto the ground. Looking up at the sky, they silently wondered how much longer this would continue. Time passed, and soon the sun rose high into the sky again. The group resumed their journey, pulling the carriage forward. The bandits ran at full speed, screaming loudly. Baek Chun looked at the surrounding scenery and remarked that they were now in Yunnan. Chung Myung, somewhat curious, wondered whether the place had always had so many mountains, commenting that it was no wonder the government was not interested in the region, since all one could see were mountains and rocks. The conversation continued as they observed that the only people in sight were farmers and that not even members of the Beast Palace were visible. Baek Chun added that he had heard so much about them ruling over Yunnan that he had expected to be inspected by their people the moment they crossed the border. Chung Myung replied calmly that there was no way they could keep watch over all those lands. The merchant group leader explained that the place they were directly in charge of was Kunming, where the tea trade took place, and that aside from that, they only conducted occasional patrols, so they would not be seen very often. When no one responded, the leader grew slightly suspicious and turned to look at Chung Myung, who then curiously asked whether, for someone saying that, he was being awfully nervous. The merchant leader avoided his gaze and reminded them that they had to stay on guard, adding that the Beast Palace's influence in Yunnan was even greater than that of the Tang clan in Sichuan. He went on to say tensely that every person they encountered there could be an informant, even farmers who looked completely ordinary, and that the fact they had entered Yunnan had likely already reached the Beast Palace. Baek Chun, somewhat surprised by the situation, remarked that apparently the people there were not doing very well, noting that judging by their clothing and visible body parts, they clearly looked malnourished, which he added was to be expected. The merchant leader then elaborated that Yunnan had never been known for high food production, as there was not much arable land to begin with. He pointed out the terraced fields carved into the mountainsides and explained that such farming was common there due to the lack of natural cropland, but that a recent drought had made things even worse. He added that in the past, the money flowing in from the tea trade had kept Yunnan afloat, but now that commerce had been cut off, and if farmers failed to produce enough harvest, everyone would starve to death. Baek Chun then asked whether they were not still trading with the western region, to which the merchant leader replied honestly that people from the western region did not drink as much tea, and that no place enjoyed it as much as the Central Plains. He further explained that the kind of tea they preferred was completely different from what Yunnan produced. Upon hearing that, Baek Chun realized that cutting off trade with the Central Plains had been devastating for Yunnan, which the merchant leader immediately confirmed. He added that the situation in Sichuan was similar, but at least they did not depend on tea for their livelihood, so people there were not starving. The merchant leader then informed them that they would arrive in Kunming soon, and that if they reached there without any incidents, their mission would essentially be complete. Baek Chun politely thanked him again, but the leader, still worried, told him to save his thanks for when they had arrived safely. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of a large gate. Looking at the sign that read Kunming, the merchant leader announced that they had arrived. Chung Myung observed the place for a moment and commented that it felt more like the entrance to a small village than a proper city. The leader got down from the carriage and explained that in Yunnan, the concept of tall city walls like those in the Central Plains did not exist, as the land did not produce enough food for people to gather and live in one area. Chung Myung responded with interest before smiling politely and thanking him for bringing them there safely, to which the leader replied with relief that they were welcome. The carriage then departed, leaving Chung Myung's group standing still for a moment as they watched it go. Chung Myung then turned sharply back and asked what they should do with the bandits. The bandits were startled and terrified, while the vice stronghold chief tried to act pleasant, telling himself to look kind and as pitiful as possible. Baek Chun suggested that it would be best to let them go, but Chung Myung questioned that. Baek Chun argued that although they had committed crimes, they had suffered enough getting there and seemed to be genuinely reflecting on their actions, so showing them mercy did not seem like a bad idea. Chung Myung repeated the phrase, showing them mercy, prompting the vice stronghold chief to nod frantically. Chung Myung then laughed and remarked that it was very magnanimous, saying that was why he liked Baek Chun. Baek Chun, embarrassed, told him not to say strange things. Chung Myung then approached the bandits and told them that Baek Chun was saying they should let them go. The bandits immediately bowed and expressed their gratitude, promising to change their ways. At that moment, however, Chung Myung snapped his fingers and released a burst of energy that struck the bandits, terrifying them as something inside their bodies seemed to shatter. After finishing, Chung Myung casually brushed his hands and said that he would let them go, allowing them to choose whether to stay there idly or run off and live as commoners. He warned them that the seal he had placed on their energy cores could not be removed unless he returned, and added with a dismissive wave that if it remained, they would never be able to use martial arts again. Seeing Baek Chun staring at him blankly, Chung Myung explained that if they let them all go, there would be no one to pull their carriage on the way back, adding that the bandits had been better than horses. Hearing this, Baek Chun could only sigh tiredly. Baek Chun then stepped forward and reminded everyone in the group that they were not disciples of the Manhwa sect, but merely members of the Peace Merchant Guild who had come to purchase Imperial Gromwell. Chung Myung, standing to the side, remarked that it went without saying. Baek Chun sternly instructed them not to show any behavior that would reveal their true identities, and Chung Myung echoed the instruction by asking if they understood. Baek Chun continued, saying that no matter what happened, they had to think over their actions again and again, while Chung Myung added that they should think first if they wanted to improve. As he kept talking, Baek Chun grew increasingly annoyed and pointed directly at him, saying that he was the one he was talking about and that no one else needed to hear it. He emphasized that Chung Myung was the only one who would cause trouble. Chung Myung protested, asking if he meant him, but Baekchun angrily insisted that no one else there needed the warning. Chung Myung then complained that Baekchun had a strange bias against him and claimed that he had never caused that much trouble before. He then turned to the others, asking them to tell him whether they thought he was someone who would cause trouble in such a dangerous place. The three of them answered in unison that he was. Hearing that, Chung Myung sighed and said he could not believe it. Finally, they all moved toward the gates of Kunming, with Chung Myung saying that they should go in. Baekchun stepped forward and pushed the gate open, but upon seeing what lay inside, he widened his eyes in confusion. Yoon Jong and Yoo Iseol were also stunned, wondering what it was, while Jo Gul expressed confusion about why the place was like that. Inside, the scene was extremely desolate, with empty streets and not a single person in sight. As they looked at the desolate and barren surroundings, everyone could not help but remark that it looked really bad and wondered if some plague had passed through. One of them commented that it felt more like the place had no vitality at all, describing it as a dead city. As he walked along, Jo Gul observed that what they had seen on the way there had already not been great, but he had expected Kunming to be different. However, it seemed that the situation there was even worse. He kept glancing around and muttered that although he knew things had become difficult after the tea trade had stopped, he had never imagined it would be this bad. Chung Myung added that there was more to it, explaining that they had been told there was a drought, which had likely had a significant impact. Baekchun was the first to separate from the group and instructed that they should split up to search for information on where to find the Imperial Gromwell, and that they would meet again at sunset. Jo Gul immediately agreed, then suddenly recalled something and called out that Iseol should stay close to Chung Myung and make sure he did not cause any trouble. Hearing this, Chung Myung reacted strongly and exclaimed in disbelief. Eventually, Chung Myung moved to a spot with a wide view and remarked that the place was on the verge of ruin. Internally, he reflected that Kunming had once been the heart of Yunnan, and if such a place had lost its vitality, it meant the rest of the region must be in an even worse state. While he was still thinking, Yoo Iseol suddenly spoke, bringing up the Imperial Gromwell. She calmly stated that while everyone else was running around under the scorching sun, desperately searching for information about it, the youngest among them was sitting in a tea house enjoying a refreshing drink, questioning whether that was really what he was supposed to be doing, and adding that this was what his behavior suggested to her. Upon hearing that, Chung Myung let out a sigh, stood up, and said that he supposed he should get moving. Yoo Iseol nodded calmly in response. However, he then added that he would go around poking and digging everywhere. Hearing this, Yoo Iseol immediately imagined him running around causing chaos, shouting about poking and digging everything, and so she instead suggested getting him more tea. As if his wish had been granted, Chung Myung smiled slyly and signaled to the tea house owner, calling out for food and another pot of the tea they had been drinking. The owner hurried off, assuring them that he would bring it right away, though inwardly he was astonished that Chung Myung was ordering so much of the most expensive tea. Suddenly, Chung Myung called him back and said that before bringing those items he had something to ask. He then held out a picture and inquired about it. The owner quickly recognized it and noted thoughtfully that it was Imperial Gromwell, but admitted that although he knew every tea grown and traded in the area, he had never heard of that plant. Chung Myung then asked if there was anyone knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. The owner stroked his chin and replied that among the people he knew, there was a herbalist in Kunming, and offered to call him over if they wished. Surprised, Chung Myung asked if he would really do that, to which the owner laughed and confirmed that of course he would. He added with a meaningful wink that it would take some time for the herbalist to arrive and hinted that tea and snacks alone might not be enough in the meantime. In response, Chung Myung readily sat down, took out a gold coin, and asked whether they also served simple dishes. Seeing this, the owner enthusiastically assured him that they did and promised to bring everything: tea, food, and the herbalist. After the owner left, Yoo Iseol hesitated slightly before asking if that had been his intention from the start. Chung Myung smiled and explained that this was not the kind of place where information could be obtained by asking around aimlessly, and that it had to come from someone familiar with the subject. He proudly declared that the best way to gather information was still through money. Yoo Iseol was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her teacup and inwardly admitted that it was a smart approach, thinking that it was quite unlike him. At the same time, Jo Gul was wandering around observing the area, sighing in frustration. He complained that very few people knew anything about the Imperial Gromwell, and that he had expected there to be information since it had been a commodity traded with Sichuan. He wondered if they should have asked around more back in Sichuan. Just then, someone suddenly reached out and grabbed the hem of Jo Gul's clothes. It was a beggar, trembling from hunger and exhaustion. Jogul felt flustered as he thought to himself that everyone he had met looked so lifeless, and as he bent down to support the person, he assessed that the deeper he went into the city, the worse things became. He reflected that it was no wonder he had been unable to gather any decent information and concluded that he would have to think of another approach. At that moment, a sudden shout rang out, demanding to be given some as well. Startled, Jogul looked up and uttered in confusion, wondering what was happening. He then saw a group of children surrounding Yunjong, complaining that they had not gotten any yet and asking him to give some to their younger siblings too. Yunjong, who was distributing buns to the beggars, panicked as he was surrounded and told them to stand further away, assuring them he would buy more and warning them not to push or they would get hurt. Seeing this, Jogul expressed his surprise as he recognized him. However, Yunjong's words fell on deaf ears as the crowd, driven by hunger, continued to shove and push. In desperation, Yunjong shouted for them not to push and to calm down, promising that he would buy more food soon. The crowd surged forward and grabbed his bag, tearing it apart. As the food fell, the beggars hurriedly snatched it up and devoured it, ignoring his cries for them to wait. Once they had food in their hands, they quickly dispersed, leaving Yunjong standing there in a daze. Jogul approached from a distance and remarked that they should at least thank him after receiving food. This left Yunjong momentarily speechless before he explained that they had not been in the state of mind to do so. Confused, Jogul questioned this, prompting Yunjong to elaborate that manners only come after one has filled their belly, and that it was unreasonable to expect starving children to worry about such things. He added that some of them might even have weaker siblings at home, or parents who had collapsed, advising Jogul not to blame them so easily. Realizing this, Jogul acknowledged his understanding and apologized. Suddenly, a shout startled them both as they turned around. A man was grabbing a child and angrily accusing him of stealing, ordering him to let go immediately. The boy stubbornly insisted that he had not stolen it and that someone had given it to him. Enraged, the man threw the boy to the ground, accusing him of lying shamelessly. The child cried out in pain as the man picked up a cleaver and declared that no one in Kunming would share food, threatening to cut off the boy's hand if he refused to let go. Faced with this, the boy could only shut his eyes and scream helplessly. At that instant, the man's arm was seized. Yunjong forcefully twisted it behind his back, causing the knife to fall, and angrily demanded what he thought he was doing. The man groaned in pain as Yunjong shouted at him, asking who had said the boy stole it and asserting that he himself had bought the bun and given it to the child. Frightened, the man trembled and asked in disbelief if that was true. Yunjong then threw him aside and, filled with anger, questioned how he could beat a child without first finding out the truth and whether such behavior was fitting of an adult. The man, clutching his arm in pain, apologized, explaining that he had assumed the boy had stolen it since no one in Kunming would share food. Hearing this, Yunjong clicked his tongue and turned away. He then approached the child and asked if he was all right. The boy lowered his head sadly and replied that he was fine, but lamented that the bun had been meant for his younger sibling. Smiling gently, Yunjong reassured him not to worry and promised to buy him a new one. The boy brightened and asked if it was really true, and Yunjong calmly confirmed that it was. Watching from the side, Jogul was stunned by the situation. He thought to himself that while he had been so focused on finding the Imperial Gromwell, Yunjong still prioritized people in need, even in such circumstances. Observing Yunjong's gentle care for the child, Jogul resolved that he truly embodied that spirit and that he should learn from him. Suddenly, Yunjong called out to Jogul, who immediately responded. Yunjong then stretched out his hand and demanded money. Confused, Jogul asked what he meant, and Yunjong casually explained that he had already spent everything he had and told him to empty his pockets at once. Taken aback, Jogul hesitated and pointed out that if they spent everything, they would have nothing to eat on their way back. Yunjong replied calmly that he was saying something strange, reminding him that Baekchun still had money. He then added nonchalantly that once they returned to Sichuan, Jogul could simply go home and ask for more, questioning what problems a rich man's son could possibly have. Still hesitant, Jogul muttered uncertainly, but Yunjong frowned and demanded to know what the issue was. Jogul, startled, realized that the expression on Yunjong's face felt oddly familiar. When Yunjong brought more food again, the children hesitantly asked if they could really eat it. He enthusiastically told them to eat as much as they wanted, prompting them to gather around the food. When one child choked, Yunjong anxiously ordered Jogul to bring water immediately, and Jogul hurried off to comply. Yunjong continued to gently remind the children not to push each other. Jogul later returned after buying another batch of food and asked if that was everything available, then looked around in alarm and told Yunjong that the children just kept coming. Yunjong firmly declared that they needed to feed as many of them as possible. However, he soon realized that he had run out of food. Only crumbs remained in his bag, while several pitiful children still stood before him, waiting. One child looked up blankly and asked if they were too late, while another simply lowered their head and cried quietly. Witnessing this, Yunjong stood frozen for a long moment. Looking at the two children, he felt a deep sense of sorrow, thinking that they were so mature that they did not whine or grow angry despite receiving less than others, and that they simply swallowed their tears and watched his reaction as if they were already accustomed to such hardship. Clenching his lips, Yunjong made up his mind and ordered Jogul to buy more. However, Jogul awkwardly explained that Yunjong had already taken everything he had and that he had no money left. Yunjong angrily demanded whether he had not hidden even a little, but Jogul replied that even the emergency stash in his clothes had already been taken and that he truly had nothing left. Seeing this, the children lowered their heads and said that it was all right, that they were not hungry, and thanked him. This only made Yunjong feel worse, as the veins on his forehead began to throb. In a decisive motion, Yunjong drew the sword from his side and handed it to Jogul, telling him to sell it and buy more food. Jogul recoiled in shock, exclaiming in disbelief while staring at him in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yunjong's face was filled with an unshakable determination. Jogul, flustered, kept trying to stop Yunjong, stammering that Yunjong was dealing with the plum blossom sword and warning that he would not be able to escape punishment if he sold a sacred artifact of their sect, questioning why he was going so far for those people. Yunjong, tense, asked back if he would really be punished, and then firmly affirmed that he would. He then seriously questioned whether Jogul meant that their sect leader would get angry at him for selling it to feed starving children, leaving Jogul speechless. Thinking of Yunjong's face, Yunjong concluded that he would not be angry, and that, in fact, he was the kind of person who might be upset that Yunjong had not sold his sword sooner. While Jogul was still dazed, Yunjong urged him to stop talking, stating that he was a Taoist before being a swordsman and that he would not stand by and watch children starve just to keep a weapon meant for fighting. He added that he would go find more children and told Jogul to sell it quickly and buy more food. Jogul hesitated, but Yunjong suddenly shouted at him to go immediately. At that moment, Baekchun approached from afar and asked what was going on. After hearing everything, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment before calling out to Yunjong. Yunjong promptly responded, and Baekchun told him that he understood how he felt but explained that a few drops of water could not irrigate a dry field, asking if he understood what he meant. Yunjong perceptively replied that he did. However, Baekchun observed that, although Yunjong claimed to understand, his expression was rigid, remarking to himself that it was stubbornness. He then directly pointed out that Yunjong seemed to understand but had no intention of changing his mind. Yunjong bowed his head without hesitation and apologized. Baekchun felt conflicted, thinking that even acts of generosity required the right time and place. He reflected that their goal was to gather information about the Imperial Gromwell without drawing attention, and that causing a commotion would expose their presence. He understood that Yunjong was fully aware of the risks and how his actions could derail the mission, and that despite knowing it was wrong and having no excuses, he still chose to act. In the end, Baekchun reached out, called Yunjong, and told him it was all right. He then placed a pouch of money into Yunjong's hand and urged him to hurry. Yunjong exclaimed in surprise, and Jogul was also shocked. Baekchun quickly explained that there was probably not much food even in Kunming's business district and told him to buy whatever he could for the time being. Yunjong, now worried, asked if it was really acceptable for him to do that. Baekchun firmly stated that although the mission was important, if they ignored the destitute in order to succeed, neither their sect leader nor the elders would say they had done well. Yunjong admitted that they would not, and Baekchun agreed that they would be in the wrong. Baekchun continued, saying that he wished for the Manhwa sect to regain its glory, but that such glory meant nothing if they lived without a sense of chivalry. He questioned what the point was of standing above other sects if they had to abandon their benevolence. He then smiled and clarified that he was not suggesting they should always prioritize chivalry regardless of the situation, but that he did not think it would be a problem this time. He added that they needed to hurry. Jogul, noticing something, asked why they needed to hurry if Baekchun believed it would not be a problem. Baekchun suddenly grew tense and explained that they had to act quickly before Chungmyung found out, which made the two of them realize the situation. After returning with food, Baekchun reminded everyone that there was plenty left and told them not to rush. Jogul, surrounded by people, also urged them to take it slowly and assured them they would get some if they waited their turn. Yunjong gently placed food into the children's hands and told them to take some for their siblings as well, and the children politely thanked him. Soon, the three of them were surrounded by children. Jogul, noticing the increasing number, panicked and wondered if there had really been this many children. Baekchun briefly explained that Kunming was a large city and that they had simply been unable to roam outside due to hunger. Jogul then cried out that they did not have nearly enough food. Seeing more people arriving, he became even more flustered, noting that not only were more children coming, but adults were beginning to appear as well. Baekchun realized the problem and thought that at this rate they would become the center of attention. He glanced at the remaining food and briefly considered leaving it behind and escaping, but immediately rejected the idea, realizing it would lead to chaos and that people might even kill each other over food. His thoughts became increasingly tangled as he wondered what they should do. At that moment, someone approached and loudly demanded to know who they were. Baekchun froze upon seeing the situation as a group of men aggressively advanced toward them. Observing them carefully, he noted their distinctive attire, white martial uniforms covering only half their bodies and animal hides draped over them, and quickly realized they were from the Beast Palace. Seeing that there were 5 of them, Baekchun grew worried and thought that they needed to avoid them in order to obtain the Imperial Gromwell. The leader of the group stepped forward and harshly questioned what they thought they were doing and who they were. Baekchun steadied himself and stepped forward, explaining that they were from Sichuan's Peace Merchant Guild, that they had received permission for a trade expedition, and that upon seeing starving children, they had decided to share some food. The man responded with confusion, questioning the existence of such a guild distributing food and remarking that he had never seen them before. Baekchun explained that they were new members, but the man appeared unconvinced and pressed further, asking whether new merchants were really providing relief separately from the main group. He then abruptly exposed them, calling Baekchun a Central Plains bastard and asking whether he thought the people of Yunnan were beggars. Pointing angrily, he demanded to know how they dared act as they pleased and stated that if they were on a trade expedition, they should simply conduct their business and leave. He accused them of causing the devastation in Yunnan and continued to berate them, saying that after everything, they now came to distribute food as if to mock them. Baekchun listened while quietly assessing that the man was extremely hostile, and he began to wonder whether that was the reason there were so few adults among the poor. In the end, he clasped his hands and apologized, saying that they had no intention of causing trouble and would pack up immediately. The leader grabbed the sword on his back and cursed them as shameless fools, but then seemed to reconsider. At that moment, someone stepped forward from behind and told him that it was enough, adding mockingly that although they were from the Central Plains, they were trying to help those in hardship, and asking whether he wanted to be seen as ungrateful to such kind people. The leader fell silent and glanced at them once more before turning away in anger, saying that he understood. Seeing this, Baekchun let out a relieved sigh. However, in the very next moment, the leader suddenly drew his sword, spun around, and attacked. Baekchun quickly unsheathed his own sword to block. The man exclaimed excitedly that, as he had thought, Baekchun was a martial artist, skilled enough to stop his blade, yet calling himself a merchant. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Baekchun's expression darkened. The man then shouted that they were suspicious and ordered the others to capture them all, to which everyone rushed forward like arrows, responding that they understood. In an instant, Yunjong was surrounded, and Zhou Gul found himself in the same situation. The 3 of them were pressed by 5 large men. Zhou Gul nervously asked Baekchun what they should do. Baekchun clenched his teeth and said that they had no choice but to fight or flee. Yunjong lowered his head and apologized, saying it was all because of him, but Baekchun told him not to apologize, adding that he was the one who had made the decision and therefore should take responsibility. This deeply moved Yunjong, who drew his sword and declared that they would fight, and all 3 responded together that they would follow his lead. However, when Yunjong reached for his waist, he could not find his sword and realized in confusion that he had just sold it. Zhou Gul hurriedly told him to go pick up a wooden stick or something, but Yunjong refused, saying that he could use close combat techniques. This left Zhou Gul speechless as he urged him again to just find a wooden stick. Meanwhile, the man in front of Zhou Gul stepped closer. Zhou Gul tensely observed that every time they were distracted, their enemies tightened the encirclement. Yunjong also assessed that they were more skilled than he had expected. Baekchun, his face dark, thought that even with 1 person out of action, it would not be easy to take them on. He glanced around, calculating that for now they needed to break out of the area and think of what to do afterward, considering their retreat route. The leader finally drew his sword and taunted them, asking whether they really thought they could escape and telling them to stop dreaming. He grinned excitedly and said that they were dealing with the Beast Palace and that they would show what they were made of, then ordered his men to attack. All 5 of them drew their swords and charged at once. Baekchun raised his voice and told his companions to follow the direction he was facing, instructing that they would break through the front and that Yunjong should stay close to him. Yunjong immediately agreed. The 5 men shouted excitedly that they would not let them get away as the 3 of them dashed forward. Suddenly, one of the attackers sensed killing intent from behind. Chung Myung appeared and knocked all 5 of them away, then landed behind Baekchun and proudly asked who they had said would cause trouble. Startled, Baekchun turned around with wide eyes, already in a ready stance, and laughed mockingly as he asked whether it was him or them. Chung Myung, who rarely had the chance to tease Baekchun, chattered endlessly as he exclaimed in disbelief how Baekchun had managed to cause such massive trouble in less than half a day after arriving in Kunming, adding that he should not even get him started because he was always the one cleaning up after them, and laughing loudly as he complained that he had such a tough life. Hearing this, Baekchun closed his eyes and frowned, thinking to himself that he would rather get captured by those people. Soon after, Chung Myung angrily turned to Yoon Jong and demanded to know where his plum blossom sword was in such an urgent situation, asking if he had sold it. And when Yoon Jong avoided his gaze, he grew even more furious and questioned why he was looking elsewhere. Jo Gul answered on Yoon Jong's behalf that it had been sold to a grain merchant, which confused Chung Myung, prompting him to ask what he meant, only for Jo Gul to calmly clarify that it was indeed a grain merchant, someone who sold grains. Chung Myung then turned back in shock and questioned whether they had actually sold it, before suddenly bursting into laughter and excitement and sarcastically shouting that this must be how their sect operated so well, incredulously asking if they had really sold their sword and whether they had lost their minds, even threatening to sell all of them to the grain merchant as well. Everyone present was overwhelmed by his outburst. The leader of the group angrily pointed his sword at Chung Myung and demanded to know who he was, asking if he did not understand the situation. Chung Myung, furious, snapped back by questioning what he had just been called and repeated the word brat in outrage before exploding with anger and demanding to know who the man thought he was, criticizing him for speaking so rudely to someone he had just met. The leader stood there in confusion, wondering if Chung Myung was simply insane. Still fuming, Chung Myung turned away and declared that he would deal with him later for calling him a brat. Meanwhile, Baekchun stood to the side, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Chung Myung turned back, letting out a short breath and a mocking laugh, assuring Baekchun that he should not worry because, unlike a certain someone, he would not cause trouble. Embarrassed, Baekchun lowered his head and admitted that he had been wrong, prompting Chung Myung to extend his hand and explain that all he had been doing was diligently searching for information without causing any trouble, only to realize that there was not much they could do about the Imperial Gromwell in Kunming. Confused, Baekchun asked what he meant, and Chung Myung pointed at the leader, explaining that apparently they would have to talk to those people if they wanted to obtain the Imperial Gromwell. Baekchun then asked what they should do, to which Chung Myung casually proposed that they should rough them up a little and then go meet the Beast Palace Master, claiming it was the fastest way. Jo Gul, feeling helpless, remarked that it sounded more like the fastest way to die. Chung Myung then left the decision to them, telling them to decide, which only made the leader more bewildered. Turning back, Chung Myung raised his fist and offered a condition, asking whether they would take them to their palace master immediately or only after their faces were swollen from a beating. The space fell silent for a moment before the leader smirked and asked if they really wanted to be brought there, to which Chung Myung calmly confirmed that they did. The leader then agreed, saying it had been a while since they had guests in Kunming and that he would take them there. Slightly surprised, Chung Myung commented that the man was easier to talk to than he had expected, waving his hand as he said it worked out well for him and told him to lead the way. However, the leader suddenly lowered his head and laughed, stating that he could certainly bring them there, though the method would be somewhat different from what they expected. At that moment, Chung Myung sensed killing intent from behind as a large group of people rushed in from all directions, even appearing on the rooftops, converging on them until the 5 of them were surrounded. The leader confidently declared that although he would show them the way, it was their rule to bring intruders to the palace master alive. Unfazed, Chung Myung raised both hands and remarked that they certainly had quite a number of people, joking that at this rate, some might as well crawl out from underground. At the same time, on a high mountain, Hyunjong stood alone, sighing in worry. From afar, Hyunsong approached and asked if he was worried about the young disciples again. Hyunjong admitted that although he had told himself many times that sending them was for the sake of the Manhwa sect, he could not help but feel uneasy. Hyunsang stepped closer and commented that it was not easy to control one's feelings, then gently urged him to trust them, reminding him that Hyunyoung had said they were better than them and that he now believed that to be true as well, adding that if they thought about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Hyunsang smiled proudly and asserted that they only needed to be the foundation that supported them, adding insistently that they should be a solid ground that would not collapse beneath their feet. After a while, Hyunjong finally responded that he agreed, though his gaze lowered with Chinta as he admitted that he still worried because they had never been that far from the Manhwa sect before. At that moment, Hyunyoung suddenly came running from afar, urgently calling for the sect leader and exclaiming that he had finally found him. Hyunjong calmly turned and asked what could be so urgent in the morning for him to come running like that. Hyunyoung hurriedly insisted that he should not be there and needed to leave immediately, which left Hyunjong shocked. In a panic, Hyun-young pointed behind him and shouted that the Tang clan, specifically the Tang clan, was right in front of their sect's gates. Hyun-jong, confused, asked who, prompting Hyun-young to shout that it was the Tang clan patriarch. Hyun-jong's eyes widened in shock as he stammered in disbelief. As the gates opened, a group of people was seen waiting outside. The man at the front bowed respectfully and introduced himself as Tong Gun-ok, the patriarch of the Tang clan, offering his greetings to the Manhwa sect leader. The entire group then bowed together and greeted the sect leader. Hyun-jong, utterly bewildered, exclaimed in confusion and wondered internally whether it was really happening that the Tang clan patriarch was offering his greetings first. Suddenly nudged from behind by Hyun-young, Hyun-jong snapped back to his senses and introduced himself as Hyun-jong, the Manhwa sect leader, returning the greeting to the great Tang clan patriarch and apologizing for momentarily losing his composure due to the shock of the personal visit. Tang Gun-ok laughed and thanked him for the warm welcome. Still uneasy, Hyun-jong asked what had brought him there. Tang Gun-ok explained that it was regarding the visit Hyun-jong's disciples had made to the Tang clan's estate. Everyone was astonished, and Hyun-jong, confused, asked for clarification. Hyun-young quickly whispered a reminder about Chung-myung, causing Hyun-jong's face to brighten as he remarked that Chung-myung must have done something again. Once they moved inside, Hyun-jong, still flustered, repeated in disbelief whether Tang Gun-ok truly meant what he said, that the Tang clan had become friends with Chung-myung and the others, not merely allies, but actual friends. Tang Gun-ok calmly replied that there was no need to be so surprised, explaining that he had simply come because he genuinely wished to build a good relationship with the Manhwa sect and had no other intentions. He then glanced at the girl beside him as proof and instructed Soso to pay her respects. Tang Soso politely bowed and introduced herself as Tang Soso of the Tang clan, offering her respects to the Manhwa sect leader. She then declared that she had left her clan to join their sect and expressed her hope that she would not be chased out. All three of them were stunned, exclaiming in shock whether she intended to join them. Tang Gun-ok smiled and clarified that she was his daughter. The three of them were left dumbfounded, wondering why someone from the Tang clan would join them. At that moment, Hyun-sang placed a hand on Hyun-jong's shoulder and smiled, remarking that he had said their young disciples were better than them and that they must be doing well in Yunnan too, adding with satisfaction that they were no ordinary children after all. Hearing this, Hyun-jong let out a relieved sigh and happily agreed. Hyun-sang laughed confidently, saying he knew they would do well, while Hyun-young was visibly excited. Hyun-jong, now cheerful, declared that there was no doubt about it, as they were their disciples after all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chung-myung sniffed contentedly and remarked that things were nice and comfortable, adding that they should have done this from the start. Baek-chun frowned in irritation and questioned how this could possibly be comfortable, pointing out that all five of them were tied up and locked in a cage. He raised his voice and demanded to know if Chung-myung really found this situation comfortable. Chung-myung lay back casually and replied that it was not as if anyone had a better solution. He then explained that they needed to inquire with the Beast Palace if they wanted to obtain Imperial Gromwell, and that if their master did not give permission, those people would not tell them anything. In that case, he reasoned that meeting the Beast Palace master directly was the fastest way. Baek-chun, furious, shouted that that was exactly the problem and called him a cursed brat. The leader outside the cage knocked on it irritably and warned them to be quiet. Chung-myung then turned to Yoo Is-yeol and asked when she had been caught. She calmly replied that she had been behind him the whole time. He teased her, saying it was as if she had zero presence, before adding that it still had not stopped her from getting caught and that she should make better use of that lack of presence. Baek-chun angrily snapped, reminding him that he had said they were not captured. Chung-myung looked puzzled and asked if he had really said that. His gaze then suddenly shifted as he noticed Yoon-jong sitting gloomily in a corner. Concerned, Chung-myung asked what was wrong with him. Baek-chun simply explained that it seemed Yoon-jong believed he was the reason they had all been caught, even though he had repeatedly told him that was not the case. Chung-myung immediately sat up and reassured them that no one had been captured, insisting that they were simply going there in a comfortable manner. Baek-chun, exasperated, said he would not even argue anymore. However, despite everyone's words, Yoon-jong remained silent, keeping his head lowered in sadness. Yoon-jong sat silently in a corner of the cage, lost in thought, while Chung-myung glanced at him as if contemplating something. After a while, he spoke to comfort him, saying that Yoon-jong would not always achieve good results just because he had good intentions. Chung-myung, sounding somewhat troubled, went on to reassure him that there were many people in the world who were driven by good intentions but ended up suffering because of them, then raised his voice slightly as he asked whether that invalidated everything they did, answering his own question by stating that it was not the case. Hearing this, Yoonjong finally reacted and turned toward him, which made Chung Myung sigh in satisfaction and smile faintly. He gently asked whether Yoonjong had done those things in hopes of receiving gratitude. At that, Yoonjong lifted his head, recalling the happy expressions of the two children when they received food and thanked him, and he slowly replied that it was not the case. Encouraged by this, Chung Myung urged him to pull himself together and endure, reassuring him that what he had done was not wrong. Those words left Yoonjong momentarily stunned, while everyone harbored similar thoughts in their hearts, reflecting that even though the Manhwa sect had sacrificed everything for the world, they had been scorned and taken advantage of by others, yet that did not mean every action they had taken was a mistake. Chung Myung lifted his gaze to the sky and thought to himself that it was not the case. Even if he, or others might think so, Chung Mun and his fellow disciples who had given up their lives would have no regrets and would stand with their heads held high. He reflected that if they had not stopped the heavenly demon by sacrificing everything, the Manhwa sect would have disappeared and the central plains would be entirely different, and he wondered if Chung Mun would agree. As he looked up, however, the sky remained nothing but clouds, and Chung Myung began to feel irritated, thinking that it was truly infuriating that those who had caused all the trouble were not the ones suffering, while he was the one who had to go through hell to fix it. Recalling Chung Mun's smiling face, he wondered bitterly whether he was enjoying his rest alone. At that moment, Jo Gul suddenly called out to him, prompting Chung Myung to turn back in confusion, and Jo Gul pointed ahead, telling him to look over there. Chung Myung's eyes widened in surprise, and even Baek Chun seemed bewildered as he remarked that the place before them was the southern region Beast Palace. Observing the scene inside, Baek Chun could not help but feel amazed as he noted that behind the giant pavilion lay a forest so dense that no light seemed able to pass through it, completely different from the barren plains they had seen on the way, and he added that the entrance was constructed in such a way that it felt as though they were entering a beast's cave. Seeing this, Chung Myung exclaimed in surprise that they must be quite wealthy, which left Baek Chun speechless, as he wondered if that was really what came to Chung Myung's mind in such a situation. Their carriage suddenly came to a halt, and someone ordered the gates to be opened. The group stepped down and waited as the gates slowly opened, letting light pour in, and they followed along as they were led inside. The leader turned to Chung Myung with a smile and threatened that many prisoners had been captured and brought to the Beast Palace, but none had ever left alive. However, Chung Myung paid no attention, merely humming indifferently before turning to his companions and telling them to listen carefully and take note if they did not understand something. This provoked the leader into anger, and he snapped that he would see how long Chung Myung could remain so arrogant. Soon the gates were fully opened, revealing the scene within, and everyone was stunned by what they saw. Fierce beasts lined up on both sides, while large birds circled overhead as if welcoming them to the Beast Palace. Chung Myung let out a surprised exclamation, then remarked with clear interest that it was quite an impressive sight, adding that although he had heard that the martial artists of the Beast Palace could control animals, he had not expected them to actually live together, and that if he had known, he would have come much sooner. Jogul muttered curiously as he wondered whether what he was seeing was a snake, remarking that given its size, it could easily be mistaken for a dragon, and that the beasts there were twice as large as what he usually saw. Baek Chun also expressed amazement, noting that even a tiger was sitting calmly beside a person. Suddenly, a dark shadow swooped down, startling Jogul, while two enormous birds flew overhead, blocking out the sunlight. The leader walking behind them explained that there had been birds as large as humans flying above them for some time and that there was no need to be surprised, adding coldly that they would soon become the beast's feed. Meanwhile, a tiger beside Jogul bared its fangs and claws menacingly. Baek Chun cautiously observed their surroundings and assessed that there were more than 100 martial artists present, noting that regardless of each individual's strength, there might be more people there than the combat monks of Shaolin. However, he reasoned that it was impossible for all the Beast Palace members responsible for overseeing the entirety of Yunnan to be gathered there, meaning that despite their numbers, it was not yet their full force. Soon the ropes binding their hands were cut, and they ascended the stairs together, acknowledging inwardly that it was indeed worthy of being one of the 5 outer palaces. When they finally arrived before a row of buildings, they came to a halt, and all 5 of them looked around in confusion, carefully observing their surroundings. Jogul, feeling confused, exclaimed that there was something strange about the situation, pointing out that they had been released without even having their weapons taken, and questioning whether their captors were not concerned that they might escape. Upon hearing this, Baek Chun explained that their captors were trying to show them that attempting to escape would be pointless. He then looked down and asked whether they would truly be able to avoid everyone, cross the vast lands of Yunnan, and reach Sichuan. Jogul then realized the implication and admitted that he was right. As they were talking, the door in front of them slowly opened and a mysterious red light flashed. Something suddenly shot out and leaped into the air, preparing to descend. Startled, Joe Ghoul widened his eyes and looked up, seeing a small shadow diving down from the sunlight, its sharp teeth bared and claws extended. Chung Myung reacted instantly, reaching out and neatly grabbing it by the neck. He stared at the creature in confusion as it flailed around in anger, and he asked what it was. Then, sounding slightly dazed, he wondered if it was a cat. Joe Ghoul, at a loss, questioned which part of it looked like a cat, while Yoon Jong, equally puzzled, remarked that it seemed to be some kind of enchanted beast. Despite this, Chung Myung remained nonchalant and began petting it, clicking his tongue and remarking that it was quite cute. Alarmed, Joe Ghoul shouted at him not to do that, warning that he would lose a finger at that rate. The beast then actually grabbed Chung Myung's finger and opened its mouth, staring at him with clear eyes before suddenly sticking out its tongue and licking him. Chung Myung, sounding pleased, commented that it felt really nice. However, as it continued licking persistently, he awkwardly observed that it seemed to be getting desperate and wondered if it had sensed some kind of danger to its life. He then added that it was so obedient and did not even bite. Both Joe Ghoul and Yoon Jong immediately remarked that it was really smart and must indeed be an enchanted beast. Then, Chung Myung lifted the creature toward Baekchun and told it to bite him. Irritated, Baekchun told him to stop, but Chung Myung continued teasingly, repeatedly urging the creature to bite him. This finally made Baekchun shout angrily for him to stop it. At that moment, someone else stepped forward. All 5 of them immediately halted what they were doing and turned to look, their eyes filled with shock. Loud, heavy sounds echoed continuously. Yoon Jong, tense, said that someone was coming. The group began to assess the approaching presence, noting the heavy tremors and the wide, slow strides. When the figure finally stopped, all 5 of them came to the same conclusion, sensing the oppressive presence of a giant tiger. A thought arose in their minds that there was no need for anyone to say it aloud. They all knew that this person was the ruler of this place. Even Baekchun froze on the spot. The one standing before them was the Southern Region Beast Palace Master. With blazing red eyes sweeping over the 5 of them, he demanded how the people of the Central Plains dared to come into Yunnan. However, Chung Myung showed no fear and met the gaze of the Southern Region Beast Palace Master directly. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master, brimming with ferocity, exhaled sharply, causing the small creature in Chung Myung's hands to hurriedly cover its ears, and he then roared in fury, demanding to know who they were and questioning who dared to enter the sacred land in disguise, ordering them to speak and warning that if their reason was insufficient, he would tear them to shreds and feed them to the beasts. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, everyone instinctively covered their ears, while Baekchun, terrified and disheveled, exclaimed that it was an incredible amount of internal energy, far surpassing even the Tang clan patriarch, and that the man was at a level beyond anyone he had ever seen. After a while, the surrounding force gradually subsided, but the Southern Region Beast Palace Master darkened his expression and shouted for the cursed Central Plains people to speak, threatening to rip them apart instantly if they made him wait any longer. Baekchun, tense and sweating, judged that the man had no intention of listening to excuses and was merely seeking justification to destroy them with a clear conscience, and he anxiously wondered what he should do, thinking that a single slip of the tongue could lead to irreversible disaster. At that very moment, however, Chung Myung stepped forward cheerfully and stated that they were from the Manhwa sect, explaining that they had come to find something and asking if he could help them. Joe Ghoul blankly uttered in confusion, while Yoon Jong was equally bewildered. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master questioned them with a darkened face, asking if they truly meant the Manhwa sect that had once been one of the 10 great sects, and Chung Myung confidently affirmed that it was indeed that Manhwa sect. The man then stared at them and demanded to know if they were disciples from the Manhwa sect in Shanxi. Stamping his foot so hard that the ground cracked, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master exclaimed that this meant they were something more, and in an instant he rushed forward, asking if they were the descendants of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme himself. The 4 of them froze at his sudden movement as his hands reached toward Chung Myung, and at that moment Chung Myung's eyes widened as if his energy might erupt, prompting Baekchun to shout in alarm for him to stop. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master instead excitedly lifted Chung Myung up and welcomed him enthusiastically. All 5 of them were left stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, as the Southern Region Beast Palace Master burst into loud laughter and ordered a feast to be prepared, announcing that guests had arrived. The people below cheered excitedly, blowing horns, beating drums, and dancing joyfully. Sitting in a corner and observing, Baekchun muttered that the situation was insane. Soon, a table was filled with numerous dishes, and the Southern Region Beast Palace Master laughed heartily, urging them to eat their fill while remarking that he was unsure whether Yunnan food would suit their tastes. Witnessing this, Chung Myung exclaimed excitedly, and the Southern Region Beast Palace Master poured liquor for everyone, introducing it as Yunnan's finest drink, peach spring fragrance, and inviting them all to drink. After Chung Myung raised his cup and tasted it, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master eagerly asked how it was and whether it was good. With his face flushed in delight, Chung Myung reacted with admiration, and everyone else was equally astonished by the drink. Baekchun praised it, saying that an indescribably refreshing scent filled his nose and mouth, and that the name Peach Spring Fragrance was more than fitting. Hearing this, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master laughed loudly, patting Baekchun on the back and remarking that the young man certainly knew how to please others. He then excitedly expressed that he had always wanted to visit the Manhwa sect, but had refrained because he could not leave for the Central Plains, and he joyfully declared that having the disciples of Manhwa sect, the descendants of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme, visit him in person made it a day that could not be better. Joe Ghoul, curious, cautiously asked whether the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme was famous in Yunnan, but the Southern Region Beast Palace Master immediately exploded in anger, questioning what he meant by famous in Yunnan, and declaring that the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme was obviously a hero of the entire world. Startled, Joe Ghoul reacted in shock, while the Southern Region Beast Palace Master suddenly demanded to know whether the people of the Central Plains did not revere the 5 demon-repelling heroes. Still confused, Joe Ghoul admitted that he had never heard of them, which caused something in the Southern Region Beast Palace Master to snap. In disbelief, he flipped the table and shouted furiously, asking if they truly did not know who the 5 demon-repelling heroes were, and he declared that if it had not been for them, both Yunnan and the Central Plains would have suffered under the cruel demonic cult. Everyone was frightened by his reaction as he raged that the people of the Central Plains had no sense of gratitude or honor. Chung Myung, showing no fear as he continued eating, asked why they were getting angry at the kids, which startled Baekchun sitting beside him, who muttered that he was a little brat. For a moment, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master's eyes flared as if he were about to react, but he quickly returned to normal, scratching his head and admitting that it was true the descendants of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme were not the ones he should be angry at. Confused, the 4 of them asked what he meant, prompting the Southern Region Beast Palace Master to question how they could not know the 5 heroes who had achieved the most brilliant feats in the war against the demonic cult, and how exactly they had been told those enemies were defeated. Baekchun then explained that everyone in the Central Plains had joined forces, but the Palace Master slammed the table and angrily retorted that those shriveled-up toads could not have won merely by joining forces and would have only been beaten to death instead. The outburst left Baekchun so frightened that he thought he could not even speak. Raising 5 fingers, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master then explained more calmly that the 5 demon-repelling heroes were the individuals who had displayed the most outstanding performance in that horrific war against the demonic cult. He proudly added that one of them was their ancestor, the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme, and another was his close friend, the Dark Supreme Tangbo of the Sichuan Tang clan, while the remaining 3 were not even worth knowing. Joe Ghoul, bewildered, asked for clarification, and the Palace Master elaborated that the term 5 demon-repelling heroes had merely been forced together by envious members of the martial world who were jealous of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme's achievements, so they had elevated insignificant figures to the same status. He insisted that they only needed to remember one thing, causing the 4 to listen tensely, before declaring that it was the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme who had defeated the demonic cult and saved the Central Plains. Seeing Chung Myung's proud expression, Baekchun questioned why he looked so proud, but the Palace Master continued emphatically that it meant everyone under heaven had been saved by that man, including Yunnan. He explained that when the demonic cult's grasp had reached Yunnan, the Central Plains had abandoned them, leaving them on the verge of annihilation until the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme appeared. He recounted that this man had struck the enemy from the rear, forcing the demonic cult forces in Yunnan to retreat to the Central Plains, allowing them to barely survive despite betrayal and near destruction. He went on to say that when the demonic cult later formed a detachment to completely wipe out Yunnan, it had been the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme himself who rushed all the way to Sichuan and slaughtered them, protecting Yunnan and ensuring the Beast Palace's survival, even though the Central Plains had opposed his intervention. Hearing this, Baekchun realized that this was why they hated the Central Plains so much. The Palace Master, growing more excited, asked how they could not revere such a man as their savior, and explained that the Beast Palace had built a shrine for him and held a memorial service every year, insisting that one who did not know gratitude was worse than an insect and that they could never forget his immense benevolence toward Yunnan. Meanwhile, Chung Myung, still eating, puffed his cheeks and wondered what they meant by cherishing Yunnan, thinking to himself that he had simply gone where the demonic cult was and beaten them up for fun. He recalled how he and another had once excitedly talked about going to Sichuan to smash their enemies' heads despite being ordered not to, deciding to ignore those commands. Returning to the present, he rubbed his nose in amusement and remarked that if it looked good in their eyes, then that was something. Each time the Palace Master praised the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme, Chung Myung grew more delighted, while the Palace Master continued to extol that he was someone to be revered not only as a saint, but also as a martial artist, whose sword had reached the realm of the heavens and made even the demonic cultists tremble, with achievements too brilliant to fully recount. Hearing this, Baekchun wondered if the man had finally lost his mind. Eventually, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master concluded his speech by declaring that they were the only people from the Central Plains who could be welcomed as guests in Yunnan and encouraged them to relax and enjoy themselves as Yunnan welcomed them. As the atmosphere brightened, Chung Myung and the Palace Master clinked their cups in a cheerful toast. Yoon Jong, puzzled, questioned how the two could be so in sync, while Jo Gul commented that they looked like a father and son reuniting after a long time. Baekchun, however, remained silent, reflecting that the Palace Master was sincere and that the people of Yunnan genuinely took pride in the Manhwa sect's past hero on their behalf, doing their best to treat them warmly despite their circumstances. Looking at the food on the table, he felt deeply moved until his gaze fell upon the emblem on his chest and he noted it to himself. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master then remarked that although he had not witnessed the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme's deeds personally, those achievements were known not only to the previous generation of the Beast Palace, but throughout all of Yunnan. At that moment, Baekchun interrupted respectfully, addressing him as Palace Master and asking that if the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme had truly been as great as described, why his feats were scarcely mentioned in the Central Plains. As soon as he finished speaking, even the musician faltered in fear, and the entire space fell into suffocating silence as all eyes turned toward him, everyone halting their actions in anticipation. Finally, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master answered that it was because those petty Central Plains bastards had deliberately made it seem as though his deeds had never happened. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master set the wine bottle down on the table and stated that history was not just about what had happened, but also about what got passed down. He then struck his chest and emphasized that, in that place, something only became history when it was shared there. Afterward, as he grew solemn, he remarked that he had heard the situation of the Manhwa sect was not good. He added that, normally, they should have been the ones to tell the stories of their ancestors' great deeds, but their sect had lost both the people to tell those stories and the strength to do so. Hearing this, Chung Myung silently poured all the wine into his mouth and drank it to the last drop. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master sighed regretfully and said that this was why those deeds could not help but be forgotten. He continued that history was written by the victors, but if those victors fell into ruin, scavengers would seize the opportunity to claim the credit. He further cursed that if the Central Plains had maintained their ties with Yunnan, such a situation would not have occurred, condemning them as petty bastards. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drained his own bottle. Meanwhile, Chung Myung clenched his hand slightly and thought to himself that, more precisely, it was probably due to a sense of debt. He reflected that if the Central Plains had acknowledged all the great deeds accomplished by the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme during the war, they would not have been able to abandon the fallen Manhwa sect. He reasoned that reputable sects that preached cooperation could not turn away from those they were indebted to. However, he concluded that those who ended the war could not leave behind any favorable impression, so the Central Plains had acted as if those deeds had never happened, likely reaching an implicit agreement to erase the fact that they owed a debt to the Manhwa sect. He further thought that if even one person had questioned whether the Manhwa sect should be repaid for its sacrifices, things might have turned out differently, but no one had spoken up. Chung Myung then let out a troubled sigh and said that there was little to expect, as the world had always been that way and the Jianghu had always been heartless. He added that it was actually unusual that someone had remembered those facts and even built a temple to show gratitude. At that moment, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master set his bottle down again and remarked that the war had taken away so much. He lamented that if the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme had not achieved deity ascension during that war, the history of the Jianghu might have been reorganized around his sect. He continued regretfully that both the Southern Region Beast Palace and the Manhwa sect had lost too much in that war, and that even after 100 years, they were still groaning from those wounds. He then poured wine into their cups and offered them a drink, saying that he was giving it not as the Southern Region Beast Palace Master, but as someone who shared their circumstances and as a comrade with a painful history. Following his gesture, each of them emptied their cups. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master stood up and remarked that the world was heartless and that they must be in great pain. However, Chung Myung suddenly spoke up from behind and disagreed, saying that it was not really the case. He stepped forward and explained that it was strange to think they should have received all the rewards for what they had done back then, adding that those people had probably not gone to war expecting rewards in the first place. With his face slightly flushed, Chung Myung sighed and stated that the past was in the past and that it did not matter to lie on the ground crying about injustice since everything was already over. As he spoke, he poured wine into his cup just as the Southern Region Beast Palace Master had done and declared that what mattered was the present. He asserted that they would simply make the Manhwa sect the greatest in their generation, and that their past would naturally be acknowledged as well. His words left Baekchun momentarily stunned. Chung Myung then smiled proudly and concluded that, after all, history was written by the victors. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master stared at him in a daze for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a bright grin. He laughed loudly and exclaimed that the more he heard Chung Myung speak, the more he liked him. Overcome with excitement, he slapped Chung Myung hard on the back, causing him to fall face first onto the ground and even crack the floor. Then, as if recalling something, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master suddenly remarked that he had forgotten to ask something. Turning to them, he inquired what had brought them all the way to Yunnan, noting that the journey from Shanxi was quite long. Struggling back to his feet, Chung Myung replied that he had been planning to tell him anyway. He then asked whether there was a plant called Imperial Gromwell there. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master looked surprised and repeated the name, asking what it was and admitting that he had never heard of it. As time passed and the sky gradually darkened toward evening, Jogul submerged his face into the water and exhaled several breaths before finally lifting his head back up from the large basin. Jogul walked along while clutching his head in a daze and lamented that he thought he had drunk too much. He then suddenly noticed Yunjong sitting quietly beside him, so he spoke up and asked whether it was Yunjong, adding that he had thought he was sleeping and wondering if something was troubling him. Yunjong turned slightly before lowering his head and replied that it was not exactly a worry. He then expressed sorrowfully that he was sorry and that it was because he was a burden. Jogul immediately approached him and asked why he would say such a thing. Yunjong reflected gloomily on the situation and said that they were lucky things had turned out well, adding that if things had gone wrong, they would all have died because of him. Hearing that, Jogul understood and reassured him, saying that he was doing that again and that even if things had gone badly, with Chung Myung around, they would have managed somehow. However, Yunjong remarked that that was precisely the problem. Jogul, confused, turned to him and asked what he meant. Yunjong then explained that the idea that everything would work out somehow because Chung Myung was there was something he had also believed during the journey, and as a result, not only had he failed to help, but he had ended up becoming a burden instead. Jogul helplessly called his name. Yunjong clenched his hand on his thigh in frustration and said that he had been foolish, adding firmly that he would never do such a thing again and that he was truly sorry. After hearing him out, Jogul began to comfort him, saying that it was not like that. Yunjong looked into the distance and tried to protest, but before he could continue, Jogul cut him off and asked why he was acting this way, adding that it was the first time he had seen him so serious. Yunjong hesitated before asking whether Jogul knew that he was an orphan. Jogul replied immediately that he had heard about it. Yunjong then pressed further and asked whether he also knew that he had been a beggar. Jogul, startled by this new information, exclaimed in shock. Yunjong paused, looked up, and reminisced that his first memory was living with his mother, just the two of them, with no relatives or acquaintances. He continued that after she passed away, he had no choice but to become a beggar, praying for scraps to survive, and that the memory was still vivid as if it had happened yesterday. He added that on a cold winter day, he had been dying on the street with no one to help him. He went on to say that, strangely enough, hunger had been more painful than the cold, and that after starving for over 10 days, he had even been ready to kill someone to steal food, adding that if he had not been a child, he would surely have become a bandit. He described how he had been gasping for breath in the freezing snow, and said that if the elder who had passed by had not saved him then, he would certainly have died on that street. Yunjong continued warmly that the Manhwa sect was his benefactor, explaining that they had raised and cared for a starving beggar child despite their own difficult circumstances. He added that ever since then, whenever he saw hungry people, those memories returned, and perhaps because he knew how painful it was, he could not restrain himself earlier. He then expressed sadly that he had vividly felt that gut-wrenching pain all over again. Jogul fell silent for a moment before replying that he understood. Yunjong was surprised and asked if he truly did. Jogul affirmed that he did. Yunjong then questioned him further, asking whether he would have accepted it even if he had died, whether he would still say it was all right and that he understood even in the afterlife. He then turned his frustration inward, saying that what he had done had been foolish beyond measure, adding that while helping strangers might be a good deed, he should not forget that ensuring the safety of his fellow disciples was equally important, and admitting that he had even sold the sect's sword. Clutching the hem of his clothes tightly, he lowered his head and said that as soon as they returned to the Manhwa sect, he would confess his sins to the sect leader, adding that he did not know whether he would be able to receive the plum blossom sword again, and wondering what he could possibly say about it. Joe Ghoul lowered his head and remained silent for a while before slowly reassuring him that he would not be reprimanded for selling the plum blossom sword, although he might be scolded for his current behavior. Yun Jong, confused, asked why. Joe Ghoul then explained that although the plum blossom sword belonged to the Manhwa sect, it was not a sacred artifact, adding that if Chung Myung heard someone call it a sacred artifact, he would likely react strongly and question whether a sword with a plum blossom ornament should be treated as such, even joking that by that logic, their clothes should be treated the same way. He concluded that that was exactly what Chung Myung would say. Yun Jong gradually loosened his grip on his clothes as he came to terms with it. Joe Ghoul smiled reassuringly and said that what truly mattered was not material possessions, but how much one cared about the Manhwa sect, adding that this was what Chung Myung had said, that what mattered was not avoiding mistakes but learning from them, and he asked whether Yun Jong had learned from his. Yun Jong was momentarily stunned, but eventually smiled in relief and replied that he had. Joe Ghoul laughed in satisfaction and said that if so, then that was what truly mattered. Yun Jong then recalled how, in the past, someone had once embraced him and gently asked if he was all right and told him to open his eyes. He remembered that the person had been Hyun Song, who had anxiously urged him to wake up. Yun Jong silently apologized in his heart to the elder. After that, Joe Ghoul told him to go to sleep, adding that there was much work to be done and that they should focus on finding Imperial Gromwell and returning to the Manhwa sect. Yun Jong responded energetically that he was right and then returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he remained lost in thought and was unable to fall asleep for a long time. Suddenly, he heard Joe Ghoul call his name. Sitting up, he listened as Joe Ghoul said that what he had done might have been wrong, but hesitated before lowering his head and adding that he was glad he was that kind of person. Yun Jong sat there in a daze as Joe Ghoul finished speaking, then turned to leave after telling him to get some rest. Left alone in the quiet room, Yun Jong lowered his head and wiped away his tears before lying down once more. As time passed and the sun gradually rose higher, Chung Myung lay in front of the door, muttering repeatedly that he wanted water. He opened his mouth and kept calling out for cold water, begging for just 1 cup, while outside, the large barrels had already been filled with water. Inside the inn, the lights had already been lit, and murmurs of complaint began to rise. Someone grumbled, asking whether he had really been drinking until that hour. Baek Chun watched Chung Myung continuously gulping down water and muttered that it was truly impressive, wondering if it even made sense to drink that much. From behind, Yu Isiol coldly called him a drunkard. The others, growing curious, asked who had won in the end. Chung Myung wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth and replied with a grin that he had won, letting out a small laugh as he repeated it. At that moment, someone opened the door from outside and asked if they were awake, then delivered the message that the palace master was looking for them and had ordered that Chung Myung be brought to the audience chamber as soon as he woke up. Hearing this, Chung Myung turned in shock and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how that could be possible. He helplessly dropped the ladle in his hand, stammering that it could not be true. Still astonished, he questioned how the man could already be awake after drinking so much. Seeing this, Baek Chun seized the chance to mock him, calling him a loser. Chung Myung's indignant shout echoed through the room as he protested that this should not be happening. After a while, the group moved to meet the Southern Region Beast Palace Master. The man sat with his head lowered, looking exhausted as he let out a long sigh. Baek Chun glanced at Chung Myung's gaunt figure beside him and remarked to himself that the two of them looked the same, groaning under his breath. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master slowly opened his tired eyes and asked whether Chung Myung was all right. Chung Myung forced himself to remain calm, raising his head with an awkward laugh and replying that, as one could see, he was perfectly fine. He added that it seemed the palace master was having a hard time and suggested that they should drink again that day. However, the moment he finished speaking, a wave of nausea rose within him, and the same thing happened to the palace master. The attendant beside the palace master advised that if it was that bad, he should use his inner energy to suppress the alcohol poisoning. Meanwhile, Joe Ghoul angrily shoved a bucket toward Chung Myung, scolding him that he could simply use his inner energy to flush out the alcohol. Both Chung Myung and the palace master retorted in unison, asking why they would drink alcohol at all if they were going to do that, adding that they might as well just drink water instead. Their identical responses made them both turn in surprise to look at each other. Chung Myung smiled brightly and remarked that the other was amazing, and the palace master laughed in agreement, saying the same. Baek Chun, watching helplessly, commented that they seemed to be having a good time. Eventually, they returned to the main issue, asking why the palace master had summoned them so early in the morning. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master pondered briefly before explaining that it was about the so-called Imperial Gromwell mentioned the previous day, adding that someone who had overheard them had already made inquiries with the merchants. Chung Myung responded that it had been fast, to which the palace master reassured them that people from Yunnan were known for being quick and accurate, and that the person would arrive soon. Right then, a gatekeeper's voice rang out from outside, announcing that the gates should be opened because a guest of the palace master had arrived. As the doors opened, drawing everyone's attention, a man hurried in and respectfully greeted the palace master, addressing him as the son of Yunnan and beginning to introduce himself. However, before he could finish, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master cut him off, ordering him to skip the formalities. He then directly asked whether the man knew about Imperial Gromwell. The man answered honestly that he did, explaining that the plant known as Imperial Gromwell in the Central Plains was actually the divine spirit herb. This revelation shocked the palace master, who repeated in disbelief whether it was truly the divine spirit herb. The man confirmed that it was indeed correct. Standing nearby, Chung Myung sensed the strange atmosphere and wondered what was going on. The palace master then turned to the group and asked if they had come in search of the divine spirit herb. Chung Myung replied uncertainly that he supposed so, questioning whether it was such a big deal. The palace master lowered his head in thought and said that while it was not exactly a big deal, things had certainly become complicated. Confused, Chung Myung asked how it could be complicated, reasoning that if it was merely a trade item entering the Central Plains, it should not be such a serious matter. The man then began to explain that, first of all, the Imperial Gromwell they mentioned, also known as the Divine Spirit Herb, definitely existed in Yunnan. However, before he could elaborate further, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master suddenly rose from his seat and declared that there was no point in just talking about it. He instructed them to follow him, saying that he would personally guide them to the divine reservoir. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this and repeated in disbelief whether he had said the divine reservoir. They began whispering among themselves, wondering if they had misheard and questioning whether guests were really being taken there. One person even stepped forward nervously to ask whether the guests had committed some grave offense. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master responded irritably, asking what offense they were talking about and dismissing the idea as nonsense. He explained that there was simply work to be done at the divine reservoir. Still, the others tried to dissuade him, pointing out that bringing guests to such a place was inappropriate, but their words were cut short as they were met with a cold, piercing glare. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master, sounding somewhat displeased, questioned whether they were trying to lecture him. At once, everyone dropped to their knees and shouted for him to have a safe trip and wished for the Palace Master to live long. Even after the group had departed, cheers continued to echo from within, with people repeatedly proclaiming long life for the Palace Master. Lowering his head as he strode forward, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master remarked that they were pitiful fools. Baek Chun, surprised, commented that he had never imagined the Southern Region Beast Palace would have such a system, adding that with such excessive loyalty, the hierarchy seemed even more rigid than in the Central Plains. Chung Myung responded that he doubted it, agreeing that he had never heard of the Beast Palace treating their leader with such respect, and that, if anything, he had heard their palace master changed quite often. Curious, Baek Chun asked why they were acting that way, to which Chung Myung casually replied that the answer was obvious. Looking at the Southern Region Beast Palace Master ahead of them, he pointed out his muscles and asked whether anyone would feel like defying him. Baek Chun quickly admitted that he would not. Suddenly, noticing a small animal appear on the man's shoulder, Baek Chun reacted in surprise. Chung Myung, recognizing the cat from before, greeted it with amusement, saying it had come too, and beckoned it over. The animal hesitated at his actions, but as Chung Myung persistently called out to it, it eventually leaped into his hand. Pleased, he praised it as a good boy and laughed, remarking that it was quite amusing. Walking behind, Baek Chun quietly wondered if Chung Myung seemed somewhat desperate for some reason. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master, now in a cheerful mood, laughed and commented on how fascinating it was, noting that Baek did not usually take to strangers. Looking down at the creature, Chung Myung asked if its name was Baek. The Palace Master explained that it was a marten named Baek Jon, meaning white lightning. Chung Myung teasingly asked if it was Baek Chun, but the Palace Master, not catching the joke, repeated that it was Baek Jeon. Glancing back mischievously, Chung Myung repeated the name Baek Chun, which caused Baek Chun to angrily shout at him to stop. Continuing, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master explained that the animal normally did not take to people and was infamous for its fierce temper. Chung Myung readily agreed in a tone of mock sincerity. The Palace Master went on to say that the creature was also incredibly picky, to the point that even he sometimes did not understand its preferences. Seizing the opportunity, Chung Myung joked that they were indeed very similar, laughing loudly. When the palace master asked what he meant by similar, Chung Myung brushed it off, still laughing, while Baekchun fumed behind him. Proudly, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master introduced Baekjeon, stating that despite its appearance, it stood out among enchanted beasts and that even a tiger the size of a house could not move an inch before it. The others, unable to believe it, questioned how such a tiny creature could do that. Laughing, he replied that size was not everything. Hearing this, Chung Myung gave the creature a meaningful look before jokingly calling out Baek again, which only provoked Baekchun further. Yoon Jong stepped in, urging Baekchun to hold himself back. As they continued onward, Chung Myung asked where exactly they were heading, mentioning the Divine Reservoir and wondering what kind of place it was. Walking ahead, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master explained that it was the Holy Land of the Beast Palace. When Chung Myung asked what that meant, he elaborated that it was exactly as it sounded, a sacred yet forbidden place. Though revered, it could not be approached without permission, and no disciple of the Beast Palace, including himself, was allowed to set foot there. After a pause, he added that this restriction did not apply to outsiders, meaning they were free to enter since they were not disciples. Baekchun, surprised, asked whether sacred and forbidden lands were not usually closed off to outsiders. The palace master replied that there was no need, as animals moved in and out freely. Still confused, Baekchun began to argue about the difference between humans and animals, but the palace master firmly stated that there was no difference, asserting that humans were merely slightly smarter animals. He continued explaining that people from the Central Plains seemed to think the Beast Palace raised animals out of affection, but that was incorrect. They did not cherish animals in that way. Rather, they believed they were not so different from them, which was why they lived together. Since they did not restrict animals, they would not block people either. After all, the land was only sacred to them, and they did not expect others to see it the same way. Everyone listened attentively. Baekchun then asked whether he was not worried about the place being damaged. The palace master replied that a holy land remained holy regardless of its appearance, and that attaching importance to outward form was merely stubbornness born from misunderstanding its true meaning. If he considered something sacred, that belief would not change regardless of how it looked. Hearing this, Baekchun remarked in awe that it was profound. Walking beside him, Chung Myung suddenly questioned what the point of calling it a holy land was at all. The palace master paused, momentarily taken aback, and after looking up at the sky in thought, admitted with a laugh that he had never considered it that deeply. As they ventured further in, the forest grew so dense that it seemed no light could penetrate, and massive beasts roamed nearby, leaving the group uneasy. Yoon Jong reassured them that despite appearances, it did not seem dangerous. The palace master then approached a tiger, embracing it warmly and greeting it as if it had grown a lot, laughing heartily. Baekchun dryly commented that he was glad everyone was equal before such muscles. After some time, the palace master halted and announced that they had arrived. Even a nearby tiger appeared startled. Pointing ahead, he revealed that the divine reservoir lay just before them and that they had finally reached it. Growing slightly somber, he explained that the imperial gromwell, also known in Yunnan as the divine spirit herb, had not originally been difficult to harvest and had once grown abundantly in the wild, but now almost no natural habitats remained. This revelation prompted the others to ask why. The palace master calmly explained that 100 years ago, when the demonic cult invaded, they had set fires everywhere under the pretext of scorched earth tactics, expressing bitterly that he wished he could see those people burn to death himself. Brushing aside the foliage as he moved ahead, he added that since then, there was only one place in Yunnan where the herb could still be found. As light suddenly shone from within, Chung Myung raised his hand to shield his eyes, and the entire group stood stunned by the sight before them. Beyond the dense layers of leaves lay a vast lake, which the Southern Region Beast Palace Master introduced as the Divine Reservoir. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone's faces reportedly froze in shock, and someone was said to have exclaimed in awe. As they looked at the lake ahead, they were described as wondering whether it was the Divine Reservoir, questioning if it meant a pond where a god resided. The Southern Region Beast Palace. Master then turned and stated that he could not go any further than that point. Baekchun was said to have quickly responded that in that case they would proceed from there, but before he could finish speaking, the palace master reportedly interrupted him, saying that there was one very minor problem. Chung Myung was described as turning in confusion and asking what problem there was, upon which the Southern Region Beast Palace Master was said to have reached out and pulled aside the cloak next to him, suggesting that it would be better for them to see it for themselves than for him to explain. Pieces of meat were then described as spilling out and falling onto the grass near the edge of the lake. After getting a clear look at the object, Baekchun was said to have uttered in bewilderment that it was meat. At that moment, the surface of the water reportedly began to ripple as though something was rising. The group watching from afar was described as being unable to hide their confusion. Baek Chun was said to have questioned what on earth it was, but just then something beneath the water suddenly emerged and snatched the meat, astonishing everyone present. Water droplets were described as splashing up amid their shock, and even Chung Myung was said to have stood stunned for a while. Before them, there was described to be a gigantic monster, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the group. However, the creature reportedly did nothing further and instead turned away, submerging back into the lake and leaving behind a heavy silence. Baek Chun was then said to have shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what that thing had just been, and exclaiming that it was enormous, as he turned in panic to question the Southern Region Beast Palace Master. Chung Myung, in contrast, was described as laughing with interest, while the Palace Master calmly stated that that was it, the minor problem preventing them from obtaining the Divine Spirit Herb. Chung Myung was then said to have loudly demanded what kind of place that was and why there was a dragon living there. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master reportedly replied gently that dragons were imaginary creatures and clarified that it was actually a snake called the ink-scaled blood python. Chung Myung was described as shouting back that there was no difference and that it was still an imaginary creature, to which the Palace Master responded with a laugh, pointing out that they had seen it with their own eyes. Chung Myung was then described as clutching his head in frustration, thinking to himself that he had been foolish for believing, even briefly, that the place was nice. He reportedly wondered why people lived in barren wastelands when there was such fertile land, only to conclude that no one could possibly reside in a place like that. Meanwhile, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master was said to have muttered that the ink-scaled blood python was the enchanted beast of that place. He then reportedly explained that its scales were impervious to blades and even to the enhanced energy of a martial master, and that its strength was so great that a single flick of its tail could alter the terrain, making it a monster in every sense of the word. Baek Chun was described as anxiously asking whether even the Palace Master could not handle it. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master replied with some hesitation that he was not sure and would have to fight it to find out, but as they knew, he could not enter that area. He added that since the ink-scaled blood python never left it, they had never truly crossed paths. In other words, he explained that the Beast Palace had no reason to enter, and the creature had no reason to leave, making them like neighbors who would never meet, and thus there had been no reason to go out of their way to drive it out or exterminate it. After pausing briefly, he was said to have continued that regardless of everything, the creature attacked anything that entered the divine reservoir without exception, and that was the problem. Baek Chun was described as tensely realizing that in order to obtain the Imperial Gromwell, they would have to enter the divine reservoir, which meant they would have to deal with that Imuji, no, the ink-scaled blood python or whatever it was. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master then remarked lightly that, as he had said, it was only a minor problem. Chung Myung was said to have immediately flared up in anger, shouting sarcastically that it was indeed minor and questioning what was so significant about a matter of life and death, adding that life was like a speck of dust anyway as he exclaimed a Buddhist phrase. Baek Chun reportedly corrected him by saying it was Amitayus, not Amitabha, which only made Chung Myung more irritated as he shouted that it did not matter which one it was, since they would all die if they went in there. Chung Myung was then described as making a throat-slitting gesture to emphasize the danger, stating that whether one was a Taoist or a monk, it would all end in a single strike if they entered, that everyone was equal before those jaws. Internally, he was said to have been deeply unsettled, thinking that although it might not compare to the enhanced energy of a Wudong elder or the hidden weapon arts infused with the Tang clan patriarch's internal energy, the creature had produced such destructive force with just a simple snap of its jaws, making it obvious how powerful it would be if it truly bit down. Finally, he was described as lowering his head and concluding that he had suspected things had been going too smoothly at the Beast Palace, realizing that there was no way his luck could be that good. Yoon Jong, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, wondering how they were supposed to defeat that. Chung Myung immediately replied that he did not understand what he meant by how, insisting that it was just a beast and that if he beat it with all his might, it would eventually die like anything else. He then tensely clenched his fists and added that it was not as if the creature lacked a physical body, claiming that most problems in the world could be solved by smashing one's head. Baek Chun silently reflected that Chung Myung would really die if he did that. Seeing this, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master also spoke with concern, saying that although he should not be saying this since he was the one who had brought them there, he wondered whether Chung Myung would be okay. Chung Myung firmly asserted that he would be fine, adding that he was a bit stronger than he looked. Hearing that, the Palace Master became excited and laughed, remarking that Chung Myung's confidence was reassuring and joking that he would take responsibility and make sure his funeral rites were well performed. Chung Myung clapped his hands decisively and declared that if a mere beast dared to attack without recognizing who he was, it would end up as snake soup. He added that the food situation in Kunming did not seem great anyway, and that if they caught it, the whole city would be able to eat for 3 or 4 days. Baek Chun, feeling helpless, remarked that it was a magnificent solution befitting Zhuge Liang. Before anyone could react, Chung Myung rushed forward, saying that he was going. Baek Chun hurriedly called out for him to wait. Confused, Chung Myung demanded to know why, and Baek Chun then asked the Southern Region Beast Palace Master if he could tell them where the Imperial Gromwell was located. The Palace Master thought for a moment and replied that it was not difficult, pointing toward the distance and asking if they could see the white flowers growing on the cliff by the water, explaining that those were the divine spirit herb. Baek Chun seriously reminded Chung Myung that defeating the dragon, correcting himself to say the snake, was not what mattered, and that if the herb were damaged during the fight, it would all be over. Chung Myung replied in a firm tone that he knew, then drew the sword at his side. He swung it a few times through the air and excitedly praised it as a masterwork sword of the Tang clan, noting that its weight and balance were quite good. He then enthusiastically declared that no matter how much the creature raged, it was still just a beast, and that he was really going now. Having said that, Chung Myung dashed forward without letting anyone stop him. He leapt toward the vast lake, pressed his lips together seriously, and landed lightly on the grass nearby. Looking cautiously toward the water, he noted that it was good that the creature was not coming. He then thought carefully, reminding himself that his mission was not to beat up a snake, but to obtain the Imperial Gromwell. He reasoned that he should secure it first, and only afterward could he deal with the beast or make soup out of it. He quietly moved toward the patch of flowers, carefully so as not to be noticed, and climbed up onto a rocky ledge. At last, he managed to approach the Imperial Gromwell and reached out to grab a handful, thinking that he would pull it out first. At that moment, the surface of the lake suddenly began to shake. Startled, Chung Myung turned around as a massive column of water rose up. His face twisted as the ink-scaled blood python appeared once more, so enormous that it blocked all vision. Realizing the situation, he concluded grimly that he was in trouble. The python's red eyes stared straight at him, and Chung Myung attempted to negotiate, asking whether they could talk after he took the flowers. The creature opened its mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. Chung Myung barely dodged and, regaining his senses, scolded himself for having gone crazy by trying to talk to a snake. He then surged forward to attack, observing that it was full of openings. Shouting to raise his spirits, he declared that no matter how great an enchanted beast it was still just an animal, and that with its size, he would hit it even if he swung with his eyes closed. As flashes of light burst forth, he shouted angrily and brought his sword down onto the middle of the python, unleashing enhanced sword energy. However, he was stunned to see the tip of his sword break in two. Staring wide-eyed in shock, he recalled Tang Gun Ak telling him that it was a treasured sword passed down in the Tang clan and that he was giving it to him as a token of friendship, urging him to use it well. Furious, Chung Myung shouted that it was a worthless treasure, then landed angrily on the grass, muttering that the man had sold him a lie with a sword that could not even cut a snake. The ink-scaled blood python tilted its head slightly as if puzzled while looking at him. Chung Myung, strangely excited, challenged it, asking if it was cracking its neck and remarking that he used to do that a lot, wondering if it also had a nasty temper. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, he continued trying to negotiate, saying that the creature probably would not understand human speech, but asking if they could fight fairly after he changed his sword. As the python's tongue flicked out as though it were about to devour him, Chung Myung's voice grew quieter as he weakly suggested that they might simply not fight at all. The ink-scaled blood python opened its mouth and growled as it stared at Chung Myung. It rapidly slithered across the ground in pursuit of him while Chung Myung could only run desperately ahead, cursing that damn it all. Suddenly, while running, he stopped directly in front of the ink-scaled blood python's jaws. The beast immediately lunged at him, but Chung Myung swiftly flipped several times through the air to evade the attack. At the same time, he unleashed a sword aura strike from his hand. Chung Myung leapt upward and drove his sword straight into the center of the ink-scaled blood python's head, shouting fiercely. He continuously raised and stabbed the sword down at the exact same spot, screaming for it to die and urging it to just die already. After a long while, the sword finally managed to pierce into the ink-scaled blood python's body, and Chung Myung desperately yelled for it to break already. However, when Chung Myung saw the broken blade remaining in his hand, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open. He complained that none of it made any sense, saying that whether it was a sword technique or the plum blossom sword art, the blade actually had to cut something for him to do any damage. He compared the situation to trying to fight an armored man with a willow branch. At that very moment, the ink-scaled blood python suddenly rose up and flung him away. Chung Myung groaned in pain while desperately clinging to the beast's scales and angrily cursed the snake. The instant the ink-scaled blood python stood upright, Chung Myung was lifted high into the sky along with it, causing him to scream in terror. Chung Myung's scream was quickly heard by his companions. When they saw the ink-scaled blood python slam him into the ground, everyone panicked and shouted his name in horror. The impact to his head was so violent that Chung Myung spat out all the saliva in his mouth. The ink-scaled blood python then smashed its head down toward him once again, repeatedly attacking him in the same relentless manner that Chung Myung had previously stabbed its back. After some time, the ink-scaled blood python hurled him away once more before turning around and lifting its massive tail. Chung Myung was battered around like a ball, continuously slammed across the surface of the water before finally being struck into a massive explosion that sent smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Chung Myung ended up buried beneath shattered rocks and debris. Everyone hurried toward him in panic and anxiety, shouting Chung Myung's name in fear while wondering if he could really have died. Seeing him buried beneath the dirt and rubble filled them with terror as they questioned whether he had actually died for real. At the same time, beneath the rubble, Chung Myung frowned so hard that veins bulged across his face as he angrily questioned whether this was for real. Baekchun blankly asked whether Chung Myung was truly dead, while Jo-gul quietly responded by asking if Baekchun actually hoped that he was. Yu Iseol calmly observed that Chung Myung was not even twitching. Seeing this, Yoonjong nervously suggested that they should first check on him. Before anyone could move, Chung Myung suddenly burst out from beneath the dirt and sand, furiously roaring whether that snake bastard truly had a death wish. He angrily swore that he would make snake soup out of that damn python no matter what happened that day. Jo-gul coldly poured cold water on his determination by asking how he intended to do that when he had not even been able to scratch the creature with his sword despite using enhanced energy. Chung Myung angrily wiped the dirt from his face and declared that he did not care whether enhanced energy could not leave a scratch, insisting that he would somehow make it work because nothing was impossible in this world. Yu Iseol stepped forward, stuffed a wad of paper into his nose, and calmly reminded him to at least stop his nosebleed. At that moment, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master approached from afar and explained that the ink-scaled blood python was the most dangerous enchanted beast among all the creatures in Yunnan. He stated that they were fortunate the beast possessed a relatively mild temperament and would not harm others unless its territory was invaded, adding that, if it had been violent, it would have become a complete disaster. Chung Myung stared at him in disbelief and questioned whether that could really be called mild. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master laughed and replied that everything was relative. Still furious, Chung Myung snapped back and told him not to give him that relative nonsense. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master continued by explaining that the ink-scaled blood python displayed an excessive obsession with its territory and would not tolerate even a single stone or blade of grass being touched. He stated that deceiving the python's senses in order to pluck the divine spirit herb was practically impossible. Chung Myung coldly thanked him for the extremely timely warning. Baekchun slowly concluded that, in the end, it meant they would have to defeat the beast in order to obtain the Imperial Gromwell. The Southern Region Beast Palace Master agreed, stating that was correct. He regretfully explained to the descendants of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme from the Central Plains that the Beast Palace could not assist them in this matter and that they would have to resolve the entire situation on their own. Baekchun silently listened to those words before eventually turning toward Chung Myung and suggesting that it might be better to give up on the plan. Naturally, Chung Myung immediately objected and demanded to know what Baekchun meant by giving up. Baekchun explained more clearly that there was no other choice. He asked how Chung Myung planned to fight the beast when even his sword could not pierce its scales. He added that Chung Myung had merely been lucky earlier and warned that, had fortune not been on his side, even he would have ended up as the python's meal. Although Chung Myung understood that Baekchun was right, he still clicked his tongue in frustration. Looking at the traces of damage he had managed to inflict, he silently admitted to himself that Baekchun was not wrong. He acknowledged that he truly could have died if even the slightest thing had gone wrong and questioned how such a monstrous creature could possibly exist. Chung Myung thought to himself that with his current strength he should have been able to cut through everlasting metal, yet he had not even been able to leave a scratch on it despite using his full power enhanced energy. He concluded that if the sword itself did not work, then no sword technique would matter. He then remarked that in the end, it all came down to inner energy. Baekchun agreed and said that with Chung Myung's current inner energy, it was impossible, adding that they should return to the Central Plains and find another way. Suddenly, Chung Myung unexpectedly agreed and said that they should head back. This reaction left Baekchun bewildered, and he wondered why Chung Myung was suddenly listening to reason. However, Chung Myung angrily clarified that they were returning to the Beast Palace for now. Baekchun immediately realized that Chung Myung had only listened to half of what he said and thought that it figured. Chung Myung then stood up firmly and declared that if he lacked inner energy, then he simply had to increase it. He insisted that sword techniques no longer mattered and that he would just crush everything with raw power. Even then, Chung Myung could not let go of his frustration and glanced back toward the lake once more. Inwardly, he promised that they would meet again soon. Seeing him turn around to leave, Baekchun hurriedly called after him, asking what he was planning now. When Chung Myung gave no response, Baekchun panicked and chased after him, yelling for him to wait for them. Just like that, everyone followed behind Chung Myung as he departed. From afar, the Southern Region Beast Palace Master watched them with a faint smile and silently judged them to be interesting fellows. Sometime later, the group returned to their lodging place. Chung Myung furiously glared behind him and ordered everyone not to come in. The door slammed shut, separating him from the others outside. Baekchun stared blankly and questioned what Chung Myung was up to this time. Yoonjong also worriedly wondered what kind of idea Chung Myung had come up with. Baekchun tensely admitted that he had no idea, though he was certain Chung Myung was definitely planning something. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chung Myung rummaged through his belongings in search of something. First, he took out the Origin Energy Pill and the 1000 Poison Pill. Finally, he placed a box on the table and muttered grimly that it was something he had eventually needed to do, adding that he had always known that day would come. Setting the bag aside, Chung Myung reflected that compared to the past, he was growing stronger at a dizzying pace. He believed that even if he continued training as he had been, he would regain his former level within 30 years. However, he acknowledged that this was not enough, since there was no guarantee that nothing would happen during that time. He resolved that to overcome any situation, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible, because only then could the Manhwa sect also become stronger. He realized that he had almost completely adapted his martial arts to his current body, and now, as long as he obtained more inner energy, he would naturally be able to perform the techniques from his past life. Filled with determination, Chung Myung picked up the box and thought to himself that in the end, he would have to rely on pills and elixirs. As he slightly opened the box and looked inside, a powerful source of energy immediately burst forth and filled the room. He sternly warned himself not to be fooled by the scent. The object inside the box was none other than Beauty's Tear. At that moment, Chung Myung recalled a conversation he once had with Tang Bo. Tang Bo had asked him if he knew what the best elixir in the Central Plains was. Chung Myung had guessed that it might be the Great Rejuvenation Pill, the Tai Ching Pill, or perhaps the Origin Energy Pill. Tang Bo had burst into laughter and declared that all of those answers were wrong, insisting that they could not even be called true elixirs. Blushing proudly, Tang Bo had pointed at himself and boasted that everything else paled in comparison to what the Tang clan possessed. Hearing this, Chung Myung had sighed and complained that Tang Bo was speaking nonsense. He sarcastically asked since when the 1000 Poison Pill had become the greatest elixir, remarking that compared to what other sects possessed, it was practically a laughingstock. Tang Bo mysteriously replied that this was true for the 1000 Poison Pill, but clarified that he had been talking about something completely different. He then proudly announced that the Tang clan's true elixir was called Beauty's Tear. Chung Myung had been surprised and admitted that he had never heard of it before. Tang Bo explained that of course he had not heard of it, because it was poison and was incredibly difficult to create even for the Tang clan. Chung Myung had laughed in disbelief and asked whether Tang Bo was really calling poison an elixir, mockingly suggesting that Tang Bo had finally lost his mind after being beaten up so often lately. Tang Bo indignantly demanded to know when he had ever been beaten up, before grudgingly admitting that even if it had happened, it had always been because of Chung Myung. Growing more serious, Tang Bo explained that Beauty's Tears were created by combining countless poisons gathered from all across the world. Confused, Chung Myung asked whether it was some kind of ultimate deadly poison. Tang Bo denied this and explained that while the creators had expected all the poisons together to become unimaginably toxic, the result had surprisingly not been that effective. Instead, the poisons neutralized each other, and because there had been no synergy between them, the mixture had half failed as a poison. After hearing that explanation, Chung Myung asked why a failed poison was considered an elixir. Tang Bo responded by asking him what inner energy was. Chung Myung suspiciously answered that it was a type of energy. Using that answer, Tang Bo explained that exactly because it was energy, all animals and plants possessed energy appropriate to their size. Chung Myung then pointed out that martial artists endlessly stored such energy within their own bodies, and Tang Bo agreed. Tang Bo calmly elaborated that among animals, there were creatures capable of harboring energy, which were known as enchanted beasts. He explained that these beasts formed a core essence within their bodies in order to transcend the limits of ordinary beasts, much like martial artists themselves. Growing impatient, Chung Myung told him to stop stating the obvious and get to the point. Tang Bo immediately replied that enchanted beasts were not the only animals capable of harboring energy. He ominously declared that venomous creatures could do the same thing. Hearing this, Chung Myung became even more confused and uttered a baffled response. Tang Bo continued by explaining that while a non-poisonous animal that harbored energy became an enchanted beast, a poisonous one became a venomous creature. He further explained that just as enchanted beasts gathered energy within their core essence, venomous creatures gathered energy within their poison. Chung Myung guessed that they gathered energy inside the poison itself, and Tang Bo excitedly confirmed this. He explained that otherwise, there would be no reason for the poison of a venomous creature to grow more lethal as the animal itself grew larger. In other words, Tang Bo argued that the poison of a venomous creature was essentially no different from an enchanted pill containing all the energy the beast had accumulated throughout its life. Even after hearing the explanation, Chung Myung suspiciously remarked that it sounded like the words of a scammer. Tang Bo desperately tried to persuade him, revealing that the Tang clan had already made several attempts to absorb Beauty's tear, which was a concentration of all kinds of poisons, and convert it into inner energy. He then asked Chung Myung whether he knew what the result had been. Tensing up, Chung Myung cautiously asked what had happened. Tang Bo casually answered that every single person who tried had died, because it was poison after all, and he argued that such an outcome should have been obvious. Immediately afterward, Chung Myung had apparently pinned him down in panic, causing Tang Bo to desperately shout for him to listen to the end and stop putting inner energy into that. Tang Bo then hurriedly explained that although the experiment had failed, there had definitely been an effect. He recounted that when the man who consumed the poison went berserk, the martial masters of the Tang clan had rushed in to subdue him, only to be overwhelmed and beaten back because of the enormous amount of inner energy he had unleashed. Tang Bo claimed that the Tang clan had nearly collapsed that day, though he noted that the event had happened 200 years ago. He further explained that the man had not consumed a diluted poison, but rather the raw essence of extreme poison, and because he had recklessly ingested it without resisting its effects, his entire body had begun to rot away. In the end, Tang Bo stated bluntly that the man had very cleanly turned into a bloody puddle. Nevertheless, Tang Bo emphasized that the important point was that it had worked, and the effect had been so overwhelming that no other enchanted pill could even compare. After receiving a lump on his head from Chung Myung, Tang Bo finally stressed the most important point. Beauty's tear had failed to become the deadliest poison in the world, but it had the potential to become the world's greatest elixir if only it could be purified. Now, in the present, Chung Myung sat cross-legged in complete seriousness as he stared at the item before him. Chung Myung sat seriously while staring at the items before him and thought that despite talking nonsense as often as he ate, that guy had never actually told a lie. He reflected that, in theory, there was certainly nothing wrong with it, and that the real key was whether he could purify the poison's energy while absorbing it. His face was filled with seriousness as he contemplated that, fundamentally, the way a martial master dealt with poison was by somehow expelling it from the body, and that even the purification process involved that principle. He reasoned that no one would do something as crazy as trying to absorb poison into their inner energy because, no matter how purified it was, nobody knew what might happen afterward. He then recalled Tang Bo's words, in which Tang Bo had insisted that it was possible if Chung Myung was the one doing it, explaining that Taoist-based inner energy was already known for its outstanding purification power and claiming that, if he succeeded, he would even be able to crack that heavenly demon bastard's head open. Returning to reality, Chung Myung continued to close his eyes seriously while sensing the energies around him, realizing that it was possible precisely because it was Taoist-based inner energy. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized that all the conditions had been met, including the cleanest origin energy pill in the world to help suppress the poison. Beside him lay a cloth pouch, along with the box containing the 1,000 poison pill, which was meant to increase poison resistance. Chung Myung focused while circulating his inner energy and reflected that, combined with his own inner energy, he had already confirmed through the duel at the Tang clan that his resistance to poison was even stronger than the Plum Blossom Sword Supremes. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the 2 items on the table. Frowning while staring at them, he told himself that this was something neither his past self nor anyone else in the world could attempt, and that it was a method possible only for the current him. Even so, Chung Myung still hesitated inwardly, thinking that although he might be taking it now because of that snake bastard, he had actually been considering this idea for a very long time, and that the opportunity had finally presented itself. In the end, he resolved himself and swallowed everything at once, convincing himself that it was not as though he would die. The 2 pills seemed to flash with a mysterious light before slipping straight into Chung Myung's stomach. He clenched his teeth, raised his head toward the sky, and let out a pained groan. His body rapidly became scorching hot as sweat continuously poured from him in streams. Grabbing tightly onto the edge of his pants, Chung Myung struggled to endure the strange sensation spreading through his body, while wondering if this should already be enough. A trace of hesitation surfaced in his mind as he considered whether he should simply stop there and go fight that python again. However, he suddenly widened his eyes and cursed himself, asking since when he had become such a coward. He then firmly reminded himself that absorption was not what mattered right now, and that those energies only needed to serve as a medium to help absorb the beauty's tear, while also acting as a barrier to protect his body from its toxicity. Trembling slightly, Chung Myung took the bottle out of the box and muttered that, if this failed, Tang Bo would truly be dead meat. After opening the bottle, he threatened that he would show Tang Bo how a man could die twice. With that, Chung Myung raised his head and poured the entire contents into his body. Streams of liquid continuously flowed into his mouth while smoke relentlessly rose from his body. Before long, the entire space fell into complete silence. Chung Myung tightly shut his eyes in tension and clenched his fists as he wondered whether he had overdone it and whether he should have taken only half. After a moment, he slowly relaxed and opened his eyes, only to stare blankly at the situation before him as he questioned why there was no reaction and thought that, for now at least, everything seemed fine. However, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw what looked like a multicolored sphere moving before him. He cautiously reached out and touched the strange light, then froze in confusion as smoke wrapped around his hand. At that moment, he realized that it was the inner energy contained within the beauty's tear. Looking up, he observed the overwhelming power and remarked to himself that the amount of inner energy was truly massive, though most of it was impure and toxic. Even so, he believed that if he could salvage even a fraction of it, it would still be an incredible gain. Swallowing nervously, Chung Myung suddenly shouted that it was all or nothing anyway. He thrust both hands forward and charged toward the energy. Although fear flickered across his face and he bit his lip anxiously, he still resolved himself and slammed headfirst into it while yelling loudly. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the impact with widened eyes. When he regained his senses, he saw smoke violently pouring from his hand. Shock overtook him as strange veins rapidly spread across his skin and reached all the way to his neck in mere moments. In alarm, he exclaimed that it was spreading far too quickly. Soon, his entire body swelled up like a balloon, causing him to scream in terror while wondering what was happening and shouting that he was not some black pig. He panicked further as he realized that, at this rate, his body would explode and he would die before he could even recover the inner energy. Desperately sensing the condition of his own body, he realized that the only place the poison had not yet reached was his energy core. He understood that if the poison overtook it, everything would be over for him, yet the toxic energy was already rushing toward it at terrifying speed. In response, Chung Myung desperately created a protective barrier and resolved that he had to protect it. The poison crashed directly into the shield, causing pain so intense that he screamed as though his body were about to burst apart. His hands trembled violently, and his swollen body continued to expand further. Even so, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure while telling himself to pull himself together. Inside his dantian, everything seemed to mix together chaotically. Chung Myung struggled to keep his consciousness awake and repeatedly reminded himself not to expel the energy. Instead, he firmly resolved that he had to purify and absorb it. With unwavering determination, he unleashed his strength and declared that they would see which side would win. At the same time outside, everyone continued staring at the closed door. Baek-chun nervously remarked that something felt off, while Jo-gul admitted that the silence was making him anxious. Jo-gul then suggested that they quickly take a peek together, slyly pointing out that Chung Myung had forbidden them from entering, but had never said they could not look. Hearing that, even Baek-chun seemed tempted to join in with a grin. In the end, however, Jo-gul alone approached the large door. Baek-chun urged him to stop stalling and do it quickly, causing Jo-gul to think speechlessly to himself that Baek-chun's personality had really changed a lot. Jo-gul then poked a tiny hole through the wall and pressed his eye against it to observe the situation inside. Moments later, he muttered in confusion, wondering what he was even looking at. Seeing Jo-gul remain silent, Baek-chun impatiently asked what was happening and what on earth Chung Myung was doing. Suddenly, Jo-gul leaped backward and screamed for everyone to run. Baek-chun and Yu Isil stared blankly at his retreating figure in complete confusion. For several moments, they could only stand frozen in shock. Inside the room, Chung Myung sat surrounded by a blazing purple light. The energy suddenly exploded outward, forcing everyone to flee. Baek-chun turned around in panic to look at the terrifying light behind him as everyone desperately rushed outside. In a single instant, the entire room exploded apart. A massive black vortex swallowed everything around it and stretched so high that it pierced the sky itself. The overwhelming force of the energy left Baekchun utterly bewildered as he shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what that thing was. Looking up at the enormous vortex, he watched as the black smoke slowly dispersed, revealing a dazzling light at its center. Sitting calmly in the middle of it all was Chung Myung himself. Staring at him in confusion, Baekchun called out his name in disbelief, yet the pressure surrounding Chung Myung was so immense that Baekchun could barely endure it. Even while clinging tightly to a pillar, he was still dragged away by the force, and Jogul beside him suffered the same fate. A brilliant sphere of energy burst outward, causing Baekchun to scream furiously at Chung Myung, cursing him for never being able to live normally like an ordinary person. At that exact moment, the ground itself began to tremble violently. Clutching the pillar in panic, Baekchun shouted that everything was being sucked in and begged someone to stop that lunatic. He continued yelling desperately at Chung Myung, calling him a crazy bastard. But Chung Myung remained seated calmly within the blazing sphere as energy erupted wildly around him. The light radiating from his body grew stronger and stronger until it seemed as though it would explode and tear apart the entire surrounding space. Chung Myung's entire body was now shining like a 100-million-watt light bulb, the radiance not remaining confined to his body but spreading into the surroundings. The unfortunate bystanders had already exhausted themselves and could do nothing but let inertia carry them away. Powerless, they collapsed face first onto the ground like jackfruits blown from trees during a storm. With the devastated area as its center, clouds of dust and smoke billowed upward. Suddenly, a pair of sturdy bare feet emerged from the haze. As the dust gradually dispersed, a powerful physique came into view. Chung Myung's eyes were now filled with killing intent. Looking at his comrades writhing on the ground, he loudly declared that they should go and catch that snake. Without even bothering to put his clothes back on, he clenched his fists and announced that they were going to catch that snake. His fellow disciples could not hold back their objections and shouted that they were the ones who were about to get caught, calling him a punk. Baekchun raised his head from a pile of rubble and yelled in exasperation, demanding to know how Chung Myung could not go a single day without causing trouble. Looking around at the destruction, he raised his voice even further and asked what on earth Chung Myung had done to create such a mess. The place truly looked as though an earthquake had struck it. Only then did Chung Myung bother to face reality, yet he still looked doubtful as he wondered whether he had really done all of that. Unable to contain himself, Baekchun shouted again and demanded to know what Chung Myung intended to do now. Standing naked before him, Chung Myung awkwardly excused himself by saying with a laugh that it had not been intentional. That attitude only infuriated Baekchun further, prompting him to yell that Chung Myung should at least try to come up with an excuse. Although he had not yet vented all of his frustration, Baekchun remembered a more urgent matter and demanded that Chung Myung find something to cover himself with because his private parts were showing. Chung Myung instinctively glanced down at himself and replied indifferently that he was already wearing his undergarments and questioned what more he was supposed to cover. In the end, Yu Iseol, unwilling to subject herself to the sight any longer, handed him a piece of cloth and instructed him to wrap it around himself because it was unsightly. Before the matter among themselves could be resolved, the members of the Beast Palace came charging over and demanded to know what was going on, calling them a bunch of lunatics. Their leader gripped his sword tightly and, filled with resentment, accused them of committing such an outrageous act despite having been treated with utmost sincerity as honored guests because they were descendants of the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme. He demanded to know whether they had a death wish. Putting personal matters aside, Baekchun attempted to calm them down and urged everyone to relax. For the first time, Chung Myung saw him being so humble as he began offering their apologies. However, before he could finish, Chung Myung suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to wait. Chung Myung casually pushed Baekchun behind him, intending to handle the matter himself. Unfortunately, he failed to control his strength and sent his martial uncle flying backward before he could even finish saying that he would take care of it. Baekchun shot through the air like a cannonball that had just been fired. Still oblivious to what he had done, Chung Myung merely stared blankly and wondered what had happened. Lying amid the rubble, Baekchun lacked even the strength to stand up or properly question him. After struggling to find the words, he could only choke out a bitter accusation, calling Chung Myung a brat. Yet Chung Myung shamelessly grinned and apologized, explaining that it was still difficult for him to control his strength. Driven to the brink of madness, Baekchun screamed in fury and declared that he would settle matters today, even if someone had to die. Chung Myung immediately fired back that Baekchun would be the one to die and that he himself would settle everything. At that very moment, a thunderous roar shook everyone's eardrums and demanded to know what all the commotion was about. Chung Myung was unaffected, but he did not immediately recognize the newcomer. The owner of the voice approached with heavy footsteps, and as his towering figure came into view, the disciples below simultaneously greeted the palace master. One quick-witted disciple stepped forward and reported that they had clearly seen a tornado erupt from that location. He claimed that a dark whirlwind had burst forth and blown away the pavilion and everything around it. Before he could finish, however, the palace master raised his fist and ordered him to be silent. Afterward, the palace master stomped toward Chung Myung and stood before him, staring for a long time. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chung Myung from head to toe as though he were an X-ray scanner. Once he had examined him to his satisfaction, he asked whether Chung Myung had achieved great success. Rather than answering immediately, Chung Myung simply smirked provocatively. Then he revealed with obvious satisfaction that it was merely a small success and added that, even so, his inner energy had increased somewhat. The palace master unconsciously repeated the words, "small success." While everyone held their breath in anticipation, he suddenly burst into laughter. He declared that it was indeed a small success, and that a man's ambitions should be at least that great. Stretching out a hand as large as a fan, he seized Chung Myung as easily as if he were lifting a chick, and proclaimed that they absolutely had to celebrate this small success with a drink. That proposal immediately met with opposition from the people below. They protested by reminding the palace master that Chung Myung and his companions were criminals who had destroyed the Beast Palace's pavilion and insisted that they should be punished. Before the accusations against Chung Myung could even be fully listed, the palace lord loudly dismissed them, demanding to know whether they were seriously asking him to punish a guest who had achieved a breakthrough in the Beast Palace merely because a few insignificant buildings had been destroyed. As his anger continued to rise, he denounced them for their narrow-mindedness and questioned when the Beast Palace had become a gathering place for such pitiful fools. Attempting to calm the situation, Chung Myung remarked that there was no need to be so angry, explaining that the others were only acting that way because of their deep affection for the Beast Palace and admitting that it had been their fault anyway. However, his words only seemed to inflame the palace lord further. The palace lord immediately demanded to know what fault Chung Myung was talking about, insisting that such incidents were perfectly normal when martial artists trained and boasting that he himself had destroyed several training grounds during his youth. Firmly standing by his opinion, he declared that a feast must be held. Contrary to the palace lord's expectations, Chung Myung objected and stated that now was not the right time. Confused, the palace lord let out a questioning sound. Chung Myung patiently explained that they should first capture the python and then enjoy a drink with snake soup as a side dish afterward. The suggestion successfully drew hearty laughter from the palace lord. After they entered the forest, Baek-chun finally had an opportunity to ask whether Chung Myung had increased his inner energy. Chung Myung modestly replied that it had increased only a little and not nearly as much as he had hoped, though he considered it a success since he had survived the process. Baek-chun carefully pointed out that inner energy was not something that could simply be stretched at will. Still curious, he asked what Chung Myung meant by surviving and whether one could actually die while increasing inner energy. Chung Myung openly admitted that, this time, the method had been somewhat dangerous. After studying him for a moment, Baek-chun gloomily concluded that he no longer understood Chung Myung. Although Chung Myung remained silent outwardly, his thoughts were racing. He reflected that the toxicity and inner energy contained within the beauty's tear had far exceeded his expectations. Despite appearing calm on the surface, he knew that if he had made even the slightest mistake, or if his inner energy had been even a little less pure, his body would have exploded. Thinking about the immense power he had absorbed, he quietly assessed that only a tiny fraction of it had been extracted. Nevertheless, because the total amount had been so enormous, he had effectively doubled his energy reserves. He concluded that, with this much inner energy, he would not have to worry about shortages for quite some time. Suddenly moving to the front, Chung Myung announced that, for the time being, he intended to make a certain beast pay for harming a human. He then swung his sword toward the sky and shouted the declaration into the air. Jo-gul immediately interrupted by pointing out that the sword had been snapped in half. Though somewhat deflated, Chung Myung insisted that it did not matter. He then rushed alone toward the section of land where a large portion had collapsed away. Just before falling over the edge, he managed to stop himself. Straightening his back, he took a deep breath until his chest was completely filled with air. After gathering enough strength, he directed all of his power toward the vast body of water before him and roared for the creature to come out. Baek-chun and the palace lord watched the scene with unusual seriousness. Even Jo-gul and the others hardly dared to breathe. Everyone focused intently on the ripples spreading across the water below. Sure enough, the previously calm surface soon began to stir. A gigantic column of water surged toward the shore where Chung Myung stood. Moments later, the enormous head of the ink-scaled blood python emerged from the water. Having been waiting precisely for this moment, Chung Myung immediately exerted force through his legs and charged forward without the slightest hesitation toward the towering monster before him. Just before reaching it, he shouted that the beast was finished today. He even went so far as to predict its future, declaring that it would soon become snake soup. Myung showed no hesitation as he shot straight toward the ink-scaled blood python at his maximum speed. His feet stepped directly on the surface of the water without any resistance, as if he were running on solid ground. The water around him even split apart, as though it was clearing a path for him. Although the ink-scaled blood python noticed the incoming attack and attempted to use its massive body advantage to ambush him, it could only watch helplessly as he slipped past. Even so, it did not falter and opened its enormous maw, intending to swallow him in a single bite. Myung read its intentions like an open book and showed no hesitation. He deliberately charged straight into the gaping, blood-like abyss of its mouth, appearing as if he were throwing himself into certain death. However, the moment the ink-scaled blood python snapped its jaws shut with devastating force, Myung agilely twisted aside, causing it to bite nothing but empty air. Taking advantage of the brief opening before it could recover, he immediately concentrated his spiritual energy into his hand. A bright light flared from his grip, intensifying until his entire sword radiated brilliance. Then, channeling all his hatred into a single devastating downward strike, he brought the blade crashing down onto the ink-scaled blood python's head, while shouting a curse that he would routinely utter, cursing the beast as a bastard. The impact caused the ink-scaled blood python to reel in agony, its eyes nearly popping out from the pain. Baek-chun and the others watching from afar were frozen in shock. Myung did not loosen his grip, though he inwardly felt a brief sense of relief, realizing that it was working. Determined to finish the fight decisively, he retreated slightly to build momentum, his gaze sharpening once again. He followed up with another precise strike to the same spot, forcing the monster's head to cave in further. Yoon-jung, hearing a strange sound, wondered aloud if he had just heard something unusual, while Jo-gul, too absorbed by the shocking scene, responded incoherently in confusion. Out on the sea, the ink-scaled blood python's head was now pressed violently downward. Baek-chun finally confirmed that Myung's attacks were effective, stating that although he could not pierce the creature's scales, the force of the impact was clearly penetrating through. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed across the water from the ink-scaled blood python. Myung did not slow down. Instead, he accelerated his assault, shouting as he moved in for another finishing blow, clearly intending to end the one-sided battle as quickly as possible. The monster screamed again as its head was hammered deeper into the sea surface. Victory seemed within reach, but suddenly Myung's expression turned pale. The ink-scaled blood python, driven into a corner and enduring repeated damage, had decided to expend its remaining strength in a desperate attempt to drag its enemy down with it. With sudden clarity, it launched its head at Myung at lightning speed. Caught off guard, he involuntarily cried out in shock as the attack struck. The monster did not stop there, but continued driving him downward, slamming him into the sea. Baek-chun, horrified, shouted in panic. After a successful brute force attack, the ink-scaled blood python raised its head proudly from the debris it had created. However, its pride seemed to outweigh reason, as it immediately plunged its head back down toward Myung's position again and again, violently smashing the area in repeated retaliation for the earlier blows it had suffered. Not far away, Baek-chun and the others stood rigid, watching the brutal scene unfold. Baek-chun's mind repeatedly warned him in panic, wondering if Myung was going to die at this rate. Clenching his sword tightly, he resolved inwardly that this would become a true contest of survival, and that if Myung could not handle the ink-scaled blood python alone, they would have to rush in together to save him. He did not dare look away, afraid of missing even the slightest change. But just as his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure on the monster's mouth, he finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Myung was still alive. However, his relief was premature. The ink-scaled blood python began thrashing violently, carrying Myung with it as it charged in a completely different direction. Baek-chun stared blankly in confusion, then widened his eyes in alarm as he realized what was happening. When he finally understood, he shouted in panic, realizing that the direction the creature was heading toward was the lush green land opposite them. In desperation, he cried out that it was the Imperial Gromwell Field, the last Imperial Gromwell. Myung, struggling to avoid being thrown into the sea, was startled by the shout. With both hands occupied, he decisively poured all his spiritual energy into his legs. His feet acted as if magnetized, dragging even the massive head of the ink-scaled blood python toward the cliff on the opposite side. The moment his feet touched solid ground, he began cursing under his breath, unable to finish the word as he strained to control the mountain-like weight of the beast and steer it away from the Imperial Gromwell flowers. However, due to the enormous difference in strength between them, he could not easily stop it. As a result, his body began sliding down the cliffside while he grunted in pain. Even with his legs reinforced by spiritual energy, there was no sign of slowing down. Rocks and debris began falling toward the Imperial Gromwell field. Baekchun watched in growing despair, internally warning that at this rate, Chung Myung might truly die, and gripping his sword with renewed resolve, ready to intervene if necessary. Baekchun felt his heart leap into his throat at the sight, yet he still did not lower his voice, screaming in panic that if it fell, it would be the end. The pressure of Baekchun's shout made Chung Myung grit his teeth even harder as he tried to prevent the incoming disaster. At that moment, Chung Myung sharply noticed a position where the situation could be reversed and realized internally that this place was the turning point. With a desperate burst of effort, he poured the last of his remaining spiritual energy into his sword and shouted angrily that he had told it to stop. He then seized the initiative, intent on turning the tables and ambushing the ink, scaled blood python while cursing it as a bastard. His strike successfully knocked the massive creature back into the sea. Only after completing this action did he safely step back onto land. However, it seemed that the ink, scaled blood python still had no intention of giving up, and Chung Myung's gaze sharpened once again. Observing the creature as it spread its large, gill-like fins like fans, he coldly judged internally that it was time to end things. Baekchun remained in the same position, clutching his head and tensing his entire body as though facing a great disaster, while only the village chief beside him still managed to grin foolishly. The ink, scaled blood python continuously emitted low growls, and Chung Myung calmly observed its display of aggression before asking in a low voice whether something had changed and whether it was getting heated up as well. Without hesitation or fear, he pointed his sword directly at it and declared that it should choose its battles more carefully. Provoked, the ink scaled blood. Python immediately opened its enormous mouth and locked onto Chung Myung, who stood firmly on the ground. Even though its shadow covered half the sky, Chung Myung remained calm, closing his eyes in meditation. A familiar flash of light appeared, and within his mind he repeatedly affirmed that he would use force against force. His entire body became enveloped in a white-blue light, while the energy closest to him burned a deep magma-like red. Even his eyes were dyed red, making him resemble a vengeful warrior reborn. He continuously moved both hands as he calmly organized his strategy in his mind, reaffirming that he would match strength against strength. As he executed his technique, he mentally compared it to either holding up a supporting pillar or stopping a surging river. Gradually, the surrounding space heated up in response to his movements and calculations. The resonance of his sword erupted as though it might burst from the inner energy flowing through his arm. His hand speed became so fast it seemed to surpass even his own thoughts. Everywhere his sword vibration passed, a single petal seemed to appear. The blade moved so fast it could only be seen as after images, appearing infinitely fragile on its own, yet when gathered in countless numbers, it became something far greater. At that moment, luminous petals formed beside the blade, resonating with Chung Myung's intent. He then spun his sword at maximum speed, and once the rhythm reached its peak, he directed the massive energy he had created straight toward his opponent. Not only that, but he personally charged forward to lead the attack aimed directly at the head of the ink, scaled blood python, stating internally that it would be able to block even the flow of a river. This overwhelming technique was identified by Chung Myung as the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. The crimson eyes of the ink, scaled blood python registered the incoming danger, but its body failed to react in time, leaving it to helplessly watch the attack pierce into it. Chung Myung did not stop at a single strike and further followed up with another technique, the falling plum blossoms river split. A beautiful sword arc formed a radiant ring around the creature's head, but this beauty was that of death itself, as blood began to spray from its neck. The blood mixed with the fading petals before falling into the sea below. At the same time, Chung Myung landed safely back on the open ground where the battle had begun. Although he had succeeded in damaging the ink, scaled blood python, he still internally judged that it was not yet perfect and that the power had been only half-hearted. Nevertheless, the creature's weakened state gave him some reassurance, and he believed that the falling plum blossoms river split must have thoroughly torn apart its insides by now. Hearing its groaning, he smugly noted its stiff, wobbling head even as he panted heavily for breath. Despite his exhaustion, he still raised his sword in provocation, intending to finish the fight and urging it to come. However, contrary to his expectations, the ink, scaled blood python suddenly plunged headfirst into the sea. Chung Myung stood there in stunned silence as he watched it sink into the depths, leaving only swirling currents behind as proof of its presence. Baekchun finally let out a sigh of relief, declaring that Chung Myung had won. Jo-gul beside him also shouted excitedly, laughing in disbelief that he had actually defeated it, while remarking that the final sword technique had been something extraordinary. Amid the celebration, Chung Myung continued staring at the sea with suspicion, silently questioning what had just happened. After scanning the area for a while, he abruptly jumped into the water himself, shocking the surrounding crowd. It was then revealed that he intended to pursue the ink, scaled blood python into its lair to settle the remaining debt. He angrily wondered whether it thought it could escape after causing him so much trouble, cursing it for having no sense of business ethics and insisting that if it had made him suffer this much, it should leave something behind. His only goal was to obtain its core essence. He thrashed through the water like a breaking icebreaker, internally screaming an obsession for its core essence as he continued his relentless pursuit.